Introduction asterisk. The male protagonist unexpectedly arrives in a fantastical realm, embarking on a journey filled with adventure. After enduring various trials and forging connections with this new world, he ultimately steps forward during a cataclysmic battle between realms. Chapter 1. An accidental journey to another world. A golden figure ascended towards the heavens, delivering a powerful punch that reverberated through the air, scattering the thunderous dragon. Amidst the purple storm clouds, a youth with thick eyebrows and deep-set eyes, clad in white, sat cross-legged upon a black, triangular shield. With each breath, the storm clouds visibly diminished and faded. The young man opened his eyes, joy illuminating his face as he celebrated his successful advancement. A torrent of formidable energy surged within him, radiating an uncontrollable aura that sent leaves and debris swirling. Every flower represents a world, and a dream has lasted a millennium. Truly, the path of cultivation transcends time. This realm has begun to reject me. It seems I must prepare for certain matters ahead, he mused, gazing into the distance. His thoughts drifted back to a summer hiking trip during his university days. Ge Xiao, this must be the immortal cave, remarked a plump companion, Wang Hai, wiping sweat from his brow. The village elders say that this cave did not exist before. It is said that over 30 years ago, a blinding white light, akin to a bowl, accompanied by lightning, struck and created this cave, Ge Xiao replied, gazing wistfully at the narrow entrance, barely wide enough for a single person. Ge Xiao, shall we explore the fragrant water bowl? Wang Hai suggested, licking his lips. The fragrant water bowl was a basin-shaped stone that contained sweet spring water year-round. Ge Xiao shook his head, his curiosity piqued by the cave's depth. No one had ventured to the innermost part of the immortal cave. People of the past were too preoccupied with survival to indulge in leisurely exploration as the present day allowed. After a moment of contemplation, Ge Xiao turned to his companion. Wait here, fatty. I'll go in first. If anything seems amiss, I will shout, and you can fetch help. With a flashlight in hand, Ge Xiao stepped into the cave's entrance. The passage was long and slightly cool, and he scanned the surroundings with his flashlight, finding nothing extraordinary. Just as he was about to give up after what felt like an eternity, the tunnel widened. Inside the cave, the dim space resembled a small room, damp and shadowy, with light illuminating the walls overgrown with weeds. Ge Xiao felt a surge of excitement, his pace quickening involuntarily. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed as the flashlight slipped from his grasp, and a blinding white light enveloped him. When the light dissipated, Ge Xiao sensed a void beneath his feet, and a rush of wind filled his ears. Panic surged within him as he realized he was plummeting. This sensation was familiar, reminiscent of the free-fall thrill ride at Disneyland. He knew he had to act swiftly, or he would meet a dire fate. Calm down, Ge Xiao reminded himself, focusing on maintaining buoyancy. Abruptly, his hand struck something solid. He instinctively grasped it, pain shooting through his fingers. Yet, he clung tighter, understanding this might be his only chance at survival. He wrapped his legs around it, slowing his descent until he eventually came to a halt. A wave of relief washed over him. Had it not been for the vine-like structure he grasped, he might have been reduced to a mere splatter upon impact. Looking up, he was met with darkness, and glancing down revealed more of the same. He realized that ascending was futile. He lacked the strength for such an endeavor and could only continue downward. With a heavy heart, he lamented his insatiable curiosity that had led him into this perilous situation, but regretting it now was pointless. Ge Xiao began to inch downward, gradually increasing his speed. In utter darkness, he lost track of time, the descent seemingly endless. He fought for life, his throat parched and stomach empty, his limbs numb from fatigue. Time seemed to stretch infinitely until he succumbed to exhaustion, his eyes closing and his grip loosening, not from surrender, but from sheer depletion, as he fainted. With a splash, he sank deeper, blood oozing from his wounds. Suddenly, 9 shadowy figures darted towards his injuries. Ge Xiao furrowed his brow. Thirst ain't well. You all hurry and check what lies beneath the water, Ge Xiao urged. The reason he wanted the little ones to practice flying at such heights was due to a perilous incident when they were just born. While frolicking in the water, Ge Xiao suffered several painful punctures. Thankfully, the remarkable restorative properties of the mysterious liquid saved his life. However, this also ignited Ge Xiao's curiosity about the extraordinary nature of these liquids. Chapter 2. A Paradigm Shift. Dad, we found nothing. Xiao Jiu replied obediently. A few hours earlier, the little ones had ventured into the water to assist their father in his search. Dive a little deeper and explore the bottom, Ge Xiao instructed. He felt a surge of emotion, astonished by the level of intelligence displayed by the newly born creatures. Dad, there are 9 white orbs at the bottom, came the voice of the second little one. Ge Xiao's heart leaped with joy. Treasures of heaven and earth are invariably guarded by formidable beasts. With his little ones present, there must surely be treasures to be found. Wonderful. Bring all the orbs back, Ge Xiao commanded. A buzzing sound filled the air as the little ones returned, gently placing the white orbs into Ge Xiao's outstretched hands. The orbs were cool to the touch, yet Ge Xiao soon fell into a deep contemplation. He understood that these white orbs could hold immense significance for the little ones. Having indulged in various novels during his university days, especially in the fantasy genre, he realized he might have stumbled upon a remarkable realm. With nothing else at his disposal, he had to rely entirely on the little ones. The little ones were indeed his sole support. The more formidable they became, the better. Drawing from his previous life's experiences, he knew these treasures would be highly beneficial for the guardian beasts. Xiao Jiu, come here. A larger shadow approached. Dad, what is it? Xiao Jiu asked, looking puzzled. What do you think of this orb? Ge Xiao, with a mindset of experimentation, placed a white orb in his left hand and communicated telepathically with Xiao Jiu. I don't have any particular thoughts. It should be edible, Xiao Jiu replied, landing on Ge Xiao's palm. Oh, how do you eat it? Ge Xiao inquired, somewhat perplexed. He had spent enough time with the little ones to know they lacked mouths, possessing only a long, slender proboscis. With a gentle tap, the proboscis pierced the white orb, and gradually it began to fade. What Ge Xiao did not realize was that the mysterious liquid relied on these 9 orbs for its very essence. Otherwise, he would have been loath to part with them. Such treasures were unlikely to cross his path again in this lifetime. Nevertheless, it was evident that these 9 orbs were specially prepared by the mother mosquito for her offspring. Once they reached a certain level, the little ones would naturally grasp their purpose. For now, using them early would only enhance their growth, a fact that the mother mosquito likely remained unaware of. Xiao Jiu, how do you feel? Are you unwell? Not at all. I feel much stronger and warm, and my mind is filled with strange images, Xiao Jiu responded. These strange images were manifestations of the bloodline heritage, dependent solely on their comprehension. Ge Xiao let out a sigh of relief. Elder 2, Elder 3, Little 4. Each of you, take 1. Indeed, after spending several days together and witnessing the little ones grow stronger by consuming his blood, Ge Xiao was filled with a whirlwind of emotions. With the mysterious liquid dwindling, his urgency became palpable. The darkness of this place weighed heavily on him, and he feared the little ones might rebel without sufficient nourishment. He could not afford to gamble on that. They had to depart swiftly. Can you eat soil? Ge Xiao asked somewhat inexplicably. Of course, Xiao Jiu replied. As a world-ending demon mosquito, they could theoretically consume anything, though they favor blood. Ge Xiao's mind sparked with curiosity. Can you burrow underground? Yes, indeed, Little 4 cheerfully responded, as though he had just revealed a special talent. Ge Xiao nodded in understanding. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the little ones obediently gathered a substantial amount of vines. After several days of twisting and turning, Ge Xiao finally fashioned a rudimentary net from the vines, a makeshift barrier for their escape. Listening to the sounds of the little ones consuming soil, Ge Xiao realized it was time to leave. He promptly communicated with the little black dots, instructing them to hold onto the 9 corners of the net and to follow Xiao Jiu's lead. Ge Xiao was uncertain how long it would take to exit this place, and if he rested midway, any unforeseen circumstances could prove fatal. Xiao Jiu, both intelligent and agile, was an asset. The little ones, however, were oblivious, thinking their father was merely playing a game with them. Ge Xiao heard the rush of wind whistling by his ears, and his body was pressed down. Alarmed, he quickly transmitted to Xiao Jiu, slow down, slow down. If you fly too fast, my body won't be able to handle it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu adjusted his proboscis, and the little ones halted in midair. After a moment of mental communication, a layer of black light enveloped Ge Xiao and the vine net. He felt himself ascending further from the ground, soaring upward without encountering any obstructions or soil, likely due to the influence of the mysterious black light. Time passed unmeasured until Ge Xiao felt a slight sting in his eyelids. He realized they had reached the surface and quickly instructed the little ones to find a safe place to set him down. After a considerable pause, Ge Xiao opened his eyes to behold an endless expanse of trees. Am I in a forest? He pondered. A glance around him startled him nearly to the point of panic. He found himself perched upon a vine net suspended high above the ground, with 9 shadowy figures gripping the corners of the net. He recognized them as his little companions. Before he could steady his racing heart, he witnessed a terrifying sight. A bird, the size of a small aircraft, with a black head and white neck, charged toward him. In that moment, Ge Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of malice from this world, and despair washed over him. Suddenly, he felt a disorienting shift and found himself 40 yards away, while the bird crashed directly into the tree. Was this a real-life version of Waiting for the Rabbit by the Tree? Ge Xiao was filled with confusion. With a resounding crash, the bird lost consciousness, its wings drooping as it plummeted to the ground. My heavens, is that an eagle? This enormous bird, reminiscent of a majestic African eagle, was astonishingly large. Then, Ge Xiao seemed to recall something and quickly transmitted to Xiao Jiu. How did that bird crash into the tree? Was it your doing? Yes, Dad, Xiao Jiu replied. Ge Xiao was elated. This was incredible. To ensure their survival, Ge Xiao recognized the necessity of understanding the abilities of his little companions. He began to mentally sort through the little ones, inquiring one by one. It turned out that after consuming the white orbs, the little ones had undergone various transformations in body and spirit. Xiao Jiu had reached the peak of the 4th tier, while Elder 2, Elder 3, and Little 5 were in the late 4th tier, with the remaining little ones at the early 4th tier. Currently, only these two had awakened a new ability called domain. Indeed, there were distinctions even among mosquitoes, suggesting that the intelligence of the other little ones still fell short. Ge Xiao had linked comprehension with intellect. In truth, comprehension and intellect are not inherently connected. It often depends on timing. However, the little ones possessed a fair amount of comprehension, and the awakening of their abilities was merely a matter of time. Within the domain, Xiao Jiu could render targets blind, devoid of consciousness, sensation, smell, and hearing, while Elder 3 could achieve spatial leaps within the domain. Additionally, their bodies were resilient, their flight speed astonishing, and their proboscis had the capacity to paralyze targets upon contact. Ge Xiao felt an immense joy in his heart. The more formidable the little ones became, the more secure his own existence would be. He cast another glance at the large bird, a thought blossoming within him to assess the abilities of his little companions. He immediately communicated with the 3rd black dot. Old 3, go and slay that great bird. Suddenly, a black dot vanished and reappeared, drenched in blood, its wings fluttering with an unmistakable hint of excitement. Ge Xiao could not help but marvel at the prowess of the annihilating mosquito. It had only just been born, yet its capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. He then signaled for the little ones to approach the fallen bird. After a few buzzing sounds from Little 9, the little creatures escorted Ge Xiao to the side of the great bird for inspection. Before them lay the enormous creature, resembling an African raptor, devoid of life. Its feathers felt as unyielding as steel, particularly its talons, which glinted ominously in the sunlight, radiating a chilling aura. Unbeknownst to Ge Xiao, those deadly claws had claimed countless lives. The buzzing sound grew fainter as the diminutive aircraft gradually diminished, its flesh dwindling until only a skeletal frame remained. Ge Xiao noted a luminous orb within the bird's carcass. With a flurry of wings, Old 3 grasped the orb, and the skeletal remains disintegrated. One orb was presented to Ge Xiao by Old 3. Little 9, with its beak held high in indignation, displayed its displeasure. Meanwhile, Ge Xiao was oblivious to the little one's annoyance. His gaze was fixated on the orb in his hand, utterly astonished. What did the golden core realm signify? It represented a transcendent being capable of soaring through the skies, potentially living for 8 centuries and defying the limitations of human lifespan. Such were Ge Xiao's thoughts. As he looked at the little ones, a smile crept upon his lips, and his eyes sparkled with golden light. I am surrounded by offspring who could rival golden core masters. Not only can I stride confidently through this otherworldly realm, but I can also hold my head high and live with dignity. Little 9, let us proceed in that direction, Ge Xiao transmitted, pointing towards a particular path. While soaring high above, he noticed a glimmering spot, surmising it likely led to a water source. With a buzz, the two mosquitoes sped away, pulling along vines. After a considerable time, they indeed discovered a water source. For safety's sake, Ge Xiao perched himself atop a towering tree, over 80 feet high, to survey the area. Before him lay a vast pond, resembling a round mirror, its surface a deep green, occasionally disturbed by bubbles. A significant gap allowed water to flow swiftly toward the distance. Ge Xiao's instincts warned him that this pond was no ordinary body of water and warranted further exploration. With Little Nine's unique abilities and Old Three's aptitude for swift escape, he decided to keep them close. After careful consideration, he communicated to the black dots, Little Nine, Old Two, venture into the pond and observe. Exercise caution, and should danger arise, flee at once. Sensing the absence of two familiar figures, Ge Xiao understood they had already entered the lake. Chapter 3. Settling in the worry-free forest after the passage of a fragrant incense stick, the excited voice of Xiao Jiu echoed, "Daddy, Daddy, there is so much food here." Ge Xiao felt a surge of skepticism. In this absurd world, how could such a vast pond exist without any monsters? "Could you bring some food over?" Ge Xiao transmitted his doubts. With a buzzing sound, a massive carp, measuring over 20 meters and adorned with sharp teeth, was lifted by Xiao Jiu and Lao Air. Thud! Another carp, marked by a fine hole in its forehead, was tossed to the ground by Xiao Jiu. Ge Xiao fell into a moment of silence. Now that they had food, the question remained, where would they reside? The little ones were undeniably impressive, yet even a tiger has its moments of rest. It seemed necessary to find a suitable dwelling. The forest resonated with a buzzing sound. Wood shavings spiraled into the air, and shadows flitted about. Before long, a large black hole appeared in a towering tree, crafted by a swarm of mosquitoes. Nature is indeed wondrous. Who would have thought a group of mosquitoes could create a hole? Even woodpeckers would bow in admiration. Ge Xiao gazed up at the tree hole, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. It was evident that this was a request made by Ge Xiao. The tree hole was spacious, allowing him to lie down in any direction without issue. With a thought, he communicated with Xiao Jiu through the black point, and she promptly brought over wooden doors the size of fists to fit the holes. As the buzzing continued, Xiao Wu took flight, and a wooden beam, as thick as an arm, tumbled down. Thus, the wooden door was completed. Subsequently, Ge Xiao prepared to excavate storage rooms in several nearby large trees, ensuring that the wooden doors were sealed to prevent small creatures from pilfering their provisions. With a buzzing sound, the remaining little creatures deposited segments of the large carp into the storage rooms. Of course, Ge Xiao made sure to reserve 3 substantial pieces of fish for himself to minimize the need for back-and-forth trips. The little ones swirled around Ge Xiao, who was fervently working with the wood, seemingly puzzled by his actions. Ge Xiao exchanged glances with them, silently questioning, "Why? Oh why? You've all feasted well, while I have yet to eat anything." How delightful it was. A small flame danced atop the dry branches, and Ge Xiao felt a surge of joy. He quickly crouched down, inhaled deeply, and slowly exhaled oxygen towards the flame. Sparks flew, and the fire blazed even brighter. He took out the pre-prepared fish pieces and placed them on the constructed rack, diligently turning the stick in his hand. The little ones flew to Ge Xiao's shoulder, their eyes fixated on the sizzling fish. Before long, the enticing aroma of fish wafted through the air. With a deep breath, he savored the delightful scent. His stomach growled in anticipation, for he was about to enjoy his first meal in this foreign realm, lifting his spirits considerably. Suddenly, a shadow flitted by, and a mosquito landed on the fish, initially taking a small bite. Buzzing, it seemed to praise the delectable fish, but soon its feeding became frantic, and the fish visibly diminished. "It's Xiao Shi, that gluttonous mosquito," Ge Xiao thought, but by the time he reacted, only the fish bones remained. Ge Xiao Jiao immediately educated Xiao Shi, chastising him for his behavior of snatching food. "Xiao Shi," he began, "today I shall recount the tale of Kong Rong sharing pears. During the late Eastern Han Dynasty, Kong Rong and his brothers were eating pears. He chose the smallest ones for himself, graciously offering the larger ones to his brothers. An hour later, a buzzing sound filled the air as Xiao Shi flew onto Ge Xiao Jiao's shoulder, nodding in approval. Ge Xiao Jiao was pleased that Xiao Shi could comprehend this moral lesson, yet his hunger remained unsated. The buzzing continued as the little ones engaged in conversation. "Xiao Shi," admonished Xiao Jiu, assuming a big sister's authoritative demeanor, "how could you snatch food from Dad when he is so undernourished?" "Indeed," echoed Xiao Wu. "Dad hasn't eaten at all today." Xiao Shi seemed to reminisce, but it smelled so delicious, so incredibly appetizing. Observing Xiao Shi's expression, the other little ones were filled with curiosity. At that very moment, a delightful aroma wafted through the air once more. Xiao Shi returned, and just as Ge Xiao Jiao was about to speak, 8 more figures appeared. Ge Xiao Jiao felt a sense of despair. Mosquitoes feasting on cooked fish was absurd. Unsurprisingly, his efforts once again proved fruitless. Casting a glance at the little ones, Ge Xiao Jiao could only sigh in resignation. To ensure they could enjoy some meat, he instructed the little ones to prepare their own food while he assisted with the cooking, granting them the opportunity to savor a warm meal. However, He soon regretted this decision as the little ones brought forth enormous fish. To grill these fish, he had no choice but to use small trees as makeshift supports. He initially intended to teach the little ones how to grill fish, yet they struggled to grasp the technique, resulting in several makeshift grills being created. Eventually, Ge Xiao had to take matters into his own hands. After a flurry of activity, he finally completed the task and collapsed onto the ground in a rather ungraceful manner. As the sun set slowly, Ge Xiao realized he had yet to fully appreciate the world around him before the night descended. Returning to the tree hollow, he understood that wild beasts become highly active at night, especially in the expansive forest, despite the little ones being quite formidable. Acknowledging the wisdom that there is always someone greater, he recognized that even a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. Yet, some truths do not apply in this world, a fact of which Ge Xiao was unaware at that moment. The innards of the fish that had not been consumed were strung onto newly found vines, hung at a distance from the entrance of the hollow, while conical wooden stakes adorned the trees on either side. As a modern individual, Ge Xiao comprehended the dangers of the wild, particularly in such a peculiar realm. He decided to scatter some abandoned food to divert the attention of the beasts and set simple traps in hopes of yielding a harvest. After all, he did not wish to rely solely on the little ones. One must learn to be self-sufficient. In truth, the little ones held the highest status in this forest. A fact unbeknownst to Ge Xiao. This forest belonged to human territory, and generally, high-level demon beasts would be eradicated by cultivators. The birth of demonic beasts is not a simple occurrence. Special conditions and unique bloodlines are essential, with mutated beasts being rare anomalies. Occasionally, some outsiders, like the little ones, appear, yet demonic beasts possess a strong territorial instinct and rarely venture far from their domain. The formidable birds of prey and the fish within the lake, which attacked him, were all considered low-tier demonic beasts beneath the golden core stage, intentionally left for the training of human cultivators. Originally, this forest was under the watchful eye of golden core practitioners from various sections. The night was anything but tranquil. The resounding roars of beasts underscored the perilous nature of the world outside. Amidst this chaos, however, some of the little creatures appeared particularly exhilarated, incessantly conveying their desire to venture out to Ge Xiao. He found himself at a loss for words. The little ones were overly fond of play. If they went out, what would he do? After all, he was merely an ordinary individual without any remarkable qualities. Fortunately, not all the little ones shared this love for adventure. Ge Xiao noticed that the female mosquitoes were less inclined to leave, as Xiao Jiu, Xiao Si, Xiao Wu, and Xiao Shi quietly nestled on his shoulder. Xiao Jiu cast a disdainful glance at the raucous little ones, buzzing in annoyance at their disturbance during her bonding time with her father. Yet, the little ones continued their boisterous antics. To alleviate this torment, Ge Xiao reluctantly acquiesced. Upon receiving his consent, the little creatures grew even more jubilant and, under the leadership of the second, buzzed away. Ge Xiao gently patted the little ones on his shoulder, and they all radiated joy. Peering through a crack, he observed the second showing no restraint in its aura, seemingly dispersing some liquid along the way. What are the second and the others up to? Ge Xiao inquired telepathically to Xiao Jiu on his shoulder. They are marking their territory, ensuring that other lower-tier demonic beasts will not approach, Xiao Jiu replied. Ge Xiao understood that demonic beasts with noble bloodlines possessed hereditary traits. Have you cultivated? He asked Xiao Jiu, having witnessed the little one's capabilities and the extraordinary events unfolding. Ge Xiao began to suspect that this might indeed be a realm where one could cultivate immortality. What does cultivation entail? Xiao Jiu asked, puzzled. Upon reaching a certain level, one can comprehend their abilities, Ge Xiao explained. He realized that this was a unique hereditary trait of the demonic beasts that could not be learned, but merely referenced. However, for a novice like Ge Xiao, this knowledge was practically useless. Having encountered such marvels, the seed of immortality cultivation had already been sown in Ge Xiao's heart. Suddenly, a trap was triggered, followed by a tremendous crash, and a series of resounding booms echoed. Ge Xiao understood that a beast was approaching. Through the opening, he beheld a pack of wild wolves beneath the trees, darting left and right in a frantic escape, while two figures on the ground writhed in agony. Ge Xiao was momentarily bewildered. These wolves were not particularly large, appearing to be about 3 or 4 times the size of those in his world. Recalling the formidable African raptor from earlier, he was filled with uncertainty about this world. Meanwhile, the second, accompanied by its little companions, sought out the forest's master, a third-tier demonic beast known as the earth-splitting tiger. Buzzing in, they made their grand entrance. The great tiger, sensing a formidable bloodline pressure, fixed its gaze upon them. Its hind legs bending, forelegs pressing down, and it let out a ferocious roar. In the realm of demonic beasts, unsolicited appearances in another's territory were universally regarded as an invasion. Typically, beasts at the 5th tier could refine their vocal cords to speak human language, facilitating interspecies communication. But the higher the bloodline, the more challenging this refinement became, and the ability to articulate would be delayed. In an instant, the great tiger's muscles tensed. Its body enveloped in a faint golden light, emanating a series of furious roars, while its claws began to shine more intensely with golden radiance. Suddenly, it lunged forward, its claws expanding dramatically as they struck towards the second and its companions. Buzzing, the little creatures emitted a chorus of mockery, wondering if the large tiger was foolish. As they could not comprehend its utterances, they were merely out for a stroll. Suddenly, a chill ran down the tiger's spine as a shadow loomed behind it. In an instant, the great beast twisted, raising its claws protectively against its chest. With a resounding clash, the protective golden light surrounding the earth-splitting tiger shattered. A dark silhouette was sent reeling backward, crashing into the ground, while the earth-splitting tiger staggered from the pit, shaking its head, clearly injured. Buzzing ensued as 5 figures emerged from the earth-splitting tiger's body, and soon, the form of a tiger appeared. Chapter 4. A fortuitous encounter. Buzzing, the shadows darted about. 5 little creatures dispersing their presence throughout the forest. The second in command soared to the highest point, their voices resonating through the woods, causing the beasts to cower and tremble. The second in command beamed with satisfaction at their handiwork. After a night of mischief, the 5 figures sped off in a singular direction. As the second in command led their siblings out to play, Ge Xiao was imparting survival wisdom to Xiao Jiu and the others. Observe this pack of wolves. Each one is an extraordinary being. Buzzing, Xiao Jiu and her companions expressed their dissent. How could their noble bloodline possibly compare to such base ancestry? Ge Xiao, at a loss for words, could only acquiesce. Indeed, you are the best. Look, could this piece of wood ever harm them? He inquired. Buzzing, certainly not. Such a wooden stick is exceedingly ordinary, Xiao Jiu replied. Now observe, they have not only been repelled, but have also abandoned their companions in fright. Ge Xiao continued. Buzzing, Xiao Jiu and her companions chimed in. Father, we are listening. Please continue. Possessing great strength is an advantage. Yet we must adeptly utilize our surroundings and understand the importance of concealing ourselves for our safety, Ge Xiao communicated. Just then, 5 figures flew in from outside. Led by one clutching a larger glowing orb, it was the second in command returning. After handing the orb to Ge Xiao, they excitedly fluttered about, buzzing as they shared tales of their adventures. Upon learning about the great tiger, Ge Xiao's interest was piqued. He possessed nothing at present and felt the cold of the night in the wild. Third in command, do you recall where that tiger was located? Ge Xiao inquired telepathically. Buzzing. I know, the third in command replied. Splendid. Ge Xiao exclaimed, having long desired a tiger skin coat, something that would be illegal in the previous world. He then conveyed to the third in command, bring that deceased tiger here. Exhausted from the prospect of preparing the tiger skin, Ge Xiao advised the little ones to keep their noise to a minimum before succumbing to slumber. As the morning sun peaked over the horizon, buzzing filled the air as Xiao Jiu flitted around Ge Xiao incessantly. Awakening with bleary eyes, Ge Xiao deduced through the commotion that Xiao Shi was about to awaken. He was well aware of the peculiar nature of this ability, which could be described as enigmatic. Ge Xiao opened the wooden door to behold a startling sight. A figure hovered above the pond, and astonishingly, the water beneath was ablaze. He recognized it as Xiao Shi, the one who loved to snatch his food. In a matter of moments, the pond's water evaporated, and the fish within were ignited, leaping twice before falling silent. As the small creature inhaled, flames surged forth, carrying the aroma of roasted life forms. It seemed as though even the fire was consumed in this spectacle. However, Ge Xiao remained remarkably composed. Having witnessed this fantastical scene numerous times, the buzzing sound indicated that Xiao Jiu was evidently envious. Upon inquiry, Ge Xiao learned that Xiao Shi, the little glutton, had awakened one of the most formidable abilities of the Mosquito clan, the Annihilation Flame. Ge Xiao felt a surge of joy for Xiao Shi. Yet, his elation was short-lived. Having just located a water source, it was swiftly incinerated by Xiao Shi's voracious flames. Staring at the desiccated surface of the water, Ge Xiao was momentarily perplexed. It appeared that Xiao Shi truly had a penchant for cooked food, having mastered the element of fire, alleviating Ge Xiao's need to kindle flames through friction in the future. Soon, a golden orb inscribed with text began to shimmer in the soil, prompting Ge Xiao to marvel at the abundance of spiritual orbs in this world. However, this assumption was misguided. Following the invasion of the sinister beings from beyond the heavens, the realm suffered severe devastation, rendering the emergence of such life-enhancing spiritual orbs into the golden core realm a thing of the past. Naturally, Ge Xiao remained unaware of this. Old 3. Quickly bring that golden orb to me. Ge Xiao communicated telepathically to the little creatures. He found it perplexing that these small beings, despite their innocence, were consuming glowing orbs in the abyss, while the water pool had also materialized. Why did the others ignore this? In truth, such extraordinary treasures could only be consumed once in a lifetime, as each orb possessed its unique effects, and the little creatures had their own exclusive destinies, albeit currently unrecognized, as their interests lay solely in blood. With a whoosh, Old 3 approached Ge Xiao, carrying a golden orb. Ge Xiao then produced another orb from his pocket, the core obtained from the African raptor they had slain. Observing it closely, he marveled at its imperfections. The raptor's core exuded spiritual energy, while the golden orb absorbed it, reminiscent of the white orb from the previous black hole, albeit lacking inscriptions. Upon scrutinizing the flowing text, Ge Xiao found himself unfamiliar with any of the characters. Further examination revealed that the pure gold obscured the contents within. According to the descriptions from the original World S novel, this orb was likely a fortuitous encounter. Ge Xiao bit into his palm, yet the little creatures did not rush over to partake. Perhaps they were satiated. Or perhaps Ge Xiao's blood quality was insufficient at the moment. As droplets of blood fell from his palm onto the golden orb, the orb quickly turned crimson. To Ge Xiao's bewilderment, there seemed to be no reaction. Overwhelmed with excitement, he inadvertently tugged at the wound, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his mouth. Buzzing back into the scene, Old 2 collided with the orb. With a gulp, the golden core slid down his throat, sending Ge Xiao into a frenzy. After all, such a precious treasure was not something an ordinary person could handle. Yet, when silence ensued, a sense of calm washed over him, leading him to conclude that perhaps the novel's predictions were not entirely accurate. Suddenly, a scream akin to a slaughtered pig echoed from Ge Xiao. Countless gases surged violently into his body, as the golden orb within his abdomen ignited, radiating a blinding light. The inscriptions on its surface gradually diminished, and Ge Xiao's mind became filled with the clear phrase, "Indestructible golden body." Before he could delve deeper into this revelation, the golden core shrank further, and torrents of golden energy surged into his being. Ge Xiao felt as though he was on the verge of bursting, enduring unbearable pain that made it difficult to breathe. Let alone speak, his body trembled incessantly. A shimmering golden light flickered around him, until the golden orb, no larger than a fingernail, remained unchanged after 3 long months of this state. Exhaling a breath of foul air, he suddenly caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Upon examining himself, he discovered his skin was marred with dark patches, yet he felt an unprecedented lightness in his body. Clenching his fist, he noted a significant increase in strength, as if a hidden energy resided within him, albeit beyond his control. Overwhelmed with joy, he mused, could this be the legendary cleansing of tendons and marrow? It appeared he needed to find a new location, as there was no water nearby. How would he survive? Contemplating this, he summoned his little companion, saying, "Little 10, go find a place with water. We shall reside there from now on." Buzzing in confusion, the little creature pondered what water was. Feeling a tinge of annoyance, Ge Xiao directed, "It's the substance you burn with fire. From now on, do not ignite flames without my permission. If you hadn't burned up all the water, we wouldn't have to leave our newly built home." In truth, reaching the golden core realm did not necessitate food, as one could sustain oneself on spiritual energy. Ge Xiao was simply unaware of this. Had he reflected on the fact that he had gone 3 months without sustenance, he would realize that an ordinary person might have perished multiple times over. With a disgruntled buzz, Little 10 flew out of the tree hollow in search of water. Ge Xiao experienced a wave of itching discomfort, and upon scratching, a dark orb appeared in his hand. He pushed open the door of the hollow and gazed into the distance, his intuition telling him that jumping down would not pose any danger. However, to ensure safety, he called for Old 3. "Old 3, come here for a moment." Buzzing softly, Old 3 appeared on Ge Xiao's shoulder, tilting his head in inquiry. "Father, what is it?" "I will leap from the tree hollow shortly. When I signal you, bring me directly to our residence in the tree hollow. Understood?" Ge Xiao instructed. "Buzz, yes." Old 3 replied affirmatively. Taking a deep breath, Ge Xiao leapt from the tree, the wind rushing past his ears, causing his heart to race. The descent felt interminably long, and he was filled with trepidation. After an indeterminate amount of time, he felt the tips of his toes touch the ground. It seemed that with a bit of cushioning, he would be fine. Thud. Dust billowed as Ge Xiao landed in a small pit. His face alight with exhilaration. He had transformed into something formidable. Old Three shook the dirt from his head, gazing at his father, equally bewildered. Was this the power bestowed by the orb? If he possessed many such orbs, he would be invincible, Ge Xiao thought. Though he would later realize how fortunate he was to encounter so many spiritual orbs. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that his dark attire was in disarray. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Old Three, quickly bring me the tiger skin from yesterday, he communicated telepathically. No sooner had he spoken than a tiger skin landed atop his head. Examining the pristine, blood-free hide, he deliberated whether to don it now. After all, being exposed felt rather indecent. Buzzing with delight, Little Ten returned. Upon observing the joyful demeanor of Xiao Shi, Ge Xiao discerned that a water source had indeed been located. Elated, he followed the little ones under Xiao Shi's guidance to the banks of a small river. It appeared that Xiao Shi was quite astute. He had initially anticipated that it would find a lake resembling the one they had previously encountered. Without hesitation, Ge Xiao dashed into the crystalline waters. Momentarily taken aback by the murky hue of the river, pondering how such impurities could exist in nature. Having selected a suitable dwelling, the little companions busied themselves once more. Seizing the opportunity, Ge Xiao began to contemplate the words he had gleaned from the golden orb in his mind. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had stumbled upon a supreme body cultivation technique. As he examined the plants and peculiar creatures associated with each level of the technique, uncertainty welled within him. The little ones were undoubtedly uninterested in the flora, as their tastes leaned towards blood-based sustenance. It seemed that locating the corresponding plants for the technique would be a personal endeavor. Gazing at the constructed tree hollow, Ge Xiao resolved to venture into the wild with his companions, simultaneously testing his own prowess. Suddenly, a resounding thud drew his attention. A youth clad in tiger skin was engaged in a standoff with a field rabbit beside a flourishing fei feng grass. This creature was a first-tier demonic beast, tasked with guarding the fei feng grass, which was one of the primary plants for the first layer of the indestructible golden body technique. Despite the rabbit's endearing appearance, Ge Xiao hesitated to harm it, knowing how crucial the fei feng grass was to his aspirations. The rabbit began to hop around him in a flurry, and Ge Xiao bent his knees slightly, clenching his fists and closing his eyes, keenly attuned to the creature's movements. The cunning rabbit dashed about, stirring up dust, and Ge Xiao found it challenging to pinpoint its location, occasionally suffering from its swift strikes. Had it not been for his body, honed by the golden spirit orb, he might have succumbed to defeat. The little ones, anxious to intervene and teach the rabbit a lesson, were held back by Ge Xiao. Otherwise, the exuberant creature would surely have been reduced to mere rabbit jerky. In a moment of determination, Ge Xiao unleashed a punch, colliding with something the size of a small dog. A jolt of pain coursed through his hand, confirming he had struck true. The little rabbit, clutching its head with its paws, bared its teeth and let out a series of squeaks before bounding into the nearby underbrush, vanishing from sight. Chapter 5. The first layer of the indestructible golden body. As the rabbit disappeared before him, Ge Xiao stepped forward to the fei feng grass, seated himself cross-legged, and commenced the indestructible golden body technique. A surge of energy enveloped the fei feng grass, which began to dissolve and dissipate like dust, transforming into luminous specks that merged with Ge Xiao's being. This was the innate secret of the indestructible golden body, capable of assimilating spiritual entities into one's body. However, the process of integrating spiritual entities carries inherent risks. If one cannot ascertain the safety of the entity, recklessly absorbing it may lead to poisoning or other adverse reactions. The ability to incorporate spiritual entities into one's being demands a profound understanding of such substances, and Ge Xiao, being a novice, was cautious about the potential dangers of the technique. As he sensed the presence of the newly acquired spiritual herb within him, a wave of joy surged through his heart. With the first layer of the indestructible golden body technique documenting over 20 types of spiritual entities, anticipation began to flourish within him. Upon achieving the first layer of the indestructible golden body, one's physique would become as resilient as the finest of magical artifacts. In such a state, no adversary below the nascent soul realm could rival one. Even standing still, a golden core expert would find themselves utterly powerless, while a single punch could obliterate them. Even a nascent soul practitioner, if ambushed, would sustain grave injuries. In the ensuing days, Ge Xiao traversed the forgetting worry forest with the little ones, gathering the blood of demonic beasts and spiritual materials. To this end, he even borrowed some essence from the little creatures, which caused them a degree of discontent. Alas, they were still short of 2 spiritual materials. It seemed impossible to acquire the blood sea fruit and dragon bone here. Ge Xiao mused, perhaps I shall seek another day. And if that fails, I shall depart from this place. Resolute in his decision to search for one more day, his enthusiasm, however, waned. He had explored every inch of this forest, leaving no cave of demonic beasts unexamined. Ah, the mouse hair. Ge Xiao had encountered many. Yet this particular one remained etched in his memory. It was the very hair that had bested him and escaped. It had been nearly a year since their last encounter. Just as Ge Xiao intended to greet it, he observed the mouse hair leaping off a cliff. He thought to himself, what a reckless act. Is it heartbroken or simply deranged? Without hesitation, Ge Xiao advanced to the spot where the hair had vanished. He casually picked up a stone and tossed it over the edge. The stone plunged directly into the chasm, disappearing from sight. Testing other areas with additional stones, he found that they all fell straight to the bottom, except for the spot where the mouse hair had leaped, which absorbed the stone entirely. At this moment, Ge Xiao discerned the peculiarity of the situation. It appeared that there was some hidden mystery here. He retrieved a piece of withered wood and ascended towards the cliff. Yes, it was no issue. Ge Xiao, along with the little ones, also descended into the chasm. What met his eyes was astonishing, a colossal dragon skeleton. Did dragons truly exist in this world? In his previous realm, dragons were mere figments of imagination, a composite of various beings. As Ge Xiao ventured along the dragon's tail, he suddenly spotted the mouse hair nestled beside a large orb, drawing power from the dragon's essence. So that was it. He wondered why that hair seemed so formidable. It had evidently stumbled upon a remarkable fortune. Clearing his throat deliberately, Ge Xiao made his presence known. The mouse hair, startled, puffed up its fur and regarded Ge Xiao with wary black eyes, emitting a series of squeaks. Throughout his journey, Ge Xiao had encountered many mouse hairs. Yet none displayed such spirited vitality as this one. In the realm of martial arts, it is customary that those who encounter fortune share in it. Ge Xiao smiled at the spirited mouse hair. In truth, he was in a position of strength, with each of the little companions on his shoulders capable of overpowering the hair. However, his character forbade him from selfishly monopolizing another's opportunity. The little mouse hair, recognizing its precarious situation, ceased its defensive display and merely focused intently on Ge Xiao and his companions. Since you have acquiesced, I shall not hold back. Ge Xiao's keen eye caught sight of two treasures, a fruit nestled within the dragon's belly and a piece of black bone from its head. It seemed that the first layer of the indestructible golden body was within his grasp. This realization contributed to Ge Xiao's elevated spirits, making him all the more benevolent towards the mouse hair. Buzzing with anticipation, the little creatures were fixated on the dragon's blood nestled within the pit beneath the dragon bone. Ge Xiao approached the edge of the pit, infused a small amount of dragon blood, and instructed the little beings to partake, ensuring they would not harm the timid mice. Sitting cross-legged, Ge Xiao emanated two distinct energies that enveloped both the fruit and the dragon bone, causing them to gradually diminish in size. This process of refinement spanned an entire month. With a deep breath, Ge Xiao rose and, upon surveying his surroundings, discovered that the colossal dragon bone had vanished, along with the blood pit and the dragon pearl, leaving only the shivering mice beneath the tree, while the little creatures perched on his shoulders. Ge Xiao surmised that the little beings were responsible for this occurrence, given their singular fascination with blood. He then inquired of Xiao Jiu, "Did you consume the dragon bone?" Buzzing in response, Xiao Jiu replied, "Daddy, you won't be angry with us, will you? The dragon bone possesses immense power, and we couldn't resist." Ge Xiao bore no ill will towards the little creatures. Had it been anyone else, the mice and everything here would have been obliterated. "I harbor no resentment. I am merely curious," he reassured them. The mice, chattering and gesturing with their tiny paws, seemed to be voicing their grievances against the little creatures. Ge Xiao dismissed their concerns and ordered the little beings to chase the mice away. He could no longer resist the urge to cultivate his indestructible golden body. Any adverse influences would be eradicated. The mice squeaked a few times towards the cliff before scampering off into the distance until they disappeared. Ge Xiao, with a furrowed brow, sat cross-legged on the ground, guiding the flow of spiritual energy within him, as golden light radiated intensely. Time became irrelevant in his pursuit of enlightenment, and he could not discern how long had passed before he opened his eyes to the pulsating golden glow. Waves of energy surged around him, rustling his garments. Were it not for the third-tier beast's tiger skin, he feared he might find himself exposed. Buzzing energetically, the little creatures on his shoulders were even more animated than when they had encountered dragon blood. Ge Xiao regarded them with a sense of apprehension, pondering whether they viewed him merely as a mobile source of sustenance. He recognized that if the little beings did not see him as their father, he might soon be drained dry. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that even with the indestructible golden body, he would not withstand their eagerness. Do not rush. There is enough for everyone, he comforted them. Xiao Jiu, you may go first, he decided after careful consideration. Xiao Jiu, being the most reliant on him and the leader among the little beings, held sufficient authority. Furthermore, having reached the pinnacle of the fourth tier, if she could advance further with the aid of his blood, her survival would be even more assured. Hissing with familiarity, Ge Xiao drew in a sharp breath. After what felt like an eternity, he sensed a lack of oxygen and promptly called for Xiao Jiu to halt. Buzzing softly, Xiao Jiu nuzzled his face, transmitting, "Daddy, perhaps we should refrain. I can cultivate for a while as well." In truth, the demonic mosquitoes were notorious for their bloodthirst. However, during their incubation, they had experienced a transformation due to the nourishment from Ge Xiao's blood. "It is of no consequence. I shall rest briefly," he reassured her. With that, Ge Xiao resumed his cross-legged position, activating his indestructible golden body, the golden light enveloping him entirely as his internal spiritual energy transformed. After a moment, "Xiao Jiu, it is your turn." Uncertain of how many times it had been drawn upon, Xiao Jiu ceased its consumption as a surge of power surged within. No longer able to be contained, it understood that a breakthrough was imminent. "Buzz, father, I must venture forth to transcend," Xiao Jiu communicated telepathically before vanishing from sight. Ge Xiao felt a pang of envy. When would he be able to soar through the skies? Indeed, despite having attained the golden core stage, he remained earthbound, as the indestructible golden body was merely a form of physical cultivation. Lacking a cultivation method, Ge Xiao possessed great power yet could not wield it, rendering him incapable of flight. Fortunately, he had now mastered the first layer of the indestructible golden body, providing him with a modicum of self-defense in this otherworldly realm. Moreover, should he falter, there were the little ones to consider. Although he had no comprehension of what the fifth tier represented, the tiger skin he bore was merely of the third tier. Having witnessed the myriad realities of this alien world, Ge Xiao realized that the novels from his original world could not elucidate everything here. It appeared essential to depart in search of humanity, which would facilitate a better understanding of this realm. As time passed, Ge Xiao became intimately acquainted with the forest, simultaneously recognizing that beyond it lay an expansive, boundless plain. Contemplating the long journey ahead, he concluded that a mode of transportation was necessary. Who could he enlist? The leopard to the north? No. The leopard's carnivorous nature rendered it too perilous. The wolf to the west? Even less viable, as its cunning and endurance surpassed his own. Oh. The bull to the south seemed promising. Its large stature and gentle disposition were appealing. Yet, it bore the responsibility of protecting its own kind and might refuse to accompany him. It appeared that he must harden his heart, and Ge Xiao resolved to take decisive action. With a howl, a golden figure darted among the wolf pack, the howls of the wolves echoing until the largest gray wolf fell, marking the cessation of the slaughter. Now, only the leopard remained, Ge Xiao mused. However, as he approached the leopard's territory, the creature, driven by instinct, had already vacated the forest. Boom. At that moment, Ge Xiao was engaged in a fierce battle with a ferocious bull. Radiating golden light, he pressed down upon the bull while relentlessly striking its head. The bull's mournful bellows filled the air. After an indeterminate duration, Ge Xiao sensed the great bull's resistance waning. Casting a glance around, he felt a deep sense of regret. Lamenting the fragility of life, for this mighty bull had succumbed to his blows. A mount was still necessary, and Ge Xiao's gaze traversed the herd, where all the bulls lay prostrate on the ground. He sensed a slight difference in the bloodline of one particular bull and promptly selected that distinct beast as his steed. Approaching the massive bull, Ge Xiao noted that its head dipped even lower in submission. He was quite pleased with the bull's response, as these creatures of lesser bloodlines were relatively easy to tame. The little ones, for instance, would not have recognized him as their master or formed bonds with him had he not nurtured them with his blood since birth. 100 miles away, the once clear sky had turned ominous, shrouded in thick clouds with dark storms gathering. Ge Xiao raised his gaze toward that direction, his heart heavy with concern for the little ones, perhaps due to the distance that severed their connection. Although the novels from his original world could not entirely account for the occurrences in this other realm, some predictions still held true. Observing the vast scale of the impending storm clouds, the dangers they harbored were self-evident. Ge Xiao lightly leapt onto the back of the bull, grasping one of its horns with one hand while gently patting its head with the other. The fierce beast immediately understood and began to charge forward, with Ge Xiao skillfully guiding its direction by manipulating the horn. Dust swirled around them as the young man, adorned in fine garments and riding with fervor, raced towards the site of the impending tribulation. Chapter 6. Xiao Jiu faces the heavenly tribulation watermelons for sale. Deliciously sweet and large watermelons. If they're not sweet, you don't have to pay. Young lady, how about purchasing a hairpin? The streets bustled with life. The throngs of people and the flow of carriages revealing the presence of a human city. Guarding the city gates stood hundreds of soldiers, while the inscription above the gate proclaimed celebration of peace. At the noodle shop on West Street, a tattered old canvas fluttered outside, beckoning customers for another bowl. Here you go, esteemed guest. Enjoy your meal, the shopkeeper cheerfully exclaimed as he placed a steaming bowl of noodles before a scruffy old beggar, who wore ragged clothes and had a purple gourd dangling from his waist. The beggar slurped the noodles with gusto, exclaiming how delightful they were. After 100 years, this taste remains unchanged. As long as you can savor it, that's all that matters, the shopkeeper beamed, finding joy in the beggar's enjoyment as if it surpassed his own. The old beggar wiped his mouth with both hands and then rubbed his hands against his garments before finally taking a good look at the shopkeeper. You seem familiar. Are you the child of Ge Xiao? He inquired. Ge Xiao was a childhood companion of the old beggar, known in the mundane world as Ge Xiao. Memories flooded back to that village from years past. Ge Xiao, who had never known parental love, recalled how he had once fought over food with dogs and had stolen, only to be punished. He could not forget that bitter winter when he huddled in a dilapidated temple at the village's eastern edge, cold and hungry. He thought he might not survive the season, reminiscing about his parents and feeling that he would soon reunite with them. A smile crept across his face as he embraced the thought of liberation, his eyes slowly closing. Ge Xiao, wake up. Ge Xiao has come, sneaking over. Ge Xiao's family operated a small noodle stall, often besieged by rascals looking to mooch off their meager offerings. Life was indeed tough. They were required to pay a portion of their meager earnings to the village's self-defense force each year. It was a challenging time for everyone. Ge Xiao owed his life to Ge Xiao's kindness, who frequently brought him bowls of noodle soup. Misfortune does not last forever, and Ge Xiao eventually found a turning point. That day, as usual, Ge Xiao ventured out to beg for food, unknowingly arriving at the village's entrance, where he had experienced both warmth and cold, and where memories of unbreakable bonds lingered. Have you heard? Today, an immortal master will come to recruit disciples. How wonderful it would be if one of our children were chosen, some villagers murmured. I knew about it beforehand. I heard it from the officials when I went to celebrate in Qing'an City 2 days ago, another replied. It's truly impressive. It's not easy to get the officials to do anything for us normally, but that's an immortal master. We can't even compare. In this world, humanity had diminished in stature while immortal masters remained transcendent beings. Each year, sects dispatched disciples to descend from their mountains to vanquish demons and eliminate evil. If they could recruit disciples with spiritual roots, it would not only enhance their networks, but also earn them contributions for their sections. Thus, whenever disciples descended for their missions, they often sought their fortunes in populous areas. The gears of fate began to turn, and Ge Xiao was selected to discover his exceptional fire spirit root. Upon returning to the sect, this revelation caused quite a stir. A throng of elders clamored for his attention, even attracting the interest of a secluded grand elder. Thus, the world lost a Ge Xiao but gained a Liaochen. Subsequently, Liaochen, while undertaking sect missions, would visit Qing'an City to see this childhood friend. With his assistance, Ge was able to move from the countryside to the city and received considerable patronage from the city lord's residence. During this time, Liaochen had saved Ge from several life-threatening crises and provided him with numerous longevity elixirs. However, he never anticipated that this time of seclusion and breakthrough to the nascent soul stage would sever his ties with an old friend. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating through the air, and Liaochen, with sharp perception, was interrupted in his thoughts. It was the heavenly tribulation, as is well known, whether human or beast. Undergoing a heavenly tribulation brings numerous benefits, yet such trials are far from easy. Often, the period following a tribulation leaves one in a state of vulnerability, making it exceedingly perilous. The outcome largely depends on the state of the tribulation bearer, if they are incapacitated or gravely injured. Even beings of lesser cultivation can pose a significant threat. In a blink, Liaochen vanished, leaving a piece of gold behind, and reappeared on the bustling street. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to investigate. Outside Qing'an City, he swiftly made his way towards the site of the tribulation. Moments later, he arrived in the vicinity of the tribulation site, extending his divine sense like an ocean, encompassing a 100-mile radius beyond the range of the heavenly tribulation to search for any disturbances. It is crucial to note that during a tribulation, The presence of any other aura within the vicinity is considered an interference, which can amplify the tribulation's power, targeting the interloper as well. Oh, there was a human cultivator at the Golden Core stage riding a bovine beast, racing towards the site of the tribulation, which piqued Liao Chen's interest. Suddenly, an invisible barrier appeared before Ge Xiao. Bang! The massive bull was sent flying. Instantly, Ge Xiao stepped forward, enveloped in a golden aura, appearing several paces away. His demeanor alert and vigilant. Before him floated a disheveled old man. Ge Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. This scruffy elder exuded an unfathomable aura, reminiscent of the pre-tribulation presence of Xiao Jiu. This man was likely a figure of considerable might, comparable to a fourth-tier master. Young friend, do you seek to approach the site of the heavenly tribulation? The old beggar assessed the gleaming young man and inquired. Ge Xiao's nerves settled slightly. The elder seemed to be signaling friendliness. Consequently, Ge Xiao ceased channeling his indestructible golden body, revealing a self-assured yet humble smile, and replied earnestly, "Indeed, senior." The old beggar continued, "Young friend, are you aware that approaching the site of the tribulation also qualifies you as a tribulation bearer? The heavenly tribulation will exponentially increase in power and could obliterate you alongside it." Upon hearing this, Ge Xiao responded with a sense of pride. "That is my spirit beast undergoing the tribulation. I merely wish to observe." Ge Xiao thought to himself, as the master of Xiao Jiu, I should not be targeted. The old beggar was taken aback. This naive youth was a golden core cultivator with a fifth-tier spirit beast as a companion. Was the world truly so chaotic? Immediately, the old beggar shook his head, indicating that the young friend was unaware of the fact that the masters of spiritual pets are not targeted by the heavenly tribulations. If a master interferes with the tribulation, its power does not merely increase geometrically, but transforms into a lethal situation from which there is no escape. Ge Xiao was taken aback. This was indeed a revelation, as he realized his understanding of this world was woefully inadequate. He then suddenly thought of the others. They were far stronger than he and should have long since ascended. At this thought, Ge Xiao fell into silence. Did they not possess a bloodline inheritance? How could they be so oblivious? It seemed he had been too eager and had not reached out to the little ones. They were not at the site of the tribulation, but rather concealed in the void, alongside the third one, always vigilant against approaching foes. The little ones were far more knowledgeable than he. Boom! A yellow lightning dragon descended from the heavens. Liu Chen could not maintain his composure. This was a third-tier heavenly tribulation. Most beasts advancing to the fifth tier faced a first-tier or second-tier tribulation, but a third tier was a rare occurrence, reserved for the dominant beings of the Lingzhu continent. Even in ancient times, it held the same significance. The buzzing sound indicated that Xiao Jiu appeared quite exhilarated. The black domain unfurled, and as the lightning dragon entered it, sparks exploded like a cow plunging into the sea, dissipating halfway through. With each fragment that vanished, Xiao Jiu's aura intensified. The annihilative demonic mosquito, known for consuming high-quality blood to cultivate, adhered to this peculiar trait. They could absorb any form of energy. This was indeed a domain, albeit still incomplete. Liu Chen was astounded. A domain was the exclusive domain of a transcendent master, and such beings had nearly vanished from this realm. To witness a fifth-tier beast wielding domain power was simply unimaginable. In contrast, Ge Xiao felt a sense of calm. Was this not merely a trivial hurdle in the grand scheme of tribulations? Boom, boom, boom. The thunderclouds appeared incensed, unleashing 3 lightning dragons, each twice the size of the previous one, into the black domain. As the multiplied dragons emerged, Ge Xiao's heart raced. Was this not a form of cheating? Liu Chen's lips twitched. He understood this to be a manifestation of celestial jealousy. The domain began to tremble, more violently with each passing moment. Despite the dragons being consumed, one still struck Xiao Jiu with the force of an arm's width. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Xiao Jiu was knocked to the ground, electricity coursing over its body. Chapter 7. The old beggar flees. The sky fell silent, the thunderclouds enveloped in tranquility. Old man, has it come to an end? Ge Xiao inquired of the old beggar. Youngster, the tribulation is far from over, Liu Chen replied, unperturbed. A third-tier heavenly tribulation is not easily overcome. At that moment, Xiao Jiu shook its head, flapping its wings, crackling with electric arcs. As if provoked, the once calm thunderclouds began to churn violently. A green lightning dragon, smaller in size, emerged, its tail thrashing as it charged towards Xiao Jiu. In response, Xiao Jiu conjured an even larger domain. As the lightning dragon entered the domain, tiny fissures began to form, which rapidly expanded, culminating in a loud bang as the domain was forcibly stretched. Ge Xiao felt a knot tighten in his throat during moments of boredom and fear. Xiao Jiu had always been by his side. He understood that Xiao Jiu and the little ones held an irreplaceable position in his heart. At this moment, Ge Xiao was in desperate need of spiritual essence to cultivate the indestructible golden body, and the urgency weighed heavily upon him. The little creatures required copious amounts of high-quality blood for their training, a fact he was well aware of. Boom! Little Jiu was struck, and the might of the thunder dragon, undiminished, hurled him into the depths of the earth, where it took a considerable time before the tumult subsided, the lightning flickering ominously. Ge Xiao stood bewildered in the wind, while the old beggar was left dumbfounded, questioning whether this was indeed the third heavenly tribulation. He had personally experienced such trials before. They had never been like this. Why would the difficulty of the tribulation change? Bang! 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 Ge Xiao dashed towards the massive pit. There, he beheld little Jiu, charred black, with green lightning dancing across his body, writhing incessantly amidst the chaotic flashes. At that moment, Ge Xiao found himself at a loss. Instinct warned him that approaching little Jiu would yield dire consequences. He could only rely on little Jiu to withstand the ordeal alone. Just then, the old beggar appeared beside Ge Xiao, swiftly producing a blood-red elixir from his waist and tossing it towards him. Believing this beast to be a companion of humanity, he felt compelled to assist, sensing the bond of blood contract between little Jiu and Ge Xiao. However, little Jiu seemed reluctant to accept the elder's goodwill, as if oblivious to the offered elixir. It was crucial for little Jiu to recover from his severe injuries to face the impending challenges. My friend, this is a 4th-rank blood essence pill, highly beneficial for the recovery of a beast. It would serve your spirit creature well, the old beggar implored Ge Xiao, revealing that such a treasure was not easily procurable, and only he, as a high-level alchemist, could present it. Ge Xiao sensed that the old man bore no ill intentions, and since his companions had yet to reveal themselves, it indicated that little Jiu's life was not in jeopardy, merely gravely wounded. This elixir could indeed assist in little Jiu's recovery, for otherwise, his companions would have intervened or even attacked the old man. Thus, Ge Xiao accepted the elixir and leaped towards little Jiu, ready to administer it. Just then, a yellow figure appeared, racing towards him with alarming speed. It was a large yellow grizzly bear. The old beggar squinted, recognizing it as the golden demon bear, his target. This beast hailed from the demon realm and had already wreaked havoc, slaughtering villagers indiscriminately, leaving behind a gruesome scene of dismembered bodies and bloodshed. Such atrocities near the Hai sect ignited the sect master's fury, prompting him to dispatch several disciples to investigate. To their surprise, the beast had not fled but instead concealed itself, seizing the opportunity to ambush the disciples, one of whom was a late-stage Golden Core elder. That elder fought valiantly to transmit an image back to the sect, which led the sect master to deliberate on maintaining the sect's dignity and ensuring the safety of its members. Consequently, the old beggar was dispatched to apprehend the true culprit. Upon assessing the situation, the old beggar realized that the bear possessed late-stage 4th-rank strength, equivalent to the late stage of the nascent soul realm. A flicker of worry crossed his mind, as he was still in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, and generally, early-stage cultivators could not prevail against late-stage demon beasts. However, the old beggar was no ordinary cultivator. He felt confident in his ability to contend with the demon bear. "You shall all perish," roared the grizzly bear, its vicious grin fixed as it turned its gaze menacingly towards little Jiu. Upon careful observation, it was determined that the only entity posing a threat in this vicinity was the injured and unconscious 5th-tier demon. The aroma of such a 5th-tier demon must be exquisite. Suddenly, the diamond magic bear seemed to recall something, erupting into a fit of wild laughter that stirred the winds. At that moment, Ge Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He was merely a subpar gold core cultivator and had not anticipated encountering such a formidable being before even embarking on his journey in this realm. In truth, Ge Xiao was overthinking. The little companions surrounding him were all at least 4th tier, albeit they had never showcased their formidable powers in his presence. Now, Ge Xiao could not help but feel anxious. He possessed only the indestructible golden body technique and lacked the mysterious and unfathomable abilities of an experienced vagabond. Yet, the arrogant and tyrannical bear before him could effortlessly extinguish his life. Seizing the opportunity while the diamond magic bear's attention was diverted, the old vagabond deftly acted, conjuring a black talisman from his ring that transformed into a series of chains, binding the diamond beast firmly. To bolster his odds, he immediately summoned another talisman depicting a wolf, unleashing a spell that manifested a crimson wolf beast of equal size to the diamond magic bear. which lunged at the bear upon its appearance. With a thud, the crimson wolf knocked the diamond beast to the ground, its sharp teeth sinking viciously into the bear's neck. Roaring in fury, the diamond magic bear thrashed its head in a futile attempt to break free, incensed by the fact that it had been wounded by what it perceived as mere ants. Realizing this, the bear ceased holding back, igniting its blood and unleashing its innate divine powers, radiating light as a thick armor enveloped its body. The chain snapped with a resounding crack, sending the wolf beast flying. To ensure the successful completion of his mission, the talismans had cost the old vagabond a significant portion of his sect's points to acquire. He had not anticipated such a powerful adversary, leaving him feeling exceedingly anxious. The old vagabond opened his mouth and expelled a miniature crimson sword. The sword swelled against the wind, instantly elongating to 5 feet, before splitting into 3, subtly forming a small array. 3 golden long swords, each imbued with the might of heaven and earth, relentlessly surged towards the great bear, their assault unyielding and continuous. This sword array was a treasure he had narrowly obtained after surviving a harrowing ordeal in the cave of an ancient cultivator, and its potency depended on the quality of the innate treasure and the strength of the practitioner's magic. This innate treasure had reached the mid-yuan ing level, and the old vagabond's understanding of the sword array was far superior to when he had first acquired it. He was confident that, with this array, he stood a fighting chance even against a late yuan ing cultivator. A disc materialized in the old vagabond's left hand. It was a one-time use teleportation array. Simultaneously, a strand of his consciousness was sent to Xiao Jiu, hoping for a swift recovery, as that would enhance their chances of survival. If he failed to prevail or could not buy enough time for the 5th-tier demon to recover, he would have no choice but to flee, and he hoped not to be deemed unethical for doing so. Clang, clang. The diamond magic bear found itself ensnared within the array. Sword shadows danced around it, causing cracks to appear in its armor, though it quickly mended. Thump, thump. The bear managed to strike a few of the flying swords, dimming their brilliance with each impact. However, at this moment, the diamond demon bear felt a pang of anxiety. Unraveling this sword formation was no easy feat by the time that 5th-tier great demon recovered. It would be too late for him to escape his fate. With a roar, the diamond demon bear resolved to fight with all its might, its flesh igniting as its magical energy surged, and its small black eyes gradually turned red. Boom! A flying sword was struck away by a beam of red light, and cracks immediately appeared along its blade. Blood trickled from Liao Chen's mouth. Observing the frenzied bear, Liao Chen felt a wave of retreat wash over him. And turning his gaze back to Xiao Jiu, he noted that there were no signs of awakening. Enduring the pain, Liao Chen infused magical energy into the teleportation array, casting a pearl that shimmered with lightning while simultaneously recalling the flying sword. A beam of light enveloped him as he vanished into the void. Desiring to further comprehend this world, Ge Xiao chose not to intervene, but to observe intently. Just as Ge Xiao became absorbed in the spectacle of magical combat, he suddenly noticed that the old man who had been engaged in battle had vanished. A wave of disbelief washed over him. How could this old codger lack the demeanor of a true master and simply flee? Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. While the old man and the great bear were locked in combat, he had contacted the second brother and ensured their safety. Roaring with rage, the diamond demon bear was incensed that the old man had left while unleashing a thunderbolt pearl that injured him. The bear violently struck the ground in a fit of frustration, causing the earth to tremble. To avoid any further complications, the diamond demon bear propelled itself towards Xiao Jiu, opening its gaping maw to devour him whole. At that critical moment, clang, 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 the armor on the diamond demon bear erupted. The bear, in a fit of fury, disregarded everything in its desire to consume Xiao Jiu, only to realize it was unable to move. Whether due to the bear's foul breath or the commotion it caused, Xiao Jiu slowly awakened, currently gnawing at the bear's nose. Feeling the continuous loss of its vital blood, the diamond demon bear's eyes filled with terror. Clang, clang, clang. The second brother and his companions relentlessly gnawed at the bear's back, and soon the robust 4th-tier bear demon was reduced to nothing more than its skeletal form. Observing the satisfied expressions of Xiao Jiu and the others, Ge Xiao could not help but shiver involuntarily. However, he quickly cheered up. After all, this was a free, natural bearskin coat. Now, he possessed both tiger and bear skins for his wardrobe, eliminating any concerns about having no change of clothes. Chapter 8. The mouse rabbit bestows a treasure beside the tree hollow in the worry-free forest. A crackling bonfire roasted a large carp. The youth busily adjusted the skewered fish on the main branch, while the little creatures buzzed around the fire, with Xiao Shi being the most enthusiastic, seemingly cheering for the forthcoming feast. Observing this scene, Ge Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly, a professional little eater." Rustle. Ge Xiao heard a commotion in the grass and looked out to see none other than the great bull. After an unknown duration, a small head emerged. It was none other than the mouse rabbit. After peeking out repeatedly, the little mouse rabbit noticed that Ge Xiao and the little creatures were ignoring it. As Ge Xiao and the little ones shared the fish, the mouse rabbit evidently grew anxious. Whether it was the enticing aroma of the fish or a belief that Ge Xiao and the others would not harm it, the little creature's courage had swelled. Gently, it hopped towards Ge Xiao, pausing every few steps to cautiously survey its surroundings with its beady little eyes, ensuring it was safe before continuing on its merry way. Before long, it arrived beside Ge Xiao, tilting its head and chirping twice. Ge Xiao regarded the diminutive creature before him, sensing an understanding of sorts, and tore a small piece of fish from his meal, extending it towards the little mouse rabbit. In a flash, the mouse rabbit clasped the morsel with its front legs and began to nibble eagerly. Thus, each day, the mouse rabbit would come to Ge Xiao for a feast. Observing the ample supply of dried fish and beast meat, Ge Xiao felt prepared for the journey ahead. It was time to embark on a quest to seek out humanity, unravel the mysteries that plagued him, and find a way back home. Ge Xiao activated his indestructible golden body, securing the meat wrapped in vines upon the back of the great beast, and adjusted the water pouch fashioned from animal hide before leaping onto the bull's back. At that moment, a small head peeked out, chirping in discontent. Ever since the arrival of this mouse, Xiao Jiu had sensed a shift in her father's affections. "Xiao Hui, what brings you here?" she inquired. The previous night, the mouse rabbit had come as usual for its meal, and Ge Xiao had informed it of his impending departure. Urging it not to return, the mouse rabbit chirped, revealing a dark object from its mouth. Upon closer inspection, Ge Xiao discerned that it was a ring, seemingly capable of storing items, reminiscent of one he had seen with an old man. He was puzzled as to how this little creature had come by such a treasure, yet it seemed intent on gifting it to him. "Is this for me?" Ge Xiao queried uncertainly. The mouse rabbit, with its tiny eyes fixed upon him, clutched the ring with its legs and nodded enthusiastically. In truth, Ge Xiao had grown fond of the little mouse rabbit and wished to take it with him. However, the mouse rabbit's kin were unwilling to leave their home. Ge Xiao leapt forward, grasping the ring. "Thank you," he said, tears glistening in his eyes as he expressed his gratitude to the mouse rabbit. The creature hopped joyfully in response. Moved by its charm, Ge Xiao shed a few drops of his blood, merging them into the mouse rabbit's being. With this infusion, the mouse rabbit experienced a transformation in its lineage. "Xiao Hui, may we meet again by fate." Ge Xiao bid farewell with a heavy heart, waving at the mouse rabbit, which stood upright, chirping in reply. Having chosen a direction, Ge Xiao urged the great bull onward. As the gentle breeze caressed them, the bull swayed its tail lazily while grazing on the grass. Not far away, Ge Xiao was preoccupied with the ring gifted by the mouse rabbit. Upon dropping his blood onto the ring, he felt a sharp pang, akin to a thread of his soul being wrenched away. Shortly thereafter, he sensed that fragment of his soul returning, and he discovered he could freely access the ring. Inside, it was empty, spanning approximately 10 kilometers. Connecting his consciousness to the ring, he found he could effortlessly place water and food within its confines. This ring was a marvel to Ge Xiao, akin to discovering a delightful toy, and he spent quite some time experimenting with it. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could living beings be stored within? He hastily gathered a handful of grass and placed it inside the ring, observing for a while as the plants began to wither, seemingly starved of oxygen. Subsequently, Ge Xiao captured a black wolf and tossed it into the enclosure. The wolf, initially vigilant and scanning its surroundings, dashed towards the roasted meat upon detecting food. However, after a short distance, it panted heavily, its eyes glazing over as it fell silent. Observing this, Ge Xiao deduced that the ring lacked oxygen, resembling a vacuum. "Xiao Jiu, gather your younger siblings. We must set forth," he communicated telepathically to the black dot. As Ge Xiao exited the forest and entered the expansive grassland, the little ones departed to seek their meals. With their strength surpassing the fourth tier, they could sustain themselves without food, yet their ingrained instincts proved hard to alter. Nonetheless, the little ones would not venture beyond 30 miles from Ge Xiao, as he and Xiao Jiu had tested this limit. Once they strayed beyond that distance, he could no longer maintain contact with them through the mental link, although Xiao Jiu could still reach out to him. Pondering this perplexity, Ge Xiao decided against letting them stray too far for the sake of timely communication. Buzzing returned Xiao Shi, the little glutton who had developed a habit of 3 meals a day under Ge Xiao's care, while the other little ones only approached during his meals, as they had a greater affinity for blood. Only Xiao Shi was unique, preferring cooked food. Buzzing around Ge Xiao, It incessantly communicated, "Daddy, hungry. Daddy, hungry." Ge Xiao found himself at a loss with Xiao Jiu's insatiable appetite, ultimately offering it some jerky. Observing the dwindling provisions, he insisted that Xiao Jiu must bring its own food in the future if it wished to eat meat. With no alternative, he lamented that Xiao Jiu was too voracious to sustain. It appeared he needed to prepare some meat. He had mistakenly believed that becoming a golden core cultivator would allow him to abstain from food. Under the scorching sun on the grassland, a dozen lion beasts surrounded a golden figure. The lead golden-haired lion, shaking its mane and baring its teeth, roared menacingly at Ge Xiao. With a disdainful smile, Ge Xiao assessed the aura emanating from these lion beasts, estimating them to be at the second tier. In the forgetting worry forest, he had faced foes of the third tier. The aura from these lions was even less formidable than that of the wolves. Suddenly, a lion beast behind Ge Xiao launched an attack. He deftly sidestepped, grasped the lioness's tail, and with a swift motion, hurled her towards the golden mane. With a burst of energy, he charged at the nearest lion beast and delivered a powerful blow to its neck, sending it flying and silencing it upon impact. Thud after thud, 3 more lion beasts collapsed. At that moment, the golden mane had just pushed aside the lioness, its eyes reflecting sorrow, but upon meeting Ge Xiao's gaze, it was instantly gripped by terror and fled, devoid of courage. After fleeing a short distance, the golden mane looked back, only to see a figure hurtling towards it. There was no time to escape. It was struck again and rendered unconscious. After Ge Xiao dispatched 5 lionesses, he refrained from further strikes, not wishing to annihilate them entirely. Yet, witnessing the lead golden mane abandon its pride to flee stirred an unbidden surge of murderous intent within him. All are beastly creatures, and they pale in comparison to the little mouse and rabbit. After placing the deceased 4 lionesses into his ring, Ge Xiao approached the golden-haired beast. Before the golden retriever, Ge Xiao retracted the lifeless lioness he had hurled and raised his palm, intending to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, he heard the mournful cries of the lioness beast. A wave of guilt washed over him. This world is indeed one of the survival of the fittest, and oftentimes, one finds themselves powerless against the circumstances. He lowered his hand and summoned the distant great bull, departing to reunite with the little ones. Chapter 9. The beggar seeks vengeance. The waves rolled tumultuously. The sea surged violently. 200 miles away from the worry-free forest, a figure emerged from the swirling space, cursing vehemently. Bah! What ill fortune! Who else could it be but the fleeing beggar? This time, he had used a precious talisman of the nascent soul level, the Thunder Calamity Pearl, and a life-saving teleportation array. Each was invaluable. The worst of it was that his innate spiritual treasure had sustained severe damage. What a tremendous loss! The beggar lamented loudly. I received nothing in return, you deceitful sect leader. Where are the promised early-stage 4th-tier beasts? This one is a late-stage 4th-tier demon. Any other cultivator of the same realm would surely meet their demise. Humph, just wait, good sect leader. Let us see how you compensate me this time. The beggar chuckled gleefully, a stone concealed in his sleeve that seemed to be an extraordinary weapon. Suddenly, a colossal figure appeared behind the beggar, lunging forward. The figure flickered, and the beggar found himself above a killer whale, pointing a finger and unleashing a beam of light that pierced the whale's body. With a dull thud, the whale plummeted downwards. In an instant, the hunter had become the hunted. Such is the unpredictability of fate. The beggar, invoking a spell, opened the gourd at his waist. A radiant light enveloped the killer whale, drawing it into the gourd. This was no ordinary gourd. It was a top-tier auxiliary treasure that the beggar had brought from the ancient cultivator's cave. The gourd, known as the demon refining gourd, could transform beasts into divine liquid, swiftly replenishing lost mana during combat and nurturing one's cultivation over time. For a cultivator striving against the heavens, engaging in battles is indispensable, and possessing hidden ailments would hinder one's ascension to the Tao. The figure flickered, and the beggar appeared outside a small island. However, before he could land on the island, an immense force pressed him down to the ground. Terror gripped the beggar's heart. He realized he might have intruded upon a secluded place of an esteemed elder. Without hesitation, he knelt and said, "Esteemed elder, spare my life. I am but an unwitting passerby." He then bowed his head heavily to the ground, showing none of the demeanor expected of a nascent soul master. Having risen from humble beginnings, the beggar did not concern himself with such matters. Preserving his life was paramount. He remained on his knees for an indeterminate time until darkness enveloped the surroundings. Not hearing any movement, he cautiously surveyed the area. The island had sparse spiritual energy, surrounded by scattered shrubs, where small birds chirped merrily while foraging, and seabirds occasionally rested on the shore. It certainly did not appear to be the dwelling place of an esteemed elder. However, when he attempted to channel his powers, he found himself unable to harness any mana and was met with oppressive force. Concerning the land of the sect, I am quite familiar with it. The teleportation array should still be within the territory of the sect. However, this small island is unfamiliar to me. The old beggar pondered for a moment, resolutely deciding to explore the island. He summoned from his ring a formidable black blade, 3 zhang in length. This weapon was no ordinary one. Many years ago, the old beggar had slain a low-tier evil cultivator and acquired it from the latter's storage pouch. At that time, despite his attempts to infuse it with spiritual energy, the blade remained unresponsive. Yet, upon the contact of his soul, he discovered that it could be wielded with immense power, capable of cleaving through souls, even injuring those in the late Golden Core stage. Its sharpness rivaled that of low-grade spiritual treasures. To confront the current predicament, the old beggar recalled this soul artifact. He then extended his consciousness, cautiously searching every nook and cranny of the island, yet found no peculiarities. Confusion settled in his heart. How could such an extraordinary island harbor no anomalies? Reflecting upon each area, he sensed an underlying dissonance, though he could not pinpoint its exact nature. In his hand, he produced a low-tier explosive talisman, the only type of talisman not reliant on spiritual energy. It would detonate upon striking a solid object. With a swift motion of his arm, he scattered the talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The island erupted in flames, debris flying in all directions. Hiss! A rustling of trees heralded the emergence of a great serpent, which opened its gaping maw and lunged downward to strike. The old beggar, undeterred, summoned his soul energy and swung his blade at the serpent. Hiss! The serpent writhed in agony upon the ground. Its eyes filled with madness as it lashed out with its tail. The old beggar deftly sidestepped the strike and retaliated with a soul-infused slash, carving a gash into the serpent's tail. Thud! The severed tail collided with a great tree, shattering it in half. Ignoring its wounds, the serpent expelled a cloud of green venom. The old beggar swiftly retreated to evade the onslaught. Observing the vast expanse of withered and corroded vegetation, a chill crept into his heart. Had he not escaped swiftly from that soul attack, he would have surely faced disaster. A soul strike was directed at the serpent's head, with the old beggar promptly following up by hurling a talisman at the beast. The serpent instinctively swayed its head to avoid the soul attack. Just as the explosive talisman detonated, bang, bang, clouds of dust erupted, and the serpent emitted a series of anguished cries. After enduring repeated assaults, the serpent's agility had waned. Seizing this moment, the old beggar positioned himself at the serpent's back and summoned his soul energy for a powerful strike aimed at its head. By instinct, the serpent twisted its body just enough to evade this blow. But the old beggar's second strike followed closely, landing forcefully at the serpent's vital point. Boom! The serpent was sent flying, convulsing a few times before falling silent. The old beggar, too, felt the toll of the battle, his visage paling from the expenditure of soul energy. After the fierce confrontation, he originally intended to depart. Yet a smile graced his face as he finally discerned the hidden truth. At the island's center, upon a colossal stone block, lay a skeleton, one hand clutching a white token while the other appeared to perform a healing technique. The old beggar silently activated his technique, floating before the skeleton, reaching out to grasp the white token which materialized in his hand. With the acquisition of the white token, the old beggar was astonished to discover that he could manipulate magical powers, which filled his heart with immense joy. Surveying his surroundings, he drew a storage bag from the skeleton's waist, and, upon probing into it with his consciousness, he was immediately incensed to find it nearly empty. This skeleton originated from another realm, having been gravely injured by a formidable body cultivator from this world. As it sought refuge here to heal, it laid out a spirit-gathering array before its demise to command the white token to summon a beast companion for protection, while all other possessions were destroyed. The old beggar promptly excavated a cave dwelling, setting up defensive and concealment arrays, and began to refine the white token. Months later, he successfully integrated the token and repaired his intrinsic spiritual artifact, revealing a broad grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. This token, known as the Soul Command, activated a unique domain wherein only soul power could be utilized, restricted to not exceed that of the holder, and also possessed an obscuring feature. The old beggar felt this deeply. Not even his own thoughts could penetrate it. With this token in his possession, that detestable bear would surely not stand a chance against him. Vengeance was imperative. He had never endured such humiliation. The more he pondered, the more incensed he became. And without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his magical art and soared into the sky. Chapter 10. The old beggar returns to the sect in the Wuyo forest. The old beggar held a pair of bear claws in one hand while restraining a small rabbit in the other, filled with uncontainable delight. What a novice indeed. For the most precious bear claws were left unclaimed. The little rabbit, clasping its paws, bowed its head repeatedly in a plea for mercy. If Ge Xiao were present, he would surely recognize this rabbit as the one that gifted him a ring. Upon entering the Wuyo forest, the old beggar initiated a search with his consciousness. Although he did not find Ge Xiao, he did discover a pair of bear claws by a rabbit's nest. Upon closer inspection, he realized this rabbit possessed extraordinary lineage and effortlessly captured both the bear claws and the little rabbit using a vine artifact. Little rabbit, do not be foolish. Follow me, and I assure you shall become an unparalleled demon king, he declared, expressing his desire to take the rabbit as a beast companion, only to be met with outright rejection. What? You have a master? Do not deceive me. I can sense that you have not forged a master-servant contract, he challenged. Very well. These bear claws are of great use to me, and I shall take them, he conceded, not wishing to exploit the situation. With a wave of his hand, a row of spirit beast pills appeared on the ground. These were spirit beast pills he had discreetly retained during alchemical tasks at the sect, now fitting to settle this karmic debt. The old beggar's magical energy flowed as a gourd at his waist absorbed the bear claws. It had been several years since he had pursued the demon beasts. With this matter resolved, the old beggar was eager to return to the sect to acquire a piece of mother and child celestial gold from the sect's treasury. Should he merge his intrinsic spiritual treasure with this celestial gold, he could wield the child treasure in battle, which was doubly potent compared to the mother treasure. Even if the child treasure were to be destroyed, it would not affect him. By absorbing more metals, the mother treasure could swiftly produce a corresponding child treasure. The old beggar felt a surge of excitement, for the Zimu Xianjin sect possessed an exceptionally high point value, which he had never accumulated enough to exchange for. The sect leader had promised that slaying the bear demon would yield Zimu Xianjin, but the old beggar had no intention of heeding this call. He preferred to quietly refine pills and enhance his cultivation. He soared into the air, a white cloud cradling him as he transformed into a streak of light, heading towards the highway gate. Within the grand hall of Highway Gate, a strikingly handsome cultivator donned in green, with long black hair and a purple gourd at his waist, infused his magical energy into the recording stone. An image materialized in the air, showcasing the old beggar unleashing talismans and his life-bound spiritual weapon against the formidable Vajra demon bear. However, the footage of his hasty retreat was discreetly erased. This cultivator was none other than the old beggar, Liao Chun, who, out of caution, would disguise himself in various forms during his excursions. Though he often presented himself as a beggar, a guise the sect leader recognized. With a wave of his hand, Liao Chun conjured a pair of bear claws that hovered in midair, exuding an ominous aura that seemed to validate the authenticity of the events. The sect leader, observing Liao Chun's brazen demeanor, smiled coyly and immediately offered to compensate for his losses with her own body. This enchanting leader, Lian Xin, had been brought into the sect by Liao Chun himself. At that time, she was a talentless wastrel, consumed by the worry of her next meal. Liao Chun had fortuitously discovered her, and after several observations, particularly when he witnessed the young Lianxin fighting a dog for scraps, he decided to take her under his wing. In the days that followed, he kept her close and eventually uncovered her extraordinary aptitude for alchemy. Unwilling to let her potential fade, he invested considerable resources to acquire rare treasures, forging a superior fire spiritual root for her. In the realm of cultivation, most individuals are selfish and self-serving. Even the younger generation would rarely expend such effort. To say the least, even if one were willing to make sacrifices, they would need the methods to cultivate a spiritual root. Moreover, even with the right techniques, it would require sacrificing a third of one's own spiritual root as a foundation, an act that few would dare undertake, even for their closest kin, as it would be tantamount to self-destruction. Please, just give me the Zimu Xianjin and compensate for the lost talismans, Liao Chen urged, feeling a sense of trepidation at the sect leader's offer of devotion. He was resolute in his pursuit of the path and was not one to repay kindness with personal favors. Liao Chen was, at heart, a good-natured individual. Gazing at the young lady before him, he contemplated making his exit. Her beauty was too captivating, and he feared that lingering too long might jeopardize his focus on his cultivation, which was paramount. Humph. Lianxin pouted, her nose held high in displeasure. What an unromantic fellow. I worried for you while you were away. Only around Liao Chun did she reveal this youthful demeanor. She is, after all, a master of her craft. A formidable alchemist of the nascent soul stage, revered wherever she goes. Anger aside, she finds herself powerless against Liao Chun. One cannot simply equate the bond of a master and disciple with that of parent and child to justify oneself. A golden token soared before the old beggar, its front bearing the likeness of Lianxin, while the reverse inscribed the words sect leader. This was evidently the token of the sect leader of Haiyue. In truth, the mother and child immortal gold had long been prepared for the old beggar. However, he insisted on exchanging it for sect points, wanting to rely on his own abilities. For Liao Chun was not one to live off others. At that moment, Lianxin was so incensed that she stomped her feet. To prevent the mother and child immortal gold from being exchanged by sect members, she set an exorbitant price on the points. When news of the elders within the sect being attacked by a beast surfaced, Lianxin recognized an opportunity to bestow a gift. Feigning anger and declaring her intent to personally slay the beast, she understood the significance of her position as the sect leader of Haiyue and a distinguished alchemist. Failure was not an option. Moreover, she was not adept at combat, and the sect's elders would surely intervene, thereby facilitating Liao Chun's emergence. His combat prowess was evident to all. Coincidentally, Liao Chun had just completed a sect task involving a detoxification pill. Yet upon hearing that the sect leader intended to confront the beast herself, he remained utterly unfazed. Lianxin was a treasured asset of the sect, and there were certainly more than 4 capable fighters surpassing her. Thus, it was far from her turn. A waft of fragrant elixir filled the air as the furnace opened, seamlessly completing the refining process. Several spells were cast to activate the formation, and with a thunderous rumble, a massive stone began to rise slowly. Liao Chun, with a wave of his hand, summoned a white cloud-like spirit tool beneath him, channeling his spells as the cloud ascended towards the task hall. Along the way, Lianxin appeared to have been waiting in anticipation. Today, she was evidently well prepared, adorned in a purple gown, her hair styled in a celestial coiffure, with a red lotus flower nestled on her forehead. It could be said that even Liao Chun did not know her as well as she knew herself. After a series of conversations and promises, Liao Chun was finally persuaded to embark on a hunt for the diamond demon bear. Before the treasury, Liao Chun infused his magical energy into a beam of light that enveloped him, entering the shimmering barrier that revealed a dazzling array of treasures, including rare herbs and precious blood. Young man, it has been quite some time since you last visited your old master. What have you been up to all this while? A bony hand suddenly clasped Liao Chun's shoulder. It was an old acquaintance. Indeed, the sect held immense significance for Liao Chun. It had altered the course of his destiny, housing those he cherished. Within the treasury resided his master, the former sect leader Fei Hua, whom Liao Chun affectionately referred to as Old Man. If Liao Chun required anything, he could simply retrieve it from the treasury without issue, yet he was not one to rely on others' generosity. Humph, old man, don't come here looking for my wine. Liao Chun shrugged off the hand on his shoulder. He took a seat at the stone table, producing a purple gourd to pour into a wine vessel. With a flicker of movement, an emaciated elder, holding the wine vessel, took a sip, his face alight with delight. The old man settled down at the opposite end, remarking, "It seems you have encountered quite a lot over the years." His expression was one of reflective nostalgia. Liao Chun gazed at the frail old man before him, his eyes glistening with a blend of nostalgia and concern. Observing the elderly figure, he realized that even a formidable being at the level of transformation could ultimately succumb to the passage of time. Thus, when he had acquired the purple gourd years ago, he had intended to present it to the old man. However, the elder had declined, acknowledging that while the gourd held some utility, it would not significantly alleviate his afflictions. For Liao Chun, however, the situation was different. Being still in the bloom of youth, he could harness its potential to enhance his vitality and journey further. Time slipped away unnoticed as Liao Chun engaged in a myriad of conversations with the elder. The flavors of the noodle shop in Qing'an City remained unchanged. He had spotted an adorable rare bloodline creature known as the mouse rabbit, and he encountered a novice just stepping into the realm of cultivation. They exchanged stories, one passionately recounting while the other listened intently, both adorned with smiles. "Young man, it is getting late. Once you attain the level of transformation, the High Moon sect will rely on your generation to uphold its legacy," the old man remarked, waving his hand as a piece of metal floated before Liao Chun. "Elder, I will surely discover a method to mend your injuries. You must take care of yourself," Liao Chun replied with a heavy heart. Before the alchemical furnace, Liao Chun released his flying sword, employing the dual mother and son celestial gold technique, continuously channeling his spiritual energy to facilitate their fusion. This process was exceedingly gradual, marking the beginning of an extended period of seclusion. He understood that he must elevate his power, for the elder's time was dwindling, a realization that weighed heavily on him. Seasons changed, and 2 years passed. In the bamboo forest of High Moon Sect, opposite a cascading waterfall, a stone door slowly rose. A youth clad in azure moved forward with deliberate grace, silently channeling his inner energy as 3 long swords shot forth towards a stone target. With a swift whoosh, the stone was cleaved, leaving 3 deep gashes. Liao Chun, observing the profound sword marks, comprehended the formidable prowess of his swords, at least a 20% enhancement, rivaling a mid-stage nascent soul strike. If combined with the 3 talisman sword array, he might even stand a chance against the formidable diamond demon bear. As he opened his mouth, a flying sword vanished into his core. This stone was no ordinary rock. It had been unearthed by Liao Chen's master from a secret realm. It could not be infused with spiritual energy, nor could it be animated by divine consciousness, and it was extraordinarily heavy. Yet, it was not without merit. This stone possessed remarkable hardness and an exceptional regenerative capacity. Even Liao Chen's master, a being of transformation, could only leave a mark 1/30th of an inch deep. Liao Chun had chosen to keep it at Qingzhou Peak as a testing stone for his swords. As for its safety, there was no cause for concern, as 3 venerable elders of transformation resided within the sect. Progress in the subsequent techniques is finally within reach, Liao Chun exclaimed with delight. His joy was well-founded. He had lingered in the early stages of nascent soul for an astounding 50 years, which, while still quite young compared to peers at the same level, felt disheartening. He possessed an exceptional fire spiritual root, granting him rapid cultivation speed. It was worth noting that even Lien Xin had ascended to the pinnacle of mid-stage nascent soul. Her responsibilities within the sect inevitably hindered her training. Liao Chun had begun his journey into the realm of cultivation before her, and he had devoted more time to his practice, yet he remained at the initial stage of nascent soul. His stagnation in advancement was attributed to 2 factors: the refinement of his spiritual energy to solidify his foundation and the absence of subsequent techniques following the burning sky demon fire. Chapter 11. The misfortunes of Lu Village. A gentle stream meandered along, the sound of splashing water resonating as a large wild bull bent down to drink from the crystal-clear river. Nearby, a boy clad in tiger skin was shedding his clothes at the riverbank before plunging into the water with a splash. Buzz, buzz, the little ones also entered the river, their sole concern being the safety of Ge Xiao. After traversing the grasslands for many exhausting days, Ge Xiao felt weary both in body and spirit, a faint odor emanating from him. Upon sighting the small river, a scene unfolded. Buzz, buzz, a formidable pressure radiated through the waters as Xiao Jiu unleashed its might. The river was not as tranquil as it appeared. Not far off in the deeper waters, dozens of small creatures trembled in fear. The crystal-clear water turned murky, while the freshly cleaned Ge Xiao stood naked by the riverbank, waiting for the moisture on his body to evaporate. Donning a bearskin coat, he proceeded downstream along the river. Who is the source of life? Where there is water, there is likely to be life, Ge Xiao pondered. The large black bull, presumably weary, summoned the mighty cattle. After spending time together, the bull understood some simple commands. It was impossible to ignore them lest it face Ge Xiao's wrath. To avoid punishment, it recognized its name when called. Ge Xiao mounted the bull, directing it to follow the flow of water. Not far from the small stream lay a village, encircled by thick, dark trees, their trunks intertwined with creeping vines. At the village entrance stood a grand willow tree, and above it hung a sign inscribed with the words Willow Village. At this moment, a gathering of robust men congregated at the village entrance, each wielding an array of weapons, clubs, swords, and spears of various kinds. Each villager wore a serious expression, engaging in grave discussions. Why has the beast tide arrived earlier this year? Indeed, just yesterday, the village chief took many skilled hunters to the town to sell beast skins. What shall we do? We are unprepared to fend off the black ant demon beasts. Buzzing sounds filled the air as 5 or 6 foot long black ants gnawed at the vines. Not far off stood a scruffy, one-eyed figure, a cultivator in the early stages of foundation establishment. Years ago, he too was a villager named Lu Qing, who, during a hunting expedition, was shot in the eye by the current village chief. Though he survived, he returned to find no support from the villagers, who instead followed the chief's orders to hunt him down. In desperation, he leapt off a cliff and survived in a cave, where he discovered a cultivation technique that allowed him to reach the foundation establishment stage, thus embarking on the path of immortality. In truth, Lu Qing bore no deep grudge against the village chief. Their conflict stemmed from a twist of fate. In earlier years, a prodigy named Lu Hao emerged from Willow Village, who now, as a late-stage core formation cultivator, served as an elder in the High West sect. Although cultivators often disregard the mortal realm, Lu Hao, out of compassion for his roots, would send disciples every decade to Willow Village to select a student with spiritual roots for admission into the sect. That year, both the village chief's son and Lu Qing tested with low-level mixed spiritual roots, leaving only one to be chosen. With a month given for consideration before the High West sect would return, Lu Qing initially intended to forfeit the opportunity, but the village chief deceitfully lured him into the hunt, intending to eliminate him. Now, the one-eyed Lu Qing held aloft a two-tiered golden tower, from which black ants continuously poured forth, racing towards the village. 2 years prior, I encountered a grievously injured elder of the insect cult, a venerable figure of the golden core stage, surrounded by a swarm of densely packed black ants. These ants, which I recognized, were the infamous black blood ants, ranked 97th on the extraordinary insect list. These creatures are known to be terrified of a certain fetid herb. Upon encountering its scent, they would explode in a fit of despair, which is why they languish at the bottom of the rankings. Yet, even at the tail end of the list, their existence is remarkable. While cultivating qi, I inadvertently stumbled into a misty expanse and discovered this herb, daringly harvesting a specimen. I produced a box containing a foul-smelling elixir. Upon opening it, the black ants scurried away in fright. Thus, I was able to safely escort the injured elder on his final journey and was rewarded with the beast cultivation pagoda and a tome on beast nurturing. Meanwhile, in Lu Village, the villagers remained oblivious to the fact that these were not the annual marching ants, but rather the fearsome black blood ants, notorious in the cultivation realm. Lu Hao's decision not to eradicate the marching ants was, in fact, a protective measure for the villagers. The marching ants would annihilate any threats along their path. And as long as the villagers remained within the confines of the village, the ants would not approach the black tree. The creeping tendrils of the black tree were utterly ineffective against the black blood ants, which continued their slow, relentless advance toward the villagers. At that moment, an observant villager noticed something amiss. Although these ants bore a resemblance to the marching ants, their destructive power was far greater, and they showed no fear of the black tree. Upon closer inspection, they appeared even more robust. It wasn't long before the village echoed with cries of terror. The black blood ants seized villagers with their sharp pincers, inserting a long black tube into their bodies to drain their blood. With a chilling crunch, the villagers' bodies were brutally severed. Suddenly, the bellow of a cow broke the grim atmosphere, as Ge Xiao, who had been searching for humans along the river, arrived at the scene. Witnessing this hellish tableau, his fury ignited, yet he was also perplexed by the sight of the man releasing the ants. Ge Xiao could not fathom the enmity that would drive one to annihilate an entire village. Channeling his indestructible golden body, Ge Xiao intended to charge at the one-eyed giant. But the great bull he rode was too fearful to advance. Left with no other option, he resolved to confront the threat himself. Among his small companions, only Xiao Jiu perched upon his shoulder, while the others rushed to rescue the villagers. One by one, the black blood ants fell, pierced through. Soon, all the ants lay lifeless. Turning his attention back to Ge Xiao, he found himself besieged by a relentless swarm of black ants, their massive pincers snapping dangerously close. With a leap, he narrowly evaded one ant, only to be confronted by countless others surging forward. He swung his golden fist, striking an ant with a resounding crash, obliterating it. It was as if he had disturbed a hornet's nest. The black blood ants instantly went into a frenzy, with some detonating upon nearing him. The force of these explosions caused him immense pain. It was important to note that his current form was an exquisite magical artifact. Even a fully realized golden core cultivator without such an artifact would struggle to harm him. Yet, the aura exuded by these ants seemed to indicate they were merely at the early stages of the third tier. Feeling the encroaching peril, Ge Xiao realized he might not break free from the ant onslaught. In light of this, he resolved to abandon the code of martial ethics. Xiao Jiu, eliminate them, he commanded, as an overwhelming pressure emanated from a formidable fifth-tier beast. The black-blooded ants seemed to have been pressed down by an invisible force. Yet they exhibited even greater ferocity. Just as it appeared that Ge Xiao was about to be injured by an explosion, Xiao Jiu swiftly activated her powers, whisking Ge Xiao away from the blast zone. Observing the merciless ants left him speechless. Indeed, explosions would not harm their kin, had he been unable to escape and face the endless self-detonations of these ants alone. He wondered whether the indestructible golden body could withstand such onslaughts, though it would certainly be excruciating. To his astonishment, the one-eyed giant was also killed in the explosion. After a considerable while, the chaos finally subsided, leaving not a single ant in sight. These ants, undeterred by death, chose to self-destruct after losing their senses. Ge Xiao sighed. Amidst a pile of flesh, he discovered the golden pagoda that had released the ants, along with a piece of golden foil. If the golden core of the insect-controlling sect were still alive, it would undoubtedly be furious. He had risked his life to steal a forbidden technique, only to find that it could only be revealed through destruction. He felt regret for having treated such a treasure lightly. This imprint was indeed extraordinary. Directly embedding a legal seal into the soul, once planted, it would ensure loyalty for generations. In contrast, the current methods of the insect-controlling sect could only control insects for 2 generations using their own blood. Ge Xiao was now aware of the fundamental uses of the soul, akin to divine consciousness, and recognized the ownership of treasures. After leaving a soul mark in the golden pagoda, he began to inspect the interior, discovering over 200 red pigs on the first floor, happily consuming plants. On the second floor, he encountered many deceased ants. After relocating the dead ants, he was thrilled to find numerous insect eggs. Having previously suffered at the hands of these ants, he was elated, though he lacked experience in raising insects and was at a loss as to how to proceed. If only the one-eyed giant's storage bag hadn't been destroyed, it might have contained methods for nurturing these ants. At that moment, a buzzing sound resonated as Xiao Jiu conveyed a strong thought. "Daddy, I want to eat." Understanding that Xiao Jiu sensed the red pigs upon his opening of the pagoda, Ge Xiao focused his mind, and the pagoda door swung open. Immediately, Xiao Jiu flew in and landed on one of the red pigs, which began to visibly lose weight until it vanished completely. This was a sight Ge Xiao had never witnessed before. Xiao Jiu devoured the beast down to the bones. Through their connection, Ge Xiao realized the immense value of these red pigs and promptly called Xiao Jiu back. A sumptuous feast awaited, and Ge Xiao was acutely aware of the significance of the meal. Who would have thought that a scruffy one-eyed man could possess such treasures? The meat of the 8-treasure red pig was exquisitely tender, and its blood was sweet, capable of enhancing the evolutionary potential of any beast without any adverse effects. Truly remarkable. With no restrictions whatsoever. This meant he could escape the fate of becoming a blood pack. Ge Xiao was overthinking. The effects of the 8-treasure pig's blood could not compare to the potency of the indestructible golden body, which was immensely powerful in enhancing bloodlines. He would soon feel the warmth of the little one's enthusiasm. Soon, the little creatures returned to perch upon Ge Xiao's shoulder. Chapter 12. Lu Ling gazing at the carnage strewn across Lu village, Ge Xiao felt a profound sense of helplessness. At that moment, an elderly man, supported by a young girl, approached him. Buzzing, the little creatures seemed to harbor a deep aversion towards the strangers, attempting to enter the golden tower. Ge Xiao had no choice but to open the tower, and with a whoosh, 9 figures slipped inside. However, the tower door was intentionally left ajar to facilitate the comings and goings of the little creatures. The elder, observing the golden tower in Ge Xiao's hand, was acutely aware of the terrifying ants that had been unleashed from within. This individual was not someone he could provoke, especially since he could command the fearsome mosquito-like beasts that had just entered the tower. "Thank you, esteemed master, for saving my life. May I inquire about your name?" The elder bowed deeply. "There's no need for such formalities, my good sir." Ge Xiao quickly assisted the elder to his feet. He then inquired, "Do you recognize this nefarious individual?" and pointed towards a bloodied figure. Despite the violent explosion, this person had not been reduced to ashes, indicating that he had likely practiced some form of body refinement technique, though Ge Xiao was unaware of this at the moment. "Young sir, to speak candidly, he was once a resident of Lu village. He vanished many years ago, and I never anticipated his sudden return to commit a massacre upon our village. I suspect he has cultivated some dark arts that have warped his mind," the elder replied thoughtfully, taking a moment to gather his thoughts. Ge Xiao noticed an unusual expression on the elder's face, but he could not pinpoint the reason. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned. His little companions were formidable and would pose no challenge at all. However, he resolved to exercise caution to avoid unnecessary troubles. "My journey has been long. May I find refuge in your village?" Ge Xiao asked. The elder responded, "Lu village has undergone tremendous changes. Many houses have been damaged, and a third of the villagers have perished. I had intended not to disturb anyone, but I am truly exhausted." The elder appeared taken aback for a moment, then smiled. "Of course, it would be an honor for Lu village to host you, esteemed master. Xiaoling, take the master to my house in the west. Remember to attend to him well, and do not refuse any of his requests." He cast a warning glance at the little girl beside him. This girl was his favorite, obedient, charming, and beautiful. Her family had perished at the hands of ferocious beasts while hunting. "Yes, deputy village chief," the girl nodded in acknowledgement. The elder continued, "The villagers are in need of assistance, and many houses are in ruins. There are pressing matters to attend to. so I shall leave you to your own devices. Young sir, village chief, please do not mind me, Ge Xiao replied. The elder certainly possessed a deeper understanding of the world than the little girl. Yet he found the elder's demeanor to be overly cunning, making it difficult to extract information compared to the innocent girl. Soon, the girl led Ge Xiao towards the western part of the village. This house had once belonged to her. 3 years prior, her family had perished during a hunt, and the deputy village chief had taken the house and the girl under his care. These details had been gleaned from the village chief's words. Creaking open the door, the girl skillfully invited, "Esteemed master, please come in," her expression respectful. She was unaware of the character of this master. Should he harbor intentions like those of the deputy village chief, who coveted her beauty, perhaps she could seek revenge. After being taken in by the deputy village chief, she had first met his son and daughter-in-law, and subsequently, she was brought into the small courtyard to begin her new life. Initially, I believed that life could proceed in tranquility. However, after diligently working for several months at the deputy village head's residence, the deputy intruded upon my little courtyard. On that fateful day, I fled, but how could a mere girl outrun a martial artist? Subsequently, he sought me out daily, and the most despicable act occurred when he arrived one day accompanied by his sons. Faced with such indignity, I contemplated ending my own life. Yet a chance encounter allowed me to overhear a conversation between the deputy and his sons. To my astonishment, it revealed their collusion with the village chief to lure my father and brothers to a den of ferocious beasts, resulting in their utter annihilation. Though I had considered escape, as a young girl, where could I possibly flee? Moreover, the vendetta against my family remained unavenged. After enduring so much, I finally glimpsed a glimmer of hope. The person before me was a celestial master, and I was determined to seize this opportunity. Unbeknownst to Ge Xiao, he had caught the attention of this seemingly innocuous girl. Had he been aware of my plight, he would undoubtedly have intervened to punish these villains, for his upbringing would not permit such injustice to go unchallenged. "Miss Ling, please," Ge Xiao said. During our conversation, he learned that this enchanting girl was named Lu Ling. As he stepped into the house, he turned to me and said, "Miss Ling, please refrain from referring to me as Celestial Master. I prefer to be called Young Master." The elderly man's address of him as Young Master pleased Ge Xiao. "Very well, Young Master," Lu Ling replied promptly, leading the way. After Lu Ling's explanations, Ge Xiao began to grasp the overall situation. The house was modest, resembling a traditional courtyard with 3 rooms, a living area, and a small garden. In the living room, Ge Xiao, seated in the honored position, smiled and inquired, "Is there anything else, Miss Ling?" He was utterly fatigued and wished to avoid lengthy discussions, yet he remained courteous. "Celestial Master, may I accompany you tonight?" Lu Ling asked. Her cheeks flushed. Ge Xiao promptly declined. "Miss Ling, I am weary." He felt no inclination to engage further. He was not of this world and needed to grow stronger to find his way home. "Then I shall take my leave and not disturb the Celestial Master's rest," Lu Ling said, her face falling as she departed. As she walked home, she suddenly halted. "What? Did that boy not notice you?" A shadow emerged from the darkness. It was the deputy village head. "A girl of such modest beauty could scarcely attract the attention of a Celestial Master," Lu Ling replied. "Return to the usual spot and ensure you are clean," the elder instructed as he vanished from her sight. Lu Ling clenched her fists, feeling utterly powerless. The elder was formidable, possessing profound skills, equivalent to the 3rd level of Qi training. The usual spot referred to a cellar he had dug years prior for evading danger, now serving a different purpose. With a determined heart, Lu Ling arrived at the secret chamber, lighting the lanterns. Above her, various implements such as whips and ropes hung ominously. Gazing upon these remnants of her torment, a surge of anger welled within her, and her face hardened with resolve. "You old wretch, wait. I shall ensure you pay dearly for your actions." "Very well, everyone, return to your rest. We must repair the house tomorrow." The deputy village chief addressed the uninjured villagers, stating, "Let us return for now." The villagers, dragging their weary bodies, departed. In the chamber, the elder inquired, "What could you extract from that lad?" The old man approached, while the young maiden, Lu Ling, appeared flushed, evidently having endured a fierce battle. "I could not elicit anything before he expelled me," she lamented. Her eyes filled with a sorrowful allure. The sight stirred something within the elder, leading to yet another encounter. "Tomorrow, you must venture again to probe. You must uncover the secrets of that young man." It was evident that the elder had sensed Ge Xiao's wariness towards him. As dawn broke, Lu Ling rose early, preparing breakfast with the innocence and charm befitting a maid. Once the meal was ready, she carried a portion to Ge Xiao's door, gently knocking and calling out, "Young master, are you awake?" Aware that one's will tends to wane in the morning, She knew her pure appearance would be particularly enticing to a youthful scholar. After their brief encounter, she deduced that Ge Xiao, despite being a celestial master, was indeed a young practitioner due to his courteous demeanor. Hearing the commotion outside, Ge Xiao reluctantly donned his bearskin coat and replied, "Miss Ling, please wait a moment. I shall open the door shortly." With a creak, the door swung open to reveal a lovely maiden holding a basket, momentarily leaving Ge Xiao entranced. Lu Ling beamed with a smile that rivaled the blooming of 100 flowers, captivating the still single Ge Xiao as if struck by Cupid's arrow. "Miss Ling, what brings you here?" he stammered, slightly flustered. Observing his reaction, Lu Ling recognized that she had achieved her aim. "The deputy village chief sent me to deliver your breakfast," she playfully announced, extending the basket towards him. "You are too kind, Miss Ling," Ge Xiao replied with a bow, gazing at the courteous celestial master before her. Lu Ling felt she was inching closer to her vengeance. "Young master, the village is quite busy at the moment, and we need assistance, so I must take my leave," she said, pulling Ge Xiao's hand to take the basket from her grasp. Watching Lu Ling retreat, Ge Xiao found himself momentarily dazed. He inhaled the scent lingering on her hands and couldn't help but smile. Once the door closed, his smile faded. Despite his exhaustion, the unfamiliar surroundings necessitated caution. As a practitioner at the Gold Core stage, he had developed spiritual awareness. Through self-exploration, Ge Xiao discovered he could sense happenings within a 30-mile radius. And he also possessed the ability to read lips. He was acutely aware of the events from the previous night involving Lu Ling and the deputy village chief. Understanding that the deputy intended to ascertain his background for some ulterior motive, given the strength of his spiritual beast, he believed Lu village could not pose a threat to him. Upon opening the basket, he was surprised to find a few changes of clothing inside. They fit him surprisingly well, as the bearskin coat, while valuable, was rather uncomfortable. Regardless of Lu Ling's private life, she had yet to demonstrate any malice, allowing Ge Xiao to dismiss further thoughts and drift into a deep sleep. Chapter 13. The Array of 1,000 Threads and Blades After Breakfast. Ge Xiao once again took out the gold leaf to channel his spirit and activate his awareness, scrutinizing his surroundings but finding nothing amiss. As he delicately handled the gold leaf, he momentarily lost focus, resulting in a small cut on his hand. This astonished him. His body, now tempered by the indestructible golden body technique, was as solid as iron. The indestructible golden body activated once more as Ge Xiao Jiu grasped the gold leaf and made a swift incision, instantly regretting it as a deep wound was inflicted, causing a stream of faint golden blood to bubble forth. The gold leaf, reminiscent of a cat drawn to blood, eagerly adhered to the wound, fervently drawing sustenance. Alarmed, Ge Xiao Jiu attempted to utilize his indestructible golden body while pulling away the gold leaf, but to no avail, until the leaf had fully absorbed its fill. At that moment, a faint consciousness emerged within his mind, seemingly emanating from the gold leaf. "Who are you?" Ge Xiao Jiu inquired warily, mirroring the vigilance of the gold leaf. The consciousness within his mind fluctuated intermittently, revealing that the gold leaf was known as Jin Ling, a spiritual weapon-grade soul tool, which also contained a legacy of soul formation techniques. This piqued Ge Xiao Jiu's interest, and he yearned to uncover the nature of the array. A flash of golden light illuminated his mind, presenting a vision of the gold leaf, upon which an intricate formation materialized. As the array demonstrated itself, Ge Xiao Jiu felt an increasing heaviness in his head. Drowsiness overwhelmed him, and he collapsed in the courtyard. It seemed that the gold leaf sensed Ge Xiao Jiu's spirit had reached its limit, for the demonstration of the array ceased. By afternoon, he awoke with an excruciating headache, discovering imprints in his mind detailing the methods for refining with myriad threads and the manipulation of formations. The previously smooth gold leaf now bore numerous grooves, which upon closer inspection resembled the 1,000 thread-like soul tools and countless blades of varying sizes he intended to forge. Frustrated, Ge Xiao Jiu conveyed his thoughts to the gold leaf, expressing, "You could have simply manifested the information instead of going through the array demonstration." The gold leaf's consciousness responded, "I merely wished for you to experience the profundity of the formation in advance. The demonstration consumes significant energy, and I require rest to recuperate." Following this, there was silence. Perceiving this thought, Ge Xiao Jiu was convinced that the spirit of the gold leaf possessed limited intelligence, lacking the capability to perform such demonstrations without purpose. If he had questions, whom could he turn to? Despite his irritation, he diligently scrutinized the array, losing track of time. Utilizing the foundational techniques of the array, Ge Xiao Jiu maneuvered the gold leaf, and in a flash of golden light, a large tree in the courtyard was severed cleanly in half. gazing at the levitating gold leaf. He marveled at its power while feeling a sense of incredulity, reflecting on the promised treasures of the Bugong sect. Now endowed with 2 techniques, he pondered the implications. Indeed, good deeds yield rewards. Having just saved an entire village, he received a bonus in return. It seemed he ought to engage in more benevolent acts in the future. With swift motions, Ge Xiao directed the gold leaf to slice the fallen tree into several pieces. After a flurry of assembly, a complete tea set materialized before him. Now, he had an additional objective: to seek materials for crafting soul tools, with the gold leaf retained in his mind. The gold leaf's formidable might could prove advantageous for stealthy assaults. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the courtyard door. "Young master, are you there?" came the voice of Lu Ling. The door creaked open, and Ge Xiao inquired, "What brings you here, Miss Ling?" "Young master, the village chief has heard of your valiant deeds in saving the entire village and wishes to pay his respects. I came to inquire if you are available." Lu Ling replied, "Feel free to come whenever you wish. Why the formalities?" Ge Xiao mused, suspecting that Lu Ling sought to cultivate a closer rapport with him, perhaps using the village chief's visit as an opportunity to enhance their acquaintance. "Yes, I'm free. When will the village chief arrive?" Ge Xiao countered. "Very soon. I am off to summon him now," Lu Ling responded hurriedly before departing. As she left, Ge Xiao felt a fleeting thought slip his mind, suddenly recalling the name of the gold leaf spirit. Before long, a commotion arose outside the courtyard, likely the village head and his companions, as the gate remained unlatched. Soon, 2 venerable old men appeared, one of whom was the vice village head known to him, and the other, half a step behind, was presumably the village head himself. Xiaoling stood beside the vice village head, followed by 6 robust men advancing towards Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao promptly rose to greet them, recognizing that he resided in their village. "Old Lu Taiju, I extend my gratitude to Master Ge for saving our village," the elder began. "I have just returned a few days ago and have long wished to pay my respects to the master, but as you have remained in seclusion, I could only trouble you today." Ge Xiao began to comprehend the words of Xiaoling. It was likely that his spirit had been excessively drained, leading to an extended slumber. Today, upon felling the tree, it was only natural that Lu Ling would come to inform him. In truth, Ge Xiao's surmise was nearly accurate. The vice village head had indeed assigned Lu Ling to keep watch over Ge Xiao's courtyard, coming to him promptly whenever there was a stir. "Village head, I apologize. I have been in seclusion these past few days and lost track of time," Ge Xiao expressed with regret. "The master's cultivation is of utmost importance." Lu Taiju waved his hand dismissively. After several exchanges of pleasantries, they finally broached the main topic. Despite the village undergoing tremendous changes, they had also acquired a substantial amount of insect blood and flesh, all of which had been vanquished by Ge Xiao. Thus, they sought his counsel. This revelation made Ge Xiao realize that he had not felt hunger for several days. Indeed, once one reaches the foundation establishment stage, one can temporarily refrain from eating. And at the golden core stage, a genuine internal cycle enables true fasting. Ge Xiao had merely maintained his usual 3 meals a day, which had obscured this fact. Recalling the terrifying ants, he felt an urgency to expedite matters with the group. "Village head, you may keep all the ant flesh for the village, as it is merely the cost of my stay here. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave to rest," Ge Xiao declared, signaling his intent to dismiss them. "What? All of it for us?" the village head exclaimed, astonished, while Lu Ling and the others displayed disbelief. "Master, we have one more request," the white-haired village head said bashfully. He was contemplating selling the insect meat, but worried that their strength might not suffice to protect it. "We would like to request your assistance, master, to escort us for a time," the village head stated, summoning all his courage. "Indeed," Ge Xiao replied with a drawn-out tone of dissatisfaction. "Please, master, do not be angered. Our abilities are inadequate to safeguard these precious resources as we journey to the town, which lies 200 miles away. We fear encountering formidable foes along the way, hence our request for your aid," the elder explained, visibly anxious. Considering that the town would undoubtedly be larger than the village, facilitating his understanding of this foreign realm, Ge Xiao promptly replied, "I shall agree to escort you part of the way. Inform me when you plan to depart." "Thank you, master. Would it be acceptable if we set off in 4 days?" the village head inquired tentatively. "Certainly, that poses no issue," Ge Xiao affirmed. After leaving the small town, the 2 old men continued to murmur among themselves. At that moment, Ge Xiao was preoccupied with examining the ant eggs within the golden tower. He observed that all the insect eggs had hatched, and after a careful selection, he identified 5 future ant queens, activating them according to the inscription method. With his rudimentary skills, he managed to sign away the lives of 2 creatures, a feat achieved through sheer force, yet marred by his inexperience. The repeated imprinting of souls led to the immediate disintegration of the newly birthed black-blooded ant queen's essence. Observing the tiny ant that brushed against his palm, Ge Xiao reflected on the resilience of life. He gently returned the small ant to the second tier and retrieved 2 8-treasure-fragrant pigs from the first tier to celebrate the birth of the little ants. As for why he didn't include a few more, the little creatures had voraciously devoured over 200 to less than 100. Gazing at the diminutive beings in the tree hollow, Ge Xiao found himself at a loss for words. The first tier of the treasure tower remained in an open state, allowing the little ones to come and go freely. If they wished for blood, they could venture out to hunt, yet they seemed fixated on his fragrant pigs. To mitigate losses, Ge Xiao promptly removed the little creatures from the golden tower. While the others exited smoothly, the eldest, Old 10, resisted. Ge Xiao, unconcerned, forcibly expelled Old 10, who was the greediest of the bunch. Buzzing, the other little one stood quietly on Ge Xiao's shoulder, while Old 10 expressed his discontent. Yearning to return to the golden tower, Ge Xiao was unyielding. If he indulged Old 10, the 8 treasure-fragrant pigs would be at risk of annihilation. Village chief. Did Master Lu really come in person? Lu Ling interjected as she overheard 2 elders discussing matters. With the deputy village chief's favor, Lu Ling wielded some influence in the village. Lu Taiju frowned, clearly displeased with Lu Ling's interruption. This was not her place to interject. Ha ha ha, Taiju. Don't mind her. The little girl is young. Curiosity about certain matters is only natural, the deputy village chief said amiably. He was Taiju's half-brother, and they had been close since childhood. We must prepare. We cannot let that boy escape. Lu Taiju dismissed Lu Ling's rudeness. He seems to be a body refinement practitioner. He won't be easy to deal with. The deputy village chief expressed his concern. He had witnessed Ge Xiao battling those ants. Despite later employing spirit pets, his own strength was not to be underestimated. We need not confront him directly. Doesn't he have a fondness for Xiaoling? Let us send Xiaoling to appease him and keep a close watch on his movements, Lu Taiju proposed. That's a beauty trap indeed, the deputy village chief agreed, acknowledging Lu Ling's beauty. He had secretly followed Lu Ling that day and observed how Ge Xiao's gaze lingered on her when she delivered breakfast. At that moment, he had felt quite displeased. And upon Lu Ling's return, they had engaged in a fierce debate until she pleaded for mercy. Meanwhile, Lu Ling, overhearing their conversation, found herself torn. She had heard the deputy village chief mention Master Lu Hao, who had been chosen by the Night Ming sect 60 years ago and was now a formidable golden core practitioner. Should her lord be harmed, she would be left with no means for revenge. However, if her lord, fearing Lu Hao's power, chose to flee, she would undoubtedly suffer consequences. If her lord could owe her a favor, even in death, she believed he would seek vengeance for her. I believe that lad's spirit pet is no weakling. Master Lu may not be able to handle it. The deputy village chief still harbored some doubts, acknowledging that despite familial ties, respect must be upheld. It resembles a gamble. Should we lose, it could spell disaster for the entire village. However, there is no need for concern. Xiao Hao has reached the pinnacle of the golden core stage. Lu Taiju exuded confidence, for the golden core completion signifies a half-step into the nascent soul realm, a power of immeasurable might. Still, unease lingered within me. Although I was aware of Lu Hao's accomplishments, I could not shake the apprehension. After a moment of contemplation, the vice village chief suggested, I propose that Howard does not return to the village but instead ambushes that young man in the Black Bear territory. If the endeavor fails, we may still retreat unscathed. This time, the vice village chief directly addressed Lu Taiju as older brother, indicating a lack of confidence and a desire to avoid risking the entire Lu clan. Very well. I shall acquiesce to your plan, Lu Taiju replied, well aware of his brother's cautious nature, always seeking an escape route. In matters of life and death, he had often found a glimmer of hope by heeding his brother's advice, thus saving his own life multiple times. Chapter 14. Lu Ling's betrayal in the small courtyard. Beside the tea table, Ge Xiao remained oblivious to the Lu brothers' scheming, pondering how to expedite the breeding of the 8 treasures fragrant pig. Lacking experience in pig farming, especially with otherworldly swine, he decided to let fate take its course. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among the little creatures. The external spiritual energy was truly sparse, far inferior to that within the golden tower, and the little ones yearned to return to its embrace. This golden tower was a product of generations of the insect-controlling sect, dedicated to nurturing spiritual plants and insects, a culmination of countless efforts over the years. Constructing such a modest tower required at least 1/10 of the sect's foundational resources. The tower adjusted to accommodate the spiritual plants and insects, achieving a resemblance of approximately 80%, while also possessing a function to gather spiritual energy, making it a suitable environment for the insects to cultivate. Naturally, should one feel the spiritual energy lacking, they could directly deposit spirit stones into the apex of the tower. At this moment, Ge Xiao remained entirely unaware. I am truly wary of you all. However, I cannot remain with the fragrant pigs now. With that, Ge Xiao opened the second tier of the tower. Before he could utter a word, the little creatures eagerly entered. Puzzled, Ge Xiao noted that Xiao Jiu, usually so composed, must have sensed some extraordinary benefit that he could not fathom. Feeling uneasy, Ge Xiao focused his mind within the tower, only to witness a swarm of black ants viciously attacking one of the fragrant pigs. At merely a few months old, these creatures displayed such ferocity. What species of ants were these? A question took root in Ge Xiao's mind. To his astonishment, a shadow lingered atop another fragrant pig, exuding an oppressive aura that repelled the surrounding black ants. Ge Xiao felt a sense of despair. This little shur was truly unconcerned, even seizing the food of newly born ants. It seemed that nurturing the fragrant pigs needed to be prioritized. Moo, a large yellow bull mounted another smaller, patterned blue cow, expressing its primal urges. Had Ge Xiao been present, he would have recognized this as his formidable bull. After fulfilling its primal duties, the bull's gaze shifted toward Lu village, pondering why its unreliable master had yet to seek it out, fearing it had been forgotten. The wild madness in its eyes faded, replaced by profound concern. In some mystical sense, it understood that following this unpredictable master would surely lead it further along its path. Akiyu, Ge Xiao sneezed, wondering who might be thinking of him. Alas, in just a few days, he would embark on a long journey. Would that great wild bull, having been free for so many days, have strayed too far? No, I must venture out to search. After riding for so long, one inevitably develops a bond. Outside the small courtyard, Lu Ling found herself in a quandary, pacing back and forth at the entrance. Making that decision required immense courage. Without hesitation, Ge Xiao set down his teacup and hurriedly departed. The door creaked open, and a graceful figure collided directly with him. Instinctively, Ge Xiao activated his indestructible golden body. Ouch! Came a pained exclamation. Hearing the sound, Ge Xiao realized it must have hurt considerably. He had acted too hastily, neglecting to scan with his spiritual sense beforehand. Now, having caused an accident, would Miss Ling attempt to extort him? He had done nothing wrong. Young master. Lu Ling's eyes were filled with a misty, sorrowful expression. Observing her demeanor, Ge Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Had he not known that she was quite capable, her appearance would have truly evoked pity. Yet the performance must go on. Miss Ling, what a surprise to see you. I didn't notice you earlier, my apologies. Ge Xiao offered sincerely. Young master, why are you in such a hurry? Is there anything I can assist you with? Lu Ling inquired, her tone laced with concern. Nothing urgent, really. I haven't seen my great yellow bull for quite some time, and wanted to check if it has wandered off, Ge Xiao replied. Miss Ling, you must have something important to discuss with me, Ge Xiao remarked, recognizing her intent. Lu Ling glanced around to ensure no one was watching before addressing Ge Xiao. Young master, may we enter the courtyard to speak in detail? Please, Miss Ling, Ge Xiao invited. Observing her anxious demeanor, he surmised that something significant was at hand. Once the door was closed, he immediately extended his spiritual sense to investigate. Indeed, he detected a shadow lurking in a corner of the courtyard. Leaning closer to Lu Ling, he whispered, Do you realize you are being followed? Upon hearing this, Lu Ling's heart skipped a beat, fear washing over her. Her covert actions were likely known to the deputy village chief. After this incident, she dreaded to think how that old man would react to her. Now, she could only place her hopes on the person before her. Young master, I was about to speak, Lu Ling began, but Ge Xiao swiftly silenced her. Shoo, let us change our location. Miss Ling, my great yellow bull is missing. Can you help me search for it? Ge Xiao called out loudly, inviting her assistance. Yes. Young master, I am quite familiar with this area, Lu Ling replied eagerly. With that, Ge Xiao opened the courtyard gate, leading Lu Ling towards the outskirts of the village. His spiritual sense spread out, confirming that the shadow continued to follow them, maintaining a careful distance. As they reached the entrance of Lu village, Ge Xiao was greeted by the sound of a bull's bellowing. Mooing, a yellow figure came galloping towards him. It was indeed the great wild bull. Dahuang! Ge Xiao exclaimed, filled with delight. He reached out to stroke the bull's head, and it affectionately responded in kind. After a moment, the bull let out another bellow. Suddenly, a patterned blue bull approached, nuzzling against Dahuang before wagging its tail and trailing behind it. Ge Xiao observed, noting that it appeared to have found a mate. Its patterned coat, though slightly weaker in essence than De Huang's, suggested a perfect pairing. Ge Xiao was perplexed. It had only been a short while since their last encounter. Yet De Huang had found a companion. "It's it," Lu Ling exclaimed. "Do you recognize it?" Ge Xiao inquired. "This is none other than the Qingming demon bull, the dominant force of Lu village. I have only glimpsed it from afar," Lu Ling replied. The village chief mentioned that this bull is a second-tier demonic beast, known for its gentle nature. As long as one does not approach it too closely, it poses no threat. Ge Xiao nodded thoughtfully and proposed, "Well then, Miss Xiaoling, shall we take a look at this vast grassland?" Lu Ling mused to herself, "Such a beautiful expanse is fraught with peril. Perhaps only someone of your stature can regard it with such indifference." "Absolutely," she responded, her face lighting up with a smile. Life in Lu village had been stifling for her, and only in the presence of Ge Xiao could she find a moment of peace. In truth, it was only beside Ge Xiao that Lu Ling could reveal her true self. "De Huang, please carry this young lady," Ge Xiao instructed the mighty bull. The great creature flicked its tail and lay down, and Lu Ling, trusting him, climbed onto its back after casting a glance at Ge Xiao. "Be steady, otherwise I shall have to discipline you," Ge Xiao cautioned the bull. Upon hearing this, the bull instinctively trembled. As a second-tier demonic beast, it possessed a degree of intelligence. Then Ge Xiao addressed the Qing bull. "You are my De Huang's spouse. Is it not permissible for us to explore this grassland together?" With that, Ge Xiao transformed into a golden hue. Seeing this spectacle, the bull began to moo incessantly. Ge Xiao, perplexed, could not decipher the bull's utterances. Upon hearing the bull's call, the Qing bull lowered its body in response. Ge Xiao nodded in satisfaction. It seemed his De Huang had discerning taste in a spouse. As the sun set, a yellow bull and a green bull stood side by side. The clouds in the sky were tinged with crimson, and a gentle breeze rustled the grass and trees, causing the birds to flutter away in startled flight. In the grass, several gray rabbits scurried about, oblivious to their surroundings. "How beautiful! I have always longed to behold this grassland," Lu Ling remarked, seemingly forgetting all her worries. Having recently verified the area was safe and now far from the village, Ge Xiao paused to ask, "Miss Xiaoling, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" "Young master, you should leave and not return to the village," Lu Ling replied earnestly. "What has transpired?" Ge Xiao inquired. "The village chief has contacted the Night Ming sect's Lu Hao with the intent of harming you," Lu Ling disclosed. "Harm me?" Ge Xiao expressed his disbelief. Upon reflection, he realized he had no significant connection to Lu Hao, having merely encountered him once. How could he possibly wish to take his life? "The deputy village chief spoke of your affairs to the village chief, who then reached out to Lu Hao. Upon recognizing the two remarkable golden treasures you possess, Lu Hao harbored murderous intentions to seize them and devised a plot to lure you into an ambush at the Black Bear territory," Lu Ling explained. "Xiaoling, are you not afraid of retaliation from the village chief for revealing this to me?" Ge Xiao asked, troubled by the thought. He despised such treacherous individuals who would endanger the life of their benefactor for the sake of wealth. If such a person were to learn that Lu Ling had informed him, she would undoubtedly be in peril. "I only hope, young master, that you will one day avenge me. By the way, Lu Hao is now a consummate golden core expert, possessing extraordinary talent. When you seek to avenge me, please exercise caution," Lu Ling implored. Evidently, Xiaoling was unwilling to follow Ge Xiao's departure, wishing to exchange her own life for a promise from him. "Foolish girl," Ge Xiao chided with a smile, observing her fearless demeanor. It seemed that there were secrets between Xiaoling and the old deputy village chief. "You and that deputy village chief," he began, reflecting on her various interactions with the old man, yet he hesitated. "Please, don't ask," Xiaoling interjected, abruptly ending the conversation. Clearly, she was reluctant to mention the deputy village chief, and what she had displayed before him was merely a facade, crafted to earn his trust and gain more freedom and power. "Very well, Xiaoling, since you do not wish to speak. A mere perfected golden core is not enough to deter me," Ge Xiao proclaimed boldly. "If I cannot manage, then Xiao Jiu, being at the 5th level, certainly can." "Young master, why do you refuse to heed my advice and seek death?" she questioned anxiously. It seemed time to reveal some truths, Ge Xiao mused, yet he remained guarded. "In fact, my spiritual pet is at the 4th level of perfection," he disclosed. "For levels of perfection?" Xiaoling exclaimed in astonishment. 4th level beasts were equivalent to human nascent soul cultivators. A sect boasting a nascent soul practitioner could rank among the top 10 sects in the southern wilderness. A force to be reckoned with. As for the conditions in the northern cold, eastern mysterious, and western fiery regions, Xiaoling was less informed. The Night Mysterious sect, being at the bottom of the top 10 sects, possessed only one late-stage nascent soul cultivator, which implied that Ge Xiao had the strength to annihilate the night mysterious sect. A sense of joy washed over her. Observing Xiao Ling's expression, Ge Xiao felt a tinge of pride. However, he then adopted a cold demeanor, stating, "Since they intend to harm me, I shall not be bound by righteousness." He held a strong disdain for those who do not repay kindness with gratitude. "Young master, are you planning to take action?" Xiao Ling inquired, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. "If they wish to play, then let us engage in their game." Ge Xiao remarked nonchalantly. Since arriving in this foreign realm, he had become his own person, and if others sought to challenge him, he would surely oblige. A perfected golden core is nothing to worry about. Xiao Ling had a request she hoped Ge Xiao would grant. After a moment of contemplation, she earnestly spoke, "Young master, could you perhaps eliminate the village chief and the others before Lu Hao arrives?" With anticipation, she expressed her concern that upon her return, the deputy village chief would undoubtedly torment her. "How could that be? I shall shatter their hopes once they are gathered. Wouldn't that be far more satisfying?" Ge Xiao exclaimed with excitement. He had long envisioned scenarios of dramatic retribution, and he could not let such an opportunity slip by. Chapter 15. The illustrious prodigy Lu Hao in Lu Village. The ungrateful wolves were indeed infuriating. The deputy village chief slammed his fist on the table in anger. He had just received word that Lu Ling was frolicking in the grasslands with that Ge cultivator, sharing laughter and revelry. Feeling utterly betrayed, he resolved that upon Lu Ling's return, he would make her pay dearly. Clip-clop, Lu Ling and Ge Xiao rode towards Lu Village, basking in the glow of the setting sun. At the moment of parting, Lu Ling glanced at Ge Xiao, hesitating to speak. "Young master, what is it?" Ge Xiao inquired. "It's nothing." Lu Ling refrained from voicing her thoughts, reluctant to tarnish Ge Xiao's impression of her. After casting a deep glance at him, she dismounted from the ox's back and made her way towards her residence. Unbeknownst to her, Ge Xiao, unaware of any underlying motives, welcomed the couple, De Huang and his wife, into the first floor of the Golden Tower. The great bull, elated, strutted about, accompanied by the green ox, feasting on spiritual herbs. Upon returning to the courtyard, Ge Xiao spent 3 days patiently awaiting the moment of reckoning. A series of knocks echoed at the door, and upon opening it, he beheld a burly man standing on the threshold. Ge Xiao recognized him as the same individual who had accompanied the village chief, Tai Jiu, on a previous occasion. Confusion clouded Ge Xiao's mind. Hadn't the charming young lady been the one to contact him all along? With the realization that she had not sought him out in recent days, a sense of unease began to stir within him. Before Ge Xiao could inquire, the man spoke. "Ge Xiao, esteemed immortal master, we are prepared. The village chief has sent me to invite you to embark on our journey." Considering that Lu Ling might be at the rendezvous point, he refrained from questioning further and followed the man to meet the village chief. As his consciousness spread outwards, it was not long before he sensed the presence of the village chief and others. However, a gnawing anxiety gripped Ge Xiao's heart upon noticing Lu Ling's absence. "Ge Xiao, esteemed immortal master," called out the elderly Tai Jiu from a distance, his voice resonating with a robust timbre indicative of martial prowess. Ge Xiao approached Tai Jiu and the others, observing the 3 grand bull carts laden with 100 or so strong men. The opulence of the assembly indicated that it had been prepared for him. "Village chief, may I inquire why Miss Lu Ling is not accompanying us?" Ge Xiao asked, bowing slightly as he drew closer. They had previously made arrangements to travel together on the grasslands, and he was aware she would be present. The vice-village chief's flesh quivered momentarily before he replied, "Lu Ling is unwell and unable to join us." Ge Xiao nodded thoughtfully, pondering whether she had quietly set off ahead to meet them in the Black Bear territory. "Then let us depart," he proclaimed, retrieving the golden tower from his ring and summoning the great bull, resolute to inquire further upon their arrival at the Black Bear domain. The journey was uneventful, and no highwayman appeared until they reached the Black Bear territory. Suddenly, a massive stone plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the road. A strikingly handsome youth descended from the air, gliding towards them. The Lu brothers felt a surge of excitement, yet refrained from revealing their identities amidst the precarious situation. "Hand over your valuables and be gone," commanded the youth, Lu Hao. With the ability to fly, he could maintain such aerial movement with his golden core cultivation. "Esteemed immortal master, we are but ordinary mortals. Our possessions hold no value in your eyes," said Tai Jiu, casting an intentional glance towards Ge Xiao. "I did not refer to you. I seek his belongings. All others, be gone." Lu Hao directed his gaze towards Ge Xiao, unleashing the overwhelming pressure of his perfected golden core cultivation upon him. Ge Xiao felt a staggering weight descend upon him, his iron-like resilience failing to withstand the force. Alarmed, He hastily activated his indestructible golden body, while the villagers continued to retreat into the distance. I do not wish to take your life. I merely request that you surrender your ring, and I shall spare you, Lu Hao declared, his eyes burning with fervor as he fixed his gaze upon Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao observed Lu Hao, who exuded an air of inevitable victory, and felt it necessary to impart a lesson in gratitude and reciprocity. With a sudden motion, Ge Xiao lunged towards Lu Hao like a cannonball. If you seek death, do not blame me. Lu Hao, however, regarded him with nothing but disdain. While Ge Xiao appraised him, Lu Hao was equally scrutinizing, his body emanating the aura of a golden core, yet unable to wield it. Lu Hao swiftly evaded Ge Xiao's advance, accelerating away while conjuring a sinister banner that floated ominously in the air, from which countless malevolent spirits surged forth, predominantly foundational-level ghosts, along with 2 golden core phantoms. Of course, Ge Xiao was unaware of the true power of these spirits. He could inquire with Xiao Jiu and the others. But time was not on his side. With a thud, Ge Xiao landed, only to be besieged by a multitude of shadowy figures, their chilling presence palpable. In rapid succession, he endured countless blows, both his body and soul under siege. Each strike from the malevolent spirits sent waves of agony through his mind, while his own attacks proved futile against them. Ge Xiao had not anticipated the tenacity of these spirits. It seemed he would have to resort to the golden foil, as it was a sole artifact that might offer some resistance. Grasping the foil, he swiped it at an approaching ghost, severing it cleanly, rendering it unable to regenerate. Elated, Ge Xiao charged forward with the foil in hand. Seeing this, Lu Hao swiftly drew the spirits back into the banner, unwilling to let his hard-earned resources be depleted by Ge Xiao. Lu Hao then hurled the banner directly at Ge Xiao. The sound of metal clashing rang out as Ge Xiao's grip on the foil faltered, the energy of his indestructible golden body rapidly waning. Prolonging this standoff would undoubtedly be to his detriment, so Ge Xiao hastily contemplated a solution. Lu Hao was well aware of Ge Xiao's capabilities and the presence of his little companions. Since they had yet to appear, he was undoubtedly prepared for their arrival. With a hum, Ge Xiao released his little companions. Upon seeing them, Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by jubilation. Having gleaned information from Lu Taizhu, he suspected that this swarm of mosquitoes was likely the world-extinguishing demonic mosquitoes. Their abilities were peculiar, yet they could be countered by the exceedingly rare demon-restraining stone, which could seal the powers of the mosquitoes, contingent upon the wielder's spiritual strength and the size of the stone. The stone's dimensions dictated the size of the restraining domain, while the potency of the infused energy determined its strength. Initially apprehensive, Lu Hao felt a wave of relief upon seeing the demonic mosquitoes. Their peak 4th stage was within manageable limits. This time, he was not alone, having summoned the esteemed figure from his sect, the venerable Yi Begui, to assist him. In his early years, he had acquired a demon-restraining stone, which was now fortuitously useful. At that moment, a youthful man with silver hair appeared, wielding the stone and continuously infusing it with energy. A unique domain rippled into existence, enveloping the little companions instantly. The buzzing intensified as they trembled under immense pressure. Through their connection, Ge Xiao discerned that they were being restrained. Even with Xiao Jiu's aid, they could only maintain a precarious balance. Ge Xiao was acutely aware that he was facing an unprecedented crisis. If he failed to vanquish Lu Hao, his life could very well be at stake. The only advantage he possessed was Lu Hao's disdain for him. It was time to resort to unconventional tactics. Ge Xiao hurled the gold foil in his hand towards Lu Hao, disregarding the flag and charging at his opponent once more. Lu Hao deftly evaded the gold foil, concentrating his spirit on the flag, and suddenly, countless vengeful spirits were unleashed, converging to surround Ge Xiao. As the situation appeared to tilt decisively in Lu Hao's favor, he hovered in the air, laughing heartily, convinced of his impending victory. At that moment, however, the gold foil abruptly ceased its descent and shot towards Lu Hao with lethal intent. Sensing a disturbance, Lu Hao turned to find the gold foil racing towards him. He recognized this gold foil as a vessel of the insect-controlling sect's techniques, astonished to discover it could be manipulated. He hastily dodged, but in that instant, Ge Xiao lunged forward, seizing Lu Hao's leg and yanking him downward towards the ground, simultaneously directing the gold foil to strike. The flag quickly moved to intercept the foil. While the vengeful spirits lunged at Ge Xiao, Lu Hao silently channeled his powers, a radiant light coalescing rapidly in his hands. Ge Xiao, gripped by dread, seized the opportunity created by Lu Hao's momentary distraction and struck fiercely at his chest. The impact caused Lu Hao to feel his sternum collapse, cracks forming in his golden core, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs. Enduring the pain, Lu Hao unleashed a burst of light that struck Ge Xiao, sending him crashing down, a gaping wound appearing in his chest, golden blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, as the divine light swirled around him, Ge Xiao's indestructible golden body began to mend at a remarkable pace, the injuries visibly healing before the eye. However, Ge Xiao sensed that the golden essence within him was growing alarmingly thin, leaving him uncertain whether his wounds could be healed once the energy was depleted. Meanwhile, Lu Hao, suspended in the air, was struggling to maintain his combat prowess. He was merely a half-step into the nascent soul stage, yet had been severely injured by a mere golden core practitioner who lacked any magical prowess. At that moment, Lu Hao felt an unsettling movement within himself, but before he could investigate, Ge Xiao hurled the golden tower as if it were a stone. Horror washed over Lu Hao's face, fearing the tower might be as manipulable as the gold foil. Despite the excruciating pain, he exerted his magical powers to control the tower. A piercing scream escaped Lu Hao's lips as dark smoke billowed from his body. The once great prodigy, Lu Hao, met his demise. Suddenly, hundreds of figures erupted from Lu Hao's garments. The black blood ants, having mutated after being nourished by Ge Xiao's blood, sprouted crimson wings. Their stored venom transformed into a corrosive liquid. It became clear that when Ge Xiao struck Lu Hao, he had sent the ants into Lu Hao's body, where they incessantly tormented him, lowering his guard until they could launch a fatal strike. With a clatter, the flag fell, bereft of its master's control. Ge Xiao swiftly directed the gold foil towards Ye Gue, the grand elder of the Night Ming sect. Upon hearing Lu Hao's anguished cry, Ye Gue diverted a fragment of his attention to investigate. Realizing Lu Hao had perished and feeling the weight of his isolation, he cursed Lu Hao as a failure. Now, he could only rely on the demon-suppressing stone and the mosquitoes before him to hold his ground. If that young man were to free himself, he feared his fate would be dire. He needed to recruit more allies to increase his odds of survival. Immediately, he shouted loudly at the villagers of Lu Village. "You useless lot, what are you still watching? Lu Hao has already been slain. That audacious lad is gravely injured. Now is our opportunity." Chapter 16. Lishui Town. As the golden foil rushed towards him, Ye Gue found himself devoid of any desire to continue the battle. His blood surged, transforming into magical energy, and he swiftly summoned a talisman, infusing it with his crimson energy. The talisman ignited, enveloping Ye Gue in a radiance of bloodlight, and then he vanished from sight, leaving the solitary spirit suppression stone behind, devoid of any magical energy, allowing the little creatures to break free at once, buzzing in a display of their fury. Ge Xiao retracted the golden foil and commanded the little ants to keep watch over the villagers of Lu Village. He then sat cross-legged, channeling his immortal golden body to heal his wounds. The little creatures settled upon Ge Xiao's shoulders, entering a state of recuperation themselves. 10 days later, Ge Xiao opened his eyes, his gaze fixed upon the spirit suppression stone before him. His consciousness delved into his mind, where the method for utilizing the spirit suppression stone materialized, and he began to refine it using his magical techniques. After initially refining the stone, he stored it within his soul ring. This battle had been perilously close to death, all due to this group of individuals who knew how to repay kindness and enmity. "Lu Taiju, you are truly remarkable," Ge Xiao remarked, observing the bloodied figures before him. It turned out that Ge Xiao had taken too long to heal, and they had been unable to escape the watch of the black blood ants, succumbing to unbearable hunger and resorting to consuming the ant meat raw. With a thud, Lu Taiju knelt down, realizing that the words of the elder of the Night Ming sect had aroused Ge Xiao's suspicions. He immediately prostrated himself, pleading, "Ge Xiao, spare us. You must not heed that man's words. We do not know them at all." "Spare you? Tell me, where is Xiao Ling?" Ge Xiao swiftly shifted the topic. Lu Ling, I do not know." Lu Taiju stammered, struggling to follow Ge Xiao's line of thought. "Since you know nothing, there is no need for you to remain." A murderous intent flashed in Ge Xiao's eyes as the golden foil levitated into the air. "Taichui, where is Xiao Ling?" Lu Taiju, drenched in sweat, immediately turned to the vice village head with an anxious expression. Xiao Ling. Lu Taichui stuttered, hesitant to speak. On that day, after parting ways with Ge Xiao, Lu Ling had been carelessly discarded by Lu Taichui during a fit of rage, leading to her untimely death. Subsequently, under the cover of night, he had disposed of her remains in a pack of wild beasts, leaving no trace behind. It could be said that Ge Xiao's actions, driven by a desire to confront the antagonists, had led to her demise. Had he listened to Lu Ling's advice and dealt with the Lu brothers sooner, taking her away with him, He could have avoided this peril and spared her life. Watching the vice village head, an intense unease gripped Ge Xiao. Since he refused to speak, a flash of golden light struck, and Lu Tieju's arm fell to the ground. Speak. Ge Xiao's gaze bore down on the vice village head, having observed enough to ascertain that he was aware of the truth. Still silent, another flash of golden light ensued, and Lu Tieju's ear was severed. "Ah!" he cried, collapsing to the ground in agony, rolling about in distress, observing the torment endured by his elder brother. Deputy village head Lu Tiechue, after a moment of struggle, exhaled a heavy sigh. He understood that escaping death today was unlikely, yet he felt compelled to protect the villagers. "I have a condition," Lu Tiechue declared resolutely. "If you do not speak soon, Lu village head may truly meet his demise." At this moment, Ge Xiao was unperturbed, his urgency waning as he beheld his brother's tragic state. Lu Tiechue, filled with sorrow, ultimately revealed that Lu Ling had already been slain by her hand, pleading for Ge Xiao to spare the lives of the strong villagers. Laughter erupted from Ge Xiao as he reflected on his act of saving the entire Lu village while they sought to take his life. He doubted that only Xiao Ling was privy to this information, yet the others remained silent, eager to partake in the spoils, thus revealing their ungratefulness and insatiable greed. A flash of golden light illuminated the scene as villagers of Lu village fell to the ground, their blood staining the earth. Ge Xiao remained unfazed, moving to the spot where Lu Hao had perished, his consciousness expanding, and indeed, he discovered a storage bag. When he attempted to place the storage bag into his ring, he found it impossible, surmising that spatial treasures could not be intermingled. With no alternative, he secured the storage bag at his waist. Reflecting on his 10-day stay in this place, noting that the elder of the Night Ming sect had not summoned anyone during that time. That day, the elder of Night Ming, having returned to the sect using a blood escape talisman and burning his vital essence, was now recuperating through meditation. As vital essence was of utmost importance to cultivators, impacting their future paths. Now, with nothing left to cherish in Lu village, he pondered his next destination. The Black Bear territory lay approximately 50 miles from the town. Shall I visit the town? Ge Xiao decided, summoning the great barbarian bull to head towards the town. Lishui town was the destination of Ge Xiao's journey. At the town's entrance, two disciples in qi refining robes, adorned with the emblem of night on their left sleeves, leaned against the signboard, occasionally receiving spirit stones from those who entered. Unlike Lu village, which fortified itself with wooden walls against external threats, this town had established foundational formations. And within, two peak foundation core disciples resided. The town featured a single main thoroughfare, with buildings sprawling on either side, culminating in a towering pavilion much taller than all the surrounding structures. A plaque reading Treasure Pavilion hung above, bustling with patrons. On the third floor, a young maid with twin ponytails and a cherubic face inquired of a dapper young master, "Miss, when shall we return to the clan? What entertainment does this place offer?" "Humph, Xiao Zui, how many times must I remind you? Outside the clan, you must refer to me as young master," the elegant young master retorted, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. Yes, young master," Xiao Zui responded with a laugh. "In a few days, the Treasure Pavilion will host an auction. I wonder what wonders it will bring." The young master mused, anticipation glimmering in his eyes. "Miss, what treasures could possibly be found in this place?" Xiao Zui questioned, struggling to comprehend her master's desire. For their clan lacked nothing, and she was the sole daughter. "You do not understand. Have you not heard the tales told by storytellers? Great fortunes often arise in humble locales. This is the most desolate region of the southern wilderness, and it is bound to harbor extraordinary opportunities," the young master declared with unwavering confidence. As the sounds of footsteps echoed Lishui town, Ge Xiao made no effort to conceal his presence. Observing the disciples of the Night Abyss sect at the town's entrance, it was evident they recognized him as a senior. Wang Lu, a junior from the Night Abyss sect, stepped forward to greet him. Hearing the name of the Night Abyss sect, Ge Xiao felt a pang of discontent, yet he was mindful of his surroundings. After a brief inspection, Ge Xiao produced a golden token. During his journey, he had meticulously examined his storage pouch, which contained an array of stones in various hues, alongside a golden token inscribed with the character for night, and a flag known as the 10,000 Ghosts banner, which had caused him considerable trouble. That finger technique, almost piercing through him, was called the sky-piercing finger. After reviewing the cultivation method for the sky-piercing finger, cold sweat trickled down Ge Xiao's back. Fortunately, Lu Hao had just reached the first layer of cultivation, akin to his own indestructible golden body. Should Lu Hao attain the second layer, his indestructible golden body would surely be compromised. Not having discovered a cultivation method left Ge Xiao in a state of distress. How could he enhance his magical prowess? Upon greeting his senior, both disciples immediately knelt upon seeing the golden token. Such a token was reserved solely for elders, who were typically at least at the golden core stage in the Night Abyss sect. I am weary. Please find me a place to stay, Ge Xiao remarked, disregarding the disciples' respectful gestures as he rode into Lishui town, brushing past the two. Yes, elder, we will make the necessary arrangements, they replied, their hearts brimming with joy at the prospect of serving an elder. Should they gain favor, they could ascend to great heights, leveraging the elder's esteemed reputation for their own benefit. Disinterested in the wares around him, Ge Xiao sought only a cultivation method. Uncertain of how long he had wandered, he was suddenly alerted by a commotion emanating from a pawnshop. The left side of the shop bore the sign, "No entry for dogs and commoners," while the right proclaimed, "Treasures and techniques accepted," with a horizontal banner reading "Conscience Pawn." Get lost, get lost." A burly attendant was seen shoving a scholar. The scholar, clutching a golden herb, pleaded with the attendant, "This is a family heirloom. If not for my sister's grave injury, I would not part with it for spirit stones." The scholar's ancestors had once produced a transcendent cultivator, but 1,000 years ago, their family was severely impacted by an invasion from another realm, leaving them in decline ever since. From a distance, Ge Xiao felt a connection to the item, though he could not discern the specifics of their conversation. "I shall engage in discussion. If negotiations falter, I will seize it," he resolved, now an elder of the Night Abyss sect. "Let us commence with this scholar. I shall tarnish his reputation first," Ge Xiao decided. "Scholar, this item resonates with me. Name your price," he commanded, seated high upon his imposing bull, casting a shadow over the frail scholar. The scholar, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Ge Xiao, quickly bowed and replied, "Esteemed senior, this heirloom is priced at 50 spirit stones." Ge Xiao pondered. Spirit stones. Could they be the kind of stones I think? Uncertain of the value of the various stones, he resolved to test them one by one. He first produced a stone of lesser purity and tossed it to the scholar. Upon catching it, the scholar immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed senior. However, I lack the spirit stones to make an exchange." Ge Xiao discerned that the 300 stones of various hues within his storage bag appeared to be quite valuable. "Hand them over." "There is no need to search for spirit stones," Ge Xiao stated, feeling no remorse for having taken them. "Indeed, senior," the frail scholar replied, lifting the golden grass high with both hands. As Ge Xiao took the golden grass, he intended to place it into his storage bag, only to find that the roots of the grass immediately pierced his palm. The golden grass had fused into Ge Xiao's being, making it seem as though it had been deposited into the storage bag. On the 3rd floor of the Wanbao Pavilion, a disciple of the Night Ming sect warned, "I advise you to recognize your situation. This time, it is our esteemed elder from the Night Ming sect, and his temperament is not to be trifled with." Despite facing a nascent foundation cultivator, he felt unperturbed. After all, the Golden Core elder resided in this town, and should any trouble arise, the other party would have to pay with their life. Xiao Chui's heart raced with indignation. As a maid from a family of cultivators, she was unaccustomed to such disrespect. The charming young man, however, interjected with a smile, "Xiao Chui, while we are away from home, it is wise to maintain harmony. We shall agree to move to the Earth Room." The Wanbao Pavilion was akin to a spatial treasure of a magical artifact. The 3rd floor was designated for VIPs, where only those with considerable strength and background could ascend. This disciple of the Night Ming sect approached the submaster of the pavilion to convey his intent. He insisted that no one else should occupy the rooms, as the elder from their sect would be staying there. After the submaster made the necessary arrangements, the Night Ming disciple relaxed, only demanding that the Tianzi room remain unoccupied. In truth, he initially intended to requisition only the Tianzi room, raising conditions to gain advantages. In this small locale, cultivators typically did not possess high levels of cultivation, and few could occupy the Tianzi room. Upon announcing his request, agreement was swift, with only the Tianzi number 8 room presenting an obstacle. "Why must we move, young master?" Xiao Chui protested, her cheeks puffed in displeasure, realizing the lady's prior admonition. "We are currently on others' turf. Even a strong dragon does not trample on a local snake," the charming young man remarked. Though playful, she was astute, which surely endeared her to their elder. As the charming young man began to unlock the barrier, they heard a familiar voice, the sycophantic tone of the Night Ming disciple from yesterday. "Elder, rest assured, the place will be completely quiet. I have arranged everything." Ge Xiao, eager to comprehend the nature of the golden grass, wished for no interruptions. The charming young lady, intrigued, peeked through the door to observe the rumored elder. Wondering what made him so commanding, she saw an unremarkable man, bearded and clad in humble attire, hastening past her door, evidently in a great hurry. In Tianzi No. One room, Ge Xiao initially examined his storage bag but found no trace of the golden grass. After several fruitless inquiries, he chose not to dwell on it any longer, reassured that his body felt unchanged. Suddenly, he was struck by an unexpected pang of hunger, a peculiar sensation, as he had not experienced such feelings for several days. Why do I feel hungry today? Ge Xiao pondered, unable to fathom the reason. Upon his arrival, he had noticed numerous patrons on the first floor, leading him to believe that the food at the Wanbao Pavilion could not be subpar. Descending the stairs, Ge Xiao gazed at the young attendant and inquired, "What delectable dishes do you offer?" The attendant promptly approached with a fawning demeanor, "Esteemed senior, when it comes to gourmet delights, one cannot overlook our signature dish, the great chaos in the sky. This exquisite dish is crafted from peak chi refining tiger prawns and the ethereal white radish beet, freshly caught and harvested. As for the taste, it is beyond compare. None who have dined here have failed to praise it. And let us not forget the snowflake chicken, which is equally noteworthy." Ge Xiao, observing the attendant's incessant banter, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, as his intention was merely to peruse the menu. To put an end to the attendant's inane chatter, he interjected, "That will suffice. Please deliver the top 5 signature dishes to room 1. With that, he turned and returned to his quarters, contemplating that after this meal, he must refine the Wangwufen. Soon, a commotion arose outside the door, prompting Ge Xiao to hastily rise and open it. Each room in the Wanbao Pavilion is equipped with a dedicated token, of which Ge Xiao possessed one. This token allowed him to control soundproofing, defensive barriers, and the opening and closing of doors and windows. It was not a difficult task to manipulate, requiring only a probe of his divine sense. Ge Xiao was exceedingly famished, which motivated his actions. One might say he was dizzy with hunger. The attendants were astonished to see a senior figure such as Ge Xiao personally overseeing their duties. After placing the food on the table, they retreated without even mentioning the required spirit stones. When the attendants relayed the news of Room 1's guest's order to the pavilion master, he promptly promoted the attendant to management on the 3rd floor and instructed him to closely observe the senior's actions, ensuring that he was well attended to. With the meal's cost to be settled later, beholding this sumptuous feast and inhaling the tantalizing aroma, tears of joy welled from the corners of Ge Xiao's mouth. Life in this otherworldly realm had kept him perpetually occupied, and even meals had been reduced to hastily consuming roasted meat. He still had unfinished beast meat stored in his spatial ring. At that moment, a flurry of sharp golden grass blades erupted from Ge Xiao's arm, ensnaring a tiger prawn and drawing it into his body. Taken aback, Ge Xiao pondered the strange occurrence. It seemed the golden grass found the dish to be delectable, and encouraged by Ge Xiao's lack of resistance, it grew bolder, producing more golden leaves. As the food vanished before his eyes, Ge Xiao realized an uninvited guest had taken residence within him. He could not permit such an event to transpire. Ignorance was bliss. But now he understood he must devise a solution. First, he needed to coax it out, then gain control. Lacking means of control himself, Ge Xiao recalled Xiao Jiu's ability to nullify the 5 senses. Subsequently, he focused his consciousness into the Golden Tower and engaged in a lengthy conversation with Xiao Jiu that lasted 10 minutes, ultimately offering the price of a 9-headed, 8-treasure fragrant pig for Xiao Jiu's assistance. Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, the bond has grown distant. In the past, Xiao Jiu would act without charge, but now conditions were required." Xiao Jiu remained within the tower, where the 2nd floor gate was perpetually ajar. Even inside, Xiao Jiu could wield her abilities, and at times, the little ones would sneak out to exploit Ge Xiao's generosity, leaving him feeling perpetually hungry. Each time hunger struck, Ge Xiao could replenish his lost vitality by either practicing the undying golden body technique or by acquiring food. The reason for not immediately restoring the ineffable technique lies in Ge Xiao's belief that it is more enjoyable to cultivate after a satisfying meal. Presently, his foremost goal is to lure the serpent out of its lair. The lingering sensation of hunger indicates that the golden grass remains in a state of deprivation. Through careful observation of the golden grass's eating habits, he notes its selectivity. It has consumed certain types of meat on the table, suggesting it only consumes flesh imbued with a specific energy. To test his hypothesis, Ge Xiao proceeds to slice various pieces of lion demon meat and places them on the table. Before long, a golden leaf swiftly appears, drawing one piece of the lion demon meat into Ge Xiao's being. This confirms his assumption. He then chooses a larger piece of lion demon meat to place on the table and sits a distance away. Surprisingly, there is no immediate reaction. Perhaps he has placed it too far, he muses. Yet, In an unexpected turn of events, the golden leaf extends rapidly, seizing the meat and bringing it into his body. Noticing a slight decrease in his hunger, Ge Xiao realizes that if he waits any longer, the golden grass will soon be sated. Xiao Jiu prepare to act. He communicates telepathically to the shadowy figure. Subsequently, a lion demon leg is placed upon the table. Suddenly, the golden leaf emanates a mysterious force, after which Xiao Jiu soars from the tower, clutching the golden leaf, and directly extracts the golden grass. Ge Xiao observes the golden grass before him, sitting cross-legged to inscribe the technique. A mark forms within the essence of the golden grass, indicating that it resembles a spiritual insect or plant. Xiao Jiu, that will suffice. He desires to communicate with this golden grass, as the inscription allows for cross-species dialogue with the one who has inscribed it. He recalls having attempted this with the black blood ant after inscribing it. Subsequently, he speculated whether the dark spot in his mind was a similar inscription planted by the little creatures. Through dialogue with Xiao Jiu, he learns that the dark spot is a mark of his race, devoid of any master-servant constraints, which differs from the nature of the inscription. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu promptly dispels the domain. Ge Xiao perceives the golden grass weeping through the inscription. Previously within his body, it now manifests externally, evoking fear in this immature little entity. The golden grass gazes at the person before it, feeling an inexplicable familiarity, stirring a protective instinct and a desire to approach him. Observing the golden grass gradually inching closer and emanating goodwill, Ge Xiao understands that the inscription is taking effect. He extends his hand to cradle the golden grass. Scrutinizing it closely, the golden grass boasts 76 leaves, each resembling a sharp sword, and amidst them lies a delicate visage akin to a beautiful maiden, with countless roots trailing beneath. What is your name? Where do you hail from? Why did you enter my body? Ge Xiao poses the 3 soul-searching questions through the inscription. After half an hour, one question at a time, guided by Ge Xiao's patience, he finally uncovers the truths he seeks. This remarkable plant is known as the celestial slaying grass, and it was named Little Immortal by Liao Chun. Centuries ago, it was acquired by a powerful cultivator who, however, failed to activate its energy, leaving it dormant until the decline of that family led it to encounter Ge Xiao, where it was finally awakened. The little fairy possesses a unique formation known as the Slaying Immortals Array, which must be utilized in conjunction with the 76 luminous Slaying Immortal swords that hover above her head. One might consider this an innate skill. However, as she is still an immature immortal sword, it remains dormant until she matures and can separate from her host. This formation requires the absorption of metallic energy to sustain her existence and growth. The attraction she feels towards her host is due to their shared affinity for the metal element. She entered Ge Xiao's body instinctively, seeking the power of golden energy to awaken her abilities. Ge Xiao, realizing that the lion harbored metallic energy, pondered whether the multitude of luminous stones within his storage ring could also satisfy her needs. In the original world, these luminous stones served as the currency among cultivators, and he had previously experimented with them. After all, the little fairy had indeed exchanged luminous stones for sustenance. Different colors likely represent various energies, prompting Ge Xiao to gradually retrieve each luminous stone from his ring and place them upon the table. Suddenly, the little fairy leaped towards a pale golden stone, eagerly jumping atop it and munching away, relishing its flavor. Producing some beast meat, Ge Xiao remarked that if she would not partake, he would indulge instead. Once satiated, he immediately began to cultivate the undying golden body technique to store power. As long as he refrained from transforming, the technique could rapidly elevate Ge Xiao's state to its peak. After a hearty burp, the little fairy noticed Ge Xiao observing her with curiosity. Her cheeks flushed, and she bashfully approached him. "Brother, how should I address you?" she inquired. "Having called me brother, what more is there to say?" Ge Xiao replied, gazing fondly at the adorable little fairy. Then, he presented a golden tower, addressing her. "Little fairy, this tower is quite splendid. I wish for you to reside within it. Please, I wish to dwell within your body, for it feels most comfortable there," she cooed, playfully. As a straight man, Ge Xiao found himself unable to resist her charm. Moreover, since the imprint he had placed upon her posed no threat, he consented to her request to inhabit his body. With that matter resolved, he turned his attention to refining the 100-ghost flag. Holding the ominous flag imbued with ghostly energy, he activated the control technique, directing his consciousness into the flag. The myriad of ghosts within the flag circled around Ge Xiao before returning to his soul sea. This realm, known as the soul sea in the technique's terminology, was how Ge Xiao referred to it. The refinement process proceeded smoothly, as the vengeful spirits within the flag refrained from causing chaos. After all, Ge Xiao had already vanquished many of their brethren, and any disruption would pose a risk to him. Naturally, should Ge Xiao encounter genuine peril, the little ones would not stand idly by. Chapter 18. The divine tree of constructed wood. From an exterior perspective, dense fog billowed ominously, hinting at the presence of some great terror. Through the mist, a range of mountains stretched endlessly, filled with birdsong and fragrant blossoms, occasionally interrupted by fleeting shadows. Amidst this landscape stood a palace that soared into the clouds, accompanied by an immense plaza before it. The palace housed countless rooms, each designated for specific purposes, be it the Sea Moon Main Hall, the Mission Hall, the Law Enforcement Pavilion, or the Alchemy Chamber. The plaza itself was equally diverse, accommodating training sessions, duels, leisurely pursuits, and more. Certainly, not everyone prefers residing within the confines of a palace. Liaochen, for instance, has chosen a mountain peak as his sanctuary for cultivation. At this moment, Lianxin's expression was a tapestry of complexity, while Liaochen stood resolutely beside her. This is too perilous. Lianxin voiced her concerns, for the 10,000 great mountains lay within the territory of the demon race. The awareness of the demon beasts in their domain is exceptionally acute. If they detect a human cultivator intruding without permission, it is perceived as an invasion, leading to an inevitable clash of life and death. In terms of power, demon beasts of the same rank possess abilities comparable to those of human cultivators, yet their physical forms generally surpass that of humans. Thus, demon beasts of equivalent cultivation levels are typically more formidable than their human counterparts. Currently, Liaochen was at the 10th level of the early nascent soul stage, a stage of considerable completeness. In a realm teeming with formidable foes, being at the early nascent soul stage is truly inadequate, even if his combat prowess is extraordinary. Lianxin. A steel containing the follow-up techniques for the burning heaven demon fire has emerged in the 10,000 great mountains, and I must investigate, Liaochen declared with unwavering determination. The burning heaven demon fire is central to his primary cultivation method and is pivotal for his future path. Retreat is not an option. The Qinghuan demon beast is at the peak of the early nascent soul stage, but Liaochen felt confident in his ability to confront it. His previous encounter with the diamond demon bear had granted him first-hand experience of the formidable powers at the later nascent soul stage, and during this time, he had refined the mother and child immortal gold, significantly bolstering his strength. Even if he cannot defeat a demon beast at the peak of the nascent soul stage, he could likely escape. Furthermore, he possesses a trump card. The soul command he acquired previously can yield remarkable effects if utilized effectively. However, the 10,000 great mountains are not solely inhabited by the Qinghuan demon beast. There are many other creatures that surpass it in strength, Lianxin continued to counsel. I am well aware that this journey is merely to ascertain the veracity of the information. A conflict is not guaranteed. Additionally, I have deliberately borrowed my Master's invisibility cloak to ensure my safety, Ge Xiao reassured. Upon hearing that Liaochen had borrowed the invisibility cloak, Lianxin felt a wave of relief. The cloak, as its name suggests, renders the user invisible, undetectable even by those at the god transformation stage. Liaochen's master, Ku Hai, had previously employed this cloak to ambush cultivators of the same realm on numerous occasions. Since you are determined to proceed, I shall not hinder you. Coincidentally, there is a cultivation exchange meeting in Shanghai City soon. We can travel together, Lianxin replied, still harboring some unease. Shanghai City is the nearest settlement to the 10,000 great mountains, allowing her to assist Liaochen if necessary, and indeed, there is an upcoming exchange meeting. Despite Liaochen's confidence in this journey, he understood the wisdom in preparing additional means of self-protection. Attending the exchange meeting posed no risk, he mused. The two agreed to embark on their journey 3 days hence. As the head of a sect, Lianxin needed to attend to various affairs before their departure. Although Liaochen wished to depart immediately, his eagerness to enhance his strength was palpable. Previously, the lack of information had been tolerable, but now that he was aware, it felt as if a cat were scratching at his heart. 3 days later, atop a white cloud stood an elderly beggar accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman. Together, they gazed at the landscape, sharing tales of recent events as if they were mere mortals. Occasionally, when they reminisced about the inexperienced by who had sacrificed the diamond demon bear's most treasured claw, they both erupted in laughter. The two individuals in question were Liao Chun and Lian Xian. In truth, as long as Lian Xian refrained from bringing up the matter of pledging her life, Liao Chun genuinely enjoyed her company. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy interrupted their leisurely conversation. Liao Chun extended his consciousness and beheld a scarred man wielding a red blade. at the 8th level of Qi refinement, relentlessly pursuing a charming young girl who held a sharp sword and was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. The scarred man swung his red blade with ferocious speed, while the lovely girl deftly maneuvered her sword to block the attacks. Yet the immense force compelled her to stagger backward. A sharp stone appeared beneath her feet, causing her to lose her balance. Seizing the moment, the scarred man unleashed a spell, striking her arm and sending her sword clattering to the ground. Observing the girl in peril, Lien Xian immediately chanted a spell and dashed towards the battleground. Liao Chen augmented his magical power, guiding a white cloud to follow Lien Xian. Aware of her propensity for meddling in affairs, Lien Xian, wait. Do not act impulsively. We must ascertain the situation first, he hastily conveyed through a sound transmission spell. Upon hearing his words, Lien Xian slowed her pace and turned to glance at the approaching Liao Chen. As Liao Chen caught up, he quickly enveloped them both in an invisibility cloak, rendering them unseen. As they drew nearer, a female voice rang out. Wang Dazhuang, are you truly willing to forsake our bond and kill me? The scarred man retorted, you wretched woman, how dare you mention it? Disdaining my scarred visage while consorting with a wild man to plot my demise. Do you even recall how I earned this scar? With that, the scarred man excitedly seized the lovely girl. At this moment, Lien Xian fell into contemplative silence. Though rarely exposed to the harsh realities of the cultivation world under Liao Chen's protection, she was far from foolish. The charming girl, who disparaged her husband's appearance and conspired with others to kill him, now faced dire consequences. Who could she blame? Stealing a glance at the nearby old beggar, Lien Xian felt her cheeks flush and her heart race uncontrollably. Regardless of Liao Chen's demeanor, her affections remained unwavering. Meanwhile, the old beggar remained oblivious to Lien Xian's reactions, engrossed in the unfolding scene of marital strife. However, his interest soon waned. Before long, the scarred man raised his hand, delivering a flurry of slaps to the lovely girl. Still unsatisfied, he prepared to unleash a more potent attack. The girl burst into tears, and the scarred man appeared struck by an unseen force, his glowing energy dissipating. Go away. Do not ever appear before me again, he commanded as he withdrew his red blade. Tears glimmered in his eyes. Even though the lovely girl had sought to harm him, her sobs tugged at his heart, preventing him from bringing his hand down upon her once more. As the red blade retracted, the girl collapsed onto the ground, covering her face and weeping profusely. The scarred man cast one last lingering look at her before turning to leave. At that moment, however, Liao Chen's interest was piqued. The girl's red eyes glimmered with a glint of murderous intent as a dagger suddenly emerged from her sleeve, hurled fiercely towards the scarred man. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, he evaded the deadly strike. The lovely girl, realizing her initial attack had failed, cast a pitiful glance towards the scarred man, silently pleading for him to spare her once more. On this occasion, the scarred man did not act as she had anticipated. Instead, the lovely girl named Hong Ling was tragically choked to death. With a thud, the scarred man collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Why? He lamented, striking the earth with his hands. For you, I fought desperately against formidable foes. This scar is a testament to that struggle. Have you forgotten? As he wept, an unexpected flush appeared on his face, and he burst into laughter. Lao Chun, taken aback by this sudden shift, promptly placed a hand on the scarred man's forehead, channeling his spiritual energy into him. Soon, the scarred man fell silent, gradually succumbing to a deep slumber. Observing the scarred visage before him, Lao Chun could vividly envision the ferocity of the battle that had transpired. What a devoted soul he was, even in the face of betrayal. Still wishing to spare the other, Lao Chun then retrieved 2 medicinal pills, feeding them to the scarred man. Before long, the scarred man awoke, clutching his head and surveying his unfamiliar surroundings, murmuring, "Where on earth am I?" It was evident that Lao Chun had employed his abilities to erase all memories the scarred man held of the lovely girl, subsequently using the pills to restore his spirit. After the scarred man departed, Lao Chun removed his cloak and calmly addressed Lien Xian. While examining Wang Xiaoshu's memories, I discovered a branch of the Jinmu tree, which astonishingly still possessed life. Despite Lao Chen's efforts to maintain composure, his trembling hands betrayed his inner excitement. No one could have anticipated that an act of heroism would lead to such a revelation. It seemed to be a fortuitous encounter in the realm of cultivation. Lien Xian, lost in thought, reflected on her extensive knowledge of spiritual plants as a master alchemist. The Jinmu tree was renowned for its vitality. Even a fragment could be used to concoct pills that enhance a cultivator's lifespan. If a living Jinmu tree could be secured and integrated into one's dantian, It would not only stabilize the dantian, but also bestow immense vitality upon its possessor, indeed a valuable tool for survival in the path of cultivation. Chapter 19. The Li family of Sisui Chengu. Are you certain you did not misinterpret? Perhaps overwhelmed by excitement or desiring to alter her relationship with Lao Chun, Lian Xian chose not to address him as Elder Chen any longer. There is no mistake. We must hasten to Sisui town. The Li family has mistakenly identified the Jinmu seed as a black pear seed and intends to use it to concoct the Tranquil Heart pill. As a master alchemist, Lao Chen possessed the discernment to recognize this error. In Sisui town, Li Dahai of the Li family placed the Jinmu seeds into a jade box and carelessly set it on a shelf, sealing the treasury door with a heavy heart. The Li family was one of the 3 prominent clans in Sisui town, and with their golden core ancestor nearing the end of life, the younger generation had scarcely any members who had reached the foundation establishment stage. If no one ascended to the golden core realm, the other 2 families in Sisui town would undoubtedly make a move to consume the Li family. Moreover, as members of a prominent clan, they had made numerous enemies. Should the Li family decline, there would be few to offer assistance and many eager to take advantage of their misfortune. Just as Li Dahai exited the family treasury, he walked down the corridor when a servant of the 7th layer of Qi rushed in. Master, Dan Master Sun has refused to concoct the Tranquil Heart pill for the family. Sun Shui, the alchemist cultivated by the Li family, had once been a mere alchemical apprentice from a humble background. The alchemy industry is exceedingly resource-intensive, and families like that of Sun Shui are destined to see their children serve as alchemical apprentices, ultimately succumbing to the afflictions of elixirs. Alchemists typically keep apprentices, often entrusting them with highly hazardous substances, exposing these lower-tier cultivators to perilous environments, the consequences of which are inevitable. One day, Li Dahai fortuitously encountered Sun Shui in the neighboring town, diligently concocting elixirs. The image of Sun Shui's earnest and meticulous demeanor left a profound impression on Li Dahai. After several inquiries, he confirmed that Sun Shui possessed commendable talent in alchemy, prompting Li Dahai to boldly recruit him at considerable expense. Under the nurturing guidance of the Li family's spiritual herbs, Sun Shui demonstrated remarkable progress, achieving the status of an alchemical apprentice in just a few years, distinguishing himself among his peers. Seeing potential in Sun Shui, Li Dahai intensified his investment, ultimately leading to Sun Shui's emergence as a 3rd-tier alchemist. What? I will seek him out. Li Dahai responded with irritation upon hearing his servant's words. The family was currently weathering a tumultuous period, and the Qingxin pill was crucial. Cultivators often face demonic tribulations when transitioning from the foundation establishment stage to the core formation stage, and the Qingxin pill could significantly mitigate such risks. Presently, the only individual in the Li family who had reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage was Li Xiaohua, and Li Dahai could not afford any mishaps. In the alchemy chamber, the door was forcefully kicked open. Li Dahai stormed in, seething with rage, and confronted Sun Shui. What do you mean by this? Unfazed by Li Dahai's fury, Sun Shui was indifferent. He had just received notification from the Alchemist Guild that his application for membership had been accepted, elevating his status. The Alchemist Guild, with its extensive influence spanning the 4 realms of humanity and countless powerful figures, possessed vast connections. Any association with the guild rendered the Li family a mere minor clan, insignificant in comparison. I have already stated that the last detoxification pill I crafted was the final elixir for the Li family. We have no further ties, Sun Shui firmly rejected, fully aware that the Li family was on the brink of collapse. He yearned to depart swiftly for the local Alchemist Guild. I just received word from the guild. I am now an alchemist of the guild, no longer your alchemist. He added, deliberately emphasizing his newfound status to signal to Li Dahai that he was no longer easily manipulable, thereby applying pressure. Upon hearing of Sun Shui's affiliation with the guild, Li Dahai's demeanor shifted. With a thud, he knelt, demonstrating his capacity for humility. Master Sun, out of regard for our past camaraderie, I implore you to assist the Li family once more. For the sake of his family's survival, he cast aside pride, recognizing that his previous haste had been misguided, and now he could only plead with Sun Shui for another chance. The mention of their past connection elicited disdain from Sun Shui. He felt it was only natural that the Li family provided materials for the elixirs he created. He seemed to overlook the fact that without the Li family's support, he would still be a mere alchemical apprentice, likely meeting an untimely demise. If you wish to commission my elixirs in the future, seek me out at the Alchemist Guild, he declared, bypassing Li Dahai as he strode out, leaving behind the place that had nurtured him for a decade without a trace of nostalgia. He He believed that all of this was the result of his own relentless efforts. As Li Dahai watched Sun Shui depart, he felt utterly helpless, regretting his impatience that had led to a disastrous outcome. The Dan Pavilion was solely devoted to refining elixirs for the powerful. Should the Li family join the Dan Pavilion, they would cease to be the Li family, as no clan would willingly forsake their honor and disgrace to merge with the pavilion. This was precisely why many rogue cultivators were drawn to it. The Xiao and Zhou clans, ever watchful like tigers, would not permit the Li family to dispatch members in search of alchemists. To this day, the Li family members sent to seek alchemists had not returned, and Li Dahai surmised they had likely fallen victim to the Xiao and Zhou clans. On that day, the usually tranquil Sihui town was stirred, as the patriarch of the Li family had passed away, drawing the attention of the other two prominent families in town, accompanied by numerous formidable warriors who came to pay their respects. Observing the practitioners wielding magical artifacts from the Xiao and Zhou clans, Li Dahai understood that a fierce battle was inevitable. He could hardly believe they had come merely to mourn. Suddenly, the Xiao and Zhou clans unleashed their magical artifacts in an assault against Li Dahai. Anticipating such an attack, he infused his own power into his artifact, and a thick white mist rapidly enveloped the arena. The disciples of the Xiao and Zhou clans remained unfazed. Their respective Golden Core ancestors were waiting just outside the Li family's domain. They were merely the vanguard, and the true decisive forces had yet to make their appearance. Abruptly, amidst the dense fog, two formidable pressures emanating from the early Golden Core stage appeared, causing the disciples of the Xiao and Zhou clans to feel their powers being obstructed. Seizing the opportunity, the Li family disciples launched their counterattack, resulting in a cacophony of anguished cries as the Xiao and Zhou disciples suffered significant casualties. The Golden Core stage was beyond his ability to contend with. He needed to inform his own ancestor, the leader of the Xiao family, Zhao Hong, who had reached the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, decisively cast a spell to relay a message to his Golden Core ancestor, as his cultivation was high enough to withstand some of the Golden Core pressure. However, the swirling mist engulfed Zhao Hong's spell. Witnessing this, Zhou Shan, the head of the Zhou family, who was also at the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, cast a spell of his own, only to meet the same fate as Zhao Hong. Not long before, the Xiao and Zhou clans had expended 200 low-grade spirit stones to extract information from Sun Shui, who had defected from the Li family. They had learned that the Li family patriarch was on the brink of death, and that there was only one practitioner at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage. Only 5 individuals had reached Foundation establishment, and they had also acquired the means to unravel the Li family's misty formation, which filled the Xiao and Zhou clans with confidence as they approached. Outside the formation, the ancestors of the Xiao and Zhou clans sensed that something was amiss. Given their strength, they should have been able to breach the misty formation in the absence of a Golden Core ancestor from the Li family. So why had there been no movement for so long? To ensure the safety of their clansmen, the ancestors exchanged glances and leapt into the formation, heading toward what they believed to be the heart of the array. Little did they know that this was not the core, but rather the true peril of the misty formation, as the mist unleashed a barrage of lethal arrows toward the ancestors of the Xiao and Zhou clans. Disbelief washed over them. The Xiao family ancestor's face shifted from confusion to a grotesque snarl as he hastily summoned a shield to defend against the onslaught. The Zhou family ancestor was less fortunate. Struck in the chest, he was pierced but still clung to life. No need to search further, for the Xiao and Zhou clans had been obliterated, their essence now fueling the misty formation. A familiar voice echoed from within the array, Li family patriarch, mocking them. At that moment, the Xiao and Zhou ancestors finally comprehended the deception they had fallen victim to. Although he had lost the initiative, the ancestral figure of the Xiao family remained unperturbed, for they possessed 2 Golden Core cultivators, not to mention a hidden weapon in his arsenal. A talisman capable of unleashing a strike on par with the pinnacle of the Golden Core stage, acquired in his earlier years, remained a secret to all. Before long, the ancestral figure of the Li family commanded a mist to manifest into a colossal dragon, alongside Li Xiaohua, both of whom charged towards the ancestral figures of the Zhou and Zhao families. The 2 elders exchanged tentative strikes, and indeed, the mist dissipated upon contact with their spiritual energy. With a contemptuous snort, the Xiao and Zhou elders regarded the attack as utterly feeble. The Li family elder, undeterred, continued his assault with the dragon, and Li Xiaohua aimed at the Zhao and Zhou ancestral figures. Observing the Li elders' repetitive tactics in an attempt to drain their spiritual energy, the Zhou elder couldn't help but chuckle, a smile gracing his face. Meanwhile, the Zhao elder seemed lost in thought, sensing something amiss. It was evident that a tactic proven ineffective would not be employed again without ulterior motives. He summoned a defensive shield to counter the impending strike and cautioned the Zhou elder to be wary of potential traps. However, it was too late. As Li Xiaohua approached the Zhou elder, a sword of spiritual energy struck out, catching the elder off guard and severing his head, blood gushing forth. The Zhou elder, witnessing this, felt a jolt of alarm. This was the aura of a golden core cultivator. The situation had taken a sharp turn, leading the Zhou elder to contemplate retreat. His steps slowly inching towards the outskirts of the formation, for nothing was more precious than life itself. Zhao old ghost, attempting to flee? Sneered the Li elder, observing the Zhao elder's desire to escape. With both himself and his nephew, Li Xiaohua, both at the golden core stage, alongside the golden core level mist formation, the Zhao elder's escape seemed futile. Do not be too presumptuous. I am at the early stage of golden core perfection. Should you attempt to detain me, there will be consequences. The Zhao elder responded with a fierce expression. He still had hidden cards to play and was prepared to fight to the death, knowing they would not emerge unscathed. Suddenly, the mist roiled and condensed into a suit of armor enveloping the Li elder. With his lifespan dwindling, he could not afford to let the Zhao elder gain an advantage today. Li Xiaohua might not be his match. The Li elder unleashed a punch towards the Zhao elder, radiating an overwhelming aura. Realizing escape was impossible, the Zhao elder summoned his lifebound sword to engage the Li elder. The sky trembled with their clash. The Li elder was forced back, vanishing into the fog, while Li Xiaohua emerged from behind the Zhao elder, wielding a gauntlet-like artifact. With a slight smile, the Zhao elder launched a talisman towards Li Xiaohua, which ignited and transformed into a colossal hand, crashing down upon him. Li Xiaohua was struck to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, rendered powerless. The Zhao elder directed his flying sword in a diagonal strike towards Li Xiaohua, while his own shield enveloped him protectively. If he could eliminate this junior from the Li family, the scales of victory would surely tip in his favor, the Zhao elder mused. I implore you, senior, to lend your aid once more. The Li elder humbly knelt in the direction of Tingyu's studio, bowing deeply. With his lifespan nearing its end, he could not risk the safety of his promising junior. Thus, he resolved to utilize this precious opportunity. Chapter 20. The refinement of the Jinmu tree species. As the words fell, a brilliant streak of sword light cleaved through the air, clanging as it severed the ancestral sword of the Zhao family, its momentum unyielding as it shattered the misty grand formation, soaring towards the sky, rendering even the protective array futile. With a spurt of blood, the Zhao family elder was filled with dread. He could hardly fathom that the Li family was allied with a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Had the Li family divulged even a hint of this connection, he would never have dared to covet their secrets. Beholding the ascendant sword, the elder of the Li family bowed deeply, expressing his profound gratitude. Thank you for your immense grace, esteemed senior. Although he was unaware of the senior's cultivation level, this sword was a clear testament to the protection the Li family enjoyed from a nascent soul expert. Conversely, the Zhao family elder, devoid of any such backing, crouched on the ground, trembling in fear. In a flash, a ragged old beggar appeared before the Zhao elder, a grimy hand reaching forth to infuse the white token with a surge of magical power, enveloping the Zhao elder in a field of energy. To kill or to spare? It was evident that he sought the counsel of the Li family elder. Esteemed senior, may I pose a few inquiries? The Li family elder asked cautiously. Do as you please. Our accounts are settled, came the reply, followed by a beam of magical light entering the Zhao elder's body as the elder made his way toward the listening rain pavilion. Farewell, esteemed senior, the Li elder bowed, continuing until the figure became indistinct. Zhao old ghost, how do you possess such intricate knowledge of my Li family? The Zhao elder's attack on the misty formation was a ruse devised by the Li family elder, yet it aroused his suspicion. That false formation I was known only to pivotal members of the family. The Zhao elder was well versed in the soul-searching technique, but he had no desire to endure the agonies it entailed. A soul searcher must possess a stronger spirit than the one being searched, otherwise they risked a backlash. However, with a nascent soul expert from the Li family present, he knew he would be unable to resist. Thus, he sought to minimize his suffering before his demise. It was Sun Shui who informed us of the Li family's circumstances. He also revealed the method to unravel the mist. Sun Shui. At that moment, Li Dahai approached, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word deliberately. The recent misty formation had required his and his kin's magical energy to sustain. The elder of the Li family regarded the Zhao elder, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, as a fist imprint was unleashed upon the Zhao elder, leading to his demise. Very well, Dahai, Take Xiao to tend to her injuries, commanded the Li family elder. Today, this scheme resolved the family crisis, justifying all his meticulous planning, though he felt the weight of his dwindling lifespan. The Li family elder moved towards the inner chamber, where a man with a goatee in the foundation establishment stage approached him and softly remarked, "Grandfather, the esteemed senior has departed." This goateed man was the child of his second wife, possessing ordinary talent but demonstrating diligent cultivation and cautious demeanor, earning his grandfather's esteem. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Li family bowed deeply. "Thank you for your intervention, esteemed senior. I bid you farewell." The prowess of the esteemed senior was boundless. Adhering to customary respect could only serve him well, lest he succumb before his time. "Li Ge, the Xiao and Zhou family enterprises. You and Dehai shall attend to them together." "Thank you, grandfather," Li Ge replied, bowing. This was an elevation bestowed upon him by the elder, for which he felt immense gratitude. "Indeed, you may leave. From now on, ensure that the Listening Rain Pavilion is kept clean daily, and no one else is permitted to reside there," the elder of the Li family declared. He was simply too old to endure further turmoil. Weariness etched on his face as he caressed the communication talisman in his chest, a smile of contentment breaking forth. Originally, Liao Chun brought Lian Xian to Shui town, where after much inquiry, he learned that the Li family was in turmoil. Discarding the idea of stealthily entering the Li residence to abscond with the precious Jinmu tree seeds, he sought to discover the origin of these divine trees. Now, he was not alone, as the esteemed leader Lian Xian accompanied him. It was only fitting that he did not waste her time. Thus, Liao Chun transformed himself into an alchemist and took his young apprentice to accept the Li family's summons. In the grand hall of the Li family, Liao Chun, appearing as a disheveled beggar, was met with skepticism by Li Dehai. How could he believe that this ragged figure was indeed an alchemist? The scornful gaze of the ignorant was infuriating to Liao Chun. How could one judge by appearances alone? "Watch closely," he declared, as he tapped his storage pouch. A shimmering essence of the Qing Xian Dan floated into the air, and he exhaled a stream of infant flame, the intense heat radiating outward. In the Li family's secret chamber, an elderly man with a face etched in wrinkles and hair as white as snow suddenly opened his eyes wide. "This is infant fire. A Yuaning cultivator has arrived. This is a significant event." The family patriarch hastily concluded his seclusion and made his way to the reception hall, sensing the faint yet unmistakable power of the infant fire emanating from there. As he approached, the temperature escalated, and before entering the hall, he noticed Li Dehai drenched in sweat. A beggar-like figure was exhaling infant fire, hand movements orchestrating a series of incantations. The essence of spiritual herbs was being stripped away, flowing continuously into a dark, glistening seed. This ebony seed gradually transformed into a milky white, releasing a delicate fragrance. It was the third-tier premium elixir, Qing Xian Dan. "Greetings, esteemed elder. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" the Li family patriarch asked respectfully after bowing. "Nothing of great import. I have come today regarding the black seed your family acquired some time ago," Liao Chun replied, his gaze fixed on Li Dehai. The patriarch, a shrewd man, immediately understood. "Dehai, do hurry and bring forth the item the elder desires." He was aware that there was something amiss with the black pear tree seed, yet he dared not act rashly. After all, the elder had provided tangible benefits, and his cultivation level commanded respect. Li Dehai was momentarily taken aback, struggling to recall the black seed, until he remembered the pear blossom tree seed stored in the warehouse. Overwhelmed by Liao Chun's display of prowess, he felt a deep sense of awe and did not hesitate to rush to the storeroom. "Esteemed elder, please," the patriarch said, inviting Liao Chun to take the seat of honor, to which Liao Chun graciously complied and inquired, "Do you know the origin of that black seed?" Lian Xian stood beside him like a devoted attendant. "The black seed? You refer to the pear blossom tree seed?" The patriarch nodded, realizing his assumption was correct. He continued, "Respectfully, that pear blossom tree seed was discovered by the younger generation of my family at a nest of the blood crow sparrow. Blood crow sparrows typically build their nests on cliffs, favoring the collection of shiny objects. Liao Chun was somewhat familiar with these creatures. "Oh, do you remember where it was found?" he pressed. At that moment, Li Dehai entered the hall, cradling a jade box. He raised the box above his bowed head and declared, "Esteemed elder, this is the pear blossom tree seed." Liao Chun received the jade box and opened it, unable to conceal his delight. Lian Xian also directed her gaze towards him, astonished to discover that it contained a living seed, confirming that her brother Chun had not erred in his quest. Throughout the process, she had never harbored intentions regarding the seed of the Jinmu tree. "O vast ocean, Do you still recall where you unearthed the tree seed? The elder of the Li family inquired of Li Dahai, respectfully reporting to the elder. This junior found it in a nest of blood crows at the Duana cliff, Li Dahai replied. The elder discreetly observed Chun with the corner of his eye, sensing his burgeoning interest, and commanded Li Dahai, Dahai, take the elder to that nest of blood crows at once. Understood. Li Dahai responded with a bow, then gestured for the elder to proceed. Elder, this way, please. Liao Chen stood and addressed Li Dahai, lead the way. Lian Xian followed closely behind. A river surged forth. Its flow abruptly severed at the Duana cliff. Elder, this is the location of the blood crow nest. The youth standing on his flying sword informed the beggar walking on clouds. Very well, you may return, Liao Chen instructed Li Dahai, wishing to minimize his involvement in the search for the Jianmu. Yes, elder. Li Dahai flew off on his sword. Liao Chen scrutinized the blood crow nest, frowning at the beautiful sect leader beside him. Sect leader. Lian Xian shook her head. She too had not detected any trace of the Jianmu divine tree. Although Liao Chen remained silent, Lian Xian understood his thoughts through the expression in his eyes. Expanding his spiritual sense, he scanned the area for 100 miles, and a smile crept onto Liao Chen's lips as he spotted a flock of blood crows approaching the nest. A cloak materialized, enveloping Liao Chen and the others. Preparing for a strategic ambush, he noticed one particularly weak blood crow lagging behind the others. The germination of the Jianmu seed required a substantial amount of vitality. However, once it sprouted, it necessitated the infusing of spiritual power. The benefits of acquiring the Jianmu tree outweighed this minor sacrifice. Sect leader, Liao Chen communicated telepathically, and in a flash, a medicinal cauldron appeared, causing the last blood crow to vanish from sight. Shall we proceed, Brother Chen? Lian Xian asked. As a fellow alchemist, she too discerned the unusual circumstances. This particular blood crow had likely ingested the Jianmu seed, resulting in its vitality draining away. Let us not rush. We should trace the source from which these blood crows obtained the Jianmu seeds, Liao Chen replied telepathically. As he remained concealed by the cloak, Lian Xian sat cross-legged upon the clouds, establishing a small-scale magical array to capture the blood crow. After a thorough examination, she pointed her finger at the crow's abdomen to cast a spell, witnessing the creature flap its wings in agony. Lian Xian withdrew her finger, her compassion preventing her from continuing. Observing this, Liao Chen took decisive action, subduing the blood crow and forcefully probing its abdomen until he extracted a black seed. It appeared his suspicions were confirmed, and a smile illuminated his face. Noticing Lian Xian's despondent demeanor beside him, Liao Chen promptly handed her the Jianmu seed obtained from the Li family. Sect leader, you mustn't be foolish. The Jianmu possesses immense vitality. If you refine the Jianmu seed, you will be able to revive it, he stated with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lian Xian accepted the Jianmu seed and regarded Liao Chen with a profound gaze. Startled, Lianxin quickly glanced elsewhere, genuinely concerned that Lianxin might offer herself once more. The sight of Lianxin's apprehensive expression made Lianxin feel both amused and saddened. Lianxin swallowed the seed, directly channeling her essence to nourish the Jianmu seed. After a day of intense refinement, it finally opened its eyes. As for the blood crow, it remained at Lianxin's mercy. Lianxin extended her hand and gently pressed her finger against the wound of the blood crow. A green energy began to mend its body, and soon, the blood crow was restored. She placed it back into the medicinal cauldron, only to realize that this was no longer the broken river cliff. Chapter 21. Lianxin's Abundant Harvest, A Small World. Lianxin declared, cultivators who reach the Dongshu realm can open spaces with immense power, and by employing crafted boundary plates for stabilization, a small world is formed. This small world appeared desolate, with remnants of treasures scattered all around and grotesque skeletons lying in wait, causing Lianxin to instinctively draw closer to Lianxin in fear. Meanwhile, Lianxin maneuvered the white cloud spirit tool through the realm, continuously performing incantations to collect the fragments into his ring. Lianxin imitated him, gathering the remnants as well. After a flurry of activity, the small world was thoroughly scavenged. How peculiar that there are no treasures in storage space, Lianxin pondered. As if sensing her thoughts, Lianxin explained, this small world has existed for an exceedingly long time. Its storage spaces have been eroded by time and completely destroyed, with the treasures banished to the void. That's strange, Lianxin countered. How could the duration of storage space treasures be less than the existence of the human body? Although cultivators in the Dongshu realm can attain immortality, these skeletons clearly lack sufficient cultivation. This implies that these corpses were intentionally placed here. Lianxin fell into contemplation upon hearing this, guiding the white cloud to ascend vertically. Looking down, he discerned that this appeared to be an array, with its foundation spread throughout the small world. His entry into this realm could stem from two possibilities. Either the owner of this small world permitted it, or it lacks an owner altogether. Could it be, Lianchen speculated, that someone aims to refine this small world through sacrificial methods? Such a shrewd plan. Following the array patterns, Lianchen discovered a concealed area, emanating a terrifying aura that was difficult to discern. Confirming his suspicions, Lianchen wasted no time and directed the white cloud spirit tool toward the exit. Since you have come, you may as well stay. A grand voice boomed. Lianchen did not interpret this as an invitation. He needed to escape quickly, and the speed of the white cloud spirit tool increased significantly. Lianchen, beside him, wore a grave expression. This was a being of the Huashan realm, and together, they were no match for such power. Although he is yet to fully refine this small world, he can still manage the control of its entrance and exit. Lianchen mused. In truth, the flock of blood crows were his spiritual pets. Despite their lower cultivation, that very quality kept them under the radar. Unexpectedly, uninvited guests had arrived today. Had it not been for the disturbance caused by the disappearance of the treasure fragments, he would have remained unaware. As the entrance to the miniature world swiftly closed, a sense of urgency enveloped Liao Chun, just as he contemplated expending his vital essence to escape. The portal remained firmly shut. In a concealed corner, a figure executed a spell and swiftly took flight. An elderly beggar accompanied by a stunning maiden emerged, her beauty accentuated by a celestial hairdo adorned with a crimson lotus blossom on her forehead. Liao Chun found himself captivated. Although he had spent over 2 decades refining the realm's essence in this place, he was no stranger to the world beyond. At that moment, Liao Chun scrutinized the unfamiliar individual, a youthful face framed by white hair, clad in black robes, exuding an air of mastery. I can let you go, but this young lady must remain, the black-clad man stated, having discreetly assessed Liao Chun and his companion's cultivation levels. One was at the peak of the early Yuanying stage, while the other was at the 7th level of the mid-Yuanying stage. In contrast, he himself was at the 5th level of the early Huashan stage, making it easy for him to deal with 2 Yuanying practitioners. Upon hearing the first statement, Liao Chun felt a flicker of joy. However, the subsequent declaration made it evident that a fierce confrontation was inevitable. Without further ado, he stealthily summoned his hidden powers, channeling energy into a white token, which instantaneously enveloped the black-clad man in a field of influence. With a swift exhalation, he unleashed a flying sword that split into 3, encircling the man with lethal intent. The black-clad man, initially dismissive of the audacity of a mere early Yuanying practitioner daring to confront him, soon realized the gravity of the situation as the swords approached. He attempted to summon his powers to shatter the incoming blades, but found himself unable to muster any energy. The flying swords pierced through his neck, while the other 2 struck, obliterating his spirit. Beside them, Lianchen stood in stunned silence, witnessing a Huashan master fall so effortlessly, without even a scream. Casting a look of admiration towards Liao Chun, to slay a Huashan with the cultivation of an early Yuanying was an unprecedented feat in the realm of cultivation, at least to her knowledge. In truth, Liao Chun found the encounter far from effortless. His back was drenched in sweat, narrowly escaping the black-clad man's attempt to break free from his soul-binding command. Fortunately, the adversary's arrogance in the final moments, when he attempted to summon his powers, had granted Liao Chun the opportunity to strike, leaving him to exclaim internally about his narrow escape. He reached out, seizing the ring from the fallen man's hand, his mind probing within. His expression shifted dramatically as he discovered the soul imprint still intact, indicating that the foe had not perished. Immediately, Liao Chun summoned his sword spirit for protection, positioning himself at the entrance of the miniature world. The fact that the black-clad man had not attacked immediately suggested that he was in a weakened state. With both parties now entangled in a deadly dance, Liao Chun was resolute in preventing the man from escaping. His consciousness expanded once more, detecting a faint ripple of spirit energy. A cold smile graced his lips upon realization. The black-clad man's spirit had attached itself to the blood crow. Understanding the principle that sparing a snake would lead to its eventual harm, Liao Chun commanded the flying sword to strike at the blood crow, severing it into a gruesome pulp. Without hesitation, Liao Chun exhaled a flame, incinerating both the black-clad man's remains and the blood crow along with the remnants of their sanguine essence. The black-clad man had intended to divide his spirit into 2 fragments to possess the blood crow, planning to wait for the elderly beggar to depart before reclaiming his spirit to seize a lower-tier cultivator. thus allowing him to recuperate for several decades before confronting the beggar once more. Regrettably, he no longer had the opportunity, meeting his end in utter annihilation. Liao Chen deftly commanded by Yun to carry Lien Xin to the array of sacrifice, returning the collected fragments of the magical treasures to their rightful places. Although Lien Xin did not fully comprehend the situation, she returned the treasure fragments, merely wishing to assist Liao Chen in safeguarding them, as the space within the ring was limited. Master, what do you think of this miniature world? Yet, as Liao Chen infused his soul's essence into the ring, he realized that the cultivator of the transformation stage was indeed finished. It is quite splendid, Lien Xin replied nonchalantly, for she cared little for the miniature world. Her focus solely on Liao Chen. Since the master is satisfied, I shall refine this miniature world for you. Previously, Liao Chen had investigated it and found no dangers, feeling somewhat speechless regarding the fallen transformation stage cultivator. Subsequently, he observed Liao Chen setting up the formation, establishing restrictions, and scattering toxins. Once all was arranged, he left a mark within Lien Xin's body. Still somewhat bewildered, Lien Xin found herself pressed into the center of the formation by Liao Chen, who presented her with the method to manipulate the copied formation. His unwavering kindness towards her stirred her emotions to the brink of tears. By refining the core of the formation, she could incorporate the miniature world into her sea of consciousness, allowing her to summon the power of the world in critical moments, an unparalleled treasure indeed. First, the seed of the divine tree of creation, and now the miniature world. Each was a supreme treasure. Just as Lien Xin was lost in her sentimental thoughts, Liao Chen quietly departed. The miniature world had been subjected to the refining of a dark-robed transformation stage cultivator, leading to the destruction of some restrictions, allowing Liao Chen to temporarily control the entrance of the miniature world. Upon exiting, he returned to Shui town. In the hospitality hall of the Li family, he expressed, I owe the Li family a favor. As long as it does not contravene the principles of the heavenly path, I shall do my utmost for you. With that, he hurried back to Tingyuzhai, intending to refine the seed of the divine tree. The miniature world was indeed alluring to Liao Chen. However, he was acutely aware of the priorities of his future path. He lacked the time to refine the core of the formation. And the Qingwan beast was notoriously restless. Should it wander elsewhere, locating it would prove challenging. The entrance to the miniature world could only be closed by its master. Soon, others would discover it. It was better to let Lien Xin benefit instead. Regardless, he had gained this fortune thanks to the Li family, so assisting them within his means was no burden. At Tingyuzhai, Liao Chen sat cross-legged on his bed, diligently refining the seed of the divine tree. For some inexplicable reason, he sensed that the process of refinement deviated from the records of the sect. It was not his life force being drawn, but rather his soul force. As an alchemist, his soul was slightly stronger than that of an average early-stage nascent soul cultivator. Otherwise, the seed would have severely harmed his foundation. Fortunately, all was well in the end. Sensing the sprouting seedling within him, Liao Chen could not help but notice that it bore little resemblance to the divine tree of creation. Clearly, he must seek an opportunity to consult the texts and ascertain the true nature of this entity. He thought of the Dam Pavilion, which undoubtedly possessed the most extensive collection of tomes in this continent, unrivaled by any other. As Bai Yun materialized, just as Liao Chen prepared to depart, he felt the communication talisman left at the Li family stir with the ancestral voice pleading for assistance. He promptly intervened to resolve the matter. After settling this karmic debt, he departed quietly. Chapter 22. Arrival at Shanghai City. As the clouds gracefully descended, Liao Chen arrived at the unique city of Shanghai, a place forged by both humans and demons, nestled against the majestic 10,000 mountains and adjacent to the southern sea, harmoniously blending mountain and water. It is said that a spiritual vein lies buried beneath this city, a true testament to the coexistence of humans and demons, perhaps a sanctuary for the hard-won peace. The leaders of the two races have reached an accord, prohibiting any magical duels within the city, with severe penalties awaiting those who defy this rule. After submitting 5 mid-grade spirit stones, Liao Chen sought entry into the city, observing his readiness to part with the stones. A middle-aged man with a goat-like beard approached him with gleaming eyes, blocking his path. Esteemed elder, are you here to enter Shanghai City? The bearded man inquired. Liao Chen regarded the young man, who was in the late stage of foundation building, with a touch of bemusement. The intention was quite clear. Before he could respond, the man continued, I am Hu Yang, a guide. I grew up here and am intimately familiar with this place. Noticing your unfamiliarity, I would be honored to serve as your guide. Disregarding the somewhat dim-witted Hu Yang, Liao Chen proceeded into the city. The ambience was eerily quiet, almost desolate. leading Liao Chen to question if he had perhaps ventured into the wrong place. Just then, he heard Hu Yang's voice calling from behind him, "Esteemed elder, please wait." Turning around, Liao Chen saw the man jogging towards him, his belly bouncing with each step. Feeling somewhat irritated by the persistent presence, Liao Chen wondered why Hu Yang would not simply leave him be. "Please do not be upset, esteemed elder. I am indeed a resident of this city. Guiding is merely a side endeavor. I am primarily an alchemist. I recently returned from the 10,000 mountains with some herbs to sell," Hu Yang explained. Slightly out of breath, his corpulence evident from his labored movements. "Oh, and what was the purpose of stopping me?" Liao Chen replied coolly, unconvinced that Hu Yang had any legitimate reason to engage him, as they were strangers. The nickname Hu Fatty had been coined by Liao Chen due to Hu Yang's noticeable bulk, which made him appear rather comical. "Seeing that you have just arrived in Shanghai City and likely have no place to stay, I would like to invite you to my humble abode," Hu Yang suggested. Having been in close proximity to Liao Chen, he detected a faint fragrance of medicinal herbs emanating from him, leading him to speculate that he too might be an alchemist. From the chaotic scent of the herbs, Hu Yang inferred that Liao Chen was likely a high-ranking alchemist. He desired to invite him home, especially since his younger sister was gravely ill, and he could not afford the exorbitant fees of a high-level alchemist to assist her. Liao Chen noted the evasive look in Hu Yang's eyes, sensing insincerity akin to the facade of Shanghai City itself. The city was vast, and surely he could find accommodations without Hu Yang's assistance. "There is no need for your concern. I can manage on my own," Liao Chen declined directly, resuming his path into the city. "Esteemed elder, upon seeing you prepare to leave," Hu Yang suddenly knelt, pleading, "Esteemed elder, my invitation to my home is not without ulterior motives." Intrigued, Liao Chen pondered the man's intentions. After all, few would extend kindness without reason, unless they were kin. "Oh, pray tell, what motives do you harbor?" Liao Chen inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Hu Yang. As matters have reached this point, Hu Yang, without hesitation, candidly divulged the circumstances at home and the condition of his younger sister, his gaze earnest. Liao Chen, having just arrived in the city of Shanghai, indeed required a guide. Was this lad not the very person for the task? With no immediate plans of his own and the auction that Lien Xian mentioned still a day or two away, he said, "Since you seem quite sincere this time, I am willing to assist, provided you meet one condition." Hu Yang eagerly acquiesced. "As long as you help my sister recover, I would agree to any condition, even if it meant 10 younger generations." His swift agreement left Liao Chen somewhat exasperated at the unreliable Hu Yang, who spoke so flippantly. However, considering the urgency of his sister's plight, he chose not to pursue the matter further. "Lead the way. I have no desire for further discussion." "Please, this way, esteemed elder," Hu Yang replied, stepping forward to take the lead. After a short while, about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, the city of Shanghai began to bustle with life. A plethora of magical artifacts, spiritual garments, and rare creatures on display. Sensing Liao Chen's confusion, Hu Yang explained, "Esteemed elder, you may not be aware, but in Shanghai, people come and go, and various goods can be found here. Many demonic cultivators wish to trade as well, but they tend to act impulsively, often resorting to violence. The grand array at the city entrance is designed to keep them in check." "What is the origin of this grand array?" Liao Chen inquired, intrigued. "The origins of this grand array are significant. It was established after the two city lords sought the aid of the Tiangang array sect in Xilia, exchanging 2 personal favors for it. It is said that this demon-confining array evolved from the Tiangang Ge Xiao array," Hu Yang elucidated. Noticing Liao Chen's silence as he absorbed the sights of the city, Hu Yang refrained from further conversation. "We have arrived," he announced, casting a spell to open the courtyard gate. Liao Chen, unaware of how long they had walked, noted only that Hu Yang was drenched in sweat. After a moment of observation, Hu Yang did not see any sign of his sister. Suddenly, a message talisman at his waist flickered to life. Ignoring Liao Chen's presence, Hu Yang hastily cast a spell to check the message, which revealed a frantic voice. "Brother, I am trapped in a small alley beside the Huidezuo treasure shop by Wang Matzi. Hurry and save me." Wang Matzi was a small-time rogue in Shanghai, a body cultivator at the peak of Foundation establishment, and with a law enforcement captain as his brother-in-law, he was not someone Hu Yang could confront without support. "I implore you, esteemed elder, to lend your assistance." Hu Yang, being merely at the Foundation level, surely cannot contend with Wang Matzi, he beseeched. Recognizing his own inadequacy in both strength and connections against Wang Matzi, Hu Yang perceived that this esteemed elder was at least at the golden core level. And if only the elder agreed to intervene, success would be assured. He intentionally downplayed Wang Mozi's background to bolster the elder's confidence, believing it to be in the elder's best interest. Ensure you lead attentively, Liao Chen contemplated, deciding to assist him once more since he would still require Hu Yang's guidance. Thank you, esteemed elder, Hu Yang bowed, his tone more earnest this time. This endeavor carries the risk of offending the law enforcement captain, who is at least at the nascent soul stage. I hope you can make a graceful exit when the time comes. Hoyu Dejuo alley. Haha, little lady. Resist if you dare, use your spells against me. A burly man with a broad chest and a face marred by pockmarks was slowly advancing toward a petite and charming girl. The young lady clutched a talisman, murmuring incantations while retreating step by step. Wang Mozi, with a gleeful grin, edged closer to her until her back pressed against the wall. At this moment, his excitement peaked as he burst into laughter, preparing to seize the girl's clothing. He was certain that Hu Mei would not dare to use magic. If she did, the enforcement team would arrive, and he could demand her to submit to him to quell his fury. Once wed, he could do as he pleased. And he had ample experience in managing the 8 concubines at home, who initially were quite stubborn but eventually learned to obey him. Suddenly, a pill flew directly into Wang Mozi's mouth. Startled, he immediately attempted to expel it using his internal energy, but found none. Regret washed over him. Why had he laughed? Had he not laughed, he might not have consumed this mysterious substance. Without further contemplation, he focused his spirit on the pill, promptly summoning Chun and his companions. Hu Yang, filled with rage, lunged at Wang Mozi, grabbing his collar. However, upon receiving a fierce glare from Wang Mozi, Hu Yang quickly released his grip. Wang Mozi dismissed the useless Hu Yang and began to assess Chun. When their eyes met, he felt as though a great weight was pressing down upon him. He had thrived in Shanghai City for so long because he possessed a clear understanding of whom to provoke and whom to avoid. It was evident that he could not afford to offend this individual. Having just confirmed their shared gaze, he knelt without hesitation, a smooth and seamless motion. Forgive me, esteemed elder. I humbly request you to indicate where I have wronged you, Wang Mozi pleaded, bowing deeply. Chen realized that he had not truly offended Wang Mozi. He had merely intervened on Hu Yang's behalf, making it difficult to find justification for his actions. It would be unreasonable to claim that he intended to punish Wang Mozi simply for his dislike of him. As Chun pondered how to respond, Hu Yang interjected angrily. You dare to bully my sister in broad daylight, and yet pretend to be innocent. Wang Mozi quickly grasped the situation. It seemed that the esteemed elder had taken a liking to the Hu family lady. He immediately offered an apology. I was unaware that Hu Mei is your woman. I beg your forgiveness, esteemed elder. Upon hearing this, Hu Mei discreetly observed Chun. At that moment, Chun appeared ethereal in his flowing garments, and Hu Mei's cheeks flushed, her sickly appearance reminiscent of a delicate beauty. Just as Chun was about to clarify the situation, a voice interrupted him, urging him to leave without delay. Hu Yang, fearing that the elder might reveal the truth, chose to remain vague, neither confirming nor denying anything. Esteemed elder, please grant me the antidote. I shall take my leave at once. Wang Mozi ingratiated himself beside Chun. In truth, Chun had not employed any poison but rather a softening pill. Unexpectedly, Wang Mozi had consumed it before Chun could intervene, which saved Chun the trouble of acting himself. However, Chun could not guarantee that once Wang Mozi received the antidote, he would remain compliant, yet he was unafraid. If he proved ungrateful, a beating would suffice. Another pill flew forth, and Wang Mozi immediately opened his mouth. Then, Wang Mozi felt a wave of tingling numbness enveloping his entire body, rendering him utterly devoid of strength. He immediately surmised that his opponent might be a poison master, though detested. Such individuals were universally feared. Leave, Liao Chen commanded, discerning that the young woman from the Hu family exhibited symptoms of affliction. Indeed, Wang Mozi, despite his overwhelming numbness, actually managed to roll away. Observing this, Liao Chen couldn't help but express his admiration. What a remarkable individual. Senior, my sister is afflicted again, Hu Yang said anxiously. Liao Chen turned his gaze toward Hu Mei, who bore ominous black patterns upon her skin, within which countless malevolent spirits wailed in anguish. For a moment, Liao Chen could discern nothing of significance. Suddenly, an unknown sapling in his dantian stirred with excitement, as if it had caught a whiff of something delectable. At that moment, the sapling, having previously been refined by Liao Chen, voluntarily sought to engage him. Although he understood it possessed consciousness, they had never communicated before. Through a brief exchange, Liao Chen gleaned very little, merely that it was a soul-eating tree and how to manipulate it minimally, before severing their connection. He pressed his hand against the area on Hu Mei's body where the black patterns were most concentrated, guiding the soul-eating tree to discreetly consume the malevolent spirits. After 4 of the black patterns vanished, the tree indicated that it could no longer feed. Observing the spirits contained within the black patterns, there must have been thousands. Although their cultivation levels were low, the sheer quantity of spirits that this fledgling sapling had effortlessly devoured truly felt like a stroke of fortune. What then? Were these black patterns? His attempts to repel them with a soul artifact had proven utterly ineffective, instead provoking the spirit's ferocity. Senior, what affliction does my sister truly suffer from? Hu Yang pondered, suspecting that his sister might be gravely ill, requiring a high-level alchemist to discern the cause and offer a remedy. No, this is not an illness. It resembles a soul curse, Liao Chun replied gravely. It appears someone has deliberately cast a curse upon this girl, and intervening would amount to offending the caster. But we have never wronged anyone, Hu Yang recalled meticulously. As a lowly cultivator, he had always treaded carefully to avoid conflict. Had it not been for his sister's dire condition, he would not have dared to approach such a senior figure. Chapter 23. The Conference of Mountains and Seas. Although Liao Chun had no effective means to counter the soul curse, the level of malevolent spirits indicated that the caster's cultivation was likely not very high. In the alley, a figure leaned against the wall, slowly absorbing the effects of a potion. With a cough, he spat out a mouthful of vital blood, realizing that the soul curse had been disrupted. Did he intervene? The figure murmured. Had Liao Chun been present, he would have recognized Wang Matzi, who, despite presenting himself as a mere physical cultivator, was indeed a soul curse master. Do not overthink it. Let us return, Liao Chun advised. The sapling had just consumed a significant number of malevolent spirits, and he was eager to discover what changes might ensue. Yes, senior, Hu Yang replied, before cradling his sister and heading home. The following day dawned with clear skies, and a knock resounded at Liao Chen's door. Senior, the city conference begins today, Hu Yang announced courteously. Understood, Liao Chen replied. Upon returning to the Hu residence, Liao Chun was eager to inspect the sapling's condition. He observed it swaying gently, the spirits it had absorbed lamenting as they gradually transformed into luminous orbs and vanished. To his astonishment, Liao Chun realized that his own soul had experienced a slight enhancement. After a while, the young tree had absorbed enough, and it was time to inquire about its experience. 3 hours later, little soul, how do you feel after the digestion? Liao Chun called out. During their previous exchange, Liao Chun had settled on a more suitable name for the young tree. It could not forever be referred to as the tree in the Dantian. Master, I still want more, little soul said in a sweet voice. Liao Chun understood that it desired to consume the black-patterned fierce spirit and promptly replied, all right, I shall take you there immediately. Knock, knock. The sound echoed through Hu Mei's room. Who is it? Hu Mei responded weakly. After a period of rest, she was gradually recovering, and her body was feeling much better. All thanks to that esteemed senior. Creak. The door opened. Senior, what brings you here? Hu Mei inquired. She couldn't help but wonder if the man had come to her room alone for some other reason, her cheeks flushing slightly. I came to see if you were feeling better and to eradicate your ailment, Liao Chen replied, realizing her earlier thoughts were misplaced. Hu Mei's face turned even redder as she quickly invited, Senior, please come in. Creak. Hu Yang, having opened the door to fetch some supplements for his sister, was taken aback to see the senior entering her room alone. A myriad of thoughts flooded his mind. It seemed his sister had a favorable impression of the senior. He had never witnessed her being so proactive with any man before, let alone inviting someone into her room. Even consultations were typically held in the yard. If only I had a powerful brother-in-law to shield me. No one would dare bully me in the future, Hu Yang mused joyfully as he stepped out. Moments later, he returned home just in time to see the senior exiting his sister's room, wearing an enigmatic smile. Liao Chun felt a bit uneasy under Hu Yang's gaze and speculated that the items in his hands were supplements for his sister's spiritual essence. Ignoring the plump young man, he retreated to his own room. This time, the young sapling took the initiative to express its goodwill, recognizing that Liao Chun, as its master, would be essential for its future acquisition of spiritual supplements. The enhancement of Liao Chen's soul was a result of its own efforts. Only by making Liao Chen stronger could it ensure a continuous supply of nourishment. Liao Chun understood the little sapling's ulterior motives. Its growth in his spiritual essence directly benefited it as well, solidifying its own development for the future. It seemed that he would need to procure more spirits or souls for this little sapling in the days to come. One day, while Liao Chun was meditating, there came a knock on the door, triggering a protective barrier. He surmised it was the Hu siblings seeking him out and promptly performed a spell to open the door. Senior, you instructed me to inform you when the exchange meeting was to begin, Hu Yang said with a smile, standing at the threshold alongside his sister. "Very well. Let us depart. Lead the way," Liao Chen replied. Although he could have used his spiritual sense to find the location, scanning with such intent would be seen as impolite and might provoke the ire of higher-level cultivators, leading to dire consequences. Before long, they arrived at the entrance of a grand estate, where a plaque inscribed with mountain and sea hung prominently. Flanking the entrance were two living three-headed lions, not mere stone statues. Indicating the formidable strength of the two city lords was indeed no mere rumor. As they approached, a young cultivator approached them with a smile, asking, "Are you here to attend the exchange meeting?" He gazed at the unfamiliar face, but cultivators possess an extraordinary ability to remember. Indeed, the presence of Liao Chen suggests he is likely a late-stage practitioner of the nascent soul realm. The young cultivator remarked with a smile that different venues exist for trading, with the nascent soul exchange requiring a ticket costing 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. He was quite acquainted with this process, as anyone attending this exchange was well aware of the rules. Liao Chen furrowed his brow momentarily, then relaxed, realizing that the treasures showcased at this exchange would undoubtedly be extraordinary, as evidenced by the exorbitant entry fee. A medium-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, while a high-grade spirit stone is equal to 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones. Thus, a single high-grade spirit stone amounts to a staggering 1 billion low-grade spirit stones. Beside him, Huyang was left speechless. For him, a sum of 10,000 high-grade spirit stones was an unattainable fortune. He also came to understand that Liao Chen's cultivation was not at the golden core stage, but rather at the nascent soul stage. In the brief moment that followed, several more cultivators arrived, among whom was a middle-aged man at the third level of the mid-nascent soul stage, who ostentatiously displayed a pile of high-grade spirit stones before the crowd, his demeanor radiating arrogance. He relished the looks of admiration, envy, and jealousy directed his way. His gaze swept over the crowd, landing on Liao Chen, whose expression remained unperturbed. A quick mental probe revealed that this man was indeed a peer. Once the young cultivator collected the spirit stones, he handed the middle-aged man a formation token, while the others accompanying him also exchanged their spirit stones for tokens. Liao Chen chose not to dwell on the rudeness of the middle-aged cultivator. He noted that the pile of high-grade spirit stones amounted to exactly 10,000. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Friend, might it be possible to participate in a higher-level exchange?" He was on the verge of venturing into the 10,000 great mountains and needed to prepare means to contend with the transformation stage. The city lord has decreed that cultivators cannot participate in exchanges outside their realm for your own good. Initially, there were no such restrictions. As long as one paid the requisite spirit stones, they could join the exchanges. However, many cultivators who ventured beyond their bounds were subsequently killed after leaving the city. The young cultivator lamented. Without further hesitation, Liao Chen produced the spirit stones, including those belonging to the Hu siblings. "Once the exchange concludes, you need not wait for me. You may return home," he instructed the Hu siblings. Being a senior, he knew they would wait for him unless he expressly told them otherwise. He noticed the look in the younger sister's eyes, reminiscent of a disciple gazing at their master. Liao Chen planned to head directly to the 10,000 Great Mountains after the exchange to seek out the Qinghuan beast and verify the truth of the rumors. Wishing to leave no lingering thoughts for the other party, he was entirely devoted to his path. Upon hearing Liao Chen's words, Hu Mei felt a twinge of reluctance. Although their time together was brief, she harbored a unique sentiment towards him. She recognized her own yearning to spend more time with him, yet understood that he was like an eagle soaring in the sky, destined to depart eventually. In hopes of a future reunion, she resolved to seize this moment to inquire about his information before it slipped away. Summoning her courage, she sent a private message. "Esteemed senior, could you kindly share your name and the location of your cultivation abode? When I achieve success in my own training, I would like to repay your kindness." Seeing the earnest expression in Hu Mei's eyes, Liao Chen revealed his name, but chose not to disclose the location of his cultivation site. Meeting is not as cherished as reminiscing. The possibility of seeing each other again is slim, and it is far better to yearn for the adventures of the world. Holding the token, Liao Chen stepped forward to the teleportation point at the entrance of the Mountain Sea Gate. The young cultivator retrieved a dim high-grade spirit stone and, after placing more spirit stones into the formation, activated the array with a decisive incantation. Instantly, a beam of light enveloped the token, which emitted a radiant glow that swiftly enveloped Liao Chen. After a dizzying rotation, he found himself in an unfamiliar locale. The atmosphere was vibrant, with clusters of human beings engaged in lively conversation, while nearby, demonic beasts waved their tentacles or tails to communicate. Liao Chen's gaze swept across the scene, resting on a grand platform at the center, where a luminous screen displayed the time in the upper left corner. The screen showcased various items exchanged by the city lord's mansion, surrounded by numerous perfected nascent soul cultivators. Witnessing such a luxurious assembly, Liao Chen could not help but marvel. Indeed, this is Mountain Sea City, a presence that rivals any formidable force. Truly, powerful factions maintain a low profile, while those who flaunt themselves appear akin to jesters. In Mountain Sea City, the young miss whose lips curled into a subtle smile. She had just learned the name of a senior and sensed a glimmer of hope for a future meeting. Those who could arrive in Mountain Sea City were likely cultivators from the southern wilderness. Once she reached the Golden Core stage and ventured out, she would undoubtedly uncover the whereabouts of that esteemed individual. Meanwhile, her brother, Hu Yang, remained oblivious to his sister's newfound ambition. As the time on the screen dwindled to zero, a stunning young woman adorned in a seductive red dress gracefully strode onto the platform. After a prolonged wait, the exchange meeting was finally about to commence. Liao Chen gazed at the Golden Core female cultivator with eager anticipation, unaware of her protagonist aura. The beautiful cultivator, Mu Xiner, in the vast sea of people, instantly locked her gaze onto Liao Chen. His ethereal presence, flowing hair, and handsome visage, complemented by a purple gourd at his waist, were most striking, although they were not the focal point. Memories long sealed began to resurface. She had been by her father's side since childhood. When she was 5, her father, Mu Dingtian, sought enlightenment in the mortal realm to attain the Fa domain. It was that year that they settled in a wooden carving shop on the west street of Qing'an City. Business was lackluster, and life for the father and daughter was quite frugal. Although her father was a powerful cultivator, he had sealed his abilities to comprehend the mortal realm. The tranquility of their lives was soon shattered. One day, a burly man entered the shop, not to purchase carvings, but to scrutinize a small girl in the corner before departing. A few days later, the same robust man returned, accompanied by a limping and lecherous man. This time, they purchased 2 carvings, offering twice the standard price. Mu Dingtian expressed his gratitude profusely, but the limping man's cryptic remark, "No need for thanks, you deserve it," left Mu Dingtian perplexed. Chapter 24. The chivalrous heart of Liao Chen on a dark and windy night. The silence was pierced by the distant barking of dogs. 2 masked figures stealthily traversed a narrow alleyway. A limping man led the way, followed closely by a burly figure carrying a wriggling sack. Within that sack was the little girl. A few days ago, a robust man discovered that a father and daughter had recently moved into the city without any support. After some inquiries, he contacted a limping, unscrupulous man named Pan Meinan, whose repugnant appearance was marred by a foul, festering sore and a crippled leg, leaving him unmarried to this day. In a world where brute strength reigns supreme, he dedicated himself to mastering martial arts in hopes of securing a partner. However, reality dealt him a harsh lesson, as women deemed him too unattractive to even consider, leading him to assist others in fulfilling their desires instead. He believed that prolonged cohabitation would foster affection, thus nurturing the notion of purchasing a child bride. Pan Meinan, aware of his martial prowess, yet cognizant of the potential wrath of cultivators, his life being woefully inadequate against their might, sought professional assistance. 6 months prior, he reached out to the robust man, and upon establishing contact, he abandoned his tasks to venture into the city, thoroughly satisfied with the goods. Consequently, the two hurriedly transported their wares back home from Qing'an City. In the woods of Qing'an City, the robust man carelessly tossed a sack aside and confronted Pan Meinan, demanding payment. The term cripple was the most detestable to Pan Meinan, igniting a murderous intent within him. Unbeknownst to the robust man, he arrogantly slapped Pan Meinan's face, insisting he pay up, or else he would meet his demise. In a flash, Pan Meinan retaliated, sending the robust man flying with a kick from his crippled leg. Under the cover of night, the robust man lay on the ground, one hand clutching his bleeding neck while the other pointed accusingly at Pan Meinan. Pan Meinan, bewildered by the robust man's audacity to point at him in such a state, licked the blood from his blade and approached the gasping man with a sinister smile. After delivering a final blow, Pan Meinan realized he must leave swiftly, for the scent of blood would surely attract nearby predators. He limped away, clutching the sack and placing it on the back of a domesticated first-tier wolf demon. This creature had been captured through the use of drugs, with Pan Meinan providing it food for correct responses, while incorrect ones resulted in bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Under Pan Meinan's gentle persuasion, the wolf demon ultimately submitted to him. Above, a white cloud carried a youth clad in azure robes, a purple gourd resting at his waist. As he flew toward Qing'an City, this youth was Lu Chun, who had recently made a minor breakthrough, achieving the Golden Core realm. Eager to share his joy with his friend, Danielle, the strong scent of blood caused Lu Chen to frown, scanning the ground with his divine sense. He discovered a male corpse with a slit throat and a small knife embedded in his chest. A limping man was seen riding a first-tier wolf demon, hastily moving away. Sensing something amiss, Lu Chen swiftly commanded his cloud artifact to pursue. The wolf demon raced away, circling behind a small hill, where the limping man dismounted and approached a withered tree. Grasping the tree with both hands, he twisted it, causing a massive stone to slowly rise. A cave entrance revealed itself, as the man, limping and carrying the sack, led the wolf demon into the cave. After placing the sack down and igniting some dry twigs, he approached the stone wall and pressed a stone, causing the massive boulder to descend. Lu Chen hesitated momentarily before guiding his cloud toward the hillside. Liao Chen approached the colossal stone, his consciousness extending as he observed a limping man tremblingly opening a burlap sack, revealing a delicate little head. A young girl emerged, her large, glistening eyes darting about, her nose crinkled as if detecting an unusual scent, with a piece of black cloth stuffed in her mouth, emitting muffled whimpers. Liao Chen was taken aback, realizing that this was a blatant abduction of an innocent girl by the man from the Sea Moon sect. With a swift exhalation, he unleashed a treasured sword, which soared towards the stone door, radiating brilliance. The impact shattered the stone door, piercing through the demon wolf, the sword's momentum unyielding as it aimed for the man's chest. Pan Meinan, upon realizing the threat from the cultivator's sword, instinctively raised the burlap sack containing the girl as a shield. Liao Chen immediately sensed the danger and commanded the sword to decelerate, halting only when its tip rested against the girl's nose. Hastily, he gestured to summon the sword back, allowing it to hover before him. Pan Meinan, fuming internally, questioned how a supposedly helpless father-daughter duo had attracted the attention of a cultivator. He mistook the situation, for Liao Chen was merely a chivalrous soul, compelled to intervene upon witnessing injustice. "Who are you, and why have you attacked me?" Pan Meinan decided to seize the initiative. "Who I am is of little importance. I inquire as to why you have kidnapped this young girl," Liao Chen retorted. Pan Meinan's mind raced with anxiety as he pondered how to handle this cultivator. Liao Chen, having witnessed the abduction and the imminent peril faced by the girl, was devising a plan to rescue her. After much contemplation, Liao Chen stealthily reached into his storage bag to retrieve a pre-prepared elixir, which began to dissolve and disperse into the air. "If I were to eliminate the one responsible for this abduction and bring her back to my lair, what concern is that of yours? Surely, you are not complicit in this affair," Pan Meinan mused, understanding that his survival hinged on the girl in his grasp, using distraction as his tactic. Concealed within his sleeve was a small knife, and he awaited the opportune moment. Unfortunately, the chance never materialized. Pan Meinan suddenly felt weak and dizzy, realizing he had been poisoned. Just as he contemplated retaliating, a flying sword severed his head, causing blood to spatter everywhere. The young girl became drenched in crimson, yet fortuitously, she remained in a deep slumber. Now, Liao Chen faced a dilemma. He had slain the man, yet the origins of the girl remained a mystery. How should he proceed with her? Observing the bloodied child, he feared that such a traumatic sight might leave her with lasting psychological scars. To prevent this, he decided to take her to the riverbank. After submerging his sword in the water to eliminate any threats, he began to cleanse her body. He removed his own clothing to drape over her, then proceeded to wash her garments in the river. Suddenly, the girl stirred, covering her head as she awakened. Liao Chen, wishing to avoid her inquiries, leaned against a tree, feigning sleep. The girl, noticing the flickering flames around her, surveyed her surroundings and realized she was in a forest. Confronted by an unfamiliar man, her clothes drying by the fire while she was clad in oversized garments. Cleverly piecing together the situation, her small face flushed with embarrassment. Cautiously, she approached, reaching out to touch her clothing, relieved to find it nearly dry. The young girl, clutching her clothes, sought refuge beneath a grand tree to change her attire. Suddenly, a fierce tiger sprang forth, lunging toward her. Startled, the girl let out a piercing scream. In a flash, a sword gleamed, and the tiger no longer had the chance to witness the dawn of another day. Peering cautiously, she caught sight of Liao Chen, whose ethereal presence, flowing hair, and striking features, adorned with a purple gourd at his waist, etched themselves deeply into her memory. Orphaned by the brutal murder of her mother at the hands of her father's enemies, she bore the scars of a fractured childhood, haunted by a fear of men. Yet, in the company of this man, she felt an unexpected sense of safety, devoid of her usual trepidation. As dawn broke, Liao Chen, feigning sleep, engaged in conversation with the now-dressed girl. On this day, she learned his name was Liao Chun and that he intended to visit friends in Qing'an City. He discovered that she was called Mu Xianer and resided at a woodcarving shop on West Street in Qing'an. Beyond this exchange, Liao Chun withheld further information, and she refrained from inquiry. Observing the girl's remarkable maturity, Liao Chun felt a pang of sorrow. With a wave of his hand, a cloud-like artifact appeared before them. Come, Xianer, let us return to Qing'an City. Your father must be worried if we linger too long. To stave off her hunger, Liao Chun hunted a rabbit along the way. Breathing fire upon it, he roasted the meat, a savory aroma wafting through the air, causing Xianer to salivate. Thoughtfully, he portioned the rabbit, seasoning it with salt and other spices, presenting the plate to her with an encouraging gesture to eat. How curious it was that a cultivator of his caliber would possess mundane cooking utensils, yet he had a little companion who relished his culinary creations. In Qing'an City, a middle-aged man searched frantically, inquiring of passers-by, "Have you seen my daughter? She has 2 braids and dimples when she smiles, about this tall," as he gestured to illustrate her height. As they descended upon the gates of Qing'an City, Liao Chun held Xianer's hand, making their way toward West Street. Despite his ability to ignore the city's flight restrictions due to his cultivation, he chose to remain discreet. Before reaching West Street, Xianer's eyes sparkled with joy as she sprinted toward the middle-aged man, calling out "Daddy," her small hands waving excitedly. Upon hearing her voice, the man quickly turned, hastening his steps toward her. Make way, cried a bystander as a large bull charged from a narrow alley, barreling toward Xianer. The middle-aged man contemplated unsealing his powers to save his daughter in that perilous moment. Just then, Liao Chun, clad in azure, glided through the air on a cloud, snatching the girl out of harm's way. Seeing his daughter unharmed, the man exhaled deeply. It is known that the higher one's cultivation, the more challenging it becomes to bear offspring. Xianer was a precious gift he had unexpectedly received with his wife, cherished dearly. Liao Chun brought the little girl to her father, and Xianer rushed into his embrace, her initial reprimands dissipating in the warmth of reunion. In the days that followed, Liao Chun resided with his friend, the middle-aged man, often visiting the woodcarving shop. He learned much about the man's character and his beloved daughter. They shared many conversations about the Lotus Heart and Xianer. Occasionally, Xianer would join them, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment whenever her father recounted her amusing misadventures. At times, the sculptor Mu would find himself quite occupied. Thus, Liao Chun took the opportunity to wander through Qing'an City with the young Xianer. They indulged in candied hawthorn, enjoyed a ride on the carousel, and sang the melodious water melody together. Liao Chun endeavored to compensate for the childhood regrets of Xianer, whose father, though affectionate, bore the heavy burden of responsibilities, leaving him little time for her companionship. Liao Chun developed a fondness for Xianer as well, promising to visit her whenever he found a moment free from his cultivation. As her thoughts returned to the present, Mu Xiao yearned to converse with her elder brother Liao Chun, eager to inquire about his well-being and whether he thought of her. However, she was currently presiding over the Yuan Ing Stage Communication Conference. Understanding her responsibilities, she restrained the impulse to reveal her identity. Chapter 25. The recognition of Liao Chun and Mu Xianer. At this moment, Liao Chun was also contemplating the identity of the girl in red. As a genuine gathering of cultivators, Shanghai City hosted the conference, with even the organizers being at the pinnacle of the Yuaning stage. The girl in red, possessing only the strength of the late Golden Core stage, hinted at an eminent lineage. Nearby, he overheard a male voice discussing her, questioning her qualifications to preside over a conference meant for Yuan Ing practitioners. Liao Chun turned to see 2 peculiar-looking men whispering in the crowd. One remarked, "You are unaware. The girl in red may have modest cultivation, but her father dotes on her immensely. Even the city lord must show her respect, as he entrusts all matters to her discretion. She effectively serves as his representative. It's not just the Yuaning auction she could oversee. She could handle even more prestigious events." As they continued their discourse, a melodious female voice rang out. "Distinguished elders, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for journeying from afar to participate in this decade-spanning exchange in Shanghai City." She continued, "This exchange is divided into 2 phases. The first phase involves the city lord's estate providing treasures for auction, where esteemed elders may bid, with the highest bidder claiming the prize. The second phase will see the city lord's estate offering a unique treasure to those who have registered, which will safeguard your private information for discreet transactions." With a smile, Mu Xianer added, "Of course, elders may also engage in private transactions. Should any financial matters become exposed, the city lord's estate bears no responsibility." She then declared, "I shall oversee the first phase." During the auction, I must insist that bids remain legitimate. Any verification of reckless bidding will result in the forfeiture of one's cultivation, barring entry into Shanghai City for eternity. Now, let us present the first auction item, the Mandarin Duck Ring, a low-grade spiritual artifact. The wearer consents within 1,000 miles and can transmit mana through the ring. Elders with partners should not miss this opportunity. The starting bid is 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, and if you lack sufficient spirit stones, other equivalent items may be used as collateral. Upon hearing about the unique capabilities of the Mandarin Duck Ring, even those without partners felt compelled to acquire it. After all, who does not wish to protect a cherished junior? Naturally, Liao Chen found himself intrigued. Yet he needed to conserve his spirit stones for the purchase of the 5th-grade Ice Heart Grass. Just as he awaited the next moment, a surprise appeared on the screen. The 5th-grade Ice Heart Grass was among the items. This was precisely the medicinal herb required by Lian Xian. Before his departure, Lian Xian had mentioned her shortage of the 4th-grade Ice Heart Grass, the primary ingredient for concocting the barrier-breaking pill, and had entrusted him with corresponding spirit stones. Little did he expect it to be of the 5th grade. The price increase for an additional grade was uncertain and likely substantial. In a moment of distraction, the price of the Mandarin Duck Ring soared to 400,000 high-grade spirit stones. The other bidders ceased their offers, leaving only a young man dressed as a young master and a middle-aged man accompanied by a companion still in contention. The young master, with a dismissive flick of his folding fan towards the middle-aged man, boldly declared 50,000 high-grade spirit stones. As the heir of the reclusive Wu family, he was never short of spirit stones, for his family possessed a mind, and an elder at the peak of the transformation stage accompanied him for assurance. In this realm, those at the transformation stage represented the pinnacle of visible combat power, while other seasoned veterans were absorbed in their secluded cultivation, striving for higher realms. The middle-aged man contemplated continuing the bidding, but was subtly restrained by his wife, exchanging knowing glances born from centuries of companionship. Aware of her concerns regarding his fervor, he clenched his fist and relinquished the bid. He was not one to suffer losses lightly. Any adversary he faced would find themselves buried beneath 3 feet of earth. As the auction progressed, the intensity escalated. Liao Chen felt a pang of anxiety, for he possessed only 200,000 spirit stones. Although the initial pricing of the items was not exorbitant, the final bids often soared to several times the starting price. Just previously, a bottle of 4th-tier Supreme Replenishing Elixir had fetched 360,000 high-grade spirit stones. The upcoming item was 5th-tier medium-grade Ice Heart Grass, a must-have for alchemical experts. I shall refrain from elaborating on its specific effects, as I trust the esteemed alchemists are already aware from the central screen. The starting price for the 5th-tier medium-grade Ice Heart Grass was set at 130,000 high-grade spirit stones, and the bidding commenced. Liao Chen, aware of his dwindling spirit stones, understood that if he hesitated in bidding, the price would be artificially inflated. Thus, he boldly made an early offer, establishing his position. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, he proclaimed his limit. The other bidders were momentarily stunned. A sudden increase of 70,000 high-grade spirit stones seemed unfeasible. Was he perhaps affiliated with a reclusive family or some formidable power? Amidst the astonishment, Mu Shiner decisively announced, 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. This 5th-tier medium-grade Ice Heart Grass belongs to the esteemed number 78. Each token bore a unique number, and Liao Chen's was indeed 78. He felt as though he had misheard. How could he have acquired the 5th-tier medium-grade Ice Heart Grass at such a price? Glancing at the woman in red, he realized he had no recollection of her. Why would she assist him? Confusion enveloped him. This action seemed to have stirred a hornet's nest. As numerous Yuan-ing elders present coveted the 5th-tier medium-grade Ice Heart Grass, particularly the alchemists intent on bidding, the auctioneer appeared perplexed, failing to inquire if there were additional bids. Whispers of conspiracy filled the air. Unperturbed by the gaze of the guards, Mu Shiner revealed her black card, a privilege bestowed upon her father as a supreme entity, granting the holder the right to monopolize 3 auction items per event. As she declared her intention to utilize the black card privilege, the auction hall fell into a hush. Then, discussions erupted. My goodness, a black card. There were only a handful issued by Shanghai City, and each holder had to be at least at the domain realm. The formidable figures of the law domain are indeed the pinnacle of strength across the continent. The even more powerful void-penetrating masters are said to have transcended this realm, venturing into higher planes. Ahem, now we come to the piece de resistance of the auction, the incomplete low-grade divine artifact, the celestial umbrella. Starting at the price of 3 million high-grade spirit stones, Mu Shiner interrupted the discussion among the elders with a cough, unveiling the significant highlight of this auction. Finally, the moment had arrived. Many attendees had come solely for this incomplete low-grade divine artifact, the celestial umbrella, which possesses unparalleled might, capable of both offense and defense. Even in its damaged state, it far surpasses any premium spirit tool. Should one gather the necessary materials for its restoration, it could be transformed into a true divine artifact. There exists a fundamental distinction between divine artifacts and spirit tools. The former can autonomously engage in combat without the need for a master, capable of slaying even deities. Although Liao Chun felt a pang of envy, he found himself devoid of spirit stones. Moreover, having recently garnered attention, he feared that participating in the bidding for this item might invite peril upon his departure from Shanghai City. Originally, Mu Shiner intended to assist Liao Chun in acquiring the incomplete low-grade divine artifact, but upon observing his apparent disinterest, she refrained from pursuing the matter further. Little did she know that Liao Chun desired it, but lacked the necessary spirit stones. After an exhilarating bidding war, the celestial umbrella was ultimately secured by the young master of the Wu family, who had come specifically for this artifact. The auction was initially not intended to reach such heights, but Mu Shiner's presence as the host elevated the event from the Yuan Ing level to the Huashan level, a fact known only to a select few prominent factions. The Wu family young master happened to be one of them, with familial obligations to win Mu Shiner's favor. Once again, I extend my gratitude to the esteemed elders for their support. I hereby declare this auction concluded. Those who have acquired items, please proceed to the left, where Elder Li will collect your spirit stones. Elders may now approach Elder Zhang to receive their transaction tokens. As Mu Shiner's words fell, she nodded towards a man nearby. A rotund figure descended from the high platform, holding a string of tokens, and cheerfully addressed the crowd. Esteemed friends, you may collect your tokens here, free of charge. Meanwhile, Elder Li remained on the platform, awaiting the participants to settle their spirit stone payments. Mu Shiner approached Elder Li and engaged in a brief exchange of thoughts. Although Elder Li appeared puzzled, he nonetheless accepted the spirit stones and retrieved a 5th-grade mid-tier ice heart grass jade box, handing it over to Mu Shiner. The Yuaning masters proceeded to Elder Li to pay their spirit stones and collect their auctioned items, with Liao Chen among the throng. Just as he was about to ascend the platform, a graceful figure blocked his path. Liao Chen gazed in confusion at the girl and read before him. But from her tearful eyes, he sensed her familiarity. Before he could inquire, she spoke. Liao Chen Ge here. The girl produced the jade box and extended it toward him. Momentarily taken aback, Liao Chen hesitated to accept, but the tender address of Ge and the glistening tears in her eyes evoked a sense of nostalgia within him. He was drawn into memories of a time when only those from a particular place, such as Qing'an City, would refer to him as brother. Once, Lian Xin had called him brother, but upon ascending to the role of sect leader, he had asked her to address him as elder to establish authority. There was also the girl with twin ponytails, Mu Shiner, whom he had rescued from a limping man. You are Shiner, Liao Chen ventured to inquire. Perhaps it was the long-anticipated call that stirred her heart. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the name Chun, Mu Xena found her tears flowing more fiercely, nodding instinctively. Receiving affirmation, Chen took the jade box and placed it within his ring, unconsciously reaching out to pat her head, praising, "You've grown so tall." Although she had envisioned this scene countless times in her dreams, facing so many people made her feel shy. Mu Xiner lowered her head, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Subsequently, as Chun retrieved a spirit stone to present to Mu Xiner, he noticed her sulking with pursed lips, saying, "Brother Chun, what do you mean by this? Have you begun to treat Xiner as an outsider?" Upon hearing her nonsensical words, Chun couldn't help but jest internally, wondering if this girl wished to become his intimate companion. Noticing he was blocking the way, Chen promptly took Mu Xiner aside. The young master of the Wu family, who was accustomed to wealth, observed this scene with a hint of dissatisfaction. This was the woman he sought to pursue, now drawing so close to another man. He made a mental note of Chun, planning to teach him a lesson after the exchange meeting to ensure he kept his distance from Mu Xiner in the future. Mu Xiner adamantly refused the spirit stone from Chun, leaving him at a loss. With an imminent journey to the perilous 10,000 Great Mountains, he considered whether there were any life-preserving treasures among the 2 million high-grade spirit stones he had acquired. Thus, he said to Mu Xiner, "Xiner, please wait for me here." Chen hurried to fetch a token from Steward Zhang before returning to Mu Xiner's side. A wise woman never directly inquires about the matters of the man she admires. Mu Xiner refrained from questioning Chen, for she understood him well. I plan to venture into the 10,000 Great Mountains to seek the subsequent parts of my primary cultivation method, and I wish to explore ways to enhance my abilities. Chen explained, as his consciousness delved into the token. Watching the earnestness in Chun's demeanor, Mu Xiao contemplated how she might persuade him to take her along to the 10,000 Great Mountains. After all, her father had once introduced her to the great demons of the mountains, who were well acquainted with her. Accompanying Chun would surely prevent any trouble from the formidable beings. Chapter 26. Soul Pearl. Just as Mu Xiao was caught in her thoughts, she noticed Chen's smile. After perusing the treasures contained within the token, Chen finally discovered a valuable item for himself, the Soul Pearl. He had not forgotten that within his dantian lay a soul-devouring tree, a rare spiritual plant that specifically targeted the soul. While he felt powerless against the black pattern, it could be devoured directly by the tree. Attacks on the soul were notoriously insidious. In the perilous realm of cultivation, possessing various means could significantly increase one's chances of survival. Chen meticulously examined the description of the Soul Pearl, realizing it was tailor-made for the soul-devouring tree. By infusing it with mana, the pearl could convert into soul power, making it a unique artifact with little combat capability. Although the Soul Pearl was of a relatively low grade as a spiritual artifact, its price was considerably lower than that of low-grade artifacts. Just as Chun intended to make a purchase, he discovered that someone had already acquired it, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Not far away, the young master of the Wu family boldly extracted the Soul Pearl from the token and infused it with mana, causing the pearl to immediately emanate soul power that rippled outward. Losing interest, he thought to himself, if it weren't for his family's wealth, who would bother with such an item? The young master of the Wu family felt somewhat aggrieved, perceiving himself as a victim of deception. As the Soul Pearl emanated its ethereal energy, the soul-devouring tree within Liao Chen's dantian stirred restlessly, signaling its hunger for nourishment. Liao Chen scanned his surroundings and observed the Soul Pearl being toyed with by a wealthy young gentleman, whose brow furrowed in a display of significant distress. Mushiner, watching Liao Chen's expression, followed his gaze and recognized another young nobleman, someone she not only knew but had been entangled with in the past. The young master of the Wu family was notorious for his flamboyant and domineering nature. Just days prior, he had offered 500,000 high-grade spirit stones to corrupt the head of the enforcement team, leading to the wrongful imprisonment of a female cultivator, whom he subsequently violated. The female cultivator, filled with righteous indignation, took her own life in the city lord's mansion, creating a substantial uproar. The city lord's office intervened, and the Wu family, leveraging their financial clout, managed to manipulate events and bribe another cultivator to take the blame, resulting in the young master's swift release. Yet, he remained undeterred, aggressively pursuing Mu Shiner upon arriving in the city, making it impossible for her to shake him off. At that moment, Liao Chen sensed an unusual tension in Mu Shiner and inquired, "Shiner, what troubles you? Do you know him?" Mu Shiner, snapping back to reality, revealed a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. "Yes, that man is the young master of the Wu family, known for his arrogance and tyranny. He just came to Shanghai City and has already sullied a female cultivator. It is utterly despicable that he has turned his attention towards me." Meanwhile, the young master of the Wu family felt a gaze upon him and turned to find Mu Shiner observing him intently, igniting a surge of delight within him. He approached Liao Chun with a disarming smile, presenting the blue pearl in his hand. "Miss Mu, it has been a few days since we last met, and you remain as enchanting as ever. I present this token to you." Though the Soul Pearl held little practical value, its aesthetic appeal was likely to please a young lady. Liao Chun discerned Mu Shiner's discomfort and promptly stepped in front of her, shielding her from the young master. "Young Master Wu, Shiner does not harbor any fondness for you. I kindly ask that you refrain from disturbing her in the future." Liao Chen's gaze bore a chilling intensity directed at the young master. The young master of the Wu family, feeling a surge of murderous intent, was taken aback. When had he ever been warned by anyone? This audacious upstart dared to intervene in his pursuit of a woman, an affront that he could scarcely tolerate. Channeling his magical energy into his folding fan, he aimed a lethal strike at Liao Chun. Just as the attack was about to land, a luminous barrier materialized before Liao Chun. A rotund figure, Elder Zhang, ambled towards the young master of the Wu family, and with every step, the young master felt beads of sweat pooling on his brow. Having brought only 2 divine transformation guards with him to the exchange meeting and finding them absent, he realized that he was now facing a life-threatening situation. To preserve his life, he decided to adopt a submissive stance. "I beg for your mercy, esteemed elder. I am but a member of the Wu family from the southern wilderness. My previous actions were unintentional, merely an attempt to teach that insolent boy a lesson. I am willing to make amends." Elder Zhang, at a loss for words, realized that the young master was utterly unaware of the gravity of his offenses. concluding that the Wu family from the southern wilderness was destined for ruin. Mu Xiner was taken aback by the sudden strike. But the sight of Chun Gu standing resolutely before her stirred immense gratitude within her heart. Noticing Chun Ji's interest in the blue orb held by the arrogant young man, she discreetly conveyed to Steward Zhang, "Uncle Zhang, I desire that blue orb." Steward Zhang understood the implications. However, he knew that a mere low-grade spiritual artifact could not compensate for the audacity shown towards the young lady. His gentle-hearted mistress would not be lenient. The Wu family of the southern wilderness held a formidable reputation. Had he not heard of the esteemed Mu Zun of the four realms of humanity? Steward Zhang remarked coldly. On this continent, to be deemed as Zun, one must possess cultivation at least above the Dharma aspect. Upon hearing the name Mu Zun and realizing that Mu Xiner was indeed his daughter, the young master of the Wu family was instantly petrified. Recognizing that he had just attempted to provoke the daughter of a revered figure, he felt as though his fate had reached a dead end, collapsing weakly to the ground. "Umph," Steward Zhang scoffed at the sight of the Wu family's young master, who lay paralyzed with fear. "Such a character dared to pursue my mistress? With a kind heart, she interceded on your behalf. Now relinquish your storage ring and the soul orb, and be gone." Zhang's gaze remained icy as he regarded the Wu family scion. Realizing there was still a glimmer of hope, the young master hastily dispelled the soul imprint, surrendering his storage ring and the soul orb, repeatedly apologizing as he retreated in disgrace. Though he had been arrogant, he was not foolish enough to underestimate the gravity of his situation. Steward Zhang chuckled, "My lady, here is the soul orb you requested." He simultaneously transferred the contents of the Wu family young master's storage ring into his own. Liao Chun was astonished by this display. Never had he witnessed a servant brazenly pilfering in front of their master. Yet Mu Xiner, undeterred, accepted the blue orb and handed it to Liao Chun, saying, "Liao Chun, Ge here." Gazing upon Mu Xiner's sweet countenance, Liao Chun felt a twinge of conflict. He had no intention of living off her generosity, yet the orb was undeniably valuable to him. With the uncertainties surrounding their expedition to the Great Mountains, the growth of the soul-eating tree would greatly benefit him. After much internal struggle, Liao Chun ultimately accepted Mu Xiner's kindness, saying, "Xiner, this soul orb is of great significance to me. Thus, I owe you a favor." Seeing Liao Chun accept her goodwill filled Mu Xiner with joy as she replied, "Liao Chun Ge, you flatter me. Consider this a token of apology from the young master of the Wu family." Having heard Liao Chun mention his intention to venture to the Great Mountains, Mu Xiner expressed her desire to accompany him, gently shaking his arm. She was well aware that this tactic was effective with both her father and Liao Chun. Those present, all cultivators at the nascent soul stage, were astute enough to hear that Mu Xiner's father was the revered Mu Zun of the four realms of humanity, immediately branding her as someone not to be trifled with. Witnessing Mu Zun's daughter acting playfully with the young man in green, their interest in Liao Chun began to grow. Indeed, Liao Chun yielded to her request. With a resigned look, he addressed Mu Xiner, "I shall allow you to accompany me this time. But we must establish some ground rules. Otherwise, I cannot take you along." Seeing Liao Chun relent, Mu Xiner readily agreed. Looking at the young girl before him, Liao Chun stated earnestly, "First, during our trip to the Great Mountains, you must heed my commands. Second, if we encounter danger, you are to disregard my safety and flee immediately. Third, you must adhere to the second rule. If you agree to these terms, I will permit you to join me." Mu Xiner understood that this was Liao Chun's concern for her. "Liao Chun, rest assured, I will certainly heed your advice." Upon hearing Mu Xiner's assurance, Liao Chun resolved that if danger were to arise, he would prioritize her safety. "Xiner, this is not the place for reminiscing. Shall we find a quieter spot?" Liao Chun suggested, sensing the curious gazes surrounding them. Mu Xiner, having been overly joyous moments before, now felt a wave of shyness washing over her. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and replied, "I will listen to Brother Liao Chun." Observing the young lady's demeanor, Steward Zhang could not help but feel a sense of displeasure towards Liao Chun, realizing that his cherished daughter was likely to be captivated by this young man. "Let us go to Xiankolai. I have heard that their Tian Y Tian is an exquisite delicacy," Liao Chun proposed. After reuniting with Xiner and having saved a significant sum of spirit stones, indulging in a sumptuous meal was only natural. Mu Xiner nodded in agreement. As long as she was with Brother Liao Chun, she felt indifferent about the destination. Liao Chun, looking at Mu Xiner, instinctively took her small hand, leading her towards the exit of the formation. He remained oblivious to the fact that both he and Mu Xiner had grown up, and such actions might not be appropriate. Behind them, Mu Xiner's face grew even redder, yet she did not resist. Steward Zhang refrained from following. As he had to oversee the event, and could not afford to be as reckless as the young lady. He activated the formation, disregarding the regulations of Shanghai City, and transmitted a message to Mu Yingwei. Mrs. Exited. Ensure her safety, understood? The Mu Yingwei were elite shadow guards, meticulously trained by Mu Dingtian, each fiercely loyal and immensely powerful. In a private room on the second floor of Xian Kulai, a table was laden with an array of dishes. A young couple sat side by side. Shiner, where have you been all these years? Liao Chen inquired, eyeing Mu Shiner's slightly flushed face as he pushed the Tian towards her. That year, my father broke through to a new realm, and our clan encountered unforeseen troubles, so we returned to deal with matters at home. After nearly a century of conflict, my father finally stabilized our position. I had intended to seek you out after some time, yet here we are, unexpectedly reunited in Shanghai City. Mu Shiner replied cheerfully. By the way, brother Liao Chen, I have prepared a gift for you. Without keeping him in suspense, Mu Shiner produced a box emanating a chilling aura, activating a protective artifact to form a barrier. She said, Brother Liao Chen, please activate your protective artifact first. Noticing Mu Shiner's cautious demeanor, Liao Chen quickly summoned his life sword to establish a protective shield. As Mu Shiner also activated her barrier and opened the icy box, an intense heat surged forth. Liao Chen's heart raced in astonishment as he beheld the searing stones within. Chapter 27. Endless Fiery Sand. Endless fiery sand is an exceedingly rare fire element treasure. If refined into the life sword sand sheng, it would require only a minimal amount of spiritual energy to generate vast quantities of even hotter sand. Theoretically, as long as spiritual energy is continuously infused, an endless supply of sand could be produced. Remarkably, like the Soul Command, it also possesses the ability to shield against spiritual probing. Liao Chen could envision himself unleashing enough scorching sand to ensnare his foes within its grasp, with the assistance of the 3 lifetimes sword, which could obscure vision and sever divine perception. He would become an elusive specter. Furthermore, he could manipulate the boundless fiery sands to launch assaults against his adversaries. Once again, Xian Air presented him with an irresistible treasure, and Liao Chen felt himself straying further down the path of indulgence. Resolutely, he decided to devote himself to rigorous training, determined to be worthy of her expectations. In a moment of sincerity, he declared, Xian Air, I will strive to protect you. However, he immediately regretted his words, realizing it sounded akin to a confession of affection, even though he regarded Xian Air as a sister. Upon hearing his sentiments, Xian Air's heart brimmed with joy, and a blush crept across her cheeks as she nodded. Accepting the endless fiery sands from her, Liao Chen began to refine them on the spot. Half a day later, in the shadows, a figure felt a surge of concern. If that scoundrel dares to harm the young lady, I shall not let him escape. 3 days later, the door to a private room on the second floor of the Celestial Guest House swung open, revealing a striking couple, an extraordinarily handsome man with a wine gourd at his waist, and a woman clad in a stunning red dress, radiating beauty. Throughout these 3 days, Liao Chen had been diligently refining the boundless fiery sands alongside his exceptional fire spirit root, the process proving remarkably smooth. Xian Air, are you truly not considering bringing any companions? The 10,000 great mountains will undoubtedly be perilous, and I fear unforeseen dangers. Liao Chen expressed his concerns. The 10,000 great mountains were the territory of the demon race, where even human venerables might not receive due respect. Rest assured, my father has left a decree with me that ensures my safety. Xian Air replied with a smile, appreciating Liao Chen's constant consideration for her well-being. After a moment of contemplation, Liao Chen dismissed his worries. His strength had significantly increased, and even in the early stage of spirit transformation, he could hold his ground. Should the need arise, he believed he could swiftly retreat with Xian Air. As they approached the counter of the Celestial Guest House, Xian Air's voice rang out. Liao Chen, the bill has been settled. Liao Chen cast a deep glance at her. What man could resist such a girl? He pondered who might take advantage of her in the future, feeling a protective instinct as her brother. Outside of Ocean and Mountain City, Liao Chen summoned a white cloud and made the first leap onto it, with Xian Air closely following. It had been so long since he had ridden on a cloud vessel. He recalled his first experience when he had been kidnapped. Xian Air reflected on this with nostalgia. Liao Chen guided the white cloud towards the 10,000 great mountains, descending when they were still 10 miles away for the sake of discretion. Brother Liao Chen, look at the rabbit. Xian Air exclaimed, pointing ahead. Liao Chen chuckled softly. She was already in the Golden Core realm and had long since entered a period of fasting. Yet here she was, chattering about a little white rabbit. Little did he know, Xian Air had developed a taste for the rabbits he had roasted. finding it difficult to adjust to the meals prepared by her father. Swiftly, Liao Chen caught the rabbit and presented it to her. Xian Air gently stroked it before releasing it back into the wild. The towering trees and sporadic roars of beasts signified that they were in a paradise for demon beasts, a forbidden land for humans. At that moment, a scene of slaughter unfolded, highlighting the fragility of life, where no rules existed, or rather, strength itself was the only law. Hearing from Xian that this place is governed by the 28 great demon kings, and knowing that the Qingwan demon beast he seeks resides within the territory of the explosive Yuan king, he feels fortunate that this territory is not deep within the heart of the 10,000 Great Mountains. As he steps into the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains with Xian, Liao Chen draws forth his life-bound sword, holding it firmly in his grasp, while his consciousness expands, remaining vigilant. In contrast, Xian indulges in the scenery, occasionally plucking a few flowers to breathe in their fragrance. As a master alchemist, Liao Chen is well-versed in the properties of flora and fauna, ensuring that Xian does not come into contact with any poisonous plants, deliberately guiding their path toward safety. How could there be fluctuations of magical energy here? Liao Chen muses, sensing a surge of mana. Calculating the risks, he decides it would be prudent to keep his distance. For he is not alone on this venture. Just as he fears, a figure intrudes upon his consciousness, hastening toward their direction. It is a young woman, her face veiled, bearing a gunshot wound on her chest and gasping for breath, evidently pursued. Without a moment's hesitation, Liao Chen produces a cloak, enveloping both himself and Xian within its folds. He has no desire to play the hero, unwilling to plunge Xian into peril, especially not for a beauty that may bring disaster. Where did she go? The veiled maiden furrows her brow, yet she continues to race toward Liao Chen, undeterred. Xian, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, approaches us. You must remain utterly silent, otherwise we may attract unnecessary trouble, Liao Chen cautions telepathically. Although Mu Xian has been well protected by her father, her intelligence makes her aware of the dangers within the cultivation world. Rest assured, I understand, she replies in kind. The veiled maiden's speed is remarkable, and her pursuers are no less swift. Shadows of gunfire reappear, aimed at her, prompting her to accelerate sharply and evade the onslaught. The projectiles land silently, penetrating the trees, which release wisps of dark demonic energy from their wounds. Liao Chen's consciousness probes deeper, narrowing his eyes as he identifies the pursuers as demonic cultivators. After the maiden's hasty surge, her condition appears to deteriorate further, as she continues to cough, indicating that her acceleration comes at a price, while the demonic cultivators pursue her leisurely, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. Liao Chen struggles to comprehend why the assailants would act so brazenly within the 10,000 Great Mountains without fear of higher-level demon beasts intervening. The battle rages on, and the maiden's injuries worsen as the distance between them diminishes. Suddenly, the maiden halts in midair, casting forth a green box, channeling her energy into it with rapid gestures. And without hesitation, she darts toward Liao Chen. The green box radiates a brilliant light, seemingly sentient, locking onto the pursuing demonic cultivators. The demonic figure scoffs, raising a black shield before him, and casting a barrier that envelopes him entirely. Ignoring the green box, the demon continues its chase after the maiden, just as the box unleashes an unseen green beam that strikes the black barrier. At this moment, the maiden has reached Liao Chen's south hiding place. Scanning her surroundings with a furrowed brow, her breath now absent. Although Liao Chen employs the cloak, the maiden still seems capable of sensing him. Realizing something is amiss, Liao Chen contemplates the possibility that she possesses some artifact for detecting energy signatures, and he promptly erases his and Xian's presence. My esteemed fellow, I am Sun Hong, the elder steward of Baijiao Valley, and I implore your assistance. I shall express my profound gratitude afterwards. The masked maiden clasped her hands in reverence. The emerald light lingered only briefly upon the ebony barrier before piercing directly towards the heart of the demon cultivator. This fleeting moment granted the demon a chance to react, forcibly shifting its body. As the green radiance penetrated the demon's being, it swiftly expanded, instilling terror within the demon as it realized it was poisoned. Sun Hong of Baijiao Valley would not grant her adversary the luxury of time to dispel the poison. She conjured a thorned rose, her spell causing the petals to detach and transform into a flurry of embroidered needles, hurtling towards the demon. From the current perspective, Sun Hong of Baijiao Valley appeared to hold the upper hand. Why would she wish to flee? Liao Chen was filled with confusion. At that moment, 3 more figures emerged within Liao Chen's perceptive range. To his astonishment, among them was a late-stage nascent soul, known as a half-step to spirit transformation. a formidable force not easily contended with by those of the nascent soul realm. Liao Chun understood that Sun Hong had strategically chosen this battleground, anticipating his intervention. For a raging fire at the city gates would undoubtedly ensnare innocent bystanders. Liao Chen deftly relinquished control of his cloak to Mu Xiner, acutely aware that he needed to swiftly relocate the battlefield. "Friend Sun, your actions are rather ungracious," Liao Chen remarked, his expression one of displeasure, a sentiment any individual would share. Sun Hong, upon witnessing the emergence of the green-robed cultivator, felt elated that she had finally compelled him to reveal himself. Yet, recognizing her own weakened position, she feared that if the late-stage nascent soul demon pursued her, her fate would be dire. Although this cultivator was merely at the early-stage nascent soul pinnacle, it was evident that he was extraordinary. For had it not been for her armored beast's acute sensitivity to scent, she would not have detected him. Irritated by Liao Chen's reproach, Sun Hong retorted, "We, as members of the human race, should support one another. How can you remain indifferent in my time of need?" She stood upon her moral high ground, completely oblivious to her own missteps. If her adversary were excessively powerful, dragging others into peril would not constitute mutual support, but rather a recipe for demise. It was a matter of life and death, yet she expected others to willingly march to their doom alongside her. Liao Chen inwardly cursed her audacity, but recognized the necessity of diverting her attention. "You speak true, friend Sun. I am remorseful and shall lend my aid at once." He had to placate her. Should she realize there were others present, he could only imagine the chaos that would ensue. With a swift motion, Liao Chun unleashed a blade following the petals, striking the demon cultivator with a resounding thud, sending it flying. "Friend Sun, 3 presences are approaching us," he cautioned. Upon hearing this, Sun Hong's countenance changed dramatically. "We must swiftly eliminate this demon. It excels in speed. If it joins forces with the others, our escape will become exceedingly troublesome." With her spell, she directed the thornless rose towards the speedster demon, currently ensnared by the petals and suffering from the debilitating poison. Sun Hong intended to exploit its weakened state. Feigning panic before regaining his composure, Liao Chen similarly commanded his flying sword to strike. The demon, already afflicted by the potent poison, found itself facing 2 equally matched cultivators, ultimately opting for self-detonation to evade capture. As Sun Hong found herself caught off guard by the blast, she coughed up blood. Wiping the crimson from her lips, she wasted no time and began her escape. With her adeptness and speed, she believed she could easily evade the pursuing demonic cultivators, leaving the young man behind to hinder them while she ensured her own survival. Liao Chun, upon noticing her intention to flee, felt a surge of indignation. Just moments ago, they had spoken of mutual support as members of the human race, and now she was abandoning him. In a fit of anger, he summoned a white token and activated the 3 lives sword to obstruct Sun Hong's path. "Why do you obstruct me, fellow cultivator?" Sun Hong questioned, her voice tinged with urgency. "The 3 demonic cultivators are hot on our heels. Now is the perfect moment for us to escape. Sun Hong, I am not proficient in speed. If you leave now, I will have to face the 3 of them alone," Liao Chun retorted, his frustration palpable. He was at an impasse. The presence of Xian air nearby rendered her vulnerable to discovery, and he had just injured one of the demonic cultivators. If they were to arrive, he would undoubtedly be the prime target. He had witnessed the woman's swiftness firsthand and knew he could not match her. Furthermore, demonic cultivators held grudges, and he sought to avoid relentless pursuit by eliminating them. Allowing Sun Hong to escape was unthinkable. Her formidable strength and ability to track by aura posed a significant threat should he find himself in conflict and injured. Chapter 28. Slaying the demonic cultivators. At that moment, Yuaning trailed closely behind the 3 demonic cultivators. "Brother Wu, that vile woman has an accomplice. I was ambushed in the depths of the forest. Those 2 possess extraordinary strength, and I was forced to self-detonate my physical form. Please avenge me, brother," Yuaning pleaded, his eyes filled with despair. "Rest assured, once I slay those 2, you can seize their bodies and restore yourself. Your incessant whining is a disgrace to our heavenly demon sect," Brother Wu replied, his irritation evident. As the encircling swords dissipated, 3 figures and a Yuan-ing surrounded Sun Hong, all remaining vigilant. Realizing she could once again channel her energy, Sun Hong deduced that the figure in green robes was behind it all. He bore a grudge against her for exposing him and aimed to use these demonic cultivators to eliminate her. "Where's that man in green?" Yuaning inquired, scanning the surroundings but failing to spot Liao Chun. "Humph, he is nearby," Sun Hong scoffed, her demeanor resolute. She understood that her only chance lay in redirecting the situation in her favor, distracting them to seize a fleeting opportunity for survival. Liao Chen remained silent, indeed lurking nearby, waiting for the moment when Sun Hong and the demonic cultivators would engage in a fierce battle, leaving them weakened for his ambush. Brother He, keep an eye out for the absent cultivator. The three of us can handle this woman, Brother Wu instructed, activating his recently awakened blood eye. Although he did not detect any other figures, he remained cautious, deeming his uselessness as an advantage to serve as an extra set of eyes. What's happening? My energy flow has slowed, Brother Wu's disciple remarked, and upon testing it, he felt a surge of panic. Sun Hong speculated that the man in green was responsible, though she could not fathom why he would assist her. Dismissing further thoughts, she swiftly commanded her rose artifact to launch an attack. She first targeted the formidable blood-eyed Wu, seizing the moment of her optimal condition to vanquish his main force in a bid for survival. At this juncture, Liao Chun was also assisting Sun Hong by utilizing the white token to augment the suppression of the blood-eyed Wu's magical power, reducing him to the golden core stage. In a single decisive strike, Sun Hong shattered the blood-eyed Wu, staring in disbelief at the remnants before her, unable to fathom that she had accomplished such a feat. The other demonic cultivators were equally incredulous. Despite their suppression, they were still of the nascent soul realm and could not comprehend how easily their senior was slain. With a fleeting reserve of magical energy, Sun Hong redirected her petals to commence the dismemberment of the He-type demonic cultivator. The He-type cultivator, terrified, attempted to utilize nascent soul teleportation, only to find his magical powers rendered inoperative. No matter how fervently he tried, he could not summon his magic. Regretting his decision to accompany Senior Wu for vengeance instead of merely observing the spectacle, curiosity had indeed led him to his doom. Predictably, he too was reduced to fragments by Sun Hong. At this moment, Sun Hong's magical reserves were dwindling, having been significantly depleted in the earlier confrontation. The green-clad cultivator further suppressed her, and her mana had not been replenished in time. Should the remaining two demonic cultivators decide to attack, her fate would be sealed. With two of their comrades slain, the remaining demonic cultivators lost their will to fight and fled in disarray. A weight lifted from Sun Hong's heart. The green-clad cultivator had previously communicated that as long as she eliminated the nascent soul, their enmity would be resolved. With two slain and two escaped, she had achieved her most glorious victory thus far. Desiring to leave the scene, Sun Hong collected the storage rings of the two demonic cultivators. Just then, the scattered remnants on the ground began to coalesce frantically, soon reconstituting into a human form. This was none other than the blood-eyed Wu, though one of his blood-red eyes had now closed. Sun Hong was taken aback, unable to intervene in time as the Wu cultivator completed his reformation. The scene resembled a real-life resurrection, unfolding right before her eyes. Liao Chun, observing from the sidelines, could not help but marvel. The ancient adage about reducing enemies to ashes was indeed not without merit. "You filthy wretch, perish," the blood-eyed Wu declared, eager to catch his opponent off guard and strike her down. Sun Hong realized she would still need the assistance of the green-clad cultivator, having endured multiple bouts. Her injuries and waning magical energy left her vulnerable. "Fellow cultivator, I implore you to lend your aid," she beseeched. Liao Chun, however, was determined not to allow the enemy to prevail. He remained uncertain if the blood-eyed Wu possessed any hidden trump cards, considering the possibility of further resurrections. This time, he intended to ensure that the demonic cultivator would be entirely powerless. After experiencing defeat once, the Wu cultivator understood that under suppression, he could only wield soul power. Thus, he was reliant solely on his remaining eye. He had initially planned to utilize this blood eye, and as expected, the remaining eye bled black eye core, emitting a red beam. Sun Hong quickly harnessed her magical techniques to maneuver the roses into defense while employing secret arts to escape. She simply lacked the strength to continue fighting. Her earlier declarations had merely served to deceive the green-clad cultivator. With a resounding crash, the rose artifact was struck down. Observing Sun Hong's attempt to flee, the blood-eyed Wu was unwilling to let her go. Setting aside the theft of her storage ring, the vendetta for his eye demanded retribution. Once more, he activated the powers of his blood eye, and enveloped in crimson light, the Wu cultivator vanished from sight. Liao Chen stood by, utterly astonished. The blood eye ability was indeed enigmatic, yet he remained resolute in his decision to observe rather than intervene. Sun Hong, the cunning woman, was not to be underestimated. It was uncertain whether the Wu-type cultivator would fare well. Suddenly, a radiant light flickered before Sun Hong, signaling that the Wu-type cultivator was on the verge of materialization. In that moment, she unleashed a silver needle from her mouth, her ultimate trump card, the soul-breaking spirit treasure. A piercing scream escaped the Wu-type cultivator. Liao Chun was perplexed by the cultivator's reckless actions. As blood surged forth, The Wu-type cultivator attempted to coalesce once more, this time closing his eyes entirely. Before he could launch an attack, Sun Hong, who had been biding her time, struck. With no other option, the Wu-type cultivator self-destructed. The explosion echoed, and as his nascent soul sought to escape, it discovered an inability to harness its powers. In that instant, the flying needle struck, sealing his fate. Sun Hong, drained of strength, collapsed to the ground. Liao Chun, however, was not deceived by her apparent exhaustion. He promptly activated a white token, summoning a flying sword that unleashed a torrent of scorching sand, enveloping Sun Hong. The three-talent sword formation was set into motion. Realizing the imminent danger, Sun Hong retrieved a soul artifact from her ring to defend herself. At this juncture, Liao Chun was at his zenith, while Sun Hong was already fatigued from the relentless battle. Within 3 exchanges, he claimed her life, and with a burst of fierce flames, Sun Hong ceased to exist. After a brief interval, Liao Chun revealed himself, gathering the spoils of victory before seeking out Xin'er. This time, he had no intention of concealing his tracks. He summoned a white cloud and swiftly made his way to Xin'er's south hiding place, knowing that the recent skirmish would surely draw the attention of the demon clan. Mu Xin'er awaited anxiously, having heard the tumult of battle with clarity. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure of Mu Yingwei harbored an understanding of Liao Chun. He was a cunning individual. Yet he treated the young lady with great care, willing to risk himself rather than involve her in peril. As the white cloud descended, Liao Chun addressed the concealed Mu Xin'er, urging, "We must depart quickly." A streak of white cloud glided away from the scene of conflict as Liao Chun and Xin'er commenced their inventory in the newly established cave dwelling. Liao Chun gazed at the jade slips, the rose, the unreadable book, and a plethora of spirit stones, his excitement palpable. The jade slip contained records of the blood eye cultivation, a practice most peculiar and fraught with peril for the unwary. The rose, a stunning female spirit artifact, was destined for Xin'er. The unreadable book remained truly inscrutable, even to the well-versed Xin'er. "Xin'er, I present you this flower as an offering," Liao Chun said, extending the rose towards her. Xin'er accepted the rose, her cheeks flushing as she pecked Liao Chun on the cheek and softly declared, "This reward is for you," before shyly fleeing. Liao Chun, covering his cheek where she had kissed him, smiled and shook his head, remarking, "The little girl has grown up." In a certain cave within the 10,000 Great Mountains, the recent commotion confirmed to a high-ranking cultivator, one resembling a massive wild dog, albeit without a guide, that the disturbance had been caused by an intruder, communicating in beast language, which was difficult for humans to comprehend. The wild dog below barked affirmatively and twisted its body, signaling its agreement. Another bark echoed, and soon, countless wild dogs surged forth, embarking on a search for the trespasser in their territory. Before them lay the territory of the Qingwan demon beast, and Shiner turned to Liao Chun. She had accompanied her father to the 10,000 Great Mountains to pay homage at the docks, where the explosive Yuan Wang had introduced various subordinate factions. Notably, many prominent demon beasts were present, though one Qingwan demon beast was absent due to an outing, a detail she recalled vividly. As a black household without a travel permit, Liao Chun chose to exercise caution and began the search for the Qingwan demon beast with Shiner. Along their path, avian creatures continuously patrolled, their calls seemingly conveying some form of information. Liao Chun, having studied the language of beasts in the sect's library, found this knowledge unexpectedly useful. It seemed the Qingwan demon beast had encountered significant trouble and was now seeking refuge in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Known for its playful nature, the Qingwan had once caught the eye of a disciple from the holy sect while wandering the endless demon realm, who sought to claim it as a mount. Given its lineage, infused with a hint of phoenix blood, it could not be easily subdued, resulting in a fierce battle where the Qingwan was ultimately wounded. Chapter 29. Liao Chun severely injured deep underground. A colossal bird lay upon a stone tablet, lamenting in evident agony. Within the cave, numerous other birds observed one another with tilted heads. Outside the cave, several fourth-tier birds with prominent combs were engaged in hushed conversation. The red-feathered comb bird remarked, "The old one is in no condition to fight. If we act now, its demise is certain." The purple-feathered comb bird hesitated, expressing concern that attacking the injured demon lord would not be well received among their kind. The purple-feathered bird articulated its apprehensions. "If we strike against the demon lord now, we risk inciting rebellion among the lower ranks. In the realm of demon beasts, challenges for power typically occur when both parties are in a fair state." News from a neighboring wild dog had just arrived, indicating that foreign entities had breached the 10,000 Great Mountains, a situation they could exploit. The red-feathered bird's gaze turned cold with resolve. It intended to shift the blame for the demon lord's death onto these outsiders. With their combined strength and a loyal following, the brothers could ascend once the demon lord was no more. The purple-feathered bird pondered, once we eliminate the demon lord, who will assume its position? It was reluctant to take risks that offered no tangible benefits. Presently, both brothers held the title of Deputy Demon Lord, with comparable strength and support. The red-feathered bird countered. We can deliberate that later. If we do not seize this opportunity while the old one is incapacitated, we may never have our chance. Now is not the time for internal strife over power. Meanwhile, Liao Chun and Shiner approached the Qingluan's lair without cloaks to conceal their presence. Openly drawing near while murmuring in the language of beasts, I am a high-level alchemist who has inadvertently wandered here, with no ill intent. As they neared the Qingluan's dwelling, they noticed a throng of avian demon beasts gathered at the entrance, particularly the two comb birds that stood out prominently. Both had achieved the late 4th tier and arrogantly positioned themselves at the forefront, their eyes betraying a sense of delight. They flapped their wings and called out, "You claim to be an alchemist. How can you prove it?" With no alternative, Liao Chun resorted to demonstrating his skills in crafting pills. Upon witnessing his genuine ability, the birds had no inquiries regarding travel permits. The mere notion of a human alchemist intruding upon their territory was sufficient for them to gauge his worth. The human race dispatched alchemists to assassinate the Qingluan demon leader, and the demons exerted every effort to slay the perpetrator, which is quite reasonable. Indeed, as an alchemist, my demon leader has been injured. I kindly implore my friends to lend their assistance. The red-feathered rooster bird extended an invitation. Upon hearing this, Liao Chun realized that it was precisely the outcome he sought by revealing his identity, secretly delighting in his luck. Little did he know, he had already fallen into the trap set by the two rooster birds before him. "Please wait here, alchemist. We shall enter," chirped the red-feathered rooster bird, lifting its wings. Liao Chun understood its implication, recognizing that it was an invitation directed towards him. "Exiner, let us proceed together," Liao Chun said to Exiner. Simultaneously, he transmitted a warning through thought. "Exercise caution. These birds are overly enthusiastic towards us. Something seems amiss." Humans typically harbor wariness when encountering their own kind for the first time. How could these creatures, with their deep-seated animosities towards outsiders, exhibit such warmth simply because he was an alchemist? Liao Chun had his own intentions. He could seize this opportunity to investigate whether there existed a record stone of the burning heaven demon fire within the premises, a mutual exploitation, after all. Upon entering the cavern, he found it to be spacious, lofty, and brilliantly illuminated, with luminous stones densely carpeting the sides. The rooster bird brothers pranced ahead, their pace suddenly accelerating until they vanished from sight. Sensing something amiss, Liao Chun firmly grasped X's hand and retrieved a recording stone from his storage ring, placing it into a pocket with a tear. Upon their first meeting, Xiner felt distressed at the sight of Liao Chun's tattered attire, but now, witnessing his actions, she immediately understood. With a flick of his wrist, the three-live sword floated in the air, guarding both Liao Chun and Xiner. The rooster bird brothers approached the Qingluan demon leader, murmuring amongst themselves before regurgitating a white elixir. The eyes of the Qingluan bird sparkled, as if it had glimpsed a glimmer of hope for recovery. At that moment, Liao Chun and Xiner arrived, and as Liao Chun observed the stone tablet beneath the Qingluan bird, he felt an exhilarating tremor. This was indeed the foundational technique of the burning heaven demon fire, directly targeting the Dharma aspect realm. As for the realms beyond the Dharma aspect, they demanded not only profound accumulation of magical power, but also the comprehension of one's own path. As he watched the rooster bird feeding the Qingluan bird the white elixir, Liao Chun instinctively sensed something was amiss and immediately intervened, exclaiming, "The Qingluan demon leader must not consume that white elixir." Upon hearing this, the Qingluan demon leader attempted to expel the elixir from its mouth, but the rooster bird brothers exchanged glances and swiftly utilized their powers to immobilize the Qingluan demon leader, obstructing its magical energy manipulation and forcibly pushed the elixir into its abdomen. Liao Chun rushed forward to impede them, but the purple-feathered rooster bird swiftly engaged him in combat. Liao Chun promptly employed a white token to attempt to restrain the rooster bird's power, subsequently transmitting to Xen, "Quickly, go outside and inform the other demon beasts of the situation. Bring them in to assist us." However, it was already too late. After slaying the Qingluan demon leader, the red-feathered rooster bird blocked their path, establishing a 2-on-2 confrontation. Yet, Liao Chun's side was clearly at a disadvantage. Facing two late-stage nascent soul cultivators with only his early-stage nascent soul and gold core cultivation, The direst realization was that these two rooster birds specialized in soul cultivation, as evidenced by the soul force the red-feathered rooster bird had just summoned. Liao Chun had never anticipated encountering soul cultivators, and his greatest reliance, the white token, had seemingly become ineffective. At this moment, the small tree in the dantian was unusually excited, signaling a desire for sustenance. Liao Chun felt a chill run down his spine. A late-stage nascent soul cultivator should not be thinking of food. He immediately summoned his subzord, employing the three-talent sword formation to encircle the red-feathered rooster, while he himself sheltered the purple-feathered rooster, allowing Xiao to escape. With a breath, the three-life mother sword spiraled around him, and searing sand and stones began to form, enveloping the purple-feathered rooster. The purple-feathered rooster exhaled flames towards Liao Chun, who deftly sidestepped the inferno using his magical prowess. The mother sword simultaneously executed the three-talent sword formation, combining with the sand and stones for protection, as the flying swords swiftly sliced into the purple-feathered rooster, inflicting numerous wounds. Seeing his brother in peril, the red-feathered rooster forcefully broke through the three-talents formation, intending to overwhelm Liao Chun by attacking in tandem. This was precisely the outcome Liao Chun desired. Xiao, now is your chance to flee, he urged. Xiao, teary-eyed, protested, no. I won't leave, I refuse to go. Listen to me. If you stay, I cannot exert my full strength, Liao Chun implored urgently. He was not as composed as he appeared. The massive consumption of magical energy from producing vast amounts of sand and employing two three-talent sword formations was overwhelming, even for his robust reserves. Seeing Xiao still unwilling to depart, Liao Chun took a short-distance teleportation talisman from his ring and activated it, enveloping Xiao in its protective aura. Just as he became distracted, the purple-feathered rooster struck Liao Chun's chest, sending him crashing into the earth, blood spilling from his lips. A yellowed talisman activated. Yet Liao Chun did not vanish into the ground. Realizing escape was impossible, he used his cloak to become invisible and consumed a healing elixir. It appeared that after witnessing Xiao being teleported away, the roosters activated the protective formation of the cave. This demonstrated the trust the Qingyuan demon lord had in them. Now, their only option was to kill Liao Chun, shift the blame onto him, and destroy the image stone in his possession to eliminate any evidence. As the Rooster brothers charged again, Liao Chun wielded the mother sword, infusing it with magical energy, generating an endless flow of sand and stones, while controlling the subzord to use the three talents killing formation to encircle the Rooster brothers, himself hidden within the sand. Observing Liao Chun's disappearance, the red-feathered rooster summoned its soul power, unleashing a barrage of dense hailstones to forcibly break the three talents sword formation, while the purple-feathered rooster exhaled flames, pressing Liao Chun to reveal himself. Watching cracks appear in the subzord and the flames drawing near, Liao Chun was filled with urgency. He needed to find a breakthrough. He recalled the drunken soul pill, a potion that enhanced soul power. Liao Chun tossed 5 pills into the air, where they dissolved amidst their flight. With a thunderous boom, the subzord shattered, breaking the three talents sword formation that confined the red-feathered rooster. Liao Chun knew he had to act swiftly or risk being outnumbered. He charged forth, wielding the three-life sword, successfully striking the purple-feathered rooster in the chest. However, he was also knocked back by the red-feathered rooster's lateral strike, causing the purple-feathered rooster's soul to be severed. It turned out that after Liao Chun shattered the purple-feathered rooster's protective light, the tree in his dantian seized the opportunity to invade the purple-feathered rooster's body, entwining its soul. In these past days, Liao Chun had not only been flirting, but had also dedicated time each day to nurture the soul-eating tree. Observing the stiffening body of the purple-feathered rooster, the red-feathered rooster began to cackle joyfully, believing its brother was dead, and thus, it would no longer have to compete for dominance. The red-feathered cockatoo opened its beak, only to find itself slightly dizzy and unable to concentrate its soul power. Meanwhile, Liao Chun executed a swift strike, shattering the protective barrier surrounding the red-feathered cockatoo, and a thick root plunged into its body. That last strike had consumed the final remnants of Liao Chun's magical energy. After suffering 2 consecutive heavy blows, Liao Chun found himself on the brink of exhaustion, his vision fading to darkness as he lost consciousness. Outside the cave, the demonic beasts were relentlessly assaulting the entrance. Xiao, filled with anxiety, suddenly recalled that she possessed a communication jade slip from King Yuan. After a frantic search, she unearthed the long-forgotten slip and sent out a plea for help. Uncertain if King Yuan would still recognize her after so many years, or if he would even come to her aid, she felt compelled to take the gamble. Every passing moment put her brother Chun in greater peril. Suddenly, a formidable red-furred, brawny ape appeared, its powerful aura causing the attacking beasts to immediately kneel in deference to King Yuan. With a hearty laugh, King Yuan exclaimed, "Mu girl, why haven't you come to visit me in my territory? Uncle Yuan, this is not the time for pleasantries. I implore you to act and break the formation to rescue my friend," Mu Xiner replied, a mixture of surprise and urgency in her voice. "Very well, watch closely," King Yuan declared, waving his hand to send the lesser beasts flying. A cacophony of roars erupted as they scattered. With the nuisances out of the way, King Yuan leaped high into the air, channeling his power into a single mighty punch, which shattered the formation. He then forcefully pushed open the cave entrance. Observing King Yuan's immense strength left Mu Xina momentarily awestruck, and she quickly pulled him into the cave. "Uncle, please slow down. That young man won't perish." King Yuan, while inspecting the cave's condition, was hastily led by Mu Xina. Upon entering, he discovered the Qing Luan demon commander and 2 of his deputies dead within the cave. While the human boy lay unconscious on the ground, Liao Chun, Mu Xiner exclaimed in shock before rushing towards him, her heart aching at the sight of his concave chest and injured waist. In Chapter 30, titled King Yuan's Cave, Mu Xiner retrieved a cloud-like medicinal pill from her ring and administered it to Liao Chun, infusing him with a surge of green energy to help him absorb the pill's potency. As the medicinal effects took hold, a wave of life force spread through Liao Chun, gradually restoring his sunken chest and injured waist under his subconscious guidance. With Liao Chen's condition stabilizing, Mu Xiner finally felt a sense of relief. "Thank you, Uncle Yuan," Mu Xiner said, her eyes reddened with emotion as she addressed King Yuan. As a demon king, he had never been treated with such courtesy, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Then, recalling Liao Chen's purpose for coming to the Qing Luan cave, she placed the stone tablet found beneath the Qing Luan's corpse into her ring. Having examined the tablet, she realized it contained a fire attribute cultivation technique that required the absorption of heavenly spiritual fire for training. "Mu girl, why didn't you come to find me upon arriving in the 10,000 Great Mountains? My Yuan Tiangang shares a deep bond with your father," King Yuan remarked, gazing at Mu Xiner. Although Yuan Tiangang noticed her collecting the stone tablet, he prioritized reconnecting with his niece over the matter. After her father's breakthrough, he had been swamped with various affairs, leaving no time to converse with her. In those days, when she was brought to the 10,000 Great Mountains, it was with a specific mission. Thus, she held reservations regarding her father's standing there and whether the demon kings would extend their assistance. In truth, her gamble proved accurate. Not all demon kings shared a close bond with Mu Dingtian. At most, they would refrain from causing her harm, with the exception of the unique Yuan Wang, who maintained a close relationship with Mu Dingtian, engaging in transactions and frequently sharing updates about his daughter. Consequently, Yuan Wang recognized Mu Xiner at a glance. "I had initially planned to explore the 10,000 Great Mountains with brother Liao Chun, without intending to trouble Uncle Yuan," Mu Xiner remarked. Her father had been perpetually occupied, sharing little with her. Although her father's status had continually risen, their interactions had diminished. Furthermore, she was eager to spend time alone with brother Liao Chun, cherishing those moments together, and momentarily set aside her concerns. "Ah, what are you saying? Whenever you come to the 10,000 Great Mountains, you must first visit Uncle Yuan. If you encounter any troubles, you must come to me. I still hold some influence here," Yuan Wang invited. As a peak practitioner of the Dharma aspect, his presence resonated throughout the 10,000 Great Mountains. "Thank you, Uncle Yuan. I shall certainly visit you first when I come here," Mu Xiner expressed her gratitude. Yuan Wang, observing the unconscious Liao Chun on the ground, pondered briefly before producing a small wooden stick imbued with his aura. "Take this. Should you find yourself in trouble in the 10,000 Great Mountains, reveal it," he instructed. Once Mu Xiner accepted the token, Yuan Wang proposed, "Come, let me show you my training cave." With that, he stepped out of the cave first. As Mu Xiner emerged, cradling Liao Chun, a surge of demonic energy gently lifted her, placing her upon his staff. In no time, Yuan Wang leaped down from the staff, landing with a thud. Before her stood a magnificent palace that reshaped her understanding of what a demon king's abode could be. When she had come years ago, Yuan Wang had indeed resided within a cave. Many years had passed, and the transformation was astounding. This was a result of her father securing favors from Yuan Wang, who had commissioned human cultivators to construct it. Mu Xiner summoned a lotus spirit treasure, leaping onto it and swiftly arriving before Yuan Wang's palace. "Haha, Uncle Yuan, what do you think of your cave?" Yuan Wang said, a hint of pride in his voice. for it was truly one of a kind in the 10,000 great mountains. Suddenly, a multitude of monkeys erupted from the nearby orchard, chattering around Yuan Wang without any fear of the high-level cultivator. Yuan Wang's delight only grew as he laughed heartily. Little ones, prepare food and drink. We have esteemed guests to entertain today. Your Majesty, your young lady friend, who is she? Chirped a small monkey beside Yuan Wang. She is the daughter of my good friend Mu Ding Tian. You must treat her with utmost courtesy from now on, Yuan Wang replied with a smile. Mu Ding Tian, the one who helped us build our dwelling in the orchard? The small monkey inquired. Yes, indeed. Now, off you go to play. I will show Mu Xian heir to her accommodations, Yuan Wang said, contemplating how to settle them before taking her on a proper tour. First, let us settle your companion. And then I shall take you around, Yuan Wang said to Mu Xian heir. Mu Xiner felt her face flush upon hearing Yuan Wang's words. What was Uncle Yuan implying? She had yet to form a Dao partner with Ge Xiao. Observing her reaction, Yuan Wang mused that a Dao partnership could not be far off. This young man was indeed fortunate to capture the affections of a girl while simultaneously contending with two formidable late-stage nascent soul demon beasts. Not only was his combat prowess remarkable, but his dedication was also a blessing for Mu Xiner. With a hearty laugh, Yuan Wang decided not to dwell on the matter and instead led Mu Xiner to a designated area for receiving esteemed guests. As the door creaked shut behind them, they settled Chun, and Mu Xiner accompanied Yuan Wang outside. After an indeterminate period of walking, they arrived at a picturesque peach blossom grove. It was March, and the blossoms were in full bloom, painting the landscape in shades of pink. Occasionally, small birds flitted about the grove. The demon beasts, fiercely territorial, would not permit other creatures to intrude. Thus, these birds, devoid of intelligence and demonic power, could merely be deemed wild beasts, as cultivators typically possessed heightened senses. Mu Xiner quickly noticed her name intricately carved into the trunk of the tallest peach tree. With a puzzled expression, she turned to Yuan Wang. How is it that my name appears here? Yuan Wang chuckled. This grove of peach trees was cultivated by me and Old Mu. At that time, Old Mu chose the tallest sapling and had it planted, inscribing your name upon it. He wished for you to grow strong and robust, just like this tree. Yuan Wang reflected. Many of these fruit trees were not found in the 10,000 great mountains. They were sent to me by your father. In the past, when there weren't enough fruits, the children had to go hunting, and many perished in those endeavors each year. Now, with these orchards, we can sustain a greater number of our kin. Mu Xiner gazed at the orchards, momentarily lost in thought. Mu Xiner, what occupies your mind? Yuan Wang waved his hand in front of her eyes. Snapping back to reality, Mu Xiner smiled at Yuan Wang and replied, in the past, whenever I saw my father, he was always in a rush, focused on his work. I even complained that he never had time to play with me, always preoccupied with his duties. Now, I understand the significance of what he does. As night fell, the palace was ablaze with lights. Mu Xiner, come and eat. This tastes delightful. Yuan Wang offered her a large thigh from a sheep demon beast, which had inexplicably wandered into his territory and ended up on the dining table. Mu Xiner gazed at the substantial leg of meat, feeling somewhat helpless. As a young lady, how could she possibly gnaw on a sheep's leg? Politely, she responded, thank you, Uncle Yuan, but I have already eaten a great deal and am quite full. She then reminisced about her first meeting with Ge Xiao on the clouds, recalling the moment he had shared rabbit meat with her, wondering if he had awakened yet. 3 months later, Chun gradually regained consciousness and assessed his condition. He felt quite well, with a vigorous life force coursing through him, likely due to the medicinal pills Mu Xiner had provided. Upon inspecting his surroundings, he noticed that his clothes had been changed and that he had been bathed. Glancing around, he saw Mu Xiner sitting nearby, meditating. A blush crept onto his face as he thought, could it be that it was Mu Xiner who attended to me? As Mu Xiiner sat in meditation, she felt a stirring within her and turned to see Liao Chun propping himself up, joyfully exclaiming, Liao Chun Ge, you are awake. She then hurried over to him. Yes. Yes, Liao Chun nodded, his expression filled with gratitude. You have worked hard these days, Xiao. He looked at her with a hint of remorse. What do you mean by that, Liao Chun Ge? Taking care of you is my heartfelt desire, Mu Xiiner replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Beneath the peach blossom trees in the grove, Liao Chun poured himself a pot of tea and filled a cup for Xiiner as well. At that moment, Mu Xiiner was gazing at a communication jade talisman, her expression shifting from joy to anger. Liao Chun, observing her perplexity, inquired, Xiao, what troubles you? Liao Chun Ge, I may need to return to my family and cannot accompany you to Highway Gate, she said regretfully. They had originally planned to visit Highway Gate together to meet her family, a prospect that excited her despite her nervousness. However, she had just received word of an important matter from her family that necessitated her return. With a hint of regret, she continued, "Our family has discovered a spiritual vein, which is estimated to be of at least high quality, potentially even top quality. However, this vein lies at the intersection of the Mu and Li families. After much deliberation, it has been decided that the descendants will compete every 10 years to determine who will mine the vein. The competition is in 6 months, and I must focus on my cultivation to prepare." Liao Chun, upon hearing this, expressed his understanding. Generally, large-scale conflicts between families were rare. By allowing the younger generation to compete, they not only minimized casualties, but also honed their skills. "Is there any way I can assist you?" he asked. "This competition is strictly between family members, and outsiders are not permitted to participate," Mu Exiner replied with a smile. Then, her cheeks flushed as she added, Unless it concerns a family relative." Noticing a peach blossom had fallen onto Mu Exiner's head, Liao Chen absent-mindedly reached out to remove it. In that moment, Mu Exiner misinterpreted his gesture, thinking he was about to confess his feelings, causing her to blush fiercely. She quickly stomped on his foot playfully and dashed away to hide her embarrassment, leaving Liao Chen alone, nursing his sore foot amidst the chaos of the evening breeze. As the sun set and the moon began its reign, a somewhat limping man surveyed his surroundings before knocking on a door. Creak. A young woman clad in a revealing red dress opened the door. "Liao Chen Gij, what brings you here so late at night?" "Let me in first," Liao Chen replied, striving to minimize exposure and reduce risk. Understanding his concerns, Mu Exiner invited him inside. Once inside, Liao Chen instructed, "Exiner, please activate the soundproof array." Realizing the gravity of the situation from his cautious demeanor, Mu Exiner swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a shimmering barrier within the room. Before her eyes, a root emerged from Liao Chen's arm. With a swift motion, he severed a connection to the soul-devouring tree, causing it to tremble. A dark root manifested in Liao Chen's hand. "What is this, Liao Chen Gij?" Mu Exiner inquired, eyeing the ominous black root with a sense of foreboding. Coming from a prominent family in the South Wilderness, she was well-versed in ancient lore and recognized the root from her studies. It could belong to either the Tree of Creation or the Soul-Devouring Tree, both of which were extraordinarily powerful. "The soul pearl I obtained at the auction that day was meant for this," Liao Chen smiled. "Is it the Soul-Devouring Tree?" Mu Exiner asked tentatively. Liao Chen smiled and nodded in affirmation. Receiving a positive affirmation, Mu Shiner was overwhelmed with joy. A powerful soul can enhance one's comprehension, and such comprehension is typically fixed. The soul-devouring tree, however, has the remarkable ability to nurture a robust soul. It is essential to understand that no matter what cultivation technique one employs, it can only reach the realm of Dharma manifestation. To transcend into the domain of Dharma requires more than mere accumulation of spiritual energy. It necessitates a profound understanding of one's own path, thus highlighting the significance of comprehension. Observing Liao Chun as he severed the roots of the soul-devouring tree, Mu Shiner speculated that he had already attained this precious root. Tentatively, she inquired, "Brother Liao Chun, is this for me?" Without a verbal reply, Liao Chun took her hand and placed the still wriggling root into her palm, subsequently extracting a soul pearl to infuse it with spiritual energy, nurturing the root. Over the course of 3 days, Liao Chun and Mu Shiner alternately released their spiritual energy, and ultimately, the root transformed into a young sapling. "Shiner, quickly refine it. I shall protect you," Liao Chun said to the slightly pale, yet elated Mu Shiner. With a soft affirmation, Mu Shiner sat cross-legged, channeling her soul energy to commence the refinement of the sapling. With a creak, the door swung open. Yuan Wang had been waiting patiently and informed Mu Shiner that her father was urging her to return home. However, upon arriving, Yuan Wang discovered that the room had been sealed. Today, as the barrier lifted, he witnessed Liao Chun and Mu Shiner exiting together. Yuan Wang, taken aback by the sight of them, remarked, "Mu girl, your father has sent me to hurry you back to the clan," casting a sidelong glance at Liao Chun. Chapter 31. Return to Sui Shui Town. Liao Chun and Mu Shiner exchanged communication jade talismans, gazing deeply into one another's eyes, imprinting each other's visage in their minds. After parting ways, Liao Chun summoned his white cloud artifact, reverting to the appearance of the old beggar. He first ventured to Shanghai City to seek fortune in acquiring the spiritual fire required for the burning heaven demon fire technique, and then proceeded to Sui Shui Town to safeguard the sect leader. At the city gate of Shanghai City, the old beggar skillfully exchanged 5 medium-grade spirit stones for entry. This time, Liao Chun was not as eager as before. He leisurely strolled through the bustling streets of Shanghai City, arriving at a lively area marked by a stone sign reading Shanghai Market. The old beggar observed the array of goods, an abundance of cultivation techniques, low-tier talismans, and worn treasures. He remained patient, perusing the wares, though he found nothing of significant value. After exploring the sections for techniques, talismans, and treasures, the old beggar made his way to the monster beast area. It was similarly crowded, with numerous individuals engaged in the buying and selling of monster beasts. Strangely, some monster beasts were even trading amongst themselves. The old beggar witnessed a scene where a monster beast was being subdued by talismans, and designated parts were being cut for sale. While those involved in the trade remained indifferent, the old beggar ignored the commotion until a series of whip cracks caught his attention. He turned to see a black bear monster beast wielding a vine whip, striking a snow-white monkey that was chained and unable to flee, forced to dodge the blows. Through the language of beasts, Liao Chen learned that this snow-white monkey had been captured by the black bear and brought to Shanghai Market for sale. Yet a month had passed without any buyers, leaving the vendor frustrated over the impending expiration of their rental time, facing a complete loss. The bear demon, having achieved the peak of foundational cultivation, was perplexed as the old beggar approached and effortlessly grasped the vine whip that was about to be struck. While the bear demon was bewildered by the presence of this human, it instinctively recognized that this individual was not to be trifled with and retracted its whip. With a gentle growl, it conveyed, "Predecessor, I mean no offense." The old beggar, however, remained silent, his attention fixated on the snow-white monkey nearby. This monkey, entirely covered in pristine white fur, bore a striking resemblance to an ordinary monkey, albeit with the peculiar size of a thumb and a pair of blood-red eyes atop two antennae. At that moment, the little monkey bared its teeth, its crimson eyes intently fixed on the black bear. Despite enduring numerous strikes from the whip, the agile little creature had only managed to evade a few blows. The old beggar inquired, "How many spirit stones for this little beast?" Upon hearing this, the black bear's mood brightened. After a month of setting up its stall, it had witnessed numerous visitors come and go, most of whom were merely drawn by novelty, testing the little monkey's combat prowess before departing. After all, who would take on the responsibility of caring for a beast with little combat capability, not to mention the cost of its sustenance? Determined, the black bear decided to take a gamble, stating 3 high-quality spirit stones. It was essential to set a higher price to allow room for negotiation. To its surprise, the old beggar did not haggle. Instead, he casually tossed 3 spirit stones from his ring and calmly said, "Remove the iron chain." The black bear chuckled, muttering an incantation as the chains retracted into its paw. The old beggar, puzzled by the bear's ability to wield magic, was informed that as long as no spells were cast to cause trouble in the market, one could use magic freely. With a swift motion, the old beggar summoned the little white monkey into his palm, dispelling any restraints, and placed it on his shoulder. The little monkey, with its blood-red eyes, scrutinized the old beggar but appeared to show no resistance. After a moment's thought, the old beggar retrieved a first-tier spirit fruit from his ring and offered it to the monkey. Delighted by the sight of the red fruit, the little monkey eagerly reached out with its tiny hands. However, as soon as the old beggar released it, the monkey began to fall from his shoulder, only to be caught by an unseen force that supported both it and the fruit. Realizing he had no choice, the old beggar cradled the monkey and the spirit fruit in his hands. This monkey was no ordinary creature. He had encountered references to it in an ancient tome. Though the blood-eyed spirit monkey's combat prowess was lacking, it possessed a unique ability to seek treasure. Observing the monkey devour the spirit fruit with unrestrained enthusiasm, the old beggar felt a twinge of compassion. Upon arriving at the treasure section, the old beggar approached a stall selling low-grade beast containment bags and inquired, "How much for this?" The middle-aged vendor, glancing at the beggar, seemed to perceive him as lacking in spirit stones and impatiently replied, "1 low-grade spirit stone." Noticing this dismissive attitude, the old beggar deduced that his beggar's attire had led to underestimation. Unperturbed, he approached another vendor nearby and posed the same question. A woman, dressed modestly, smiled at him and replied, "Esteemed elder, this spirit beast bag cannot compare to a containment bag. It offers much larger space and a superior environment. Priced at 50 high-grade spirit stones." Though her smile was professional, the old beggar found it pleasant. With a wave of his hand, a pile of high-grade spirit stones appeared on the stall, and he secured the spirit beast bag to his belt. Casting a glance at the middle-aged vendor without uttering a word, the old beggar departed. Liao Chen gazed at the satiated little monkey and suddenly realized he had yet to name it. As he rifled through his thoughts, the mischievous monkey began to scratch itself. Observing the excited little creature, Liao ultimately decided to name it Xiao Shui. Initially, he intended to place Xiao Shui into the spirit beast pouch. But the little one vehemently disliked being confined in such a closed space. For the sake of Xiao Shui's emotional well-being, he had no choice but to perch it upon his shoulder. He gently patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist and shook his head in resignation, contemplating whether it might be possible to return the pouch. Outside of Shanghai City, the old beggar summoned a white cloud and, patting the little monkey on the shoulder, cast a layer of magical protection over it as they journeyed towards Shui town. Liao sat atop the white cloud, his thoughts drifting to the progress of the sect leader's refinement of the small world. In the small world of Duanshui Cliff in Shui town, a beautiful woman in palace attire, adorned with a red lotus flower on her forehead and styled in 9 intricate coils, was continuously casting spells to refine the array disc floating in front of her. With only 65% remaining, she murmured to herself, grateful that her older brother Liao had prepared treasures and essence beforehand, enabling such swift progress. At that moment, Liao also arrived at Duanshui Cliff. Noticing signs that the sect leader was nearing completion, he found an inn in Shui town to wait for the leader's emergence from the small world. The blood-eyed spirit monkey, having received Liao attentive care for several months, slowly began to unleash its lively nature. From a previously silent creature that endured beatings, it had transformed into one that would tug at Liao hair and poke at his nose when he forgot to feed it, making it impossible for him to meditate in peace. Xiao Shui, come out for dinner. One day, as usual, Liao called for the blood-eyed spirit monkey. Hearing ruckus from downstairs, he exclaimed, "That little rascal dares to steal wine from the inn." By extending his consciousness, he saw Xiao Shui clutching its head, being chased away by a young servant. Given the tone, it seemed Xiao Shui had been caught stealing wine and was being reprimanded. In a flurry of jumps, Xiao Shui darted upstairs and vanished into Liao room. The servant, bewildered by the sudden disappearance, was at a loss for what to do. On the following day, after Liao had settled into the inn, the Li family sent someone to instruct them to treat the old beggar on the 2nd floor with utmost respect. The servant, pondering the situation, decided to seek the innkeeper to discuss how to handle the matter. With hurried steps, the servant rushed into the main hall, broom in hand, to report to the innkeeper. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Liao glanced at the inebriated little white monkey and admonished, "You find temptation in mere mortal wine?" Xiao Shui scratched its head, replying, "I was merely curious and took a sip. I did not intend to steal. Regardless, you must take responsibility for your actions. Here, take this money and apologize," Liao said sternly, conjuring a gold ingot before Xiao Shui. He wished for the young one not to stray from the path of virtue, relying on its abilities to commit misdeeds. In the main hall of the inn, the innkeeper heard from the servant that the monkey raised by the old beggar on the 2nd floor had stolen a jar of wine. Unlike the young servant, the innkeeper possessed a broader perspective. Upon learning from the Li family that they should treat the old beggar with care, he recalled the recent upheaval the Li family faced, which had been resolved by the intervention of a Yuaning senior. He surmised that the old beggar on the 2nd floor was indeed the venerable figure who had aided the Li family in overcoming their tribulations. How absurd! The individual on the 2nd floor is a senior. There is no need for such alarm. In the future, when that pet monkey pilfers some wine, you shall feign ignorance." The innkeeper admonished sternly. The young servant, bewildered, pondered how he could pretend not to notice the theft of his own wine. Yet, in the interest of his livelihood, he complied. "Yes, innkeeper." The innkeeper nodded. "Very well, you may return to your duties." Upon entering the front hall, the servant was met with the sight of the little white monkey, its golden eyes fixed intently upon him. The monkey leapt excitedly before the servant, chattering and gesturing towards the room where the master resided. The servant comprehended that this was a directive from his master, conveyed through his spirit companion, to compensate for the stolen wine. However, he felt unworthy to accept the gold from a senior. Just as he was about to return the gold, he noticed the little white monkey had vanished. Recalling the health benefits of the wine-like liquid consumed over time, the servant retrieved a purple gourd from his waist and poured out a bowl of the liquid. An intoxicating aroma quickly filled the room, enticing the little white monkey, which chirped eagerly in response. Observing the monkey's impatient demeanor, the servant drank most of the liquid but reserved a small portion for the creature. It appeared that the little white monkey, curious about the mysterious liquid that enhanced his master's vitality, had taken to stealing the inn's wine. The monkey scampered over, licked the liquid with its tiny tongue, and its eyes sparkled with delight as it began to gulp it down. After finishing, it chattered at the servant. "This is far superior to the wine downstairs. It is not only fragrant and sweet, but also quite filling. And how could it not be filling? This was a liquid derived from the essence of a primordial spirit beast. The little monkey seemed to discover a new realm of pleasure. It circled around the servant, imploring for more of the exquisite liquid. However, the servant dared not indulge it too much, as this potent liquid possessed formidable capabilities, and excess could lead to dire consequences. In a bid to distract the little creature, the servant presented some spirit fruit. Watching the monkey relish the fruit, he mused whether the little white monkey had initially accepted him as its master due to its fondness for his spirit fruit. Indeed, the blood-eyed spirit monkey possessed a keen sensitivity to energy, rendering any treasure visible to its discerning gaze. Yet, being still young, the range of its perception was limited. After half a year of nurturing without regard for consequences, the little white monkey had finally evolved to a second-tier existence. Little Snow, do you wish to taste the spirit liquid with a hint of wine? Although the monkey enjoyed spirit fruit, it seemed to have developed a preference for the liquid produced by the purple gourd. The servant tempted it with the enticing liquid. Upon hearing that it could drink the delightful liquid once more, the little white monkey squealed excitedly. Chapter 32. The treasure monkey begins to shine in recent days. The servant had imparted much knowledge to the little white monkey, and he had come to understand that the monkey's blood eyes could sense the energy contained within treasures, discerning whether they were spiritual items. To this end, he conducted numerous experiments, mixing mundane objects, magical tools, and various medicinal herbs together. The little white monkey consistently excelled at identifying the magical tools and spiritual treasures among the assortment. In Xiao town, there was a stone gambling house, secretly owned by the Baibao Pavilion. Within, one could find stones salvaged from the sea of relics, which could not be sensed with divine consciousness. The gambling house mandated that any stones purchased must be opened on site. The treasures one can unearth largely depend on one's fortune. The acquired treasures may either be sold to the stone workshop or kept for oneself. This, however, hinges upon one's capabilities. Those who are weak may find it perilous to retain treasures, as it could easily invite calamity. If you wish for a drink, could you assist me with a task? Xiao Jiu, the thought of gambling with stones has arisen within me. In this small town, the experts are not particularly formidable, and should I uncover a treasure, I am confident in my ability to safeguard it. Xiao Jiu, scratching its head, expressed its agreement. I promise, quickly give me the spirit liquor. Upon witnessing the success of his scheme, Liao Chen smiled and poured a small bowl of the elixir. In truth, he had no intention of allowing the little white monkey to consume the spirit liquor. As its master, he could have commanded it to assist him in gambling with stones. Yet he regarded it not as a mere pet, but as a companion, and did not wish to impose. All right, drink this for now, and I will take you to a place shortly, Liao Chen said with a smile. For safety's sake, he had specially concocted a transformation pill and infused it into the spirit liquor to prevent others from recognizing it. Simultaneously, he contemplated seeking a method for Xiao Jiu to change its form, as he feared it might attract formidable enemies if others, who had perused ancient texts like himself, discovered its true nature. In the air, a small gray monkey materialized. Xiao Jiu, do you understand what this form will be like after you consume the spirit liquor? Xiao Jiu, blissfully indulging in the purple gourd filled with spirit liquor, seemed oblivious. Before long, Xiao Jiu's vibrant red fur faded, transforming into a mix of black and white, its snowy coat turning gray, and its size increasing. A simple little gray monkey now stood before Liao Chen. This transformation pill's effects would only last for 3 hours, and he needed to act swiftly. With a cloak draped over him, Liao Chen exited the inn. The treasure gambling house was quite grand, even surpassing the Li family estate in Xiao. As Liao Chen navigated through the crowd and entered the stone workshop, he beheld shelves brimming with an assortment of stones, each marked with its price. Guarding these shelves were foundational cultivators stationed at intervals, while a long line formed before the signs for purchasing and cutting stones. Liao Chen, exhibiting mastery at the peak of foundational cultivation, aimed to intimidate any ne'er-do-wells while remaining discreet. He could not afford to queue like the others, as Xiao Jiu's transformation time was limited. As Liao Chen pondered his next move, a flamboyantly dressed young master arrived, flanked by 2 attendants. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. How handsome! Who is he? I wish to marry him, remarked a female cultivator in line. Don't dream. He is from the Li family's direct line, and his father, Li Xiaohua, is the current head of the family, a male cultivator remarked, slightly envious. Look, what is he doing? Li Yue, the young master of the Li family, was seen inspecting a row of stone blocks, tapping and occasionally sniffing them. After a series of meticulous actions, he selected 2 stone blocks and approached a portly man. Deacon Luo, here is the price for these 2 stone blocks. Deacon Luo, with a sweep of his divine sense, nodded and addressed the young master. Young Master Li, you may proceed to cut the stones over there, handing him a bronze token. With practiced ease, young Master Li took the token and entered the stone-cutting hall, turning to those within and declaring, I will take the lead. If a magical tool is unearthed, the payout is 4-1. If a spiritual tool is revealed, it will be a complete loss. If it pertains to elixirs, formations, or talismans, the evaluation and determination of their levels by the Baibao Pavilion will dictate the compensation. The betting has now commenced. 2 attendants skillfully produced paper and pens from the table. One seated himself to record the names and wagers of the participants, while the other began to enroll entrants and collect spirit stones. Liao Chen observed this scene with curiosity. It was the inception of the gambling operation. And this young master of the Li family was indeed a shrewd individual. However, Liao Chen noted the subtle exchanges between him and the corpulent steward. This certainly hinted at hidden machinations. The Baibao Stone Gambling House had professionals selecting the gambling stones. And with the Li family's young master orchestrating the betting, he could adjust the odds based on the intelligence provided by the Baibao Pavilion. Although Liao Chen understood their maneuvers, he could not devise a means to cut in line at that moment. With half an hour remaining before Xiao Jiu's transformation would conclude, he could only select stones in advance. Should he fail to find a way to cut in, he would have no choice but to forcibly place Xiao Jiu into the spirit beast pouch. Xiao Jiu was about to commence selecting stones, with the target being those capable of reaching level 4 or higher. Liao Chen's objective was clear. He sought only treasures of spirit level or above, as anything less held no value for him. He hurried towards the most expensive batch of stones, reasoning that the probability of yielding quality goods would be higher. Upon arriving before the stones, Xiao Jiu remained motionless, realizing that there was no potential here. Liao Chen moved on to the next stone, yet still, there was no response. After traversing over 50 stones without a hint of activity, Liao Chen speculated that the only viable stones in this area were likely those belonging to the young master of the Li family. The Baibao Pavilion was truly impressive. Not a single spiritual artifact could be found among the most costly stones. What a disappointment. Liao Chen was left with no choice but to venture into a cheaper stone area. And even after inspecting dozens of stones, there was still no response. He decided against searching individually and instead called upon Xiao Jiu to lead the way, following closely behind. After all, Xiao Jiu, being a treasure-seeking monkey, possessed a sensitivity to treasures that surpassed his own. Xiao Jiu leaped over stone after stone without a pause, swiftly crossing an entire area of stones. Suddenly, her eyes gleamed, and she dashed towards the most inexpensive stone section, coming to a halt before a smooth, round stone. Liao Chen hurriedly approached it. As he selected this stone, a guard promptly approached him. With no time to spare, he quickly followed Xiao Jiu, who had now stopped before a visibly weathered and dilapidated stone, her expression animated. After her exploration, Xiao Jiu appeared somewhat fatigued and sought to rest upon Liao Chen's shoulder. He calculated the time remaining and realized there was merely a minute left before Xiao Jiu's transformation would conclude. With no alternative, he reluctantly placed Xiao Jiu into the spirit beast pouch. At that moment, an unexpected situation arose concerning the young master of the Li family. It turned out that his manipulation had effectively stripped the gamblers of their spirit stones. Normally, this would not have posed a significant issue, for the Li family's power was sufficient to suppress any dissent. However, one of the gamblers, who had disguised himself as a mid-stage golden core cultivator, lost his spirit stones, which was not particularly alarming. Wagers must be honored. The predicament arose with the item that was revealed. A heart of a demonic cultivator at the transformation stage had been extracted. The demonic cultivator instantly lost his composure, realizing that this was his chance. If he could absorb the power of the transformation stage heart or gain insights from it, it would be an inexhaustible fortune for a lifetime. With greed overtaking him, this demonic cultivator ceased to remain concealed and unleashed his strength to seize the heart. 2 foundation-building servants of the Li family valiantly obstructed the demonic cultivators for a brief moment. At that instant, an elder stationed in the Baibao Stone Gambling House, a late-stage golden core cultivator, promptly reacted and intervened. As the demonic cultivators found themselves on the verge of encirclement, one of them hastily retrieved a chilling orb from his storage bag. With a loud explosion, the orb shattered, unleashing a multitude of vengeful spirits. These spectral entities, indiscriminate in their rage, attacked anyone in sight, their sharp claws ruthlessly claiming the lives of those within the Baibao Stone Gambling House. In the face of such chaos, many individuals seized the opportunity to flee with stolen stone embryos. Liao Chen, undeterred by the turmoil, swiftly dispatched 5 early-stage golden core specters that approached the young master of the Li family. Assuming that the elder of the Baibao gambling house could manage the situation, he chose to disregard it and, donning a cloak, returned to the inn with Xiao Shui. On the second floor of the fully occupied inn, Liao Chun transformed from a robust figure back into the guise of an aged beggar. Summoning a magical formation, he released Xiao Shui from his spirit beast pouch. Upon her emergence, Xiao Shui bared her teeth in discontent, attempting to scratch Liao Chun. Observing her agitation, he deftly restrained her with his spiritual power, noting her furious, reddened eyes. Amused, he revealed a recording stone, casting the chaotic scene of the demonic assault in the Baibao gambling house before Xiao Shui's eyes. The horrific imagery sent her trembling in fear. Once she ceased her commotion, Liao Chun lifted the restraining spell. Immediately, Xiao Shui scurried into his embrace, evidently terrified. Liao Chun comforted her, saying, "Do not fear, Xiao Shui. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Now you understand why I placed you in the spirit beast pouch." Xiao Shui gazed at him with utmost admiration. He retrieved a second-tier spirit fruit, placing it on the table as a reward for her assistance. Liao Chun summoned a sword from his mouth, causing it to hover in midair. And with a flick of his hand, 2 stone embryos similarly floated upward. He was about to commence the delicate process of stone cutting, an intricate endeavor, as excessive force could damage the treasures within, while insufficient pressure would fail to breach the outer shell. Thus, stone cutting is indeed an art form. Fortunately, as a nascent soul cultivator, Liao Chun had endured countless battles, mastering the control of force to perfection. He meticulously sliced through the stone skin, the stone diminishing with each careful cut. As he continued, a glimmer of gold caught his eye, igniting his excitement and steadying his hands. After several precise incisions, a resplendent 4th-tier fruit emerged, the golden scale fruit. This extraordinary fruit, which enhances the bloodline of spirit beasts, could be refined into a golden scale pill, effectively distributing its medicinal potency. With a wave of his hand, he stored the other stone embryo in his ring. He was ready to begin the refinement of the golden scale pill. Given that spirit fruits tend to lose their medicinal properties without special means of preservation, and lacking a perfect 4th-tier medicinal container, such as the 5th-tier ice heartgrass that came with its own jade box at the Shanghai auction, Liao Chun, though a nascent soul cultivator, was not particularly affluent. Hand-rolling pills would only yield low-tier elixirs. For slightly higher-tier pills, a pill furnace was essential. A pill furnace not only preserves the properties of the spiritual herbs, but also ensures the necessary temperature for pill refinement. Chapter 33. Refining the golden scale pill. Considering the potential hazards of alchemy within the inn, where an explosion could endanger innocent lives, Liao Chun decided to establish a cave dwelling at a considerable distance from Sishui town. With his yuaning cultivation, it took little time for him to establish a cave dwelling. After setting up the restrictions and arranging the formations, Liao Chun began to meditate and recuperate for a short while. Suddenly, an elderly beggar-like cultivator was seen seated at the entrance of the cave, exhaling flames of terrifying heat. With a series of hand gestures, a gray-black alchemical furnace floated in the air, continuously rotating. The essence of auxiliary medicinal materials was being extracted from the furnace, while the leftover residues drifted out through an outlet. Once the essence was fully refined, the lid of the furnace flew open, and a golden fruit soared in, being segmented into pieces, from which the medicinal essence and other herbal essences were continuously drawn and consolidated. Nearly a month passed, and as the lid of the furnace opened, golden pills poured into a purple gourd. Liao Chun patted the spirit beast pouch at his waist, and a snow-white little monkey appeared in the cave, holding a spirit fruit and looking somewhat bewildered. It soon scampered into Liao Chun's embrace, seeking comfort. After finding solace in Liao Chun's arms, the little snow monkey, affectionately named Xiao Shui, grew fond of this sensation. Liao Chun gently patted Xiao Shui's head and took out a small bowl. A golden pill merged into the liquid, emerging from the purple gourd at his waist and settling into the bowl. "Xiao Shui, drink up." Liao Chun smiled at the little monkey. Xiao Shui glanced at the small bowl and then at Liao Chun, noticing that today's liquid bore a faint golden hue and was distinctly different. Trusting Liao Chun, it timidly licked the liquid with its little tongue. Xiao Shui frowned, contorting its face in displeasure. "What is this? Is this the sweet, delicious liquid I know?" Discontent, Xiao Shui wriggled out of Liao Chun's embrace, chattering incessantly. "It's too bitter. I don't want to drink this." The combination of the purple gourd liquid and the golden pill would greatly benefit Xiao Shui, and Liao Chun could not indulge such folly. He directly used his magical power to immobilize Xiao Shui, forcibly administering the golden liquid into its body. Observing the little monkey's pained expression piqued Liao Chun's curiosity about the liquid. He took a small drop into his mouth, and an intense bitterness surged into his senses. Now Liao Chun understood why Xiao Shui resisted the golden liquid so vehemently, but abstaining was not an option. It seemed he must concoct a sweet pill or incorporate sweet herbs to counteract the bitterness. After some contemplation, he finally recalled a spiritual herb, the black-skinned sweetheart tree, known for its sweetness without affecting the golden liquid. However, lacking this herb at present, he needed to search a market to see if any sweetheart trees were available. Releasing Xiao Shui from its restraint, the bitterness overwhelmed the little white monkey, causing it to cry. Liao Chen quickly retrieved a spiritual peach to comfort it. He understood that while the peach could not completely neutralize the bitterness, it was certainly better than enduring it alone. As Xiao Shui nibbled on the peach, it cried out, "I hate this. You're the worst, master." In the main hall of the Li family in Shishui town, the family head, Li Xiaohua, looked down at his son, Li Yue, who wore a delighted expression. If what you say is true, then it is highly likely to be that person. Based on the description from his second son, Li Yue, a single strike could annihilate 5 golden core realm cultivators, suggesting the presence of a Yuan Ing realm expert. The only mysterious senior who could achieve such feats and had connections with the Li family was the one currently residing in the guest house. Li Sihai, seated to the left and below Li Xiaohua, remarked, "Are you referring to the one who took our black pear tree seeds?" Li Xiaohua nodded in affirmation. Li Sihai was subsequently filled with great joy, for it indicated that the elder had not forgotten his family, the Li clan. The communication jade slip that the ancestor had bestowed upon him at the time of passing carried significant weight. Just as he was contemplating the ancestor's message, an unusual movement in his storage bag drew his attention, revealing that it was information from the elder, which brought him immense delight. Seeing Li Sihai's exuberance, Li Xiaohua inquired, "Uncle Sihai, what brings you such joy?" Li Sihai replied with a smile, "The elder has sent word, inquiring about the location of the nearby market." The fact that the elder has chosen to contact the Li family signifies a lingering affection. "Ah, Uncle Sihai, do respond to the elder promptly," Li Xiaohua urged eagerly. After a moment of hesitation, Li Sihai suggested, "Should we not also visit the market to express our gratitude in person?" Li Xiaohua waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need. The elder's presence in Sihui town without visiting our home likely indicates a desire for solitude. Let us observe the situation. I believe the elder will return to the Li family if there is a need. Our recent losses at the Wanbao Stone gambling house have been considerable, and the heart of the demon clan we obtained is not a secret. Given our current strength, we cannot safeguard the heart of the demon clan. It would be wiser to sell it to Wanbao Pavilion. This way, we not only avoid attracting unwanted attention, but also help alleviate Wanbao Pavilion's losses. After all, this calamity was instigated by the heart of the demon clan that Wei offered. As the former head of the Li family, his considerations were far-reaching. Li Xiaohua pondered for a moment and found Uncle Sihai's reasoning sound. "Very well, Uncle Sihai. Please take the family elites to sell the heart of the demon clan to Wanbao Pavilion." Uncle Sihai was known for his steadiness and adeptness in handling affairs. He then addressed Li Yue. "Yue, please hand the heart of the demon clan to Grandpa Sihai." Li Yue nodded. "Yes, father." A heart radiating powerful demonic energy now hovered before Li Sihai, who waved his hand to store the heart in his storage bag. Within the cave, Liao Chun told Xiao Shui that he would find her a very sweet spiritual item, so that in the future, when she consumed that golden liquid, it would not taste bitter, and he spent quite some time coaxing her. As the white clouds rose, they swiftly arrived at the cultivation market that Li Sihai had mentioned, hoping to try their luck. For otherwise, Xiao Shui would not consume the Jinlin Dan. Is it not said that one delights in the company of friends from afar? Liao Chun mused as he surveyed the market. Stepping into the market of distant visitors, he felt quite satisfied. This was not merely a small cultivation market. His previous visit to the Sihai City market had left him disappointed, as the treasures were woefully inadequate. Fortunately, he had met Xiao Shui. Otherwise, the trip would have been in vain. In truth, there were multiple cultivation markets in Sihai City. He had merely visited the one led by Hu Yang, which was a small market tailored for cultivators below the foundation establishment stage. In contrast, the market of distant visitors offered treasures and demonic beasts that far surpassed those of the Sihai City market, and Liao Chun had come with a purpose. Upon reaching the spiritual plant section, he found a diverse array of spiritual herbs, fruits, and seedlings. Liao Chun intended to see if there was anything he could use, as he had spent a considerable amount on nurturing Xiao Shui with spiritual fruits and needed to restock. Now that Xiao Shui had reached the early second tier, he needed to purchase more second-tier spiritual fruits, as she would remain at this stage for some time. Resolute in his decision, Liao Chun procured various second-tier spirit fruits, such as lobster blood fruit, caramel pear spirit fruit, and wind sign spirit fruit, ensuring that Xiao Shui would have sustenance for an extended period. This delighted Xiao Shui, as these were chosen personally by her. After a lengthy search, Liao Chun was unable to locate the black-skinned sweetheart tree, indicating its absence from the spirit plant area. He contemplated departing and made his way toward the refining materials section, intending to broaden his knowledge. Suddenly, a black tree caught his eye. It was indeed the black-skinned sweetheart tree. It was as if he had searched for it 1,000 times, only to find it unexpectedly in the refining materials section. Liao Chun was baffled. This was indeed a material for refining. Approaching the stall of the black-skinned sweetheart tree, he selected 10 plump specimens and, after exchanging spirit stones, concluded his trip to the market on a satisfactory note. On the second floor of the restaurant, Liao Chun employed a spell to extract the sap from the black-skinned sweetheart tree into a purple gourd, beside which lay 9 remnants of the tree. Having dealt with the black-skinned sweetheart tree, he summoned Xiao Shui. This time, Xiao Shui was calm, intrigued by the golden liquid that Liao Chun had described as delightful. Following their usual routine, he filled a small bowl with the golden liquid and placed it before her. Xiao Shui dipped her paw into the golden liquid and tasted it, her crimson eyes narrowing in delight, suggesting it was indeed exquisite. She then plunged her head into the liquid, drinking eagerly, and after finishing, lay contentedly on the table. Meanwhile, Liao Chun was occupied. A blue orb floated in the air while the sapling in his dantian gently swayed, absorbing the soul power emanating from the orb. Sensing that the soul-devouring tree was satiated, he stored the blue orb in his ring. He was uncertain of the current strength of the soul-devouring tree in his dantian. During the time it consumed the coxcomb bird, its branches could only extend a distance of 10 feet, but now they could reach 50 feet. The duration for absorbing soul power had also increased, indicating a need for a higher-grade soul orb. He pondered whether, in the absence of a more advanced soul orb, the soul-devouring tree might resort to consuming nearby living beings. Liao Chun began to meditate and restore his mana, as the surrounding high-grade spirit stones gradually diminished. At that moment, his communication talisman began to vibrate. Upon inspection, he discovered that the sect leader summoned him to discuss matters concerning the small world. Summoning a white cloud, Liao Chun swiftly made his way to the leader. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived beside the sect leader. "What has happened? Is the refinement of the small world not proceeding smoothly?" he inquired. "I have already refined 50% of the small world," the leader responded. "I can now establish a connection with the outside world. Just now, the sect received word that the Cloud Sea secret realm will commence earlier than expected, projected to open next month. As one of the second-tier forces in the South Wilderness, our High West sect has been allocated 2 slots, and I have secured one for you," Lien Xin remarked, gazing at Liao Chun. Lien Xin elaborated. "This time, the Cloud Sea secret realm is unlike any previous iteration. It is restricted to cultivators at the nascent soul stage or below, specifically those at the late stage of the nascent soul. The Cloud Sea secret realm holds great opportunities, and I hope you will participate. Generally, great opportunities entail significant risks, but Brother Liao Chun possesses formidable strength, having even slain a transformation god before her." After contemplating, Liao Chun agreed. The Cloud Sea secret realm was replete with talents and treasures, and the likelihood of encountering the spiritual fire he required to break through his current limitations was substantial. The infernal fire of devastation requires the absorption of spiritual flames at each stage of its advancement. Having lingered in the early stages of the nascent soul for an extended period, it is high time for progress. Liao Chun would never admit to his poverty as a hindrance to obtaining spiritual flames if he were to ask Xiner for assistance. Leveraging Mu Zun's strength and status would undoubtedly resolve the matter in no time. After a lengthy discussion, Liao Chun piloted the white cloud back to the sect. Chapter 34. The Eye of the Earth unveiled. Crossing the sea of clouds, Liao Chun arrived at the sect's treasure vault. "Ha ha ha, I found the subsequent techniques, you scoundrel." The flying fire Taoist observed his disciple's spirited demeanor with a knowing glance. With a wave of his hand, a cloak materialized before the flying fire Taoist. "Old man, I truly owe you my gratitude. This cloak has repeatedly aided me in fending off foes. While my white token merely grants me invisibility, this cloak serves as a precaution. I never anticipated the sect leader would accompany me, but I know that girl well." The flying fire Taoist did not immediately reclaim his gaze from Liao Chun and remarked, "Youngster, you are about to enter the Cloud Sea secret realm. As an old man staying at the sect, this item would be of no use to me. It holds great value for you." Liao Chun discreetly activated the white token, instantly vanishing before the flying fire Taoist. The elder quickly summoned his protective spiritual power, expanding his consciousness, yet failing to locate Liao Chun, unleashing a divine pressure that emanated from his being. Liao Chun felt the pressure intensify, leaving him no choice but to utilize the white token to offset the elder's oppressive aura. "Old man, are you serious?" he exclaimed. The flying fire Taoist, witnessing Liao Chen's sudden disappearance, reflected on the countless battles he had endured throughout his life as a cultivator. This reaction was purely instinctive. Upon hearing Liao Chen's familiar voice, the flying fire Taoist realized the scoundrel had not escaped. Recalling his divine pressure and retracting his spiritual power, he scolded, "You rascal, you've grown bolder, even daring to challenge your master." Liao Chun, grinning widely, replied, "I know you worry about me, old man. I merely wanted to demonstrate my strength to reassure you." The flying fire Taoist feigned anger, knowing full well that he had just been overpowered by his own disciple, which was a blow to his pride. With a wave of his hand, he stored the cloak in his spatial ring, pretending to be upset. "You little rascal, at your age, you still find ways to tease me. Truly remarkable." Liao Chun hastily apologized, pouring a generous cup of golden liquid from a purple gourd for the flying fire Taoist. The elder took a sip, smacking his lips in delight. "This tastes exquisite. Youngster, the golden scale pill is typically bitter. What have you added to enhance its flavor?" he inquired. "Hee, I added the sweetheart tree," Liao Chen chuckled. The flying fire Taoist's eyes lit up with understanding. "I see, the sweetheart tree is exceptionally sweet. Rarely utilized casually. It is generally used as a material for refining artifacts, while the golden scale pill is usually consumed without savoring. The combination of these two spiritual materials has produced this delightful liquid." The flying fire Taoist, slightly puzzled, asked, "What prompted you to suddenly concoct the golden scale pill?" Liao Chun, beaming with joy, replied, "I recently raised a green-eyed spirit monkey as my pet, and with that, he summoned the little snow monkey from his spirit beast pouch. As the little snow spirit emerged, she sniffled with her bright red eyes and leaped onto the table, diving headfirst into the cup of the firefly Taoist. Upon her arrival, Liao Chun instinctively covered his jade cup with his hand, deftly preserving the golden liquid within. The firefly Taoist, observing this minuscule creature, inquired with uncertainty, "Is this the blood-eyed spirit monkey?" The blood-eyed spirit monkey is exceedingly rare, thriving within the territories of the demon race. Such monkeys are notoriously weak and often fall prey to other species from a young age, rendering them nearly extinct. It is virtually impossible for the human race to acquire one. The delight in the firefly Taoist's eyes was unmistakable as he addressed Liao Chun, "Young man, consider yourself fortunate." He then produced a pill known as the Earth Eye Pill, comprised of 6 cloud-like petals. Liao Chun, puzzled, questioned, "Old man, what are you planning?" "This is my only spirit monkey. You could very well poison her." Startled by Liao Chen's words, the little snow spirit immediately leaped into his embrace, eyeing the firefly Taoist with suspicion. "Ha, little one, what are you afraid of? This is a marvelous item. This is the Earth Eye Pill, which I discovered in the Cloud Sea secret realm years ago. It is specifically formulated to enhance the combat prowess of the blood-eyed spirit monkey. Consuming this pill will grant you an additional vertical eye, capable of emitting the light of annihilation for your self-defense," the firefly Taoist explained with a smile. He had previously attempted to auction this Earth Eye Pill, but it had gone unsold, and he had subsequently stored it away, never expecting it to be of use today. The firefly Taoist presented the Earth Eye Pill before Liao Chun, stating, "The process will be painful. The decision to consume it lies with you." While he spoke to Liao Chun, his gaze was fixed on the little snow spirit. He understood that he seldom forced his disciples, even if they were spirit beasts. The little snow spirit, her eyes darting from Liao Chun to the firefly Taoist, used her blood eye to sense and sniff the air, glancing back at Liao Chun for reassurance. Understanding her silent inquiry, Liao Chun nodded in agreement. It would certainly be beneficial for her to possess the ability for self-defense, especially in the perilous realm of cultivation, where he could not always guarantee her safety. Upon receiving Liao Chen's consent, the little snow spirit leapt and grasped the Earth Eye Pill, which was nearly as large as her head, and landed gracefully. With her cherry-like mouth, she began to consume the pill, her body gradually warming and emitting a faint white smoke. The pain of the transformation caused her to nearly lose consciousness. Yet upon seeing the concerned gaze of Liao Chun, she gritted her teeth and persevered in consuming the pill. Once the pill was fully ingested, her body became exceedingly hot, and her forehead began to crack, blood trickling down. The intense pain sent shockwaves through her nerves as she rolled about on the ground. A cry of agony escaped her lips, and a gray light burst forth, striking the treasure vault's barrier, causing it to tremble and ultimately shatter, only to be halted by the protective formation surrounding the vault. Is this the light of annihilation? Liao Chen was taken aback. Its power was comparable to a full-force strike from a late-stage golden core cultivator, yet at that moment, the little snow spirit was merely at the early pinnacle of the second tier. The Firefly Taoist, witnessing the little spirit shatter the vault's barrier, was profoundly astonished. Though it was a barrier he had casually set up, even a full-force attack from a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to break through it. And yet a mere second-tier creature had done so with ease. As he gazed at the unconscious Xiao Jiu lying on the ground, Feihua Daoren turned to Liao Chen and remarked, "Young one, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure." He had witnessed how the blood-eyed spirit monkey, initially prepared to abandon its quest, chose to persist upon seeing its master, a clear testament to its unwavering loyalty. Liao Chen, however, paid no heed to his master's words. He rushed over, bent down, and gently cradled Xiao Jiu, tenderly stroking its head. Sensing Liao Chen's aura, Xiao Jiu's tense body gradually relaxed. Liao Chen infused a stream of his spiritual energy into Xiao Jiu, aiding it in swiftly dissipating the effects of the medicinal power within. Once the potency was entirely resolved, Xiao Jiu's condition began to stabilize, and Liao Chen's anxious heart finally found solace. "Youngster, I have a request," Feihua Daoren implored. "Master, what are you saying? If there is something to be said, please speak plainly," Liao Chen replied, his expression one of displeasure as he looked at Feihua Daoren. "Over the years, I have meticulously searched through ancient texts and finally discovered that the nirvana grass within the Yunhai secret realm can heal my path injuries. Initially, I intended to venture into the Yunhai secret realm myself, but to my dismay, I found that the restrictions have changed, preventing my participation. I must now entrust this task to you," Feihua Daoren beseeched Liao Chen. For years, Liao Chen had also sought a remedy for his master's affliction, and he was taken aback to learn that his master had already found a solution. Naturally, he could not refuse such a reasonable request. "Rest assured, master, I will certainly retrieve the nirvana grass for you," Liao Chen vowed. "Good lad, I knew I had not misjudged you," Feihua Daoren expressed with relief. After bidding farewell to his master, Liao Chen carried Xiao Jiu to his cultivation abode at Qingzhou Peak. Upon returning, Liao Chen did not linger in his cave residence, but instead prepared a spirit beast chamber for Xiao Jiu. Suddenly, he recalled that he had a stone embryo yet to be carved. Although the stone was weathered and worn, Xiao Jiu reacted vigorously to its presence. After some searching, he found a weathered stone embryo suspended in midair. Drawing upon his previous experience, Liao Chen was now swifter and more precise. With a swift motion, an ancient, ornate shell appeared before him, landing gracefully in his hands. The moment he grasped the shell, a wave of warmth coursed through him. The exterior of the shell was smooth, triangular in shape, and gleamed with a silvery hue. As Liao Chen's consciousness delved into the shell, an introduction materialized in his mind: the silver wing shell. An exquisite spiritual artifact, boasted extraordinary defensive capabilities. By infusing it with spiritual energy, one could extend a pair of fiery wings, enabling both offensive maneuvers and enhanced speed. With his imminent entrance into the Yunhai secret realm, this silver wing shell undoubtedly served as an additional safeguard for his life. Chapter 35. Ge Xiao's initial encounter with the spirit pearl continent. Liao Chen adjusted his breath and infused spiritual energy to begin refining the silver wing shell. After 20 days, a communication jade slip began to vibrate. Liao Chen halted the refining process and entered the spirit beast chamber, where he found Xiao Jiu still in slumber. To avoid revealing Xiao Jiu's existence, he had no choice but to place it into the spirit beast pouch. Initially, he thought he was the only one acquainted with the blood-eyed spirit monkey, yet his master recognized it instantly, illustrating that higher-tier cultivators possess a far broader understanding than their lower-tier counterparts. Exiting the cave, Liao Chen made his way directly to the sect square. Upon arriving, he saw numerous lower-tier cultivators gathered around a grand vessel known as the floating cloud boat. As Liao Chen approached, the curious onlookers began to murmur among themselves, "Heavens! A Yuaning powerhouse! How could you not recognize him?" A certain elder from the outer sect scoffed and proceeded to introduce, "This is Elder Liao Chen. You have been informed that Elder Liao Chen is merely at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Yet he has hunted down formidable foes at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. There are rumors that Elder Liao Chen can even contend with those at the transformation stage." As the outer sect elder completed the introduction, murmurs arose from those nearby. Elder Liao Chen is truly impressive, even the unparalleled prodigies of Dongxian pale in comparison. Another interjected, "Do not speak recklessly. How could the talents of Dongxian compare to our Elder Liao Chen?" He has only practiced for 2 centuries, yet can rival those at the transformation stage. Listening to these discussions, Liaochen felt a twinge of embarrassment and promptly activated a white token to conceal himself, channeling his spiritual power to ascend to the floating cloud vessel. A swift scan of his surroundings revealed 40 golden core cultivators serving as crew members, all engaged in meditation, with no one else in sight. Communication indicated that a venerable elder at the transformation stage, Chen Wu, would oversee the vessel, accompanied by a fellow practitioner at the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Liaochen had a vague suspicion regarding this fellow practitioner. Venerable Chen Wu was the grandfather of Chen Tianzhou, who pursued the Lotus Heart sect master. Liaochen had encountered him on several occasions, each time sensing his animosity. It was somewhat disheartening for Liaochen, who had always regarded Lotus Heart as a sister. Now to serve as her shield. Being an elder brother is no easy task. As Liaochen languished in solitude within the floating cloud vessel, 2 beams of light descended upon it, followed by the respectful greeting, "We pay our respects to the esteemed elder and greet Elder Chen." Then, the venerable Elder Chen Wu remarked with dissatisfaction, "Why has Elder Liaochen yet to arrive? It seems his prestige surpasses even mine." Realizing that in his effort to conserve spiritual energy, he had employed a low-tier formation disc that would continue to operate as long as spirit stones were provided, Liaochen found himself still in a concealed state. He swiftly redirected the spirit stones into his storage ring, allowing his figure to gradually materialize. Just then, a beam of spiritual light shot towards him, causing Liaochen to gasp in alarm as he hurriedly activated the defensive formation of his room. He had taken the room token upon entering. The room shook violently, and as Liaochen deactivated the defensive array, he rushed to offer his apologies, his demeanor impeccable. "Forgive me, esteemed Elder Chen. I was merely experimenting with a newly acquired invisibility talisman and failed to notice your arrival aboard the vessel." Chen Wu snorted dismissively, "Young man, if you display such rudeness again, I shall not be so lenient." Liaochen smiled and replied, "Thank you, venerable elder. I shall certainly be more cautious." However, he mused to himself that had he been struck by that earlier attack, he would not have fared well. Truly, the elder possessed a remarkable tolerance. "Very well. There are many vacant rooms on this floating cloud vessel. Let us each select one to meditate in preparation for our journey across the sea of clouds." Chen Wu stated leisurely. "Understood," Liaochen responded, knowing the remark was directed specifically at him, as Chen Wu's disdainful gaze was fixed upon him. Afterward, Liaochen entered the pre-selected room to continue refining his silver wing armor. Days later, Liaochen finally succeeded in refining the silver wing armor, which now fits snugly against his body. He felt a surge of joy, having acquired yet another means of protection. Liaochen couldn't help but think that had he possessed this exquisite spiritual armor during his perilous expedition to the 10,000 mountains, things might have turned out differently. This thought led him to recall the blood manual, which documented the cultivation of blood eyes. He retrieved the manual and immersed himself in its teachings. Liaochen grew increasingly alarmed, contemplating the fortunate fate of Sun Hong from the 100 Flowers Valley. Should that blood-eyed demonic cultivator successfully advance to the second layer of the blood eye, he would be formidable enough to contend with a law manifestation. However, the path of blood eye cultivation is fraught with challenges, with each layer presenting a doubling of difficulty. The highest, the third layer, can lead to the formation of a blood domain, allowing one to spar with the nascent law domain. Suddenly, a series of chirps emanated from the spirit beast pouch as Xiao Jiu sprang forth. After Liaochen successfully refined the silver wing armor, he had unsealed the restrictions of the pouch, having assessed Xiao Jiu's condition and believed her awakening to be imminent. He placed the blood slip aside and observed as Xiao Jiu, with her 3 glistening eyes, gazed intently at him. Noticing the vertical eye on her forehead, which resembled a human eye albeit darker in hue, Liaochen understood that she was requesting sustenance. With a flicker of his magical essence, a stream of golden liquid floated out from a violet gourd, descending into a suspended bowl. Xiao Jiu eagerly watched the bowl, having longed for the taste of the golden liquid during her slumber. The bowl, guided by Liaochen's will, settled before her. Anticipating this moment, Xiao Jiu jubilantly leapt into the bowl and drank heartily. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she nuzzled against Liaochen, then hopped onto his shoulder to survey their surroundings. Her blood-red eyes brimmed with curiosity as she gazed at him. Liaochen explained, "We are en route to the Cloud Sea secret realm. We are currently aboard the floating cloud vessel." He further cautioned Xiao Jiu, "You must remain hidden until we enter the Cloud Sea secret realm. Each sect will dispatch God transformation cultivators to escort us, as this venture will comprise the elite of each sect, the very hope for their futures." The The probability of your being recognized by a god transformation cultivator is significant, and I cannot take that risk. Xiao Jiu emitted a series of discontented chirps. Meanwhile, at the treasure pavilion on the third floor of Lishui Town, in room Emperor 1, Ge Xiao concluded his brief seclusion after gathering the Wangwufan into his soul sea. It was now time to comprehend the nature of this world. Ascending to the fourth floor, he found it brimming with an array of books, millions categorized into various subjects such as miscellaneous matters of cultivation, foundational techniques, and basic offensive methods. Ge Xiao first approached the miscellaneous section, which detailed intriguing anecdotes and curiosities of cultivation, devoting significant space to the narrative of the 5 elements spirit pearl. Millennia ago, the demon race preyed upon humanity, who were in a weakened state. However, one fateful day, an individual inadvertently consumed the 5 elements spirit pearl, gaining immense power, while others grasped unparalleled techniques, allowing humanity to rise against the demons. Those who pursued ultimate strength through the cultivation of human essence, along with the amalgamation of humans and demon beasts, birthed a new race, collectively known as the Demon Clan. After a prolonged struggle, a triad of coexisting factions ultimately emerged. The cultivation system is delineated into body cultivation, soul cultivation, and chi practitioners, with the latter further divided into bone tempering, organs refinement, true martial kings, martial emperors, martial deities, and void breaking. Soul cultivators are categorized into soul foundation, soul tempering, soul pills, soul infants, divine communication, soul manifestation, soul domain, and transcendence. As for chi practitioners, their cultivation levels are classified as chi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, god transformation, law manifestation, law domain, and void breaking. Through an extensive period of scrutiny, chi practitioners emerged as the mainstream of cultivation, while body and soul cultivators retreated from the stage of cultivation. The reason lies in the fact that physical cultivation requires one to assess and refine celestial treasures to strengthen the body. A weak spirit is easily susceptible to possession, while soul cultivation is fraught with peril. Should the corporeal form be too frail, it may not withstand the soul's essence, leading to catastrophic demise. Conversely, chi practitioners draw energy into their bodies to nourish and fortify their physical forms, enhancing both their corporeal and spiritual essence, thus amalgamating the virtues of both physical and soul cultivation. However, a notable drawback of chi practitioners is their reliance on the quality of their spiritual roots. The Nightming sect, which had previously clashed with Ge Xiao, leans towards soul cultivation. Otherwise, they would not utilize the soul banner, a soul artifact. It appears that there are indeed distinctions from the original world. Fortunately, the common script remains unchanged, or else one would be utterly lost. A month later, Liao Chun had gained a fundamental understanding of his current locale, situated at the juncture of the endless demon domain and the southern wilderness. Regardless, it is paramount to prioritize the enhancement of his strength. This world is undeniably treacherous, devoid of law, where death looms perpetually. It seems that one must not be overly merciful in future endeavors, lest they be perceived as a soft target, subjected to incessant bullying, or even attract fatal consequences. Having procured several foundational manuals of elemental attributes, Ge Xiao ascended to the 5th floor. As he ambled through the artifact section, an unusual scene piqued his curiosity. He observed a dashing young man, accompanied by a round-faced maid named Xiao Jiu, selecting treasures. As a time traveler, Ge Xiao instantly discerned the young man's disguise. It was evident, with his ear piercings left unmasked, that anyone failing to recognize this would be quite foolish. "Sir, this butterfly artifact is truly exquisite," exclaimed Xiao Jiu, her round face alight with admiration. The dashing young man seemed indifferent to such feminine trinkets, coolly responding, "This butterfly artifact is merely a low-tier item. It holds no significance in a duel." Xiao Jiu, appearing despondent, implored, "But sir, I truly wish to have this butterfly artifact." At that moment, amidst the role-playing of the master and servant, an oblivious fool appeared. A young man clad in yellow, Huang Batian, accompanied by 4 attendants, arrived on the 5th floor. His gaze immediately fell upon Xiao Jiu, her bright eyes sparkling, her double ponytails framing her plump visage, and her ample bosom accentuating her pitiful demeanor. Capturing his heart at once, as the scion of the Huang family, the most prominent cultivation lineage in the town, he was backed by a peak foundational cultivator. In this small town, everyone would afford him some respect. Today, as he idly strolled, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a delightful discovery. Xiao Chui's appearance was not one to be found among the rustic maidens of the town, and he resolved to approach her master. hoping to leverage his family's influence to win her favor. Should her master prove unwise, he would have no qualms about eliminating him to claim the round-faced beauty for himself. He had not considered paying. In this town, seizing what he desired was the norm. Xiao Jiu, noticing that her mistress was not assisting her in selling the butterfly artifact, puffed up her cheeks in disappointment and playfully pouted to her mistress. "Please, sir. One tea you consider?" Huang Batian, unable to resist her charming demeanor, stepped forward to block the dashing young man's path, declaring, "You boy. I am Huang Batian from the Huang family of Lishui town. I hope you can be sensible regarding your maid." The dashing young man felt a twinge of displeasure. In the endless demon domain, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, having ventured out for leisure, he had no desire for this encounter to conclude so abruptly. Meanwhile, in the azure city of endless demon domain, one of the four prominent families, the Ouyang clan, a steward-like cultivator approached a somewhat portly middle-aged man to report. "Patriarch, the magical power detection device remained silent." The middle-aged man sighed heavily. "This is truly worrisome. Any news from the Ximen family?" The steward cultivator bowed his head. "As of now, no movements have been detected from them." The middle-aged man instructed, "Keep a close watch on the Ximen family. And remember, do not let our ancestor know about this matter." The charming young lady caught sight of a bearded man eagerly observing her direction. She devised a plan, recognizing him as an elder from the Nightming sect, someone she had glimpsed through a crack in the door. It would be quite amusing if a small family from Lishui town dared to confront an elder of the Nightming sect. A smile graced her lips. Ge Xiao observed the charming young lady waving at him, calling out, "Brother, someone is bullying me. You must stand up for me." Ge Xiao was momentarily bewildered. Was she addressing him? He glanced around, confirming that she was indeed calling to him, just as he was lost in thought. The charming young lady turned directly to Huang Batian, stating, "If my brother agrees to relinquish my maid, I have no objections." Beside her, Xiao Jiu grew anxious, wondering how it took just a few words to offer someone away. But upon seeing her mistress's gaze, she understood. Having accompanied her mistress for decades, their unspoken bond surpassed that of others. She was preparing to escape from the situation. Chapter 36. The unjust blame. Huang Batian, a notorious figure in Lishui town, was determined to settle this matter today. He left two lackeys to keep an eye on the charming young lady and approached Ge Xiao with swagger. "Kid, how about you hand over your maid to me?" As a well-bred youth nurtured under the red flag, Ge Xiao initially intended to ignore such provocation. However, the haughty demeanor of the young man in yellow attire made him quite uncomfortable. This was not the original world. Here, strength reigned supreme, and killing was not a crime. At the very least, he was a golden core cultivator with dual cultivation of law and body, while this brash youth before him was merely a chi refinement novice. Daring to confront him, utterly absurd. Ge Xiao chose not to hold back, promptly releasing his concealed aura, allowing his formidable presence to radiate. Upon sensing the potent golden core energy emanating from Ge Xiao, Huang Batian was instantly paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably as he stammered, "Senior, spare me. I was blind to not recognize your greatness." He immediately fell to the ground, begging for mercy. Ge Xiao observed Huang Batian, whose forehead was now bleeding. Yet he did not relent. He could not help but admire his tenacity. He was fierce towards others and equally ruthless towards himself. Scram! Ge Xiao shot him a piercing glare, his murderous intent laid bare. He had initially been enjoying his time at the treasure pavilion, admiring beautiful women, only to encounter such a scoundrel. Such a petty person was beneath his notice. He merely needed to intimidate him into submission. Huang Batian nodded repeatedly. "Yes, yes. I will leave at once." The once feared bully of Lishui town now trembled in fright. After resolving the issue with Huang Batian, Ge Xiao approached the charming young lady with a beaming smile, asking, "Miss, I have rendered you a significant service. How shall you express your gratitude?" The charming young master immediately became vigilant. How could he possibly know that she was a woman? Had he seen through her disguise? Or was he sent by her family to find her? She hadn't revealed her whereabouts at all. With a stern expression, the charming young master asked, "How do you wish for me to express my gratitude?" The round-faced little Chui also looked anxiously at Ge Xiao, fearing he might make an outrageous demand. Ge Xiao, observing the charming young master's demeanor, felt a playful impulse. Affecting a lewd tone, he said, "What I desire is you," while keenly observing her reaction. Upon noticing her face flush with a mix of embarrassment and anger, just as she was about to speak, he swiftly changed his tone to a serious one and declared, "What I want is compensation in spirit stones." Realizing that Ge Xiao was teasing her, the charming young master let out a cold huff to express her displeasure before calmly inquiring, "How many spirit stones do you wish for?" Name your price. Ge Xiao, noticing her composed demeanor, speculated that she was not lacking in spirit stones. As a golden core expert, he could not afford to be too cheap. With a gentle smile, he stated, I require 100,000 low-grade gold attribute spirit stones. The charming young master observed Ge Xiao's greedy expression and began to formulate her own thoughts. Given her current lack of manpower and the poor cultivation of little Chui, it would be advantageous to have someone like him around for protection. Resolutely, she smiled and replied, I can offer you 100,000 low-grade gold attribute spirit stones, but I do not have that many at the moment. I can give you 10,000 low-grade spirit stones now, and you can accompany me until I return to my family to provide the remainder. It appeared that this elder from the Night Ming sect possessed a gold attribute spirit root, yet she understood the importance of not revealing too much wealth at once, as it could attract peril. Ge Xiao immediately retorted, that won't do. Wouldn't I just be your free bodyguard unless you increase the spirit stones? He had just arrived in this foreign realm, and taking on a bodyguard task to earn some income seemed like a reasonable proposition. The charming young master promptly responded with generosity. I can give you 10,000 low-grade spirit stones now, and, upon returning to my family, I will provide you with 90,000 mid-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? Ge Xiao was aware that one mid-grade spirit stone equated to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. This wealthy young lady was offering a remarkable deal. He quite enjoyed having such a lavish friend. Smiling, he replied, that sounds agreeable. I am Ge Xiao. May I ask for your name? As he was about to become her bodyguard, it was essential to know her name. He couldn't very well address her as that person. The charming young master retrieved a handkerchief from her bosom, pulled out a storage ring, and produced 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. I am Xiao, and from now on, I shall be your employer. You must ensure my safety. With a golden core cultivator protecting her, she felt invincible in Lishui town. And displaying her storage ring was a demonstration of her wealth and power. Ge Xiao recognized the immense value of the storage ring, which only cultivators of the nascent soul realm and above were qualified to wear. Lower-tier cultivators would attract deadly consequences. Did this young lady intentionally reveal her storage ring to test his strength? Ge Xiao accepted the spirit stones, placing them into his storage pouch without counting, and said with a smile, naturally, I shall protect your safety, but I will not concern myself with other matters unless you provide more spirit stones. Ge Xiao thus embarked on his first commissioned task in this otherworldly realm. Xiao regarded Ge Xiao, not counting the spiritual stones she had handed him, and held him in slightly higher esteem. She subsequently presented him with a jade cylinder, saying, this is my communication jade slip. You need not follow me closely. I will notify you if anything arises. Curious, Ge Xiao examined the cylinder handed to him, pondering that this must be akin to a telephone in this foreign land. The records in the Baibao Pavilion had indeed mentioned such devices, which were designed for one-on-one communication. Eagerly, Ge Xiao inscribed his soul imprint into the cylinder, conjuring words formed by his magical essence. Hey, hello, beautiful. Upon receiving this, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, smiling as she replied, we shall remain here for a while longer. Would you care to join us? With that, she dismissed him, continuing her leisurely stroll with Xiao Zui. Realizing that this was not an invitation, Ge Xiao, displaying a sense of propriety, chose not to follow. Descending the stairs, he arrived at room No. 1 on the 3rd floor, reminiscing about the knowledge gleaned from months spent in the Baibao Pavilion. The books he had perused were vividly imprinted in his mind. Ge Xiao summoned his golden core energy and performed a technique, manifesting a small flame upon his fingertip. With a shift in his technique, a wisp of golden wind appeared. He reveled in the low-level spells he had recently mastered: concealment technique, fireball technique, golden wind technique, and object manipulation technique, until he sensed his golden core energy dwindling. Holding a spiritual stone, he activated the foundational technique, spirit gathering technique, to replenish his energy, feeling the golden essence flow into his golden core. After half an hour, his golden core was finally replenished, and as he gazed at the pile of drained spiritual stones on the ground, a silence fell over him. Nevertheless, he confirmed the truth of the texts. Mastering offensive spells required a formidable soul, while enhancing spells demanded strong innate qualities and diligent cultivation. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ge Xiao diligently refined the demon-suppressing stone. At last, he completed the refinement, a smile gracing his face. In moments of leisure, he recalled the white-haired figure who had accompanied him alongside Lu Hao. Had he fully refined the demon-suppressing stone, the safety of Xiao Jiu and the others would be at stake, given his level of cultivation. Buzzing forth, the representative glutton, Xiao Shi, was dispatched by the leader to fly out from the Golden Tower in pursuit of the 8 treasure-fragrant pig. Understanding the little one's desires, Ge Xiao naturally obliged. Delving into the first layer of the Golden Tower, he discovered that the number of 8 treasure-fragrant pigs had surged to nearly 200, a welcome recovery. He summoned 10 of these pigs, distributing one to each of the little creatures, while the remainder was generously gifted to the Black Blood Ant Queen. Observing the little ones reveling in their meal, he noticed the communication jade slip on the wooden table emitting a faint glow. Rising, Ge Xiao approached the table and grasped the jade slip, revealing the message, Taoist Go, please come to room number 8 for a discussion. Xiao calculated the time, realizing that the tomb of the Infinite Celestial Venerable was about to be opened. The Infinite Celestial Venerable was a premier powerhouse within the endless demon domain. 1,000 years ago, he wielded the infinite measuring ruler to combat 3 external demons of the law domain, valiantly slaying one and severely wounding another, ultimately employing secret techniques to escape, albeit depleted and lost to time. From ancient texts, she had learned that the tomb of the Infinite Celestial Venerable opened once every 500 years, though she remained uncertain of its veracity. Xiao had her own plans in contacting Ge Xiao. This expedition to the tomb of the Infinite Celestial Master would undoubtedly be turbulent. With little hope in relying on Xiao Jiu, she intended to make use of the recently hired bodyguard, having spent a considerable sum for his services. Should he prove to be untrustworthy, she would not hesitate to reveal her strength and eliminate him. Knock, knock, knock. Ge Xiao rapped on Xiao's door. Creaking open, Xiao Jiu, with her round face, greeted him, Ge Senior, please come in. Peering inside, Ge Xiao observed that the room's layout was quite similar to his own, with an octagonal table in the main hall, each side accompanied by a chair. Xiao sat next to the table, facing the entrance. Upon noticing Ge Xiao approaching, she stood to welcome him. Dao friend, please take a seat. Ge Xiao, looking directly at Xiao, inquired straightforwardly, Miss Ouyang, what brings you to summon me? He took a seat opposite her. At this moment, Xiao Jiu closed the door and, holding the 8 control tokens, dispelled the restrictions. After completing this, she walked over and stood beside Xiao. Xiao smiled and asked, have you heard of the Infinite Celestial Master? Despite Ge Xiao having perused the tomes of the Baobao Pavilion's 4th floor, records concerning such eminent cultivators were scarce. Noticing Ge Xiao's perplexed expression, Xiao decided to abandon the riddles and directly explained, the Infinite Celestial Master is a solitary cultivator from our endless demon domain. Practicing the metal-based technique known as the Golden Sea of Infinity, he valiantly vanquished the extrinsic evil during a cataclysm a millennium ago, ultimately exhausting himself to death. I have seen references to his burial site in an ancient text, and this venture is to ascertain its authenticity. Should it exist, I require only the infinite ruler. All other treasures may be yours. Recognizing Ge Xiao possessed a golden spiritual root, she intentionally disclosed the Infinite Celestial Master's cultivation method, hoping he would be more diligent in safeguarding her. Ge Xiao had yet to acquire a suitable technique, relying solely on the foundational method, even with his exceptional spiritual root, was a waste. If he could obtain a top-tier cultivation method to complement his root, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger, having nowhere else to turn. He consented, I shall follow Miss Ouyang's arrangements. Chapter 37. The twin stars of Ximen outside Lishui town, the great bull's nose was raised high, its expression one of displeasure. Initially, it had been enjoying spiritual herbs in the Golden Tower with its mate, only to be forcibly extracted and made to serve as a laborer. Ge Xiao, observing the disgruntled bull, felt a pang of helplessness. Recalling how the little mouse had transformed and rejoiced upon receiving his blood, understanding the effect his essence had on magical beasts, it appeared he would have to part with some blood. He couldn't let the bull run without offering it something in return. Squeezing a drop of golden blood from his arm, he flicked it toward the bull's mouth. The great bull's eyes lit up, and after swallowing the blood, it became instantly invigorated. Ge Xiao patted its large head, painting a bright future. Work well, and you shall receive more of this blood in the future. After a round of discussions, Ge Xiao's identity was redefined to conceal his movements, and he provided the map to the Infinite Celestial Master. Now, Ge Xiao was a hired guard for Xiao. Young Master Ouyang, please board the carriage. Ge Xiao offered his attentive service. Casting a spell, a light curtain materialized on the ground. Xiao and Xiao Jiu stood upon it. Ge Xiao performed another incantation, and the light curtain transported Xiao and Xiao Jiu directly to the entrance of the carriage, where they vanished from sight. As for the origin of the carriage, before departing, Ge Xiao left a golden token of the Night Ming sect at the Baobao Pavilion. not only forcibly erasing the expenses incurred in recent days, but also taking away an exquisite weapon, a broad blade of exceptional quality, along with a mid-grade magical carriage. When Ouyang Xiao entered the carriage, Ge Xiao mounted his steed and followed the marked map to the Wuliang Tianzuan's burial site. At this moment, the Ximen family in Tianqing City was hosting a coming-of-age ceremony. Each member of the Ximen family, upon reaching adulthood, must engage in a life-and-death duel with a cultivator of comparable realm. Seizing this opportunity, the Ximen family invited various prominent families from Tianqing City to witness the event, showcasing the strength of the Ximen clan. The Ximen family's martial arena was enveloped in a massive magical formation, surrounded by attendees from various families. In the center, two boys, strikingly similar in features, yet differing in complexion, one dark-skinned and the other fair, were besieging a middle-aged man with tattered clothing and a scruffy beard. These boys were the Ximen twins, Ximen He and Ximen Bai, while the man was a rogue captured by the Ximen family. The dark-skinned youth, clad in protective armor and wielding a crescent moon saber, darted around the arena, persistently attacking and harassing the middle-aged man. Meanwhile, the fair-skinned youth drew a bow with one hand while knocking arrows with the other, continuously unleashing magical arrows, with a white mirror swirling behind him, accumulating power. The middle-aged man, wielding a ghostly shield, desperately defended against the barrage of magical arrows while remaining vigilant against the dark-skinned youth's assaults. Yet, his body sustained increasing injuries. Filled with rage and astonishment, he could hardly believe that as a cultivator in the early stage of the nascent soul realm, he was being wounded by two juniors in the golden core realm. He resolved to make these two attackers understand the disgrace of confronting a nascent soul. As he channeled his magical techniques, the ghostly shield expanded, encasing him in a protective barrier while summoning 30 ghostly figures of the golden core realm, accompanied by numerous foundational spirits. In the darkness, it appeared as if two butterflies were flitting about, each paws taking with it a ghostly entity, leaving even late-stage golden core specters unable to escape. At this moment, the middle-aged man was no longer merely angry. He was gripped by fear, an emotion only felt in life-and-death crises. Now arising in the presence of these two golden core juniors, the audience erupted in astonishment. "What? Is that the dance of the night butterflies?" exclaimed Su Xian, the elder of the Su family, his face etched with the passage of time. The dance of the night butterflies, a formidable attack derived from the path of the demon lord of the night, could injure even those in the Dharma aspect stage when mastered to perfection. A refined elder with white hair and a long beard remarked in admiration, Ximen Bai, in the late stage of the golden core realm, and Ximen He, in the mid-stage, are executing the dance of the night butterflies in unison, generating such formidable power that even cultivators in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm might be wounded. At this moment, the head of the Ouyang family wore a grave expression, remaining silent. His daughter, though gifted, had a penchant for playfulness, which placed her at a considerable disadvantage compared to the Ximen twins. When the Yunhai's secret realm opened, should they encounter danger, the odds would be dire. The ghostly entities were swiftly vanquished, and the arena resonated with the sounds of blades clashing and mirrors colliding against the ghost head shield. The middle-aged man recognized that if this continued, the ghost head shield would inevitably succumb, yet he felt powerless to intervene. The Ximen twins were simply too swift for his spiritual awareness to track. With a crack, the ghost head shield began to fracture, and the middle-aged man felt a sense of resignation. It was clear it could not hold out much longer. However, the Ximen twins also faced their own challenges. The prolonged use of the night butterfly dance drained their energy significantly. Perhaps sensing the imminent shattering of the ghost head shield, the sounds of collision abruptly ceased. Ximen Bai had distanced himself from the shield, his complexion paler than before, yet the mirrors behind him gleamed even brighter. At last, when the ghost head shield could withstand no more and shattered, the white mirror emitted a beam of radiant light directed toward the middle-aged man's position. Simultaneously, Ximen He was propelled by the explosion against the barrier, his flesh splitting open and blood gushing forth, rendering him unconscious. Ximen Bai was also thrown back several steps by the force of the explosion, and the sheer intensity of it heightened his vigilance, prompting him to forcibly employ the night butterfly dance, transforming the arena into a realm of darkness. In that moment, a diminutive figure appeared beside Ximen He, bearing a resemblance to the middle-aged man. It became apparent that he had self-destructed his physical form at the last moment, utilizing a unique ability of the nascent soul to evade the blast radius. Observant onlookers quickly understood the middle-aged man's intent to seize Ximen He's body. The spectators exhibited a myriad of expressions. Some felt pity, others relished the misfortune, while a few remained indifferent. The middle-aged man's nascent soul transformed into a beam of light, attempting to penetrate Xi Minhei's consciousness. Yet despite his fervent efforts, he could not breach the mere span of 1 foot before Xi Minhei. At that instant, a butterfly flitted by, and the middle-aged man's nascent soul was caught off guard, shattering in an instant. This was the living Ge Xiao White Lotus, a revelation that elicited an astonished exclamation from Su Xian, the head of the Su family. A millennium ago, when the malevolent entities from beyond invaded the Lingzhu continent through spatial rifts, the 9 White Lotus of this realm was entirely refined to thwart the incursion of the night demons, ultimately forming a primordial artifact to suppress them in the icy domain. The heads of various families exchanged glances, each reflecting an avaricious gleam. Who would not be tempted by the living Ge Xiao White Lotus? At this moment, the Xi Min family remained unperturbed, having meticulously orchestrated this martial contest. Even without the incident concerning Xi Minhei, they had intended to self-destruct the Ge Xiao White Lotus. The burly, thick-browed head of the Xi Min family rose with a smile, addressing the esteemed figures of Tianqing City present. Today, you have witnessed the possession of the Ge Xiao White Lotus by my Xi Min family. We are willing to share its benefits, but we have one condition. Some impatient heads of families immediately stood up. One robust man with thick eyebrows shouted, "What is Xi Min Wudi's condition? Speak, and let us hear." The Ge Xiao White Lotus, while rare, had a slow growth rate and unique survival conditions to be able to resist the soul seizing of the nascent soul realm. It must reach maturity. Xi Min Wudi regarded this man with satisfaction. He was a favored member of one of his affiliated families. Xi Min Wudi proclaimed loudly, "My Xi Min family wishes to exchange these 9 nether white lotus seeds for a quota to enter the Cloud Sea secret realm." As his words echoed, a brief silence enveloped the gathering, soon followed by a flurry of discussions. The treasures within the Cloud Sea secret realm were innumerable, and there were indeed items far more precious than the 9 nether white lotus. Various factions congregated in this perilous realm, presenting significant risks of downfall for those of similar rank. Some suggested that, given the presence of so many powerful families, they should collectively exert pressure on the Xi Min family. Thus, they would have no choice but to comply. Xi Min Wudi had anticipated such a situation, promptly producing a decree from the Lord of the Night Demon. Upon its emergence, it exerted overwhelming authority, forcing the family heads present, all at the god transformation stage, to kneel in submission, quelling any inappropriate thoughts they harbored. At this moment, the Lord of the Night Demon directed his gaze toward the direction of Tianqing City, questioning the need for such swift action. This decree was a precious item acquired by the Xi Min family in exchange for something he could not refuse, also securing 2 slots for named disciples. Xi Min Wudi, stowing the decree, declared, "The Lord of the Night Demon has already taken Xi Minhei and Xi Min Bai as his disciples. Now, our Xi Min family stands firmly supported by the Lord of the Night Demon. I advise you not to entertain any unwarranted thoughts. Those family heads who wish to stay may do so, those who do not may leave." The Xi Min family now had a formidable backing. Even after years of conflict with the Ouyang family, the head of the Ouyang family extinguished any thoughts of further confrontation, instead contemplating how to mend their relationship with the Xi Min family. He understood that this exchange of 9 nether lotus seeds was, in fact, a test of the Xi Min family's stance towards the various families in Tianqing City, and it was imperative to seize this opportunity to repair ties with them. At this moment, Xi Min Wudi observed with satisfaction as none of the family heads departed. "Anfu, you may now take these lotus seeds to exchange." Simultaneously, he conveyed through spiritual transmission, "The Ouyang family must be annihilated. You know what to do." A portly figure with a goat-like beard emerged from among the attendants. Bowing in response, Anfu understands. With a smile, Anfu grasped the lotus seeds and bypassed the head of the Ouyang family to proceed with the transaction. The Ouyang family head's expression soured, realizing that Anfu's actions were directed by Xi Min Wudi, who harbored no intentions of reconciliation. Now, the Ouyang family faced the threat of annihilation, and he knew he needed to prepare promptly. Without hesitation, the Ouyang family head rose and departed without any form of greeting. He saw no need for further pleasantries. Xi Min Wudi watched the retreating figure of the Ouyang family head with a cold smile. Having long been aware of the escape of the Ouyang family's young princess, with assassins already en route. Chapter 38. The Wind and Rain Tower. A robust man named Wang Yu, towering at 5 meters with a muscular build, looked at the petite and adorable girl named Wang Jiao sitting on his shoulder, asking in a deep voice, Jiao, where should we head now?" Wang Jiao did not respond directly. Instead, she held out a hairpin to her white weasel for it to sniff. The weasel, after sniffing the hairpin and the air, chirped back at the young girl. Immediately, Wang Jiao pointed westward at Wang Yu and said, "Brother, let us go that way." Upon hearing this, Wang Yu nodded, gathering strength in his legs and launching himself like a cannonball in the direction indicated by Wang Jiao. These two had been hired at great expense by Shimin Wudi at the Wind and Rain Tower to eliminate Ouyang Xiao. At this moment, the round-faced girl, Xiao Chui, peered out from the carriage and informed Ge Xiao that Miss Ouyang had said ahead lay a sheer cliff, teeming with a multitude of iron-backed demon wolves, instructing him to take a detour. Ge Xiao turned back and inquired, "Miss Ouyang, what is the cultivation level of those iron-backed demon wolves?" Within the vast collection of tomes at the treasure pavilion, he had not only perused the fundamental spells, but also stumbled upon a technique known as the moon-cutting blade method. This technique emphasizes swiftness. When mastered to perfection, its blade light could slice through even moonlight. Ge Xiao had practiced it in secret, realizing that martial techniques were not as easily grasped as spells, leading him to ponder why martial skills were so scarce. Currently, he had only managed to execute 3 strikes in a single blow, thus he was in urgent need of opponents to hone his blade skills. Moreover, he had attempted to channel the true energy within him onto his martial artifact. Ordinarily, a single strike possessed the might of a mid-stage golden core attack, and if he unleashed his full power, it could rival that of a perfected golden core. He was now exceedingly formidable. Upon hearing Ge Xiao's question, Ouyang Xiao also leaned out of the carriage and responded, "Most of these iron-backed demon wolves are at the 2nd tier, but the Wolf King has reached the late 3rd tier. A 3rd-tier Wolf King is comparable to a human golden core cultivator, and their group attacks could even compel an early nascent soul cultivator to retreat." Listening attentively to Ouyang Xiao's words, Ge Xiao turned around to ride the ox, keenly aware that if he sought out the demon wolves, it was imperative to understand them, as his life was at stake. Upon learning that the strongest among these demon wolves was merely at the 3rd tier, he felt a surge of confidence. His companions were all at the late 4th tier, and Xiao Jiu was even at the 5th tier. However, seeing the smile bloom on Ge Xiao's face, Ouyang Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. As Ge Xiao observed the towering cliffs flanking the narrow path, he halted the ox cart, contemplating the possibility of the demon wolves hurling stones at him if he ventured into their midst. While he was unafraid, De Huang might not withstand such an assault. He resolved to leave De Huang outside while he took the golden pagoda with him, should he find himself unable to withstand the ruthless tactics of the iron-backed demon wolves. He could summon aid. Ge Xiao maneuvered the cart into a cave, ensuring the safety of Xiao Ten, before hefting his broad blade and sprinting towards the sheer cliff. Activating the indestructible golden body, he unleashed a powerful punch that sent a massive boulder crashing up the cliffside, creating a resounding echo, as he called out, "Come forth. You rascals, Grandpa is here." At that moment, 2 black wolves patrolling the cliff were drawn by the tremendous noise, turning their gaze toward Ge Xiao. Confirming him as an intruder, they immediately lifted their heads and began to howl. The iron-backed demon wolves hidden in the cave raised their heads, and after a brief moment, surged forward to encircle Ge Xiao. The wolf pack parted to make way for a towering, jet-black, single-eyed wolf king that charged at Ge Xiao. Startled, Ge Xiao bent his legs to gather strength, gripping his broad blade with true energy infused within it. As the wolf king lunged toward him, Ge Xiao executed the moon-cutting blade method, delivering a decisive strike to its abdomen. The blow sent the wolf king flying, staggering back. The wolf king's abdomen bore a gruesome wound, blood gushing forth. Ge Xiao marveled at the potency of his full-force strike, which equated to delivering 3 slashes to the ironback wolf king in a single blow. The ironback wolf king, severely wounded, found its ferocity ignited. Its crimson eyes fixated on Ge Xiao. With a resounding howl, the remaining ironback demonic wolves surged forth, and the wolf king lunged at Ge Xiao once more. Ge Xiao, gathering his strength, cleaved through 3 ironback demonic wolves, creating a gap. With powerful leaps, he ascended onto a massive stone he had previously selected. Gripping his broad sword with a solemn expression as he surveyed the approaching horde of demonic wolves. Counting them meticulously, he realized there were over 300. A sight that sent shivers down his spine. Such a multitude of ironback demonic wolves could easily wear him down. Since they eschewed the rules of combat, he would not hold back. Xiao Jiu, restrain these ironback demonic wolves, he communicated telepathically, enveloping the area with Xiao Jiu's domain. Ge Xiao swiftly transported the majority of the ironback demonic wolves into a designated space adjacent to his little companions within the Golden Tower, intending to reserve them as sustenance for them. As he beheld 51 ironback demonic wolves regaining their senses, Ge Xiao infused golden energy into his broadsword and leapt towards the Wolf King, executing the crescent moon blade technique, aiming a powerful strike at its head. Having suffered once, the Ironback Wolf King retreated instinctively. Ge Xiao's blade struck the ground with immense force, creating a deep fissure that extended beneath the Wolf King's feet. The Wolf King relayed signals to the remaining Ironback demonic wolves through body language, and Ge Xiao soon found himself encircled. Closing his eyes, he delved into the essence of the crescent moon blade technique. As the wolves approached, he unleashed a strike that sent 3 of them flying. Although he still executed a 3-strike maneuver, he sensed a burgeoning connection. Ge Xiao focused intently, striving to quicken his pace. Instantly, he harnessed the golden true energy within his body, skillfully maneuvering his sword to unleash a flurry of 6 blade shadows, obliterating 6 approaching demonic wolves. Observing Ge Xiao's growing strength, the Wolf King, disheartened by the prospect of continued conflict, signaled to the remaining wolves and fled. With his objectives met and his swordsmanship having progressed, Ge Xiao deemed it unnecessary to pursue further, opting instead to store his weapon in his spatial pouch. He now comprehended the value of the storage ring. If others were to see a nascent golden core cultivator possessing one, it could spell danger for him. Summoning the black blood ants, he set them to feast on the fallen Ironback demonic wolves. As he gazed upon the multitude of nearly 10,000 black blood ants, each resembling the size of a chick, he recognized their power was equivalent to that of a second-tier demonic beast. He could not help but express gratitude to the previous owner of the Golden Tower. Since acquiring the black blood ants, he had scarcely tended to them. As they thrived on the spiritual herbs once cultivated within, his consciousness delved into the realm of the Ironback demonic wolves, who now trembled and surveyed their unfamiliar surroundings. Ge Xiao reached out to his little companions, proposing to provide the Ironback demonic wolves as food. However, they rejected him, disdaining the low bloodline sustenance. As carnivorous creatures, he found himself at a loss regarding their preparation. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could sell these Ironback demonic wolves. At the Baibao Pavilion, he had observed such Ironback demonic wolves tethered within, albeit the ones he saw were first tier and appeared adorably foolish, yet their price was considerable. Since he would be passing through a town, he could seize the opportunity to visit the pavilion, hoping to sell the over 200 Ironback demonic wolves he had captured. The elder steward of the Baibao Pavilion in Lishui town meticulously reported the portrait of Ge Xiao and a token from the Nightshade sect's elder to the next level. Addressing it to Han Wu, the steward of the late-stage nascent soul who bore a beauty mark at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Han Wu was stroking the hair of his beauty mark, grinning as he observed the supreme elder of the Nightshade sect, Yi Bugui. His purpose for being there was simple. Regardless of Ge Xiao's true identity, the token was undeniably authentic. Senior Han, that lad is not an elder steward of our sect, Yi Bugui hastily attempted to clarify. Han Wu snorted dismissively, yet this token belongs to your Nightshade sect. The loss cannot be borne by my Baibao Pavilion. Yi Bugui's expression darkened as he regarded the token. He understood that Han Wu held the authority of the Nightshade sect's token, and this matter must be resolved by their sect, or else there would be no place for them in the vast world. Upon making eye contact with Han Wu, Yi Bugui immediately plastered on a smile. What do you suggest we do to resolve this? He sensed the murderous intent in Han Wu's gaze. He understood the distinction between offering apologies and offering his life. Spiritual stones could be reclaimed, but his life was singular. Your sect's elder steward has resided in my Baibao Pavilion for nearly a year, taking with him 1 spiritual artifact, 3 premium magical devices, and 20 medium-grade artifacts. How much do you reckon that amounts to in spiritual stones? Han Wu continued to smile at Yi Bugui. If Ge Xiao were present, he would undoubtedly remark, "Goodness, you're far more ruthless than I am. I merely took 1 item comparable to a premium spiritual artifact and 1 medium-grade artifact, while you directly doubled that. Was I even there for a year?" This was a loss the Nightshade sect could not afford to overlook. Reluctantly, Yi Bugui had to contribute treasures from their vault, along with one of his own life-bound spiritual artifacts, to finally bridge this gap. Han Wu, observing the bloodless visage of Yi Bugui, shook his head in disbelief. He hadn't anticipated the Nightshade sect to be so impoverished, unable to produce even a single spiritual artifact without resorting to life-bound ones. Guardian Gu, is that world-destroying demon mosquito your spiritual beast? Ouyang Xiao inquired upon her first glimpse of Ge Xiao. At this moment, she no longer dared to underestimate him, sensing the formidable strength of the little one. As for unleashing the seal to overpower Ge Xiao, that was a thought she would not entertain. Ge Xiao, rendered speechless, thought that the little ones could remain in the Golden Tower. He had not closed the second-level door of the tower, and they were aware of everything transpiring outside. Is it appropriate for you to ask such a question? He feigned annoyance. They are not my spiritual beasts. We are kin. Please refrain from such comments in the future. He intended to earn some favor from the little ones. Ouyang Xiao, sensing Ge Xiao's feigned anger, merely replied with an "oh" and ceased further inquiries. The little ones within the golden tower buzzed with joy upon hearing their father's affectionate words. Come on, Ge Xiao urged, patting old Huang's backside. Pulling the carriage from the cave, he needed to hasten his search for Baibao Pavilion to swiftly deal with the iron-backed demon wolf. If too much time passed, the wolf might perish from hunger, leaving him with no choice but to sell its meat. At this juncture, the messenger of Baibao Pavilion also busied himself in search of a cultivator named Ge Xiao. Over the years, they had only been the ones to extort others. It was time for them to exact a severe punishment on someone who dared to turn the tables. In Qingshui town, the formidable giant Wang Yu carried his petite younger sister as they made their way to the treasure pavilion, seeking a moment of respite. After several arduous days of travel, even someone as robust as he could feel fatigued. Upon reaching the vicinity of the treasure pavilion's bounty board, they overheard a group discussing an extraordinary individual, prompting Wang Yu to pause and listen intently. Have you heard? The treasure pavilion has been taken advantage of. I certainly have. That person is Ge Xiao, a master at the golden core stage. Wang Jiao, curious, perched on her brother's shoulder to catch a glimpse of this remarkable man. However, upon seeing Ge Xiao's unremarkable appearance, her interest waned. Chapter 39. The greedy manager Han after an exhausting journey. A bullock cart came to a halt in front of Qingshui town. Ge Xiao dismounted and, using his mystical arts, summoned Miss Ouyang and Xiao Chui from the carriage. After securing the large yellow bull into his golden pagoda and stowing the cart in his storage pouch, Ge Xiao followed Ouyang Xiao towards Qingshui town. Is that Ge Xiao, the one on the treasure pavilion's bounty? A passerby clad in white warrior garb asked another, slightly shorter individual in a yellow warrior outfit. The latter, aware that they were merely at the 8th layer of Qi training and no match for Ge Xiao, hastily covered the white-robed man's mouth, admonishing, have you lost your mind? That man is at the golden core stage. Do you wish to court death by discussing him? Upon hearing the conversation about him, Ge Xiao turned curiously, causing the two men to flee in terror, confirming they were indeed speaking of him. Ouyang Xiao, feeling apprehensive, inquired, Good protector, what have you done at the treasure pavilion to warrant such a bounty on your head? The treasure pavilion, with its extensive reach across the Lingzhu continent, was backed by countless powerful figures, far beyond the capabilities of her Ouyang family. I haven't offended them, Ge Xiao replied, equally perplexed. Clearly, he had forgotten the principle of winning people over through virtue. As he pondered, increasingly vexed, he resolved to confront the treasure pavilion to clarify the matter. His consciousness swiftly expanded, leading him directly to the location of the treasure pavilion in Qingshui town. Grasping Ouyang Xiao's hand and accompanied by Xiao Chui, he headed towards the establishment. At the treasure pavilion, Ge Xiao, observing the bounty portrait, remarked to Ouyang Xiao, you must admit, the likeness is quite accurate. After admiring his own visage, he glanced at the bounty amount, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Only 2 spirit artifacts seemed rather stingy. Ouyang Xiao, witnessing Ge Xiao's carefree demeanor, could not help but roll her eyes. Inside the first floor of the treasure pavilion, a slender manager with a mustache, Hu Ba-yi, reclined in a chair, smoking a pipe. Limited by his own talents and with no hope of achieving the golden core, he had leveraged family connections to secure a position as a leisurely manager in Qingshui town. Uncle Hu, splendid news, splendid news. A young servant clad in gray rushed into the inner hall, panting heavily. This was Hu Ba-yi's nephew, Hu Tian. Tianer, what is this splendid news? You seem to be drenched in sweat. Calm yourself, and then speak, Hu Ba-yi observed, continuing to puff on his pipe. Uncle Hu, the individual from the bounty, Ge Xiao, is currently at our treasure pavilion, Hu Tian gasped between breaths. Hu Ba-yi's heart skipped a beat. He had heard that Ge Xiao was no ordinary foe, having brandished the Night Ming sect elder's token to exchange for treasures from the pavilion. Manager Wu of Lishui town had refused, and even incurred a beating. The recent issuance of a bounty on Ge Xiao weighed heavily on Hu Ba-yi's mind, as he dreaded encounters with such fledgling cultivators in the world of immortality. Hu Ba-yi pulled out a communication talisman to inform Han, the steward, about Ge Xiao's activities at the Baibao Pavilion in Qingshui town. A directive from the Vice Hall Master himself. At that moment, Han was stroking the long hair of the mole at the corner of his mouth, squinting as he admired the beautiful dancers performing in the hall. Suddenly, he felt the talisman in his bosom vibrate. Han took it out, infused it with his magical energy. And the air immediately displayed. Ge Xiao is currently in Qingshui town. A faint smile crept upon Han's lips as he instructed, "You may all leave." His voice was soft. Yet the dancers in the hall could hear him clearly. They bowed and swiftly exited. Once the hall was empty, Han's smile faded. In the realm of Lingzhou, no one would dare disrespect the Baibao Pavilion. He suspected Ge Xiao might be an outsider demon, but he needed to verify this. With a swift gesture, Han transformed into a gust of wind, shooting towards Qingshui town. In Qingshui town, Hu Bayi retrieved a bottle from his storage bag and said to Hu Tian, "Tinger, go to the kitchen now and brew a pot of tea," pouring this into it. After consuming an antidote pill, Hu Bayi headed towards the bounty notice. Ouyang Xiao looked at Ge Xiao with concern, saying, "The Baibao Pavilion wields immense power in this realm. Crossing them will lead to dire consequences." Ge Xiao, gazing at the beautiful youth, smiled and replied, "You're not developing feelings for me, are you, with all this concern?" Ouyang Xiao blushed fiercely, huffed, and turned her head away, ignoring him. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui, confused, asked Ouyang Xiao, "Young master, are you unwell? Your face is so red." This only deepened Ouyang Xiao's blush. Arriving at the bounty notice location, Hu Bayi noticed a lovely young gentleman with a flushed face, seemingly embarrassed, while a round-faced maid beside him tilted her head in inquiry, and another guard stood with his back to them. "Ha ha ha, Ge Xianbei, what brings you here?" boomed a hearty voice from behind Ge Xiao. Turning around, Ge Xiao saw a man with a mustache approaching, who bore the scent of tobacco. "Who are you?" Ge Xiao asked, puzzled. The familiarity was apparent, yet he did not recognize him. After bowing respectfully, Hu Bayi replied, "Xianbei, I am Hu Bayi, the steward of Qingshui town. It was I who issued the bounty notice." Ge Xiao, somewhat displeased, retorted, "Tell me, how have I offended your Baibao Pavilion?" He was determined that if this Hu Bayi could not provide a satisfactory explanation, he would make him regret it. Hu Bayi, adept at reading the room, quickly noticed Ge Xiao's signs of anger and hastily clarified, "Xianbei, this was not my intention. The bounty notice was issued on behalf of the Vice Hall Master. I heard it was due to you having taken a treasure from the Baibao Pavilion in Lishui town, failing to pay your lodging fee, and even assaulting the local steward." After speaking, Hu Bayi cast a cautious glance at Ge Xiao, relieved to see he had calmed down. Upon hearing Hu Bayi's words, Ge Xiao understood the reason for his placement on the bounty notice. Unexpectedly, his intention to undermine the Yeming sect had resulted in his own predicament. Now he needed to find a way to lift the bounty, as the Baibao Pavilion's extensive business dealings would inevitably require future interactions. After a moment of contemplation, Ge Xiao turned to Hu Bayi and inquired, "Steward Hu, how can one lift this bounty notice? The Baibao Pavilion represents a rather commercial sect of cultivation, where, barring profound enmity, resolutions can typically be found. For instance, one may seek the understanding of the issuer of a decree or persuade the lawmaker to rescind a bounty. Alternatively, one could expend considerable resources to compel higher authorities to annul such mandates. The Vice Hall Master has directed his contacts to Han Wu from Xiantian Town, who, although merely a manager, wields significant power due to his cultivation at the late stage of the nascent soul." Hu Bayi, with a countenance etched with concern, expressed, "Senior, while the bounty was indeed prompted by the incident in Lishui town, it is Han, the manager from Xiantian Town, who issued it. Manager Han enjoys extensive connections and holds considerable influence within the Baibao Pavilion, making this matter rather difficult to navigate." Upon hearing that the decree was not issued by him, but rather by another, Ge Xiao inwardly cursed the meddling nature of others. Sensing the underlying implications of the situation, he recognized that while the issue could be resolved, it would require a significant sacrifice. With a mere thought, a second-tier ironback demon wolf materialized before Hu Bayi. Ge Xiao smiled. "I kindly ask Manager Hu to ponder further on this matter." Hu Bayi cast a binding talisman to secure the appearing demon wolf and stored it in his beast pouch, smiling as he remarked, "Manager Han has a great affinity for wealth and pleasure. With a bit of monetary incentive, this issue can indeed be resolved. I can facilitate a connection to assist you." Senior. He felt quite satisfied with acquiring an ironback demon wolf. However, if the demands increased, once the senior's troubles were addressed, he would be left at a loss. "Ha ha. Manager Hu, you truly are remarkable. A single ironback demon wolf has sufficed to win over Han." Suddenly, a middle-aged man with a mole at the corner of his mouth appeared behind Hu Bayi. Given the proximity of Qingshui town to Xiantian town, Han Wu had arrived long ago, having utilized a special artifact to ascertain that Ge Xiao was not an outsider demon before revealing himself. Hu Bayi quickly turned and knelt in respect, saying, "Manager Han, esteemed senior, Please forgive me. I merely considered this a minor issue and did not wish for the Baibao Pavilion to lose a significant client. Given that Senior Ge can so easily provide an ironback demon wolf, it is evident he is quite generous. Seeing the silent approach of Manager Han, Ge Xiao was taken aback, realizing that Han's cultivation was likely far superior to his own. Ge Xiao bowed and inquired, "Esteemed senior, if I have inadvertently offended you, please do enlighten me." As Xiao Jiu had not issued a warning, it appeared that Manager Han bore no ill will towards him. Han Wu scrutinized Ge Xiao and accused, "You, young man, possess quite the audacity to scheme against the Baibao Pavilion." This young man had been leveraging the Night Ming sect elder's token to incur debts at the pavilion. While this arrangement could yield substantial benefits for Han, it nonetheless exploited the pavilion's resources. Ge Xiao, still unaware of the pavilion's inherent nature, suggested, "Senior, might this suffice?" Observing the young man's astuteness, Han found him somewhat likable but maintained a stern demeanor, stating, "Your actions have caused considerable delays for numerous cultivators. You must compensate for this loss." Though furious, Ge Xiao recognized the precariousness of his situation and summoned another 100 ironback demon wolves. Han Wu regarded Ge Xiao with a cold snort but remained silent. Ge Xiao understood that this was still insufficient, as the remaining ironback demon wolves materialized densely within the Baibao Pavilion. This journey has proven to be utterly fruitless. Ge Xiao, with a pained expression, addressed Han Wuxing with reverence, stating, "Senior, I am but a wandering cultivator, and this constitutes my entire fortune. If you would allow me to retain the storage bag containing these demonic beasts, I would consider it settled. This multitude of demonic creatures makes the bag itself a true treasure, one that I cannot possibly part with, as it has undergone blood refinement." Ge Xiao presented the blood-refined golden tower to Han Wu, who, despite his vast experience, quickly discerned that this artifact was no longer usable to him and thus conceded. Recognizing the futility of extracting further value, Han Wu grumbled, "Surrender your storage bag, and we shall consider this matter resolved." Having failed to acquire the golden tower, he now turned his attention to the possibility of discovering any treasures within the youth's storage bag. Fortunately, all of Ge Xiao's possessions resided within his storage ring, so relinquishing the storage bag would not entail significant loss. With a reluctant expression, Ge Xiao dispelled the soul mark and handed over the storage bag that hung at his waist. Upon inspecting the contents, Han Guanshi remarked on Ge Xiao's evident poverty. Noting only a broad-bladed weapon and a card, accompanied by a few thousand low-grade spirit stones, Han Guanshi produced a copper token and executed a spell to annul the bounty placed on Ge Xiao, declaring, "This matter is resolved." However, were it anyone else, it would be a matter of life and death. With that, he transformed into a gentle breeze and vanished from sight. Chapter 40. The Crimson Longsword. As Ge Xiao observed the generous senior's departure, he mentally noted this encounter. The tides of fortune may change, and when his cultivation reached a higher realm, he would seek an opportunity to converse with him further. Meanwhile, in room 4 of the 3rd floor of the treasure pavilion, a towering figure was soundly asleep in the bedroom. Seated at the 8 Immortals table, Wang Jiao glanced at the slumbering giant while soothing the agitated white ferret. Though the target of their pursuit, Ouyang Xiao, was nearby, her brother was exceedingly weary, making it ill-advised to act at this moment. "Senior, do not harbor any thoughts of revenge against Han Guanshi. That copper token can only be obtained upon reaching the nascent soul stage within the treasure pavilion. It grants supreme authority, enabling one to command considerable connections and influence, far beyond your current means," Hu Ba observed, recognizing Ge Xiao's dissatisfaction. Having taken his demonic beasts, he felt compelled to offer this caution. "Rest assured, Manager Hu, I would not jeopardize my standing with the treasure pavilion over such trifles." Ge Xiao replied with a faint smile. At that moment, Ouyang Xiao approached, accompanied by Xiao Chui, tossing a storage bag towards Ge Xiao. "Guard Ge, let us take refuge in this treasure pavilion for the night," she suggested. Having witnessed the forcible surrender of Ge Xiao's storage bag and surmising he was currently devoid of spirit stones, Ge Xiao accepted the storage bag, responding, "Indeed, my lady." Delving into its contents, he discovered it was modest in size, yet filled entirely with low-grade spirit stones. He turned to Hu Ba and said, "Manager Hu, please prepare 2 rooms of the highest quality." Hu Ba, shaking his beard, felt an internal reluctance. He recognized that while Ge Xiao appeared calm, his heart still simmered with anger. Although Han Guanshi may have had Ge Xiao under his thumb, Hu Ba could not afford to be so complacent. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. If he were to act dishonestly, leaving the treasure pavilion could lead to unforeseen consequences. As such incidents were not uncommon within its walls, provided no casualties occurred on the premises. Please hold on a moment, Senior. I shall fetch the room keys right away, Hu Ba said respectfully. Then, he jogged to the front desk to retrieve 2 room tokens, numbered 8 and 9. Senior, this is the Tianzi room token. It offers 10 inferior spirit stones per day, Hu Bai remarked, raising his hand to display the tokens. Senior, this is the location of the Qingshui Fengshe. It may contain some trinkets that even the Bai Baoge does not possess. You might want to take a look. Hu Bai handed a jade slip to Ge Xiao, secretly contemplating leading him elsewhere, hoping that once his mood improved, matters at the Bai Baoge would be less complicated. Ge Xiao accepted the room tokens and handed over 300 inferior spirit stones, addressing Hu Bai. You may leave now. I will summon you, if necessary. He felt quite satisfied with Hu Bai, appreciating his resourcefulness. Hu Bai bowed. Senior, I shall not disturb you any further, and proceeded to enjoy his pipe. Ge Xiao gazed at the 2 tokens in his hand, reflecting on how efficient cultivators are in their dealings. He placed the number 9 Tianzi token in Ouyang Xiaoxiao's hand, saying, Miss, I wish to explore the Qingshui Fengshe. Would you care to join me? Ouyang Xiaoxiao shook her head, replying, The journey has been quite bumpy these past few days. I feel a bit fatigued. Ge Xiao, tucking the number 8 Tianzi token into his robe, made his way towards Qingshui Fengshe. Ouyang Xiaoxiao watched his retreating figure, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gently stamped her foot, feeling perturbed by his audacity to touch her hand without her consent. After spending these past few days with Ge Xiao, she sensed an unfamiliar feeling, distinct from her experiences with her brother and father. As Ge Xiao traversed the mist, channeling his indestructible golden body, he spotted the words Qingshui etched into a stone by the roadside, signifying the entrance to Qingshui Fengshe. The stalls lining both sides were filled with vendors who, unlike those in the mundane world, sat cross-legged in front of their stalls, cultivating their energy. The items displayed varied in quality, testing one's discernment. However, for Ge Xiao, the concept of discernment was foreign, despite being in the Golden Core realm and possessing both physical and magical prowess. He had only been in this cultivation world for less than 5 years. Having been extorted for his weapon by a ruthless manager, he needed to seek out another. As he casually wandered through Qingshui Fengshe, he passed a small stall when suddenly, the Xianzai Jinqiao within him resonated with joy, detecting a rich vein of golden elemental energy. After some inquiries, Ge Xiao discovered that the energy emanated from a stall to his right. As a cultivator with an exceptional golden spiritual root, he should theoretically have an innate sensitivity to golden attributes. Yet, he had sensed nothing earlier. He remained skeptical about the small immortal's claims. Indeed, treasures and spiritual items often conceal their auras to protect themselves. Ge Xiao halted his steps, observing the stall owner, a burly man with a square jaw and 3 distinct claw marks on his face, unmistakably a hardened character. The stall contained merely 5 fist-sized black stones, a few low-grade blood spirit grasses, and several iron bows, with nothing else in sight. After scrutinizing the small immortal's insights, he learned that the second to last of the 5 black stones radiated golden elemental energy. The stall owner sensed the presence of a customer and opened his eyes. Having traversed through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, he had taken lives before. Yet the indifference to life reflected in the eyes of the current stall keeper startled him nonetheless. Just as Ge Xiao was lost in thought, a hoarse voice reached his ears. Senior, what would you like? Oh, I would like to inquire about the price of this iron bow, Ge Xiao responded, regaining his focus as he picked up a longbow from the stall and drew it back effortlessly. For you, Senior. This iron bow holds little value and costs merely 10 gold coins. Take a look at these blood spirit herbs. The square-faced stall owner began to promote his wares. Though they may seem low in grade, they are remarkably effective for staunching blood flow. Ge Xiao picked up a blood spirit herb and asked, How many spirit stones does this require? Observing Ge Xiao's keen interest, the square-faced stall owner smiled and replied, Only 6 low-grade spirit stones. Ge Xiao then picked up a piece of black stone and inquired, What about this one? The stall owner, a bit awkward, responded, This black iron stone is 1 gold coin each. Ge Xiao examined the blood spirit herb once more and remarked, Isn't that rather cheap? Senior, 6 low-grade spirit stones for 1 is already quite reasonable. That is the standard price throughout the Clearwater workshop, the stall owner defended. Ge Xiao shook his head, declaring, Too expensive, and prepared to leave. As outlined in the foundational texts of the Treasure Pavilion, such low-tier spirit herbs were not particularly rare, and generally, sellers inflated prices to negotiate. Please wait. I will sell it to you for 5 low-grade spirit stones, the square-faced stall owner urged anxiously. Ge Xiao turned to him calmly and stated, 3 low-grade spirit stones for each. I will take all of these blood spirit herbs. Senior, 3 low-grade spirit stones per herb is far too low. It simply cannot be done, the stall owner protested. 4 low-grade spirit stones per herb. I am not in a position of wealth either, Ge Xiao countered. The stall owner shook his head in refusal. Ge Xiao pretended to walk away, and the stall owner did not stop him this time. Unable to negotiate further, Ge Xiao halted and proposed, "How about this? I will offer 15 low-grade spirit stones. And you throw in these black iron stones." The square-faced stall owner, looking quite troubled, reluctantly agreed, thinking to himself, "This kid thinks he can outsmart me. I've been running this stall for 20 years, and he is still quite naive." Ge Xiao handed over 15 spirit stones, securing 3 blood spirit herbs and 5 black iron stones before departing. Once Ge Xiao left, the stall owner retrieved 3 more blood spirit herbs and 5 black iron stones. Awaiting the next unsuspecting customer, Ge Xiao found a secluded spot and activated his undying golden body, taking one of the black iron stones and crushing it effortlessly in both hands. However, when he attempted to apply the same force to the piece of black iron stone chosen by Xiao Xian, it remained utterly immovable. At that moment, Xiao Xian, through the imprint, requested Ge Xiao to allow it to absorb the black iron stone. Not wishing to expend energy daily to restore his true qi, Ge Xiao acquiesced to Xiao Xian's request. A golden leaf-like energy emanated from his skin, enveloping the black iron stone and drawing it into his body. This was a new discovery. Xiao Xian possessed the capability to identify metallic energy, enabling it to acquire high-quality metals. Through the imprint, Ge Xiao informed Xiao Xian to alert him whenever it sensed a rich metallic energy. As he continued his exploration, Ge Xiao took a moment to admire the long blades while lingering at the stalls selling iron, ore, and precious artifacts. Suddenly, an elderly man with white hair and beard grasped Ge Xiao's arm, revealing a set of yellowed teeth as he smiled and said, "Young man, do you desire a sword? All of these blades are available for just 1 inferior spiritual stone each." Without waiting for Ge Xiao's response, the old man promptly brought forth an iron chest from behind his back, opening it to reveal dozens of long swords that gleamed with a sharp brilliance. Nearby, a burly man with a rugged appearance shouted, "You deceitful old fool, stop trying to swindle. You always bring a few common iron swords to trick us into giving you spiritual stones." However, Ge Xiao, undeterred by the man's warning, was instead captivated by the vibrant red long sword, which emanated a stronger metallic energy than the previous black iron stone. Turning to the well-meaning man, Ge Xiao expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my friend, for your kind warning. It seems the old gentleman is not having an easy time, and I am inclined to assist him." He then bent down to draw out the red long sword, retrieving 2 inferior spiritual stones from his storage pouch and handing them to the elderly vendor. The old man immediately expressed his gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, esteemed elder. Thank you." Fearing that Ge Xiao might change his mind, he hurriedly clutched the iron chest and fled. Observing the old man scurrying away with his stones, Ge Xiao began to understand the burly man's warning. After placing the treasured long sword into his storage pouch, he thanked the kind man once more before departing from the Qing Shui Square. As Ge Xiao left the market, the square-faced stall owner promptly began to pack up, muttering in a raspy voice towards a large tree in the corner, "Monkey, that lad is a prime target. Follow him." Upon returning to room 8 of the Baibao Pavilion, Ge Xiao found that night had fallen. Lying on the bed, he contacted the spirit through a seal, inquiring, "Little Xian, why didn't you alert me to the presence of metallic energy artifacts in Lishui town?" Little Xian, cradling the black iron stone they had acquired, replied, "Brother, I did not sense any significant golden energy. It appears that the blade we procured from the Baibao Pavilion in Lishui town, comparable to a top-tier magical tool, seems rather unimpressive from my perspective." Chapter 41. A comedic incident. The following morning, birds chirped joyfully among the trees outside the attic. The charming young noblewoman, Ouyang Xiao, accompanied by her maid, Xiao Jiu, arrived at the magical artifacts section to select a comfortable and aesthetically pleasing carriage. Meanwhile, Ge Xiao, stretching lazily, awoke from his slumber, feeling an unexpected pang of hunger. Descending to the second floor for breakfast, he found the dining area sparsely populated. Of the 4 windows, 2 were already occupied. At the first, 3 individuals were seated, occasionally glancing toward the staircase, one of whom was the square-faced vendor Ge Xiao had encountered at Qing Shui Square the previous day. At the third window, a towering figure, 5 zhang tall, sat with a petite and adorable girl, both ordering an array of dishes, while the man devoured his meal rapidly as the little girl swung her feet in boredom. Ge Xiao chose to sit at the 4th window against the wall, and soon a young attendant dressed in black approached. "Esteemed elder," Here is the menu. Please let me know what you desire. Ge Xiao took the menu and, using his magical power, selected the dishes before handing it back to the attendant, saying, "This will suffice for now. Should I need more, I will inform you later. You may go now." The attendant graciously accepted the menu, bowing in respect as he departed. "I shall prepare this for you, esteemed elder. Farewell." As Ge Xiao gazed out at the fluttering birds, a sudden squeak from a mouse shattered the tranquility. Turning to investigate, he noticed the little girl at the third window gently petting a white ferret. The white ferret gazed at him with a perplexed expression, its eyes seemingly radiating a hint of menace. Ge Xiao pondered to himself that he had not offended anyone since arriving in this foreign realm, nor had he disturbed the grass atop any graves. The meal he had was quite uneventful, until he let out a hearty belch after tossing over 30 low-grade spirit stones to a black-clad servant before making his way to the third floor. As he approached the staircase, a gaunt figure collided with him, prompting Ge Xiao to swiftly check his storage pouch for any losses. Fortunately, everything remained intact, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. In his original world, he had seen thieves bump into unsuspecting pedestrians only to pilfer their riches, hence he remained vigilant. As for the ring he had received from the mouse rabbit, it had proven to be a soul artifact, now refined and resting within his soul sea. Upon reaching room 8 on the third floor, Ge Xiao settled beside the 8 immortals table and let a drop of his blood fall onto the red long blade, which absorbed it immediately. It appeared that the blood refining technique was ineffective. He directed his soul consciousness toward the red blade, only to encounter a resistance imbued with murderous intent. Gritting his teeth, he increased his soul input, yet still failed to establish mastery over the weapon. Was it an artifact that could not be claimed? With consecutive failures, Ge Xiao's confidence waned. He pondered whether his true essence could enhance this treasure. If it could, it would classify as a genuine artifact, making his 2 low-grade spirit stones a worthwhile investment. Conversely, if it did not succeed, he would have merely acquired a minor item. Infusing the red long blade with true energy, a powerful suction emanated from it, causing Ge Xiao's heart to constrict as he felt compelled to discard it. Unexpectedly, the blade sprouted 8 iron spikes that pierced into his body. Golden true energy mingled with his blood and flesh as Ge Xiao's complexion grew increasingly pale. Realizing the excessive loss of vitality, he hastily activated his indestructible golden body to restore his essence. At that moment, Ge Xiao appeared quite peculiar, half red and half gold. After what felt like an eternity, he finally regained control of his body, officially claiming the red long blade as his own. He drew the blade into himself, nurturing it with his true essence, but was too preoccupied with recovery to indulge in joy. Hours later, Ge Xiao, now with a healthier complexion, stood up, only to receive a communication talisman indicating that Miss Ouyang had sent word that it was time to depart. In the grand hall of the Baibao Pavilion, the charming young master awaited him alongside the round-faced Xiao Jiu. In the resting area, a towering figure was stealing glances at the charming young master, accompanied by a petite and adorable sister. Xiao Jiu discreetly nudged the charming young master, whispering, "Miss, the burly man on the left is watching you." Ouyang Xiao glanced over, not recognizing him, but the man immediately averted his gaze. Instantly, she felt a wave of wariness. If he was not from her family, he was likely there to harm her. A series of footsteps echoed as Ge Xiao spotted Ouyang Xiao and Xiao Jiu waiting for him from a distance. "Unfortunately, there are no carriages. You must ride the ox with me," he said apologetically. Despite a slight desire to share the ride with Ge Xiao, Ouyang Xiao replied, "Who would want to ride with you? I already secured a carriage yesterday." Ge Xiao shook his head with a smile at this proud princess, saying, "All right, I shall drive your carriage." His gaze fell upon a gigantic man who was staring at Ouyang Xiao. It was the same one he had dined with on the second floor the previous day. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Please don't tell me he is a glass-hearted individual." Disregarding everything else, Ge Xiao led Ouyang Xiao and her companions towards the outskirts of Qingshui town. "Big brother, that fellow has emerged from the Baibao Pavilion, and 2 followers are trailing behind," remarked a slender man to the square-faced man. The square-faced man rasped, "Regardless of whether they are our companions, this plump sheep belongs solely to us." Outside Qingshui town, dust swirled as a formidable ox pulled a cart at a brisk pace. A giant man steadfastly followed behind, carrying a petite girl. These were the Wang siblings, Wang Yu and Wang Jiao. "Da Huang, are you all right?" Ge Xiao glanced back at the indomitable giant, addressing the robust ox beneath him. This massive man, whom he had encountered while dining on the second floor, was remarkably resilient, enduring clouds of dust without faltering. Could it be that there was a romantic bond between them? What of the charming girl being carried? The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted. Ge Xiao resolved to inform the delicate girl about the giant's intentions to prevent her from being deceived. Seating himself sideways on the ox, Ge Xiao called out to the girl behind him, "Sister, when choosing a husband, you must keep your eyes wide open. Do you not notice that the man beside you is a fool? Ever since our encounter at the Baibao Pavilion, he has pursued my young master relentlessly. Wake up." The siblings trailing behind were bewildered by the incessant chatter from the figure on the ox, perceiving him as foolish. In the cart, the round-faced girl, Xiao Jiu, observed her mistress and remarked, "Young master, it seems that guardian Ge mentioned you. Do you understand what he meant?" Ouyang Xiao, equally perplexed, shook her head in uncertainty. The giant, Wang Yu, grew anxious as he failed to catch up with Ge Xiao, just as he was about to advise his sister to hold on tight. Wang Jiao exclaimed, "Brother, there are 3 individuals following us closely. They may be here to seize our business." Wang Yu only heard someone behind him inquire, "Sister, what shall we do?" "I will deal with them," he declared. Wang Jiao immediately urged, "Brother, do not act impulsively. Let us hide and observe their strength first. Once they are engaged in conflict, we can emerge and reap the benefits." Having listened to his sister's extensive reasoning, Wang Yu remained puzzled. He then asked, "Sister, what do you suggest?" Wang Jiao directed, "You should hide behind that hillside." Wang Yu followed her indication and sprinted towards the distant hillock. Ge Xiao, witnessing the giant disappear from sight, breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that the other party might be a lovesick fool, which would inevitably lead to a conflict. "Brother, it seems those 2 followers have noticed us," the slender man whispered to the square-faced man. The square-faced man's expression hardened. The plump sheep had been marked by the 3rd brother, making escape impossible. Observing the aura of the 2 followers, he noted that the giant was a formidable warrior at the late stage of true martial cultivation, while the female was at the mid-stage of the golden core realm. The square-faced man communicated quietly, "Monkey, ascertain the movements of those 2 followers. Since we've encountered them, we cannot let a single one escape." Among the 3 brothers, only Monkey has reached the late stage of the golden core, while the other 2 have achieved the great perfection of the golden core. However, as rogue cultivators with insufficient innate talent, they must purchase a pregnancy pill to conceive, yet they lack the requisite spirit stones, leading them to hide in various marketplaces seeking plump sheep. Behind the hillside, Wang Jiao suddenly realized that the 3 pursuers had ceased their chase of Ge Xiao and his companions, their presence vanishing ominously. With a sense of foreboding, she retrieved a long, staff-like weapon from her storage pouch. "Brother, those 3 do not come to compete for business. They are here to confront us and instigate a fight." The burly man accepted the staff, nodding in agreement with his sister. The lean monkey leaped onto a nearby tree on the slope, channeling his energy into a bamboo basket in his hands. As he opened the lid, a hissing sound erupted as countless venomous serpents surged forth, encircling the Wang siblings. The square-faced man and another one-eyed figure approached the siblings with a leisurely demeanor. As copper metal assassins of the Stormy Rain Pavilion, the Wang siblings had navigated through many bloody trials in the realm of cultivation. Wang Jiao directly extracted a green box from her storage pouch, infusing it with her energy, which caused a dense green mist to billow forth and spread around them. The square-faced man gazed in astonishment as the mist enveloped the 2 before him. He had just employed his spiritual sense to detect the danger and had managed to sever the connection in time. Otherwise, the mist would have relentlessly pursued and attacked his very soul. A cry of agony pierced the air. The one-eyed man, curious and unwise, had probed with his spiritual sense, but lacked the decisive action of his companion, leading to his soul being invaded by the green mist. Ignoring his suffering companion, the square-faced man turned his attention back to the slope. He observed that any serpent that made contact with the green mist writhed in agony on the ground, eventually succumbing to death. The one-eyed man retrieved an antidote pill from his storage pouch, preparing to consume it when a silver needle shot forth from the mist, striking down the antidote. Simultaneously, the burly man wielded his massive staff, surging out of the green mist with unwavering intent, advancing directly toward the one-eyed man. In response, the square-faced man brandished a bone-slicing knife, charging at the burly man, determined to buy time for his brother to take the antidote. The lean monkey, sensing the precarious situation of his elder brother, summoned his ultimate weapon, a massive, sinister black mamba, resembling a small mountain, slithered out of the bamboo basket and sped towards his brother for protection. With a glint of murderous intent in his eyes, the lean monkey altered his spell and threw forth a black pill, from which several small green serpents emerged, drawn toward the pill as if it were a delectable feast. They converged upon it, consuming it greedily, their bodies gradually transforming into a darker hue. Sensing that the time was ripe, the lean monkey cast his spell once more, causing the small black serpents to become transparent. Should one probe with spiritual sense, they would discover that most of the serpents had infiltrated the green mist, while the remaining ones rapidly approached the burly man. Chapter 42. The bloodthirsty praying mantis Ge Xiao noticed the serpents entering the green mist and extended her spiritual sense, discovering that several small serpents were hastily approaching her brother, who remained blissfully unaware. Silver needles ascended from the green box, shooting toward the serpents with precision, each striking true and extinguishing a small life. A single wave of attack obliterated all the serpents that had ventured into the mist. Concerned, Ge Xiao cast her gaze toward her brother and unleashed another volley of silver needles at the square-faced man. The square-faced man, wielding the bone-slicing knife, charged forward, accompanied by a swarm of small bone knives that dispersed in all directions as they neared her brother. Suddenly, Ge Xiao seemed to have an epiphany. Swiftly expanding her spiritual sense, she detected 3 small serpents that had reached her brother's side, yet he remained completely unaware of their presence. A sense of unease stirred within her as the magical energy surged into the green box. The moment 3 silver needles emerged, they shot forth towards the 3 small serpents. Just as the serpents were about to strike her brother, the needles struck them down with precision. A sigh of relief escaped Ge Xiao's lips. It was her brother. She turned her gaze to Wang Yu, only to discover that his skin had turned a deep shade of black, and he clutched a black serpent in his hand. How could this be? She had believed she had vanquished all the black serpents. How had one escaped her notice? The square-faced man, witnessing Wang Yu succumbing to poison, hastened his assault. Waves of rapid attacks left Wang Yu struggling to keep pace. At that moment, the one-eyed man, feeling his own toxicity suppressed, bore a fierce expression as he wielded his iron hook and lunged towards the giant. "Brother, retreat into the green mist," came his sister's voice echoing in Wang Yu's mind. The giant, accustomed to heeding his sister's counsel, gripped his massive staff, channeling his energy into it before striking the ground with tremendous force. Instantly, a colossal wave surged outward. The square-faced man plunged his bone dagger into the earth, infusing it with power to erect a white barrier enveloping himself. The one-eyed man, consumed by rage, was caught off guard and was sent flying by the shockwave, blood spilling from his mouth as he crashed to the ground. The giant black mamba was similarly affected, flung away with a hiss of indignation. Wang Yu, in a wild charge, plunged into the green mist. Ge Xiao, observing her brother's anguished expression, understood that this was no time for sentimentality with formidable foes surrounding them. The green box emitted a series of attractive forces at the sight of the serpent bites, dark energy flowing into it. Wang Yu felt his vital energy rapidly depleting and immediately urged his sister to halt. "Sister, our situation is perilous. I cannot afford to lose my energy." His eyes brimmed with determination. He would carve a bloody path for his sister, even at the cost of his own life. Ge Xiao had anticipated her brother's reckless resolve. A white gas had already entered his body. At that moment, Wang Yu felt his eyelids growing heavier, and he collapsed to the ground. "You leave me no choice." Ge Xiao's face hardened with resolve. A blue jar shot towards the approaching square-faced brother, while she ignited a fragrant purple incense beside her. The square-faced man instinctively sensed danger and promptly directed his bone dagger to intercept. However, before the dagger could touch the blue jar, it erupted, releasing 5 grayish-white mantises. Recognizing the threat, the square-faced man shouted in alarm, "Second brother, we must flee. Those are bloodthirsty blade mantis." The one-eyed man, unfazed by the warning, charged towards the grayish-white mantises with his iron hook. The square-faced man, observing his comrade's recklessness, felt powerless and resorted to utilizing the blood escape technique to flee. The bloodthirsty blade mantis ranked 36th on the list of terrifying creatures. Had it not been for its low reproductive rate, its ranking would have been even higher. Each mantis, roughly the size of a small dog, possessed the formidable strength of a late-stage golden core practitioner, rendering them impervious to even the most exquisite magical artifacts. The slender monkey, witnessing his elder brother's swift retreat, speculated the fearsome nature of whatever had been unleashed from the blue jar. A terrifying scene unfolded as the colossal black mamba, with its gaping maw dripping with venom, lunged to attack the pale gray mantises. Yet, the agile mantises flapped their wings, deftly evading the serpent's strike before swiftly approaching the great snake. With a strike akin to a blade, they severed the mamba into a mere heap of flesh. Shortly thereafter, his elder brother succumbed, failing to endure even 2 exchanges before meeting his demise. As he contemplated fleeing, he unwittingly attracted the attention of the bloodthirsty mantises, already alerted by his earlier astonishment. On the hillside, The petite and charming Xiao Jiu wore a look of anxiety. If the bloodthirsty mantises discovered her and her brother, their fates would be sealed. Had it not been for the relentless pursuit of 3 cultivators, she would not have unleashed the mantises. Observing the mantises darting towards a distant tree, she exhaled a sigh of relief. The lean monkey, eyeing the gray mantises approaching him, felt a chill of trepidation. A glance at the hillside made him reconsider his course of action. The murky green mist obscured the situation, and recklessly entering would undoubtedly spell his doom. He needed a scapegoat. He recalled the marked plump prey, a cultivator at the early stage of the golden core, perfect for taking the blame. With a slight focus, he detected the plump one's location and hastened towards Ge Xiao, while the bloodthirsty mantises relentlessly pursued him, drawing ever closer. In desperation, the lean monkey activated his blood escape technique, yet the enraged mantises outpaced him by a considerable margin. To his astonishment, the mantises matched his speed as he attempted to flee. He swiftly retrieved a bamboo basket and, employing a spell, summoned winged serpents that lunged at the pursuing mantises. However, after a brief delay, the mantises caught up once more. With the mantises now merely 100 paces away, the lean monkey's resolve hardened as he unleashed a surge of blood energy, creating a slight gap between them. Hope glimmered in his eyes as he spotted a bull cart ahead. Ge Xiao, seated in the cart, glanced in the direction of the lean monkey, recognizing him from their previous encounter on the second floor during a meal. Now, it appeared he was being pursued by 5 gray mantises. Ge Xiao shook his head with a smirk, deeming the man's situation pitiful. However, he soon realized the gravity of the situation. The scrawny figure had inadvertently led the 5 mantises towards him. Upon sensing their auras, Ge Xiao was taken aback. These mantises possessed strength surpassing his own. Within the cart, Xiao sensed the fluctuations of spiritual energy. As her consciousness swept through the area, she quickly discerned that the bloodthirsty mantises were in hot pursuit of a lean man. She was acutely aware of his malicious intent to divert disaster. Just as she prepared to warn Ge Xiao, it was too late. The lean man was atop the cart, hastily consuming a blood-red pill to replenish his vitality. As the mantises drew near, he employed his blood escape technique to evade capture. Ge Xiao observed the gray mantises diving towards the cart and immediately activated his indestructible golden body to intercept them. Gazing at the mantises' blade-like limbs, he hesitated, opting instead to summon Xiao Jiu to render them senseless. With the imprint of his spirit inscribed upon the bloodthirsty mantises, he had successfully acquired 5 new subordinates. Ge Xiao remarked, "Ah, how weak they are. With but a mere show of force, they yield to me." As he utilized the imprint, his proficiency grew. He recalled the first time he had inscribed the imprint on the black blood ants, resulting in 2 of them perishing under his own hand. Meanwhile, Xiao gazed at Ge Xiao, overwhelmed by gratitude and admiration as he protected her, a smile blossoming in her eyes. Beside her, Xiao Chui was unaware of the discovery she had made, only noticing her young mistress grinning foolishly, her round face filled with confusion. 5 bloodthirsty mantises lingered in the compartment, affectionately rubbing against Ge Xiao's pant leg. Within the golden tower, the little creatures could hardly contain themselves. Buzzing, 9 tiny black specks emerged, releasing an overwhelming aura that pressed the bloodthirsty mantises down in the compartment, causing them to tremble in fear. Xiao was immensely shocked. If her senses did not deceive her, one of those 9 world-destroying mosquitoes was at the divine transformation stage. On the hillside, amidst the green mist, the giant Wang Yu slowly awakened and, seeing that his younger sister was unharmed, felt a sense of relief. "Brother, this time I released the bloodthirsty mantis," Wang Jiao said, her voice tinged with sorrow. The bloodthirsty mantis, known for its ferocity and low reproductive rate, was a relatively rare creature. The giant Wang Yu comforted her in a deep voice, "Do not cry, sister. I will find you something even better." After giving the bloodthirsty mantis a proper lesson to solidify their position, the little creatures finally flew back contentedly to the golden tower. The bloodthirsty mantises stood bewildered in the compartment, resembling children who had misbehaved. Ge Xiao found it amusing and decided to keep these 5 creatures in the compartment to intimidate any potential threats, thus avoiding another surprise attack like before. Having restored his true energy, the giant Wang Yu once again set off with his sister in pursuit of Xiao. To spare De Huang from excessive fatigue and to cater to Xiao Chui, who had yet to undergo fasting and needed to eat, Ge Xiao sought refuge in a grove, casually summoning De Huang into the golden tower to graze and rest. Ge Xiao then commanded the 5 bloodthirsty mantises to capture a 3rd-tier iron-horned bull, using his indestructible golden body to deliver a powerful punch, killing it instantly. A piece of golden foil emerged from his soul sea, fluttering about. Ge Xiao ignited a fireball spell to light the firewood he had previously gathered and began roasting a large piece of beef. Ouyang Xiao grew increasingly intrigued by Ge Xiao. The golden foil was clearly a soul artifact, leading her to wonder if he was also a soul cultivator. Beside her, Xiao Chui hurriedly picked a small piece of beef for herself, as she was still in the qi refining stage and could not digest too much. Not that she was concerned about her mistress. Since stepping out of the vehicle, her gaze had not strayed from Ge Xiao, the protector. Once the beef was cooked to a medium doneness, Ge Xiao took it off the fire and, using the golden foil, cut a piece the size of a palm, handing it to the blushing Ouyang Xiao, who thanked him and began to eat. Ge Xiao then sliced another piece, intending to offer it to Xiao Chui. But she repeatedly declined, claiming she was already full and could not eat more. Ge Xiao had no choice but to consume it himself. The beef was tender but lacked flavor, and he resolved to procure some seasonings next time he visited a town. With unfamiliar company present, the little creatures were reluctant to emerge, yet Xiao Shi was an exception. Being a gluttonous little cat, it was drawn out by the aroma of the meat. Quickly devouring it, Ge Xiao realized it had been ages since he had cooked for the little ones and commanded the bloodthirsty mantises to hunt a few more demonic beasts. After transforming the captured beasts into cooked food, Ge Xiao had not even called for them when Xiao Shi flew out, nuzzling against Ge Xiao's face before returning to the golden tower to share the feast with its siblings. Initially, Ge Xiao intended to offer some of the demonic beast meat to the bloodthirsty mantises, but they showed no interest. Ouyang Xiao, observing Ge Xiao feeding the bloodthirsty mantises with the flesh of demon beasts, chuckled. Although the bloodthirsty mantises are brutal and bloodthirsty, they are herbivorous. 5 beams of light enveloped the mantises, and within the golden pagoda, 5 more had joined to compete with De Huang for food. The mantises were overjoyed upon seeing the boundless spiritual herbs, but upon noticing De Huang's family of 3, their instinctual urge to kill surged forth. De Huang, not to be trifled with, had long since established his dominance at the dock, and with a few low moos, summoned his ally, the 3rd brother, for support. Ge Xiao, observing these docile creatures, decided to demarcate a territory of spiritual herbs and set up spatial restrictions, relocating the 5 bloodthirsty mantises within. Once they ceased their feeding, he would release them outside to stand guard. Lying beneath the shade of a tree, Ge Xiao once again entered the golden pagoda in spirit, watching as the little ones finished the demon beast meat and retreated into their burrow for rest. The black-blooded ants now numbered over 20,000. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Those breeding were breeding, those transporting the spiritual herbs were doing so, and the sentinels were on alert. Sensing their presence, he noted that the larger ones had already reached the 2nd tier, while the smaller ones were at the 1st tier. Chapter 43. Eagle Gorge. Ge Xiao withdrew his spirit and opened his eyes, startled, and turned to Ouyang Xiao, saying, "Why have you been staring at me? I have a matter to discuss with you," she replied with a grin. Ge Xiao responded nonchalantly, "What is it?" "I noticed that among the 5 bloodthirsty mantises, 2 are females. I would like to acquire 1 male and 1 female in exchange for high-grade spirit stones," Ouyang Xiao said eagerly. The 5 bloodthirsty mantises seemed to have presented themselves willingly, and Ge Xiao believed that he might encounter more in the future. Even if he didn't keep a male and 2 females, there was still potential for reproduction. Moreover, having spent time together, he found her to be quite agreeable. Thus, parting with 2 mantises did not seem unreasonable. Ge Xiao replied, "Very well. How many spirit stones can you offer? How does 1 million high-grade spirit stones sound?" Ouyang Xiao inquired tentatively. Ge Xiao understood the purchasing power of spirit stones. 1 medium-grade spirit stone equated to 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, while 1 high-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10,000 low-grade stones. 1 million high-grade spirit stones amounted to 10 million low-grade spirit stones. The thought thrilled him, and he eagerly agreed. "Absolutely, no problem." Ouyang Xiao was elated to see Ge Xiao so readily parting with the bloodthirsty mantises at such a low price. She then contemplated extinguishing the world-destroying demonic mosquito. Ge Xiao firmly declined. The little creatures were akin to family for him, not mere possessions. With Ge Xiao's consent, Ouyang Xiao produced 2 ancient transparent beads from her storage ring, approached the selected bloodthirsty mantises, and drew a drop of blood from each. She then pricked her finger, allowing her blood to drip onto the 2 beads. "Could I trouble you with something?" Ouyang Xiao asked with a pitiful expression. Ge Xiao, unable to bear such a sight, replied, "What is it? Speak." "I need a powerful individual to assist me in completing the blood contract ritual," she said cheerfully. Ge Xiao, who usually adhered to the principle of payment upon delivery, felt a sense of frustration as he had not yet received the spirit stones, but was being asked to lend his strength. Nevertheless, after Ge Xiao offered a promissory note of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, Ge Xiao agreed to help her. Subsequently, Ge Xiao instructed him, while Ge Xiao focused intently, channeling his mana until the two beads turned a vibrant purple. "Thank you, I appreciate it," Ge Xiao exclaimed joyfully. Under the guidance of Ge Xiao, the two bloodthirsty mantises consumed 2 purple orbs, their bodies shimmering briefly, signifying their allegiance to their new master. "Is this sufficient? Should I remove my mark?" Ge Xiao inquired. Ge Xiao rolled her eyes in response, remaining silent. Ge Xiao concluded that it was better not to eliminate the mark, should Miss Ouyang claim dominion over the mantises. Their loyalty could prove advantageous. Now, with 2 bloodthirsty mantises safeguarding her, Ouyang's safety was significantly enhanced. Ge Xiao subsequently stored the other mantises within the golden tower. The 2 mantises, resembling small dogs, nuzzled against Ge Xiao. She affectionately patted their heads before producing several potent spiritual herbs to feed them. Little Chui gazed enviously at these 2 mantises. Observing such a lavish display from the young woman, Ge Xiao found himself contemplating the notion of being taken under her wing. After resting, the drowsy De Huang was summoned to prepare the carriage. Ge Xiao mounted the ox, watching as Ge Xiao and Little Chui entered the carriage with the 2 mantises, before giving the ox a gentle pat and embarking on their journey to explore the ancient tomb. As they traversed a valley filled with the sweet melodies of birds and the fragrant scent of blossoms, a refreshing stream cascaded from above, enveloping them in coolness. They decided to pause in this serene location, with De Huang resting in the golden tower while the carriage remained stationary. A gray and yellow serpent eagle, its body a mix of gray and white, suddenly entered Ge Xiao's line of sight. The eagle swooped down, landing on a broad-leaved tree nearby, tilting its head curiously at Ge Xiao. "Miss Ouyang, do you not feel as though someone is watching us?" Ge Xiao asked, stirring the water with a branch while keeping his head lowered. Ge Xiao, engaged in play with the 2 mantises, glanced towards the serpent eagle upon hearing his words, sensing something amiss. Meanwhile, Little Chui was cheerfully washing her face, blissfully unaware of the dynamics of their roles, seemingly aware of its exposure. The serpent eagle flapped its wings and took flight. Shortly thereafter, the sound of hooves echoed from the mountain path. "Miss Ouyang, please enter the carriage. I will remain here," Ge Xiao urged. Ge Xiao glanced at him before retreating to the carriage with Little Chui, the 2 mantises trailing behind her like eager puppies. "Hand over your storage bag and those 2 women, and I may spare your life today." A group of about 30 individuals clad in garments made of leaves emerged before Ge Xiao, led by a bearded man upon whose shoulder perched the serpent eagle. The one speaking was a bald man beside the bearded leader. "I must inform you, I am Hu Ba-yi, an elder of the Baibao Pavilion, on a clandestine mission. I suggest you cooperate." Ge Xiao, assessing the situation, discerned that the bearded leader possessed mid-stage golden core cultivation, while the bald man was at early-stage golden core, with the rest at foundation establishment stage. This assembly could indeed pose a threat to an ordinary early-stage golden core cultivator, but for Ge Xiao, they were hardly a concern. "You should know, I live a hand-to-mouth existence and have never heard of this Baibao Pavilion. You would do well to surrender your storage bag, otherwise, you shall not leave this old eagle gorge alive," the bearded man threatened, clearly unimpressed by Ge Xiao's status. "It appears that he has encountered a formidable foe, and Ge Xiao has succumbed to a murderous intent. Truly, it is difficult to dissuade those who are destined for demise." He feigned the name of the Baibao Pavilion in an attempt to intimidate them, unwilling to engage in combat. The leader, sporting a scruffy beard, discerned that Ge Xiao would not relinquish his storage bag easily. With a wave of his hand, the bald man bellowed a command to attack, charging towards Ge Xiao atop his horned steed, accompanied by a throng of followers. Ge Xiao summoned a crimson long knife, infusing it with golden true energy, and unleashed the moon-cutting blade technique. Each strike claimed the lives of 6 of the assailants. As the leader beheld the fallen bodies of his subordinates, devoid of any blood or flesh, he felt no inclination to fight. Seeing the blood-red blade, he turned his mount and fled, abandoning the bald man. In mere moments, of the 30-odd men, only the bald man remained, trembling before Ge Xiao, wielding a battered hammer. "What is your name?" Ge Xiao inquired. Upon hearing Ge Xiao's voice, the bald man, startled, immediately fell to his knees and replied, "Esteemed elder, I am Lu Desheng." Ge Xiao found the name intriguing and jested. "How can you aspire to greatness in such a state? You will surely perish in some future ambush." Noticing some potential within him, he continued, "What say you?" Lu Desheng, realizing the gravity of the situation, bowed deeply. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy." He was not foolish. He knew that refusing could cost him his life. Deshang, if you follow me, you will undoubtedly achieve great things, Ge Xiao encouraged, understanding that as a leader, one must inspire hope. Without it, followers would not remain loyal. Thank you, esteemed elder. The bald man bowed fervently, exhibiting genuine sincerity. Ge Xiao promptly stored the 30-odd horses within the golden tower and announced, the danger has passed. Ouyang Xiao and Xiao Chui dismounted the carriage, followed by two eager companions. They surveyed the scene, unperturbed by the carnage. Ge Xiao couldn't help but admire their audacity. Had the women from his original world been present, they would have surely screamed in horror. Before Ge Xiao could make introductions, the kneeling bald man abruptly lunged at Ouyang Xiao, brandishing his iron hammer in an attempt to abduct her and coerce Ge Xiao into submission. Ge Xiao, momentarily taken aback, was caught off guard by this unexpected betrayal after the bald man's prior submission. How fickle human nature can be. At that moment, sensing Ge Xiao's hesitation, the bald man congratulated himself, convinced that his erratic behavior had startled his adversary. Just as the bald man thought he would succeed, two flashes of blades cut through the air. Ouyang Xiao's two loyal companions sprang into action, determined to protect their master from any intruders. A spray of blood splattered onto the face of the frightened Xiao Chui, who was horrified by the spectacle. Ge Xiao observed the bald man's swaying form and shook his head, reflecting that while the name was indeed noteworthy, he was unworthy of it. He decided to grant him a chance for redemption, albeit at the cost of his own life. How is it that you were not splattered with blood? Ge Xiao inquired, puzzled, looking at Ouyang Xiao. From her bosom, she produced a carved jade pendant depicting a flying phoenix and smiled. This is a flawed low-grade artifact that automatically protects its master. Ge Xiao silently marveled at the resourcefulness of a young lady from a prominent family. High above in the dense forest of Eagle Gorge, the sweet and charming Wang Jiao bore witness to the unfolding events, her heart tumultuous with emotions. The cunning and treacherous nature of the Shiman family was evident, as they claimed to be without any guards during the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Now, the bloodthirsty mantises released by Ouyang Xiao have been subdued, which sufficiently demonstrates that her strength is far more formidable than it appears on the surface. Fortunately, the siblings refrained from intervening, or they would surely have met with disaster. Wang Jiao quietly withdrew, her face a mask of anger as she conveyed her observations and speculations to her brother. Wang Yu, unable to comprehend, merely grinned foolishly at her. Chapter 44. A calamity befalls Ginkgo City. Miss, how much further to the ancient tomb? Asked the round-faced Xiao Chui, addressing Ouyang Xiao, who was leaning against the carriage, pretending to doze. The bloodthirsty mantis at Ouyang Xiao's feet was roused by Xiao Chui's chatter, flapping its wings in a display of threat. Ouyang Xiao gently patted its small head and replied, we are nearing Ginkgo City. At our current pace, we can rest there for 5 or 6 days before embarking on the journey for another 4 or 5 days. Plenty of time. Soon, Ge Xiao and his companions beheld a city, with towering gates flanked by over 200 soldiers clad in bronze armor, all possessing foundational cultivation, among whom stood 3 generals in iron armor at the early stage of golden core cultivation. Upon seeing the 3 gilded characters spelling Ginkgo City, Ge Xiao felt a surge of relief at once again witnessing a human settlement. The days spent braving the elements had been devoid of the elegance portrayed in novels about cultivators. Fatigue was all that remained. He resolved to enter the city, indulge in a refreshing bath, and enjoy a good night's sleep. After paying the entrance fee, Ge Xiao and Xiao Chui followed closely behind Ouyang Xiao into the city, while the 2 bloodthirsty mantises were safely tucked away in the Golden Tower. Ouyang Xiao had not anticipated acquiring 2 spirit insects, which seemed particularly attached to her, even protesting when Ge Xiao attempted to store them. I must tell you, miss, that I have visited Ginkgo City several times, and the wares here far surpass those of Lishui Town and Qingshui Town. Spirit artifacts and precious medicines are abundant in the grand marketplace, Xiao Chui boasted to Ge Xiao. Hearing this, Ge Xiao felt a pang of poverty. He currently possessed just over 300 upper-grade spirit stones, yet there were many items he desired. Materials for the indestructible golden body's second layer, souls for the 1,000 threads and 10,000 blades array, cultivation materials for the poking sky finger, and the secret technique for raising the 8-treasure fragrant pig, all required significant funds to acquire. He could only hope that the ancient tomb would yield treasures that could make him wealthy overnight. Let us first find a room in the Baibao Pavilion to rest. I also need to purchase a spirit beast pouch for De Guai and Xiao Guai, Ouyang Xiao said, turning to Ge Xiao. Everything will proceed according to your instructions, miss. Ge Xiao replied respectfully. Upon entering the Baibao Pavilion, a young attendant in black approached and inquired, "Senior, would you like a room or a meal?" Ge Xiao tossed a storage pouch and stated, "Book 2 top-tier rooms for 5 days. By the way, has the auction at Baibao Pavilion commenced this month?" The attendant caught the storage pouch and, upon scanning its contents with his consciousness, promptly replied, "Not yet. It begins in 3 days. Please wait a moment while I fetch the room tokens." As they ascended the stairs, Ge Xiao and Ouyang Xiao each held a room token. Ge Xiao's was number 7, while Ouyang Xiao's was number 5. After a restful night, Ge Xiao returned to the 5th floor the following day, where the words waste products zone caught his attention. Upon entering, he was greeted by a sight of countless damaged magical artifacts and refining materials strewn about like refuse. "Little immortal, quickly see if there are any with strong energy," Ge Xiao communicated through his imprint with Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao deliberately strolled repeatedly through the junkyard, yet failed to discover any metal with substantial energy. Xiao Xian reached out to Ge Xiao, who, in a moment of frustration, cursed and departed from the refuse area. "Who are you cursing at?" A short boy with a crooked mouth emerged angrily from the shadows, tears still glistening in the corners of his eyes. Ge Xiao, bewildered, merely commented on the lack of treasures in the junkyard, inadvertently provoking this overly dramatic youth. "I did not direct my words at you. I merely remarked that this junkyard harbors no valuable gems," Ge Xiao patiently clarified. Yet, the boy disregarded the explanation, seizing Ge Xiao by the collar and preparing to strike him. The keenly perceptive cultivators, drawn by the scent of drama, gathered en masse on the 5th floor. Among the crowd, a striking young man noticed Ge Xiao being accosted and felt a surge of urgency to push forward. Sensing that the crooked-mouthed boy was at the early stage of the nascent soul realm, while Ge Xiao was merely at the initial stage of the golden core, the young man feared for Ge Xiao's safety. Just as the boy was about to land a blow, Ge Xiao swiftly activated his indestructible golden body. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, half of his skull obliterated. A familiar cry of alarm reached Ge Xiao's ears. Filled with rage, he struggled to rise, brandishing a crimson long blade, ready to retaliate, when a commanding voice echoed, "Cease this at once. Do you wish to court death within the confines of the Baibao Pavilion?" A middle-aged man clad in white emerged from the throng, a smile plastered across his face as he addressed the crooked-mouthed boy. "Senior, please temper your anger. I am the vice steward here. Should there be any oversight on our part, I beseech your understanding." This was the manner of the Baibao Pavilion, where, despite having suffered injury, the injured party was asked to appease the aggressor. Ge Xiao's ire intensified. He had been wronged yet again, with this incident resulting in the near destruction of his very being. Noticing the concerned gaze of Ouyang Xiao, he activated his indestructible golden body once more, and in the blink of an eye, he restored himself to his former state. The white-clad steward and the crooked-mouthed boy gazed in astonishment at Ge Xiao's rapid recovery, their eyes alight with avarice. They were certain that this was an extraordinary technique they must possess. The steward, incensed by Ge Xiao's words, retorted, "You ungrateful wretch. I am merely attempting to save you. Should you offend a senior, you may not live to leave this ginkgo city." The crooked-mouthed boy chuckled coldly. "In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. If you are dissatisfied, you are welcome to challenge me." The 8th floor of the Baibao Pavilion is equipped with a duel arena. His mood was tempestuous, having recently endured a fierce battle that left his family slain by enemies. He sought to unleash his fury upon several cultivators. The thought of vengeance, however, was too daunting to contemplate. Otherwise, he would not have sought refuge in the Baibao Pavilion. At that moment, a brooding, bearded man fixated his gaze upon the crooked-mouthed boy. Years ago, they had been fellow disciples and shared a close bond. But an expedition to an ancient tomb had turned treacherous, resulting in an attack over a low-grade spiritual treasure. Had it not been for his fortuitous survival, he would have perished long ago. For the sake of revenge, he had bided his time until he reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, overpowering the crooked-mouthed boy, only to find him elusive once more. Witnessing this cowardly bully, he felt an overwhelming desire to tear him apart. "Very well, I shall challenge you," Ge Xiao replied coldly. For others, a blow of this magnitude would be fatal or at least severely injurious. This humiliation was one Ge Xiao could not endure. Upon arriving at the 8th floor, one is greeted by an expansive plaza, at the center of which sit 2 elderly men clad in resplendent silver robes, their white hair denoting their early stage of the nascent soul realm. Flanking each elder are 5 law enforcers, all dressed in white and at the golden core stage. To the left, 2 transparent doors lead to the dueling arena, while to the right, a single larger transparent door stands. As soon as someone ascends to the 8th floor, without waiting for the elderly men to act, A middle-aged man with a bushy beard approaches from the left side of one elder. Through this middle-aged man, Ge Xiao learns that the 8th floor is divided into a dueling zone and a viewing area. Entry into the dueling zone is free. Yet the viewing area requires a significant expenditure of spirit stones. Ge Xiao strides towards the left, stepping into one of the teleportation doors. And with a surge of spatial energy, he finds himself on an open ground, while the teleportation door behind him seals shut. In the viewing area, betting tables are set up to wager on which party will survive, with odds based on survival rates. For instance, the odds for the crooked-mouthed youth are 1, 1, while Ge Xiao's odds stand at 1, 100. Such is the disparity dictated by their respective cultivation levels. A golden core initiate versus a nascent soul newcomer, an incomparable match. At that moment, Xiao arrives at the betting table with Xiao Jiu in tow, fully aware of Ge Xiao's formidable spirit pet. And she places her entire fortune on Ge Xiao's survival. Young master, are you certain you wish to wager 5 million high-grade spirit stones on that golden core lad's survival? Cautions a middle-aged elder in yellow, though the greed in his eyes is palpable. Xiao nods resolutely. Yes, I want him to survive. The elder immediately produces a contract. And with a drop of her blood, the wager takes effect. Having completed this, he gestures, and a figure in white performs a hand seal, merging the two separate locations into one. Upon seeing Ge Xiao, the crooked-mouthed youth unleashes a venomous threat. Boy, today I shall cripple your cultivation, sever your limbs, and extract your soul, tormenting you day by day. He bursts into laughter, a chilling sound that echoes through the arena. Ge Xiao, filled with indignation at the malice before him, regrets having felt any sympathy for such a vile individual. Meanwhile, two enormous screens in the viewing area are monitoring the duel in real time. Xiao Jiu, render him devoid of all senses, Ge Xiao commands telepathically. Instantaneously, the crooked-mouthed youth finds himself engulfed in darkness, unable to perceive anything. Seizing the opportunity, Ge Xiao brandishes his crimson long knife and lunges forward, executing the moon-cutting blade technique. The youth, armed with countless experiences of life and death battles, realizes the peril of his current situation. He swiftly produces a formation plate, tossing it into the air, which generates a protective light screen around him. A torrent of chaotic energy erupts as he strives to shatter the confines of his entrapment. With a resounding crash, the immense power obliterates the formation plate. Observing the youth's desperate maneuver, Ge Xiao promptly retreats beyond the protective radius. A smile graces Ge Xiao's face as he contemplates the absurdity of the situation. Xiao Jiu is of the 5th rank. It is only reasonable for me to surpass you. He unleashes his bloodthirsty blade mantis, coordinating with his own assault from all sides towards the crooked-mouthed youth, whose foreboding sense of impending doom causes him to falter. In that moment of confusion, Ge Xiao's strike lands, delivering 6 powerful blows, each infused with his utmost strength, shattering the protective barrier around the youth. The bloodthirsty mantis launched its assault, 3 flashes of blade light appearing and vanishing in an instant. The crooked-mouthed youth was torn apart before he could even escape with his nascent soul. The spectators erupted in a frenzy, vehemently accusing the event of being rigged, questioning how one could stand idle while the enemy struck. Clearly, no one could accept such a result. Their gazes shifted towards the 2 surviving individuals in the arena. One was a burly man with mid-stage nascent soul cultivation, a formidable presence within the arena, and the other was a striking young gentleman who appeared devoid of any cultivation. The middle-aged elder in yellow was particularly intrigued by the secrets surrounding Ge Xiao and was the first to lose his composure. He unleashed his oppressive aura towards Xiao, compelling her to divulge Ge Xiao's secrets. With a wave of the burly man's hand, the elder in yellow spat blood, exclaiming, "Is this how the Baibaoj conducts business? Bullying the weak? Do you wish to forfeit your spirit stones?" He warned them that even he was no match for that young man, advising them against harboring malicious intentions lest they invite disaster. The burly man cast a glance at the elder in yellow, then scanned the surroundings coldly. From the moment he laid eyes on Ge Xiao, he sensed danger. This intuition had saved him on numerous occasions. The peculiar demise of his longtime foe only reinforced his belief. Moreover, seeking vengeance while befriending that young man could yield only benefits. Observing the young man's protective demeanor, he inferred that he shared a special relationship with the lady before him. As an experienced figure in the realm of cultivation, he quickly discerned that the striking young gentleman was actually a woman disguised as a man. "Thank you, senior, for your assistance," Xiao expressed with a respectful bow. She was aware that the elder likely sought to win favor with Ge Xiao through her. She had encountered similar situations before. Ge Xiao approached the crooked-mouthed youth. bent down to retrieve a storage ring, and proceeded towards the teleportation exit, not uttering a single word, truly embodying the essence of a man of few words, yet formidable presence. Chapter 45. The Black Jade Spider. The elder in yellow, observing the burly man's serious demeanor and his attempts to ingratiate himself with the striking young lady, could not ignore the implications. That young man possessed the means to eliminate those in the nascent soul's initial stage, a risk he could not afford to provoke. Had he not acted recklessly, he might have escaped grave error. Reflecting on this, the elder in yellow knelt before the burly man, repeatedly expressing his gratitude and offering 500 million high-grade spirit stones to Ge Xiao. In truth, he had not suffered loss. The hundreds of cultivators present had wagered their entire fortunes on the survival of the crooked-mouthed youth. Ge Xiao gazed at the 5 rings filled with spirit stones, her heart racing with excitement. This amounted to 500 million high-grade spirit stones, a sum she had painstakingly accumulated over years to amass a mere 5 million. After securing the rings, she looked gratefully at the burly man and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your righteous words. My guardian, Ge, enjoys associating with honorable individuals like yourself." She then presented a storage bag filled with spirit stones to the burly man, stating, "Senior, please accept this humble token of my appreciation. The favor of a strong individual is invaluable." Hence, the burly man declined Xiao's offering. Addressing her, he remarked, "I hold great admiration for Taoist Ge. He is about to emerge from the duel arena. Might I request an introduction?" Sensing no malice from him, Xiao nodded in agreement. Ge Xiao, after experiencing a dizzying whirlwind, found himself on the 8th floor of the Baibao Pavilion. There, he was greeted by Xiao, who smiled at him alongside a rugged man with a thick beard. As Ge Xiao approached, the bearded man spoke up without waiting for him to say anything. "Taoist Ge, I am Wu Qingxiu. I have come to befriend you, having heard of your extraordinary abilities." The directness of his approach left Ge Xiao with a favorable impression of Wu Qingxiu's sincerity. "I am Ge Xiao," he replied with a smile, "and I would be delighted to have you as a friend." At that moment, Xiao produced a ring and handed it to Ge Xiao, saying, "I just placed a bet at the Baibao Pavilion, wagering on you, and this is your share of the winnings." Ge Xiao, puzzled, accepted the ring and, upon scanning it with his spiritual sense, discovered it contained a staggering 100 million spirit stones. To his astonishment, a goal unattainable in his original world was effortlessly realized here in the Lingzhu continent, thanks to a wealthy patron. "Don't think this absolves you," Ge Xiao joked. "You still owe me 90,000 high-grade spirit stones for protection and 1 million for that bloodthirsty mantis." Xiao rolled her eyes in exasperation, unwilling to engage. Having just bestowed upon him 100 million high-grade spirit stones while he still harbored thoughts of her previously issued promissory note. Wu Qingxiu, aware of the situation, noted that 500 million high-grade spirit stones were contained within 5 such rings. Each ring represented 100 million. It was clear that Ge Xiao harbored an affection for the young lady before him. Feeling somewhat superfluous, Wu Qingxiu addressed Ge Xiao, "Taoist Ge, here is my communication talisman. Let us keep in touch. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Now that he possessed spirit stones, Ge Xiao contemplated acquiring the materials necessary for cultivation techniques and formations, envisioning the transformation of his spirit stones into strength. "Oh Yang, I wish to explore the market in Yinxing City. Would you care to join me?" Ge Xiao inquired, looking at Xiao. The goods in the Yinxing market were of decent quality and fairly priced, and he had yet to purchase beast bags for De Gui and Xiao Gui. "Since I have time, I shall accompany you," she replied. Upon entering the Yinxing market, Ge Xiao felt as though he had stepped into another realm. Unlike the simple stalls of Qingshui town, this place was filled with individual small rooms, each showcasing treasures and spirit plants that surpassed anything found in Qingshui town. "Good guardian, let us first head to the beast area. I wish to purchase a spirit beast bag," Xiao instructed him. "All right," Ge Xiao nodded. Although he had no need for a storage bag himself, he felt it was only right to honor the gesture of 100 million high-grade spirit stones she had just given him. As they walked, Ge Xiao felt a pang of sympathy for the beasts in Qingshui town. Here, they were confined in iron cages adorned with talismans rather than being shackled with chains. He observed cultivators occasionally feeding these beasts, a stark contrast to the plight of those in Qingshui town, who received nothing to eat. As they continued, Ge Xiao inadvertently bumped into Xiao's back. She had halted suddenly, captivated by the elegant designs of the spirit beast bags. Ge Xiao, lost in admiration of the peculiar beasts, had not anticipated her abrupt stop. Flustered, Ouyang Xiao felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, and, maintaining a stern expression, exclaimed, "Good guardian, why did you bump into me?" "I," Ge Xiao stammered, at a loss for words, acknowledging that he had indeed been mesmerized. With a chuckle, Ouyang Xiao observed Ge Xiao's flustered demeanor, finding amusement in it. Holding a patterned spirit beast pouch, she inquired playfully, "Which of these spirit beast pouches do you find more appealing?" She presented both pouches for Ge Xiao as consideration. After a moment of disarray, Ge Xiao regained his composure and pointed to the pouch on the left, stating, "The white one is more aesthetically pleasing. It complements you beautifully." The rotund shopkeeper laughed heartily. "Young master, your taste is quite discerning. Given your fair complexion, this spirit beast pouch seems tailor-made for you." Ouyang Xiao, measuring the pouch with her left hand, asked, "How much is this spirit beast pouch, shopkeeper?" The jovial shopkeeper replied, "Young master, this storage pouch is merely 3 million top-quality spirit stones." Ge Xiao, recognizing the inflated price reflected in the shopkeeper's demeanor, engaged in haggling and ultimately settled on a price of 120,000 top-quality spirit stones. Even then, Ge Xiao felt the price was steep, understanding that such inflated prices were customary in the realm of commerce. The shopkeeper, with a feigned grimace, remarked, "Consider this a gesture of friendship. Do bring more patrons my way next time." As Ouyang Xiao completed the transaction, the shopkeeper added, "Rest assured, if any of my friends require your services, I shall certainly recommend you." Ge Xiao chuckled in response, aware that the affluent lady, who seldom haggled, was at a disadvantage. Unlike the transparent pricing in the previous world, upon reaching the medicinal herb section, Ouyang Xiao requested Ge Xiao to release De Guai and Xiao Guai from the Golden Tower. As the two creatures emerged, they scampered to Ouyang Xiao, nuzzling against her legs. She affectionately patted their heads before leading them to the herbal shop to procure spirit herbs. Ge Xiao had no intention of purchasing spirit herbs, as the Golden Tower could cultivate them. He merely needed to acquire some seeds in due time. After expending 1 million top-quality spirit stones, he had gathered most of the spirit herbs required for the second level of the indestructible golden body, while also planting several spirit plants favored by the bloodthirsty black blood ants and bloodthirsty mantises within the Golden Tower. "Shall we explore the equipment section?" Ge Xiao proposed, hoping to gather materials for crafting the 1,000 threads and 10,000 blades array. He possessed the knowledge for the crafting process and intended to rent a refining room to experiment. If unsuccessful, he could always seek the assistance of a craftsman. After another fruitful endeavor, Ge Xiao emerged with significant acquisitions. He procured 200 portions of materials for the 1,000 threads crafting, and if he could obtain black jade spider silk, he would be able to refine it. Although the potency of the 1,000 threads would depend on the quality of the silk, he had nearly gathered all supplementary materials for the 10,000 blades, though each primary metal component was unique and exceedingly precious. Fortunately, with the help of a small immortal, he had successfully collected all materials for a blade named Phantom Blade. Previously, in Lishui Town and Qingshui Town, the primary materials for the 10,000 blades had eluded him. Ouyang Xiao was astonished by Ge Xiao's shopping spree. The 100 million top-quality spirit stones she had bestowed upon him were likely reduced to less than 1 million now. "Young Master Ouyang, do you require anything else?" Ge Xiao asked. Having achieved substantial success in gathering the materials for both the indestructible golden body and the 10,000 threads and 10,000 blades array, he noted that while supplementary materials were generally accessible, the primary materials remained elusive, a matter of luck that could not be hurried. Ge Xiao's inquiry jolted Ouyang Xiao from her astonishment, and she replied, "I have nothing further to purchase." She enjoys the privilege of being backed by the Ouyang family, and as the little princess of the Ouyang clan, she possesses everything her heart desires. In stark contrast, Ge Xiao is but a wandering cultivator. Were it not for her generosity in bestowing 100 million top-grade spirit stones, he would scarcely possess even 10,000 top-grade spirit stones, truly a representation of poverty. Suddenly, Ouyang Xiao inquired, "I recall you were searching for the silk of the black jade spider?" Ge Xiao, filled with excitement, gazed at her and exclaimed, "Do you have any?" Ouyang Xiao shook her head, "I do not, but I have heard rumors from the Baibao Pavilion auction that there is indeed a nest of black jade spiders." Upon hearing this, Ge Xiao regretted his extravagant expenditure of spirit stones. He had scoured the markets in Lishui Town, Qingshui Town, and Ginkgo City, yet had found no trace of them. If he missed the black jade spiders at the Baibao Pavilion auction, he knew not when he would encounter them again. Ouyang Xiao's voice broke through his thoughts. "Do not worry. I will assist you in acquiring them." At that moment, Ge Xiao felt overwhelming joy upon hearing her words and impulsively lifted Ouyang Xiao, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek. In his exuberance, he momentarily forgot that this was not the original world, where such displays were frowned upon. Within the Baibao Pavilion, upon returning to her heavenly suite, Ouyang Xiao buried her head in the quilt to quell her inner turmoil. The maid, Xiao appeared bewildered, mistakenly believing her mistress was ill, and brought forth a detoxification pill, intent on administering it. However, her mistress merely wrapped herself tighter in the quilt. Meanwhile, Ge Xiao returned to his quarters, equally restless. Reflecting on his somewhat uncharacteristic behavior that day, resolving to focus, he planted the spirit herb seeds into the golden tower. One by one, the spirit plants began to swirl around him, gradually transforming into specks of green light that merged into his being. After 2 days and nights of refinement, he successfully processed all the auxiliary materials required for the second layer of the indestructible golden body. Now, he needed only to gather the primary herbs, Ge Xiao and Hongsheng, to complete the second tier, which would enhance his physical strength to rival that of low-grade spirit artifacts, coupled with a remarkable recovery ability that would allow him to challenge those in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. However, as the level of the indestructible golden body increased, the rarity, grade, and refinement difficulty of the spirit herbs also escalated, making the process far more arduous than before. After concluding his cultivation, Ge Xiao settled at the 8 Immortals table to enjoy tea when suddenly, the communication jade talisman in his possession vibrated. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from Ouyang Xiao, reminding him that the Baibao Pavilion auction was about to commence. Chapter 46. The Baibao Pavilion auction. Ge Xiao drained his teacup in one gulp, retrieved his room token, and activated a spell to unlock the door. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by Ouyang Xiao and Xiao, who were leaning against the balcony, awaiting his arrival. Today, Ouyang Xiao donned a yellow robe, exuding an air of royal elegance. Xiao hastily alerted her mistress, "Young master, Guard Gu has emerged." Ouyang Xiao, having already noticed his presence, turned to him and said, "Now that everyone is here, let us proceed." Ascending to the 7th floor, they encountered a colossal teleportation portal, flanked by 3 white-clad cultivators at the initial stage of the Golden Core realm on either side. As they approached, one of the men stepped forward to greet them. "Elder, are you here to participate in the auction?" Ge Xiao, observing the middle-aged man who spoke, queried in confusion. "We are both at the Golden Core stage. Why do you refer to me as Elder?" The man chuckled. "Elder, you jest. In the cultivation world, strength is paramount. Yesterday, you effortlessly defeated a nascent soul cultivator. How could I possibly compare to you?" As he spoke, he withdrew a yellow token from his storage bag. "Senior, this is the guest token of the Treasure Pavilion. I wonder if you might be willing to become a guest here," the man in white explained. Ge Xiao gazed at the token, puzzled about its significance and the implications of possessing such a token. In the realm of adults, social intricacies often revolve around the exchange of benefits. The guest token entitles you to a 30% discount on all expenditures at the Treasure Pavilion and grants you priority access to items. The only condition is that you assist us 3 times when the pavilion is in dire need, the middle-aged man elaborated. Ge Xiao glanced at Ouyang Xiao and perceived her envy reflected in her eyes. "Is this token truly valuable?" he inquired. Ouyang Xiao replied, "The guest tokens at the Treasure Pavilion come in 4 tiers, copper, silver, gold, and black gold. Each issuance is subject to rigorous evaluation. Currently, fewer than 100 individuals possess the gold token, and each holder has reached at least the law manifestation stage. As for the black gold token, only 5 have been issued." Ge Xiao examined the gold token, noting that its front bore his likeness while the reverse side was inscribed with Treasure Pavilion. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Very well, I shall take this gold token," before turning towards the teleportation portal. The middle-aged man, slightly embarrassed, interjected, "Senior, please be aware that each individual requires 1,000 high-grade spirit stones to enter this portal." Ge Xiao turned back to Ouyang Xiao, who appeared unimpressed by the additional cost. With a wave of her hand, she summoned 3,000 high-grade spirit stones, yet the middle-aged man only collected 2,100. He clarified, "Senior, all expenditures at the Treasure Pavilion are subject to a 30% discount." Ge Xiao then led Ouyang Xiao and Xiao Chui through the portal. After a dizzying whirl, they found themselves in an unfamiliar locale, characterized by a lofty platform and an 8-tiered pyramid-like structure. The lower 3 tiers were crowded with people, while the numbers dwindled above. "Greetings, esteemed senior. You may call me Xiaohong. I am your servant for this auction," a beautiful female cultivator, at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, approached with 4 other early-stage female cultivators. Suddenly, Ge Xiao felt a sharp pain at his waist, and noticed Xiao's displeasure. I was merely assessing their cultivation levels. I meant no offense, he quickly clarified. Xiao turned away, clearly displeased. Ge Xiao pondered for a moment, and then presented the gold token to the young woman before him. Greetings, elder. The 5 women quickly bowed upon recognizing the token. They had just received news that a golden core cultivator had officially become a guest elder of the pavilion, and they were instructed to serve him diligently. They had seen the pavilion's assessment of the young man as SS grade, a potential candidate for the highest void realm existence in the region. Elder, please follow me. Xiao Hong gestured, leading the way as the 4 female cultivators trailed behind Ge Xiao. Observing Xiao's sour expression, Ge Xiao smiled and said, "My lady, please, you first." Xiao stole a glance at Ge Xiao, and seeing his sincere demeanor, she decided to forgive him. With her head held high, she walked ahead of him while Xiao Hong furrowed her brow, continuing to lead. Upon reaching the 6th floor of the Golden Tower, Ge Xiao entered a spacious chamber measuring approximately 200 feet. In the center stood a majestic throne adorned with dragon and phoenix carvings, flanked by an array of fresh spiritual fruits. Opposite the throne, a colossal screen loomed, beside which floated a golden sphere. Xiao Hong explained that it was a treasure connected to the auction house, which could be utilized simply by pressing a button. Xiao took her place upon the throne, with Xiao Chui dutifully following her side, while Xiao Hong's expression darkened even further. This throne was reserved for formidable beings of the Dharma manifestation realm or esteemed golden guests. Noticing Xiao Hong's displeasure, Xiao coldly inquired of Ge Xiao, "Good guard, may I sit here?" Ge Xiao, though perplexed by the situation, promptly affirmed, "Of course. Young Master Ouyang has every right to sit here." It was no jest. He currently lacked spirit stones and still relied on young lady Ouyang's assistance with the black jade spider. Xiao, satisfied with the response, provocatively addressed Xiao Hong, "Bring me a spirit fruit." This marked her inaugural experience seated upon a throne meant for the powerful. Her excitement was palpable, particularly considering her family was merely at the late stage of the transformation realm. Soon, on the screen appeared a captivating woman clad in a purple palace gown, who gracefully ascended the auction stage, accompanied by a sweet young girl in a pink gown, carrying a tray. The enchanting woman waved her hand, revealing a golden orb before her. "Esteemed friends and venerated elders, welcome to the annual auction of the Baibao Pavilion. I am Zhu, honored to be the host for this event." Applause erupted, and as the woman raised her hand, the room fell silent. She continued, "During the auction, no arbitrary bidding is permitted. Failure to pay for a successful bid will result in the forfeiture of one's cultivation. Furthermore, threats of any kind will lead to immediate expulsion from the auction. Now, let us proceed to the first item, the wolf hair brush, a low-grade magical artifact. Utilizing it to create talismans increases the success rate by 5%. The starting bid is 10,000 mid-grade spirit stones, with increments no less than 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Seated upon the throne, Xiao reveled in the pleasure of tormenting Xiao Hong, while Ge Xiao observed her regal demeanor, pondering how she might appear in women's attire. Sensing Ge Xiao's gaze, Xiao let out a cold huff, secretly delighted. "I bid 10,001 mid-grade spirit stones," announced a scholarly young man. A booming voice followed, "I bid 15,000 mid-grade spirit stones," from a rugged man. Not everyone would venture to the upper floors. Some cultivators, wishing to conserve spirit stones, opted to remain in the main area, predominantly comprising loose cultivators. Ge Xiao, as an elder guest, enjoyed complimentary accommodations, spirit fruits, and spirit wine. The first item attracted little interest, with only the scholarly youth and the rugged man bidding against one another. Clearly, the rugged man possessed more substantial funds, as he raised the bid to 20,000 mid-grade spirit stones, prompting the young scholar to concede. After the initial few auctions piqued Ge Xiao's curiosity, he soon found himself indulging in spirit fruits. Xiao Hong was astonished by the quantity of dragon fruits Ge Xiao consumed, aware that overindulgence could lead to an overwhelming excess of spiritual energy. The next item was a juvenile black jade spider, a third-tier demonic beast. Its silk, renowned for its extraordinary hardness, was prized for crafting soul artifacts. This spider was exceedingly rare, with fewer than 100 known to inhabit the Spirit Pearl continent. Had it not been for the exorbitant cost of nurturing this creature with spirit herbs, its owner would not have been compelled to sell it. The starting bid is 500,000 top-quality spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not to be less than 10,000 top-quality spirit stones. The voice of a beautifully dressed lady caught Ge Xiao's attention. Ge Xiao gazed at the transparent jade box held by the pink-clad maiden, where 17 dark little spiders scurried about, yearning to explore the outside world. Ge Xiao, noticing the longing in Ge Xiao's eyes, silently resolved to acquire the black jade spiders. Xiao Hong, bring me that golden sphere, Ge Xiao commanded. Yes, Xiao Hong responded and summoned the golden sphere through her magic, presenting it to Ge Xiao. She realized that this esteemed guest had a penchant for men. Meanwhile, Xiao Chui, having nothing to do, indulged herself in spirit fruits and elixirs, secretly reveling in the sight of Xiao Hong working, having initially looked down upon both the young lady and herself. Ge Xiao, holding the golden sphere, activated the switch and declared 1 million top-quality spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the bidders present exhibited varying expressions. This was the first bid from the upper levels of the auction, and the 6th floor was home to formidable practitioners of the Dharma manifestation realm. In an era where the void was unoccupied and the laws of the domain were absent, the Dharma manifestation represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. In that moment, the smaller families that had hoped to acquire the black jade spiders as guardian beasts extinguished their ambitions, while higher-level cultivators chose to remain silent, giving due respect to the Dharma manifestation experts. As the Dharma manifestation practitioners competed for the black jade spider offspring, the elegantly dressed lady understood that no other cultivators would dare to bid further, promptly exclaiming, "Deal. This nest of black jade spiders belongs to room 5 on the 6th floor." Soon, the pink-clad maiden arrived at room 5 on the 6th floor, where a maid awaited her with a storage bag and a golden token. Upon her arrival, the gray-clad maid approached. "Miss Mu, here are 70,000 top-quality spirit stones." The pink-clad maiden glanced at the golden token and inquired playfully, "I heard that the gentleman is interested in men. Is that true?" The gray-clad maid, ensuring no one was within earshot, whispered, "That gentleman entered the room without allowing anyone near, instructing us to heed the words of a charming young man." The pink-clad maiden beamed with delight, her curiosity thoroughly satisfied. She was determined to share this news with her close friends. Returning to the auction stage, she discreetly confided in her companions, "Did you know that our new esteemed guest elder at Baibao Pavilion has a preference for men?" Her friends gasped in astonishment. "No way." At that moment, the elegantly dressed lady sent a mental message. "What are you whispering about? We are currently hosting the auction. Please be quiet for a while." They were, after all, related as aunt and niece, which was why she had brought them to broaden their horizons. The Mu sisters had no choice but to suppress their curiosity, waiting until the auction concluded to share this secret with their friends. If Ge Xiao were to know that his reputation was on the verge of being tarnished by the Mu sisters, he would wonder if the black jade spider in his hands would still be appealing. Chapter 47. Red Peony Rising. Ge Xiao teased the black jade spiders in the box. Warning, you must be cautious. Being bitten by the black jade spider is excruciatingly painful and incredibly venomous. Even a newly hatched offspring could kill a peak chi refinement practitioner. Ouyang Xiao cautioned, aware that these little spiders posed no threat to Ge Xiao but wished to spare him any suffering. After listening, Ge Xiao immediately activated the indestructible golden body, once again taking out one of the creatures and employing the inscription technique. Soon, a swarm of obedient little spiders began to scuttle about in his hands. Ouyang Xiao observed this marvelous technique, her mind beginning to concoct schemes. She found it curious that despite Ge Xiao's rough treatment of the big and little ones, they still adored him. What do little red and black jade spiders eat that their master cannot afford to raise? Ge Xiao inquired with curiosity. Little Red respectfully replied, "Elder, they are carnivorous creatures, but their appetite is quite substantial." Ge Xiao pondered the terrifying reproductive capacity of the black blood ants. With a wave of his hand, a golden tower appeared, and several light barriers enveloped the black jade spiders, drawing them into the tower. Upon inspection, Ge Xiao discovered several more ant nests within the golden tower, now totaling 9, with the population of black blood ants having surpassed 1 million. Next up for auction was the spiritual herb, Red Peony, known for its remarkable efficacy in strengthening the body. The starting bid was set at 3 million high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. The elegantly dressed woman announced with a resounding voice. Ge Xiao's attention shifted from the golden tower as he gazed eagerly at Ouyang Xiao. She smirked, narrowing her eyes at him. "If you want me to intervene, you must provide me with that technique for controlling spirit beasts." Ge Xiao considered this young lady's boldness. Their relationship had grown distant. Nevertheless, in pursuit of cultivating the second layer of the indestructible golden body, he chose to acquiesce, feeling an inkling of guilt for having taken advantage of her generosity for so long. "You can be quite demanding," Ge Xiao feigned irritation. Observing his mock anger, Ouyang Xiao, recalling Ge Xiao's steadfast companionship through thick and thin, softened her stance. This time, I will assist you for free, but next time, that technique must be mine. Next time? What are the chances of that? Ge Xiao thought, initially intending to teach her the secret method. To his surprise, she was not one to be easily trifled with. Resolute, he decided to impart the inscription technique to her once the auction concluded. 5 million high-grade spirit stones, Ouyang Xiao declared, exuding an air of affluence. Through previous mental communications, she was aware that the individual in booth number 5 on the 6th floor was the formidable nascent soul expert who had just obliterated an opponent, now possessing at least 500 million high-grade spirit stones, so she felt no inclination to compete with her. Ultimately, Ouyang Xiao successfully acquired the red peony spiritual herb for 5 million high-grade spirit stones. Little did Ge Xiao anticipate how swiftly the tables would turn, as the next item for auction was the spiritual herb, Red Rise, renowned for its ability to restore flesh and blood. If one were to sustain injuries during a battle, this herb could very well save one's life. The starting bid was established at 5 million high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 300,000 high-grade spirit stones. Ouyang Xiao found Ge Xiao's expression amusing, realizing he would soon be seeking her assistance again. Suppressing a laugh, she remarked, "We had an agreement." This time, Ge Xiao had no intention of jesting. Acquiring Red Rise would complete his collection of materials needed for the second layer of the indestructible golden body. Simultaneously, he contemplated how to secure a steady supply of spirit stones, as cultivating the indestructible golden body was an expensive endeavor. The bidding for this item became quite fierce, with several nascent soul cultivators joining the fray. As the price climbed to 8 million high-grade spirit stones, the competition began to dwindle, leaving only a one-armed middle-aged man and a gray-haired elderly woman steadfastly bidding against each other. 10 million high-grade spirit stones, a figure that instilled despair in the hearts of many, emanated from room 5 on the 6th floor, where Ouyang Xiao had made her move. The middle-aged man with a severed arm clenched his remaining hand tightly, while the elderly woman with white hair glared fiercely at the room. Ouyang Xiao, with her magnificent display of wealth, captivated the crowd and secured the secret method of Ge Xiaoming. Soon after, Hong Sheng was also escorted to room 5. The young lady in pink, Mu, cast a discreet glance back before her departure, eager to glimpse the appearance of the esteemed elder. Upon seeing the strikingly handsome Ouyang Xiao seated in the high chair, she murmured to herself, "No wonder Elder Ge favors men," finding even her own perception of the young man exceptionally charming. Ge Xiao was filled with excitement as he gazed upon the red peony and Hong Sheng. If he could refine these two main herbs, he could, without relying on Xiao Jiu and the others, triumph over those in the early stages of the nascent soul. I can hardly wait to refine these two spirit herbs. I shall forego participating in the upcoming auction. You can keep this elder's token," Ge Xiao declared as he approached Ouyang Xiao, presenting her with a golden token. Ouyang Xiao, understanding that Ge Xiao's increased strength would provide her with greater security, accepted the token with a nod of agreement. Upon returning to his room, Tianzi number 7, Ge Xiao lifted the restrictions he had placed, realizing that without spirit stones, remaining there was of little use. It was far better to enhance his own power. Sitting cross-legged, he suspended the two spirit herbs before him, their medicinal energy transforming into specks of starlight that permeated his being. Once he had absorbed all the medicinal power, he resumed cultivating the second layer of the indestructible golden body technique, his entire body emanating a golden radiance. Time passed, and eventually, Ge Xiao opened his eyes, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength. Noticing a disturbance from the communication talisman in his possession, he discovered it was a prompt from Ouyang Xiao. Hastily, he dispelled the restrictions and exited the room, finding Xiao Chui waiting outside, who rushed to inform her mistress of his emergence. "You've been in seclusion for 3 days and nights, a day longer than expected. Could you not wait until the exploration of the ancient tomb is complete before entering seclusion again?" Ouyang Xiao complained. With the deepening of his indestructible golden body training, the challenges had intensified, making time management rather difficult, which left Ge Xiao feeling helpless. Fortunately, I had the foresight to purchase the Divine Voyager in advance. Even if I were to be delayed a few more days, the speed of the Ant Divine Voyager would still ensure my timely arrival. After Ge Xiao's departure, the auction house surprisingly introduced the Divine Voyager, a miraculous artifact for escape and travel. Ouyang Xiao immediately set her sights on it, spending a staggering 100 million high-grade spirit stones without a soul daring to contest her. "This is for you," Ouyang Xiao remarked, tossing the golden token directly to Ge Xiao. Meanwhile, on a recliner in Qingshui town, a portly man with a handlebar mustache gazed at the communication jade talisman in his hand, feeling a surge of delight. Thankfully, the poison wine he had prepared was never used. Otherwise, who knew what trouble might have arisen? Standing nearby, a young man in gray looked at his uncle with joy. His curiosity piqued, only to be startled when he recalled that the vial of poison was still in their room. In Xiantian town, a man with a mole on his cheek was stroking a tuft of hair, but upon receiving news from headquarters, he was so astonished that he plucked out several of his own whiskers. He could no longer focus on the dancing girls, hastily dismissing them. He never anticipated that the meek young man would possess the capability to slay those in the nascent soul stage. Even he could not achieve such a feat. Now that the young man had become a guest elder, he wondered if trouble might be forthcoming. Perhaps it was time to consider a life of seclusion. Certainly, he merely contemplated that, as a holder of a bronze medal, possessing resources was far superior to being an ordinary rogue cultivator. In the future, it would be prudent to avoid him. Ge Xiao took the eldest token from the treasure pavilion and addressed Xiao, saying, "Let us depart." He naturally walked alongside her. Observing the surge in Ge Xiao's aura, Xiao inquired, "Have you broken through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core?" "Not quite," Ge Xiao replied with a hint of pride, "but currently, I am no match for an average early-stage nascent soul." Xiao, gazing at Ge Xiao's self-satisfied demeanor, expressed her anticipation. "If we were to encounter a mid-stage transformation god cultivator, could you ensure our escape?" Ge Xiao regarded her with seriousness. "You cannot be suggesting that you have provoked a mid-stage transformation god cultivator." Xiao cheerfully replied, "How could I dare to offend such a formidable figure? It's merely that she has taken an interest in that divine vessel, but she does not possess as many resources as I do." Ge Xiao observed the cleverness of this young lady and pondered how she could create such a scene at a critical moment. Noticing Ge Xiao's furrowed brow and serious expression, she thought to tease him a bit more and leaned closer, whispering, "She is currently waiting at the treasure pavilion, in room 6 of the Heaven Wing." In an instant, Ge Xiao's heart was tumultuous, realizing they were clearly being watched. With a mid-stage transformation god's attention, even his strongest card, little Jiu, would struggle to withstand the pressure. Just then, Xiao burst into laughter. "Look at how frightened you are. That mid-stage transformation god cultivator is actually my aunt. Her name is Ro. She has come seeking opportunities for a breakthrough and heard about the auction at the treasure pavilion, so she decided to join in the festivities. That divine vessel is indeed splendid, and my aunt surely appreciates it." "Goodness," Ge Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. He had been contemplating fleeing, and then this twist unfolded. He shot an exasperated glance at Xiao, who was so close to him, and lightly tapped her on the head. Xiao pouted, her eyes welling with tears, though she had not used much force. Suddenly, Ge Xiao was sent flying by a massive hammer, crashing into a nearby pillar, coming to rest only after a significant impact. Fortunately, he activated his indestructible golden body in the nick of time. Otherwise, he would have been gravely injured. Just as Ge Xiao was in a daze, he heard Xiao exclaim in surprise, "Aunt," as if she had just spotted her. "Do not feign ignorance. You must have known I was here all along." A youthful voice chimed in. Ge Xiao turned to see a spirited girl with twin ponytails, wielding a hammer larger than herself, playfully pinching Xiao's nose. Their easy interaction spoke volumes of their close bond. Sensing the formidable aura emanating from this ponytailed girl, he realized she was Xiao's aunt, Ro, a mid-stage transformation god cultivator. Yet, her violent nature was evident as she greeted him with a hammer strike. Chapter 48. Phantom Blade. Ge Xiao steadied himself, pushing off the pillar and landing gracefully near Xiao, offering a respectful bow. "I pay my respects to the esteemed senior," he said, his demeanor filled with utmost reverence. As if he were not the one who had been struck. The circumstances were clearly beyond his control. The ponytailed girl, interrupted in her reunion with her niece, cast a displeased look at Ge Xiao. "You are exceedingly audacious to strike Xiao. I have never laid a hand on her in all her years. Esteemed senior, I assure you it shall not happen again," Ge Xiao replied with deep respect, observing the subtle smile on Xiao's lips. "One cannot shake the feeling that she is deliberately enticing me to strike her, only to have her aunt mete out punishment upon me." Xiao interceded for Ge Xiao with a playful smile, saying, "Aunt, he did not mean it." Upon hearing this, Ro, unfazed, inquired, "I heard Xiao mention that you wish to forge a blade soul device. I happen to have some time and can reluctantly lend you a hand. As a token of gratitude for your care of Xiao during this time." Ge Xiao leaned closer to Xiao and whispered, "What level of craftsman is your aunt?" Xiao replied with a grin, "My aunt is a first-tier weapon deity. That inferior jade pendant of mine was crafted by her." Upon hearing this, Ge Xiao was overjoyed. If the phantom blade were to be successfully forged, his combat prowess would undoubtedly see a significant increase. He hurriedly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder." Now, he found the twin-tailed lowly much more agreeable than before, and in light of her assistance in crafting, he decided to overlook the incident of striking her. Outside Yinqing City, a magnificent silver-white vessel, measuring 100 zhang in length, came to a halt. The interior of the ship was spacious enough to accommodate thousands. In a room on the first floor, Ge Xiao activated a magical technique, summoning his mana to form a spherical core of a divine ship that instantly generated a light screen, propelling upwards into the distance as he resumed his quest for the tomb of the infinite celestial lord. On the third floor of the ship, a twin-tailed lowly exhaled a plume of azure flame, deftly manipulating a series of array flags that she placed in specific positions to conjure a furnace array. From her storage ring, a piece of black metal floated into the center of the furnace. Ouyang Ro guided the flames to melt the black gold. With a transformation of her technique, another piece of metal soared forth, repeating the previous action, despite her seemingly effortless melting of the metal. It must be noted that she was a mid-stage transformation god cultivator, whose control over her mana's precision and intensity far surpassed that of the Golden Core realm. Coupled with the Phoenix Heaven fire she had cultivated in her early years, it was no wonder she had attained the status of a first-tier weapon deity. As the flying ship approached a desolate wilderness, the array's light intensified, causing the divine ship to progress sluggishly, as if mired in a quagmire. Not far ahead, a cave erupted violently, and a robust figure appeared, blocking the path of the divine ship and unleashing a more brilliant array of light. Ge Xiao sensed the anomaly and attempted to alter the technique to retreat the divine ship, but the array restrained him, rendering him immobile. He cast tens of thousands of high-grade spirit stones into the empty slot within the first-floor room, and massive slabs of silver-white metal rose around the ship, enveloping its hull. The twin-tailed lowly on the third floor wore a disdainful expression. She had heard much from her niece about Ge Xiao in the past couple of days, and was aware of his ability to annihilate those at the nascent soul level, and that he possessed a spirit pet at the transformation stage. Observing her niece's spirited demeanor, she understood that Xiao had developed feelings for the young man. With a creak, the control room door swung open, and Ouyang Xiao arrived alongside Xiao. A one-eyed man brandishing a dark wolf-toothed club stood before the divine ship, blocking its path. It was he. Ouyang Xiao recognized him. Ge Xiao inquired, "Do you know him?" Ouyang Xiao gritted her teeth and replied, 5 years ago, a cousin of mine at the Golden Core stage came to Yinqing City and was brutally murdered by this man, who crushed his Golden Core and severed his limbs. Our family dispatched powerful individuals to hunt him down, but he managed to escape. At that moment, the one-eyed man called out, "You inside, come out. Otherwise, I will shatter this flying ship." Ge Xiao, observing the man's robust physique juxtaposed with his soft voice, felt an unsettling sensation. "Ge Xiao, that individual is a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul. You must assist me in eliminating him," Ouyang Xiao implored. Such a nefarious character was beneath Ge Xiao's contempt. He chose instead to contact Xiao Jiu to render the foe senseless, followed by a swift execution from Lao San. The silver metallic form gradually faded, as Ge Xiao soared from the divine vessel, channeling his spiritual energy to summon the Black Wolf Fang Club and ring. He turned to the divine vessel and inquired, "What do you wish to do with the corpse of that hulking man?" Ouyang Xiao replied coolly, "Now that the villain is dead, my cousin can rest easy. You may handle the disposal." Ge Xiao formed a hand seal, invoking a low-tier fireball spell, and a small flame erupted from his fingertips, expanding in the wind until it engulfed the one-eyed giant entirely. Following this minor episode, the journey continued smoothly. 3 days later, the divine vessel arrived at a desolate desert. Ge Xiao surveyed the arid expanse and asked Ouyang Xiao, "Is this the place?" Ouyang Xiao, having only read about it in ancient texts, responded uncertainly, "I believe so. This barren land lacks the devil's cave with its fish," Ge Xiao remarked, perplexed. With a slight twitch of his lips, he addressed Ouyang Xiao, "I have activated both the defensive and concealment arrays. I shall venture out to ascertain the surroundings and search for the devil's cave. Waiting here seems futile. I wish to accompany you," Ouyang Xiao expressed. "Xiao Chui, your strength is insufficient, so remain aboard the divine vessel." After this, she clapped her spiritual beast pouch, summoning 2 bloodthirsty mantises into the chamber. "Big Gui, little Gui, please keep Xiao Chui company," she instructed, gazing at the grayish-white mantises. Ouyang Xiao produced a small lock and infused it with a trickle of her spiritual energy. With a click, she radiated an aura characteristic of a perfected mid-stage golden core cultivator, looking at the astonished Ge Xiao and saying, "Let us proceed." At that moment, a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from the third floor of the divine vessel. "Aunt, it has succeeded," Ouyang Xiao exclaimed with joy. Amidst a spatial ripple, a twin-tailed loli appeared beside Ge Xiao, handing him a small black knife and saying, "Here, take this. Your materials are too lowly to forge anything above a high-grade spiritual weapon." Ge Xiao accepted the black knife, running his fingers along its surface, praising, "What a fine blade." The knife felt icy to the touch and was extraordinarily sharp, with his consciousness unable to penetrate it, exactly as the forging records had indicated. The twin-tailed loli furrowed her brow, saying, "Neither soul power nor spiritual energy can manipulate this knife. How do you intend to wield it?" Ge Xiao smiled gently and replied, "I possess a soul treasure as the control core, allowing me to easily command this black knife." He then channeled his soul technique, injecting a stream of soul energy into the golden foil, which flew into a slot on the black knife. The knife shimmered briefly before vanishing into Ge Xiao's soul sea. "Senior, truly formidable. The moment you wield it, it becomes a supreme spiritual weapon," Ge Xiao complimented with timely flattery. "Spare me your flattery. I have gifted you a precious treasure. How do you plan to repay me?" she retorted, having heard from Xiao about Ge Xiao's formidable body cultivation technique. She recalled that during the incident at the Baibao Pavilion, he had demonstrated the strength of his technique by withstanding an attack from a perfected late-stage golden core cultivator without sustaining any injury, which impressed her greatly. Ge Xiao realized, indeed, that Ouyang Xiao must have revealed his secrets to the lowly before him. At that moment, Ouyang Xiao provided assistance to her aunt, inquiring if Ge Xiao possessed a remarkable physical training technique. She mentioned her aunt's considerable expertise in the realm of physical cultivation. Some individuals remain unnoticed despite their constant presence, while others make an indelible impression at first glance. She was resolute in her desire to become Ge Xiao's wife, and by extension, her aunt would also be related to him. Her aunt relished the challenge of confronting formidable opponents, and mastering that physical training secret could serve as a safeguard. Observing Ouyang Ro wielding a hefty hammer in the Baibao Pavilion, Ge Xiao speculated that she might be a practitioner of both physical and magical cultivation. With such generous assistance from a senior, a mere technique would pose no issue. However, he was only equipped with the first 2 tiers of the indestructible golden body technique. Ge Xiao found himself in a dilemma, as one must always retain a card up their sleeve to prevent the other party from exploiting their goodwill. Ouyang Ro's storage ring emitted a recording jade slip, which floated gracefully before Ge Xiao. "Here you go," she stated. Upon receiving the slip, Ge Xiao inscribed the first 2 tiers of the technique within it. Ouyang Ro gazed at the indestructible golden body technique, her heart racing with astonishment, as she harbored intentions of extracting secrets from Ge Xiao. However, upon noticing her niece's expression, she abandoned the thought. Ge Xiao was likely to become her niece's husband. After storing away the indestructible golden body technique, Ouyang Ro remarked to Ge Xiao, "You are quite impressive. Should you require any weaponry forged in the future, feel free to seek my assistance." She then presented him with a communication jade slip. Paying no mind to the departing trio, Ouyang Ro returned to the 3rd floor, where she set up a formation and commenced her cultivation of the indestructible golden body. This was the foundation of a transcendent being, unlike Ge Xiao, who was scurrying about in search of meager cultivation resources. Before long, the 3rd floor was aglow with golden light, and Ouyang Ro's brows furrowed tightly, indicating the intense ordeal she was enduring as the indestructible golden body imparted its transformative power. "Look, it's a sand dune cat. How adorable," Ouyang Xiao exclaimed, pointing towards a distance. Ge Xiao turned to see a small orange cat, its paws pressed against a fish, licking it with an endearingly foolish demeanor that even he found charming. The orange cat suddenly lifted its head and gazed in Ge Xiao's direction, its yellow eyes brightening as it bared its teeth, emitting a warning growl from its belly. Ouyang Xiao, undeterred by the feline's threat, summoned a silken spirit tool from her ring, which swiftly ensnared the sand dune cat. Employing a spell, she brought the struggling creature closer, channeling her consciousness into its body. Meow, the sand dune cat writhed in resistance, but before long, its spirit shattered, extinguishing its life. Witnessing the demise of this charming little creature brought tears to Ouyang Xiao's eyes, filling her with sorrow. She had merely wished to use the imprinting technique to keep the delightful sand dune cat as a pet, unaware of its fragile soul's inability to withstand the imprint's power. "Do not be disheartened," I recall you mentioning a fish nest located at the entrance to the tomb of the infinite celestial sovereign. Could that be the fish? Ge Xiao suggested, pointing to the fish that the sand dune cat had been preying upon to divert Xiao Xiao's attention. Previously, Xiao Xiao had been so enamored by the adorable sand dune cat that she had not noticed its quarry beneath it. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the fish was entirely gray-black, shimmering with a white light under the sun, resembling a piece of black jade. That's it. If we can locate the Devil's Cave where the catfish resides, we may very well find the entrance to the tomb of the infinite celestial sovereign. Xiao Xiao exclaimed excitedly, simultaneously relaying a message to Xiao Zui and her aunt. Chapter 49. The Devil's Cave. Ouyang rose since the message from Xiao Xiao. As a humanoid metal puppet appeared and strode directly towards the control room, infusing mana in a special pattern. The flying vessel immediately radiated a bright light and sped towards Xiao Xiao. Soon, a grand ship came to a halt before Ge Xiao. At that moment, Ouyang had just mastered the first layer of the indestructible golden body and felt its terrifying regenerative power, which only heightened her anticipation for achieving the second layer. She wondered whether that young man truly possessed only 2 layers of this remarkable physical cultivation technique. Such a skill was indeed extraordinary. I must find an opportunity to divert Xiao Xiao and probe that young man's soul to see if I can obtain the complete teachings of the indestructible golden body. Whether he becomes a fool after the soul search depends on his own fortune. Ouyang retracted the humanoid metal puppet and cast a spell, causing the protective barrier of the flying vessel to vanish. As she descended from the vessel with Xiao Chui, Xiao Xiao eagerly approached, exclaiming, "Aunt, we have found clues to the ancient tomb of the Wuliang Tianzuan, but we still need your divine powers." Ouyang understood precisely what Xiao Xiao meant. As an ancient bronze mirror floated above the deceased catfish, emanating a dazzling light. Before long, the ancient mirror revealed the events that transpired a month prior to the catfish's death. This revelation was contingent upon the strength of both the user and the target. If the target was too formidable, the mirror would be unable to endure the probing and would forcibly interrupt the process. As Ge Xiao observed the scenes flashing before the catfish, it felt akin to watching a television. He was greatly astonished, for it was his first encounter with such a retrospective treasure. As time progressed, the location revealed bore a striking resemblance to the ancient texts. Yet he was astonished by the significant deviation in position. Xiao Xiao remarked in wonder. Ge Xiao, too, felt the marvel of the desert catfish. Having traversed 1,000 miles in just a month, no wonder he was unable to detect it with his divine sense. Such a distance would surpass even the reach of a deity in the initial stage of transformation. Half a day later, the group arrived at an unfamiliar cave entrance. Xiao Xiao stowed away the divine vessel and Ge Xiao began to scrutinize the Devil's Cave, which measured approximately 30 zhang in length and 10 zhang in height. Looking around, he noticed that everyone else was also examining the cave, except for Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao suggested, "Shall we enter?" Without hesitation, she stepped into the Devil's Cave first. Upon entering, the cave was significantly larger than the entrance, revealing a deep pond within. The pond, spanning 100 zhang in circumference, was of unknown depth, with several catfish occasionally leaping from its surface. It was said that the ancient tomb's entrance would only manifest on a full moon night. Now, all that remained was to wait. Xiao Xiao informed the group, as everyone was unfamiliar with the Devil's Cave. Even the elder Ouyang had to defer to Xiao Xiao's guidance. Upon hearing that they needed to wait, Ouyang immediately set up a magical formation, disappearing from everyone's view. Within the formation, she commenced refining medicinal herbs and began her cultivation of the second layer of the indestructible golden body. Ge Xiao, intrigued by the sudden disappearance of a living person before him, directed his divine sense towards the spot where Ouyang had vanished. His divine sense was instantly obstructed, prompting him to reach out. Seeing Ge Xiao attempting to touch her aunt's formation, Xiao Xiao swiftly seized his hand to prevent this foolish act. Before Ge Xiao could inquire, Xiao Xiao urgently warned, "Do you wish to die? My aunt's formation is a lethal array. It could even kill those in the early stages of transformation." That night, the moon hung full and luminous, casting a silvery beam through the cave's entrance onto Tan's face, which then reflected upon a stone above the opening. Gradually, the stone began to fade and dissolve under the moonlight, revealing a chilling, dark void that seemed to stretch infinitely. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiao Xiao exclaimed with exhilaration, "Behold! This is the entrance to the Wuliang Tianzuan tomb, which only opens once every 500 years. At that moment, the previously vanished Ouyang was also surveying the tomb's entrance, and then turned to Ge Xiao, saying, "You, young lad, should lead the way." in such an unfamiliar domain. Even a formidable being like her could encounter peril. Xiao immediately interjected. "Aunt, Ge Xiao is not familiar with ancient tombs. I should guide us." She disapproved of her aunt's approach, fearing that Ge Xiao's ignorance could lead to fatal consequences. Without further ado, Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Jiu, pulled Ge Xiao into the dark abyss, while Ro hesitated at the threshold. Once inside, Xiao swiftly channeled her energy into the forehead of a stone lion on the left. The lion emitted a spectral glow, causing the black void to vanish rapidly. Staring at the now absent entrance, Ro stood in bewilderment. At that moment, Xiao did not cease her incantation. Instead, she enveloped Xiao Jiu in a crimson light. Witnessing the transformation of Xiao Jiu into a sphere of green energy that merged with her own being, Ge Xiao, observing this uncanny scene, gaped in astonishment. Xiao, noticing his reaction, inquired with a smile, "Isn't it astonishing?" Ge Xiao nodded, still reeling from the shock of a living person seemingly disappearing before his eyes. Then, Xiao divulged, "This is my greatest secret. Many years ago, I discovered an ancient tome from a deceased practitioner, and Xiao Jiu was created as an external avatar according to its teachings." His mind raced with questions, and he asked, "Then why did you seal the tomb's entrance?" "I am, in fact, the selected vessel for soul transference by the Ouyang clan's ancestors. I sneaked away to escape their control." Xiao replied tearfully as she gazed at Ge Xiao. She had always believed herself to be a member of the Ouyang family, willing to sacrifice her life for the clan. Yet now she realized that the Ouyang family had murdered her entire family in her childhood to possess her. The shift from gratitude to a vendetta was a bitter pill to swallow. Ge Xiao found himself momentarily bewildered by this revelation. Seeing his reaction, Xiao managed a bittersweet smile. "Do you find this rather ironic?" In a gesture of friendship, Ge Xiao embraced her, offering comfort. "It's all right. I will protect you." Xiao trembled at his touch, then wrapped her arms tightly around him. After a prolonged silence, as her emotions settled, Ge Xiao asked, "Given how the Ouyang family has treated you, why did you reveal my secrets to Ouyang Ro? And why did you seal your powers?" With a blush, Xiao replied, "My aunt has truly cared for me. It is thanks to her kindness that I have been able to live peacefully within the Ouyang family all these years. Moreover, she is unaware of that matter. To spare her distress, I had to confine her outside the tomb. The Ouyang family possesses a magical detection device capable of sensing energy fluctuations across thousands of miles." Feeling the chilling aura emanating from the ancient tomb, Ge Xiao gazed at the tearful figure in his arms and asked with concern, Xiao, how well do you know this place?" Xiao, slightly embarrassed, replied, "That senior who inadvertently wandered here was severely injured by the tomb guardians and barely escaped. My knowledge is limited." Ge Xiao, recognizing the sincerity in Xiao's eyes, found himself at a loss for words, realizing they were stepping into a completely new dungeon. Xiao, sensing the need to encourage him, added, "However, you need not worry. That senior entered here while still in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm." Ge Xiao thought to himself that Xiao was overestimating him. Mid-stage nascent soul, while he was merely a fledgling in the golden core realm. How did that senior manage to leave? Ge Xiao inquired, understanding the necessity of knowing their escape route to avoid being trapped. At this moment, Xiao momentarily forgot her sorrow and blushed as she explained. The senior had a small dispelling orb that enabled his escape. "And how do you know that controlling the stone lion can close the entrance?" Ge Xiao responded, incredulous. "Isn't that digging our own grave?" Xiao clarified. At that time, many accompanied the senior in exploration. "Next, we must venture down the path of the corpse demons. And it will truly depend on your spirit pets," she continued. "Remember, we must proceed slowly, but once we enter the designated area of the coffin, we will encounter the corpse demons." Ge Xiao replied, "The golden pagoda of my sect has not been sealed. If my little ones wish to emerge, they can do so at any time." As Ge Xiao and Xiao engaged in conversation, a fierce gust of cold wind swept through, and a horde of specters lunged toward them. Ge Xiao carefully assessed the spectral beings. They were not particularly formidable, the strongest merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and lacked intelligence, making them easily manageable. A black flag unfurled, emanating a powerful suction, drawing in the approaching specters one by one into the 10,000 ghosts banner. Once the spirits were absorbed, the banner grew even colder and darker. Xiao looked at Ge Xiao with admiration. This man had truly astonished her. It turned out he possessed not only magical prowess, but also physical cultivation and soul artifacts. With no other choice, they pressed forward. Ge Xiao strode ahead, leading Ge Xiao through the eerie and silent passage, where only their footsteps echoed. Ge Xiao, now brandishing her ribbon artifact, followed closely behind Ge Xiao, her expression vigilant as she scanned their surroundings. Not far ahead stood thousands of ancient coffins, each housing a decaying corpse. As Ge Xiao and his companion approached, the ancient corpses began to awaken, their blood-red eyes slowly opening, revealing their foul mouths filled with jagged yellowed fangs as they emitted chilling howls. The terrifying growls resonated like the roars of wild beasts, and even though Ge Xiao was astute, she was still, at heart, a young girl. Only by tightly gripping Ge Xiao's hand could she find a semblance of safety. Feeling the softness in his grasp, Ge Xiao found himself momentarily enchanted, relishing the benefits of being a time traveler. With a cacophony of noises, the coffin lids were flung aside, and shadowy figures leaped forth. He could unmistakably identify them as the zombies depicted in the original world. Zombies! Ge Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. Ge Xiao, observing the approaching corpse puppets, puzzled over why Ge Xiao referred to them as zombies. As the undead advanced toward him, Ge Xiao quickly recalled that holding his breath could render him unseen by the zombies. A reminder echoed, "Hold your breath, and they won't see you." Ge Xiao, though perplexed, complied with Ge Xiao's suggestion and began to hold her breath, reasoning that as a golden core cultivator, it would pose no issue. However, to her astonishment, the zombies continued to approach without any reduction in speed. These were not the familiar zombies of the original world, but rather the corpse demons that Ge Xiao had mentioned. As the corpse demons drew nearer, it became apparent that their appearances varied, with most being silver and two notably golden. Observing this, Ge Xiao felt compelled to take action. Chapter 50. Hellish Difficulty. A small black dagger emerged from Ge Xiao's soul sea as he channeled his soul power into the golden foil. The black dagger shimmered, multiplying into over 2,000 identical small black daggers, which then surged from all directions towards the first few hundred awakened corpse demons. With a sound reminiscent of slicing through tofu, the daggers pierced the demons' skulls. In mere moments, every attacking corpse demon lay slain. Ge Xiao, witnessing the fallen corpses, was filled with astonishment. These demons were of an average strength corresponding to the mid-golden core stage, with two being at the early nascent soul stage, implying that Ge Xiao could contend with hundreds of them. In truth, Ge Xiao did not appear as unfazed as he seemed. He had expended over half of his soul power and now felt slightly dizzy. Closing his eyes provided some relief from the dizziness. When Ge Xiao opened his eyes, he saw Xiao manipulating a ribbon to bind a sword, which she used to slice open a corpse demon's abdomen, black blood oozing forth. Xiao seemed oblivious to Ge Xiao's presence as she continued to search within the demon's belly. "What are you looking for?" Ge Xiao inquired, puzzled. Ge Xiao, her eyes lighting up at Ge Xiao's gaze, replied, "The infinite celestial venerable has hidden treasures within the belly of this corpse demon. My own incarnation was excavated from one such demon." Upon hearing of treasures within the corpse's belly, Ge Xiao promptly retrieved a red long knife from his own being and joined her in the search. As Ge Xiao and Ge Xiao sought treasures, a black coffin ahead emitted a dark light, drawing in the deceased corpse demons with a powerful suction. The lid of the coffin flew open, and once it had ingested the bodies, it closed with a resounding finality. No matter how Ge Xiao attempted to intervene, he found his efforts futile. While Ge Xiao remained notably composed, Ge Xiao turned to her, stating, "I have dissected several corpse demons and found nothing inside." Ge Xiao rolled her eyes in response. Treasures are not as common as cabbages to be found everywhere. She then produced a black orb from her ring, declaring, "This is a corpse dan. Each corpse dan can create a corpse demon, and for those who refine corpses, it is an unparalleled treasure. This particular one is from the late golden core stage. Indeed, a prized possession." Ge Xiao queried, "Didn't Ti sense that the two early nascent soul corpse demons did not produce a corpse dan?" Ge Xiao, regarding him with skepticism about his status as a golden core cultivator, explained, "Corpse demons born from the nascent soul stage possess a nascent spirit, even if severely wounded. They can rapidly recover unless the nascent spirit is destroyed, leading to an endless cycle of combat. Thus, if you seek a nascent spirit, it simply does not exist." With a worried expression, Ge Xiao stated, "I can now ascertain one thing. Once we enter the designated area of the black coffin, the corpse demons will emerge to attack us. Given that we are already encountering early nascent soul corpse demons on the outskirts, who knows what kind of monstrosities await us deeper within?" Ge Xiao remarked, "You will know once you try. Wait for me here. I have a sword technique that requires practice." With a firm grip on his crimson blade, Ge Xiao advanced steadily, previously employing the phantom blade to assess its potency. Although the phantom blade wielded immense power, it also exacted a considerable toll on his soul energy. He could only execute the moon-cutting blade technique with 6 strikes, falling far short of severing the moonlight itself. He had long desired to hone this martial skill, but struggled to find a suitable opponent. As Ge Xiao stepped into the realm of the black coffin, the previously sealed coffin unleashed the undead once more. With his muscles taut and his crimson blade poised, he began to gather energy as the vanquished undead surged towards him. When they approached within 3 feet, Ge Xiao abruptly swung his blade, unleashing 6 strikes in an instant. The 6 nearest undead were cleaved asunder. The 6 late-stage golden core undead fell silent. At this juncture, 2 Yuan-ing level undead approached to attack Ge Xiao. Unwilling to underestimate them, he swiftly activated his indestructible golden body, ready to face these formidable foes with utmost seriousness. One of the 6 strikes struck one undead, cleaving it in 2, while the other lunged toward Ge Xiao's chest. With a resounding thud, he was sent flying, noticing 5 deep claw marks on his chest. Realizing that the Yuan-ing level undead were not to be trifled with. Just then, the remaining silver undead charged towards him, and the sheer number of them intensified the pressure he felt. Ge Xiao executed a leap, employing the moon-cutting blade technique once more, sending 6 undead flying. The bisected golden undead produced a powerful pull as they began to reassemble, and witnessing Ge Xiao's relentless slaughter, let out a low growl and charged at him. The golden undead that had clawed Ge Xiao was now licking the blood from its claws, growing frenzied as it observed its brethren being systematically slain. Fortunately, Ge Xiao utilized the 2 golden undead to reach the location where he had previously vanquished the silver undead. Just as he prepared to engage the newly arriving golden undead, he sensed something amiss. Although the claw wounds on his chest had healed, the area had turned a purplish black and was accompanied by a throbbing pain. With no time for further training, he summoned his soul energy to wield the phantom blade and dispatch them. Summoning the phantom, he carved deep gashes across his chest, channeling both true essence and magic to expel the purplish black blood. At that moment, for reasons unknown, over 80 superior coffins began to tremble, as if something even more formidable was about to emerge. Behind him, Ouyang Xiao sensed the disturbance. Ge Xiao had inadvertently drawn closer to the rows of coffins. She hastily employed her ribbons to ensnare Ge Xiao, attempting to pull him back, but it was too late. Over 80 coffin lids were thrown open. From within emerged a deep crimson undead and more than 80 golden undead. Ouyang Xiao, witnessing this, noticed that 10 additional purplish-black coffins remained unopened. Recalling the elder's warning against recklessly entering the realm of the Dharma aspect, as well as the necessity of using the small broken boundary pearl to escape. Now, with Ge Xiao gravely injured and only a mid-golden core cultivator, he stood no chance against the horde of undead, hoping that they would not go berserk and pursue him beyond the coffin's confines. Fortunately, his gamble paid off. After Ge Xiao was pulled back, the coffins trembled once more. The undead fell silent, and the lids sealed shut again. In a prior encounter, one undead had defied the coffin's control and forcibly slain a cultivator who had harmed it before returning to its resting place. After the incense had burned down, Ge Xiao finally expelled the venom from his body, allowing the indestructible golden body to begin its restoration. Rising to his feet, Ge Xiao wore a grave expression. He had just inquired of Xiao Jiu whether she had any confidence in confronting the deep crimson corpse demon. Xiao Jiu replied that the corpse demon had likely reached the late stage of the transformation god realm, leaving her powerless against it. If the red coffin belonged to the transformation god realm, then the remaining purple-black coffins must belong to the Dharma aspect realm. Initially, Ge Xiao believed that starting at the golden core realm was impressive, yet now he found himself facing the Dharma aspect realm, leaving him utterly at a loss for how to proceed. Even the thought of struggling was rendered impossible. Xiao, is there any other way to escape this place? At this moment, Ge Xiao cast aside any thoughts of treasures from the celestial sovereign, focusing solely on the desire to leave. Ouyang Xiao, caught in a dilemma, finally said, aside from this path of corpse demons, there is also a celestial tower. I had hoped to rely on your pet in the transformation god realm to help navigate, but upon seeing the purple-black coffins, I understood that the path of corpse demons is not viable. Ge Xiao surveyed his surroundings, seeing no trace of a tower, and turned to Ouyang Xiao with a questioning gaze. She responded, the celestial tower is even more treacherous. Though the path of demons is perilous, there remains a chance of survival. However, the celestial tower must be traversed in one go. There is no turning back until death claims you. After she spoke, she approached another stone lion and infused it with her power, causing a towering structure to materialize before Ge Xiao's eyes. The path of corpse demons was undoubtedly impassable. Perhaps the celestial tower held a glimmer of hope. With no other options, Ge Xiao resolved to challenge the celestial tower. Xiao quickly grasped Ge Xiao's arm, urging, "Let us think of another way. The elder has little knowledge of the celestial tower. None of the 5 Yuanying cultivators who entered have ever returned, including one in the late Yuanying stage." Recognizing his own lack of strength, Ge Xiao contemplated further honing his moonslaying blade technique before attempting the celestial tower, which might enhance his chances. Ge Xiao, noticing the worry in Xiao's eyes, nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, if it comes to it. I will brave the celestial tower." Half an hour later, Ge Xiao began his challenge against 2 golden corpses leading the corpse summons, with Xiao joining the fray to alleviate some of the pressure on him. After numerous attempts, he finally unleashed a devastating strike with 10 blades. During this time, after Ge Xiao vanquished the golden and silver corpse demons, Xiao would always come forth to search for corpse pills. Yet, aside from the initial success of finding one, she had encountered nothing further. One day, Xiao turned to Ge Xiao and said, "Let us venture into the celestial tower." Having felt the might of the blood-red corpse demon, she understood that victory was unattainable. In this place devoid of cultivation resources, their lifespan would inevitably dwindle. Ge Xiao looked at Xiao, determination in his voice. "I will protect you," and stepped into the celestial tower. Chapter 51. The celestial tower. As Ge Xiao and Xiao entered the first level of the celestial tower, a voice resonated from the tower spirit. "Welcome to the celestial tower. You are the 256 challengers. With each level you conquer, you may choose one from among techniques, secret arts, or healing. Upon reaching the 3rd level, you will have the option to continue or depart, should you wish to leave. I will activate a random teleportation array. Now, will you choose to challenge together or separately?" Ge Xiao decisively responded, "We choose to challenge together." This way, he could ensure Xiao's safety. Otherwise, he would be unable to care for her should any misfortune arise. Xiao cast a glance at Ge Xiao, understanding his intentions, and felt a surge of emotion within her. The challenge commenced, following the ethereal voice of the Tongtian Tower. 4 men and 2 women appeared on the stage, 3 cultivators at the early golden core stage and 3 at the mid-golden core stage. Exchanging a knowing look with Xiao, Ge Xiao surmised that the difficulty of the Tongtian Tower was calibrated according to their cultivation levels. Grasping his crimson long knife, Ge Xiao initiated the attack with a decisive strike from the moon-cutting blade technique. One of the black-clad early golden core cultivators, his eyes radiating a blue glow and wielding a treasured sword, retaliated with an identical maneuver. With a resounding clash, both Ge Xiao and the black-clad cultivator retreated a step. Ge Xiao was astonished that his opponent could mimic his technique. He pondered what special capabilities the other 5 cultivators might possess. Time was of the essence, and without hesitation, Ge Xiao summoned golden foil, causing a dark blade to materialize and multiply into countless phantoms, unleashing a piercing assault that obliterated the 6 golden core cultivators, leaving no trace behind. "Congratulations on your successful challenge. The next challenge will commence in 1 month," announced the voice of the Tongtian Tower. Subsequently, 6 jade slips appeared, enveloped in a luminous barrier. The barrier displayed the following: the Golden Sea limitless secret method for cultivation to the golden core realm, the early Yuan-ing level corpse demon control token, the Azure Dragon Force attack secret technique up to early Yuan-ing, the Dragon Slaying Blade technique martial skill up to early Yuan-ing, the Sky Crushing Fist attack secret technique up to early Yuan-ing, and the life essence for healing injuries below the Yuan-ing level. Ge Xiao, observing the 6 radiant orbs before him, resolutely opted for the Golden Sea limitless secret method. He lacked no offensive secret techniques or martial skills, but had yet to focus on a primary cultivation method. The Golden Sea limitless secret method was renowned among the domain's masters, and its efficacy was assured. Xiao, witnessing Ge Xiao's choice, exhibited no surprise. She understood that Ge Xiao possessed numerous techniques, yet had never seen him practice qi cultivation, which she speculated was due to a lack of subsequent cultivation methods. To enhance her chances in the future, she selected the early Yuan-ing level corpse demon control token. A beam of light surged into Xiao's body, summoning a golden corpse from the corpse demon path, binding them in a master-servant blood contract. Ge Xiao immediately examined the Golden Sea limitless secret method, feeling a rush of power within him as the method thrived on the continuous refinement of his spiritual energy, subsequently enhancing his energy absorption rate. He settled cross-legged to begin his cultivation of the Golden Sea limitless. Suddenly, a notification interrupted Ge Xiao's enlightenment. 1 month has elapsed. The challenge begins. Abruptly, 3 mid-golden core and 3 late golden core cultivators materialized in the arena. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, Ge Xiao opened his eyes and, without hesitation, employed the golden foil to summon the black blade, swiftly dispatching the 6 newly appeared cultivators in a single round. Xiao watched in astonishment at the rapidity of his actions. Challenge successful, due to the frequent use of the same treasure by the challenger to clear the stages. The next challenge will prohibit the use of that particular treasure, or it will be confiscated, the voice of the Tongtian Tower declared. It was evident that it disapproved of Ge Xiao's expedited progress. Following this, 6 jade slips reappeared, shrouded in light, revealing the following: the Golden Sea limitless secret method for cultivation from the Golden Core stage to the late Yuan Ing stage, the mid-Yuan Ing level corpse demon control token, the Azure Dragon Force attack secret technique up to mid-Yuan Ing, the Dragon Slaying Blade technique martial skill up to mid-Yuan Ing, the Sky Crushing Fist attack secret technique up to mid-Yuan Ing, and the life essence for healing injuries below the Yuan Ing level. Hearing the ethereal voice of the Tongtian Tower, Ge Xiao felt a sense of resignation, certain that it was a game he could not afford to play. Xiao, upon noticing the reward markers, conceived a notion. If she were to select the corpse demon, she could effortlessly triumph over the challenges. Resolutely, she chose the control token for the mid-stage infant soul corpse demon, thereby acquiring 2 such formidable beings. A saying circulated in the Lingzhu continent: those below the infant soul are but ants, underscoring the immense power of the infant soul realm. It was evident that even among ancient sects, the number of infant soul cultivators rarely exceeded 5, and those transcending a millennium of heritage seldom boasted more than 3 transformation stage masters. On the path of cultivation, aside from diligent training, one must possess celestial fortune, with survival being paramount. Ge Xiao and Xiao were both engrossed in their preparations as the month-long deadline approached. Just as Xiao intended to showcase her prowess before Ge Xiao, 6 figures materialized. Xiao gazed in astonishment at the scene. 3 mid-stage and 3 late-stage infant soul cultivators had appeared. The difficulty was overwhelming. Sensing the potent aura in the arena, she could only summon her newly acquired mid-stage infant soul gold corpse to join the fray. Before long, the battle concluded, leaving the Tongtian Tower spirit in a state of shock. This challenger's plethora of tactics was astonishing, even to it. Most previous challengers perished before even breaching the first level. Despite the awe that filled its heart, it dutifully stated, "Will you choose to continue challenging, or claim your rewards and be randomly teleported away? You have 3 days to deliberate." Subsequently, 6 jade slips appeared, enveloped in a shimmering light, displaying the following rewards: the Golden Sea boundless secret technique for late-stage infant souls to initial transformation stage, a control token for a late-stage infant soul corpse demon, the Qinglong strength attack technique for late-stage infant souls, the Dragon Slaying Sword technique for late-stage infant souls, the Crumbling Sky Fist attack technique for late-stage infant souls, and the life essence to heal wounds below the infant soul realm. Coming from a prestigious family, Xiao was not lacking in cultivation methods. Her priority now was to escape her family for survival. Moreover, given the challenge's escalating difficulty, it was likely that transformation stage foes would appear next. If Ge Xiao were alone, perhaps he could rely on his transformation stage spiritual pet to pass the 4th level. Xiao, once I choose my reward, I shall depart. The subsequent trials are beyond my capability, Xiao said, her eyes glistening with tears. The thought of parting with Ge Xiao weighed heavily on her heart, as he had cared for her throughout this time. With a heavy heart, she placed the jade slip containing the alchemical techniques into Ge Xiao's hands. Ge Xiao understood that he could not guarantee success in the remaining trials and embraced Xiao tightly to convey his feelings. He pointed at her forehead, and words flowed into her consciousness, imparting the 6-layer indestructible golden body technique. As the 3 days elapsed, Xiao declared her choice and was enveloped in a radiant light before being whisked away before Ge Xiao. The 4th level challenge was to be a battle of inheritance, wherein challengers were forbidden from employing any powers beyond the Golden Sea boundless. Failure to comply would result in instant annihilation. A month hence, the challenge shall commence, echoed the voice of the Tongtian Tower spirit. Now, Ge Xiao grew anxious. He had initially believed that he could navigate the trials as he had before, relying on Xiao Jiu to secure a victory and then be randomly transported away. In the past 2 months, despite his unwavering focus on the Golden Sea of infinite potential, Ge Xiao had yet to engage in any true cultivation. The discipline of the Golden Sea of infinite potential necessitates a foundational practice beginning from the Qi refinement stage. However, Ge Xiao had entered directly into the Golden Core stage, which posed a considerable challenge. As Ge Xiao grappled with his predicament, a beam of light shot from the Tower of Heaven, rendering him immobile as he attempted to evade it. When the dark light struck his body, an overwhelming force surged within him, severing all of his meridians and enveloping him in excruciating pain. The ordeal did not end there. This force continued to shatter his golden core after rupturing his meridians. Realizing the horror of the situation, Ge Xiao desperately sought to intervene, only to find himself insignificantly powerless against that force. Once it had completed its devastating work, the dark power dissipated, followed swiftly by a green light that penetrated Ge Xiao's body, initiating a process of repair and restructuring of his meridians and dantian. Under the influence of the green light, both his meridians and dantian grew more resilient and expansive. Though Ge Xiao could have utilized his indestructible golden body for self-repair, it would not have allowed for the substantial enhancement of his dantian and meridians as the green light had. When the restoration was complete, the Tower of Heaven remained still. At that moment, Ge Xiao comprehended the ruthless nature of the immortal realm. In order to facilitate his cultivation of the Golden Sea of infinite potential, he had been forcibly stripped of all his previous powers. Regardless of his consent, the principle of strength supremacy was vividly illustrated before him. With the impending challenge in a month, Ge Xiao recognized the urgency to accelerate his training, uncertain of the strength of his forthcoming adversaries. Thus, he promptly retrieved tens of thousands of spirit stones from his soul ring, placing them before him to commence his practice of the Golden Sea of infinite potential. The spirit stones emitted a faint golden glow, which was drawn into his body by a mysterious force. Initially, the absorption rate of energy from the spirit stones was quite slow, requiring over 20 days to consume the vast quantity. However, upon grasping the techniques of the Golden Core stage, his absorption speed increased nearly 20-fold. Yet, as his understanding of the technique deepened, the challenges became increasingly formidable, prolonging the time required for comprehension. During that month, Ge Xiao devoted himself solely to cultivation, scarcely consuming any food, unaware that one day he would need the meat of the lion demons. As the challenge commenced with the resounding voice of the Tower of Heaven, a surge of energy coalesced in the arena. Without waiting for its full manifestation, Ge Xiao approached the focal point, bending his knees and clenching his fists to gather strength. With only 1 month of training under his belt, he had only reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement and was left with no choice but to rely on his indestructible golden body to enhance his physical prowess for victory. The early-stage Golden Core cultivator had yet to fully solidify their form, and with a single punch, Ge Xiao shattered the energy entity. The spirit of the Tower of Heaven wore a frustrated expression. He was indeed a shameless human. Despite his disdain for Ge Xiao's actions, the spirit still awarded him. And 6 jade slips appeared, enveloped in a glowing barrier. The display revealed the Golden Sea of infinite potential techniques from the initial to late stages of manifestation. A control token for the corpse demon at the initial stage of manifestation, the Azure Dragon Strike technique up to the initial stage, the Dragon Slaying Blade technique up to the initial stage, the Heaven Crushing Fist technique up to the initial stage, and the life force that repairs injuries below the nascent soul level. Will you choose to continue your trials or claim a random reward? The spirit of the Tower of Heaven inquired, suppressing his irritation. After a moment of contemplation, Ge Xiao replied, I choose to continue the trials. Since the establishment of levels cannot lead to a dead end, one must strive to become stronger. Thus far, I have sustained no injuries and stand at my peak, leaving no reason to retreat. Ge Xiao has once again chosen the Golden Sea Infinite Secret Method, a technique of profound intricacy that accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy as one comprehends higher realms. With patience in honing his magical power, a promising future awaits. The next challenge will occur a decade hence, with a prohibition against forcibly interrupting the trial's manifestation. The voice of the celestial tower resounded ominously. Ge Xiao dared not opt for the corpse demon control token of the nascent spirit realm, for such a choice would undoubtedly escalate the challenge's difficulty. Thus, he remains committed to the Golden Sea Infinite Secret Method. In the days that followed, Ge Xiao either sought sustenance or diligently pursued his cultivation. Based on the celestial tower's nature, the next adversary would likely be either multiple early-stage golden elixirs or mid-stage ones, perhaps even late-stage. Acutely aware of the impending urgency, Ge Xiao recklessly invested hundreds of thousands of high-quality spirit stones to fervently absorb and refine his magical power while also striving to understand the Golden Sea infinite secret method. Only by grasping the deeper intricacies of this technique could he enhance his absorption rate and rapidly accumulate magical energy. Chapter 52. Leaving the ancient tomb with a crack. The shackles within Ge Xiao's body shattered, and a surge of energy exploded outward. After 8 years of toil, he has finally reached the initial stage of foundation establishment. However, instead of hastily augmenting his magical power, Ge Xiao focused on continuously refining it through the Golden Sea infinite method, laying a solid foundation for the future. Subsequently, for 2 years, he diligently compressed his magical energy, exhausting nearly 2 million high-quality spirit stones, finally establishing a robust base. As a decade passed, the challenge commenced. The voice of the Celestial Tower resonated once more. During the challenge, the use of any power aside from the Golden Sea infinite method is strictly prohibited. And the Celestial Tower spirit reiterated the importance of not interrupting the trial's manifestation. No sooner had the words left its mouth than an energy form rapidly coalesced. Ge Xiao stood before it, suppressing the urge to eliminate it before it fully formed. Before long, a man with an angular face and dark eyebrows, wielding a long sword, appeared. He was at the mid-stage of the Golden Elixir realm. Ge Xiao found himself at an absolute disadvantage and knew he must seize the initiative. He swiftly lunged, grasping the hilt of the sword and delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. With a thud, the angular-faced man instinctively released his grip on the sword, propelled far away by the force of the blow. The Celestial Tower spirit, observing this dark-browed man clad in white, felt a surge of indignation. It did not wish for Ge Xiao to pass the level so effortlessly. Previous generations had succumbed to its trials, yet it had repeatedly stumbled against this man. It resolved to adopt Ge Xiao's unscrupulous tactics, sending a green light into the angular-faced man's body, rapidly mending the gaping wound in his abdomen. Despite Ge Xiao's ignorance of the Celestial Tower's interference, he understood the principle of seizing the opportunity in times of weakness. Should the angular-faced man recover, even armed, he would find himself at a disadvantage, with a sword that could not channel his magical power. Ge Xiao aimed for the man's heart, while simultaneously condensing his energy into a fist. The clang of metal echoed as the angular-faced man, observing the sword devoid of any magical fluctuations, failed to evade. His carelessness would cost him dearly. Ge Xiao's fist struck the sword's hilt, driving the blade forcefully into the man's body. The man with a square face was pinned to the ground by a long sword, his expression impassive. Just before Ge Xiao launched his second attack, he struck the ground, propelling the sword into the air and drawing it forth. At that moment, a resounding impact echoed as Ge Xiao's fist struck the earth, sending a tingling sensation coursing through his entire body. The square-faced man, wielding the sword, summoned his mana and seized the opportunity to strike at Ge Xiao's back. Sensing the imminent danger from behind, Ge Xiao landed forcefully, executed a roll, and planted his palm on the ground to halt his momentum, then surged toward the tower wall. His gaze remained fixed on the square-faced man. Ge Xiao could feel the mana within him slowly dissipating through his wounds. However, he was uncertain whether he could endure long enough. Having lost the initiative, he now faced the tempest unleashed by the square-faced man. The square-faced man, observing the ground where his attack had missed, was baffled as to how his opponent had evaded him. Although he could not utilize any mana beyond the realm of infinite gold, he had nonetheless endured the trials of the indestructible golden body, granting him strength and bodily awareness far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators. As he unleashed another strike, he began to discern the direction of the square-faced man's attacks, enabling him to evade them in time. The square-faced man, realizing his strike had failed, immediately channeled his magical energy, causing his sword to hover before him. The sword then split into 10, with the rightmost one shooting toward Ge Xiao with great speed. Ge Xiao cursed the spirit of the Tower of Heaven, lamenting the broken promise of not needing external power. Indeed, without strength, one was destined to suffer. Upon nearing the tower wall, a flicker of hope surged within Ge Xiao. He could leverage this to his advantage. Yet, once again, a sense of crisis flooded him. He leaped, clapping his hands against the tower wall to evade the sword, then darted toward another location. The square-faced man seized the opportunity, directing the remaining swords toward Ge Xiao. In a series of agile maneuvers, Ge Xiao dodged 5 flying swords, using his body to intercept them and rapidly approached the square-faced man. The latter, swiftly conjuring a spell, manifested twin dragon apparitions that lunged toward the advancing Ge Xiao. A wave of dread washed over Ge Xiao. It appeared that engaging in close combat would yield no benefit. However, with the arrow on the string, he had no choice but to act. Enduring the pain, he drew his sword and met the mighty dragon with a clash. The sword shattered upon impact, and the dragon collided forcefully with Ge Xiao, sending him crashing against the tower wall before plummeting heavily to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, tainted with internal injuries. The square-faced man glided through the air toward Ge Xiao, tilting his head to observe the motionless figure below, then gestured, summoning 10 flying swords to orbit around him. The atmosphere inside the golden tower grew restless with the agitation of the little creatures within. Ge Xiao knew that if they were to emerge, his demise would not be the only consequence, prompting him to soothe them. Time was of the essence. He needed to devise a plan. Despite the pain, his mind raced with thoughts. He could not utilize mana beyond the realm of infinite gold, yet spells were likely exempt from this restriction. He recalled the stabbing heaven finger, which required auxiliary herbs, and he had prepared a considerable supply while cultivating the indestructible golden body. Upon inspection, he was astonished to find he had everything he needed. A silent prayer of gratitude to the heavens surged within him. With all the necessary items at hand, he resolved to take a chance. Quickly rising, his eyes remained locked on the square-faced man, ever vigilant for any impending attacks. Simultaneously, he began to cultivate the stabbing heaven finger. This dual focus was perilous, yet he could no longer afford to concern himself with the risks. In the soul ring, Ge Xiao extracted a handful of spiritual medicine and hastily consumed it while channeling the ascendant finger technique. At that moment, a magical sword lunged towards him. Ge Xiao found himself in a perilous situation, requiring utmost caution. A single hit could disrupt his breath and lead to his demise. He relied on the tower's wall to evade the oncoming sword, while the man with the square face observed in frustration as countless swords failed to strike Ge Xiao. He once again altered his technique, conjuring numerous ice spikes around him. With a pointed finger, the square-faced man directed the ice spikes to launch toward Ge Xiao. Faced with such a widespread assault, Ge Xiao had no option but to sit cross-legged and fully channel the ascendant finger, betting on life or death. A potent surge of magical energy emanated from his body, and the established finger technique subtly transformed into a sword tip. In that final moment, Ge Xiao finally achieved the first layer of the ascendant finger. Just as the ice spikes pierced his body, 10 magical swords followed suit. With a muffled grunt and a searing pain, he endured the agony and aimed a pointed finger at the square-faced man's head. The 10 flying swords embedded themselves in Ge Xiao's body, simultaneously allowing the ascendant finger to strike the square-faced man. In an explosive burst, the square-faced man disintegrated into countless shimmering particles in the air. The magical swords that had penetrated Ge Xiao also vanished, and through sheer indomitable spirit, he triumphed in this life-and-death battle. The challenge concluded. The spirit of the tower observed the audacious individual in the arena, feeling a profound admiration for his audacity to trade injury for injury. Despite his victory, Ge Xiao dared not close his eyes. His wounds were severe. An immediate treatment was imperative. Summoning his will, he sat cross-legged to channel the indestructible golden body technique, radiating a brilliant golden light. He sensed a stark difference in the nature of his injuries. Those he had previously healed swiftly now proved exceedingly difficult to mend. A year later, Ge Xiao opened his eyes, having finally recovered from his injuries. He had no desire to relive the peril of that battle. The spirit of the tower, observing this foundation establishment novice, gradually began to reassess him. You have done well. Currently, only one person has managed to reach this point. I have decided that you may choose 2 rewards. 6 jade slips appeared, enveloped in a luminous barrier, displaying the complete texts of the Golden Sea Infinite Secret Method, the Corpse Demon Token Refinement Method, the Azure Dragon Fist Technique, the Dragon Slaying Blade Technique, the Heaven Crushing Fist Technique, and the Method of Refining Life Energy. Ge Xiao, having seen these rewards countless times before, decisively chose the Golden Sea Infinite Secret Method and the Corpse Demon Refinement Method. Will you choose to continue the challenge or opt for a random teleportation to leave? The spirit of the tower inquired. This was Ge Xiao's first experience feeling so close to death. The damage inflicted by the trial's magical manifestations had a certain restraining effect on his indestructible golden body. I choose to leave, Ge Xiao declared. Continuing the challenge would surely lead to certain death. One must see reality clearly. The tower felt a twinge of regret. Had he challenged 2 more times, Ge Xiao might have become the successor to inherit all of the Infinite Emperor's wealth. However, the spirit said nothing further and cast a beam of light upon Ge Xiao. In the abyss of night, within the Starmoon Forest, a beautiful girl with silver eyes and an upward bun flapped her black wings in a state of panic, frequently glancing back as if some ferocious beast were pursuing her. A low, sinister laughter echoed, causing the ponytailed girl to become even more flustered. her wings beating faster. In the distance, a wolf-headed figure, wielding two shimmering long blades, was swiftly approaching the young girl, having long coveted her. With a sudden jolt, the girl collided with a protruding tree and was knocked unconscious, plummeting towards the ground. The werewolf immediately sheathed his blades and, leaping from tree to tree, attempted to catch her as she fell. This was the day his clan had initiated a genocidal campaign. And upon discovering that the girl was aware of the escape route through the secret passage, he had swiftly eliminated anyone in his path and pursued her alone. Otherwise, given her abilities, there would have been no chance for her to escape if she had been exposed. The thought of capturing her alive sent waves of excitement through him. At that moment, a distortion in space occurred, and a figure tumbled forth, promptly summoning a bloodthirsty blade mantis to cushion his fall. Suddenly, he perceived a shadow descending from the sky. Raising his head, he was astonished to see a young woman falling from above. Chapter 53. The Ruthless Wolf Clan. Instinctively, he reached out to catch the girl, feeling an unusual sensation as he touched her delicate wings. Though the wolf-headed figure was taken aback by his sudden appearance, he merely assumed that this individual had been present all along, his attention solely focused on the girl. However, upon witnessing him touching her wings, a surge of murderous intent erupted within him. Suddenly sensing this hostility, he turned to see the wolf-headed figure drawing his twin blades, leaping towards him from the tree branches. As the werewolf drew near, he explained, "This young lady fell from the tree, and I merely caught her. There was no malice intended." Despite the opponent being merely at the chi refining stage, he felt it prudent to avoid provoking trouble in this unfamiliar territory. The wolf-headed warrior growled ferociously. "Regardless of your intentions, you have encountered me, and you've struck upon a hard fate. Today, I shall certainly take your life. As a warrior of the Shanghai Wolf Clan, I have no reason to spare anyone who violates my woman." Finding the situation absurdly laughable, he thought, "I wish to avoid trouble, yet it seems to seek me out." A small black blade flickered into existence and swiftly returned to his sea of consciousness, causing the werewolf to collapse to the ground. Suddenly, the girl in his arms awakened and, upon seeing herself embraced by a man, instinctively raised her hand to slap him. The sound echoed as he gazed at the youthful, vibrant girl in his arms, perplexed. Had he not caught her, a fall from such a height would have surely resulted in serious injury or worse. Sensing his formidable aura, she finally discerned that her captor was not from the Wolf Clan. Blushing slightly, she looked at him and apologized. "I'm sorry, it was unintentional. My name is Xiao Fei. Thank you for your assistance, Senior." As a practitioner of body refinement, even without activating her indestructible golden body, her physical toughness was beyond that of ordinary cultivators. He, of course, felt no pain from her slap, and he chuckled. "No need for formalities, beautiful." With a flushed face, Xiao Fei replied, "Could you please set me down, Senior?" Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he complied and released her. But then remembered they were at a great height and wished to protect her, only to find her flapping her wings, casting a reproachful glance in his direction. Clearing his throat, he said, "Miss Xiao, please do not call me Senior. I am not that old. My name is Ge Xiao. You may call me Ge Gongzi, or simply Ge Xiao." He suppressed his awkwardness while commanding the bloodthirsty blade mantis to lower them to a height equal to Xiao Fei's. Observing the beads of sweat glistening on Xiao Fei's brow, one might surmise that flying with wings would be as exhausting as running. "Miss Xiao, shall we converse on the ground?" Ge Xiao suggested. Xiao Fei, kneeling midair, implored, "Senior, my family is besieged. I humbly request your assistance." She had intended to seek allies but had been delayed by an encounter with the young lord of the Wolf Clan. Now, she could only hope that the individual before her would offer aid. She could sense no formidable prowess from his steed. Ge Xiao regarded the ponytailed girl and mused that she was hardly the delicate Lindayu, but rather a troublesome predicament. Despite her pitiable appearance, he would never admit to being a lecher. It was a noble quality for any youth under the red banner to assist those in distress, and Ge Xiao considered himself among that noble cohort. "What level of cultivation do they possess?" Ge Xiao inquired nonchalantly. He could not agree outright. If the adversaries were too powerful, he needed to retain some flexibility. Upon discerning Ge Xiao's tacit consent to assist, Xiao Fei promptly replied, "Senior, the highest cultivation among the attacking members of the Shanghai Wolf Clan does not exceed the mid-stage of foundation establishment." She then flattered him, "Surely, with your strength, you can handle them." Upon hearing that they were merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, Ge Xiao, undeterred even by those of the nascent soul realm, nodded and declared, "Then lead the way." He adopted a demeanor befitting a master. Xiao Fei, captivated by Ge Xiao's ethereal presence, momentarily forgot her family's peril. "Ahem," Ge Xiao reminded her. Do refrain from staring. It makes me shy. Realizing her lapse, Xian Fei quickly flapped her wings and sped towards her family's direction. In a desolate valley named Bird's Valley, nestled within the abandoned mountains, the inhabitants of the Xian clan bore expressions devoid of mirth. Armed with bone and blade weapons, they stood ready for an unprecedented crisis. The Songhai Wolf clan had come to invade. The Songhai Wolf clan was one of the four great powers of these forsaken mountains, boasting cultivators of mid-stage foundation establishment among their ranks. They were not a trivial Qi refinement family that could contend with such a force. All they could do was pray that Xian Fei would summon a colossal serpent for aid. Xian Go, have you made your decision regarding joining the Songhai Wolf clan? I require a definitive answer today, bellowed the scarred wolf leader, Wolf Xiao. They lacked the patience to wait. Had it not been for the staleness of their provisions, they would have already slaughtered the bird folk. Xian Go had long been aware that the affiliated families of the Songhai Wolf clan were required to offer their kin as sustenance each year. To put it frankly, they were merely mobile food sources, and he had no desire for his clan members to become mere prey. Wolf clan leader, we are still deliberating this matter. We will provide you with an answer once we reach a conclusion, Xian Go replied perfunctorily. Humph, Wolf Xiao scoffed, if there is nothing to discuss, then let us dispense with the pleasantries. Men, kill. With Wolf Xiao's command, a tide of wolfmen surged toward the valley. An elderly wolfman, his hair a stark white, executed a spell, casting a mid-grade net-like artifact that enveloped the valley. Initially, the Xian clan could fend off a few attackers, but as the onslaught of wolfmen intensified, the situation quickly devolved into a numbers game. The members of the Xian clan gradually revealed their vulnerabilities. Some were directly slain, while others suffered the amputation of limbs. And some were captured alive. In a short while, all the Xian clansmen were apprehended. The victorious Songhai Wolf clan adorned the surviving Xian clansmen with pre-forged iron chains imbued with magical power. After completing this grim task, the leader, Wolf Xiao, burst into hearty laughter and waved his hand, commanding his kin, let the feast commence. Upon receiving the directive, the werewolves eagerly descended upon the lifeless bodies of the Xian people, beginning their gruesome feast. Wolf Xiao, amidst the surviving Xian clansmen, began to select his next target. The ancestral figure delighted in consuming live prey, so he needed to tread carefully. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a strikingly beautiful woman who bore a resemblance to Xian Fei. She was none other than Xian Fei's twin sister, Xian Ye. Approaching Xian Ye, he caressed her smooth, fair complexion with his bloodied hand and, in a sudden act, licked her face. A startled gasp escaped Xian Ye's lips. Initially, she had been repulsed by his touch, but the unexpected lick sent her into a frenzy of alarm. Wolf Xiao, upon hearing her reaction, erupted into laughter, reveling in the delightful response of his prey, which he was certain would please the ancestral figure as well. He recalled a time when he witnessed the elder devour live prey, first restraining them with magical artifacts, and then striking them with a whip. The more vigorous the prey's reactions, the more joy it brought to the elder. Once he grew weary of the sport, the elder would employ his powers to prolong the prey's suffering, consuming them piece by piece. At that time, he had trembled in fear, but he had long since grown accustomed to such horrors. Seizing Xian Ye by the arm, Wolf Xiao commanded the guard, the wolf-headed man, to release her shackles and dragged her towards the valley's edge. The remaining Xian clansmen erupted in revolt, aware that being chosen meant certain death. The guard, unfazed by the commotion, swiftly severed a few hands and feet as a brutal reminder, executing those who led the insurrection as a means of quelling the unrest. Under the bloody suppression, the Xian clansmen had no choice but to remain compliant. In the cavern, an elderly werewolf with graying hair observed from a distance as a middle-aged werewolf dragged a Xian clansman into the fold. He promptly retrieved a large bed from his storage pouch, its corners adorned with iron chains, faint traces of blood still visible upon it. Pleased with his descendants' efforts, he mused that Xiao always managed to procure delectable and entertaining morsels. Wolf Xiao dragged Xian Ye rudely closer to the elder's temporary lair and announced, "Elder, I have selected the food for you." The elder, gazing at the magically restrained, supple prey, felt saliva unconsciously trickle from the corner of his mouth. Wiping it away, he instructed Wolf Xiao, "You may leave. I shall partake of my meal." With a respectful bow, Wolf Xiao replied, "Yes, I take my leave," and swiftly exited the lair to seek his own dinner for the evening. Meanwhile, Xian Fei was being carried by Ge Xiao, hurrying towards the Xian clan. She had exerted herself desperately to reach her kin, but fatigue had overtaken her mid-journey. Ge Xiao had no choice but to hold her, guiding her along the way. Suddenly, a chilling scream echoed from the cave, Xian Ye's piercing cry. Ge Xiao, still cradling the bashful Xian Fei, froze in shock as the dreadful sound pierced the air. It was unmistakably the voice of her sister. Ge Xiao noticed the unusual movement of the beauty in his embrace and immediately sent forth a bloodthirsty mantis towards the source of the sound. With a resounding crash, the stone door was cleaved apart, and the bloodthirsty mantis surged inside. The elderly werewolf, his hair grizzled, halted his flailing whip, staring dumbfounded at this uninvited guest. Before he could react, the bloodthirsty mantis received the command to slay the old werewolf. A flash of blades ensued, and the old werewolf was rendered unable to smile ever again. Chapter 54. Ge Xiao to the rescue soon. Ge Xiao arrived at the cave entrance on the hillside. Cradling Xian Fei, while the bloodthirsty mantis emerged, its bloodied forelimbs raised in greeting to its master. After bestowing a few words of praise upon the mantis using his seal, Ge Xiao summoned it back into the golden tower. Xian Fei, struggling slightly, hastily departed from Ge Xiao's embrace and rushed into the cave. Inside the cave, remnants of dismembered limbs lay scattered, and upon seeing her sister, marred with whip marks, Xian Fei could no longer contain her tears. At that moment, Ge Xiao hurried into the cave, fearing that the bloodthirsty mantis might have frightened Xian Fei, just as he intended to comfort her. He was struck by the sight of a young girl, bloodied and barely clinging to life, bound upon a bed. Xian Fei, upon seeing the girl, released her and attempted to free her from her chains, yet felt utterly powerless, casting a desperate glance towards Ge Xiao for assistance. A black blade shot forth from Ge Xiao's body, severing the chains binding the girl, who fell into Xian Fei's arms. In her weakened state, the girl whispered repeatedly, "My parents have been slain, my family is in peril. Senior, my family's residence is not far from here. I implore you to use your powers and lend us aid." Xian Fei pleaded earnestly. Ge Xiao immediately extended his consciousness and beheld a wolf-headed man in the valley, overseeing a group of chained Xian clan members, while others of his kind savagely feasted upon corpses. A particularly robust wolf-headed man was seen gnawing on a struggling boy of 7 or 8. A shiver ran through Ge Xiao. This was indeed a den of demons. Without hesitation, he released a swarm of black blood ants, which surged forth from the golden tower into the valley like a torrent of darkness. The Xian sisters, witnessing Ge Xiao conjure such terrifying spiritual insects, were filled with awe and trepidation. The black blood ants immediately attacked the wolf-headed men upon entering the valley, and a cacophony of wails erupted. Many wolf-headed men, stirred by their bloodthirsty instincts, raised their weapons and swung at the black blood ants. Most of the ants had already reached the late-stage foundation establishment, their exoskeletons nearly impervious. The sounds of clashing echoed as sparks flew. The black blood ants, fueled by rage, retaliated fiercely, severing the wolf-headed men with their pincers. By the time Ge Xiao and the Xian sisters arrived, the battle had concluded. Xian Jiu, whom Xian Fei carried on her back, surveyed the grim scene of the wolf-headed men with a sense of satisfaction rather than discomfort. The wolf-headed men were notoriously vicious. This retribution could be deemed poetic justice. With a wave of his hand, Ge Xiao summoned the multitude of black blood ants back into the golden tower, and the space expanded considerably as they vanished. A black blade flew out, severing the iron chains binding the Xian clan members. The freed Xian clan members, though battered, hurriedly approached the trio at the valley's mouth. Expressing their heartfelt gratitude to Ge Xiao, they could truly witness the white-clad youth effortlessly banishing those formidable ants, leading them to surmise that this young man was undoubtedly a powerful elder. Ge Xiao observed the throngs of the Xian clan, kneeling and expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Once again feeling the profound respect that strength commands, he raised his hand and said, "Enough, no need for excessive formalities, please rise." Upon hearing this, the Xian clan's people expressed their thanks once more before standing, albeit with their heads bowed, signifying their reverence for Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao had matured significantly since his time in Lu village. He no longer sought to confront adversaries in a manner that might harm innocent lives like Xiaoling. He understood a fundamental truth: threats must be eradicated with decisive and formidable measures. "Miss Xian, do you know where the lair of the wolf-headed man is?" Ge Xiao inquired of Xian Fei, who was carrying Xian Ye on her back. Upon hearing this, Xian Fei promptly replied, "Elder, I know." Having witnessed Ge Xiao's prowess, she was acutely aware that no faction in this desolate mountain could rival him, even if they banded together. Xian Fei quickly approached a young woman from the clan adorned with jade and silver earrings, saying, Xian, please take care of Ye for the time being. I will escort the elder to the Songhai Wolf clan. Ge Xiao watched as Xian Fei approached him and asked, "Is the Songhai Wolf clan far from here?" "Elder, it is approximately 100 miles away," Xian Fei respectfully replied. Before Xian Fei could say more, Ge Xiao swiftly picked her up and inquired, "In which direction?" The sudden embrace from a stranger caused Xian Fei's heart to race. Her cheeks flushed with shyness as she raised her small hand to indicate the direction to Ge Xiao. He followed the direction she pointed with great haste. Although he had grown considerably in this foreign realm, some of his habits remained unchanged at that moment. He did not perceive the significance of his actions. However, for the Xian clan's people, being held by a member of the opposite sex in front of the entire clan represented a declaration of mate selection rights. And Xian Fei's lack of struggle indicated her consent. An hour later, Ge Xiao arrived at a barren mountain devoid of vegetation and asked the blushing Xian Fei in his arms, "Is this the place?" Xian Fei nodded, unable to meet Ge Xiao's gaze. As his consciousness expanded, Ge Xiao discovered a cave known as Songhai, which he surmised to be their destination. With a thought, 3 bloodthirsty mantises accompanied by a swarm of black blood ants surged into the cave. He then gently set Xian Fei down and declared, "Let us also enter." Xian Fei shyly replied, lowering her head. Ge Xiao walked slowly toward the Songhai Wolf clan's cave, with Xian Fei trailing behind him like a dutiful spouse. Within the cave, the atmosphere was thick with the scent of blood and death, as the guardian wolf-headed demons had all been slain. The cave's labyrinthine passages were illuminated by luminous stones, and the spacious interior could comfortably accommodate 10 individuals side by side. Upon entering, Ge Xiao commanded the black blood ants to drag out all the corpses of those at the Qi refinement stage, while gathering the bodies of those at the foundation establishment stage in a large area designated for the wolf clan's habitation. Following Ge Xiao, Xian Fei arrived at the expansive area, spanning 50 miles, where the ground was littered with bloodied weeds. Ge Xiao, displeased by the sight, stored the corpses in his storage pouch and incinerated the weeds with a small fireball spell. With a change of his incantation, a wisp of golden wind appeared at his fingertips, sweeping the ashes out of the cave. Now, finding himself without a proper place to reside, he regarded the cave with a sense of satisfaction. As long as the traces of blood in the cave are cleared away, there should be no issue with habitation. Such matters require the assistance of the black blood ants, and I must also escort Miss Xian back to her clan. Suddenly, a series of soft coos echoed through the air. Ge Xiao glanced at Xian Fei, who, upon sensing his gaze, felt a blush rise to her cheeks. Ge Xiao inwardly scolded himself for his carelessness, although he had already established his foundation and could abstain from food. Miss Xian was still at the 7th level of Qi training. He retrieved a small amount of lion demon meat from his ring and offered it to her, saying, "Miss Xian, this lion demon meat is quite delectable. Do give it a try." Having grown somewhat familiar with Ge Xiao and recognizing that he was not one to put on airs, she accepted the offering. "You eat first. I shall go and see how the cleaning of the cave is progressing," Ge Xiao said to her. Watching him depart, Xian Fei felt a warmth in her heart, believing that the senior was intentionally stepping away out of concern for her comfort while eating. Upon realizing that the lion meat in her hand emanated the aura of a peak foundation establishment, she was astounded to discover that, to Ge Xiao, even a foundation beast was merely food. Truly, he was unfathomable. As Ge Xiao surveyed the nearly cleaned cave, he stepped outside, feeling a chill run down his spine at the sight of the corpses strewn about. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a fireball that engulfed the bodies in flames. Subsequently, he activated a gust of wind to disperse the ashes. With a black blade, he inscribed the word phantom onto the cave wall. Thus, Ge Xiao claimed his first personal cave. Suddenly, he caught sight of a striking figure. Under the illumination of the luminous stones, Xian Fei appeared even more enchanting. Having been preoccupied with their journey, he now beheld her delicate face, arched brows, and silvery eyes. Her single ponytail swaying gracefully as she walked, truly captivating. Noticing the worry etched on her face, Ge Xiao understood that she must be concerned for her sister after the calamity that had befallen her family. "Miss Xian, now that the threats to your clan have been completely eradicated, do you intend to leave immediately or stay here for the night?" Ge Xiao inquired. Xian Fei, anxious about her sister, wished to return to her family, and Ge Xiao was sympathetic to her feelings. Suddenly, he recalled the storage ring of the one-eyed nascent soul cultivator he had previously vanquished, which he had yet to examine. Delving into the ring with his spiritual sense, he discovered a vial containing a healing elixir named Little Nine-Turn Pill. "Senior, would you be able to escort me back to my clan?" Xian Fei asked, her cheeks flushed. The journey from here to the Xian clan was long and fraught with potential dangers, adhering to the principle of aiding others to the end. Ge Xiao acquiesced to her request. As Xian Fei walked alongside him, she felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped he would embrace her. With nightfall approaching, the time when wild beasts become active, Ge Xiao knew he must remain vigilant. As they passed through a dense forest, a colossal python lunged from a tree. Its gaping maw aimed at Ge Xiao. Xian Fei, noticing the threat, called out, "Senior, please show mercy." Ge Xiao, channeling his heaven-stabbing finger, had already formed a sword-like gesture when he heard Xian Fei's cry. His finger veered slightly, and he activated his indestructible golden body, delivering a palm strike to the serpent's head, sending it crashing to the ground. Xian Fei quickly explained, "Senior, it is a Mengyu, a dear friend of mine. It must have perceived the attack on my clan and regarded you as an enemy." The fallen python, shaken by the sharpness of the sword that had pierced through trees and boulders, felt a chill run through its body. Had Ge Xiao's strike not been deflected, it would have met its end. "Little Rain, the senior is not an enemy, but a benefactor of the Xian clan." Xian Fei addressed the enormous python preparing to strike. The great serpent halted its movements, tilting its head as it gazed at Ge Xiao and Xian Fei with an expression of mild confusion. "I once saved Little Rain, and we subsequently became good friends. Although it is only 3 years old, it has already attained the cultivation level of the late Foundation establishment stage. I attempted to leave a message via a special means of communication, but upon receiving no response, I ventured out to seek its aid, only to encounter the senior." Xian Fei discerned Ge Xiao's bewilderment and explained. Chapter 55. The Stone Tablet of Legacy Hiss. Python Rain flicked its tongue, awkwardly gazing at Xian Fei. As a childlike voice emanated from her belly. "Sister Fei, I am uncertain whether this person is good." The serpent then turned its head toward Ge Xiao and apologized. "I beg your pardon." Observing the somewhat daft python, Ge Xiao waved his hand, indicating that all was forgiven. Turning to Xian Fei, he suggested, "Let us proceed to the Xian clan. The night grows darker. Sister Fei, allow me to escort you home." Python Rain offered to Xian Fei. "The senior has not paused throughout the journey. Let us rest a while on Rain's back," Xian Fei invited. Indeed, the journey had been somewhat exhausting, and it would be beneficial to rest on the great python. Ge Xiao leapt onto Python Rain's back and began to meditate, channeling his mana, as the golden sea of limitless cattle possesses the remarkable ability to infinitely compress and purify mana. Xian Fei also ascended to the python's back, gazing absent-mindedly at Ge Xiao in meditation. As the night deepened, the great python hastened onward. "Senior, we have arrived at the Xian clan." Xian Fei called out to Ge Xiao. Slowly opening his eyes from meditation, Ge Xiao stretched, leapt down, and turned to glance back at Xian Fei. Noticing his movement, Xian Fei flapped her wings and gracefully dismounted from the python's back. The Xian clan members on night duty, upon seeing Xian Fei and her companions, immediately rang the welcoming bell. Soon, uninjured clan members soared out of the valley and cave. Upon seeing Xian Fei, over 200 Xian clanspeople flew towards them, landing gracefully as they approached. "Senior." The Xian clan members bowed respectfully to Ge Xiao and Python Rain. Ge Xiao observed their lack of fear towards the great python, instead witnessing expressions of joy. It seemed this magnificent serpent frequently interacted with the Xian clan. Before Ge Xiao could respond, a childish voice rang out. "Hello, Grandpa Python." Python Rain's stomach rumbled, producing a cheerful sound. What a delightful name, Ge Xiao thought. There is no need for formality. "Clan leader Xian, please rise swiftly." Ge Xiao was not particularly fond of excessive courtesy. "Thank you, Senior." The clan leader of the Xian clan rose and expressed his gratitude. Xian Fei inquired, "How is you faring?" The young lady, adorned with jade earrings and large silver hoops, looked at Xian Fei and replied, "Yu's injuries have stabilized. However, she is covered in wounds, and even when healed, scars will remain. As a beautiful girl, if her visage were marred, how could she marry? Unless a celestial being intervened to remove such a blemish?" Contemplating this, Xian Fei turned her gaze towards Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao, meeting Xian Fei's eyes, touched his own face and felt no abnormalities. Then he heard, "I implore the senior to assist in healing my younger sister." He had just heard the young lady with jade earrings speak of concerns regarding the scars that Lady Xian Yu might bear. However, he was not an alchemist, for now. He could only hope for that bottle of elixir. After a moment of contemplation, Ge Xiao spoke to Xian, "Lead me to her. Senior, please come with me." After Xian spoke, she spread her wings and soared towards her cave dwelling on the valley cliff. Ge Xiao, witnessing this, utilized the golden wind technique to follow suit. and Xian Fei flapped her wings to pursue them as well. The members of the Xian clan observed Ge Xiao enveloped in golden light, floating like an immortal, and they praised Xian Fei for finding such an extraordinary ally. Upon arriving at Xian's cave, they were greeted by exquisite decorations, and the table, stools, and utensils indicated her domesticity. Under Xian's guidance, Ge Xiao traversed several passages to the inner chamber, where the furnishings were modest: a bed, a knife in the corner, and a sturdy bow hanging on the wall. At that moment, a woman lay on the bed, trembling from the fiery pain of whip wounds. Upon seeing Xian enter with a man she recognized from her sister's introduction, she endured her agony and rose to pay her respects, saying, "I greet you, Senior, and thank you for saving my life. There's no need for such formalities. Please take this," Ge Xiao replied, observing the woman's battered visage, which bore a striking resemblance to Xian Fei. He retrieved a 9-turn pill from his storage ring. Though he said nothing, she sensed that this man posed no threat. Xian asked no further questions, accepting the pill and swallowing it whole. As the medicine melted within her, it not only healed her external wounds, but also mended her internal injuries. This must be an exceedingly precious healing elixir. Fully restored, Xian expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior." Ge Xiao closely monitored her transformation after consuming the pill, confirming it was indeed a miraculous healing remedy. No need for such formalities, he raised his hand, dismissing her thanks. At that moment, Xian Fei hurriedly arrived, her gaze falling upon her sister, restored to her former self. She understood that this was undoubtedly the result of the senior's intervention. After spending time with him, she realized her feelings for him had grown complex. It was true what they said: some encounters feel like 1,000 years in a single glance. "Senior," Xian Fei began to kneel in reverence, but Ge Xiao interjected, "There's no need to call me Senior. I am not much older than you. Such titles make one feel aged. You may call me Ge Xiao, young Master Ge, or Ge Ge." The term Ge Ge is often used among lovers in the Xian clan, causing Xian Fei, Xian and Xian to blush at the realization of his character. Feeling uncomfortable under their peculiar gazes, Ge Xiao remarked, Xian, you are now safely within the Xian clan. I shall return to my illusory cave now. Farewell." Without waiting for their response, he swiftly employed the golden wind technique and departed. The three women in the cave exchanged glances, puzzled by his sudden exit. Xian pondered aloud. Why did the senior leave? I had yet to express my gratitude properly. Unbeknownst to her, he was a modern man from the Blue Star, who found such formalities burdensome. Xian Fei chimed in, "I know where the senior resides. I will take you there tomorrow. A cave of such grandeur cannot be left unattended by a woman. I wish to assist him." Outside the cave, members of the Xian clan watched a golden light emerge from Xian's dwelling, vanishing into the distance, leaving them exchanging curious glances. Unable to contain his intrigue, the clan leader approached his granddaughter's cave, contemplating his plans as he beheld the flawless Xian. He resolved to cultivate a good relationship with the senior, for it appeared that the senior held a particular interest in Xian Fei. The patriarch of the Xian clan smiled and inquired of Xian Fei, "My dear, what do you think Elder Ge will do?" Suddenly recalling the sense of security that Ge Xiao had instilled in her, Xian Fei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she softly replied, "Elder is quite admirable." Observing her sister's reaction, Xian instantly recognized that her sister was smitten. This brought to mind their childhood promise to marry the same person when they grew up, causing her own cheeks to redden. With the assistance of the third brother, they leaped through several spatial transitions and soon arrived at the Phantom Cave. Ge Xiao, wielding a robust tree branch, hurriedly made his way there. Skillfully maneuvering the black blade, he swiftly fashioned a tree door and wooden bed. After installing the wooden door, Ge Xiao carried the bed towards the central area. Lying on the bed and gazing at the luminescent ceiling, he couldn't help but commend the black blood ants. The cave was interconnected. Besides the central plaza, there were numerous branching paths that offered living spaces. If he had entered alone without employing his spiritual consciousness, he certainly would have overlooked some details. Now, with some leisure time, he had yet to inspect the ring obtained from slaying the crooked-mouthed youth at the treasure pavilion in Ginkgo City. Delving into the storage ring filled him with excitement. Although the quantity of high-grade fire spirit stones was less than 1,000,000, it was brimming with various refining materials, suggesting he was indeed a master craftsman. A true craftsman should possess a refining jade slip. He needed to investigate further. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, he wondered aloud, how could there be none? This time, Ge Xiao emptied the entire contents of the crooked-mouthed youth's belongings and summoned the little fairy to sense which items emitted energy waves. He refused to believe that a craftsman would lack a legacy of refining. With the little fairy's assistance, the metallic objects on the ground dwindled until only a solitary jade tablet remained. After rewarding the little fairy with a piece of metal that emitted significant energy waves, he utilized a gust of golden wind to examine the tablet closely, finding nothing unusual and unable to penetrate it with his spiritual consciousness. How exactly should this jade tablet be used? Ge Xiao pondered with a furrowed brow. He attempted to channel his mana into the jade tablet, and it instantly emitted a beam of light directed at his forehead. Ge Xiao promptly fell into a deep slumber, finding himself in a dream set in the southern wilderness. Within a small cultivation family named Duanmo. Young Master Duanmo, hurry and get up. Today is the day of the spirit root test. You mustn't be late. Came the voice of a maid from outside. Duanmu Xiao, aware that it was merely a dream, felt embarrassed as he had just wet his bed, now an adult. He couldn't bear the thought of a girl witnessing such a scene. Upon awakening, Ge Xiao felt as though he had lived an entire lifetime. The learnings and experiences of Duanmu Xiao felt vividly real. Duanmu Xiao was a gifted craftsman who had once created a half-step Hongmeng artifact using a fourth realm tool spirit, only to attract deadly peril, ultimately resorting to self-detonation of the artifact to forge a path to survival. After that cataclysmic battle, realizing his time was limited, he crafted the legacy stone tablet before him. Ge Xiao stored the tablet within his soul ring. As a fire spirit root, he currently lacked the ability to craft unless he cultivated the extraordinary technique, the Mo Yin Jiu, which Duanmu Xiao had obtained from an unnamed ancient cave. However, without a fire seed, he was unable to practice this technique. Organizing his finances, he transferred all the spirit stones from the rings of the crooked-mouthed youth and the one-eyed brute into his soul ring, now possessing 267,000 high-grade spirit stones, 300 medium-grade spirit stones, and 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. As for the low-grade spiritual weapon, the wolf-toothed club belonging to the one-eyed man, it should be worth 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Presently, excluding the refining materials and elixirs, along with an ancient alchemical furnace, I possess nearly 4,000,000 high-grade spirit stones. Chapter 56. The Gathering in the Cultivation World in the Xian Clan Valley. Xian Fei and Xian Ye rose early. Xian Fei flapped her wings and approached a large python coiled within the valley. Xiao Jiu, wake up quickly. Hiss, the python, named Python Yu, opened its hazy eyes and looked at Sister Fei and Sister Ye with confusion. Sister Fei, what is it? Is there something wrong? Xiao Jiu, today we are going to visit a senior, and we would like you to take us there, Xian Fei replied. Python Yu recalled Ge Xiao's formidable strength and felt a sense of reverence. It acknowledged its desire to be his mount, yet it feared that Ge Xiao might not deem it worthy. Sister Fei, Sister Ye, climb onto my back. We shall depart at once. Though the hope was slim, it was certainly beneficial to establish a good rapport with a senior. Before long, Ge Xiao, wandering near the phantom cave, noticed a cloud of dust approaching as a massive python made its way toward him. Wasn't this the Python Yu he encountered the previous night? Senior. Xian Fei's voice echoed from afar, and Ge Xiao felt a surge of joy, as he had just contemplated visiting the market to seek fortune in finding a fire seed. What brings you here? Ge Xiao initiated the conversation. We're here to express our gratitude, Senior, Xian Ye replied, glancing at her sister. There must be a reason for us to visit you. Ge Xiao, not concerned with the details, inquired. Is there a treasure pavilion or a marketplace where cultivators gather around here? There is no marketplace in the abandoned mountains of the Abyssal Night Demon Domain, Xian Fei responded. However, we hold a gathering once every 3 months. We conduct our transactions there. Is there anything you wish to purchase, Senior? When is the next gathering? And where will it take place? Ge Xiao asked eagerly. If he could find a fire seed, he could cultivate the Mo Yin decision and become a master craftsman. Senior, the next gathering will be held in 5 days, lasting for 2 days at the Chugan market. With Xiao Yu's speed, it will take 6 days to arrive. Xian Fei answered. Ge Xiao turned to Xian Fei and asked, do you know the way? Xian Fei nodded. With a wave of his hand, 3 bloodthirsty mantises appeared before Xian Ye, and he commanded, ensure the safety of this young lady. The mantises nodded in acknowledgement. To Xian Ye, Ge Xiao said, I must venture to the Chugan market with Feier as my guide. You can return with Python Yu. With that, filled with hope, he embraced Xian Fei and transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing before Xian Ye's eyes. Ge Xiao may not have realized that he had changed how he addressed Xian Fei, but the observant Xian Fei noted the shift from calling her Miss Xian to referring to her as Feier, filling her heart with joy, as it indicated her special place in his thoughts. Left behind, Xian Ye felt a mix of confusion and irritation, thinking, How could he not ask if I wanted to go? At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck her, and a glimmer of excitement shone in her eyes as she turned to Python Yu. Xiao Yu, would you like to feast on dreamcloud fish? Though her strength was modest, Ge was a culinary virtuoso, and her preparation of dreamcloud fish was unparalleled, much to the delight of Python Yu. Indeed, the serpent rain gazed at Ge with glimmering eyes and inquired, "Yeah, you wish to venture to the market to procure Yunmeng fish. But my imposing form may disrupt the order therein, leaving you without protection." In the past, it had accompanied the Xian clan to the Chugan market, which had resulted in chaos, leading it to remain outside the market in the misty woods ever since. "Fear not, for my esteemed elder has left 3 beastly guardians to protect me," replied Ge. Thus, persuaded by her words, the serpent rain hastily made its way to the Chugan market. The bloodthirsty mantis, observing Ge's departure, promptly unfurled its wings and ascended onto the great serpent's back. The serpent rain recognized that the mantis possessed greater prowess than itself, yet since it was a pet of its elder, it felt no fear. In a swift yet unhurried manner, Ge Xiao brought Xian Fei to the Chugan market. At that moment, Xian Fei held Ge Xiao's hand, trailing behind him like a devoted bride. The market bustled with life, teeming with visitors and vendors of all kinds. Ordinary humans mingled with those of peculiar forms, possessing animal heads atop human bodies. A contingent of armed guards also traversed the market, and upon entering, Ge Xiao paid 20 low-grade spirit stones as a protection fee. The stalls offered a myriad of goods, ranging from commonplace items to those suited for low-tier cultivators, such as hoes and sickles, tools Ge Xiao had no need for. The Chugan market sprawled without order, compelling Ge Xiao to navigate slowly alongside Xian Fei while occasionally inquiring, "My dear, what do you think of that enchanting robe?" Ultimately, under Ge Xiao's persuasion, Xian Fei's eye was caught by a striking dress, white at the top and a gentle green at the bottom. Suddenly, a message from Xiao Xian reached them, revealing faint metallic energy fluctuations. Although the elusive spark was not detected, Xiao Xian's discovery made the trip to the Chugan market worthwhile. Following Xiao Xian's guidance, Ge Xiao led Xian Fei to a stall manned by a muscular vendor sporting a bear's head and bare arms. The bare-headed vendor greeted them with an affable demeanor, entirely devoid of any intimidating presence despite his formidable appearance. With a broad smile, he cheerfully proclaimed, "Esteemed elder, what catches your eye? I shall offer you a 20% discount on anything you choose." Although Ge Xiao dismissed the vendor's exaggerated claims, he indeed found himself intrigued by the wares. At that moment, Xian Fei stepped forward, her gaze fixating on a beautifully crafted hairpin, adorned with a jade ruby. She recalled her younger sister mentioning it. Yet the price of such a magical hairpin was exorbitant and beyond their means. Now, with the elder's assurance, it posed no issue. She had just witnessed him purchase a robe for herself, seemingly unfazed by the expenditure of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Ge Xiao, appearing casually selective, ultimately picked up a piece of searing red-hot metal and inquired, "How much for this?" The bare-headed vendor, witnessing Ge Xiao's choice of the least valuable fire ore, felt his smile wane, yet he maintained politeness, stating, "Esteemed elder, this fire ore is but 50 gold coins." Observing the vendor's reaction, Ge Xiao turned to Xian Fei and encouraged, "Choose whatever you desire." Xian Fei had been awaiting this invitation. She eagerly presented the jade ruby hairpin to Ge Xiao, beaming with delight as she exclaimed, "I adore this." With a smile, Ge Xiao affectionately brushed the ruby hairpin against the tip of her nose and said, "Next time, if you fancy something, just take it. I will certainly purchase it for you." Turning to the beaming boss Xiong, he hadn't even spoken yet when Ge Xiao interjected, "Senior, your wife has exquisite taste. This ruby hairpin is indeed a rare magical artifact, my prized possession." Not heeding the rest of the boss's words, Ge Xiao directly inquired, "How many spirit stones for it?" After a brief contemplation, boss Xiong replied, "For 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. But I can offer you a discount at 320,000. I truly cannot reduce it further." Ge Xiao, possessing the experience of a fourth realm artifact deity, recognized the honesty in the boss's price, which was not exorbitant. Knowing that the piece of Chihua stone he acquired must be extraordinary to attract the attention of a minor celestial, he aimed to minimize the boss's loss and declared, "I won't haggle, 320,000 it is." He then picked up the fire ore and added, "How about this as a sweetener?" Upon hearing this, boss Xiong's face lit up with joy, and he readily agreed. When Xian Fei learned of the exorbitant price of the hairpin, she contemplated not purchasing it. But Ge Xiao was indifferent to the spirit stones. He produced 4 medium-grade earth spirit stones to finalize the purchase. extracting 10 low-grade earth spirit stones and presenting them to Boss Xiong, stating, "With these 10 spirit stones, I seek a piece of information. Where did this fire ore originate?" With a smile, Boss Xiong accepted the spirit stones and replied, "Senior, I collected these fire ores from the periphery of the corpse pit." "The corpse pit?" Xian Fei exclaimed in surprise. Ge Xiao, taken aback, turned to Xian Fei and asked, "My dear, are you familiar with the corpse pit?" Xian Fei explained, "Yes. The corpse pit is the breeding ground for the corpse demon sect. Each night, the corpses emerge from the pit to kill and absorb essence blood. And other races lack the strength to prevent this, forcing them to abandon the region. Our area also has a corpse pit. Hence it is referred to as the Abandoned Mountain, based on the corpse demon token's alchemical instructions." Ge Xiao speculated that the corpse pit at Abandoned Mountain might harbor a special red flame corpse demon. If successfully cultivated, this could evolve by absorbing fire spiritual energy, indicating that he had stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity. Elated, Ge Xiao inserted the Rui hairpin into Xian Fei's hair and praised, "It looks splendid." Xian Fei felt a pang of embarrassment, realizing this was a gift she had prepared for her sister. "Senior, may I bring some gifts for my sister?" she asked softly. Ge Xiao smiled and replied, "Of course." He pondered whether this was truly meant for her sister. To lighten the mood, he suggested, "My dear, I believe that golden phoenix head earrings would be perfect for Yaya." Xian Fei glanced at the earrings, realizing they were her favorite. It was heartwarming to know he had been attentive to her preferences. Nodding, she said, "I leave it to your discretion, senior." Ge Xiao pointed at the stall and said, "2 pairs of the golden phoenix head earrings and 1 more Rui hairpin. How much will that be?" Boss Xiong's eyes gleamed with delight as he responded, "A total of 480,000 low-grade spirit stones." Ge Xiao promptly placed 5 medium-grade spirit stones before the stall owner. Boss Xiong accepted the spirit stones and quietly advised, "Senior, this market is rather precarious. It would be wise to leave early." He then returned the remaining 20,000 low-grade spirit stones to Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao glanced at the bare-headed stall owner, accepted the spirit stone without uttering a word, and continued to meander through the market. In Chapter 57, Golden Fire, a young lady with a cascading hair bun, her hair elegantly draped over her right shoulder, and a pair of black wings adorning her back, was searching for something with her glimmering silver eyes. Trailing closely behind her were 3 bloodthirsty mantises. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xian Yaya. It turned out that the somewhat foolish Mang Yu, under Xian Yaya's enchanting persuasion, had hurriedly traveled for 5.5 days to bring her to the Chugan market ahead of schedule. Feeling that their exploration had reached its zenith, Ge Xiao gently proposed to Xian Fei, "My dear, it seems we have wandered enough. Shall we indulge in a meal?" At that moment, Xian Yaya's silver eyes lit up as she spotted her elder, who was holding her sister's hand and heading towards the Zijin Inn. Waving her hands, she hurriedly called out, "Sister, sister, I'm over here," and dashed towards her sibling. Alas, she suddenly collided with a robust half-human, half-tiger creature and fell to the ground. Looking up, she was met with the fierce glare of the tiger-headed man. The tiger-headed man grinned menacingly. "Just in time. I'm quite hungry. And you've come right to me." He then opened his gaping maw and lunged at Xian Yaya. Not far off, a squad of law enforcers witnessed the unfolding scene, and a righteous member was about to rush to the fallen girl's aid. However, the leopard-headed captain swiftly restrained him, scolding, "Are you seeking death? That is the son of Tiger Overlord from the evil Tiger Manor. With so many people coming and going, no one would notice if 1 or 2 went missing. If he wishes to feast, let him, we'll pretend not to see." Upon hearing that it was the son of Tiger Overlord, the righteous officer immediately lost his courage. In this desolate mountain, the Golden Core realm was the pinnacle of power. Tiger Overlord was a formidable figure at the peak of the Golden Core stage, and no one dared to provoke him, especially given his notorious bloodlust and protective nature towards his kin. Xian Yaya, paralyzed with fear at the sight of the gaping maw, froze and forgot to evade. Just as the tiger's jaws were about to close around her, 3 flashes of blade light appeared, and the tiger-headed man stood motionless. One of the bloodthirsty mantises grasped Xian Yaya with its hind pincers, lifting her away to safety. In a daze, Xian Yaya watched the menacing maw recede, feeling as though she had narrowly escaped death. Before she could celebrate her deliverance, blood erupted from the standing tiger, which then fell into 4 dismembered segments on the ground. The law enforcers, witnessing the calamity, felt as if the sky were collapsing. The son of Tiger Overlord had perished on their watch, and the accountability for such an event could lead to dire consequences, even death. The seasoned leopard-headed captain understood that to slay the tiger-headed figure was a grave offense not to be trifled with. He promptly commanded, Keep a close watch on that girl and do not act recklessly. I shall report this incident to Master Shi. A slender, monkey-headed officer assured, Captain, rest assured. We shall keep a vigilant eye on her. The leopard-headed captain nodded and departed. Realizing the trouble she had caused, Xianya disregarded the grand plan she had made with Meng Yu and hurried towards the Zijin Inn. With her clan's distinctive traits, it was likely that many cultivators had witnessed the earlier chaos. She needed to find her sister and escape swiftly. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor, Ge Xiao was engaged in conversation with Xian Fei, surrounded by an array of delectable dishes such as braised spirit shrimp, mountain chicken slices, wild boar meat, fresh fish meat with dragon teeth, oolong dried fruits, raspberries, and cranberries, all elegantly laid out on the table. Xian Fei was laughing and chatting with Ge Xiao about some amusing childhood anecdotes shared with Xianya when suddenly a familiar figure caught her eye. At that moment, Xianya appeared flustered and hurried. Xian Fei called out, "You where?" Ge Xiao followed Xian Fei's gaze towards the window and just in time saw Xianya looking this way. Upon spotting her sister and senior, Xianya rushed towards the second floor, only to be stopped by the foundational guards. "Let her through." Ge Xiao's voice reached Xianya's ears. The foundational cultivator, upon hearing the command, looked towards the voice and saw a white-clad cultivator standing in room 3 of the private area. He immediately bowed and responded, "Yes, esteemed guest." Xianya hurried towards Ge Xiao, anxiously exclaiming, "Senior, we must flee at once." Ge Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation through his bloodthirsty mantis. With a wave of his hand, he summoned it back into the golden pagoda, reassuring her, "Do not panic. You arrived just as the meal was prepared. I will handle your matter." Having just spoken with Xian Fei, he learned that apart from the corpse pit, the strongest presence in this abandoned mountain was not beyond the nascent soul stage, which made him feel at ease. Seeing Ge Xiao's calm demeanor, Xianya felt a sense of reassurance. "Senior, that person is the son of Hu Ba from the evil Tiger Mountain Villa," Xianya stressed. "He is aware," Ge Xiao replied, recalling Xian Fei's mention of the late-stage golden core. "Rest assured, if this Hu Ba dares to come, I will make him regret it." With Ge Xiao's words, Xianya felt a wave of relief wash over her. She entered the room and sat down in front of Xian Fei. Glancing at Ge Xiao as he exited, she quietly asked Xian Fei, "Sister, do you know what cultivation level senior possesses?" Xian Fei replied mysteriously, "It is highly likely that he is a nascent soul cultivator." Upon hearing this, Xianya felt even more at ease. "Sister, have you progressed with senior to that extent?" Xianya asked without restraint. "What nonsense are you speaking?" Xian Fei laughed and scolded playfully, then produced a ceremonial hairpin and golden phoenix earrings. Xianya gazed at the hairpin she had long desired and said to Xian Fei, "Thank you, sister." Xian Fei corrected her, "These were purchased by senior. Why thank me? He does not even know what I like." Xianya murmured, "I should also thank senior." Ge Xiao arrived at the front desk of Zijin Inn, ordered several substantial dishes for the little ones, and then selected specialty dishes before retrieving over 300 mid-grade spirit stones to settle the bill, proceeding to the second floor. The young attendant, witnessing Ge Xiao's generous expenditure of spirit stones, promptly reported to the manager. "What? He actually produced such a large sum of mid-grade spirit stones. It seems a great deity has graced our humble abode." As a voice as clear as a yellow oriole rang out, a beautiful woman with arched eyebrows and an upward curved smile, wielding a folding fan, elegantly emerged from the room. The attendant, feeling parched, lowered his head even further. Having witnessed the manager's methods, a young man who had previously disrespected the manager had been punished. His soul extracted and displayed for a month beneath the great locust tree before vanishing along with the tree itself. As Ge Xiao approached room 3 on the second floor, intending to push the door open, he overheard Xianya exclaiming enviously, "Sister, your dress is so beautiful. I must ask my brother-in-law to take me to buy one too." Ge Xiao cleared his throat twice to announce his presence, pushing the door open to find Xian Fei covering Xianya's mouth. As Ge Xiao approached the Xian sisters, he remarked, "Why has this table of dishes gone untouched? Hurry and eat, or else they will grow cold and lose their flavor." "Senior, how could we eat before you?" Xian Fei replied. "Oh, senior sounds too distant. You may call me Ge Gongzi or Xiao Gu instead," Ge Xiao responded. Being in the company of Xian Fei brought him great joy, dispelling the lingering irritability he had felt in recent days. "Xiao Gu, I raise a toast to you for taking care of us during this time," Xianya said first. "There's no need for such formality. In honor of your words, I'll finish this cup, and you may drink as you please," Ge Xiao declared, downing his drink in one go. Seeing Ge Xiao finish his drink with ease, Ge followed suit, though the fiery liquor left her blushing. Ge Xiao laughed, "Come, have some food to alleviate the effects of the alcohol," as he picked up a piece of wild boar meat to initiate the feast. Just as they were enjoying their drinks, a commotion erupted outside the door. A raucous voice bellowed, "Jean Sanyang, step aside, or I swear I will end you." A melodious female voice retorted, "Hubba, I advise you to leave at once. If you force your way in, you will not only offend me, but also the Jean family, and especially that esteemed guest within." Feeling somewhat displeased, Ge Xiao turned to the Exine sisters and said, "You all continue eating. I shall investigate." He then stood up, swaying slightly as he made his way to the door. Bang bang. Upon hearing the noise, Jean Sanyang glared at the angry Hubba, saying, "I cannot save you now." Through his divine sense, Ge Xiao had already discerned that a man named Hubba was seeking vengeance, and it appeared he was indeed the one. As the door to the third private room swung open, a flash of darkness darted inside, and with a thud, the once boisterous Hubba collapsed to the ground. Ge Xiao turned to the alluring Jean Sanyang and said, "It seems I have caused a mess. I will leave it to you to clean up." Afterward, he retrieved Hubba's storage bag, extracted a mid-grade spirit stone, and tossed it to Jean Sanyang before shutting the door and returning to his revelry. Outside, Jean Sanyang gazed at the spirit stone in her hand, recalling Ge Xiao's composed figure. She understood that as long as she befriended this senior, she could navigate the abandoned mountains with ease, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for the girl who had won his favor. After some time, the door creaked open. Xian Fei, her cheeks flushed, approached the front desk, where a beautiful woman with arched eyebrows and a handheld fan leaned against the counter. Jean Sanyang observed the girl, a seventh-layer Qi practitioner with silver eyes and black wings, who displayed no hint of the senior's demeanor. She immediately approached with graceful steps. "Miss, do you require assistance?" "Senior, I would like to reserve 2 rooms," Xian Fei said. Understanding without further inquiry, Jean Sanyang promptly went to the front desk, retrieved 2 room keys, and handed them to Xian Fei. Holding the keys, Xian Fei first assisted her inebriated sister to room 10, and then guided Ge Xiao to room 1. Unbeknownst to them, the intoxicating fragrance of Xian Fei stirred emotions within Ge Xiao, prompting him to embrace her tightly, leading to a scene that would transform a girl overnight. The following day, Ge Xiao rubbed his waist as he pushed open the door to room 1. Meanwhile, in room 10, Xian Fei, gazing at the fallen petals extracted from the storage ring given by Ge Xiao, felt her cheeks flush with a mixture of thoughts. Suddenly, her sister's voice broke the silence. "Sister, what are you doing?" Xian Ye asked, clutching her head as she looked at Xian Fei. Upon hearing her sister had awakened, Xian Fei quickly concealed the nearly toppled bedsheet into her storage ring, feigning calmness as she replied, You're awake. I will fetch you some hangover soup." As the door creaked open, it revealed Ge Xiao, who was rubbing his waist, causing Xian Fei's cheeks to flush crimson. Ge Xiao, perplexed by Xian Fei's sudden embarrassment, observed her as she approached, sensing something amiss in her gait. Upon nearing him, she smiled and said, "Xiao Ge, I was just about to fetch some hangover soup. Would you care for some?" Ge Xiao, feeling a slight headache, replied, "Could you be so kind as to bring me some as well?" With a nod, Xian Fei descended the stairs, saying, "I'll be right back." Jean Sanyang, noticing the maid who had come to change the sheets in the early hours, expressed concern. "Miss Xian, why not rest a little longer?" "Sister, I have a bit of a headache and wish to ask Manager Jean for some hangover soup," Xian Fei responded. Jean Sanyang chided, "Your sister truly lacks attentiveness. She hasn't even noticed." "Very well, you stay here and rest. I shall go and deliver the soup." Blushing, Xian Fei added, "Please bring some for Xiao Ge as well." With a teasing tone, Jean Sanyang remarked, "My dear, how thoughtful of you." Embarrassed and annoyed, Xian Fei retorted, "Manager Jean, you should deliver the soup first." With that, she settled into a chair to recuperate. After consuming the hangover soup, Ge Xiao offered some spirit stones as a tip to Manager Jean and retrieved a piece of fiery or emanating intense heat. Calling upon the little fairy, he began to absorb the metallic essence of the ore. As the outer shell of the fiery stone grew thinner, a faint suspicion stirred within Ge Xiao, prompting him to activate his indestructible golden body. With a crack, the shell of the fiery ore shattered, and a small golden flame emerged. Instinctively, Ge Xiao reached out to catch it, only to be met with sharp pain in his hand. Ignoring the pain, he swiftly invoked the Mo Yen Ju, and the refining process proceeded smoothly due to the gold attribute of his magical energy. A day later, Ge Xiao embedded the golden flame seed within his dantian, nurturing it with his gold attribute energy. With this flame seed, he qualified to become a weapon refiner. The injury on his hand gradually healed as he sensed warmth within his dantian, prompting a faint smile to cross his lips. Chapter 58. Taming the Red Falcon. During Ge Xiao's seclusion, Xian Fei experienced an unbearable tearing sensation, rendering her unable to move freely. She gifted her younger sister a substantial amount of high-grade and low-grade spirit stones, allowing her to enjoy herself, for Xian Fei lacked the energy to accompany her. With Zhang Sanyang's deliberate insinuations, news of a senior named Ge defeating a late-stage golden core expert in a single move swiftly spread throughout the Chugan market. This time, Xian Ye ventured into the Chugan market accompanied by 2 foundation-building attendants from the Zijin Inn. Eager to revisit after the previous day's disheartening encounter with the vicious beast, armed with a storage bag bestowed by her sister, she stepped out, her newfound wealth promising to transform her ambitious dreams into reality. It did not take long for her to sense something amiss. The market vendors were excessively courteous towards her. Prices that once required tiresome negotiation now yielded to her every whim. The enforcement team, who had previously ignored her, now bowed and nodded in her presence. Strangers, who had never acknowledged her before, were now eager to invite her for tea. As Xian Ye sensed the aura of a golden core master emanating from the snake-like vendor, she instinctively prepared to kneel in reverence, which startled the snake vendor. Though stronger than her, he feared that offending a senior could lead to dire consequences. In truth, the swift spread of the news regarding the defeat of the tiger was partly due to his presence. He had watched from a distance as the tiger fell without a chance to retaliate. He speculated that the esteemed elder was not at the nascent soul stage, but rather at the transformation stage. He pondered the consequences of offending a practitioner at the transformation stage, realizing that even his family would be unable to guarantee his safety. Conversely, should he manage to ingratiate himself with the elder, he could effortlessly return to his ancestral home. The young lady before him was pivotal. Her apparent innocence was evident at first glance. The snake master hastily supported Xian Ye, smiling as he said, "My dear, what are you doing? You mustn't frighten me like this." He had invited her because he had heard that a reckless individual had frightened her the other day. Such occurrences on his territory bore significant responsibility for him. How could this be blamed on the master? It is that person's vile conduct. At that moment, Xian Ye appeared rather fierce. The snake master guided her to a prominent seat, stating, "Regardless of the circumstances, you have been startled. So I have prepared some small gifts for you today." With a resounding clap, a group of maidens approached, bearing trays. At that moment, Xian Ye was utterly bewildered, unsure of what was transpiring. "Just a small token, my lady. Do you fancy it?" the snake master inquired, unveiling a black cloth to reveal a maiden presenting a tray containing an unclaimed storage bag. Xian Ye, upon inspecting it with her consciousness, discovered it contained an astonishing 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Had this been in the past, she would have been taken aback, for it was indeed a substantial sum. However, she had become worldly, now possessing 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. The snake master observed her indifference, signaling to the maiden to withdraw. Another maiden then approached, presenting a tray that revealed a spirit beast egg. The snake master remarked, "This is a blood crow egg. A matured blood crow possesses strength equivalent to that of the golden core stage." Yet, Xian Ye remained unmoved, as the spirit beast assigned to protect her likely bore at least golden core strength. The snake master found himself at a loss. Her standards were evidently high. With only 2 trays remaining, he was uncertain whether he could sway her. Next, a tray adorned with a beautiful robe was placed before Xian Ye. Yet she declined once more, for she had ample spirit stones and desired no garments. It was not until the final tray was unveiled that 2 youth-preserving pills were revealed, a temptation that no young woman could easily resist. Upon accepting the youth-preserving pills, Xian Ye indicated her intent to depart, saying, "Master, I shall not impose further. Should any matters arise that I can assist with, I will certainly do my utmost." She was no fool. She recognized that such flattery often masked ulterior motives. With her promise, the snake master felt he had established a connection with the elder, paving the way for future interactions. "With your word, Miss Xian, I shall not hesitate to call upon you in the future," the snake master replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to the snake master, Xian Ye promptly returned to the inn, eager to share the youth-preserving pills with Xian Fei. "Let us first consult Xiao Jiu to ascertain the authenticity of these pills. We must not be deceived," Xian Fei cautioned, harboring her own reservations. "Surely, the snake master seems intent on currying favor with the elder through me," Xian Ye remarked. "One must always remain vigilant," Xian Fei advised. "Her temperament is relatively mature and composed. she still feels the need to protect Ge Xiao from being schemed against. As Ge Xiao pushed open the door to the room where Xian Fei resided, she emerged just as he was about to knock. Upon seeing Ge Xiao's hand raised in the air, memories of that wild night caused her cheeks to flush. Ge Xiao, puzzled by Xian Fei's sudden shyness, inquired, "Why are you blushing? Are you feeling unwell?" "No, I'm fine, Ge. Are we heading back?" Xian Fei quickly diverted the topic. "Yes. There are some matters I wish to attend to," Ge Xiao replied. "Please wait a moment while I notify you heir. That girl has just gone out to play again," Xian Fei said, as she infused information into her communication jade talisman, urging her sister to return swiftly. "By the way, Ge, a few days ago, my younger sister was given 2 beauty-enhancing pills by the owner of the snake shop at the market. Could you take a look and see if there is anything amiss?" Xian Fei retrieved a jade vial from her storage ring and poured out the pills. Drawing upon his vast experience, Ge Xiao recognized that these pills had been tampered with. It was uncertain whether the snake shop owner acted with ill intent or if he too had fallen victim to a scheme. While the pills were indeed beauty-enhancing, they had been cursed with a blood restriction spell. Ge Xiao's expression turned grave. This spell is quite tyrannical, forcibly controlling a person through their soul. However, do not worry. I have just mastered a technique that can resolve it. With that, Ge Xiao opened his mouth and expelled a ball of golden flame, which had significantly increased in size since its inception. The flames swiftly enveloped the 2 beauty pills, incinerating the blood restriction spell within them, releasing thick plumes of black smoke. Once the spell was forcibly reabsorbed back into Ge Xiao, he turned to Xian Fei with a smile, saying, "These 2 beauty pills are now free of issues." Meanwhile, the snake shop owner, hissing and clutching his head, grimaced, "Indeed, it is formidable. He has forcibly unraveled my blood restriction spell." Knock, knock. A sound echoed from room 10. Xian Fei hurriedly controlled the room card to open the door, and upon seeing her, Xian Yu immediately called out, "Ge Xiao, good morning." Ge Xiao nodded and smiled. "I have some matters to attend to. I hope we haven't disrupted your enjoyment?" Xian Yu replied, "I've explored all of Chugan Market. It would be even better if we could visit the black market." Ge Xiao, intrigued by the mention of the black market, asked, "Where is the black market? Is it far?" "The black market isn't in the abandoned mountains. It's located at Wandering Mountain. Our strength is too weak to have visited," Xian Yu said with a hint of grievance. Ge Xiao reassured her, "Do not worry. There will be opportunities to go, if there is nothing else to purchase. Shall we set off?" "It was the python rain that brought me here, and it is currently in the misty woods outside the market," Xian Yu quickly reminded, fearing that Ge Xiao might lead them away. "Very well, let us head directly to the misty woods. You shall lead the way," Ge Xiao instructed. Meanwhile, Xian Fei gazed at Ge Xiao like a devoted wife, nodding occasionally in agreement. Just as Xian Yu was about to set off, Xian Fei hurriedly placed the beauty pills into her hand, saying, "In the future, avoid associating with that snake shop owner. He is not a good person." Xian Yu, not foolish, understood her sister's implication and nodded, subsequently swallowing the beauty pills. As Ge Xiao and his companions arrived at the misty woods, he sensed a disturbance. "No, something is amiss. There are signs of a battle." Ge Xiao alerted them. "Could it be the python rain?" Xian Yu asked. Ge Xiao immediately released his spiritual sense to investigate and discovered that the python rain was locked in a fierce battle with a massive early-stage golden core red falcon, currently at a disadvantage. Without the luxury of explanation, Ge Xiao left behind 3 bloodthirsty mantis and swiftly made his way to the battlefield. The battered python rain was pinned to the ground by the red falcon, just as it was about to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a golden figure surged forth, forcefully pressing the falcon's head into the ground, followed by a terrifying surge of soul energy flooding into its brain. Moments later, Ge Xiao released his grip on the falcon's head and turned to the barely conscious python rain. Although reluctant, he fed it a small 9-turn dan. After consuming the elixir, the python rain, rejuvenated, incessantly demanded that Ge Xiao avenge it by slaying the red falcon. Ge Xiao could only soothe it, saying, "Little rain, be obedient. It is now my spirit pet. Allow me to compensate you with this." He then retrieved a precious 8-treasure fragrant pig from the golden tower. And upon seeing such a delicacy, the python rain lunged forward eagerly. Seeing it devour the fragrant pig brought Ge Xiao a sense of relief. Having a vengeful python incessantly nagging in your ear could be quite bothersome. "Brother Xiao, what transpired? Why are you in such haste?" Xian Fei and Xian Ye, accompanied by the 3 bloodthirsty mantises, appeared at that moment, having sensed the peril surrounding the python rain and rushed to assist. Ge Xiao explained the situation, and the python rain, moved by his concern, immediately proclaimed that Ge Xiao was just as good a person as Sister Fair. With a smile, Ge Xiao waved his hand, drawing the red falcon and the three mantises into the golden tower. "Let us return now," he suggested. Thus, Ge Xiao and his companions commenced their journey home, which remained relatively tranquil. After escorting the Xian sisters back, Ge Xiao could hardly contain his eagerness to forge magical artifacts. Chapter 59. Ge Xiao forges artifacts, releasing the red falcon and the bloodthirsty mantises to guard the entrance. Ge Xiao proceeded directly to the main square, where he retrieved the ancient furnace acquired from the crooked-mouthed boy's ring and fell into contemplation. The myriad treasures that the artifact master Duanmu Xiao could forge left him pondering which one he should attempt. He drew forth a legacy stone tablet and infused it with magical energy, once again revisiting the life of Duanmu Xiao. Ultimately, he decided to forge a low-grade magical sword first. Ge Xiao gathered the requisite metals and cast them into the furnace, exhaling a plume of golden flame. Infusing magical energy into the golden flames intensified their heat significantly, as the metals within the furnace began to melt rapidly, transforming into a pool of molten gold. Ge Xiao focused intently, channeling his energy to commence the sword's forging process. This was a considerably challenging endeavor. Not only did he need to regulate the temperature of the flames, but he also had to shape the artifact's form while inscribing intricate patterns both inside and outside the sword. Any misstep at any stage could lead to the sword's complete failure. As time elapsed, beads of sweat formed on Ge Xiao's brow, his magical and soul energies depleting rapidly. The sword had already taken shape within the furnace. As Ge Xiao inscribed the final pattern, the sword trembled violently. A pang of anxiety gripped his heart. It was on the brink of failing and exploding. Without delay, he activated his indestructible golden body, grasped the sword tightly, and sprinted toward the cave entrance, hurling the sword into the distance. As it soared into the sky, a tremendous explosion echoed, shattering the sword into countless pieces. Observing the devastation wrought by the sword, Ge Xiao couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. This strike surpassed even the might of a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Merely witnessing Duanmu Xiao's life had imparted a sense of awe regarding the formidable power of divine artifacts, yet he had never truly experienced it firsthand. Ge Xiao once again observed the entire process of Duanmu's artifact crafting and perused the tomes on refining within the images, gradually awakening to a fragment of enlightenment. So it was, merely altering the length of a rune on the spell sword had led to an explosion. Sitting cross-legged to recover, he realized he must maintain his peak state. Otherwise, not only would he squander precious crafting materials, but he might also risk his very life. It is often said that artifact refining yields high rewards, yet who truly comprehends the inherent risks involved? In the valley, Xian Fei gazed with concern towards the direction of Ge Xiao's illusory cave, certain that the commotion stemmed from her brother. Beside her, Xian Yi had dismissively remarked, "Brother Xiao will surely be fine. Let us sleep for now. If you remain worried, we can invite Xiao to join us for a visit tomorrow." Ever since the Xian clan had been besieged by the wolf-headed assailants, Meng Yu had seldom ventured into the python forest. This time, Ge Xiao approached a fork in the path closer to the cave entrance, setting down his cauldron and unleashing the golden fire to commence the refining of the spell sword anew. After enduring 6 failures, he finally succeeded in crafting his first spell sword. With the experience gained from his previous 8 attempts, Ge Xiao exhibited remarkable improvement in both flame control and rune engraving. Seizing the momentum, he placed another piece of metal into the cauldron, only to encounter yet another unexpected setback, which instilled a sense of humility regarding the art of crafting. With his magical energy and mindset properly aligned, Ge Xiao embarked on another round of spell sword crafting. As the number of attempts increased, his techniques grew increasingly refined, and his success rate soared from 1 in 10 to an astonishing 9.9 out of 10. Observing the 50 or so spell swords surrounding him, he contemplated how best to manage them. Though these low-grade spell swords held little value for him, they were indeed treasures for lower-tier cultivators. On this day, Xian Fei could not resist the urge to sneak into Ge Xiao's illusory cave. Upon entering, she beheld a red falcon and 3 bloodthirsty mantises resting on the ground, casting her a cursory glance before dozing off once more. After taking only a few steps, she discovered the floor strewn with low and mid-grade spell swords, among which she astonishingly found 5 or 6 top-grade spell swords. Xian Fei approached to assist Ge Xiao in organizing the swords, pondering, men truly lack the ability to care for themselves. How can they manage without a woman by their side? At this thought, her cheeks flushed crimson. Arriving at the central square where Ge Xiao resided, She found him reclining on a low-grade spiritual treasure bed of his own making. Indeed, Ge Xiao had now achieved the rank of a first-tier artifact master. He had never anticipated possessing such innate talent in artifact crafting, even surpassing the renowned artifact deity Duanmu. As his golden fire remained feeble, he was not yet suited for crafting higher-tier treasures. Upon seeing Xian Fei's arrival, Ge Xiao promptly rose to greet her with a smile. "What brings you here today? Why didn't you inform me in advance?" Suddenly recalling the mess scattered about, he felt a pang of anxiety, hoping it would not cast a negative impression on her. "Today, there was little happening in the clan, so I thought I would come to see you," she replied. "Brother Xiao, I have organized those spell swords at the cave entrance for you," Xian Fei said with a sweet smile. At that moment, Ge Xiao, feeling somewhat embarrassed, hurriedly replied, "Feier, look what I have prepared for you." He then produced a low-grade spiritual artifact, a mother and child sword set, engraved with the character Fei on the hilt. Xian Fei gazed at the sword radiating a formidable aura, surmising it was at least of the spiritual sword tier. To comprehend the significance of magical artifacts, one must recognize that once they ascend to the realm of spirit tools, their power surpasses that of mere magical swords, rendering spirit swords immensely valuable. Xian Fei firmly declined. "No, Xiao Ge, I cannot accept this." However, Ge Xiao, undeterred, grasped her hand and placed the magical sword into her palm, saying, "This was intended for your training." Witnessing Xian Fei's heartfelt emotions, Ge Xiao swiftly pressed a kiss upon her lips. The unexpected gesture left Xian Fei momentarily flustered as she regained her composure. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and she dared not meet Ge Xiao's gaze. Clearing his throat, Ge Xiao broke the awkward silence. "Feier, could you please assist me in dealing with those magical swords at the cave entrance?" Upon hearing that all those magical swords were to be gifted to her, Xian Fei could scarcely believe her ears. Despite the considerable worth of spirit swords, the sheer number of magical swords was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, possessing this batch of magical swords would enhance her family's strength, with the surplus being stored in the family treasury as a foundation of power. For Ge Xiao, it spared him the trouble of disposing of the excess. He produced a token, stating, "This is the passage token for my cave. Please refine it quickly." Xian Fei, puzzled by the token he offered, replied, "I did not notice any prohibitions or formations in your cave. Just refine it first," Ge Xiao insisted. Heeding his words, Xian Fei began the refinement process. Once she had successfully refined the token, Ge Xiao rose and approached a boulder in the lower left corner of the central plaza. From his soul ring, he retrieved a triangular object and affixed it to the rock. With a twist of his hand, a swirling aura of sword energy enveloped the area, exuding a palpable sense of danger. Observing Xian Fei's astonishment, Ge Xiao explained, "This is the lesser 3,000 sword formation. Even a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul would be instantly annihilated without a token." Regaining her composure, Xian Fei inquired, "Xiao Ge, could I possibly have another token?" Ge Xiao replied, "You already have enough for your needs. Simply holding the token allows it to emit a luminous barrier." He continued, "Currently, I have no more such tokens. The little ones accounted for 9 tokens. The bloodthirsty blade mantis had 3, the red falcon possessed 1. And both he and Xian Fei each had 1, totaling 15. The crux of the matter was the lack of sufficient refining materials. The remaining supplies were only enough for Ge Xiao to forge a set of the 9 dragons suppressing demons formation. He intended to create this formation to investigate the corpse pit. Ge Xiao estimated that, in conjunction with his current 9 dragons suppressing demons formation, he should have little difficulty in subduing those at the late stage of the nascent soul. Xian Fei nodded in understanding, and Ge Xiao urged, "I wish to take you to the corpse pit. Please refine the mother and child sword quickly." Aware of Ge Xiao's capabilities, Xian Fei refrained from dissuading him. In her heart, she believed that only he could eliminate the peril posed by the corpse pit and restore peace to the abandoned mountain. Even in the face of danger, she felt no fear, for being able to perish alongside her beloved was worth a lifetime. With Ge Xiao's assistance, Xian Fei began refining the mother and child sword. As time passed, with a sudden sound, the sword recognized its master. Watching the spirit-infused flying sword dance around her, Xian Fei smiled radiantly, akin to a blooming rose, leaving Ge Xiao momentarily entranced. Chapter 60. The Wandering Mountain and the Songhai Wolf Clan. 100 miles from the illusory cave, 3 mid-stage golden core cultivators, bearing twin blades and resembling wolf-headed humanoids, raced through the desolate mountains towards the abandoned mountain where their clan resided. In the shadow cave, Xian Fei retracted her flying sword and gazed at Ge Xiao, saying, "This journey to the corpse pit has indeed taken quite some time. I must inform my sister to alleviate her worries. Ge Xiao nodded in agreement. Very well, let us first visit the bird valley to inform Ye. I might as well take this opportunity to test the flying capabilities of the red falcon. I certainly do not wish to fly such a long distance on my own. Outside the shadow cave, with a wave of his hand, 3 bloodthirsty mantises guarding the entrance were summoned into the golden tower. Ge Xiao embraced Fei and, utilizing the golden wind technique, soared onto the neck of the red falcon, placing her securely behind him. He then advised her, hold on tight. Flying at great heights can be quite perilous. Fei blushed at his words, nodding and gripping Ge Xiao firmly. With a gentle smile, Ge Xiao transmitted the route to Bird Valley via his spiritual sense, stating, we are headed to this location. Let us commence our journey. A protective barrier enveloped both Fei and himself. The red falcon leaped upwards, shooting like a red streak towards the direction of Bird Valley. Although Fei was capable of flying, she had never ascended to such heights before. The higher altitude made her an obvious target for potential attacks, and flying at such heights required considerable stamina. As she watched the scenery whirl by like a revolving lantern, she clung tightly to Ge Xiao, feeling the softness of his back, which stirred emotions within him. Half an hour later, a red falcon landed gracefully in Bird Valley. The Xian clan members were engaged in various activities. Some were farming in the valley, while others resided in cliffside homes. Upon seeing Ge Xiao and Fei perched upon a golden core realm beast, they displayed expressions of astonishment and approached Ge Xiao to pay their respects. Several female clan members gazed at Fei with envy. Feeling a sense of pride as she observed her kin, Fei tightened her grip around Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao, uncertain of how to proceed with Fei's reluctance to dismount the red falcon, was momentarily at a loss. Just then, a young girl with silver eyes and a hairstyle resembling Fei emerged from the crowd. Fei, awakening from her reverie of happiness, hurriedly released her grip and fluttered down, flapping her wings. Wrapped in the golden wind, Ge Xiao followed her descent from the red falcon's neck. The clan leader of the Xian tribe looked on with a pleased expression at Fei, realizing that their clan had now established a connection with a formidable elder. Approaching the clan leader, Fei retrieved nearly 1,000 flying swords from her storage ring, saying, Clan leader, these are gifts from Ge Xiao for our Xian clan. The clan leader beamed with joy at the sight of the swords, his facial wrinkles deepening with delight, easily deducing that this was a betrothal gift from the elder. While Ge Xiao engaged in pleasantries, 3 wolf-headed beings armed with dual blades arrived at the shadow cave. The elder of the group remarked, Young master, something seems amiss. In the past, I was always greeted by little wolf cubs at the entrance, yet today, it is eerily silent. The young master, Wolf Fong, commanded the younger wolf-headed being. Wolf Qing, you go inside and investigate the situation. Obeying the order, Wolf Qing unsheathed his 2 large blades, remaining vigilant as he entered the shadow cave. Fully aware of the potential dangers, yet bound by the strict hierarchy of the wolf clan. As Wolf Qing ventured a mere 10 feet into the cave, a golden barrier suddenly formed at the entrance, unleashing countless spiritual energy, swords that shot towards him. Before he could react, he was swiftly slain. The 2 onlookers at the cave entrance were struck with profound terror, recognizing from the array's power that even a nascent soul realm being would meet their demise if they attempted to enter. When did such figures arrive at the abandoned mountain? The wolf Fong and the old werewolf exchanged glances. The old werewolf immediately reacted, stating, the young master has just triggered the formation. The one who set it up has likely sensed our presence. We must leave at once, otherwise, we shall be in peril. The wolf monkey, in a state of panic, concurred, Monkey elder speaks true, let us hasten our departure. He was the first to soar into the air, with the wolf monkey closely following. Ge Xiao furrowed his brow, gazing toward the illusion cave. What is amiss? Fei noticed Ge Xiao's unease. Ge Xiao collected himself and smiled. It is nothing. Merely a few mice have intruded upon our abode. Sister, Ge, may I accompany you? Yu pleaded with Fei, adopting a charming demeanor. The clan leader, Go, was utterly speechless and thought, this child is so naive. It is evident they wish to enjoy a world for 2. The clan leader approached and gently grasped Yu, saying, the esteemed ones and Feier have matters to attend to. Do not intrude upon their affairs. In that moment, the clan leader's authority was palpable. Yu, upon witnessing her grandfather's displeasure, ceased her protests, resembling a quail, and fell silent. After bidding farewell, Ge Xiao and Fei embarked on their journey to the corpse pit atop the Red Falcon. Ge Xiao discerned Fei's concern for Yuer and discreetly left 3 bloodthirsty mantises to guard her. Half a day later, Ge Xiao guided the red falcon to land beside a water source in an open area. He summoned wood with his magical powers and, producing the 8-treasure fragrant pig, smiled at Xian Fei, saying, "This delicacy possesses an exquisite flavor. Let us savor it together." Xian Fei, gazing at the 8-treasure fragrant pig, was both astonished and exhilarated. Hasn't the 8-treasure fragrant pig become extinct on the continent? Observing her astonishment, Ge Xiao speculated that she might recognize it and said excitedly, "Fei, do you know of this 8-treasure fragrant pig?" Xian Fei nodded enthusiastically. "My Xian clan possesses a unique spiritual root. Our ancestors inadvertently used the 8-treasure fragrant pig to awaken their roots, and over centuries, we evolved into a top-tier power. However, a family secret was leaked, and overnight, the 8-treasure fragrant pig was poisoned. Since then, no more prodigies have emerged from our clan, and after enduring several wars, our stronghold dwindled until we found ourselves wandering to this abandoned mountain." Ge Xiao had not anticipated that a family without even foundational cultivation could hold such grandeur. Regaining his composure, he produced 5 8-treasure fragrant pigs and said to Xian Fei, "I possess over 200 of these 8-treasure fragrant pigs." Xian Fei, perhaps overwhelmed with joy, embraced Ge Xiao, exclaiming, "The prosperity of our clan is within reach. Thank you." Ge Xiao was taken aback by her unexpected gesture. The usually reserved Xian Fei had taken the initiative to embrace him, indicating the significance of the 8-treasure fragrant pig. Retaining these pigs was merely to enhance the diet of the young ones. At that moment, 6 8-treasure fragrant pigs appeared, prompting Xiao Shi to emerge from the golden tower. Clamoring for food, Ge Xiao had no choice but to retrieve 9 more and place them in the second tier of the golden tower. Xian Fei then said, "Go. Here is the secret method for raising 8-treasure fragrant pigs." With that, she produced an ancient jade slip from her storage ring. Ge Xiao accepted it without hesitation, memorized its contents, and returned it. Upon review, he discovered that the slow growth of his 8-treasure fragrant pigs over the years was due to the necessity of using blood ginseng and star anise lotus to enhance their reproductive frequency and increase the survival rate of their offspring. As Ge Xiao regained his focus, he noticed Xian Fei using a mother and child sword to make an incision on the 8-treasure fragrant pig, pressing her palm against it. Shortly thereafter, a red glow flickered around both Xian Fei and the 8-treasure fragrant pig. A moment later, the Bao fragrant pig perished, and Xian Fei switched to another, continuing this process with 5 pigs before she finally ceased. Ge Xiao observed that Xian Fei's cultivation had remarkably advanced, breaking through 3 levels to achieve the pinnacle of qi refinement. A gentle fragrance emanated from her, and her once silver eyes had transformed to a striking blue, while the deceased Bao fragrant pig exuded a foul odor. Xian Fei, somewhat embarrassed, glanced at Ge Xiao and asked, "Did I frighten you?" Ge Xiao, seasoned in the face of grand spectacles, smiled and replied, "I merely find it extraordinary. I think." Xian Fei hesitated, words unspoken. Ge Xiao, noticing her reluctance, teased, "Are you wishing to become my wife?" Taken aback, Xian Fei nodded in affirmation. Observing her earnest demeanor, Ge Xiao gently tapped her nose and said, "Oh, silly girl. We've only known each other for a month. How can you so easily entrust your future to me?" Seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, he quickly reassured her, "Let us first become friends, and if you remain steadfast in your decision, I shall marry you." Xian Fei's face brightened at this, indicating mutual recognition of their feelings. As Xian Fei prepared the Bao fragrant pig, Ge Xiao took it upon himself to ignite the firewood with a fireball technique. Xian Fei then settled beside him, retrieving an iron rack from her storage ring. After skewering the prepared pig, she began to roast it, even producing an array of unfamiliar seasonings, revealing her culinary expertise. After a prolonged wait, Ge Xiao finally tasted the succulent roasted pig, and in an instant, it vanished from his sight. If he were not mistaken, it was likely that Xiao Jiu and Lao San had joined forces. Fortunately, they still showed some restraint and left a pig leg for Xian Fei. Meanwhile, the red falcon plunged into the water, fishing to satiate its hunger. Ge Xiao, feeling sympathetic, rewarded it with a piece of the Bao fragrant pig, having learned the method of its propagation. Chapter 61. The malicious fox maiden help. Help! The cries for aid echoed in Ge Xiao's ears, prompting Xian Fei, who was savoring the pork, to look up. Just as Ge Xiao was about to extend his consciousness to investigate the commotion, a voluptuous fox maiden with a fox head hurriedly approached him from the dense forest, pursued by several burly men with dog heads wielding swords. "Please, my lord, save me," the fox maiden pleaded, pressing against Ge Xiao. However, he felt no attraction to her fox-like features and promptly pushed her away. Undeterred, the fox maiden lingered, gazing at Ge Xiao and Xian Fei with a pitiful expression. At that moment, the dog-headed men arrived, their intentions apparent in their eyes as they regarded Ge Xiao and his companions. Ge Xiao, bemused, wondered how he had been mistaken for a fool despite merely employing a breath-concealing technique. As he dispelled the technique, a unique aura characteristic of a foundational cultivator radiated from him, prompting the dog-headed men to observe him with newfound seriousness. Their cultivation levels were formidable, all at least mid-foundational stage. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. It would be wise to step aside, the leader, a dog-headed man with a scar across his chest, barked. Ge Xiao smiled slightly and replied, very well, Feier, let us depart. The satiated red falcon rose at Ge Xiao's command, flapping its wings in anticipation. The fox maiden, eyeing the red falcon with a hint of greed, concealed her emotions as she attempted to re-enter Ge Xiao's embrace with a soft gasp. As Ge Xiao turned to the side, the fox woman nearly toppled into the fire. Realizing that her beauty strategy was futile, she discreetly opened a white vial in her hand. An odorless, colorless gas, under the fox woman's control, entered Ge Xiao's nostrils, swiftly making its way to his dantian. Sensing the impending danger, Ge Xiao immediately summoned the golden fire to envelop the mysterious gas. Under the searing flames, the gas was ignited and reduced to nothingness. Gazing at the limp figure of Xian Fei on the ground, Ge Xiao too succumbed to weakness. He was curious to see what these individuals intended to do. Meanwhile, Xian Fei felt a wave of despair as she watched Ge Xiao succumb to the poison. With both Ge Xiao and Xian Fei incapacitated, the fox woman revealed her true form as a consummate practitioner of the early golden core stage. Smiling as she caressed Ge Xiao's face, saying, little brother, do you not find your sister beautiful? What audacity! This was a fox's visage, and as a human, how could he possibly appreciate it? Moreover, the question of the fox's beauty was one Ge Xiao found himself unable to answer. Observing Ge Xiao's helpless expression, a glimmer of malice flickered in the fox woman's eyes as she turned to Xian Fei and said, so, little brother, you fancy this type? How fortunate. My subordinates share your taste. She then released her grip and commanded sternly, that woman shall be entrusted to you. As for the little brother, he shall be under my care. Hearing the fox woman's words, Xian Fei trembled with rage, yet found herself powerless to respond, unable even to utter a word. Revolted by their actions, Ge Xiao made a decisive choice to end the charade. A flash of black light surged, and the fox woman collapsed, followed by his order to the red falcon to dispose of the dog-headed creatures, resulting in a cacophony of screams. Ge Xiao seized the fox woman's storage pouch, and upon probing its contents with his mind, discovered a vial of soft immortal powder, several potions to enhance magical power, and a trove of spirit stones. Frowning as he looked at Xian Fei, he embraced her and kissed her deeply, channeling the golden fire to purge the gas that had infiltrated her body. After a fervent kiss, he released her and stated earnestly, my dear, do not take offense. I found no antidote in that fox woman's storage pouch. Blushing, Xian Fei felt her heart race, unable to focus on Ge Xiao's words, her body still aflame from the intensity of his kiss. When the red falcon returned, bearing several storage pouches, Ge Xiao took one and, cradling Xian Fei, mounted the red falcon's back. Patting the creature, he instructed, let us continue northward. Ge Xiao lamented that he should have inquired about directions earlier, for it was a rare encounter to meet someone. As the red falcon proceeded north, Ge Xiao stumbled upon a manor filled with pig-headed creatures. He pondered that perhaps venturing south might lead him to human inhabitants. Soon, the red falcon halted at the manor's entrance. Hearing Xian Fei recite the manor's name, Thin Man Manor, Ge Xiao looked up at the sign. He remained silent, unable to decipher the characters. Approaching Thin Man Manor, he refrained from praising it, for it hardly warranted the term thin. Each pig-headed creature was terrifyingly robust, with adult specimens likely weighing over 1,000 kilograms. Their footsteps caused the ground to tremble. They were indeed monstrous humanoids. Ge Xiao wondered why the wild dogs did not dare to rob these pig-headed beings. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to discover that this group of pig-headed creatures consisted entirely of physical cultivators, including several formidable individuals at the late true martial stage. Yet it remains insufficient. He is now capable of contending with the formidable beings at the pinnacle of the martial king stage. With a resounding thud, a knoll was cast to the ground, and a one-eyed, pig-headed man emerged from behind, wielding a large blade and laughing heartily as he approached the unconscious wild dog man. Swiftly and skillfully, he wielded his knife with precision. Suddenly, the lanky, pig-headed men turned their gazes toward the village entrance. The one-eyed, pig-headed man, bloodied and grinning, approached Ge Xiao with a playful demeanor, followed by an increasing number of his kin. "Greetings, my name is Xiao. May I inquire your name?" The one-eyed, pig-headed woman asked Ge Xiao. Surprised by the voice and the revelation of her gender, Ge Xiao marveled at the wonders of nature. "I am Ge Xiao, seeking to eradicate the threat at the corpse pit alongside my beloved. Might you share its precise location with us?" The pungent scent of blood emanating from the knoll urged Ge Xiao to state his intentions clearly, hoping that they would be wise enough to avoid conflict. Otherwise, a massacre would ensue. Beside him, Fei felt a surge of sweetness in her heart upon hearing Ge Xiao refer to her as his beloved. "I am Xiao, the matriarch of the Lanky Pig clan. I can provide you with a map, but in return, I require a mid-grade spirit stone as remuneration," the one-eyed, pig-headed woman declared. Ge Xiao promptly replied, "No problem," sensing that Ge Xiao had no intention of lingering in their village. Xiao stepped aside and began carving into a nearby stone with her knife. Moments later, she hefted the large stone and tossed it to Ge Xiao, a test of his strength, as their fate would hinge on whether he was formidable enough. Otherwise, they would become prey. Even without channeling his internal energy, Ge Xiao's physical prowess, honed to the second layer of the undying golden body, allowed him to easily catch the boulder. As he received the massive stone, Ge Xiao studied the detailed map, feeling a touch of illiteracy. Although the map was exquisitely drawn, he could not comprehend the inscriptions. He tossed a mid-grade spirit stone as payment and hurriedly departed the Lanky Pig clan with Fei, ever wary of the malevolence lurking within those pig-headed beings. Observing Ge Xiao and his companion's departure, a pig-headed man with a forked chest, named Chong, stepped forward, visibly displeased. "Matriarch, why did we let them go?" he questioned, his expression reflecting the loss of potential sustenance. Xiaomei looked at him incredulously. "Do you truly believe that engaging them would have resulted in our victory?" I sensed Ge Xiao's overwhelming strength. "Had we attacked, our entire village would have faced devastation." Chong retorted, "We have hundreds of brothers. Should we fear him? Our pig-headed clan reigns supreme here, and you, matriarch, have attained the pinnacle of true martial mastery. Even the wild dog clan has been reduced to mere food." Xiaomei, her expression grave, replied, "That man exudes a perilous aura. Should we engage him, it would be I who would perish." Chong was taken aback, as he had always viewed the matriarch as an invincible force. "Fair, do you recognize this place?" Ge Xiao inquired, as he scrutinized the large stone in the distance amid the woods of the Lanky Pig clan. Hearing Ge Xiao's question, Fei approached to examine the map and elucidated, "This is Mad Dog Ridge. Beyond it lies Rat King's Valley, followed by Swallow's Cliff, and finally, the Corpse Pit." Ge Xiao memorized the route marked on the map and secured the Golden Tower door, producing the 8-treasure roast pig. "Let us dine before continuing our journey," he suggested. This time, Ge Xiao truly relished the exquisite flavors of the 8-treasure roast pig prepared by Fei, savoring the delightful aroma and taste before reopening the tower door. Zinfi gazed at Ge Xiao, her expression radiating satisfaction, and she smiled joyfully. After a brief respite, Ge Xiao and Zinfi resumed their journey. After 3 days and nights of travel, they arrived near the Mad Dog Ridge, where Ge Xiao had no intention of entering. Following another short break, as Ge Xiao prepared to set off, a pungent scent of blood suddenly wafted through the air. With a swift motion, he summoned the Red Falcon into the second floor of the Golden Pagoda and concealed himself and Zinfi behind a large tree. Before them marched hundreds of wild dog-headed beings of foundational cultivation, led by 2 dog-headed beings at the Golden Core stage, who were herding 5 injured human foundational cultivators toward their territory. Among them were also 36 dog-headed beings, each carrying severed human bodies. The 5 injured humans, 3 men and 2 women, were clad in green garments adorned with a conspicuous embroidered sword on their left chests. Chapter 62. Mad Dog Ridge. As the dog-headed beings passed by the hiding place of Ge Xiao and Zinfi, one with a notably elongated snout perked up its nose, its eyes gleaming as it scuttled toward the leader of the initial Golden Core dog-headed being, whispering something. The leader, sensing a disturbance, turned its gaze toward the tree concealing Ge Xiao. With a bark, it then directed the remaining dog-headed beings to encircle their position, leaving the 5 injured humans behind. Ge Xiao, feeling irked by the encroaching dog-headed beings, found himself inadvertently cast as a soft target. He drew a crimson longsword from his soul ring, channeling his indestructible golden body as he charged toward the advancing foes. The blade flashed with deadly intent as Ge Xiao fought with ruthless efficiency in the chaos of battle. He entered a state of enlightenment, unleashing the moon-cutting blade technique in a stunning breakthrough that felled 18 dog-headed beings. With a bark, The Golden Core leader commanded 6 late, foundational dog-headed beings to ascend the tree. Just as Ge Xiao prepared to defend himself, 2 dog-headed beings lunged at him. Realizing the distance between them and Zinfi was dwindling, Ge Xiao lost interest in prolonged combat. A dark phantom emerged, transforming into over 1,000 blades that danced across the battlefield. Beneath Zinfi's feet, a gaping black hole appeared on the forehead of a dog-headed being, causing it to plummet to the ground. Only the 2 initial Golden Core leaders remained, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the unfolding scene. They no longer possessed the courage to continue the fight. "You have interrupted my moment of enlightenment. Now you shall pay with your lives," Ge Xiao declared, wielding the moon-cutting blade technique against the closest dog-headed leader. The leader, realizing it was ensnared by Ge Xiao, raised its weapon to defend, while simultaneously shooting a magical arrow aimed at Ge Xiao's heart. Another dog-headed being hurriedly fled the scene, launching a cylindrical device skyward, which conjured a massive blade in the air. The dazzling light illuminated the sky, and soon, the dog-headed beings of Mad Dog Ridge, upon witnessing the signal from the sky, erupted into a cacophony of barks. In a short while, tens of thousands of dog-headed beings assembled, led by a Golden Core king of remarkable stature, charging forth from Mad Dog Ridge towards the source of the signal. Ge Xiao, observing the formidable army of dog-headed beings advancing, recognized that even a cultivator at the early infant stage would find such a sight daunting. No longer concealing his prowess, he unleashed 108 formation flags from his soul ring, scattering them in all directions before vanishing from sight. As the dog-headed army entered the formation, a radiant barrier enveloped them. Ge Xiao unleashed 9 dragon-shaped spiritual artifacts, which, under the enhancement of the magical formation, transformed into 5-clawed golden dragons that charged towards the dog-headed army. Subsequently, a dark phantom appeared above Ge Xiao's head, vanishing amidst the trees. The Dog King, upon witnessing the emergence of the golden dragons, immediately sensed the impending danger and began barking urgently. The dog-headed creatures swiftly formed a formation that resembled a pack of wolves from a distance. The 9 golden dragons dispersed, launching attacks from all directions against the dog-headed beings, while the phantom stealthily approached the Dog King, initiating a surprise assault under the cover of the dragon's onslaught. As the focal point of the formation, the Dog King directed all attention towards countering the 9 golden dragons, oblivious to the shadow that slipped past, leaving thousands of dog-headed creatures without a leader. In a state of panic, the horde began to flee, with the pursuing golden dragons claiming the lives of dozens with each strike, while those of slightly higher cultivation were covertly whisked away by the phantom. After a fragrant hour of slaughter within the 9 dragons demon subduing formation, the ground was strewn with the corpses of dog-headed beings. Nearby, Xi and Fei observed the hellish scene with a wave of nausea, prompting Ge Xiao to gently soothe her by stroking her back, saying, "These dog-headed creatures are inherently brutal. We have already been discovered. If we show any mercy, we shall be the ones to perish." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Xi and Fei nodded in agreement, having witnessed bloodshed before and not easily intimidated by such scenes. However, her recent bout of nausea gave rise to a troubling suspicion. Noticing Ge Xiao's slightly pale countenance, she recognized that while the formation's power was formidable, its consumption was considerable. She resolved to keep this from him for now, not wanting to distract him. Seeing Xi and Fei regain her composure, Ge Xiao settled into a cross-legged position to restore his spiritual energy, 10 high-quality spiritual stones levitating before him. After a considerable time, he sensed a replenished reservoir of energy within his dantian and reflected on the recent battle. "Fortunately, my cultivation in the boundless Golden Sea, combined with my recent breakthrough to the mid-foundation stage during weapon refining, allowed me to endure." He understood that while the 9 dragons demons subduing formation was immensely powerful, it could not be fully realized without ample spiritual energy to support it. In just 1 fragrant hour, he had expended 2/3 of his energy. However, as a body cultivator, he retained some means of self-defense even without spiritual power. With a wave of his hand, thousands of storage bags hovered before him, and he smiled at Xi and Fei, saying, "Feel free to take whichever you fancy." Xi and Fei gazed at Ge Xiao with a twinkle in her eyes, playfully remarking, "All of these were claimed by you, Brother Xiao. Naturally, the spoils belong to you." Ge Xiao, feeling slightly embarrassed, replied, "But how are we to carry all these storage bags?" Xi and Fei then demonstrated how to effortlessly store the bags into a storage ring. Ge Xiao was left astonished, recalling that his soul ring could not accept storage bags, as he had discovered when defeating Lu Hao. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the storage ring he had seized from the crooked-mouthed youth, and to his surprise, The storage bags were indeed absorbed within. Once he had collected the spoils of war, Ge Xiao turned his attention to the 5 unconscious cultivators and employed the golden wind technique, bringing both himself and Xian Fei down before them. Xian Fei looked at the cultivators and turned to Ge Xiao, asking, "Brother Xiao, what shall we do with these individuals? Ignoring them could attract other beasts or demons." Ge Xiao, taking her hand, replied, "Let the Red Hawk remain here to guard them. We need not concern ourselves further. Let us proceed to Mad Dog Ridge and seek out treasures." Xian Fei, satisfied with this seemingly contradictory man, sweetly held his hand as they made their way toward Mad Dog Ridge. As he gazed into the distance, Ge Xiao pondered to himself how far the journey truly was. With a flicker of his mind, a formidable late-stage Foundation establishment bull materialized before him and Xian Fei. With a wry smile, Ge Xiao suggested, "Let us ride upon to Huan." Xian Fei replied with a smile, "I shall follow your lead, Brother Xiao." Utilizing the golden wind technique, Ge Xiao embraced Xian Fei as they settled upon the great bull's back, directing it toward Mad Dog Ridge. The bull let out a bellow and charged forth. Before they even reached Mad Dog Ridge, Ge Xiao was assaulted by an overwhelming stench, a nauseating blend of blood, rotting corpses, and mildew that was utterly repugnant. Observing Xian Fei's frown, he swiftly conjured a layer of magical barrier to shield them from the foul odor. Upon entering Mad Dog Ridge, Ge Xiao was taken aback. Thousands of corpses hung from racks, exposed to the sun, while a large tent was erected in the middle, filled with iron boxes imprisoning members of various clans. Extending his spiritual sense, Ge Xiao detected a formation nearby. He expelled a sphere of golden flames, infusing it with his magical energy, which struck a concealed iron stake within the formation, emanating tremendous heat. With a sizzling sound, the stake melted away, revealing a hidden cave. Ge Xiao gently set Xian Fei down before the cave's entrance, grinning as he said, "Let us see what treasures these vile creatures have concealed." He activated his indestructible golden body, leading Xian Fei into the cave. Upon entering, countless torches ignited along the walls, illuminating a lengthy corridor that led to a 50-square-meter chamber at its end. With a wave of his hand, Ge Xiao commanded a swarm of black blood ants, each the size of a small pup, to rush into the cave. Along their path, various magical traps were triggered. Memorizing their locations, he cautioned Xian Fei, "Stay close and do not stray from my side." Fortunately, their progress was smooth, and soon they arrived at the door of the chamber. Peering inside, Ge Xiao found it barren, save for a table that held 3 iron boxes. For safety's sake, Ge Xiao instructed 3 black blood ants to open the boxes. The first 2 posed no issues, but the third box released a plume of green smoke that enveloped the ants. Those unfortunate creatures, forced into the smoke, writhed in agony before falling silent. Observing their tragic fate, Ge Xiao lamented, "Fortunately, I remained vigilant. These cunning beasts are quite treacherous." Summoning another black blood ant, 3 items were soon presented before Ge Xiao: a mid-grade spirit artifact in the form of female armor, a seed radiating a chilling blue flame, and a box exuding green mist. Ge Xiao took the armor in hand and, with a playful grin, offered it to Xian Fei, saying, "According to the customs of my homeland, treasures are to be shared. This armor is yours." At that moment, the red long sword within Ge Xiao's body requested to absorb the green mist, a first for him. He placed the sword atop the green box, and the mist surged into the blade until a green orb formed at its tip, which shattered with a resounding pop. Ge Xiao then retracted the red long sword into his body, turning his gaze to the blue flame seed. After arranging the 9 dragons subduing demon formation, Ge Xiao suggested to Xian Fei, "I shall refine this flame seed next. You could also refine the armor to enhance your capabilities." 2 months later, Ge Xiao opened his eyes, having successfully fused the blue flame seed with the golden fire using the Mo Yin Jiu technique. He discovered that the blue flame seed, named the 9 Nether Soul Fire, possesses the ability to absorb souls for advancement. Gazing at the newly formed flame of intertwined gold and blue before him, Ge Xiao aptly named it the Extraordinary Fire. At that moment, his heart swelled with exhilaration. After all, even the legendary artifact God Duanmu Xiao had never encountered the 9 Nether Soul Fire, whereas he had stumbled upon such a wondrous entity in a humble place like the Mad Dog Ridge. With the current grade of this extraordinary fire, Ge Xiao found no difficulty in refining top-tier spiritual weapons, which also signified that he had the means to confront those at the initial stage of the god transformation. Chapter 63. The little girl Chui Man Ge Xiao observed Xian Fei still engaged in refining a mid-grade spiritual armor. Contemplating the storage bags he had just acquired, he seized the opportunity to organize them. With a rustling sound, A small mountain of storage bags accumulated before him as he sorted their contents into categories: treasure artifacts, spiritual pills, and spirit stones. Through his meticulous classification, piles of wealth took shape. Presently, he possessed over 1,200 low-grade magical artifacts, more than 500 mid-grade artifacts, over 200 high-grade artifacts, and more than 100 top-grade artifacts. Additionally, he had 5 low-grade spiritual weapons, 1 mid-grade spiritual weapon, and, counting his original stock, he possessed over 10 billion low-grade spirit stones, 17 million mid-grade spirit stones, and 4 million high-grade spirit stones. Upon completing this task, he noted that Xian Fei was still engrossed in refining the armor. Ge Xiao understood that although he had achieved a perfect foundation establishment, his cultivation had not vanished. Rather, the tower spirit had refined his nascent soul cultivation, blending it into the extraordinary meridians and dantian. Thus, while he was at the foundation establishment stage, the strength of his magical power was comparable to that of a mid-stage golden core cultivator. Stepping outside the cave, Ge Xiao gazed upon the grim realities of the human world, recalling that he had focused solely on plundering the treasures of the goblins, neglecting the imperative to save lives. He was not always this way. The ideologies of the world had influenced him, and he felt a profound sense of regret. Employing the golden wind technique, Ge Xiao arrived at the makeshift prison for the goblins' captives. The stench was overwhelming, and as he surveyed the area, he noted that few remained alive, most having succumbed to madness, transforming into bloodthirsty monsters. As he approached, they would instinctively attack, growling like beasts. Realizing that releasing them would only endanger more lives, Ge Xiao coldly walked past one iron cage after another until he discovered a peculiar little girl. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, her pigtails disheveled, and her clothing stained with dirt and blood. A man, his mouth smeared with blood, fixated on her as he had consumed all viable food, including human flesh. The little girl's large, dark eyes reflected her inner terror as she huddled in a corner, clutching a bloodied knife to protect a small sculpture. Ge Xiao approached her, and a red long knife materialized in his hand, effortlessly severing the iron cage door along with the man. The girl, seemingly coming to her senses, blinked her big eyes and asked, "Are you sent by my father to rescue me?" Ge Xiao did not answer her question but smiled and said, "You are very remarkable." He then tossed her a piece of 8 treasure-fragrant pork, something he had secretly saved, wary of encountering a situation akin to that of the Tower of Heaven. The little girl gazed at a large piece of meat drifting toward her, swallowing hard as she glanced at Ge Xiao, who nodded in response. Instantly, she seized the pork and began to eat, while a stream of water from the golden wind technique hovered before her. After satisfying her hunger, the little girl did not forget to feed the small eagle, and Ge Xiao discerned that the creature she held was indeed a wild beast, not a demon beast. After ensuring the eagle was well fed, she inquired again, "Are you sent by my father to rescue me?" "Oh, what does your father do? How did you become separated from him?" Ge Xiao patiently asked, aware that in this perilous world, a child like her, without protection, could easily meet a grim fate. "My father is the leader of the Iron Sword sect, Chui Chongqing, and I am Chui Man. The little girl cheerfully introduced herself. This revelation reminded Ge Xiao of the unconscious individuals. Man, shall I take you to meet some people and see if you recognize them?" he suggested, summoning the great bull. He lifted the little girl onto the bull's back and instructed, "De Huang, seek out Xiaohong." The great bull trotted toward the outskirts of Mad Dog Ridge, where Xiaohong's figure was easily identifiable. "Miss," an excited voice called out, belonging to a bearded man. Under Xiaohong's watchful eye, these foundation establishment cultivators had been unable to leave and had waited here for nearly 3 months. They were dispatched to find the young lady but had not anticipated her capture by her arch-nemesis, the dog-headed man. With a smaller contingent this time, they suffered substantial losses and the deaths of several disciples. "Uncle Gao," the little girl, Chui Man, exclaimed, waving her hand in excitement, almost causing the eagle on her shoulder to lose balance. As De Huang approached the crowd, Ge Xiao descended from the bull's back, placing the child into the bearded man's hands and warning, "I share a special bond with this child. If any harm befalls her, you shall all face dire consequences. I am Qi Gao, and I am deeply grateful for your saving grace, esteemed sir. We pledge to protect her with our lives," the bearded man solemnly replied, bowing respectfully. Months prior, he had allied himself with the Rat King, deceiving Chui Man into revealing herself, only for her to be captured by the Dog King. This betrayal had inadvertently sparked a conflict between the Iron Sword sect and Mad Dog Ridge, all for his personal gain. To his dismay, they too had been discovered and nearly met their end. Awakening to find all the dog-headed men of Mad Dog Ridge slain, and witnessing the return of the young lady. He surmised that it was the result of the esteemed individual before him. This elder's fondness for the young lady could very well present an opportunity for the Iron Sword sect. As long as he eliminated the one who knew his identity, the future would be bright for him. Noticing that Ge Xiao displayed no joy upon seeing Chui Man Man, but rather a hint of sorrow, Ge Xiao threatened. If any misfortune befalls her, I will ensure your demise. I have marked you. No matter where you go, it will be of no avail. He was reluctant to meddle in the affairs of others, but felt a moral obligation to protect the virtuous child. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, he possessed some knowledge of the special abilities of high-level cultivators, though his current meager power limited his methods. After reuniting De Huang with his family, Ge Xiao perched upon the neck of the Red Hawk and addressed the little girl. Man, man, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. As Ge Xiao prepared to depart, Chui Man Man hurriedly inquired, Uncle, what is your name? At that moment, the Red Hawk took flight, leaving only the name Ge Xiao resonating in the air. Uncle Gao, will I meet Uncle Ge again? Chui Man Man blinked her large eyes as she inquired of Ge Xiao. At that moment, Ge Xiao was still immersed in the intimidation from Ge Xiao, determined to draw out Wu Lao Lu who had killed him. With resolve, he replied, absolutely. If the senior did not regard the young lady with importance, she would not have resorted to such measures against them. Upon returning to Mad Dog Ridge, Ge Xiao made his way directly to the cave. Observing Xian Fei still meditating intently to refine the mid-grade spiritual armor, he began to practice the Golden Sea of Infinity. One morning, Ge Xiao was roused by Xian Fei's joyful voice. Clad in silver-white armor, she resembled a female warrior, her helmet adorned with rose carvings accentuating her beauty. Noticing Ge Xiao's mesmerized gaze, her cheeks flushed with delight. Ge Xiao smiled and remarked, Feier, with your current defensive and offensive spiritual tools, the only thing lacking is a life-saving flying artifact. I discovered a superior artifact, the cloud-piercing shuttle, among those goblin storage bags. Do not underestimate it. This premium flying artifact surpasses even low-grade flying spiritual tools and is easy to refine. Understanding that Ge Xiao was preparing to venture into the corpse pit and fearing for his safety, Xian Fei took the premium artifact, determined not to hinder him. We need not rush to depart. You should refine it first, Ge Xiao suggested. Xian Fei promptly sat cross-legged, beginning the refinement of the cloud-piercing shuttle. A month later, Xian Fei soared through the skies using the cloud-piercing shuttle. Ge Xiao followed closely on his red falcon. Yet the falcon could not keep pace with Xian Fei's incredible speed. Watching her swift ascent, Ge Xiao felt a surge of excitement. If his memory served him correctly, Ouyang Xiu had once crafted the cloud-piercing shuttle, and during that great battle, its contribution to his escape was significant. Now, all he needed were spatial stones and void gold to forge his own version of the shuttle. If he succeeded in crafting a low-grade divine artifact, it could very well save his life even in the hands of a formidable foe in the early stages of the law manifestation realm. However, the shuttle had its limitations. It could only carry one person at a time. Chapter 64. The Misty Valley. Xian Fei, newly equipped with the flying artifact, was ecstatic. Its speed was far superior to her own wings. When she glanced back at Ge Xiao, a sudden force yanked the cloud-piercing shuttle into a misty valley. Ge Xiao, thrown far from Xian Fei, witnessed her being drawn into the fog by an enigmatic power and immediately urged his red falcon towards the mist. As they entered the thick fog, visibility diminished drastically, compressing Ge Xiao's mental exploration range from 50 miles to a mere 10. Alarmed, he gripped his crimson blade tightly to prepare for any unforeseen dangers. Meanwhile, Xian Fei found herself engulfed in a bleak white expanse, gripped by fear, and quickly summoned her armor while calling out for Ge Xiao. Yet, her pleas went unanswered, inadvertently attracting the valley's monsters. Although her armor could absorb considerable damage, she still sustained injuries. Realizing that she could not endure for long under these circumstances, Xian Fei recognized the imminent threat to her life. Stowing the red falcon within the golden tower, Ge Xiao pressed onward, anxiously searching for Xian Fei. Surrounded by a sea of white mist, he called out for her repeatedly, but to no avail. With a thought, he released a swarm of black blood ants from the golden tower, sending them out in all directions to aid in the search. Ge Xiao, through the exchange of information with the black-blooded ants and the investigation of Duanmu Xiu's experiences, concluded that he had stumbled upon a natural enemy confinement maze. He activated his indestructible golden body and swiftly proceeded in a determined direction, confidently traversing the mountainous terrain he had previously encountered without hesitation or obstruction. Upon emerging from the mountains, a thick mist swirled around him, as countless late-stage golden core ferocious beasts lunged towards him. A pang of anxiety gripped Ge Xiao, prompting him to employ the moon-cutting blade technique, only to realize that it was yet another illusion. Just as he momentarily let his guard down, a massive white claw struck him, sending him flying. Once again, Ge Xiao summoned the black-blooded ants to encircle him, expanding his consciousness to discover a mist-emitting stone and a spatial stone that divided dimensions. A surge of delight illuminated Ge Xiao's countenance as he recognized that he had not only located the core mist illusion stone, but also a small piece of spatial stone. Suddenly, the black-blooded ants came under attack. A swift strike severed the giant claw, causing the beast to emit a cry of agony. Seizing the opportunity, Ge Xiao hastened towards the mist illusion stone, severing the surrounding formations with a single stroke and securing it in his grasp. As the grand formation shattered, the dense mist in the valley began to disperse, revealing the armored Xian Fei, who was surrounded by creatures adorned with white scales and resembling fish heads. After placing the mist illusion stone and spatial stone into his soul ring, Ge Xiao charged into the fray with his blade drawn. With a powerful swing, he dispatched 18 fish-headed monsters. The ferocity of Ge Xiao instilled fear in the remaining creatures, prompting their desperate attempts to flee. Observing their retreat, Ge Xiao swiftly unleashed 108 array flags, ensnaring the fish-headed monsters within. Had he not arrived in time, Xian Fei might have fallen victim to their malice. Contemplating this, Ge Xiao's killing intent surged, and a black phantom surged forth towards the fish-headed beasts. After a quarter of an hour of relentless slaughter, the valley lay strewn with the corpses of fish-headed monsters. Ge Xiao exhaled a plume of golden-blue flames that surged towards the remaining creatures, soon engulfing the valley in silence. The strange fire, upon entering his mouth, felt invigorated, providing Ge Xiao with yet another avenue for enhancing his unique flame. Meanwhile, Xian Fei, having consumed healing elixirs, peacefully closed her eyes to recuperate, stirring a sense of tenderness within Ge Xiao. A week later, Xian Fei had fully recovered. Due to the prior incident, she no longer flew solo but traveled alongside Ge Xiao on the Crimson Falcon. The waterfall cascaded down like a vast white silk tapestry, crashing upon the rocks and sending up sprays of water. After days of travel, Ge Xiao and Xian Fei chose to rest there. Suddenly, Ge Xiao was reminded of the water curtain cave from Journey to the West, and he promptly rose, soaring toward the waterfall with his red long blade summoned. Curious about his actions, Xian Fei, who was resting nearby, inquired, "Ge Xiao, what are you planning to do?" Ge Xiao glanced down at her, explaining, "I intend to carve out a temporary cave here for you to rest comfortably and enjoy the view later." With determination, he wielded his red blade to slice through massive stones, soon forming the outline of a cave. Upon entering, he discovered that water was indeed seeping down the walls. Without delay, he reshaped the upper cave into a triangular form, elegantly etching patterns into the walls to channel the water into a predetermined drainage system. Gradually, a water pool began to take shape within the cave, and to prevent overflow, Ge Xiao constructed an additional outlet. Gazing at the empty cavern, Ge Xiao resolved to craft some stone benches and tables. Rising, he flew beneath the waterfall, modified the fallen boulders from his excavation, and returned them to the cavern. Etching the inscription Water Curtain Cave, he then approached Xian Fei with a smile, saying, "Close your eyes, my dear. I shall show you the Water Curtain Cave." Obediently, Xian Fei shut her eyes, and Ge Xiao cradled her in his arms, releasing a magical barrier as they arrived at the cavern entrance. He softly whispered near her face, "All right, you may open your eyes now. Isn't it beautiful?" As Xian Fei opened her eyes, she beheld a cavern spanning 40 yards in every direction. The triangular walls were adorned with exquisite carvings, and within, stone benches, tables, and a bed, all embellished with dragons and phoenixes, resembled a splendid bridal chamber. Unable to contain her emotions, Xian Fei embraced Ge Xiao and kissed him with her cherry lips. Momentarily taken aback, Ge Xiao quickly reciprocated, launching into a passionate exchange. Thus began a protracted battle that lasted 3 days, and only after Xian Fei's repeated pleas did Ge Xiao reluctantly don his clothes once more. After a moment of reflection, Ge Xiao felt an uncanny familiarity and gazed at Xian Fei with burning eyes, asking, "Were we not already entwined at the Zijing Inn?" Xian Fei, shy and avoiding his gaze, nodded. With a silly grin, Ge Xiao held her even closer. Drawing upon his knowledge from Ouyang Xiao, Ge Xiao understood the significance of preserving one's essence, especially for a woman who had not yet cultivated dual cultivation techniques, as losing her original yin could impede her future progression to the nascent soul stage. Conversely, his practice of the indestructible golden body allowed for rapid recovery of his original yang. Ge Xiao rummaged through his soul ring and produced a vial of little 9-turn elixir. Presenting it to Xian Fei. This is the little elixir. If you lose your original yin too soon, it will have an indelible impact on your ability to form a nascent soul. To his surprise, Xian Fei shyly declined the elixir, saying, Xiao Gu, I have long been carrying your child. It has been nearly a year now, so this elixir is unnecessary. With that, she shot him a playful glance. Noticing her belly, Ge Xiao looked puzzled, and Xian Fei explained, in our Xian clan, it typically takes 20 years to bear a child, so I do not yet show. Hearing this news, Ge Xiao was overjoyed at the prospect of fatherhood, yet he felt a pang of sorrow, knowing it might come at the cost of Xian Fei's future path. But this feels terribly unfair to you. I cannot bear to see you forsake your destiny, he lamented. Xian Fei countered, Xiao Gu, I understand. But it is exceedingly rare for high-level cultivators to have offspring. To have a child that is ours brings me immense joy. Ge Xiao held her tightly, his heart a tumult of emotions, unsure of how to express his feelings. He could not allow the woman who loved him so dearly to sacrifice her path for the sake of a child, thus denying them both a carefree life together. In an effort to recall Ouyang Xiao's memories, he suddenly discovered a potential solution. Within the Cloud Sea secret realm, there existed an ancient nirvana tree. If he could obtain a nirvana fruit from it and refine it into a nirvana pill, it might not only restore the loss of her original yin, but also provide an opportunity for further advancement. According to Ouyang Xiao's insights, each opening of the Cloud Sea secret realm came with specific requirements. Ge Xiao realized he must prepare immediately, determining the timing and cultivation restrictions for the realm's activation. Determined, Ge Xiao resolved to first acquire the Yunhai token before venturing into the corpse pit. It seemed his itinerary was destined to change. Fair, we shall not proceed to the corpse pit for now, Ge Xiao stated. I will follow your arrangements, Gu, replied Xian Fei, nestled in his arms. It was no wonder, for such intensity was overwhelming. Suddenly, Ge Xiao pressed his finger gently against Xian Fei's forehead, and soon, the 8-layered indestructible golden body cultivation technique emerged in her memory. Once Xian Fei comprehended the essence of this technique, she gazed at Ge Xiao in disbelief and exclaimed, Gu, is this a physical cultivation method? Indeed, Ge Xiao affirmed with a smile. Xian Fei murmured softly to herself, no wonder Gu is so formidable. I must diligently cultivate this technique to ensure I do not fall behind. Her heart brimmed with gratitude towards Ge Xiao. It was well understood that no sect or clan would allow their techniques to leak out, as it would create a monopoly and prevent others from scheming against them. Observing the competitive spirit in the woman in his arms, Ge Xiao silently resolved to swiftly locate the third-tier materials for the indestructible golden body. With a flick of his hand, the first and second-tier auxiliary materials for the indestructible golden body materialized before Xian Fei, instantly recognizing them. Xian Fei's face lit up with joy as she showered Ge Xiao with affectionate kisses. It was a testament to her genuine happiness, for such reserved and shy behavior was rare from her. Ge Xiao had spent several million high-quality spirit stones to procure these cultivation materials, underscoring their preciousness. In truth, physical cultivation was reliant on spirit stones. Without them, one could not progress. Xian Fei, lacking a powerful family and spirit stones, found herself unable to practice the indestructible golden body technique. To facilitate her training, Ge Xiao promptly entered meditation to restore his peak energy and spent several days crafting an exquisite spirit artifact, the Linglong Cottage. However, this endeavor consumed the space stone he had just acquired. With this treasure in hand, he could harmonize his cultivation and travel simultaneously. Xian Fei could practice within while he journeyed with the Linglong Cottage. As Ge Xiao explained the purpose of the Linglong Cottage, the astute Xian Fei immediately expressed her desire to enter for training. Thus, Xian Fei commenced her cultivation of the indestructible golden body within the cottage, while Ge Xiao embarked on the quest for the Yunhai Secret Realm token. Chapter 65. The location of the Yunhai Secret Realm token. As Ge Xiao, clad in snow-white garments, soared over a mountain atop a crimson falcon, he sensed a surge of magical fluctuations and extended his consciousness. A rat-headed humanoid, in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, wielding a bone weapon, was encircling a young girl with twin ponytails. This girl was none other than Chui Man, who fiercely resisted with a bloodied knife in hand. Jia, little girl, do not struggle. Come back with me, and I shall treat you well. The rat-headed man leered, inching closer with his bone club. The rat tribe's numerous numbers stemmed from their propensity to forcibly breed any captives, even young girls such as her. From his experiences with Duanmu Xiao, Ge Xiao knew the rat-headed race was particularly loathsome. Without hesitation, he summoned a black phantom and locked onto the rat-headed man, executing a precise strike that caused the controlled rat-like beasts to awaken and flee, sparing Chui Man from harm. Chui Man gazed up at the crimson falcon in the sky, recognizing it as her senior's spirit companion. As Ge Xiao had just landed and had yet to utter a word, Chui Man swiftly ran forward and leaped into his embrace. Ge Xiao, taken aback and momentarily at a loss, eventually asked, "How did you come to be targeted by the rat-headed men? Why did Ge Xiao and the others fail to protect you?" Upon hearing Ge Xiao's name, Chui Man's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she choked out, "Uncle Ge Xiao. They sacrificed themselves to shield me from the rat demons." Her sobs grew louder. Chui Man, still a young girl with limited strength, found it exceedingly perilous to navigate this treacherous magical realm alone. She needed to inquire about the Yunhai secret realm token, so she proposed, "You are all alone now. Allow me to escort you back." Chui Man nodded, fully aware that, as a mere novice, venturing out in such danger was ill-advised. Had she known the extent of the perils outside, she would never have ventured forth. Grateful for the senior's willingness to assist her, she felt a surge of relief. In the Iron Sword sect, a middle-aged man with striking eyebrows and a dignified beard, Chui Changqing, sat at the head of the assembly, addressing the gathered elders below. "Now that the rat-headed men have targeted our Iron Sword sect, what strategies do you propose to repel them?" After posing this question, he surveyed the elders, noting their varied expressions. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation of countermeasures, while others exchanged glances, appearing indecisive. A few remained unperturbed, seemingly indifferent. Most of these were guest elders who, when danger arose, would likely refrain from lending substantial aid. In a cave nestled halfway up a mountain outside the Iron Sword sect, the scarred Wu heir glared with ferocity at his elder brother. "Wu Da brother, what are we waiting for? I will lead our brothers into battle." Wu Da cast him a sidelong glance, aware that a head-on confrontation between the Iron Sword sect and the Rat King's Valley would result in severe casualties. Only by capturing the sect's young master, Chui Man, could they compel Chui Changqing to act with caution, allowing Wu Da to exploit the moment and strike decisively. Once Chui Changqing was eliminated, the Iron Sword sect would descend into chaos, tipping the scales of victory in their favor. With this thought, a smile crept across Wu Da's lips as he reassured, "Calm down, second brother. We shall wait for fifth brother's return. If your temper flares, you might want to relieve your frustrations in the iron cage." Wu heir, still fuming, stormed out of the cave. The rat soldiers guarding the iron cage observed Wu heir's furious departure, lamenting silently the loss of opportunity. The current batch of women was exceptionally beautiful. If only they could be retained for progeny, it would be splendid. Wu heir, known for his brutality, left no woman alive after his encounters. Soon, the sounds of heart-wrenching screams and Wu heir's uproarious laughter echoed from the iron cage. Within an hour, silence fell, and Wu heir emerged, bloodied and cursing, "Useless wretches." The rat soldiers glanced over, confirming the addition of 4 lifeless bodies inside the cage. High above, a red falcon soared swiftly through the sky, now less than 10 miles from the Iron Sword sect. From afar, Ge Xiao spotted a long stone path leading to a cluster of buildings, surrounded by cliffs with numerous caves. Many cultivators were stationed to protect the cluster, while outside, a vast horde of rat-headed men, resembling oversized rabbits, encircled the group of cultivators. Perched upon the red falcon, the anxious little Chui Man gazed at her besieged sect and implored Ge Xiao, "Uncle, our sect is surrounded by evildoers. I beg of you to help me." Ge Xiao, noticing the tears glistening in the eyes of the twin-tailed Chui Man nestled in his embrace, felt a pang of compassion and nodded. He then unleashed a magnificent conflagration of gold and blue flames, which surged towards the encircling rat demons of the Iron Sword sect. The disciples of the Iron Sword sect, witnessing such a terrifying blaze approaching, were stricken with despair. Such formidable power was beyond their capacity to withstand. The fearsome flames swiftly engulfed the rat demons, and the air was filled with their frantic squeaks. The disciples of the Iron Sword sect, relieved that the flames were not directed at themselves, were nonetheless puzzled about the identity of the elder who had come to their aid. Meanwhile, in a cavern at the mountainside, Wu Da, observing his rat soldiers being instantly incinerated, hastily summoned his 5 brothers, declaring, "Someone extremely powerful is here. We must retreat. As long as we preserve our strength, we need not fear the loss of our rat soldiers." The other Wu brothers unanimously agreed with Wu Da's decision, remaining silent. However, the reckless Wu heir, unable to swallow his pride, protested, "Elder brother, why should we fear? Let us confront him." Wu Da, nearly driven to fury by his foolish brother. Scolded, "Second brother, as the patriarch of the Wu clan, I command you to remain calm. We are leaving." He then produced a drill-like artifact that enveloped the Wu brothers, allowing them to vanish into the earth. As the flames outside the Iron Sword sect were absorbed into Ge Xiao's dantian, Cui Chongqing and the other disciples realized that Ge Xiao, seated upon the red falcon, emanated an aura of mid-foundation cultivation. Though they were filled with questions, they took to the skies to greet him. "Father!" Cui Man exclaimed joyfully from Ge Xiao's arms. Upon seeing his daughter in the embrace of the elder, Cui Chongqing's confusion lifted. This was indeed the external assistance his daughter had sought. Nodding at her, he and the senior members of the Iron Sword sect performed a deep bow, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your timely intervention. Had it not been for your assistance, our sect would have suffered grievous losses." Cui Man showed no inclination to leave Ge Xiao's embrace even as her father arrived. "Sect Master Cui, please, it was nothing of consequence. I happened to pass by. Rise, I implore you." Ge Xiao waved his hand, lifting everyone with his formidable power. The disciples felt the depth of his energy, realizing he was not inferior to any golden core cultivator. Indeed, the elder was concealing his true strength. "Sect Master, your power is indeed remarkable. I kindly invite you to rest at our sect, where I wish to express my humble gratitude." Cui Chongqing extended the invitation. Noting how his daughter clung to the elder, fearing his reprimand, Ge Xiao smiled. "Very well, I have some inquiries to make." In the guest hall of the Iron Sword sect's residence, Ge Xiao sat in the principal seat with Cui Man beside him, while the senior members of the sect stood below. "Sect Master Cui, are you familiar with the Cloud Sea secret realm?" Ge Xiao inquired, initiating the conversation. The sect leader, Cui Chongqing, contemplated for a moment and spoke. "Esteemed senior, the Cloud Sea secret realm opens once every 100 years. It is rumored that this year it will open early, occurring 30 years from now, and that cultivators above the nascent soul stage are not permitted entry." Ge Xiao eagerly inquired, "Do you know how one might obtain the tokens for the Cloud Sea secret realm?" Cui Chongqing replied, "Each time the realm opens early, tokens are released 35 years in advance. The appearance of these tokens invariably incites fierce battles among powerful cultivators, and only sects or families with members at the nascent soul stage and above are likely to possess them." He then bowed deeply and continued, "As far as I am aware, the Rat King Ridge's Wu De recently stole a token from the Cloud Sea secret realm. It was no surprise that he had offered a salute beforehand. Although it was beneficial for both parties, it nonetheless carried an air of self-interest." Ge Xiao, however, was unconcerned, as he merely sought news about the Cloud Sea secret realm. Moreover, since he needed to traverse the Rat King Valley to reach the corpse pit, he chuckled. "It seems I am fated to visit the Cloud Sea secret realm, as I will be passing through the Rat King Valley." Chapter 66. Rat King Valley. Upon learning of the token's existence, Ge Xiao lost interest in the remaining affairs of the Iron Sword sect. Under the guidance of Cui Man, they arrived at the living quarters, which was the largest room here, measuring over 30 zhang in circumference. The interior was exquisitely adorned with intricately carved wooden tables and chairs, while shelves displayed vases and horse-shaped low to mid-grade magical artifacts. After entering the room, to Ge Xiao's surprise, Cui Man, a girl of about 8 or 9 years old, followed him in with a cheerful smile. Bewildered, Ge Xiao turned to the girl and asked, Man, do you need something?" With a grin, Cui Man quickly composed herself and replied, "Uncle, may I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" "Speak freely, and if it is within my capability, I shall assist you," Ge Xiao replied, admiring the little girl's ability to maintain her composure in the face of danger. "Oh, do tell me your request," he encouraged. With a thud, Cui Man immediately knelt before him, saying, "I humbly request that you accept me as your disciple." During their time together, Ge Xiao had discreetly assessed her spiritual root, discovering her exceptional fire spiritual root, which was quite close to a top-tier spiritual root. He had long harbored intentions of passing down the teachings of the Duanmu sect, and promptly helped her to her feet, asking, "If you wish to join my sect, it is not impossible, but we must establish 3 rules. Esteemed senior, please state them." "I would gladly accept even 30 rules," she replied eagerly. However, Ge Xiao quickly intervened as she attempted to kneel again, saying, "If you are to join my sect, kneeling is unnecessary. Listen closely. The first rule is that no disciple shall harm their fellow brothers and sisters. Those who do will face merciless retribution. The second rule is that when a fellow disciple is in trouble, one must lend a helping hand. Those who fail to do so will be expelled from the sect and never accepted again. The third rule is that no disciple shall commit acts of senseless slaughter. Violators will be expelled from the sect. Upon hearing such simple conditions for joining, Chui Man immediately bowed and declared, "I pay my respects to my master. Your disciple shall remember this." Ge Xiao smiled and said, "Good disciple, there is no need for excessive formality." He then pointed at her forehead, allowing the essence of the phoenix divine fire cultivation method to flow gently into her spirit. 2 hours later, when Chui Man finally awakened and recognized the preciousness of the phoenix divine fire technique, she instinctively knelt again. Ge Xiao swiftly used his magical power to prevent her from doing so and, with a stern expression, said, "As master and disciple, we do not adhere to such customs. My dear disciple, it is understandable to forget in a moment of great joy." Chui Man appeared contrite, acknowledging her error. Ge Xiao subsequently placed several storage bags before her and said, "You have just entered the sect, and I have nothing of great value to offer. So please take these for now." Chui Man understood that Ge Xiao disliked overly formal individuals and gratefully accepted the storage bags, saying, "Thank you, master." Seeing that she did not immediately kneel before him, Ge Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Upon opening one of the storage bags, Chui Man was astounded to find over 1,000 magical artifacts, among which was a low-grade spiritual weapon, a wolf-tooth club. In another bag, she discovered an astonishing amount of over 10 million low-grade spirit stones, as well as 1 million high-grade spirit stones, alongside countless various spiritual materials and tools. The sheer quantity of these items was enough to surpass even a tenth of what the entire Iron Sword sect possessed. "Very well, Man. Focus on your cultivation and go comprehend the techniques," Ge Xiao instructed. Suddenly, Chui Man realized she did not even know the name of her sect and promptly inquired, "Master, which sect do we belong to?" Ge Xiao, momentarily taken aback, recalled the name of his first cave abode and replied, "Let us call it the Illusionary Sect." This response left Chui Man somewhat perplexed, as the name felt rather nascent. Summoning her courage, she asked, "Master, how many senior brothers and sisters do we have in the Illusionary Sect?" Ge Xiao cleared his throat a few times and slowly replied, "There are only the two of us." Chui Man fell silent. This was akin to being solitary cultivators. "Take this," he said, handing her a jade slip. "It contains the foundational teachings of our sect." Having now transmitted the majority of Enduring Wood's abilities, he felt he had done right by him, though he refrained from perpetuating the name of his sect due to the formidable enemies he faced. Having completed these tasks, Ge Xiao, feeling a surge of enlightenment, sensed a breakthrough in his energy and said to Chui Man, "I am weary. You may leave now." Once Chui Man departed, Ge Xiao set up the 9 Dragons Demon Subduing Formation and immediately began to channel the Golden Sea's boundless energy, causing a brilliant golden light to emanate from his body. A month later, with a resounding crash, the furniture in a small room was shattered by the energy he inadvertently released, although others remained oblivious. Rising and brushing off the dust, Ge Xiao realized that the path of cultivation was indeed inseparable from profound comprehension. He had successfully ascended from the mid-stage of foundation establishment to the 3rd layer of late-stage foundation establishment, a feat unparalleled in history. The red falcon flapped its wings and soared northward as Ge Xiao hummed a tune, relishing the scenic beauty along the way when he suddenly sensed a disturbance from the exquisite small abode. Delving into the room with his consciousness, he beheld Fei Er's body glowing with golden light. Her aura suggested she was on the verge of achieving the 2nd layer of the indestructible golden body. Having just achieved his own breakthrough, it was delightful to see Fei Er nearing hers, as they would soon gain access to the Cloud Sea secret realm, a triple joy indeed. Half a day later, Xi and Fei joyfully emerged from the exquisite small abode, embracing Ge Xiao to express her longing. Ge Xiao recounted his encounter with the rat demon and his acceptance of Chui Man as his disciple. Xi and Fei insisted she must meet Chui Man next time. Wishing to be called Master's wife, her cheeks flushing as she spoke. As the two engaged in casual conversation, the Red Falcon transported them near the Rat King's Valley. Fei Er, this upcoming contest for the Cloud Sea Secret Realm token is of utmost importance. I will enter first to scout. You must remain outside to assist. We cannot let a single rat-headed person escape, Ge Xiao cautioned, before stealthily infiltrating the Rat King's Valley with his spiritual awareness. For this journey, Ge Xiao specially concocted a low-grade spiritual artifact, a concealment orb. It was not due to Ge Xiao's lack of skill that he could not forge a higher-grade orb, but rather the limitations of materials. This orb could suppress the fluctuations of its master's mana, conceal his presence, and render him invisible, making it an invaluable tool for stealth. At this moment, Ge Xiao confidently strode into the Rat King's Valley, grasping this artifact in hand. Upon entering the valley, the scenery was not as dreadful as he had imagined. Instead, it was a picturesque landscape, in stark contrast to the madness of Dog Mountain. Suddenly, a faint yet piercing scream echoed from beneath the ground. Although subtle, it was unmistakably clear to Ge Xiao. He focused his mind, delving into the depths below to uncover the mystery. Despite the significant impact on his consciousness, he managed to discover something of interest. Beneath an inconspicuous boulder on the ground lay a hole measuring 5 zhang in diameter, extending over 30 miles deep underground without an end in sight. Ge Xiao gently moved the stone aside and entered the cave, quietly restoring it to its original position. The darkness enveloped him, should a battle arise. He could only rely on his consciousness to navigate. The journey remained tranquil until he ventured over 50 miles deep, where he encountered 5 or 6 diverging paths. For a moment, Ge Xiao was uncertain which route to take. Indeed, what a stroke of misfortune it would be to lose his way. Suddenly, a scarred rat-headed humanoid emerged, dragging a lifeless woman marred with claw marks towards the cave entrance, using its magic to envelop her and prevent her blood from staining the passage. Ge Xiao held his breath and quietly followed, stepping aside to let it pass. The rat-headed creature moved the stone aside and discarded the woman into the woods before returning to the cave, navigating through a series of twists and turns. A mere mortal would surely become disoriented, but Ge Xiao, as a cultivator, possessed an extraordinary memory that perfectly recorded the rat-headed being's path. The creature soon arrived at a vast corridor flanked by numerous rat holes, each secured by iron doors that housed 1 or 2 women, each adorned with a special restraining bracelet. Ge Xiao recognized the bracelet as a forbidden law ring, specifically crafted to control the mana of cultivators. However, its grade was low, merely of mid-grade artifact quality, barely sufficient to deal with a Foundation establishment cultivator. As the rat-headed being continued its inspection, the women it scrutinized cowered in corners, trembling in fear. Soon, it grew disinterested in those who would not resist, finding no amusement in their submission. It ventured into another, longer passage, where an array of caves contained individuals of various races, cat-headed beings, dog-headed beings, serpent folk, and humans alike. Before long, 4 more rat-headed beings arrived. "Brother, when do we eat?" one of them asked, brashly. The one-eyed rat-headed creature chided, "You truly lack ambition. Look how anxious you are." With a discerning glance, the one-eyed rat locked onto a target. Casting a spell, an iron bar slowly rose, and a robust serpent folk bolted from within, attempting to escape. The sight of the serpent's desperate plight incited uproarious laughter among the 5 rat-headed beings, who brandished their weapons, hooks, chains, iron rods, and other artifacts. They then proceeded to exit, each taking a different route to commence their predatory game. A cacophony of screams accompanied their laughter. "Run, run if you can. Ahaha." Though Ge Xiao did not follow, he was acutely aware that the serpent folk's fate would not be a favorable one. There is but one aspect that Ge Xiao finds perplexing. How could those rat-headed beings possess such an abundance of magical artifacts? It seems excessively lavish, leading Ge Xiao to suspect the presence of a weaponsmith among them. However, his divine sense has scanned the area without revealing any evidence of a forge. Chapter 67. The Eternal Abyss. "Brother, this fellow is quite adept at fleeing," remarked the one-eyed Wu Da, dragging the nearly breathless serpent man with an iron hook, while Wu Er followed closely behind, shouting. A host of Wu brothers trailed behind them. "Heh, feeling good now, are we?" Wu Da said to Wu Er, who responded with a cheerful chuckle. "Indeed, ha ha ha." Wu Da glanced back at his brothers and declared, "As per our usual custom, let us feast." No sooner had Wu Da spoken than the 5 Wu brothers unveiled their sharp fangs, some lunging with their mouths, others with their hands, and yet others targeting the legs of the unfortunate serpent man. The creature could only emit muffled sounds, clearly rendered mute as its mouth had been mangled by the hook. Having just devoured the serpent man, the rat-headed brothers leaned back with expressions of utter satisfaction, oblivious to the blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. Wu Da then employed a secret technique, transforming the consumed flesh and blood of the serpent man into a genuine essence pill. "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, you shall tend to the younglings. Sixth brother, remain behind to tidy the cave. I shall venture into a treasure vault," commanded the one-eyed Wu Er, holding the essence pill before his brothers. Ge Xiao, suppressing his nausea, finally gleaned some useful information and cautiously followed the one-eyed Wu Da. After several twists and turns, it became evident that the underground cave's structure was indeed intricate. However, by closely trailing Wu Da, he maintained his sense of direction. Wu Da approached a stone wall, examining it for a moment before inserting his claw-like fingers into a crevice and twisting them to the left. Following a violent tremor, a small door, standing a height of 10 feet, appeared beside the stone wall. Wu De, with the inner pill in hand, proceeded inside, and Ge Xiao mirrored his steps meticulously. After traversing a 5-zhang-long corridor, Wu De entered a sealed chamber measuring 500 li in area. Apart from the densely packed essence pills, there lay a transparent cubic structure measuring 100 feet on each side. The arrangement of the essence pills appeared intentionally designed to facilitate the refinement of the transparent cube. Even the seasoned cultivator Duanmu had never encountered such an object, leaving Ge Xiao at a loss as to its true nature. Wu De muttered to himself, "Excellent. Just 5 more essence pills, and I shall be able to refine the eternal abyss. My 56 years of scheming shall not be in vain. Yet, I must hasten my cultivation to the true martial realm. At that point, I shall be an invincible presence in this forsaken mountain. Even if I encounter a nascent soul cultivator, I shall not fear. I can easily subdue them within the eternal abyss." After caressing the eternal abyss for a moment, Wu De reluctantly departed. Ge Xiao decided to follow him out first, and then stealthily return, lest he find himself trapped in this place with no means of escape. Once Wu De had receded into the distance, Ge Xiao replicated Wu Da's actions and successfully arrived before the eternal abyss. With his indestructible golden body at the second tier and his essence brimming with strength far surpassing that of his peers, Ge Xiao scrutinized the formation once more. Realizing it was not overly complex, he settled cross-legged at the core of the formation, channeling the golden essence within him. In an instant, a golden array enveloped the surroundings, and the essence Dan appeared as though ignited, surging into Ge Xiao's body to replenish his consumed vital energy. The eternal prison, insatiable, continued to absorb the golden essence until the essence Dan was entirely depleted, yet the eternal prison remained unrefined. Thus, in the following moments, Ge Xiao diligently practiced the indestructible golden body technique to restore his vital energy and feed the eternal prison. On the following evening, after finishing his meal, Wu De returned to the eternal prison. At that pivotal moment, Ge Xiao was utterly focused, his vital energy pouring into the eternal prison like a deluge. The color of the eternal prison transformed to a golden hue, closely mirroring that of Ge Xiao's vital energy, and the next step was to inscribe the soul imprint. Ge Xiao enveloped the eternal prison with his consciousness, striving to leave his unique mark. Suddenly, a stone door creaked open. Wu De, as usual, arrived at the secret chamber and was taken aback by the scene before him. He swiftly brandished his iron hook, a premium spiritual artifact, and rushed inside. Before long, he discovered that the essence Dan he had accumulated over 50 years had been entirely consumed, and a white-clad youth was in the process of refining his eternal prison. Infuriated, Wu De, realizing the youth was also at a critical juncture, hesitated no longer and aimed to strike at Ge Xiao's throat with the iron hook. Yet, just as he prepared to attack, he felt himself enveloped in darkness, as though his soul had been pierced. It was little Jiu from within the golden tower, who, seeing Ge Xiao in peril, had struck down Wu De at this crucial moment. Wu De died without ever knowing whose wedding garment he had unwittingly crafted. As Ge Xiao's consciousness gradually returned, he was startled to see a rat-headed humanoid behind him. Observing the hole atop the creature's head, he realized that his little companions had intervened. Otherwise, he might have lost his life. Ge Xiao immersed his mind into the golden tower, recalling vividly the rapid advancement of the little ones upon their emergence. Now he was curious about their current levels, regretting that he had been so focused on his own cultivation that he had overlooked them. Why had the little ones not advanced? Little Jiu was still at the initial stage of the 5th tier, while the others were at the peak of the 4th tier. Yet their auras were considerably more formidable than before. Such is the nature of cultivation. The early stages progress swiftly, but later stages demand time for accumulation. Of course, exceptional encounters could alter that trajectory. Ge Xiao absorbed the eternal prison into his body and turned to retrieve the storage bag from the deceased rat-headed humanoid, immersing his consciousness within. To his astonishment, he discovered nearly 1,000,000 high-grade spiritual stones, a white token inscribed with Cloud C, and a drill-shaped premium artifact, with nothing else of note. With the Cloud C secret realm token in hand, his lingering anxieties eased. It seemed these artifacts had been pilfered by the rat-headed beings, as there were no crafting methods in sight. Though Mosquitoes had refined some artifacts, the materials were hard to come by. For instance, the Forbidden Law ring required precious Forbidden Law sand, which he currently lacked. Ge Xiao's gaze fell upon the small iron hook in the rat-headed humanoid's possession. It was surprisingly a premium spiritual artifact. Clearly, he had underestimated its value. As he grasped it in his hand and examined it closely, a smile crept upon his face. This iron hook contained a substantial amount of Forbidden Law sand. Once he refined the hook and extracted the sand, He could gather the materials needed to forge a higher-level forbidden law ring. If he could also procure a devouring stone, it would enhance his creation, allowing even-body cultivators to be restrained. Ge Xiao carefully stowed away the iron hook and exited the secret chamber, soon enveloping the entire underground lair in a golden barrier with a flick of his wrist. A slight smirk graced Ge Xiao's lips. Those rat-headed creatures could not escape now. Did they not revel in the thrill of the hunt? He would remove the restrictive cuffs from the closed prisoners, and then the real spectacle would begin. In no time, Ge Xiao arrived at the quarters housing the higher-tier cultivators. With a swift gesture, he sent the iron door flying. Cloaked in invisibility, he stood before a robust serpent man, conjuring a flame of intertwining gold and blue that swiftly dismantled the restraints. In an instant, both the restraints and the flame vanished. Though the serpent man was initially bewildered, joy soon replaced his confusion. He proceeded to another cell, liberating the other prisoners, and soon the entire corridor was filled with the liberated, though their faces were etched with fury. Perhaps by coincidence, low-tier magical artifacts appeared scattered along their path, and armed with these weapons, they felt a surge of confidence. Suddenly, the prisoners heard anguished pleas for mercy. This immediately reminded them of their own inhumane treatment, igniting their anger as they followed the sounds. They beheld a naked, scarred rat-headed creature atop a cat-headed one, mercilessly tormenting him. A fellow cat-headed prisoner charged forth, brandishing an axe-shaped artifact, intent on slaying the assailant, Wu Er. However, Wu Er was no pushover. Upon noticing their approach, he relished the attention. With a disdainful smirk, Wu Er revealed his premium trident artifact, dispatching the ambushing cat-headed creature with a single thrust. This brutal display effectively quelled the courage of the others. They were merely seeking survival and did not wish to engage in a desperate struggle against a being of Wu Er's caliber. Watching from the shadows, Ge Xiao shook his head in disappointment. When, if not now, would they fight for their lives? Had they not witnessed the fate of those who had been imprisoned before them? Truly, they squandered their opportunity. Just then, a series of low yet piercing rat-like shrieks echoed around them. In no time, a throng of rat-headed beings descended upon them, encircling the prisoners along with a multitude of their kin. With a sinister grin, Wu Er drove his trident into the fallen cat-headed creature and proclaimed to the prisoners, "You dare to escape? Then prepare to die. Charge." The other brothers of the Wu family, noticing their leader's absence, heeded Wu Er's command and began their assault on the prisoners. With no escape route, the prisoners launched a counterattack. Although they were more powerful than the rat-headed assailants, their reluctance to fight fiercely led to the swift demise of many. The strongest among them, the Serpent Man, recognized the dire situation and bellowed, "If we do not fight with all our might now, we shall all perish here." The remaining prisoners, witnessing their weaker companions fall, felt a surge of bloodlust. But it was too late. The loss of many comrades signified that hope of survival was dwindling. Time slipped away, and soon only the bloodied four brothers of the Wu family remained on the battlefield. It was at this moment that Wu Er realized their elder brother was absent. Turning to his siblings and asking, "Has anyone seen our leader?" Wu Lao Lu's mind was exceedingly agile, and he immediately thought of the secret passage. "Do you think our elder brother might be refining the eternal abyss? Which is why he lacks the energy to suppress these bloodthirsty creatures. Our elder brother possesses immense strength. If he can handle them, he surely cannot be dead." This is the consensus among the Wu clan brothers. With this thought, he chose not to search for his elder brother. Looking at the lifeless offspring within the cave, his face trembled with rage. Wu Lao Lu comforted himself. "Fortunately, the thousands of women we have impregnated remain unharmed. They are the very foundation of our clan's prosperity. Yet, we will have to endure hardship for a while." They had long grown accustomed to consuming live blood food. The dead could suffice. Ge Xiao felt no guilt for the demise of those prisoners. He had already placed his hope for survival in their hands. However, they failed to cherish it. One must ultimately pay for their actions, and sometimes that cost is life itself. Ge Xiao no longer hesitated. The Black Phantom annihilated the remaining Wu clan brothers, plundering their belongings before vanishing, severing the low-tier magical artifacts, and leaving. Those rat-headed men would likely never know who had obliterated their clan. Chapter 68. Expansion of the Iron Sword sect. Upon hearing that their nemesis had been vanquished, Chui Chongqing felt a wave of relief wash over him. Man, are you serious?" Chui Chongqing exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Chui Man. It turned out that she had been comprehending the Phoenix divine fire technique imparted by Ge Xiao, and only now had she awakened to share with her father that she had taken Ge Xiao as her master and that the Mad Dog Ridge had been destroyed. Chui Chongqing immediately recognized the formidable power of the elder and felt joy that his daughter had become a disciple under such a prominent figure. He cautioned her, Man. You must heed your master's words. It is very likely that your master hails from a grand sect rather than being merely a wandering cultivator. Life as a wandering cultivator is exceedingly arduous. Without resources and the protection of a powerful sect or family, one constantly faces the specter of death. How could anyone so casually produce thousands of magical artifacts and millions of high-quality spirit stones? Even a nascent soul cultivator from a grand sect cannot accomplish such feats. Chui Man replied cheerfully, "Father, do not worry. My master has no interest in such trivialities. Now that the Mad Dog Ridge has been destroyed, it is time for our Iron Sword sect to expand its territory." After a moment's hesitation, she added, "Father, do you think my master's sudden departure could lead him to the Rat King Valley?" Chui Chongqing had indeed considered this, as he was the one who had revealed the token for the Cloud Sea secret realm to the Elder. Half a month prior, he had dispatched cultivators to the Rat King Valley to gather intelligence, and they were expected to return shortly. Soon, a sharp-featured, eager cultivator burst in, interrupting his conversation with his daughter. He was Chui San, a servant of the Chui family, known for having shielded the young lady from a blade. Seeing Chui San's appearance, Chui Chongqing felt a surge of irritation and reprimanded, "Chui San, what kind of demeanor is that?" Chui Man quickly interceded, "Father, please do not be angry. Uncle Chui must have urgent matters to attend to." Observing the sect leader's stern countenance soften under his daughter's persuasion, Chui San grinned and said, "Sect leader, when I arrived at the Rat King Valley, I detected a strong stench of blood emanating from a cave, descending into the depths. I found the entire Wu clan brotherhood lifeless. With every step I took sticky with blood. The scene was truly one of rivers flowing with blood. The Elder is indeed extraordinarily powerful. The abandoned mountain no longer holds the Rat King Valley." Chui Chongqing responded, "Excellent. With this, the Iron Sword sect has eliminated two major threats and can now develop and expand boldly and confidently. With the relationship between the daughter and her mentor established, who would dare to bully the Iron Sword sect in the future?" Beside her, Chui Man, upon hearing her master effortlessly eliminate a rival power on par with the Iron Sword sect, felt her admiration intensify. She had never heard of any rogue cultivator possessing such formidable abilities. How dare her master deceive her? Humph. Chui Man could not hide her pride at this moment. "Chui San," ordered Chui Chongqing, "summon all disciples of the Iron Sword sect. We shall take control of Mad Dog Ridge and Rat King Valley. From today onward, you are responsible for establishing a grand array to recruit disciples." After issuing the command, he affectionately kissed his daughter, exclaiming, Man, you truly are my lucky star." He laughed heartily as he watched her wipe the drool off her face with disdain. At this moment, Chui Man was indignant. Being a growing girl, she felt it inappropriate for her father to kiss her so casually. What if she couldn't find a husband? Soon, the disciples gathered in the central square, some bewildered, while others were privy to certain inside information. When a man with a goatee raised a question, a wave of discussion ensued. "Do you know what happened? I heard from the sect steward that a senior from the Iron Sword sect annihilated Mad Dog Ridge. I heard that Chui San is the new master's disciple and was responsible for the destruction of Rat King Valley. Your information is incomplete. I have the best relationship with Chui San and heard that it was the master's intention to support our Iron Sword sect by eliminating both Rat King Valley and Mad Dog Ridge." Once the assembly was complete, Chui Chongqing took his daughter's hand and approached the main seat, saying, "Everyone, please be quiet. I know you have heard some rumors. Indeed, my daughter has become a disciple of a great master, whom you all know as Elder Ge. Recently, this master took action to obliterate Mad Dog Ridge and Rat King Valley. I have decided to divide our forces into three. One will remain to guard the Iron Sword sect and recruit disciples under the leadership of my daughter Chui Man, assisted by Chui San. The second, led by Elder Chui Buer, will be tasked with seizing Mad Dog Ridge. And the third will be led by me to conquer Rat King Valley." After issuing these orders, he bent down and gently pinched Chui Man's chubby cheeks, whispering, "The sect is in your hands now, and do not neglect your training." This prompted a roll of her eyes from Man. Seemingly oblivious, Chui Chongqing stood up, tossed 3 iron tokens, and used his magical power to divide the disciples into 3 equal groups. He raised his arm and declared, "Let us depart." The disciples of the Iron Sword sect marched forth, resolutely heading to claim their territories. After a time, Chui Chongqing arrived at Rat King Valley, easily conquering it without any resistance, while Chui Buer's team encountered difficulties. The thin man, Brother Xiao, alongside a group of pig-headed men, forcefully seized control of Mad Dog Ridge, resulting in a disastrous defeat for Chui Buer and the Iron Sword sect disciples. Soon after, Cui Chongqing received the news and immediately led his forces to merge with the second group. With the aid of the magical artifacts provided by Ge Xiao, Brother Xiao was compelled to withdraw from the contest for Mad Dog Ridge, retreating back to Thin Man Village. Meanwhile, after annihilating Rat King Valley, Ge Xiao and Xian Fei returned to the Water Curtain Cave. Following a series of tumultuous events, they began refining the iron hook to extract forbidden sand. Through Ge Xiao's diligent efforts, a pair of brand new forbidden rings emerged, one engraved with a golden phoenix, and the other with a golden dragon, each vividly lifelike. Xian Fei, come here and see a marvelous treasure. Ge Xiao carefully stored the ring and, with a hint of mystery, spoke to Xian Fei. Hearing those words reminiscent of a previous intimate moment, Xian Fei's cheeks flushed crimson, and she inwardly chided, Xiao Gu is truly mischievous. Ge Xiao, captivated by her blushing visage, felt an overwhelming heat rise within him, knowing that a fierce battle was inevitable. Xian Fei, having cultivated the indestructible golden body, possessed extraordinary combat prowess, and ultimately, Ge Xiao found himself defeated, begging for mercy. It seemed he needed to hasten his collection of materials to restore his husbandly authority, he mused. Presenting the phoenix ring to Xian Fei, he marveled at its exquisite craftsmanship, sensing the faint aura of a low-grade, flawed artifact emanating from it. Xian Fei clung tightly to Ge Xiao, her heart brimming with gratitude. Without Ge Xiao, she might have perished during the wolf tribe's invasion. Without him, she would never have attained such formidable strength, nor would she possess this collection of spiritual weapons, including the low-grade artifact she now held. Overwhelmed with emotion, Xian Fei made a silent plea for battle, but Ge Xiao, weary, chose to recline on the bed, reluctant to move. Though Ge Xiao had the means to forge artifacts, he refrained from doing so unless he achieved the 5th layer of the indestructible golden body or reached the god transformation stage. For the trials faced by artifacts during tribulation were truly beyond human capability. Infused with the essence of love, Xian Fei radiated vitality as she began to refine the phoenix ring. After a month of Ge Xiao refining the dragon ring, Xian Fei successfully completed her own process. Their eyes met, and Xian Fei immediately discerned Ge Xiao's intent, nodding in understanding. Thus, Ge Xiao embraced Xian Fei as they set off on the Red Falcon towards the Yinghua Cliff. Why is it so desolate? Xian Fei furrowed her brow. Before them lay a barren expanse, devoid of life, with swirling sandstorms that danced like ethereal maidens. A white-haired zombie approached the Yinghua Cliff, only to be swept away by the fierce winds, vanishing in mere moments. Observing the sand whirling in the tempest, akin to sharp blades, Ge Xiao felt a twinge of anxiety. Traversing the ground would prove exceedingly challenging. It was no wonder the corpses in the pit had not crossed the boundary, for a natural barrier existed, preventing any below the golden corpse level from passing. Suddenly, Ge Xiao recalled an item, the burrowing artifact from the storage bag of the Rat King, designed specifically for underground passage. He had initially refined it due to its unique properties, never imagining it would prove useful now. Turning to Xian Fei, he said, Feier, this is the burrowing drill. With it, we can traverse underground. Xian Fei replied, Xiao Gu. Let us set forth. Ge Xiao nodded and executed the incantation, causing the burrowing drill to rapidly enlarge, enveloping them in 2 beams of light. Soon, they found themselves seated inside the burrowing drill's interior. Curious, Xian Fei examined the structure within. 2 screens were positioned at the front, one large and transparent, the other displaying any rocks or obstacles ahead. The space was limited, accommodating only 6 seats with a fair distance between them, devoid of any additional features. Chapter 69. The corpse pit. Ge Xiao discovered that the burrowing drill moved with remarkable speed, rendering the Red Falcon somewhat inferior in comparison. After several days of subterranean travel, Ge Xiao maneuvered the burrowing drill to burst forth from the earth. At this moment, a fierce struggle between life and death unfolds on the ground. As the saying goes, where there is justice, there is also evil, and vice versa. Although this place is occupied by the corpse demon sect, there remain some righteous forces unwilling to depart, among which is the Tianyi Daoist Temple. Today marks the day of trial for the temple, where typically each pair of seasoned disciples brings along several newly recruited disciples down the mountain to slay the corpse demons, or they may opt to form teams. At this moment, 2 disciples of the Tianyi sect are present. One, a male disciple named Zhao Di's whose, in the early stage of foundation establishment, has been struck down by a corpse demon, lying on the ground in a bloody mess, devoid of life. The other, a newly initiated female disciple named Zhao Yi, adorned in the attire of a Taoist nun, with her hair styled in a topknot and a golden hairpin, stands trembling against a large tree, clutching her treasured sword. As the bronze corpse demon approaches ever closer, Xiao Yi's eyes widen with terror and anxiety. It is worth noting that she is merely in the 5th layer of Qi training, having teamed up with her brother Xiao Jiu to hone her skills. She vividly recalls her brother's words before they set out. Do not worry. I, Xiao Jiu, have participated in the sex trials no less than 20 times. I have slain countless corpse demons, including 3 bronze ones. With my extensive experience, I assure you I can bring you back safely. Yet, Xiao Yi, feeling uneasy, suggests, Brother Jiu, perhaps we should find another seasoned disciple to join us for added safety. No need, Xiao Jiu replies, a hint of irritation in his voice. Do you doubt my strength? If that is the case, you may seek another teammate. In truth, Xiao Jiu has indeed participated in nearly 20 trials. However, he has often hidden at the back of the team or relied on the sacrifices of others to escape. Consequently, no one considers teaming up with him now. Given Xiao Yi's beauty, many disciples of the Tianyi Daoist temple would be eager to team up with her, but the presence of Xiao Jiu dissuades them. For beauty is of little use without life to enjoy it. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yi, she is unaware of the reasons behind this. Having ventured out to face the trials alongside her brother, to her shock, she finds her brother has been annihilated by the corpse demon before even catching a glimpse of it. Now, she stands alone, a mere fledgling in the Qi training phase. Engulfed by fear. In that moment, she yearns for her brother, lamenting the absurdity of a brother who places his sister in such peril. As Xiao Yi finds herself pinned against the tree by the bronze corpse, she can distinctly smell the foul odor of decay emanating from it. She watches in despair as its blood-soaked teeth lunge toward her throat. In that instant, she makes a silent vow. Whoever saves her, she shall marry. Just as Xiao Yi makes her wish, Ge Xiao bursts forth from the ground, colliding with the bronze corpse and causing it to explode in a shower of gore. In shock, Xiao Yi stares at the splattered remains, momentarily forgetting to evade, resulting in her being splattered with blood. A wave of nausea washes over her, prompting her to lean against the tree and vomit violently. Meanwhile, Ge Xiao, still underground, feels as if he has collided with something, but is uncertain whether to flee or remain responsible. At this juncture, the co-pilot Xian Fei remarks, Xiao Ge, it seems there is someone beneath the tree, and she appears terribly frightened. Of course, she would be terrified. Witnessing a living person explode before one's eyes is disorienting. Let us head down and assess the situation. If she is reasonable, we can compensate her with some spirit stones. If not, we shall make our escape, Ge Xiao resolves. Sharing his thoughts with Xian Fei, who merely nods in agreement, Ge Xiao descended gently to the ground, accompanied by the injured Xian Fei, and beheld a Taoist maiden named Xiao Yi, whose hair was styled in an elegant topknot, adorned with a golden hairpin. At that moment, she was covered in blood. Leaning against a great tree, her expression revealing a mix of distress and the joy of surviving a calamity. Could it be that this maiden was so frightened she had lost her senses? Hey, are you all right, my lady? Ge Xiao approached, waving his hand in front of Xiao Yi's eyes. Startled by the sudden appearance of the man before her, Xiao Yi quickly regained her composure. Sensing Ge Xiao's formidable aura, she immediately knelt, paying her respects. I, Xiao Yi, pay my respects to the esteemed elder. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving intervention. Realizing that Xiao Yi was not attempting to extort him, but rather expressing genuine gratitude, Ge Xiao, somewhat puzzled, inquired, My lady, please rise. Was it not your friend who was just struck down by me? He then employed his magical prowess to lift Xiao Yi gently. With a wry smile, she replied, Elder, you jest. The one you inadvertently felled was naught but a copper corpse. My lady, to which faction do you belong? And why have you found yourself in this grave pit? Observing her attire reminiscent of the Taoist maidens from his original world, Ge Xiao felt a sense of familiarity and thus asked further. I am a disciple of the heavenly Tao temple, sent by my master to descend the mountain and vanquish evil. Xiao Yi answered respectfully. My lady, this place is perilous. It would be wise for you to return at once, Ge Xiao advised. Gazing at the lifeless bodies strewn about and noticing that Xiao Yi wore a similar garment, he discerned that the lingering aura of the deceased belonged to one at the initial stage of foundation establishment, indicating the grave nature of their surroundings. Xiao Yi too wished to depart swiftly. Originally, she had intended to only patrol the periphery, but her companion, Xiao Jiu, insisted on venturing deeper into the grave pit. With her current cultivation, escaping this pit alone was unimaginable. Perhaps this elder could offer her a glimmer of hope. Immediately, Xiao Yi knelt beseechingly, Esteemed elder, my abilities are meager, and it is exceedingly difficult for me to escape this pit on my own. I implore you to assist me. and I shall offer my utmost gratitude in return. Noticing Ge Xiao's indifference, Xiao Yi understood that she needed to present something of value to persuade him. From her storage pouch, she retrieved a fist-sized block of pristine white stone, cradling it delicately in her hands. Elder, I stumbled upon this stone within a mountain cave and discovered that it remains unscathed by blades or fire. I am willing to present it to you, earnestly requesting your aid in my escape from this grave pit. Though she recognized the stone's worth, she was uncertain of its true nature, nonetheless. Her life far outweighed its value. Unbeknownst to her, the white stone was the essential material required for cultivating the immortal golden body to the third layer, the white jade celestial gold, cicada skin, and tiger bone. She had long sought these materials, never expecting them to present themselves so fortuitously. At that moment, Xian Fei also recognized the existence of the white jade celestial gold and tugged gently at Ge Xiao's sleeve, snapping him out of his daze. I shall grant your request, Ge Xiao affirmed, and without hesitation, he took hold of the white jade celestial gold and commenced the cultivation of the third layer of the immortal golden body. The white jade celestial gold levitated before him, gradually melting as he absorbed its metallic energy. Once he felt he had gathered sufficient energy, Ge Xiao directed the remaining essence towards Xian Fei. A similar spectacle unfolded before Xiao Yi, who, witnessing the seemingly unusable stone being effortlessly absorbed by the two, felt a surge of confidence that they could indeed facilitate her escape. When only a nail-sized fragment remained, Xian Fei halted her absorption, and Ge Xiao collected the residual metal, placing it within his soul ring. This white jade celestial gold was no ordinary substance. When concocting the corpse demon, the inclusion of this particular substance will enhance the corporeal strength of the demon, proving effective even against blood corpses. Ge Xiao addressed Xiao Yi, saying, Miss Zhao, we must remain in this corpse pit for a while, but rest assured, your safety is our priority. For reasons unknown, Xiao Yi harbored no doubts about Ge Xiao's words. Observing her acquiescence, Ge Xiao dispersed his consciousness to survey the surroundings of the pit. The corpse pit was not merely a deep hole, but rather an expansive forest filled with corpse shadow trees, many of which bore deep claw marks, and the occasional roar echoed, indicating the extraordinary nature of this place. Undeterred, Ge Xiao immediately began to transplant a batch of corpse shadow trees. After completing this task, he expanded his consciousness to detect the activity. Realizing that the recent commotion had disturbed nearby corpse demons, who were now quickly converging towards their location, he cautioned, we must depart swiftly. Numerous corpse demons are heading our way. Just as Ge Xiao and the two women were leaving, a swarm of corpse demons arrived, consisting of 6 silver corpses, hundreds of copper corpses, and an innumerable number of white corpses. Take this, Ge Xiao tossed a low-grade spiritual artifact, an invisibility orb, to Xian Fei, and produced a mid-grade one for Xiao Yi. Hurry and refine these. We shall rely on them moving forward. In the ensuing days, the two women focused on refining the treasures while Ge Xiao stood guard. Stay here and do not wander. I will return once I finish my tasks, he instructed. Go, I want to accompany you. I can stay in the Linglong cottage, Xian Fei implored, eager to remain by Ge Xiao's side rather than hide behind him. Noting her resolute gaze, Ge Xiao acquiesced, and Xiao Yi also entered the Linglong cottage. Ge Xiao took out a high-grade invisibility orb, infused it with his spiritual energy, and vanished from sight, extending his consciousness to ascertain if there were any attribute corpse demons in the pit. Over several days, he encountered numerous gold and silver corpses. Yet the attribute corpse demons remained elusive. Until one day, he spotted a mesmerizing female corpse demon with copper-hued skin and cascading hair, who was being bullied by a silver corpse that had stolen her hard-won blood meal. The silver corpse departed, gleefully clutching the blood food, while the beautiful copper corpse, unable to endure her hunger, extracted a piece of fire ore from her bosom to absorb its energy. Witnessing this scene, Ge Xiao's eyes lit up. With a flick of his wrist, he ensnared the enchanting copper corpse within a formation of 108 flags. The stunning copper corpse relentlessly assailed the 9-dragon demon suppression formation, and upon seeing Ge Xiao enter, she immediately launched an attack. Ge Xiao activated his indestructible golden body and seized her hand, only to have her retaliate with the other, and as her assault proved futile, she bit down on Ge Xiao's arm. To her surprise, he remained unscathed, while her yellowed teeth shattered, tears streaming from her eyes unbidden. This astonished Ge Xiao, as he had never heard of corpse demons shedding tears. Releasing the captivating copper corpse, he observed her evident pain, noting that she refrained from attacking him. Even at the copper corpse level, her intelligence was remarkably high. It appeared he had encountered an extraordinarily special, sentient corpse demon. A corpse demon with intellect possesses the ability to fight independently, yet wielding a token for control, while ensuring absolute command over the demon, concurrently restrains the operator's mental focus, thereby affecting their combat prowess. In the realm of masters engaging in combat, even the slightest misstep could spell doom. Satisfied with the beautiful copper corpse before him, Ge Xiao extended an invitation. Here, you cannot even satisfy your hunger. Accompany me, and not only will you have enough to eat each day, but I shall also aid in your growth. However, there is one condition. You must recognize me as your master. Accustomed to her freedom, the beautiful copper corpse was reluctant to comply and immediately launched an attack on the nine-dragon suppression array. Observing her unwillingness, Ge Xiao swiftly wielded his magical powers to subdue her, branding her with a unique mark through the technique of inscription. Through this inscription, he learned that the beautiful copper corpse was named by Li Shui. Chapter 70. The 8 control corpse tokens. From his exploration of the corpse pit, Ge Xiao discerned that there were dozens of golden corpses present, yet the materials he possessed were only sufficient to forge 8 control corpse tokens. These 8 tokens were made possible due to his prior plundering of the Mad Dog Ridge and the Rat King's Valley. Otherwise, he would not have had the complete materials required for crafting the tokens to control the golden corpses. Shortly thereafter, Ge Xiao led by Li Shui to a secluded area where corpse demons seldom ventured and set up the 9-dragon suppression array. He summoned Xian Fei and Zhao Yi from the Linglong cottage. Upon seeing Ge Xiao with such a stunning corpse demon, Xian Fei's jealousy flared, her lips pouting high enough to hang a water jug. In light of the situation, Ge Xiao found no other recourse to appease the upset girl but to express his affection through a tender kiss. Once he had attended to Xian Fei's feelings, he took out the materials for crafting the control corpse tokens and began to assess them, subsequently producing a cauldron from which he conjured a dual-colored flame of gold and blue. Ge Xiao then focused intently on the refining of the control corpse tokens. Despite being quite adept from countless previous forges, each step, extracting essence, controlling the flame's temperature, and etching the patterns, was approached with utmost caution and diligence. Half a year later, 8 control corpse tokens floated before Ge Xiao, radiating a ghostly glow. After summoning Xian Fei and imparting the refining method of the tokens to her, he presented her with 2 of the tokens. Observing such precious treasures being so effortlessly crafted, Zhao Yi felt a seed of admiration quietly take root in her heart. Realizing how well Ge Xiao treated his women, once Ge Xiao and Xian Fei had refined the control corpse tokens, they took Zhao Yi and the beautiful copper corpse into the Linglong cottage, and the two began their pursuit of corpses. Following Ge Xiao with ease, Xian Fei stealthily approached a golden corpse at the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. With a chant of his incantation, 108 formation flags soared from above, surrounding the golden corpse. To ensure greater security, Ge Xiao infused his true essence into the eternal prison, encapsulating the golden corpse within a cubic barrier. Under the dual pressure of his true essence and magical power, the golden corpse was compelled to kneel, rendered immobile. At that moment, Ge Xiao addressed Xian Fei. "My dear, this golden corpse is yours to subdue. Follow the incantation I taught you." This particular golden corpse had been selected with care, as Xian Fei's spirit was not particularly strong, making this newly advanced golden corpse ideal for her. Suppressing her excitement, Xian Fei invoked her incantation, causing her control corpse token to split in 2, with the smaller portion flying towards the ensnared golden corpse. The token emanated a ghostly light, enveloping the golden corpse, which immediately became immobilized, fixed in place. The control talisman gradually fused into the head of the golden corpse, which exhibited a pained expression as its body underwent a rigorous transformation under the talisman's influence until it was entirely absorbed. With the talisman firmly in her grasp, Xian Fei directed the golden corpse to move according to her will. As Xian Fei became accustomed to commanding the golden corpse, Ge Xiao led her in search of the next target. This golden corpse was notably more formidable than the previous one, reaching the 7th level of the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Under Ge Xiao's powerful suppression, Xian Fei successfully acquired another golden corpse as an ally. Observing the 2 golden corpses trailing behind her, Xian Fei felt immense joy, for they were equivalent to formidable practitioners of the nascent soul realm. Previously, even a single foundation establishment cultivator could obliterate her family, yet now, nascent soul golden corpses could only serve as guardians. Xian Fei's admiration for Ge Xiao deepened, and she tightened her embrace. Ge Xiao, feeling the softness of Xian Fei's arms, experienced a moment of distraction but swiftly suppressed his desires. This was not the time for such matters. He was still within the territory of the corpse demon sect, stealthily acquiring their cultivated corpses. Ge Xiao soon located a golden corpse at the first layer of the mid-stage nascent soul realm, easily bringing it under his control. With the cooperation of Xianfei's 2 golden corpses, Ge Xiao effortlessly obtained his first golden corpse. Through such synergy, he quickly amassed a total of 6 golden corpses, 2 at the pinnacle of the late-stage nascent soul realm, 1 at the first layer of the mid-stage, 2 at the peak of the mid-stage, and 1 at the pinnacle of the early stage. The early-stage golden corpse was specifically prepared for his sister-in-law, whose exuberant personality often led to trouble. Gazing at the 8 golden corpses behind him, Ge Xiao felt their presence was too conspicuous, prompting the need to craft a corpse pouch. However, he lacked sufficient materials for the creation and needed to procure more. Unfamiliar with this area, and knowing Xianfei's previous weakness, he realized she could not have accessed higher-level secrets. Ge Xiao recalled that Zhao Yi, hailing from the Heavenly One sect, would likely possess greater knowledge. Xianfei noticed Ge Xiao's intense gaze fixed on the corpses, pondering whether he found them lacking in strength. Suddenly, a graceful figure appeared under Ge Xiao's command. Zhao Yi nearly lost her composure upon seeing the 8 golden corpses, which were equivalent to beings of the nascent soul realm, capable of splitting mountains, soaring through the skies, and traversing the earth. Now, they stood as guardians beside the elder. Underscoring the elder's extraordinary power, the Heavenly One sect was not to be trifled with. With a flurry of thoughts, Zhao Yi respectfully inquired, "Elder, do you intend to head to the Heavenly One sect?" Ge Xiao replied nonchalantly, "There is no rush. I wish to inquire if there exists a treasure pavilion in this abandoned mountain." Zhao Yi responded with respect, "Elder, I have not heard of such a treasure pavilion. It is merely a place for purchasing goods. However, if you need to procure items, you may visit the Tianyi market, which is organized by our Heavenly One sect." She added, a hint of pride in her demeanor. While the strongest openly acknowledged in the abandoned mountain was indeed the peak of the late-stage golden core realm, the hidden forces could be quite different. At least, her Heavenly One sect had a master at the 3rd layer of the early-stage nascent soul realm. "Oh, then let us first proceed to the Tianyi market before escorting you back to the Heavenly One sect," Ge Xiao said, somewhat surprised that he had encountered such a fortuitous opportunity. Under Ge Xiao's command, 3 mid-stage nascent soul golden corpses stepped forward from behind, extending their hands as they swiftly grew in size. Ge Xiao smiled at Xianfei and Zhao Yi, saying, "Wouldn't it be rather impressive to ride them on the road?" The corners of the 2 women's mouths twitched. Only a senior of such strength could make such a jest. After Ge Xiao embraced Xianfei and stood atop a golden corpse, the female copper corpse and Zhao Yi each selected their mounts and set off towards Tian Yifang market. Thus, under the overwhelming presence of 8 Yuan Ing-level corpse demons, Ge Xiao and his companions encountered no trouble and swiftly departed from the corpse pit. Were outsiders to witness this bizarre scene, they would be at a loss for words, as the terrifying golden corpse had become a mode of transport. With the golden corpse flying at full speed, Ge Xiao and his companions soon arrived near Tian Yifang market. With a change of incantation, the golden corpse gradually descended to the ground, placing its palm upon the earth as Ge Xiao and the others disembarked. Ge Xiao turned to Xianfei and remarked, "My dear, this golden corpse is far too conspicuous. Let us store it within the Linglong small house." Xianfei smiled, "I shall defer to you, Xiao Ge." Ge Xiao performed a hand gesture, channeling his spiritual energy into the Linglong small house, where 8 beams of light enveloped the golden corpse, drawing it inside. Being a disciple of the Tian Yi Daoist temple, Zhao Yi was quite familiar with Tian Yifang market, leading the way while Ge Xiao leisurely held Xianfei's hand behind her. As they approached the market, they encountered a dozen or so cultivators clad in Daoist robes guarding the entrance, with the leading cultivator surprisingly at the early stage of the golden core realm. Ge Xiao discerned that the entire market was shrouded in a formation, preventing even early-stage Yuan Ing cultivators from forcefully entering. Upon entering the Tian Yifang market, Zhao Yi began to introduce it. "Senior, Tian Yifang market is divided into concentrated shops and scattered vendor areas. Cultivators of considerable strength typically rent a shop, where one can find a wealth of quality goods." Ge Xiao, having previously discovered numerous treasures at the stalls, suggested, "Let us first explore the scattered vendor area. There is no rush." Xianfei naturally had no objection to Ge Xiao's idea, while the beautiful copper corpse silently followed behind him. Although Zhao Yi did not comprehend the senior's intention to visit the vendor area, she nonetheless guided Ge Xiao and the others there. Upon entering the scattered vendor area, they were greeted by a cacophony of shouts. "Senior, my sword is the sharpest in the world. Look at this shield. It boasts the strongest defense on Earth. Come and buy your equipment. We have everything you need here. Ge Xiao paid no heed to such self-praise. He possessed a small fairy appraisal tool to prevent any oversight regarding metals. Besides, with his memories of the 4 realms of artifact mastery from Xiao Jiu, it would be truly unreasonable to be deceived about items. As Ge Xiao strolled and observed, he indeed discovered a valuable item, nourishing soul wood, one of the essential materials for crafting a soul-nourishing coffin. Ge Xiao approached a burly man with a thick brow and a handlebar mustache at his stall, inquiring about the price of several pieces of wood. The man, not possessing a particularly good temperament, initially answered Ge Xiao's queries. 5 low-grade spirit stones for one, 3 low-grade spirit stones for another, and 8 low-grade spirit stones for this one. However, after Ge Xiao repeatedly inquired about the prices, the man grew impatient and said, "You little brat, are you trying to make a fool of me, given that you are merely at the 3rd level of the foundation establishment stage? Are you buying or not? If not, then scram." This left Xiao Yi, who stood nearby, utterly horrified. Although the senior appeared to possess only the 3rd level of foundation establishment, their true cultivation was shrouded in mystery. Should the senior become enraged, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of the Tianyi Daoist temple, inevitably leading to unnecessary troubles. Observing the situation, Xiao Yi promptly produced her disciple token and addressed the stall owner, saying, "How dare you speak to a senior in such a manner? Apologize at once." In the presence of authority, one must bow their head. Within the domain of the Tianyi Daoist temple, one had to accord respect to its disciples. The stall owner, suppressing his anger, replied, "I apologize. I should not have spoken so harshly. Please forgive me." Yet in his heart, he thought, "Just wait. Once you leave the Tianyi market, I will surely deal with you." Ge Xiao discerned that the stall owner viewed him as a mere penniless youth without spirit stones, which incited the latter's ire. In a fit of anger, Ge Xiao produced a piece of high-grade spirit stone and declared, "I want as much wood as you possess. Do you understand that a single high-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 billion low-grade spirit stones?" The stall owner's eyes gleamed upon seeing the stone radiating rich spiritual energy, and he repeatedly expressed his agreement, his mind now resolute on the idea of killing and robbing. He retrieved all the wood from his storage ring, stating, "All the wood is here, valued at 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." Ge Xiao examined the several thousand pieces of wood before him and was surprised to find 2 soul-nurturing woods among them. Forgetting their previous unpleasantness, he picked up one of the soul-nurturing woods and asked, "Where did you find this wood?" The stall owner replied nonchalantly, "It was discovered in an ancient tomb located in the 100 Ghosts forest of the abandoned mountain." Ge Xiao feigned calmness and said, "I desire the location of that tomb. Name your price." The stall owner thought to himself, "Is this fellow a fool? If there were treasures, I would have taken them myself. Truly, a fool with money, time to exploit him." Thus, he replied, "This is my lifeblood. I must have at least 10 medium-grade spirit stones." Ge Xiao tossed over 10 medium-grade spirit stones and declared, "Deal." He was unconcerned that the stall owner might abscond with his spirit stones, for his strength was evident. The stall owner promptly handed over a tattered ancient map indicating the location of the 100 Ghosts forest tomb to Ge Xiao. Chapter 71. Crafting the corpse-nurturing coffin. Ge Xiao stored the soul-nurturing wood in a specialized storage bag and continued to meander through the stalls with Xian Fei and Xiao Yi, accompanied by a female copper corpse, yet encountered no further unexpected finds. After departing from the stalls and entering the shop district, the quality of treasures and the rarity of refining materials here surpassed the previous stalls by a significant margin. Suddenly, Ge Xiao sensed a strong signal from the little fairy and led the others towards a Tianyi equipment shop. "Senior, the Tianyi equipment shop offers not only magical tools and spiritual artifacts, but also various refining materials, all clearly priced. If a disciple of our sect makes a purchase, they receive a 20% discount," Xiao Yi proclaimed proudly. The Tianyi Daoist temple not only evaluates spiritual roots when recruiting disciples, but also considers their comprehension. "Oh!" Ge Xiao exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with surprise, realizing that bringing Xiao Yi along could save him some spirit stones. Upon arriving at a piece of ice stone enveloped in a layer of white rock, he noted its price of 5 high-grade spirit stones. Ge Xiao chuckled to himself, thinking that if this truly was ice stone, the little fairy would not have reacted so strongly. He immediately turned to Lu Yi and said, "I want that ice stone," handing her 4 high-grade spirit stones. Understanding his intent, Lu Yi swiftly summoned a staff member clad in a robe, explained the situation, and the staff member accepted the spirit stones, casting a protective formation around the ice stone before opening it. Ge Xiao immediately stepped forward to retrieve the ice stone, placing it into his storage pouch. After wandering through the Tianyi equipment shop without any fruitful discoveries, he departed and took the women to a Tianyi inn, where he secured 2 exquisite rooms. He then commenced his investigation of the so-called ice stone. Within the confines of his room, he set up the 9 dragons subduing demon array and released flames of gold and azure to roast the cold stone. As the stone began to exude white vapor, it underwent a prolonged heating session lasting an incense stick's time. Suddenly, with a crack, the white shell shattered, causing the temperature in the room to rise dramatically. Ge Xiao felt a surge of joy. This was celestial fiery gold. With this metal combined with the soul-nurturing wood he had recently procured, he could forge a fire attribute soul-nurturing pavilion. At that moment, a wave of longing emanated from within him, compelling Ge Xiao to soothe the small fairy that resided inside him. He then realized that during his intimate moments with Xian Fei, the small fairy must have been watching. The notion of engaging in mischief while being observed by a tiny spirit made him feel quite bashful. Drawing from the life experiences of Ouyang Xiao, Ge Xiao discovered a method to transform spirit stones into true essence through an array known as the transformation array. Once established, this array would provide a home for the small fairy within the exquisite little abode. However, crafting the transformation array required transformation stones, which were exceedingly rare and not easily obtained. After informing Xian Fei of his intentions, Ge Xiao began to employ the blood refining method to create the corpse nurturing pavilion. He took out a cauldron and summoned the gold and azure flames to melt the celestial fiery gold, infusing it with his blood to forge a union. Subsequently, he utilized immense magical power to shape the soul-nurturing wood, merging it with the celestial fiery gold, and finally inscribing the intricate patterns. Remarkably, the refining process extended over 3 years, culminating as dark clouds gathered ominously and thunder rumbled threateningly. At that moment, an elderly man with silver hair and kind eyes, the Grand Master of the Tianyi sect, opened his eyes to behold the tumultuous thunderstorm. It appeared not as a trial for cultivators, but rather as a calamity for artifacts. His gaze shifted towards the Tianyi marketplace, where demonic energies surged, accompanied by incessant wails. A bat-headed demon, on the verge of losing an arm, looked greedily toward the Tianyi marketplace. Meanwhile, Ge Xiao watched the surging thunderclouds with regret, lamenting his impulsive decision to forge the artifact. Should the coffin before him fail to withstand the heavenly tribulation, he would have to bear the brunt of the remaining thunder himself. The innkeeper, filled with dread, cursed the impending doom that threatened the establishment. The protective cultivators of the Tianyi marketplace hastily evacuated the area while reporting the situation to the Tianyi Taoist temple. Zhao Yi, amidst the crowd, occasionally cast her gaze back toward Ge Xiao's inn, a fleeting image of a figure in white flashing across her mind, filled with tenderness. Xian Fei, however, felt no fear. As long as she remained by Ge Xiao's side, she sensed no peril. Ge Xiao turned to Xian Fei, urging her, "My dear, to avoid any repercussions, you should leave first." Xian Fei shook her head resolutely. "Xiao Gu, I believe in you." Ge Xiao, gazing at Xian Fei, felt a renewed sense of confidence. He had devised a plan. If the corpse nurturing pavilion proved ineffective, he would use the golden corpse to withstand the thunder. The golden corpse had been refined and was now considered his treasure. Unlike spirit pets bound by contracts, treasures did not attract the wrath of heaven, which would amplify the power of the tribulation. Finally, the thunderclouds that had been brewing for an eternity unleashed their fury. As a fist-sized green thunder dragon descended from the heavens, a thunderous roar rent the sky as the heavens unleashed their wrath, causing all living beings beneath the storm to prostrate themselves in trembling fear. At this moment, the consciousness of the corpse-raising pavilion began to awaken, its spirit taking shape. Ge Xiao realized that he had to shield it from a bolt of divine lightning. Otherwise, should the spirit be shattered, the artifact would be reduced to a mere semi-artifact. Its power significantly diminished. Without hesitation, Ge Xiao summoned 6 golden corpses from the exquisite chamber. Under his command, these golden entities surged forth, their malevolent energy coiling around them as they charged directly towards the divine lightning. As they drew near, cracks appeared upon them, but thanks to their formidable regenerative abilities, they managed to withstand the onslaught. The Thunder Dragon, witnessing its advance, halted, swiftly raised its claw, and crushed the weakest of the golden corpses, a nascent soul corpse, causing significant damage to the remaining ones. Within Ge Xiao's body, one of his corpse-controlling talismans detonated, resulting in a muffled groan as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He immediately channeled his indestructible golden body to mend his shattered form. Although the losses on his side were considerable, the Thunder Dragon had also diminished in size. Seeing that the Thunder Dragon was still 100 feet away from the corpse-raising pavilion, the flung golden corpses arrived just in time. With a resounding crash, 5 of the golden corpses were once again sent flying, yet none perished this time. Ge Xiao paid no heed to the thrown corpses. Instead, he directed all his magical energy into the semi-artifact, the dragon ring. A resplendent 5-clawed golden dragon erupted from the ring and soared towards the remaining Thunder Dragon. With another thunderous boom, the golden dragon dispersed the bolt of lightning before vanishing into the ether. Observing the first green Thunder Dragon dissipate, Ge Xiao felt no joy. His gaze shifted towards the corpse-raising pavilion, where a plump and adorable little girl began to coalesce above it. The storm clouds seemed to settle momentarily. However, soon after, they began to churn once more. A green Thunder Dragon, 3 times larger than before, raised its head and began to descend. Ge Xiao inwardly lamented, realizing he had no further options. The golden blue ethereal fire within him was adequate for combat, but utterly inadequate against divine lightning. And employing the eternal abyss with his true essence could only contend with those at the nascent soul late stage. Fortunately, at that moment, a chubby porcelain doll took form. With a simple gesture, the doll summoned crimson vines from the corpse-raising pavilion, lashing out at the descending Thunder Dragon. With a single strike, the airborne Thunder Dragon was torn asunder. The crimson vines did not retract. Instead, they crackled with arcs of electricity, seemingly heralding their own birth as a response to the impending tribulation. Ge Xiao watched in astonishment as the Thunder Dragon, which he had struggled to fend off, was effortlessly dismantled by the porcelain doll before him. He remained unaware that his golden blue ethereal fire not only served for crafting artifacts, but also enhanced their quality, which explained the delayed emergence of the chubby doll. Unquestionably, what followed was a display of prowess from the doll, as the flailing vines and the obliteration of the Thunder Dragon left all in awe. The doll, radiating formidable power, did not revel in its ease. Rather, it gradually faded, merging into the corpse-raising pavilion to recuperate. After allowing Bai Li Shui to enter the soul-raising pavilion, Ge Xiao retracted it into the golden pagoda. He executed a series of complex gestures, summoning the surviving 5 golden corpses back to his side. Observing their bodies, ravaged by the lightning, slowly recovering, Ge Xiao's anxious heart began to ease. He then performed another incantation, withdrawing them into the exquisite chamber. At that moment, Ge Xiao furrowed his brow, sensing someone probing him. "Friend in the shadows, you need not hide. Come forth," he declared. Noticing Ge Xiao's displeasure, the concealed ancestor of the Tianyi Daoist temple contemplated revealing himself, only to be interrupted by a boisterous laugh. "Ha ha ha, young one, do not put on a false front. You are but a late-stage Foundation Establishment junior, daring to engage in dialogue with me as an equal." Before him appeared a figure, a bat-like demon with a human head, radiating sinister energy. Ge Xiao scrutinized the creature, recognizing it as a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator. He secretly rejoiced that it was not a transformation stage practitioner. Although the little ones had not markedly increased in level, they were still formidable entities of the 4th or 5th tier. With his unique fire, the 9 dragons suppressing demons, and the eternal prison, dealing with a mid-stage nascent soul would be relatively effortless, provided it was not a mid-stage transformation being. He felt confident. The bat demon attempted to speak further, but Ge Xiao had no intention of allowing him to boast. Seizing the opportunity to test the eternal prison, he directly infused his true essence into it. A golden cube enveloped the bat demon, spewing forth dual-colored flames of gold and blue. As the flames entered the eternal prison, they emanated a terrifying heat, engulfing the bat demon entirely. In mere moments, it was reduced to ashes, as if it had never existed. Witnessing this scene, Tian Gao, lurking in the shadows, was utterly terrified. There was a rumor in the Spirit Pearl continent that within the same realm, if an opponent was determined to flee, they could not be killed. Yet, the individual before him, though superficially a late-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator, had just vanquished a mid-stage nascent soul practitioner. This was a testament to the profound depth of the elder's abilities. If he could cultivate a good relationship and receive even a modicum of favor, it would be immensely beneficial. Meanwhile, Ge Xiao felt a twinge of frustration, realizing that had he used the Black Phantom earlier, he could have also incinerated the Bat Demon's storage ring, which would have been a more satisfying outcome. Suddenly, Tian Gao spotted a woman clad in his sect's robe, approaching Ge Xiao with a familiar demeanor. This sight somewhat eased his anxiety, prompting him to step out from the shadows. Ge Xiao was in the midst of boasting with Xian Fei and Zhao Yi when he noticed an elderly man with white hair emerge. Sensing his aura, he recognized him as yet another mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, albeit one who had not been slain by him. While Ge Xiao had dispatched numerous mid-stage nascent soul beings, most had fallen prey to his ambushes due to their overconfidence. He remained cautious. Should the elder prove troublesome, he would first employ the eternal prison to block any attacks before retaliating with the Black Phantom. Grand Elder, Zhao Yi exclaimed in surprise. The Grand Elder was a steadfast presence within the Tianyi Daoist temple, often elusive and rarely seen. Tian Gao, feeling anxious in the presence of the elder, quickly bowed and said, "I am Tian Gao, paying my respects to you, esteemed elder." Ge Xiao adopted a demeanor of a sage, casually replying, "You may rise. Miss Zhao is a junior of your sect. Since you are here, I shall take my leave now." With his true essence severely depleted, he sought a place to recuperate, wishing to avoid further conflict. Having said that, Ge Xiao departed from Tianyi Square Market with Xian Fei, leaving Zhao Yi and Tian Gao behind. Chapter 72. The Abyssal Night Demon Realm. 3 mountains and 4 cities. What is your name, and what is your relation to that elder? Tian Gao resumed his lofty demeanor. Addressing Zhao Yi respectfully responded, "I am Zhao Yi, and I have no relation to that elder." For many years, Tian Gao, who has navigated the tumultuous realms of cultivation, grew increasingly convinced upon hearing such a response from Zhao Yi, believing she had indeed garnered the favor of an esteemed elder. "Regardless of your relationship with the elder, I shall elevate you to the position of the master of Tianyi Fang. Everything within the sect shall remain unchanged. Should the elder return, we must extend our utmost hospitality." Noticing Zhao Yi's apprehension, he reassured her, "Do not fret. All affairs of Tianyi Fang will continue to be managed as usual. Your sole duty is to attend to the elder." After speaking, Tian Gao produced a communication talisman and inscribed a message. Realizing that the esteemed elder had spoken, he understood that to ignore such an invitation would be ill-advised. Thus he reluctantly conceded, "The junior shall comply." Upon hearing Zhao Yi's agreement, Tian Gao vanished from sight, and simultaneously, an official appointment was conveyed to Zhao Yi, marking her as a rather unique entity, ascending to the role of master with mere qi refinement cultivation, a position typically reserved for those of Golden Core realm. At this juncture in Fei Niao Valley, Xianyaya bore a furrowed brow. Ever since acquiring 3 bloodthirsty mantises as guardians, none dared to provoke her within her territory. Restless, she ventured to the market, where she encountered a human demonic cultivator harassing a female cultivator. In an act of righteousness, she intervened, only to find that the demonic cultivator had set his sights on her, insisting on making her his dual cultivation furnace. Enraged, she commanded her bloodthirsty mantises to eliminate him. Shortly thereafter, the master of the snake sect dispatched someone to seek her out. She was also aware that the Long Night demon domain was dominated by the formidable powers of the 3 mountains and 4 cities, and the slain demonic cultivator belonged to the Yu family's collateral branch in the city of Yuhai, specifically Yu Dahong, the second son. The Yu family held absolute power in Yuhai, and even a collateral descendant was not to be trifled with, let alone slain. Now, with her elder and sister absent, she found herself devoid of support. Meanwhile, Ge Xiao and Xian Fei rode the Scarlet Falcon to the Water Curtain Cave to restore their magical energy and recuperate their essence. After a day of intimate companionship with Xian Fei, Ge Xiao, unable to resist her longing for home, contemplated a gradual departure to Fei Niao Valley. "My dear, considering your pregnancy, might it be unwise for us to engage in such activities?" He voiced his concerns while holding her. He realized he had little experience to offer. As in his original world, it was advised that intimacy should be avoided during the early stages of pregnancy. "Xiao Gu, it is perfectly fine for the first couple of years," Xian Fei replied, her cheeks flushed with affection, clearly pleased with Ge Xiao's concern. Calculating the passage of time, she noted that her pregnancy was nearing its 2nd year, and he resolved not to prioritize momentary pleasure over her and the child's safety. "From now on, let us refrain from such activities. Your and the child's well-being is of utmost importance." Listening to Ge Xiao, who was solely focused on her welfare, Xian Fei leaned against his chest, her eyes misty with happiness. Understanding that riding the Scarlet Falcon was not ideal for the fetus, Ge Xiao decided to first forge a stable flying spirit tool. Drawing upon his recollection of Duanmu Xiu's life experiences, he swiftly identified a spirit tool known as the Sea Floating Tower. This treasure was designed for stability, possessing average flight speed yet exceptional defense. After sharing tender moments with Xian Fei, Ge Xiao summoned his furnace, unleashing golden and azure flames, and commenced the meticulous crafting of the tool. As he etched the final inscriptions, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, and at that moment, the exquisite spirit tool, Sea Floating Tower, radiated with ethereal light. Turning to Xian Fei, he declared, "Let us return home." Xian Fei nodded and walked over slowly. Ge Xiao grasped the delicate hand of Xian Fei, channeling his energy as they soared out of the waterfall cave. The sea-floating pavilion followed closely behind, rapidly expanding from the size of a thumb to a magnificent three-tiered structure, measuring 500 feet in diameter, suspended gracefully in the air. A beam of guiding light emanated from the pavilion, enveloping the two. Upon entering the pavilion, Xian Fei's curiosity was palpable. Having grown up in the Bird Valley cave, she had stayed in inns before, but this fusion of aesthetics from another realm was a first for her. As she caressed the smooth walls and admired the blend of European design in the ceiling, she explored every floor from the first to the third. Meanwhile, Ge Xiao waved his fingers, embedding 360 high-grade spirit stones into the formation's holes. He cast a spell, manifesting a route back to Bird Valley on the formation's display screen, and then infused all his magical energy into the energy storage device before settling down to meditate and restore his power. 3 days and nights later, Ge Xiao regained his lost energy. He pushed open the control room door and stepped outside, his consciousness extending to sense that Xian Fei was meditating in the adjacent room, her magical energy pulsating, indicating she was at a critical juncture in her cultivation. Respecting her focus, he proceeded to the third floor to retrieve the corpse-rearing chamber from the Golden Tower. The chamber instinctively resisted at first, but yielded upon recognizing its master. Ge Xiao cast a spell to open the chamber, revealing a stunning female copper corpse before him. Her eyes were tightly shut, yet her aura had notably strengthened, radiating the pressure of late Foundation establishment. He sealed the chamber and placed it back into the Golden Tower's corpse shadow grove, then released 5 golden corpses from the exquisite little house. It appeared their recovery was impressive, and Ge Xiao was astonished by the golden corpses' resilience. Aside from some minor burns, they had nearly fully restored. He collected the golden corpses into the exquisite little house. With a thought, a group of palm-sized black jade spiders, exuding a jade-like glow, appeared. It seemed the black jade spiders had thrived within the Golden Tower, now possessing cultivation levels nearing his own. After playing with them briefly, he returned them to the Golden Tower. Feeling a sudden nostalgia for his little companions, he immersed his consciousness in the Golden Tower. He found them frolicking amidst unknown spiritual trees, and he summoned them over. After some playful moments, he brought out over 58 treasure-fragrant pigs to feed them. During his leisurely stroll in Tianyi Square, he had purchased a considerable amount of blood ginseng, which was common compared to the rare star anise lotus. Now, the number of 8 treasure-fragrant pigs had surged to over 800, and with a method for increasing their yield, he was naturally generous. The little ones were delighted. Their father was finally generous. Watching them eat with joy, Ge Xiao sliced his palm, offering a significant amount of his own blood to nourish them. He could sense their vitality increasing, indicating they were on the cusp of advancement. Reflecting on their birth and the terrifying process of their advancement, he realized it stemmed from years of accumulation. Sitting cross-legged, he activated the indestructible golden body to replenish his lost blood. After an hour, his complexion regained its rosy hue, returning to its usual state before he ceased his cultivation. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the little ones alighted upon his shoulders, showering him with praise. Ge Xiao affectionately stroked their heads, and they responded with delighted hums, creating a harmonious atmosphere of contentment. It is not that they do not wish to remain with the elder, but rather that their ancestors, in their quest for strength, engaged in a massacre of the myriad races, exposing themselves to pursuit that could also ensnare the elder. As the young ones buzzed around, entering the Golden Tower, an arcane force conveyed a message to Ge Xiao. "I am Ge Xiao from the Treasure Pavilion. Fellow cultivator, please step out for a discourse. I have a matter to request." Ge Xiao executed a spell to halt the floating sea tower, waved his hand to dismantle its defensive array, and tossed a golden token toward the elder Shi, who was adorned in purple robes and possessed a striking brow and sharp eyes. Upon receiving the token and examining it, Shi recognized it as a token of the Treasure Pavilion's esteemed guest elder, and he immediately bowed, saying, "Greetings, Elder Ge. What brings you here?" Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely due to his affiliation with the Treasure Pavilion that he was granted a reprieve. While Shi examined the token, Ge Xiao scrutinized him as well. Based on the life experiences of Duanmu Xiao, it was evident that Shi Xiang exuded an aura characteristic of a cultivator at the initial stage of the transformation realm. "Elder Shi, you may rise," Ge Xiao stated calmly. Not only was Shi Xiang at the peak of the initial stage of the transformation realm, but even the artifact he had recently crafted, the soul-nurturing coffin, was beyond Shi's capability to contend with. The yellow hue of the treasure pavilion indicated that this young man possessed methods of the Dharma aspect realm or harbored the potential to become a formidable figure of the domain realm. Ge Xiao respectfully accepted the token and returned it with deference. Ge Xiao then inquired, "Does the treasure pavilion have a branch in the abandoned mountain?" Knowing that he could leverage his status as a guest elder to procure what he needed, he awaited the response. "Yes, Elder Ge. There is indeed a branch of the treasure pavilion in the abandoned mountain. Here is the map of the area." Ge Xiao replied as he presented a jade slip to Ge Xiao. Upon receiving the jade slip, Ge Xiao's consciousness delved within, revealing a detailed account of the power distributions, strength evaluations, and characteristics of the various sects and factions within the Long Night Demon domain, including the three mountains: Abandoned Mountain, Wandering Mountain, and Tiger Roar Mountain, each corresponding to the three secluded sects: the Corpse Demon sect, the Harmonious Union sect, and the Battle Demon sect. The four cities, Ghost Sea City, Bone Storage City, Blood Demon City, and Long Night City, were associated with the four great cultivation families: Yu, Yuan, Lu, and Feng. Lesser factions such as the 38 Towns and 79 Valleys were merely marked with a red dot and their names, lacking the detailed descriptions afforded to the three mountains and four cities. In light of this comprehensive map, Ge Xiao resolved to assist Ge Xiao and asked, "What is it that you require my help with?" Ge Xiao promptly replied with an apology, "Elder Ge, forgive me." The aura detection array indicated that this exquisite spiritual treasure contained only 2 lower-tier cultivators, which led me to entertain thoughts of murder and plunder. Recognizing Ge Xiao's honesty, Ge Xiao responded, "This floating sea tower is a creation of mine. If you are prepared with the necessary materials, I will craft a vessel for you at no cost." Although free assistance was unlikely, he intended to include the materials for crafting the cloud-penetrating shuttle within the arrangement, which should not pose a challenge for Ge Xiao given his strength. Upon hearing Ge Xiao's words, Ge Xiao felt a twinge of doubt. After all, Ge Xiao possessed a golden spiritual root and was merely at the late stage of foundation establishment. How could he possibly forge a superior spiritual artifact? Observing the expression on Ge Xiao's face, Ge Xiao exhaled a dual-colored flame of gold and blue, dispelling his concerns. When Ge Xiao beheld the extraordinary fire, an intuition of danger stirred within him, and he fully trusted Ge Xiao's assertions at that moment. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Ge Xiao retrieved a blank jade slip from a multitude of storage bags. He inscribed the materials required for the cloud-piercing shuttle and the location of his cave abode upon it, discarding it towards Ge Xiao. After receiving it, Ge Xiao produced a communication token and handed it to Ge Xiao, stating, "Elder Ge, this is my communication token. Should you require anything, you may contact me through it." Ge Xiao accepted the token and replied, "I do indeed have a task for you. Friend Ge, could you please keep an eye out for any news regarding the 1,000-year cicada's garment and the 10,000-year tiger bone? If you discover any, please procure them for me, and I shall offer substantial gratitude in return." Ge Xiao discreetly noted the request for the cicada garment and tiger bone. Even he could not afford to underestimate a request from a 4th-rank artifact refiner. Ge Xiao assured him, "I shall certainly seek out cicada garments and tiger bones of sufficient age." Ge Xiao respectfully responded. He then invited, "Elder Ge, we are not far from the treasure pavilion. Would it not be prudent to rest there for a while?" Ge Xiao declined, saying, "My partner longs for home, and I would not wish to intrude upon you. Once you have gathered the materials, do come find me at the illusionary cave." With that, Ge Xiao took his leave and flew towards the oceanic floating tower. Chapter 73. Return to the illusionary cave. After Ge Xiao departed aboard the oceanic floating tower, Ge Xiao produced a mapped jade slip and inscribed the name of the illusionary cave upon it. Now his focus shifted to the 3 clans associated with the dead family. Meanwhile, Ge Xiao maintained his vigil over Xian Fei's breakthrough while concurrently cultivating the boundless gold sea. Days passed in tranquil monotony until a resounding crash shattered the serenity. Xian Fei joyfully flung open the door, and upon hearing the commotion, Ge Xiao concluded his meditation and descended from the 3rd floor to greet her. "Brother Xiao, I have finally broken through and am now also a foundation establishment cultivator." Xian Fei exclaimed with delight. "Huh, excellent. Feier, I have prepared a feast on the 3rd floor to celebrate your emergence." Ge Xiao replied with a beaming smile, leading Xian Fei to the 3rd floor. They engaged in lively conversation while relishing the food and drink. During their merriment, Xian Fei could not help but express her gratitude for Ge Xiao's shared insights on cultivation. Ge Xiao also recounted his recent encounter with Ge Xiao from the treasure pavilion. showing her the jade slip detailing the distribution of the forces in the long night demon domain, thereby enriching her understanding of the cultivation world. At this juncture, the atmosphere in the Bird Valley was heavily laden with tension, as the surroundings were unexpectedly besieged by the armored soldiers of the iron-armored city. Among them were 3 nascent soul cultivators and over 50 golden core warriors, led by a burly general who had attained the mid-stage of nascent soul, a formidable force indeed. For this burly general, the Xian clan was as easy to extinguish as flipping a hand. However, at that moment, there was no sign of Xian in Bird Valley. Prior to their departure, the family head had presented an image of Xian, repeatedly instructing that she must be captured alive. To avoid alarming the prey, he had allowed the Xian clan to exist until now. Coincidentally, Xian had gone to the illusionary cave that day to wait for her elder and sister's return. As Xian patiently awaited her sister, a grand edifice was swiftly approaching Bird Valley. The soldiers surrounding Bird Valley from the Ghost Sea City may have been unaware of the oceanic floating tower's value, but those nascent soul leaders could instantly recognize it as a superior spiritual artifact. Even if it merely stood there, it was something that even their nascent soul realm could contend with. Although Ge Xiao and Xian Fei could not comprehend the reasons behind the events. When they opened the window, the commanding officer from Ghost Sea City immediately identified Xian Fei as their target. Even if the nascent soul cultivators could not confront the oceanic floating tower directly, they were not without their own methods. The bearded commander resolved to first ensnare the sea floating tower within a grand formation before summoning reinforcements. He bellowed, "Deploy the ethereal sea confinement killing formation." Instantly, the soldiers methodically produced a cluster of black water from their bosoms, which surged towards a designated direction, swiftly coalescing into a dark veil that ensnared the sea floating tower within its grasp. Ge Xiao observed the approaching figures, their aggressive demeanor suggesting malevolent intent directed toward Zinfi. However, Zinfi had not offended the city of Ethereal Sea during her time by his side. The instigator of any trouble could only be his sister-in-law, Xiao. Though impetuous, he was not a person of bloodthirst. Collecting his thoughts, Ge Xiao suspended the Baibao Pavilion token before him and spoke. "Esteemed friends, there must be some misunderstanding. I am an elder of the Baibao Pavilion. Grant me a moment to investigate, and I assure you I will provide a satisfactory resolution." "What do you say?" The bearded commander, evidently familiar with the Baibao Pavilion elder token, recognized its rarity. Such yellow guest elder tokens were exceedingly scarce, signifying the pavilion's high regard for this individual. Moreover, it implied that he was either at the law manifestation realm or possessed the potential to become one of the world's apex powers. Given the commander's aura, it was likely he belonged to the latter category, but the decision rested beyond his authority, prompting him to swiftly relay the situation to you, the actual commander. It appeared that the prestige of the Baibao Pavilion still held sway, as the bearded commander's countenance visibly softened. The commander declared, "The woman beside you has slain a member of my Yu family's collateral branch, and as compensation, I require your flying artifact." While the sea floating tower might be deemed precious by others, Ge Xiao knew he could forge another given sufficient refining materials. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that he could not afford to provoke the Yu family of the Ethereal Sea, who openly boasted a law manifestation guardian, with rumors suggesting the presence of a law domain expert in the shadows. "Very well, I acquiesce," Ge Xiao proclaimed, subsequently releasing his control over the sea floating tower and descending to the ground with Zinfi. "I hope that with this sea floating tower, our grievances may be reconciled," he stated coolly. Though he could not contend with the Yu family, it did not imply he feared the present adversaries. Should they prove obstinate, he would not hesitate to eliminate them and flee. After securing the sea floating tower, the bearded commander chuckled, "Rest assured, our Yu family shall not trouble you." With that, he departed with his soldiers. Ge Xiao felt a sense of discontent from this intimidation. It seemed the 9 Dragons confinement formation required an upgrade. If he could forge a complete set of divine artifacts for the 9 Dragons confinement formation, he would fear no initial law manifestation realm adversary. Yet, recalling the terrifying calamity of lightning, Ge Xiao deemed it prudent to wait. Previously, the corpse cult had withstood all the lightning strikes, but the artifact's spirit had succumbed to a prolonged stupor, rendering him unable to wield its full power. Should his crafted treasures fail to endure, the remaining lightning would surely seek him out, and with his perfected foundation establishment cultivation, he would perish 100 times over. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he responded, "Farewell." Intending to inquire about the unfolding events, Zinfi scanned the surroundings with her divine sense, but found no trace of Xiao. Turning to the clan leader, she asked, "Grandfather clan leader, Where has my sister gone? She ventured to the Mirage Cave this morning. The clan leader, Ge, replied with a hopeful expression. Had you not gone to the Mirage Cave today, the clan would surely have been unable to await the arrival of the esteemed elder. Regaining her composure, Ge gazed into Fei's azure eyes, sensing her formidable strength. With a surge of excitement, he cautiously inquired, "My dear Fei, have you discovered the 8 treasure fragrant pigs?" Fei refrained from providing a direct answer, instead glancing at Ge Xiao. Observing her gesture, Ge Xiao promptly released over 308 treasure fragrant pigs from the Golden Tower into the Bird Valley. The sudden influx of so many creatures sent the pigs scattering in fright. Ge, filled with exhilaration, commanded his kin to capture the pigs and subsequently expressed his profound gratitude to Ge Xiao, stating, "Senior, you have bestowed a tremendous favor upon the Exine clan. Should you require anything in the future, rest assured that we will not shirk our responsibilities." Ge Xiao, however, had no intention of imposing any obligations upon them. Having already discerned how to enhance the pigs' reproduction, observing the remaining 800 pigs within the Golden Tower, Ge Xiao remained unfazed and replied, "Your goodwill is appreciated, but I currently have no need for your assistance. Indeed, Senior, your magical prowess is unmatched, yet should any trivial matters arise, please inform us." Ge replied respectfully. "I shall return to the Illusion Cave with Fei to explain the situation to Ye." Alleviating her concerns, Ge Xiao stated, intending to depart from the Bird Valley. "We shall see you off, Senior." Ge and the members of the Exine clan bowed in farewell. Ge Xiao nodded, embracing Fei as he utilized the Golden Wind technique to head towards the Illusion Cave. Before reaching the cave, they spotted a striking woman with silver eyes and black wings, her hair styled in a bun and adorned with a delicate braid resting on her right shoulder. She stood at the cave entrance, accompanied by 3 small mantises resembling grayish-white puppies. As Ge Xiao approached, the woman seemed to sense his presence, her expression brightening as she called out, "Senior, sister." Upon landing, Fei hurriedly ran over, circling her sister and, reassured by her well-being, adopted a serious tone. "Yeah? What transpired with those soldiers besieging the Bird Valley and Yuhai City?" Ge Xiao had to expend an exceptional spiritual artifact to fend them off. "It is imperative we clarify the situation." Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty mantis nuzzled against Ge Xiao's leg. "Sister, during my visit to the market, I witnessed a demon cultivator bullying a woman. I intervened, but to my surprise, he turned his attention to me, and I ended up killing him. I had no idea he was from the Yu family in Yuhai City. Otherwise, I would have let him have his way." Ye pouted indignantly. Slap. Fei delivered a sharp reprimand to Ye, admonishing her, "You only know how to stir up trouble." The enforcement team did not intervene in that demon's disgraceful conduct at the market. Why must you seek to prove your strength without thinking? Ye, stung by her sister's slap, began to weep, seemingly oblivious to her sister's words. After scolding her, Fei, seeing her sister's tear-streaked face, enveloped her in a comforting embrace, saying, "Sister is not angry with you. You must use your intellect in future endeavors." Fortunately, Ge Xiao intervened. Otherwise, our clan could have faced annihilation. Ge Xiao produced several dozen 8 treasure fragrant pigs to ease the tension, suggesting, "Sisters, it is rare for you to reunite. Do not let a scoundrel spoil your spirits. Let us forget the unpleasantness and enjoy a delightful meal together." Ye's eyes widened in delight at the sight of the little pigs, instantly recognizing the 8 treasure fragrant pigs and turning to her sister. Only then did consort Exine nod and say, "Indeed, it is the 8 treasure fragrant pig. Furthermore, you should henceforth refrain from addressing Xiaoga as senior or Xiaoga. Rather, you should refer to him as brother-in-law." Exine exchanged glances between Ge Xiao and her sister, revealing a knowing smile. Ge Xiao, observing his sister-in-law who oscillated between laughter and tears, found himself at a loss for words. With a wave of his hand, he summoned a corpse control talisman of the late-stage nascent soul realm and directed it towards consort Exine, saying, "My dear, after we celebrate, I must enter seclusion for a time. With your current spiritual strength, you can barely control a late-stage nascent soul corpse demon. The 2 early-stage nascent soul corpse demons should be entrusted to Ye." The incident in Yuhai City instilled within him a sense of urgency to enhance his power. Only strength could serve as a means of survival in this foreign realm. He left behind the late-stage nascent soul corpse demon to ensure consort Exine's safety, granting himself peace of mind. Upon entering the illusory cave, he set up the 9 dragons subduing demons formation and sat cross-legged, with spirit stones levitating before him, commencing the operation of the Golden Sea boundless method. A year later, a pure golden elixir had formed within his dantian, while ominous clouds gathered outside the illusory cave. Ge Xiao opened his eyes, realizing that he was about to face his tribulation. Drawing upon the experiences of Duanmu, he understood that those who could transcend the tribulation in the golden elixir realm were invariably formidable figures, many of whom ascended to the void realm. Chapter 74. Shattered Elixir. According to the description of the Golden Sea Boundless method, the foundation establishment stage is pivotal for any cultivator aspiring to progress further. Thus, one must solidify their foundation. Without hesitation, Ge Xiao began to gradually dissipate the energy of the golden elixir, expanding his dantian. He further harnessed the elixir's energy to open up the 8 extraordinary meridians. Sweat beads, as large as mung beans, rolled down his face, and the intense pain nearly caused him to faint. After enduring prolonged and excruciating torment, Ge Xiao finally transformed the golden elixir within him, amplifying his dantian and meridians to 5 times their original capacity. His cultivation returned to the initial stage of foundation establishment, but the amount of spiritual power stored in his dantian was not significantly inferior to that of a mid-stage golden elixir. As the golden elixir vanished, the tribulation clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing a clear blue expanse once more. After a day and night of rest, Ge Xiao took out a cauldron and several useless magical artifacts, intending to melt them down to refine rare metals. After 6 months of relentless effort, he finally transformed the superfluous treasures into usable materials. Upon meticulously categorizing and inspecting them, a smile spread across his face. He retrieved the prepared materials and began to reforge the 9 dragons subduing demons formation, infusing it with his blood essence as he meticulously engraved the talisman inscriptions. Under the rigorous conditions of seclusion, 2 years later, Ge Xiao pushed open the dust-laden door to the spirit artifact chamber. This time, not only had his magical power progressed, but the flags of the 9 dragons subduing demons formation and the 9 golden dragons had also been enhanced to the level of semi-divine artifacts. Additionally, all remaining useless materials had been refined into 4 top-tier spiritual flying swords and a low-grade sea-floating tower. Now, even if he could not defeat an early-stage Dharma aspect cultivator, he possessed the capability to retaliate. Upon exiting seclusion, Ge Xiao intended to visit the treasure pavilion to sell the flying swords and replenish his dwindling supply of spirit stones. As prolonged seclusion had entirely depleted his resources, Ge Xiao summoned the Red Falcon and began his journey towards the Valley of Birds. Upon approaching the vicinity of the valley, he extended his consciousness and soon detected the presence of several nascent foundation cultivators within, among them one at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, not far from the late stage. Furthermore, the number of bao fragrant pigs in the valley had astonishingly multiplied from over 300 to an impressive 10-fold. As Ge Xiao entered the Valley of Birds on foot, the clan leader of the Xian tribe promptly came to greet him. "Senior." From a distance, Ge Xiao heard Xian Go's cheerful salutation. With a smile, Ge Xiao replied, "There is no need for excessive formality, clan leader Xian. I am here to seek favor." Before Xian Go could respond, Ge Xiao's gaze was drawn to a graceful figure fluttering out of the cave. Following Ge Xiao's line of sight, Xian Go immediately recognized Xian Fei's silhouette and, being astute, promptly stated, "Senior, there are some trivial matters I must attend to in the clan, so I shall take my leave." "Do attend to your affairs, clan leader Xian," Ge Xiao chuckled, appreciating the leader's emotional intelligence. Upon landing, Xian Fei bowed respectfully to Xian Go. "I greet the clan leader." Xian Go replied with a smile, "I have some matters to attend to. Please ensure you treat our esteemed guest well." "Rest assured, clan leader, I will take excellent care of brother Xia," Xian Fei assured him. Upon hearing such an affectionate title, Xian Go could not help but speculate on their relationship. Before departing, he discreetly glanced at Xian Fei, whose slightly rounded abdomen revealed a meaningful smile. Contemplating the promising future of the Xian clan, "Feier, I intend to visit the Baibao Valley this time, and wish to take you along." Ge Xiao addressed Xian Fei. "What is the Baibao Valley?" A voice chimed in from behind. It was none other than Xian Ye, who had hurried over upon learning of Ge Xiao's arrival at the Valley of Birds. Recently, she had often heard her sister speak of Ge Xiao's exploits in vanquishing the notorious Mad Dog Ridge and the Rodent King Valley, as well as the plethora of treasures, including divine artifacts. Xian Ye held a curiosity towards her brother-in-law, Ge Xiao. Without turning around, Ge Xiao recognized the voice of his sister-in-law. When Xian Ye reached him, he explained, "Baibao Valley is a secret location of the Baibao Pavilion. I plan to see if there are any items of necessity." "Oh, brother-in-law, I want to go too." Ye exclaimed eagerly. Although she was unfamiliar with the Baibao Pavilion, she had heard her sister mention that her brother-in-law held a prestigious position as a guest elder there. Initially intending to enjoy an outing with his wife, Ge Xiao now found his sister-in-law eager to join. He glanced questioningly at Fei, who, after a moment's consideration, replied, "Brother Xiao, Ye has always wanted to explore the outside world, so let us take her with us." However, Ge Xiao's concern lingered. Ye had a penchant for attracting trouble. The last time, her antics had drawn the ire of a late-stage golden core cultivator seeking vengeance, and previously, she had incited a conflict with the specter of the Ghost Sea City. Should she attract enemies that even Ge Xiao could not appease, the Xian clan would face dire consequences. Upon hearing his wife's consent, Ge Xiao initiated a spell, and a floating sea tower, spanning 30 feet, materialized in midair. 3 beams of guiding light enveloped the trio as they were transported into the tower. Ye eagerly explored the floating sea tower, touching and tapping at its various features. Observing the diminished size of the tower, Fei felt a twinge of guilt. Perceiving her thoughts, Ge Xiao playfully took her hand and remarked, "The previous tower was rather ostentatious. I prefer something more modest. If you do not like it, I can always exchange it for a larger one next time." "No, I like it very much." Fei suddenly embraced Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao turned to Fei and said, "Please keep Ye company for a while. I will head to the control room to adjust the route and replenish some spirit stones." With a gentle gaze filled with affection, Fei released her hands and replied, "All right, you go ahead." Ge Xiao stealthily kissed Fei before making his way to the control room of the floating sea pavilion. As Fei watched him depart, she turned to seek her sister. At this moment, Ye arrived at the guest hall of the floating sea pavilion, which was furnished with a comfortable sofa, a tea table, and an array of spirit tea and spirit fruits. She lay on the sofa, indulging in spirit fruits while gazing out at the picturesque scenery. Feeling utterly at ease, Fei soon found her way to the guest hall, and, upon seeing her sister sprawled out on the sofa, felt an urge to reprimand her. However, as soon as Ye noticed her sister approaching, she straightened up and smiled. "Sister, come sit here. It's so comfortable." Shaking her head, Fei approached. Noticing a hollow in the sofa that seemed designed for spirit stones, she took out a high-grade spirit stone and placed it within. Instantly, 4 hands emerged from behind the sofa, providing massage services for both Fei and Ye. The pressure was just right, and even Fei found herself comfortably reclining on the sofa. Low-grade magical tools have their own merits, requiring less mana infusion. After placing the high-grade spirit stone, Ge Xiao needed only to input half of his mana to fill it completely. This was largely due to his dantian being at least 10 times larger than the average foundation establishment practitioner, filled with abundant and pure mana. He then adjusted the route within the control disc, successfully setting it up. Having completed these tasks, Ge Xiao left the control room and, upon entering the guest hall, discovered that both Fei and Ye had fallen asleep on the sofa. Ge Xiao sat cross-legged on the sofa, a high-grade spirit stone hovering in front of him, visibly absorbing spiritual energy. After digesting several high-grade spirit stones, his mana was fully replenished. Stretching lazily, he walked to the window and frowned at the view outside. Not far away, a forest within a 100-mile radius emanated a chilling aura of blood, with nearly every tree grotesquely adorned with corpses. This was the infamous Blood Ghost Forest. As recorded in the jade slip provided by the alchemist Shi Zhengxiang from the treasure pavilion, marked as ominous. Even the most powerful cultivators avoided its presence, and naturally, Ge Xiao wished to do the same. Suddenly, the Blood Ghost Forest seemed to awaken, countless blood-red eyes turning in unison to gaze at Ge Xiao, accompanied by a sinister, cackling laughter. Realizing the abnormality, Ge Xiao swiftly employed a spell to activate the protective array of the floating sea pavilion, isolating them from sound and spiritual interference. Perhaps due to her condition, Fei was deeply asleep, but Ye awoke at that moment, inadvertently locking eyes with the blood-red gaze and becoming entranced. In a frenzy, she rushed toward the window, and sensing the impending danger, Ge Xiao immediately embraced Ye to prevent her from leaping out. In a flash, he summoned the corpse-nurturing pavilion above the floating sea pavilion, a crimson vine extending forth to ensnare Ye securely. Despite her struggles, she could not escape its grasp. Ge Xiao's gaze turned towards the Blood Ghost Forest. It seemed he had no choice but to confront it, lest his sister-in-law fall victim to its grasp. He roused Fei, who, upon seeing Ye with blood-red eyes and a distorted face desperately struggling, anxiously inquired, "Ge Xiao, what has happened to Ye?" Ye has fallen under the influence of the blood ghost forest, Ge Xiao explained. I woke you to keep an eye on her. I will venture into the blood ghost forest and seek a way to rescue her. He then handed her the small control disc and the method to operate it, preparing to cast a spell and leave the floating sea pavilion. Chapter 75, Blood Demon Forest. At that moment, Xian Fei suddenly approached Ge Xiao and said, Xiao Ge, you must return safely. As she gazed towards the blood demon forest, an overwhelming sense of dread enveloped her, indicating the presence of something formidable within. Ge Xiao gently caressed Xian Fei's small hand, reassuring her, do not worry. If I wish to leave, nothing can obstruct me. Seeing Ge Xiao's unwavering confidence, she instinctively relaxed her grip. With a subtle smile, Ge Xiao formed a hand seal and instantly appeared outside the sea-floating pavilion. He promptly activated his spell, channeling his true essence into a golden cube that enveloped him within the eternal prison. As Ge Xiao descended into the blood demon forest, he was immediately surrounded by corpses entangled in the trees, their blood-red eyes flickering to life as they opened their gaping maws, converging upon him. The corpses, seemingly devoid of fatigue, relentlessly clawed at Ge Xiao, some even resorting to smashing their skulls against hard surfaces without pause. The cacophony of scratching fingers and the dull thud of skulls resonated in Ge Xiao's ears, sending shivers down his spine. He swiftly altered his spell, infusing the eternal prison with power that sealed off all external sounds, plunging him into silence. Ignoring the relentless corpses, Ge Xiao pressed deeper into the heart of the blood demon forest. Observing that the suspended bodies posed no real harm, the blood-red trees began to uproot themselves, swinging their branches menacingly at him. The branches, however, elicited no reaction from the eternal prison, and Ge Xiao remained undeterred, focused solely on discovering a means to rescue Yu. After a futile barrage of strikes that failed to inflict any injury upon him, the blood-red trees began to entwine around Ge Xiao. Initially contemplating a swift exit upon finding a solution, Ge Xiao, in a fit of frustration, unleashed golden blue flames, igniting the surrounding trees. In an instant, the blood-red trees recoiled, shielding their heads and fleeing in disarray. Recognizing the impact of his display, Ge Xiao attempted to communicate, declaring, I come here with no ill intent. I seek merely to rescue a friend who has been ensnared by your enchantment. At that moment, a stunning woman draped in crimson attire, with long chestnut hair cascading to her waist and a delicate, oval face framed by slender, arched eyebrows, materialized before Ge Xiao. Her large, narrow eyes sparkled with cunning. Ge Xiao was momentarily startled by her sudden appearance, hastily performing a spell to envelop the eternal prison around him, and inquired, Are you the master of this blood demon forest? Master of the blood demon forest? I suppose one could say that, she replied with a playful smirk. Dear boy, who exactly are you here to rescue? No new vengeful spirits have joined us today. My friend merely cast a glance at the blood demon forest, and now her eyes are blood red, her temperament drastically altered. Is there a way to save her? Ge Xiao responded calmly. Understanding his predicament, he resolved to adopt a diplomatic approach, hoping to negotiate before resorting to violence should she prove uncooperative. Oh, so the young lady I just ensnared is your friend. Then we can certainly engage in a discussion. I have a proposition. I wonder if you might be interested? The enchanting woman waved her hand, bringing tranquility back to the blood-red trees. What proposition? Ge Xiao inquired, fixated on her. Do you see the 36 metallic pillars aligned throughout this grove? They are the seals that bind me. If you could simply retrieve them, I would assist you in liberating that young lady from her enchantment. The captivating woman smiled. In the depths of his exploration, Ge Xiao discovered, indeed, 36 metallic pillars suppressing a stone statue that bore a striking resemblance to the enchanting woman in red. Delving into the memories of Duanmu Xiao, Ge Xiao discerned that these 36 pillars were formidable sealing pillars of high-grade divine artifacts. This signified that each pillar possessed the capacity to subdue a practitioner at the late stage of the Dharma aspect. The existence of all 36 pillars hinted at a terrifying force. Rather than acquiescing immediately, Ge Xiao scrutinized the sealing pillars with meticulous attention. The pillars, adorned in gilded gold, were etched at their bases with countless vine patterns, and upon them was intricately carved a lifelike golden dragon. Observing Ge Xiao lost in thought, the breathtaking woman in red seductively remarked, Each of these 36 pillars is an unparalleled divine weapon. Possessing even one could grant dominion over a realm. As a skilled artifact forger himself, and with the lifetime experiences of the 4 realms of artifact deity Duanmu Xiao, Ge Xiao was not swayed by the beguiling words of the enchanting woman. For now, she was powerless against him. Should he fall into her trap to acquire the sealing pillars, it would undoubtedly activate the formation. If his conjecture was correct, the woman in red had expended considerable effort to release a fragment of her soul, amassing strength within this blood demon forest. With a smile that bore a hint of menace, Ge Xiao declared, I will not assist you in your escape, but you must release your control over my friend. Otherwise, I shall ensure you regret your decision. The beautiful woman in red, witnessing Ge Xiao's resolute stance, coldly retorted, Is that so? I shall make you regret it right now. With that, she attempted to invoke the incantation within the soul of Xinyue, yet there was no sign of any response. Ge Xiao chuckled, Since you fail to recognize your situation, do not blame me. With deft movements, he executed a series of hand seals, unleashing golden dragons imbued with ethereal flames from his soul ring, which soared wildly through the blood demon forest. It was not long before a conflagration erupted, engulfing the forest in flames, as the blood trees emitted piercing shrieks of agony. The woman in red, witnessing her years of hard work on the brink of destruction, felt an intense fury brewing within her. However, the insufferable lad was ensconced within a golden barrier, rendering her incapable of inflicting harm. Ge Xiao surmised that this woman had likely survived due to the blood demon forest, and upon seeing a fleeting glimmer of sorrow in her eyes, he became even more convinced of his assumptions. Ge Xiao spoke once more, Should you remain obstinate in your refusal to release the control, I will not only incinerate every blood tree, but will also erect a barrier here to sever your connection with the outside world. The woman in red, her eyes ablaze with fury, realized that she had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. If she did not acquiesce, this young man would undoubtedly ensnare her within a grand formation, and the prospect of seeing the light of day again would be postponed for many years. Though she had controlled several cultivators over the years, their powers were generally low, as she was merely a wisp of a soul. Ultimately, the captivating woman in red chose to compromise and, with a voice tinged with anger, exclaimed, Cease your actions at once. If you swear an oath to the heavens not to harm the blood trees, I will release my control. Ge Xiao, undeterred, asserted, You lack the standing to bargain with me. Should you choose to defy me, I will ensure that you remain forever in darkness. The woman in red recognized his formidable nature. Should she concede even once, she would be led by the nose. Yet, a flicker of intrigue stirred within her heart at the thought of being contemporaries. Ridding herself of such distractions, the woman in red declared, I concede to your demands. But you must seal this place, for I cannot undo it. Ge Xiao calmly stated, First, you must issue a heavenly oath to release Xinye's control without leaving any subsequent means. As Ge Xiao watched her declare the heavenly oath, he retracted the 9 dragons suppressing demon formation. Sensing the information transmitted from his embrace, he promptly re-established the formation, smiling, Senior, I was compelled by circumstances earlier. I hope you can forgive me. The stunning woman in red observed his actions with a hint of anger, realizing that this young man intended to extort her further. Suppressing her rising ire, she replied, It is of no concern. I have not taken it to heart. You may leave. She issued a clear dismissal. Let us first secure her trust, Ge Xiao thought. Indeed, the senior keeps her word. I shall take my leave, and I promise to bring gifts upon our next meeting. The re-establishment of the 9 dragons suppressing demon formation was both a means of self-protection and a way to instill a sense of fear in her. Though she was beautiful, the corpses strewn across the forest served as a reminder that she was not to be trifled with. It was wise to withdraw while the situation was favorable. The enchanting woman in red snorted softly, recognizing that this young man was merely speaking empty words without any tangible assurances. Ge Xiao, sensing her dissatisfaction, decided to offer something of value. With a wave of his hand, 50,000 black blood ants and 108 treasure-fragrant pigs surged forth from the golden tower. He respectfully declared, Senior, this is a small token from me. I hope you can overlook any unpleasantness. Observing Ge Xiao's methods, the stunning woman began to consider forging an alliance. A blood sea soul technique materialized in the air. Ge Xiao's heart leapt with joy. This was indeed a soul technique. While he possessed various skills, he found himself lacking in matters concerning the soul, aside from his extraordinary fire. Nevertheless, he remained wary of the woman in red. However, this soul technique could serve as a valuable reference. Ge Xiao inscribed the soul technique onto a jade slip, bowing as he said, I apologize for the disturbance. I shall take my leave now. The beautiful woman in red watched him without immediately imprinting the technique onto her soul, lamenting the missed opportunity. After absorbing the blood offering Ge Xiao had provided, she vanished from sight. Upon entering the sea-floating tower, Ge Xiao saw Xian Fei beside Xinyue, who appeared clear-eyed and seemingly unaffected. Still, Ge Xiao resolved to consult a soul expert regarding her condition and to learn more about soul knowledge in the process. Seeing Ge Xiao approach, Xi and Fei joyfully ran over, exclaiming, "Xiao Ge, Ye is fine now." Ge Xiao immediately embraced her, replying, "Yes, but we must depart quickly." He remained cautious about the woman in red. Channeling his methods, he commanded the sea-floating tower to move at full speed. Once prepared, Ge Xiao placed his hand on Xi and Ye's forehead, allowing his soul thoughts to surge in for a thorough examination. Just as his spiritual consciousness made contact with Xi and Ye's forehead, a thread of crimson soul energy seized the opportunity to invade his soul. Meanwhile, the stunning woman in red in the blood ghost forest smiled, sensing that the young man was about to fall into a trap. Realizing the anomaly, Ge Xiao swiftly summoned his extraordinary fire from his dantian into the soul sea, launching an assault against the crimson soul energy. After a considerable struggle, he exhaled deeply, a smile gracing his lips. Though perilous, this encounter had yielded new discoveries. His extraordinary fire could not only devour the crimson soul, but also choose to extract memories from it. Despite the scant information gleaned, he managed to obtain the complete version of the blood sea soul technique. Noticing Xi and Fei's worried expression, Ge Xiao cheerfully reassured her, "This time, I truly am unharmed." The crimson vines that ensnared Xin Yue swiftly contracted, causing the corpse-rearing pavilion to vanish without a trace. "Ah!" Xin Yue exclaimed, joyfully embracing her sister. "Sister, is that really you?" Xin Fang, perplexed, inquired. "Yeah, what is happening?" Xin Yue glanced between her sister and her brother-in-law, explaining, "When I awoke that time, I found myself engulfed in a sea of blood red. My body no longer under my control." Xin Fang comforted her, "It's all right. It's all in the past now." Ge Xiao, standing nearby, reassured her, "Do not be afraid. The villains have been driven away." This also served as a reminder to Ge Xiao that the defensive array of Heifilu should remain active to prevent similar occurrences. Chapter 76. White Lake Town. In a modest dwelling within the rugged White Lake Town, a battered, blind youth named Yusen cautiously ventured outside, supported by a cane. He had to reach White Lake, situated 10 miles from the town. The previous night, townsfolk had invaded his home in an attempt to capture his sister for the lake god's ritual the following day, and in his efforts to intervene, he had been knocked unconscious, only just regaining consciousness. Ge Xiao and Xin Fang, deep in meditation, were roused by a shout. Upon opening their eyes, they found Xin Yue beaming at the window. "What a beautiful lake! Look, there are so many people." Ge Xiao, extending his spiritual awareness, indeed discerned a throng of mortals gathering by the White Lake, among whom were several young women bound by ropes. In the depths of the lake, a small white snake of mid-golden core stage was coiled, flicking its tongue. With a smile, Ge Xiao addressed Xin Yue. "Yeah, do you wish to join the festivities?" Xin Yue nodded enthusiastically, voicing her complaint. "Staying at Heifilu has been dreadfully dull. I want to explore this afternoon." At that moment, Xin Fang added, "If that is the case, Brother Xiao, we are not pressed for time. Let us go and see." "Very well, let us investigate," Ge Xiao concurred with Xin Fang. With a flick of his hand, the incantation altered, and Heifilu vanished into the air, transporting them 10 miles away. Summoning his bloodthirsty mantis, the trio rode 3 grayish-white mantises toward the gathering. The keen-eyed villagers of White Lake Town soon noticed 3 figures riding spirit beasts approaching. The portly, silver-haired town chief, Yu Hu Hai, squinted at their direction and remarked, "Chief, 3 strangers are making their way toward us." Yu Hu Hai, peering at Ge Xiao and the others, replied, "As long as they do not disrupt the ritual, do not provoke them." As a town leader, his insight was not to be underestimated. The young man in white exuded an extraordinary aura, and the 2 dark-winged women accompanying him displayed remarkable prowess, with their mounts emanating a subtle aura of menace. Suddenly, chaos erupted among the crowd, as Yusan, having exhausted his savings to purchase a basket of venomous snakes, hurled them into the throng. Seizing the moment, he followed the scent toward his sister. "San, what are you doing? Hurry back." His sister, Yu Yorong, urged in a hushed tone. Hearing her voice heightened Yu San's excitement, and he quickly made his way to the boat, carrying her. Not all the townsfolk were unwilling participants in the sacrifice. One plump woman with triangular eyes, having been raised in her family's tradition, believed that offering oneself to the lake god was the highest honor. At that moment, she awaited her fate with eager anticipation, only to witness the blind Yusan unbinding the sacrificial offerings. As the blind fisherman, Yusan joyfully grasped his sister's hand, yearning to escape. A shrill voice pierced the air. "Help! The fish is trying to flee. Help! The fish is trying to escape." It was the voice of a stout woman with slanted eyes. At that moment, the townsfolk recognized the blind Yusan and his sister, Yu Rong. and swiftly surrounded them with blades drawn, barking menacingly, "You audacious fools! Being chosen as offerings for the lake god is a privilege you ought to cherish. Should you dare to escape today, it is we who will suffer the wrath of the lake god." Their faces contorted with malice. Yusan, sensing the hostility in the townsfolk's admonitions, immediately twisted and thrust his cane, revealing a sharp sword that he brandished protectively before his sister, exuding a fierce determination. Although he had been blind since childhood, he had been blessed with a nurturing family, loving parents, a brother who defended him against bullies, and a sister who crafted garments for him. 10 years prior, his father and brother had gone hunting and never returned, and when his mother set out to find them, she too vanished. From that moment on, the siblings relied on each other for support. He vowed to protect his sister from harm, even if it meant challenging the divine. Unmoved by Yusan's defiance, the townsfolk advanced with their weapons, intent on ending his life. As an ordinary man, Yusan stood no chance against them, and despite sustaining numerous wounds, he remained silent, eventually collapsing to his knees, propped up by his sword. Meanwhile, his sister cried out, "San, I willingly offer myself as a sacrifice to the lake god. Please, step aside." Yusan gripped her tightly with his bloodied hands, refusing to let her sacrifice herself. Ge Xiao understood that this was a local custom, seeking protection through the sacrifice of living beings. Yet, he was deeply moved by the indomitable spirit of Yusan, who dared to confront fate. Simultaneously, he held disdain for the townsfolk's actions. The strong wield their blades against the mightier, while the weak prey upon the feeble. Cultivating immortality requires not only innate talent, but also opportunity and a heart of a warrior. Just moments ago, Ge Xiao had discerned that Yusan possessed a superior golden spiritual root, and now fate had presented itself. Ge Xiao harnessed his magical powers, channeling his essence into the eternal abyss, enveloping the siblings in a golden barrier. The townsfolk swung their weapons, but the barrier remained unyielding, leaving them at a loss. Ge Xiao, wielding his powers, pushed the townsfolk aside, his form aglow with golden light as he soared before Yusan. With a wave of his hand, a small 9-turn golden dan flew into Yusan's mouth. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Fei, then performed a spell to draw them into the elevated sea-floating pavilion. Yusan watched in astonishment as the wounds on his body visibly healed. He gazed at Ge Xiao in disbelief. Ge Xiao then infused the golden sea limitless art into his soul, and Yusan immediately felt a soul-rending agony. Beads of sweat forming on his brow, realizing that this was his chance to alter his destiny, and he gritted his teeth to endure. Simultaneously, Ge Xiao was testing him, assessing how much a mortal could withstand in terms of soul infusion. Observing the unconscious Yusan, Ge Xiao's expression softened with approval. He had found his first disciple in this otherworldly realm, ready to impart the indestructible golden body and the golden sea limitless teachings to him. "I am Ge Xiao, and this is Xiao Fei, my wife. This lovely lady is Xiao Jiu, my sister-in-law. May I ask your name, fair maiden?" Ge Xiao inquired with a smile directed at Yu Rong. "Gratitude, my name is Yu Rong, and this is my brother, Yusan," she replied, glancing at her brother. At that moment, with a thunderous splash, a colossal serpent, stretching 100 feet in length, leapt from the depths of Bai Lake, surging towards the sea-floating pavilion. As the townsfolk observed the python emerge from the waters, they promptly knelt in reverence. Suddenly, the sea-floating pavilion trembled, and Ge Xiao's consciousness expanded to reveal a white dragon in the lake. Ge Xiao turned to Xiao Fei with a smile, inquiring if she still lacked a mount. Xiao Fei paused momentarily before nodding in realization. Without further ado, a red vine swiftly shot out from the sea-floating pavilion. The python instinctively sensed fear upon encountering the red vine and immediately fled. However, the red vine emanated a force that rendered the python immobile, slowly ensnaring it and drawing it towards the sea-floating pavilion. Observing the white dragon bound at the corpse-raising pavilion, Ge Xiao promptly utilized a seal, this time invoking a fragment of Xiao Fei's soul power. The townspeople of Baihu Town, witnessing their lake deity being effortlessly subdued, felt a mix of anxiety and dread. Yu Yurong, watching Ge Xiao reclaim the lake deity with such ease, was convinced he must be a sage of great renown. With the thrill of the spectacle dissipated, Ge Xiao and the others resumed their journey, now accompanied by 2 additional figures. On a certain day, a figure plummeted directly onto the sea-floating pavilion. Ge Xiao immediately expanded his consciousness and beheld a striking beauty, Jean Monru, with a single ponytail, willow-like brows, and almond-shaped eyes, her physique alluringly curvaceous. At that moment, the girl was encased in a layer of magically condensed armor, a trickle of blood at the corner of her mouth. Rather than seeking refuge at the sea-floating pavilion, She brandished a mid-grade spiritual artifact, the tiger claw, and charged at a burly man with thick brows and large eyes, wielding a low-grade spiritual saber. Jean Monru's form flickered with astonishing speed, each strike more powerful than the last, while the burly man maintained a calm demeanor, parrying her attacks and sending a formation plate flying toward the sea-floating pavilion. The pavilion became ensnared in a grand array, unable to proceed. And Ge Xiao silently lamented the predicament. In the realm of cultivation, discretion was paramount, and witnessing such a scene could lead to dire consequences. With a loud crash, Jean Monru was once again sent flying, her magical armor shattered. The burly man aimed his saber at Jean Monru's head, while a diminutive centipede stealthily merged into the surroundings from its beast-rearing pouch. Jean Monru, channeling her tiger claw, unleashed a ferocious tiger towards the burly man. With a grin, he observed as the small centipede appeared on Jean Monru's back. A sharp intake of breath escaped her lips as intense pain surged through her, disrupting her inner magic. She coughed blood and was flung away, the area bitten by the centipede turning a sinister shade of black and purple. Jean Monru quickly harnessed her magic to expel the poison, yet the burly man swung his saber, determined not to allow her recovery. With a deafening thud, Jean Monru was struck again, her armor and clothing torn asunder, a deep gash appearing on her chest, blood gushing forth. The burly man swiftly produced a rectangular iron plate, pressing it firmly against Jean Monru's forehead, lustful eyes roving over her enticing form. As he captured Jean Monru, Ge Xiao thought to himself, if I remain unseen, perhaps I shall be spared. However, when he noticed the burly man turning his gaze, Ge Xiao sighed, contemplating that he had no desire to intervene. Yet circumstances compelled him to act. The burly man, casting a lecherous glance at Ge Xiao, wickedly declared, since you have witnessed this scene, there is no need for you to depart. As the burly man swung his saber toward the sea-floating pavilion, Ge Xiao's heart raced. Realizing the man was a formidable presence at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, and his low-grade spiritual artifact pavilion would surely be unable to withstand such an attack. Without hesitation, Ge Xiao summoned the corpse-raising pavilion, forming a hand seal to infuse it with magic, causing countless red vines to surge forth. With a resounding thud, a crimson vine effortlessly thwarted the assault of the burly man, while the remaining vines swiftly ensnared him in a firm embrace. Beside them, Xi and Fei had long grown accustomed to Ge Xiao's ability to dispatch foes with such alacrity, though Xi and Ye and Yu Yurong were taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment as they sensed the burly man's aura far surpassed that of Ge Xiao. When the man had unleashed his attack, they had presumed it would be the end, yet the ease with which he was vanquished was a stark deviation from the principles of cultivation they understood. Having witnessed this unexpected turn of events, they felt it was inappropriate to merely spectate. Ge Xiao, with a mere gesture, retrieved the burly man's storage ring and mid-grade spiritual weapon, a broadsword, into his possession. A sweep of his consciousness revealed a vial containing an antidote for centipede poison. Channeling his mana, he directed a stream of black liquid towards Jean Monru's back. Feeling the liquid's approach, Jean Monru experienced an unfamiliar sensation, akin to being exposed before the gaze of a stranger. In this realm, where chastity was held in the highest regard, the thought of killing her savior to preserve her purity conflicted deeply with her own moral principles. Ge Xiao unleashed his mana, and a dual-colored flame of gold and blue erupted forth, enveloping the burly man. The man writhed in agony, his body ablaze, desperately attempting to escape. Moments later, he was reduced to ashes, dissipating into the air. Witnessing this, Jean Monru's heart was tumultuous. She realized she was at the mercy of Ge Xiao's power. Diving into the golden blue flames, Ge Xiao sifted through the memories of the burly man's life. After a quarter of an hour, a smile graced his face as he uncovered the location of a potential treasure, a mysterious metal hidden within an ancient tomb 100 miles east of Langdang Mountain. According to Ouyang Xiu's recollections, this enigmatic metal had long been extinct. Incorporating it into weapon crafting not only enhanced the success rate, but also amplified the weapon's potency. It could be said that this metal was the dream of every blacksmith. As for the contents of the burly man's storage ring, aside from 500,000 high-grade spiritual stones, formation flags, a jade slip for controlling them, and instructions for an ancient immobilizing talisman, there was little else of value. Ge Xiao meticulously organized these items before activating the jade slip to refine and collect the formation disc. Chapter 77. An unforeseen calamity. Ge Xiao handed the instructions for the ancient immobilizing talisman to Xi and Ye, saying, Ye, please follow the instructions to free the woman below. Are you not going? Xi and Ye inquired. Silly sister, That woman is currently unclothed. Do you think it appropriate for Ge Xiao to be present? Xin Fei chuckled. Only then did Xin Ye realize, taking the instructions to examine them carefully before soaring over to the vulnerable woman to release her. Jean Monru quickly donned a set of clothing and expressed her gratitude to Xin Ye, saying, "Thank you, fellow cultivator, for saving my life." Observing her closely, Xin Ye noted that Jean Monru's cultivation was merely at the second layer of the foundation establishment stage, which left her perplexed. She herself, at the peak of the nascent soul stage, had been unable to defeat the demon blade Wu Daozi. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Xin Ye interjected. "It was not I who saved you. I lack such capability. It was my brother-in-law who intervened." Upon hearing this, Jean Monru bowed deeply towards the sea-floating tower, saying, "I am Jean Monru of the Jean Demon sect. I am deeply grateful for your life-saving intervention, esteemed elder. There's no need for such formalities. If you are well, that is sufficient." "Yeah, we must take our leave," Ge Xiao replied. Xin Ye rose and flew towards the sea-floating tower, a radiant beam guiding her into the guest hall. As she watched the sea-floating tower gradually recede into the distance, Jean Monru bowed deeply once more, suddenly recalling her mission to eliminate the Rainy Night Butcher, Xiao Fei. Now that the Rainy Night Butcher had been reduced to ashes by the elder, she found herself unable to fulfill her obligations. As she contemplated the potential proof of his treasured sword, Jean Monru swiftly made her way towards the place where the sea-floating tower had vanished. The following day, a familiar silhouette obstructed her path, prompting Ge Xiao to involuntarily recall her lack of attire. He executed a spell to suspend the sea-floating tower and observed that Xin Fei and the others appeared equally perplexed by Jean Monru's intentions. Clearing his throat, Ge Xiao inquired, "Miss Jean, why do you impede my progress?" Perceiving that Ge Xiao's aura only indicated a foundational cultivation of the initial stage, Jean Monru recognized that this group regarded him as their leader. The notorious Rainy Night Butcher, Xiao Fei, had been slain by them, suggesting that their elder concealed a depth of power beyond her comprehension. Typically, those with profound cultivation possessed volatile tempers and were prone to violence. She regretted her audacity in obstructing an elder's path. With no retreat available, Jean Monru steeled herself and respectfully addressed him, "Elder, I have undertaken a sect mission to hunt down the Rainy Night Butcher, Xiao Fei, who has now been reduced to dust by your hand. I humbly request the sword he frequently wielded as a token." Ge Xiao regarded the early-stage nascent soul Jean Monru, contemplating that while a low-grade spiritual weapon was not significant for a master craftsman like himself, parting with it so easily felt like a loss. Noticing her considerable cultivation, he presumed she possessed valuable items as well. Thus he replied, "That sword is, after all, a low-grade spiritual weapon. You must offer a treasure in exchange." Upon hearing Ge Xiao's words, Jean Monru immediately expressed her gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, elder." Unbeknownst to her, the elder in her eyes was merely a foundational cultivator. She then began rummaging through her storage ring for equivalent items. "Elder, how about this?" she asked, presenting a space stone the size of a head. She had obtained several such stones from an accidental incursion into a spatial rift, but her attempts to locate that fissure again had proven futile. This particular stone was among the larger ones she possessed, and given its rarity, she believed the elder would be intrigued. Ge Xiao, captivated by the valuable space stone, realized it was sufficient for crafting a low-grade divine artifact, the cloud-piercing shuttle. He was merely lacking the void gold to commence the process. Stealing a glance at the slumbering spirit of the corpse-raising pavilion, he understood that attempting to forge a low-grade divine artifact would undoubtedly attract heavenly tribulations. He responded joyfully, "Yes, indeed. Miss Jean, do you possess any more space stones? I can craft a semi-divine artifact for you free of charge, but you must provide the materials, as I am a bona fide artifact master." Recently, tales of artifact crafting in the abandoned mountain had circulated widely, and the neighboring tyrant of Huxiao Mountain, the Zhanimo sect, had certainly heard wind of it. At that time, the leader of the Zhantian sect had instructed the entire sect that anyone who could forge a connection with the artifact master would be generously rewarded. When Jean Monru heard Ge Xiao affirm his identity as an artifact master, she sensed her celestial fortune approaching. Immediately, she stated, "Elder, I do have more space stones, but they are not with me." Although she held a favorable opinion of Ge Xiao's character, she felt compelled to remain cautious. Upon hearing there were more, Ge Xiao eagerly asked, "Miss Jean, do you know where to obtain more space stones?" Jean Monru replied, "Elder, you jest. Space stones are exceedingly rare, requiring a long-term nurturing within spatial rifts, which do not persist indefinitely. Indeed, it is a contradiction. Spatial fissures do not endure for long. while spatial stones require prolonged nurturing. Ge Xiao understood this, merely expressing a thought in passing. If there were gains, it would be a fortune. If not, it would not matter much. Haha, Miss Jean. I was merely inquiring, he remarked. However, I do require a considerable quantity of spatial stones. Should you possess any, I can offer a promise in exchange. Ge Xiao chuckled. It was understandable that the other party might be hesitant, fearing the potential for violence and treasure theft. Upon hearing Ge Xiao's words, Jean Monroe discreetly observed his demeanor and replied, Senior, you must be true to your word. Exchanging the remaining spatial stones for a commitment from a profoundly enigmatic elder is indeed worthwhile. Furthermore, I originally intended to trade these spatial stones to forge a semi-artifact with a craftsman. As Jean Monroe produced a dozen spatial stones, Ge Xiao's heart soared. With these stones, he could even undertake the forging of a top-tier artifact. Had Duanmu Xiao possessed a top-tier artifact, the cloud-penetrating shuttle, he would not have been besieged. Ge Xiao, employing his magical prowess, drew the spatial stones into his soul ring and then retrieved his communication token, tossing it towards Jean Monroe. She accepted it, cautiously probing. Senior, is it true that you will forge a semi-artifact for me? Observing the cautious Jean Monroe, Ge Xiao smiled. Of course. Do you have all the necessary materials? He had already noticed the tiger's claw she used in battle. Though it was a rare item, Duanmu Xiao had crafted a few. Senior, I am still in need of town-overturning demon gold. However, I have received word that it will appear in the underground black market of Bonesong City in 10 days. Jean Monroe replied. In that case, let us accompany you on this journey. You seem weary. Why not rest at my sea-floating pavilion? Ge Xiao invited. As he had initially come to trade for a spiritual sword, whether in the Treasure Valley or the black market. Thank you, Senior. Jean Monroe expressed her gratitude. As a cultivator at the early stage of the nascent soul, it was quite taxing to pursue a low-grade spiritual weapon, especially given her injuries and depleted magical energy. No sooner had she finished speaking than a beam of guiding light enveloped her. Without resistance, she soon found herself within the sea-floating pavilion, respectfully addressing, Senior. Oh, no need for formality. Consider it your own home. Ge Xiao replied before settling into meditation. Sister Jean, relax. My brother-in-law is just like that. Xian comforted. Noticing Jean Monroe's tension, Jean Monroe glanced at Xian Fei and Yu Yorong, who nodded in acknowledgement, and then commenced her own cultivation. Only the playful Xian and the unconscious Yu San refrained from practicing. To gather some information, Jean Monroe decided to engage Xian. With a smile, Jean Monroe approached Xian, taking her hand. Yaya, would you show me around here? Without much thought, Xian responded, Sure. It can get quite dull staying here for too long. Sister Jean, I'll take you. She then led Jean Monroe out the door. Upon arriving at a particular room, Jean Monroe discreetly cast a soundproof barrier and inquired, Yaya, where are you from? Xian replied with a smile. I hail from the abandoned mountains Flying Bird Valley. My brother-in-law is an elder with a yellow card at the Treasure Pavilion. I came to the Treasure Valley to purchase a spiritual sword. Before Jean Monroe could ask further, Xian began revealing all of Ge Xiao's background. Jean Monroe remarked with a smile, This floating sea tower is truly magnificent. I have never encountered such exquisite decorations before. This floating sea tower was crafted personally by my brother-in-law, and the decorations are from his homeland, Xian proudly introduced. Jean Monroe pondered, noting that the elder did not appear to be an otherworldly anomaly. Could it be that the elder was a powerful being reincarnated? Thus, the two engaged in conversation, delving into numerous topics, and Jean Monroe grew increasingly convinced that the elder was indeed a powerful being reborn. 3 days later, 2 men and 3 women arrived in Bone Storage City. A man clad in white led the group. They were none other than Ge Xiao and his companions, who had come to participate in the black market. Your brother-in-law is quite impressive, Xian exclaimed, admiring the towering city walls and the grand city gates. Greetings, Elder Jean. The city guards respectfully knelt. Xian, astonished by the sight of numerous guards, turned to Jean Monroe and asked, Sister Monroe, how did you attain such a high status in the Jean sect? With a slight smile, Jean Monroe replied, I hail from the main lineage of the Jean sect, and we need not pay the spirit stones to enter the city. Let us proceed. Although she was presently merely an outer sect elder, her family's formidable power was a source of pride, and others were equally astonished by her elevated status within the sect. Upon entering Bone Storage City, Xian voiced the collective curiosity, why is it so desolate here? Jean Monroe explained, only the inns under the protection of the Jean sect are safeguarded. The streets are left unattended. Ge Xiao, utilizing his divine sense to probe Bone Storage City, discerned that aside from the inns, There was little else to be found, and he inquired, "Does your Jean Mo sect possess no other industries?" "Indeed. The Jean Mo sect does not engage in other cultivation techniques," Jean Monru responded. "Then why not collaborate with other sects to acquire treasures and elixirs?" Ge Xiao pressed. Jean Monru elucidated, "The Jean Mo sect is powerful in its own right, and thus it cannot allow itself to grow further. Other sects have banded together to blockade the economy of the Jean Mo sect. Miss Jean, I wish to collaborate with the Jean Mo sect. I can provide treasures, and you will handle the sales. What do you say?" Ge Xiao proposed. Jean Monru, filled with delight, responded, "Elder, are you truly serious?" "Of course, however. I will require materials for crafting the treasures, and I will take a 50% commission," Ge Xiao stipulated. Jean Monru countered, "50% is rather excessive. I cannot decide unilaterally. I can, however, introduce you to the sect." Chapter 78. The Black Market of Bone Storage City. Ge Xiao paid 10 days' worth of spirit stones and, accompanied by Xian Fei and the others, checked into the Jean Mo 79 Inn. The room assigned to Ge Xiao was lavishly adorned, equipped not only with basic furnishings, but also attended by 2 maidservants. Each maidservant was strikingly beautiful, possessing an alluring figure, and all were untouched maidens. Serving at the Jean Mo Inn was no trivial matter. Each maid was meticulously selected for her beauty and proficiency in various arts. They not only served tea and water, but could also warm the bed if needed. However, if a maid developed a close rapport with a guest, yet failed to be chosen, her fate was dire, as the Jean Mo sect did not harbor those deemed worthless. Conversely, those who captured the attention of influential guests soared to great heights. For every guest entitled to a maidservant was a person of immense power, leaving each maid anxious in the presence of their esteemed patrons. Ge Xiao seated himself beside Xian Fei at a beautifully carved wooden table and addressed the 2 standing maidservants. "You may leave. I am unaccustomed to being attended to." With that, he took Xian Fei's hand and added, "Except for my wife." 2 maidservants exchanged glances upon hearing the words and replied, "Yes, we shall descend at once." They could discern the elder's profound affection for his wife, mingled with a touch of regret. Such a passionate man, should he take a liking to them, they would willingly become concubines. As the 2 maidservants departed, Ge Xiao retrieved the room token and cast a spell to activate the room's defensive array. He then drew Xian Fei into his embrace, caressing her rounded belly, and softly murmured, "My dear, you have worked so hard, accompanying me in my wanderings while bearing our child." Xian Fei leaned against Ge Xiao's chest, her eyes closed tightly, a blissful smile gracing her face as she replied, "As long as I can be by your side, it matters not where we go." Ge Xiao silently vowed that once this journey concluded, they would remain in the Valley of Flying Birds for her to nurture their child in peace. 5 days later, in Ge Xiao's room, Jean Monru arrived with a robust, dark-skinned man bearing scars and a commanding presence. "Elder Ge, this is my master, Jean Tiendi, the leader of the Jean Demon sect," she introduced. Ge Xiao mused to himself that Jean Tiendi was indeed a formidable character. Jean Tiendi, with a respectful demeanor devoid of the arrogance typical of sect leaders, addressed Taoist Ge. "I hear from Monru that you wish to collaborate with our sect in the crafting of precious artifacts. However, your cultivation is merely at the foundation establishment stage. The creation of precious artifacts may be beyond your reach. If you are referring to magical tools, I might not be interested." Jean Tiendi, "Perhaps you would find these 4 flying swords appealing," Ge Xiao said with a smile, presenting 4 exquisite spiritual swords. Upon seeing the vibrant and exceptional swords, Jean Tiendi expressed astonishment. "Taoist Ge, did you forge these?" Ge Xiao responded with a silent smile, releasing a plume of golden blue flames from his mouth. Sensing the terrifying nature of the extraordinary fire, Jean Tiendi was convinced of Ge Xiao's prowess and remarked, "You possess remarkable skills, Taoist. We must further negotiate the division of the artifacts." Recognizing Jean Tiendi's favorable attitude, Ge Xiao inquired, "What terms do you propose for negotiation?" Jean Tiendi replied, "Taoist Ge, we can supply the necessary materials for your crafting and handle the sale of the artifacts. Thus a 50-50 split is excessive. How does a 30% share sound?" Ge Xiao countered, "Considering the profits from crafting, I believe further discussion is unnecessary. I can assure you that my success rate will exceed 80%, making 30% far too little." Jean Tiendi could hardly believe that Ge Xiao's success rate could reach such heights. Noting that even a first-tier artifact master could manage only a 70% success rate, he proposed, "If what you say is true, would you consider 35%? He needed to ensure the sect received adequate profits. Every precious artifact can yield profits at least several times the cost. 35% is still too high. I require a minimum of 40%, or we shall reconsider the partnership, Ge Xiao asserted. Agreed. Then this flying sword shall be yours. Zhang Tiandi replied. If Monru's words held true, this Taoist Gu was indeed a formidable and at least an artifact master-level craftsman worth befriending. Ge Xiao placed the 4 flying swords before Zhang Tiandi and said with a smile, Naturally, I entrust their sale to you, but I currently lack spiritual stones. Zhang Tiandi, somewhat taken aback, accepted the exquisite spiritual artifacts, saying, Rest assured, Taoist Gu, we shall sell these 4 flying swords without taking a commission. Your generosity is commendable. I shall befriend you. Here is my communication token, Ge Xiao replied, producing a long-distance communication token. As the conversation reached its conclusion, Zhang Tiandi respectfully accepted the communication token and expressed his intention to take his leave. Taoist Gu, I shall not impose any further and bid you farewell. Ge Xiao returned the gesture, clasping his fists in acknowledgement. Zhang Tiandi, accompanied by Jean Monroy, gracefully exited the Zhan Mo Chi Jiu Inn to attend to the 4 exquisite flying swords. Ge Xiao harbored no concerns regarding Zhang Tiandi's potential misappropriation of the swords. Should they dare to act recklessly, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Time passed swiftly, and Jean Monroy returned with 4 rings, each containing nearly 100 million high-grade spirit stones, informing Ge Xiao of the black market's opening that day. Ge Xiao accepted the spirit stones and, along with Xian Fei and others, followed Jean Monroy to a stone pillar guarded by a squad of Bone Song City sentinels. The average strength of these guards was at the Golden Core stage, a considerable force, yet Ge Xiao sensed an inscrutable aura emanating from Bone Song City. The leader, a stern-faced man clad in armor, declared, each individual must pay 40 high-grade spirit stones to access the teleportation array. Observing the guard's resolute demeanor, Ge Xiao couldn't help but admire the advantages of being backed by a powerful establishment. Newly enriched, Ge Xiao could not allow Jean Monroy to bear this expense alone. He promptly produced 200 high-grade spirit stones and handed them over to the guards, receiving the teleportation token in return to distribute to Xian Fei and the others. The black market was teeming with stalls offering a myriad of goods, their quality varying significantly, akin to a melange of fish and dragons. The treasures one could procure depended largely on one's discernment. As Ge Xiao surveyed the bustling crowd of demon folk, some donned cloaks while others wore whimsical masks. He was reminded of a legendary artifact known as the Ghost Mask, which could replicate a person's visage, including their soul and magical essence, with merely a drop of blood. Brother-in-law, those masks look fascinating. Let us purchase one, Xian Jiu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the masked individuals. Very well, we'll each select one. Ge Xiao replied with a smile. The group soon found themselves at the stall of a white-bearded old man, where an assortment of masks featuring white foxes, floral butterflies, and various other designs lay on display. The 4 women seemed particularly enamored with the butterfly masks. Xian Fei chose the radiant goddess butterfly mask, while Xian Jiu opted for a matching one. Yu Yurong selected the golden-spotted phoenix butterfly, and Jean Monroy chose the rose crystallized butterfly. Faced with the array of masks, Ge Xiao was momentarily at a loss for choice. At that moment, Xian Fei presented him with a white fox mask, urging, try this one. Upon donning the mask, Ge Xiao found it exceedingly comfortable and declared, I shall take this one. After settling the payment, the group resumed their leisurely exploration. Suddenly, Ge Xiao felt a surge of excitement as the dormant spirit within him awakened with fervor. He approached a robust man with a bushy beard at his stall, where a rusted, fist-sized metallic stone caught his eye. Even with his extensive knowledge inherited from the 4 realms artifact god, he could not discern its nature. However, trusting in his instincts, he decided to purchase it. What is this stone? Ge Xiao inquired. The burly merchant replied, I cannot tell you what it is, but its hardness rivals that of a level 5 material. If you wish to acquire it, it will cost you 10 high-grade spirit stones. Entering the black market required more than just 10 high-grade spirit stones, yet Ge Xiao willingly exchanged the stones for the metallic chunk. Along the journey, Ge Xiao had made considerable gains, though a lingering regret remained regarding the elusive cicada robe and the unseasoned tiger bone he encountered in the black market. Nevertheless, he was not stingy towards the ladies accompanying him. Cousin Monroy, a cheerful voice echoed. Upon hearing it, Ge Xiao turned to see a woman clad in blue, adorned with a black fox mask, gracefully striding towards him. Cousin Rulin, have you also come to participate in the black market auction? Exclaimed Jean Monroy, her face beaming with delight. Indeed, this auction will feature several items I am in need of. Are these your friends? Jean Rulin began to assess Ge Xiao and his companions, noting their exquisite beauty and distinct charm, among whom were a pair of twin sisters. It was evident to her that they all seemed to revolve around Ge Xiao. Jean Monroy discreetly glanced at Ge Xiao, noting that he bore no ill will, and proceeded to introduce her companions. This is Senior Ge, and this young lady is Xian Fei, along with her sister. And this is Miss Yurong, and my cousin Jean Rulin. Senior? Jean Rulin pondered, perplexed. Her cousin was a Yuan Ing stage cultivator, yet Ge Xiao appeared merely to be at the foundation establishment stage. Suddenly, she considered the possibility that many ancient beings prefer to conceal their true cultivation levels, which only serves to underscore their formidable strength. Jean Rulin promptly knelt in respect, exclaiming, I pay my respects to Senior Ge. No need for such formalities. Please rise, Ge Xiao replied, his aversion to excessive etiquette evident. We've strolled enough. Let us proceed to the auction, he suggested. Everything will be as Senior wishes. The ladies unanimously agreed. As they made their way, Jean Rulin and Jean Monroy engaged in lively conversation. Soon, they arrived at the auction house of the Jean Mo sect. The venue was circular, featuring a towering platform at its center, surrounded by tiered open seating, with 3 pavilions floating above. Chapter 79. Turmoil at the auction. Jean Monroy remarked, Senior, the sect master has prepared a place for you. She then ceased her idle chatter with her cousin and led the way. They quickly arrived at a chamber spanning several hundred feet, perfectly positioned facing the auction items. What followed was a prolonged wait. Ge Xiao, feeling rather bored, retrieved a piece of metal he had procured earlier. Breathing out a dual-colored flame of gold and blue, he began to heat the metal, watching as the rusted exterior gradually melted away, revealing a gleaming piece of space-cutting gold metal. A smile crept across Ge Xiao's face, according to his experiences with Duanmu Xiao. This was the essential void-cleaving gold required for crafting the divine artifact, the cloud-piercing shuttle. Brother, when do we strike? A burly figure whispered to a serpentine man seated diagonally across from him during the auction. The third brother has yet to send word. We must wait a moment, replied the serpent man. Invisible to the naked eye, tiny insects transformed into wisps of spirit, infiltrating a hidden corner of the auction house above the head of a burly man with a ghostly mask. A smile graced the masked figure's face as he approached a designated open seating area. Once seated, he turned to the serpent man and said, Brother, that old fellow, Jean Tiendi, is in Pavilion 3. I also spotted the one you've been thinking about, Jean Monroy, though she is currently with a young pretty boy in Pavilion 1. Hiss, the serpent man responded, his tongue flicking out from beneath his hat, clearly displeased. Once his mood settled, he informed the masked figure. Since that old coot has left the sect, we must seize this opportunity. After one instant's time, we will act. The rise of every power is inevitably accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil, and in the realm of demons, violence is an inescapable necessity. As the formidable leader of the war demon sect, Jean Tiendi is renowned for his decisive and ruthless nature, much akin to the 3 individuals before him, who harbor a fierce intent for annihilation. Once the energy of the Liakong gene is nearly depleted, Ge Xiao collects it into his storage ring. After completing these tasks, Ge Xiao begins to scrutinize the trio seated in the open area below, whose furtive glances capture his attention. A serpentine figure adorned with a conical hat, a burly man masked with a ghostly visage, and a one-eyed bear-like creature wielding a blade on his back. They are arranged in a triangular formation around the circular seating, instilling a sense of unease within Ge Xiao. At that moment, a melodious voice resonates. Thank you all for attending the black market auction in Bonesong City. This auction will feature the remnants of the Poison King Hydra's lethal techniques. As the auction unfolds, a thick white mist envelopes the scene, with delicate white silks concealed within. Ha ha ha, Jean Tiendi, I know you are in the 3rd pavilion. Come forth and face me. The serpent man exclaims, flicking its tongue. Within the confines of the 3rd pavilion, Jean Tiendi furrows his brow. His movements are typically clandestine, with notifications to his followers only after he arrives at a location. However, his mental probing fails to unveil the source of the voice, suggesting that the intruders harbor malicious intent. Before Jean Tiendi can respond, a shout arises from the open seating. Activate the magical barrier. The white mist is toxic. Panic ensues as the cultivators in the open area display ashen faces, frantically clawing at their bodies in a desperate attempt to alleviate their discomfort. Those of lesser strength find themselves succumbing to a ghastly decay, their life force extinguished. Observing the terrifying white mist, it is evident that this formation is no ordinary one. In the celestial realm, life is paramount. Risking one's existence for others is hardly worthwhile. The surviving individuals huddle together for warmth, led by a portly elder with a white beard, who proposes, friends. While Sect Master Jean may have offended you, we have not. Would you consider deactivating the formation to allow us to depart? Otherwise, we may all face mutual destruction. The elder is a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, surrounded by a cadre of formidable peers, granting him a measure of confidence. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe you can escape unscathed? The fish may perish, but the net shall remain intact. The one-eyed bear man chuckles ominously. The elder's demeanor darkens upon hearing this. Recognizing the gravity of their situation, in a subdued tone, he states, "Friends, we must now unite. This grand formation is formidable. Even I have no assurance of an escape." He then bows towards the third pavilion, saying, "Sect Master Jean, our only hope for survival lies in our cooperation." Jean Tiendi, observing the audacity of the serpent man, finds amusement in their masked faces. Even should he release these irrelevant individuals, he need not fear. Yet, they are intent on exterminating all. It is crucial to note that within the first pavilion resides an elder whose capabilities elude even his understanding. "What you propose, I shall naturally acquiesce to," Jean Tiendi declares, stepping out of the pavilion. Upon hearing of the toxic mist, Ge Xiao immediately channels his true essence into the eternal prison, forming protective cubes around the crowd. "Everyone, remain calm. I have cast a protective barrier for your safety." Meanwhile, he reflects on the serpent man's arrogance, realizing that he can no longer remain a bystander. Through careful observation, Ge Xiao discerns that this is a white silk killing formation, albeit not entirely so. The key to dismantling this array lies in identifying its core. For even a late-stage transformation god cultivator would meet their demise if they failed to do so. The legal decision summoned 4 golden corpses that appeared in the room, vanishing into the first loft under Ge Xiao's control. Xian Fei, Xian Ye, and Yu Yorong, having unwavering faith in Ge Xiao's prowess, remained unperturbed, while the Zhan sisters received orders from their sect leader to stay by Ge Xiao's side. "Miss Zhan, do you recognize the serpent people below?" Ge Xiao inquired, directing his gaze at Jean Monroe. After a moment of contemplation, Jean Monroe shook her head, stating, "I have no recollection. This may stem from the grudges of the previous generation." At that moment, Jean Roulin's voice chimed in, "Many years ago, on Tiger Roar Mountain, 4 prominent families, the Zhan family of Bone Burial City, the Li family of Minchuan, the Medusa family, and the Bear family of Tiger Roar Valley, were the most powerful. For years, these families engaged in fierce rivalry until my grandfather broke through to the law-form realm and vanquished the strongest members of the other 3 families, unifying Tiger Roar Mountain. After the current family head took office, in an effort to establish authority, he ordered the annihilation of the Li, Medusa, and Bear families. Weakened over the years, those families were no match for the Zhan family and were swiftly exterminated. The 3 individuals below appear to be remnants of those families. Soon, the auction manifested 3 factions, one led by the serpent people seeking vengeance against the Zhan family, another led by the Zhan family for self-preservation, and a group of neutrals. "You are the remnants of the Li family, the Medusa family, and the Bear family, aren't you? Instead of hiding away in cowardice, you dare to emerge and bark like dogs," Jean Tiendi chided, his confidence stemming from his status as an early-stage cultivator of the transformation god realm. Dismissing the late-stage Yuan Ing cultivators before him. "Do you recognize this formation?" The serpent man sneered. "This must be the white silk formation of the Li family. I lost count of how many times I've breached it in the past, killing numerous members of the Li family," Jean Tiendi retorted coldly, deliberately provoking the enemy to incite irrationality and allow him to strike them down one by one. As anticipated, upon hearing this, the burly man with a ghostly visage trembled with rage and shouted, "You wretched creature! I shall use your head to honor the remnants of my Li family." He summoned 2 spirit swords, activating the formation as white silk surged forth to attack Jean Tiendi. However, this formation had long ceased to be the white silk formation. It had been transformed into the white silk dark needle formation, with every spirit weapon coated in lethal poison. Even a cultivator of the transformation god realm would need to focus to suppress the poison, or else they would succumb to death. He understood that the adversary was attempting to provoke him to extract information, and he resolved to turn the tables and catch them off guard. Sensing the changes in the formation, Jean Tiendi dared not be careless. He activated his legal decision, wielded 2 massive hammers, and donned silver armor. Remaining vigilant while directing the scattered cultivators in the arena, "Fellow cultivators, I will shield you from this onslaught. You must follow my instructions to breach the formation's core." Just as Jean Tiendi finished speaking, the white silk attacked methodically, resembling blades of death. Bang, bang, bang. In just one round, the weaker cultivators were all slain, and the mid-grade spirit weapon loft dimmed slightly. Jean Tiendi surveyed the fallen cultivators, noting that their foreheads were pierced by lethal objects. Upon closer inspection, He realized this was not caused by the white silk. It appeared that the white silk formation had been altered. Thus, the formation's core must have changed as well. Realizing the danger, Jean Tiendi urgently shouted, "Fellow cultivators, be cautious. The core has changed." Yet, it was too late. 3 early-stage Yuaning cultivators were struck down, their essence not even escaping, leaving the survivors in shock at the grim reminder of their fate. Fortunately, I was cautious enough to deliberately slow my pace. Otherwise, I would have followed in the footsteps of others. At that moment, concealed by white silk, the masked figure wielding a spiritual sword emerged behind Jean Tiendi and struck with a lethal blow. Jean Tiendi, with a slight smirk, countered with a hammer strike towards the masked figure. The masked figure deftly executed a spell, summoning a surge of white silk to block Jean Tiendi's attack, while another strand pulled him out of the battle circle. Suddenly, the white-bearded, plump elder appeared, raising his hand to deliver a powerful palm strike. With a resounding crash, the masked figure was sent flying, spewing blood. With a fierce glare directed at the elder and Jean Tiendi, he scoffed, "So, you think you have the advantage in numbers? Brothers, let us avenge our kin." The snake and bear men exchanged glances, channeling their spells to intensify the swirling mist. Soon, the air was filled once again with the anguished cries of those caught within the formation. Jean Tiendi, who had previously held disdain, now felt an unsettling unease. This formation was beyond his expectations. Meanwhile, the spirit artifact pavilion was in tatters, devoid of any spiritual essence. Inside the first pavilion, the women looked around in terror, witnessing what had transformed from a bustling auction to a scene of bloodshed, secretly relieved that without Ge Xiao's protective measures, they would surely have perished. Amidst the lifeless bodies, the 3 snake brothers looked mockingly at the last 2 remaining souls in the open arena, proclaiming, "Now, only you 2 are left. Ha ha ha, how ignorant. Just look at the first pavilion." Jean Tiendi, regaining his composure, ridiculed. At that moment, the snake brothers gazed at the first pavilion, where golden squares shielded the onlookers, their expressions turning to horror. Despite the pavilion not being the main target, even the residual waves held the power of a mid-stage essence infant. Most astonishingly, the masked figure had previously scoured these pavilions and discovered that the first pavilion housed only 2 early-stage essence infants. The rest were inconsequential, yet unexpectedly, there were formidable opponents. Taking advantage of the snake brothers' distraction, Ge Xiao commanded the severely injured corpse demons to crawl towards the formation's core. As one of the mid-stage essence infant demons launched an attack, countless fine needles shot forth from the formation's heart. Despite the resilience of the corpse demons, 3 mid-stage essence infants fell instantly. Fortunately, the late-stage essence infant demon managed to withstand the damage due to its cultivation and physique, shattering the formation's core. Without the core's support, the formation collapsed instantaneously, the white mist gradually dissipating, and the white silk fell to the ground. The snake brothers, witnessing this development, felt a jolt of fear and, without a moment's hesitation, immediately fled in different directions. Jean Tiendi paused briefly, observing Ge Xiao collecting the corpse demons into the Golden Tower's corpse forest, realizing that a senior was intervening. Although he appeared unscathed, maintaining such a state consumed an enormous amount of spiritual energy. Seeing the snake brothers scatter, Jean Tiendi wasted no time and pursued the one accompanied by the masked figure. That cunning individual was too much of a threat to be left until the end. Meanwhile, the white-bearded elder began to collect the fallen cultivator storage bags from the battlefield. Ge Xiao watched with a faint smile, amused by the elder's industriousness. As the elder gathered the last storage bag, Ge Xiao summoned the corpse cultivation pavilion, executing a spell that sent forth a red vine, ensnaring the elder in place. The elder, realizing Ge Xiao's intent as he approached, understood he was about to be robbed. Ge Xiao gazed at the white-bearded elder with a smile and said, "Old man, according to the customs of the martial world, there are portions for the storage bags. Since there are 6 of us, I shall reserve 1 portion for you. If you remain silent, it implies your consent. If you speak, I shall end your life." Despite his inner reluctance, the elder had no choice but to acquiesce to Ge Xiao's demand, while the 5 maidens felt elated at the prospect of receiving benefits. However, Xian Fei advised, "Brother Xiao, there is no need to share with us. Indeed, brother-in-law, we have contributed nothing. How can we claim the spoils?" Xian Ye echoed, "Yes, a senior should not accept rewards without merit. The storage bags need not be divided among us." They concurred. Jean Monroe and Jean Roulin exchanged glances, and Jean Monroe stepped forward to say, "Indeed, your kindness is a debt I can never repay." Yu Yurong added, "That is unacceptable. If you refuse, I shall insist on sharing these storage bags with the old man." I was the one who breached this grand formation, sacrificing 3 corpse demons in the process. Ge Xiao's displeasure was evident. Hearing his words and observing his irritation, the maidens ultimately agreed. Then we shall follow the elder's instructions. Ge Xiao smiled. That is more like it. He then began to unveil the treasures contained within the storage bags and rings before everyone. After Ge Xiao's meticulous arrangement, there lay thousands of jade slips filled with secret arts, an uncountable array of medicinal herbs and talismans, over 210 million high-grade spirit stones, 3 supreme spirit artifacts, hundreds of high-grade spirit artifacts, tens of thousands of low-grade spirit artifacts, and hundreds of thousands of extraordinary magical tools, with countless other lower-tier treasures. Although the maidens had mentally prepared themselves, they were left dumbfounded at the sight of the abundant treasures, and the thought that each of them would receive a share stirred a wave of excitement within their hearts. Though Ge Xiao remained outwardly calm, his heart raced with exhilaration as he discovered an ice-fire seed among the treasures. Holding the seed, he declared, "Now, let us proceed with the selection of treasures, myself. Xian Fei, Xian Ye, Yu Yurong, Jean Monru, Jean Rulin, and the old man." He then executed a spell to release the white-bearded elder from his control. The elder's eyes concealed a glimmer of murderous intent. He had fought fiercely to acquire the spoils, only to have them snatched away by this young boy. He regarded Ge Xiao, a mere foundation establishment novice, as someone who had subdued him through the power of the treasures. If he were to strike suddenly, he believed the boy would be unable to defend himself. With that thought, a slender needle appeared in the elder's hand, a semi-divine artifact, which he seized as an opportunity to launch at Ge Xiao. However, Ge Xiao had long anticipated the elder's treachery and deliberately feigned a weakness. As the needle shot toward him, he coldly smiled and summoned the corpse coffin to shield himself. 2 red vines shot forth. One intercepted the needle, while the other pierced through the elder's nascent soul. "Since you seek death, I shall oblige," he fumed. The maidens, witnessing Ge Xiao's wrath, found themselves uncertain about whether to continue claiming the treasures. "Why are you all dazed? It is your turn to choose treasures," Ge Xiao instructed. Awakened from their reverie, the maidens began to select their treasures in turn, and Ge Xiao nodded in satisfaction. After the distribution was complete, he smiled and said, "Miss Monru, I promised to forge a semi-divine artifact for you. Are the materials now sufficient?" Jean Monru replied with a smile, "Thank you for your consideration, esteemed senior. I wish to reforge my innate tiger claw, and the materials are indeed ready." "Excellent. Let us find a safe place to proceed," Ge Xiao suggested. Upon arriving at the War Demon Sect's inn, Ge Xiao eagerly retrieved the recently acquired ice and fire transformation ink flame technique, seamlessly integrating it with the exotic fire. After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, he succeeded in transforming the dual-colored fire into a tricolored blaze. After a brief respite, Ge Xiao took out the cauldron to begin crafting the cloud-piercing shuttle. A year later, upon receiving a communication from Ge Xiao, Ge Xiao, accompanied by Xian Fei and 2 other women, journeyed once more to the Treasure Valley, fulfilling his promises to Xian Ye and Jean Monroe. "Brother-in-law, my sister's semi-divine artifact, the cloud-piercing shuttle, is far more exquisite than mine." Xian Ye pouted in complaint as she approached Ge Xiao, who was relaxing by the window. Turning to face the visibly displeased Xian Ye, Ge Xiao chuckled, "Yeah, I believe they are quite similar. If you dislike it, you could always trade with Fair." "Not a chance. Brother-in-law, I possess a fire spirit root and wish to learn the art of refining," Xian Ye replied playfully. Observing her playful demeanor and determination, Ge Xiao responded, "Since you are genuinely interested in refining, I certainly will not object." He continued, "I shall now impart some foundational knowledge of refining to you." Ge Xiao focused his mind, organizing the basic refining techniques and the ink flame technique, then gently pressed a finger to Xian Ye's forehead, infusing her soul with a wealth of knowledge about refining. Retracting his finger, he noticed her solemn expression as she absorbed the information, and he chose to remain silent. Standing guard beside her, in the sea-floating tower, Yusan's body emanated a surge of energy, and he slowly rose, appearing like an ordinary person. At that moment, Ge Xiao sensed a divine consciousness scanning the area and extended his own awareness in response. It was him. Ge Xiao recognized Yusan, who had reached the second layer of qi refinement. As Yusan opened the door, his sister, Yu Yurong, who had been concerned for her brother, immediately sensed his presence and rushed over. Weary from their travels with their mentor, Yusan weakly remarked, "Sister, I'm hungry." During this time, he had been too preoccupied to provide his brother with the spirit fasting pills, and he felt a twinge of regret for his negligence. Yu Yurong rummaged through her storage ring and produced a deceased qi refinement realm beast, placing it into a pre-prepared magical artifact to cast a low-tier fireball technique. Soon, the enticing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the sea-floating tower, causing Yusan's stomach to grumble in anticipation. How fragrant! At that moment, Ge Xiao, along with Xian Fei and Xian Ye, approached as well. Greetings, master. The clever Yusan immediately bowed to Ge Xiao. He was not foolish. Ge Xiao had imparted such formidable techniques to him, and had also opened his meridians, treating him as a disciple. Ge Xiao, pleased with Yusan's loyalty and intelligence, inquired, "Do you wish to take me as your master?" Yusan promptly bowed his head and proclaimed, "Master, you have saved my life and imparted your techniques to me. Your grace is akin to rebirth." Ge Xiao replied, "Since you wish to take me as your master, I must also make my own gesture." He then produced a cane, stating, "This is a top-tier spiritual artifact, concealing a fine blade within." Next, he revealed a jade slip, saying, "This contains the foundational knowledge of refining and the ink flame technique I have compiled. You should study it diligently." Finally, he presented a ring containing 70 million high-grade spirit stones, cautioning, "I hope you understand that the world of cultivation is fraught with peril until you possess sufficient strength. Remember to conceal your wealth." Yusan was both astonished and deeply moved as he beheld the precious items Ge Xiao continually produced. To comprehend the realms of Qi practitioners, one must recognize the 8 stages: Qi refinement, foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, spirit transformation, Dharma manifestation, Dharma domain, and void exploration. Only those who have achieved spirit transformation are deemed worthy of possessing supreme spiritual weapons, whose powers are boundless. Unlike ordinary magical tools, spiritual weapons possess a semblance of consciousness, enabling them to momentarily channel a fraction of their might to assist their masters. A supreme spiritual weapon can harness power equivalent to that of a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, effectively providing its wielder with an additional guardian of the nascent soul realm. Yushan, brimming with excitement, accepted Ge Xiao's treasured item, fully aware of its implications. This marked a turning point in his fate, granting him the autonomy to dictate his own destiny as a cultivator. "I cannot assist you excessively. The journey must commence with your own efforts." Ge Xiao spoke slowly. "Master, you have imparted your abilities to me. I shall diligently cultivate and strive to repay you as soon as possible," Yushan earnestly replied, acutely aware of his current inadequacies. After all, his master could rival the existence of a nascent soul practitioner with just a single spiritual weapon. "I must clarify that while I introduce you to the path, your cultivation ultimately rests on your own capabilities. My guidance will only extend for 3 months, after which I will not interfere with your growth," Ge Xiao stated. "Master, will you expel me from the sect after 3 months?" Yushan inquired anxiously. "This is a unique method of growth within our sect. I have undergone the same process." "Do not overthink it," Ge Xiao reassured him, noting that he lacked the patience to remain at Yushan's side indefinitely. After all, cultivation is fundamentally reliant on opportunity and inherent talent. Ge Xiao held no concerns regarding Yushan's aptitude, especially with a supreme spiritual weapon safeguarding him. As long as he did not act recklessly, he would be fine. Moreover, being in close proximity to his master would naturally afford him opportunities. "Master, what is the name of our sect?" Yushan suddenly recalled that he had yet to learn its name. "Our sect is called the Phantom Sect, and I belong to the Jing lineage. Take this communication token," Ge Xiao replied, producing a specially crafted communication token capable of sensing others within a certain range. It was inscribed with the 3 cardinal laws of the sect, the lineage rankings, and the method of token crafting. This would enable them to recruit disciples independently, as it was impractical for each individual to oversee everything. Chapter 81. Arrival at the Treasure Valley. Ge Xiao pondered briefly and, finding nothing of significance to convey, said, "You may leave now. If you have any questions, feel free to approach me." "Thank you, Master. I take my leave." Yushan responded with a respectful bow. Eager to delve into the cultivation manuals, he was determined to make the most of the 3 months spent by his master's side, seeking guidance on various cultivation inquiries. Ge Xiao nodded as Yushan returned to his chamber to begin his practice. He then turned to the 3 women, Xian Fei and her companions, who had not yet departed. "Are you encountering difficulties in your cultivation?" he inquired. They collectively nodded in agreement, leading to an exchange of questions and answers between them. Time passed swiftly, and following the map provided by Ge Xiao, Ge Xiao arrived at a valley shrouded in dense mist. Observing the seemingly endless expanse of the valley, he decided to attach a fragment of his consciousness to a red falcon, subsequently directing it to soar into the depths of the valley. Upon entering, he beheld a vibrant scene filled with flowers, butterflies, and bees, at the heart of which stood an imposing pavilion measuring 500 feet in circumference. Just as Ge Xiao intended to guide the falcon closer, several figures surged toward it, encircling the bird. An elder, clad in yellow robes and sporting a white beard, reprimanded. "Who are you, sir? Are you not aware that flying is prohibited over Baibao Valley?" To avoid unnecessary trouble, Ge Xiao promptly utilized his communication token to contact Ge Xiao, saying, "Friend, I am nearing Baibao Valley. My scouting beast has been obstructed by your people. Could you kindly intervene?" Upon receiving Ge Xiao's message, Ge Xiao was overjoyed. Acquiring a favor from Ge Xiao would be of immeasurable value. Immediately, he extended his divine consciousness and swiftly located the intercepted red falcon. Without delay, he activated a teleportation spell and made his way. Upon seeing Ge Xiao approach, the members of the enforcement team hastily saluted, exclaiming, "Greetings, Elder Ge. No need for formalities." Ge Xiao responded, "This is my friend's scouting spirit pet. Do not hinder it. You may disperse." The leader of the enforcement team exchanged glances and replied, "Yes. We take our leave." With Elder Ge intervening, they felt relieved, knowing that if any trouble arose, it would be his responsibility. Nodding in acknowledgement, Ge Xiao observed as the enforcement team ascended with their magical artifacts toward Baibao Pavilion. With the issue resolved, he followed the red falcon, and upon seeing Ge Xiao, Ge Xiao smiled, "Friend, it has been a while, and you still radiate vitality." "Indeed," Ge Xiao replied, surveying Ge Xiao's companions. "Are these esteemed individuals your partners?" Ge Xiao chuckled awkwardly, "I lack such fortune." He then introduced each person. "This is Xian Fei, my true partner. This is my sister-in-law, Xian Yaya. And these are my disciples, Yu San and Yu Yorong." Ge Xiao welcomed them warmly. "You have traveled far? Please, come inside." Upon entering the first floor of Baibao Pavilion, Ge Xiao opened the door to reveal a spacious training room, a spirit pet chamber, and living quarters, a testament to his status as more than just a reclusive cultivator. Ge Xiao and his companions took their seats, and soon, 5 or 6 ancient-styled female cultivators arrived with fruits and beverages, placing them on the table. With a smile, Ge Xiao proclaimed, "Ge Xiao, this wine is a specialty of Baibao Valley, known as 100-flower brew. Its sweet flavor is delightful and nourishing." As he personally poured a cup for Ge Xiao, the serving maidens were astounded. After all, Elder Ge held a prestigious position as a transformation cultivator. To extend such courtesy to someone meant they must be a figure of considerable rank, perhaps even a venerable predecessor. In truth, Ge Xiao possessed a soul-nurturing artifact and a semi-divine formation known as the 9 Dragons Suppressing Demons Array. His strength could rival that of an early transformation cultivator. And with the semi-divine artifact, the cloud-penetrating shuttle, he could both advance and retreat with ease, thus earning the title of predecessor. After all, this was a world where strength reigned supreme. "Oh, I must sample this," Ge Xiao said, rising to savor the brew. The 100-flower brew was sweet upon entry, imbued with spiritual energy that revitalized the body and spirit. With delight, Ge Xiao exclaimed, "Ah, what a splendid wine." He then invited, "In light of your generous hospitality, let us toast to you, Elder Ge." The others, intrigued by the 100-flower brew, raised their cups in salute to Ge Xiao. After exchanging pleasantries, Ge Xiao remarked, "Ge Xiao, I have gathered all the materials for the sea floating tower, including a substantial amount of the Millennium Cicada silk you specifically requested. However, the 10,000-year tiger bone is exceedingly rare." Ge Xiao was elated upon discovering that he had successfully collected the precious Millennium Cicada silk. Initially, he had not anticipated such a triumph. He merely sought to experiment, yet fortune smiled upon him. The thought that his friend Ge had this intention filled him with joy, especially considering the rarity of the cicada silk. "That exquisite spiritual artifact, the sea floating tower, is entrusted to me. However, I cannot guarantee 100% success in its refinement. How many materials have you prepared?" "Rest assured, I have secured a total of 15 portions for the refining process," replied Ge Xiao, handing Ge Xiao a storage bag filled with materials and the cicada silk. The 15 portions represented his maximum allocation. And Ge Xiao's innate talent as a divine-level artifact refiner was not to be underestimated. While he could not claim a 100% success rate, he was confident in achieving a success rate of at least 90%. The news that Ge Xiao had prepared 15 refining materials pleased him greatly. For these 15 portions included not only the sea floating tower, but also the cloud-penetrating shuttle. Soon, the banquet came to an end. After consuming copious amounts of the floral wine, Ge Xiao chose not to use his magical powers to dispel the effects of the alcohol, as he was quite fatigued from his journey and welcomed the opportunity for a brief respite. The guests were arranged closely together, with Xian Fei and Xian Ye's rooms situated nearby, while Ge Xiao was naturally assigned to stay in Xian Fei's chamber. After indulging in the intoxicating floral brew, the sisters, who were merely at the foundational stage of cultivation, were soon overtaken by the urge to relieve themselves and ventured out of their room one after another before retreating into each other's quarters to fall into a deep slumber. Under the influence of alcohol, Ge Xiao, caught in a moment of impulsiveness, began to discuss the character Kuan with the enchanting beauty beside him. Following a night of revelry, he succumbed to a deep sleep. A sudden, piercing scream jolted Ge Xiao from his slumber. Bewildered by the sight of a tearful beauty before him, he momentarily lost his composure. Upon noticing the pool of blood on the bed, his heart sank. This was not his wife, but rather his sister-in-law. This misunderstanding could lead to significant complications. Ge Xiao quickly inquired, "You are not fair?" The tearful beauty, slightly dazed by his words, scrutinized her surroundings and realized she was not in her own room. Yet, having suffered the brunt of the situation, she decided to take the initiative, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, how could you do this? You don't even recognize my sister." She then erupted into a more intense fit of tears. Ge Xiao found himself in a dire predicament. What would he do if Fei found out he had been intimate with his sister-in-law while intoxicated? With a hint of trepidation, he reassured, "Yeah, please don't cry. I will take responsibility for this." Hearing Ge Xiao's promise, she involuntarily recalled their childhood together, where they both aspired to marry the same person. Stealing a glance at Ge Xiao, she acknowledged that while his appearance was unremarkable, his demeanor and strength were impeccable, leading her to tacitly accept the situation. Yet, as a young woman, her sense of propriety compelled her to respond, "Responsibility? Who needs you to be responsible?" "Humph." With a thoughtful expression, she added, "Brother-in-law, this matter must remain a secret from my sister. You should use the invisibility sphere to exit." This left Ge Xiao with a sense of guilt akin to that of a clandestine affair. Nevertheless, considering his sister-in-law's reputation, he acquiesced, "I shall heed your counsel." He then produced a limited quantity of the 9-turn golden pill, saying, "This is a healing elixir. Consuming it will restore your condition." Without further ado, Xian accepted the pill and swallowed it, as she intended to refrain from accepting Ge Xiao's involvement until she discerned her sister's stance on the matter. As Xian successfully returned the precious jade, Ge Xiao let out a sigh of relief. He took out an invisibility orb and vanished from the room, arriving at a secluded spot in the 100 Treasure Valley, amidst a cluster of lilies, to cultivate the golden sea of boundlessness. Meanwhile, Xian Fei stirred awake in her chamber. Noticing something amiss in her surroundings, as if struck by a thought, she opted to continue her slumber. After waiting long for her sister, Xian, who was growing increasingly impatient, finally rose to knock on Xian Fei's door. Xian Fei, pretending to be asleep, gazed at her sister standing at the threshold and asked, "Sister, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" With a look of feigned innocence, Xian replied, "Sister, why are you in my room?" "Your room?" Xian Fei feigned surprise, scanning the area. "What are you doing outside?" "I got drunk last night and can't recall anything," Xian admitted. "Sister, you should return. I feel tired." Upon observing that her sister remained untouched, Xian Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. "Rest well," she advised. The moment Xian Fei heard her sister was tired, she immediately sensed an opportunity but refrained from voicing it. "Very well, sleep then," she said, stepping out of the room and returning to her own, where the emptiness puzzled her. Did Ge Xiao not stay at the 100 Treasures Pavilion last night? She pondered. But the faint metallic scent in the air hinted at something amiss, bringing a smile to her face. She was aware of Ge Xiao's possession of healing elixirs. By afternoon, Ge Xiao emerged from the lily patch, returning to the 100 Treasures Pavilion. The soldiers on watch, hidden in the shadows, were astonished, as cultivators. They were attuned to every movement, yet they had not seen their senior leave the pavilion the night before. However, feeling their status insufficient to inquire, they chose to remain silent to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon entering his room, Xian Fei, with a worried expression, asked, "Ge Xiao, where were you last night?" Ge Xiao smiled. "Last night, I drank too much and cannot recall. I woke up amidst the lilies and returned promptly." He then began to unpack his furnace and various materials for crafting, intending to forge 2 sea-floating towers, as he was unaccustomed to smaller spaces. Xian Fei watched him with a smile, refraining from further questions. Yet, Ge Xiao felt a strange unease under her gaze, sensing she knew more than she let on. Chapter 82. The disappearance of Xian clearing his throat. Ge Xiao feigned a cough to mask his awkwardness, focusing his mind as he set up the 9 dragons suppressing demon formation. He exhaled a tricolored flame of platinum blue and commenced the melting process using his crafting techniques. Observing Ge Xiao's repeated forging, which he executed with remarkable finesse, Xianfei's thoughts were far removed from crafting. Her sole desire was to bring forth the child within her. Time flew by swiftly, and Xianfei immersed herself in the sight of the three exquisite sea-floating towers before her. Despite their similar exteriors, the interiors varied significantly. She wished to choose the one that resonated most with her. "I want this one," she exclaimed joyfully, pointing to the rightmost tower, which resembled the one Ge Xiao had lost while rescuing the Xian clan. Ge Xiao, gazing at her with indulgence, replied, "If that is your wish. Even the stars in the sky, I will pluck them for you." At that moment, Ge Xiao's longing to return to his original planet faded. He had found someone he cared for deeply. As the time for the Lantern Festival approached, Ge Xiao suggested, "Let us go and witness it together." During a casual conversation with Xiao Jiu, he learned that the Baibao Valley hosts a Grand Lantern Festival every 5 years. "I have never attended a Lantern Festival," Xianfei remarked, reflecting on her upbringing in the Xian clan, a modest family always striving for strength. Ge Xiao's arrival not only helped the family navigate through crises, but also provided the Baibao fragrant pig to awaken the spiritual roots of their kin. "The sky is about to darken. Let us sneak away," Ge Xiao proposed, preferring to avoid the company of others. Xianfei, delighted at the prospect of being alone with Ge Xiao, nodded in agreement. Hand in hand, they wandered along the cobblestone path, surrounded by vibrant floating lanterns, their hearts filled with admiration for the artistry of Baibao Pavilion. "Ge Xiao," Xianfei said with a radiant smile, gazing at him. Ge Xiao responded. Captivated by her joy, Xianfei, filled with anticipation, asked, "In the future, when our baby is born, shall we bring him here to enjoy the festivities?" "Of course," Ge Xiao replied warmly. With a flick of his thought, a long bench materialized, and he gently guided Xianfei to sit. "Close your eyes for a moment. I wish to show you something wonderful," he instructed. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xianfei complied. Ge Xiao arranged low-grade magical artifacts on the ground, performing a hand gesture that caused one of them to glow and ascend into the sky. A resounding boom startled Xianfei awake, her eyes sparkling with joy as she beheld the brilliant colors above. Ge Xiao continued to weave his spells, igniting another artifact. Watching him lavishly display his talents filled Xianfei with a mixture of admiration and concern. She knew that Ge Xiao, a master artifact smith, lacked for magical items. Yet witnessing their explosive beauty still tugged at her heartstrings. "Ge Xiao," she said, moved as she embraced him. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiu, observing the sky ablaze with colors, deduced it was Ge Xiao's doing and promptly instructed his guards to refrain from disturbing him. "Ge Xiao is truly considerate," he mused, turning to a shadowy figure behind him. "Li Lu, do you have something to discuss?" "News has arrived from Elder Shi. The bone of the 10,000-year tiger has reappeared in the hands of the Iron Evil Demon," the shadow replied. Xiao Jiu's eyes turned crimson with rage. The Iron Evil Demon was a rogue cultivator who had, years ago, invaded Huishao Mountain and committed unspeakable acts against Xiao Jiu's family. Though they had clashed multiple times, the demon's mastery of illusion techniques had thwarted Xiao Jiu's every effort. With Ge Xiao's alliance, however, he felt a renewed sense of hope for vengeance. "This time, he shall meet his end," Xiao Jiu vowed fiercely. The shadow questioned, "But Elder Ge is merely at the foundation establishment stage. How could he possibly assist you?" At this, Xiao Jiu laughed heartily. "In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Though Elder Ge appears to be at the foundation establishment, he emanates a palpable aura of threat. He either conceals his true power or possesses formidable trump cards. Anyone bestowed with a gold medallion by the headquarters is not to be underestimated." As the sun rose, Xianfei rested peacefully against Ge Xiao, enveloped in a golden light. Ge Xiao gazed at the sunrise, feeling an overwhelming sense of tranquility and happiness. Just then, an untimely voice shattered the serenity. "Master," Xianfei stirred awake. Yu San, leaning on his cane, along with Yu Yorong, approached Ge Xiao and knelt before him. "Master, I wish to venture out and explore," he expressed earnestly. Ge Xiao observed Yu San with a calm demeanor. Although Yu San's cultivation had yet to reach a breakthrough, his magical prowess was formidable and his foundation solid. In contrast, Yu Yorong's strength was merely at the 4th level of qi training, still unstable. Ge Xiao, concerned for his disciple's safety, felt an unexpected sense of reassurance from Yu San despite their brief acquaintance. With a wave of his hand, a golden-armored corpse demon materialized before the gathering. Ge Xiao addressed Yu San, stating, "This is a golden corpse, possessing the strength of the late nascent soul stage. I now bestow it upon you for your protection." He then released a corpse-controlling talisman, adding, "I shall assist you in refining it," thus providing you with a means of security. At that moment, Yusen quietly absorbed his master's teachings, his eyes wide with wonder. Ge Xiao had sensed Yusan's exceptionally powerful soul during the initiation, one that nearly rivaled his own, prompting him to inquire about it. Yusan, however, was unaware of the full extent of his abilities, as each individual harbored their own secrets. Ge Xiao chose not to dwell on this, focusing instead on guiding Yusan to hasten the refinement of the corpse demon. The golden light of the controlling talisman shimmered as it gradually became assimilated by Yusan. Rising to his feet, Yusan bowed deeply to Ge Xiao, proclaiming, "I am forever indebted to your grace, master." Ge Xiao, without much thought, replied, "Devote yourself to your cultivation. The glory of the illusory shadow sect will be the greatest reward you can offer me." Yusan, filled with excitement, vowed, "Master, I shall strive diligently to elevate the illusory shadow sect." As Ge Xiao observed the sibling pair, he suddenly recalled Yu Yurong and inquired, "San, will your sister accompany you?" Yu San and Yu Yurong exchanged a glance, affirming, "Yes, we have been inseparable since childhood." In truth, Yu Yurong was not biologically related to Yu San. She was a child found and adopted by his parents, a fact unbeknownst to Yu San, though Yu Yurong had been aware since the age of 5. Over time, her feelings towards Yu San had grown complex. She simply cherished listening to him and desired to remain by his side. Ge Xiao, noticing the subtle expressions between the two, sensed an underlying concern. He cautioned, "San, in my homeland, sibling marriages are prohibited due to the potential harm to future generations." To this, Yu Yurong clarified, "San and I are not true siblings. I was adopted by his parents." Upon hearing this, Ge Xiao understood, while Yu San gazed at his sister with disbelief. Having called her sister for 12 years, "Master, when shall we meet again?" Yu San suddenly turned back to ask, as he had rarely encountered someone so selflessly kind to him since the passing of his parents. It echoed the sentiment that some individuals seem to be ever present yet have never truly arrived, while others can leave an indelible mark in an instant. "We will," Ge Xiao assured him. Yu San cast one last meaningful glance at Ge Xiao, as if to engrave the moment in his memory, before resolutely stepping forward with his sister to embark on his journey of cultivation. After seeing them off, Ge Xiao felt no inclination to linger further and turned to his beloved Exine Fei, saying, "Feier, let us return." Meanwhile, Exine Yaya had wandered off in the Baibao Valley, lost and unaware of her surroundings. Upon arriving at the Baibao Pavilion, Ge Xiao found no sign of Exine Yaya and, unable to reach her via communication talisman, inquired of the night watchman, "Zhao, did you see the girl from room 9 on the first floor last night?" "Elder Gu," the watchman replied respectfully, "I saw her leave yesterday, but she is yet to return." Ge Xiao approached Shi Jingxiang, saying, "Friend Shi, my younger sister has been unreachable since last night despite the use of the communication token. Are there places within the Baibao Valley that could obstruct spiritual awareness?" Shi Jingxiang immediately began to ponder, recalling that certain areas within the Baibao Valley had indeed been fortified with formations to prevent external threats. If that young lady has inadvertently wandered into such a formation, it could spell trouble, he replied urgently. "Friend Gu, there are indeed numerous formations in this valley that possess such effects. The danger of these formations necessitates our swift search, however, without higher orders. I lack the authority to disable the formations here." Upon hearing this, Ge Xiao asserted, as a distinguished elder of the golden medal rank, "I command you to deactivate the spiritual obstruction formations in Baibao Valley and simultaneously dispatch personnel to search." "That is unfeasible, friend Gu," Shi Jingxiang countered. "The formations in Baibao Valley are interconnected. To recklessly deactivate them could release the strange entities contained within." Regaining his composure, Ge Xiao inquired, "What do you do when disciples of Baibao Pavilion inadvertently enter these formations? Surely, you do not leave them to their own devices." With a smile, Shi Jingxiang responded, "As long as one possesses a formation token for Baibao Valley, passage is permitted. I happen to have one." He then produced a medium-grade spiritual artifact, a purple token. Ge Xiao accepted the token, analyzing its material and understanding its inscriptions. Fortunately, the material was not overly precious, and the inscriptions were not too complex. This was, after all, Ge Xiao, who, through his profound knowledge as a master of artifact crafting, had the privilege to make such assessments. Noting the need for flower essence stones and extreme radiant gold, he asked Shi Jingxiang, "Does Baibao Pavilion possess these items?" Upon hearing this, Shi Jingxiang chuckled, "Of course. Baibao Pavilion has plenty. However, as you are aware, The rules of Baibao Valley stipulate that these items must be exchanged for spiritual stones. Ge Xiao promptly produced a storage ring, stating, "Please exchange this for flower essence stones and extreme radiant gold." Xiao, scanning the contents, discovered 100 million high-grade spiritual stones within and remarked, "Friend Ge, as a master of artifacts, your expenditure is indeed significant." He accepted the ring and proceeded to procure the requested materials for Ge Xiao. In no time, Ge Xiao received several hundred pieces of materials. Without further ado, he commenced the refining process, and after a fragrant incense stick had burned, he emerged with 500 purple tokens. He summoned Xiao again, handing him 300 tokens and instructing him to mobilize personnel to search for Xiao. Meanwhile, he stealthily summoned the black blood ants to covertly monitor the searching disciples, dispatching 200 of the strongest black blood ants to commence their search based on the map provided by Xiao. Through the black blood ants, Ge Xiao noticed a suspicious disciple who was sneaking around, making several turns into a concealed location. Chapter 83: Iron Evil Man Slaughters Ghosts. Ge Xiao felt a surge of suspicion as he guided the black blood ants to continue searching for Xiao, while he and Xiao used an invisibility orb to track the disciple. He observed the disciple parting a beautiful flower thicket before leaping into a teleportation array. Ge Xiao's doubts intensified. He manipulated the black blood ants to enter the teleportation array. Not detecting any threats, he conveyed to Xiao through a mental message, "Fair, this individual is highly suspect. I wish to pursue further. You must return to Baibao Pavilion. And should you encounter Ye, the black blood ants will seek you out. Additionally, I have already contacted friend Shi. Any news will be relayed to you." He then handed her the communication token he had used to contact Shi Xiang before leaping into the teleportation array in pursuit. In the mystical realm of Baibao Valley, amidst an array of formations, Xiao sat ensconced among the flowers. Despite having traversed the area for nearly a day, she found herself still ensnared within its confines. Unbeknownst to her, a shadowy figure stealthily approached. To safeguard herself, Xiao had previously employed a corpse-controlling talisman, which allowed a spectral creature to lurk among the blossoms nearby. Behind her, a disciple exhibited a lewd grin. He had been captivated by the Xiao sisters since their arrival at Baibao Valley. After several inquiries, he learned that Xiao was the younger sister-in-law of Elder Ge, which sparked his ulterior motives. He cunningly aimed to lead her into the depths of the dark formations. If he could become the brother-in-law of an elder, a prosperous future awaited him. The man, reveling in his thoughts, produced a pink incense stick from his pocket, his smile growing more lascivious as he activated the spell to ignite it. As Xiao caught a whiff of a minty fragrance, she found it perplexing, for the surroundings were a thicket of lilacs. Rising to survey her environment, she noticed a slender, bald man clad in the distinctive white uniform of Baibao Pavilion. The man, observing Xiao inhaling the fragrance, felt a surge of satisfaction. Seeing her devoid of any caution, he spoke with a smirk, "Greetings, Taoist Xiao. I am Fengjian, a disciple of the law enforcement division of Baibao Pavilion, sent here to seek you." Xiao, upon learning that he was in search of her, responded with a smile, "Yes, it is I. But why are you alone, Taoist Feng?" Suddenly, a wave of heat washed over her, leaving her weak and flushed. As thoughts of Ge Xiao flooded her mind, causing her vision to blur. As she languidly reclined on the ground, Fengjian burst into laughter, rubbing his hands together as he approached her. In her daze, Xiao mistook him for her brother-in-law and refrained from using her hidden corpse specter, presenting herself in a manner inviting for the taking. Noticing her demeanor, Fengjian's pace quickened as he exclaimed, "What a tempting little minx." Upon reaching her, he forcefully pinned Xiao beneath him, tugging at her collar to reveal her exquisite alabaster collarbone. Fengjian gulped audibly, feeling the alluring warmth radiating from beneath him. Eagerly, he began to unfasten her trousers, but after several futile attempts, he summoned a small white knife to slice through her belt. Discarding her trousers aside, he prepared to unleash his primal desires. However, before he could proceed, the corpse specter hidden among the flowers reacted instinctively, its sharp claws revealing a pulsating heart. Fengjian momentarily hesitated, blood gushing from his chest before he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Meanwhile, Xiao, still affected by the poison, continued to paw at Fengjian's body. Just then, Ge Xiao arrived, his heart troubled as he observed his sister-in-law's predicament. He had not anticipated that Xiao could be such a person. Upon seeing her flushed face and labored breaths, he realized he had misjudged her. It was clear she had fallen victim to an intoxicating poison. With a decisive motion, Ge Xiao pulled Fengjian's body away and set it ablaze, rummaging through his storage ring. To his dismay, He discovered only a jade slip detailing the creation of the alluring incense, but no antidote. Fortunately, having taken countless lives and amassed considerable wealth, he found a bottle of Qingxin pills among his possessions. Unsure of their efficacy, he took one and fed it to Xinyue, who was still yearning for his touch. He had hoped for a swift resolution, yet to his dismay, it proved utterly ineffective. Feeling the intense heat emanating from Xinyue's body, Ge Xiao surmised that this poison was indeed extraordinary. As I reflected on the intimate experiences shared with Xinyue, a wave of excitement surged within me. The atmosphere thickened with anticipation when Xinyue's hand grazed sensitive areas, and desire flooded forth uncontrollably. After several passionate encounters, I realized that the emotional poison afflicting Xinyue had dissipated. Yet my own fervor remained unabated. Having crossed a line, I resolved to lavish my efforts upon Xinyue until exhaustion overwhelmed me. Revitalized, I promptly administered a small 9 revolutions golden pill to her and retrieved some garments I had secretly prepared for Xinfei, assisting Xinyue in changing. Subsequently, I settled nearby in meditation, awaiting her awakening. Time passed, and eventually, Xinyue stirred, propping herself up with one hand while gazing at her brother-in-law standing guard. A thought seemed to strike her, and her cheeks flushed red as she scrutinized her unfamiliar attire, perhaps validating her suspicions. As my eyes slowly opened to meet hers, I awkwardly explained, "Xinyue, the situation was critical, and without an antidote, I had no choice but to resort to this measure." Understanding my intentions, Xinyue smiled and proposed, "Since we have already shared such a bond, why not have both me and my sister marry you? After all, you are not yet wed." I, not one to shirk responsibility, felt a flutter in my heart at the thought of being served by 2 enchanting sisters. However, considering that Feyre was now with child, I hesitated, uncertain of her feelings. Afraid of upsetting her, I responded, "My concern lies in not wanting to burden you sisters, especially with Feyre expecting my child. I believe it best to wait until she has given birth before broaching this subject." Xinyue, aware of her sister's sentiments, pondered the childhood vow they had made to marry the same man and suggested, "Perhaps this is wise. We can wait until my sister is at ease after giving birth to discuss it." Despite the cultivation world's norms allowing the powerful to take multiple wives, I remained considerate of Xinfei's feelings. After reaching an agreement, I presented Xinyue with a purple token for her to refine. Half a day later, we returned to the treasure pavilion together. Xinfei approached and embraced Xinyue, expressing, "Sister, why must you be so troublesome? What will you do if you marry in the future?" With a hint of guilt, Xinyue buried her face in Xinfei's shoulder, uncertain of her sister's thoughts regarding our recent encounter. "Then I shall remain with you and not marry anyone," Xinyue whispered softly. "Dear girl, how could you stay with your sister unless—" At that moment, Xinfei recalled their childhood promise to wed the same man. However, she was uncertain about Xinyue's feelings for me or whether I could accept her. "Xinyue is tired now. Let us return to our chambers and continue this conversation," I suggested. "Come, sister, let us discuss this in our room," Xinfei urged, guiding Xinyue away to learn about the events that had transpired. "Taoist Gu, I have matters to discuss with you," came a voice as I attempted to follow the sisters back, only to be interrupted by Ge Xiao turned to Shi Xiang and asked, "Friend Shi, what brings you here?" To which Shi Xiang replied solemnly, "It is not convenient to speak here. Let us converse in the inner room." Observing Shi Xiang's mysterious demeanor, Ge Xiao concluded that it must be a matter of great importance. He then addressed Xianfei and Xianye, saying, "You 2 sisters continue your discussion. Take these communication tokens." Ge Xiao retrieved 2 red tokens from his pocket. These tokens, crafted from precious sky-breaking gold, could transcend spatial barriers to convey messages. In their dwelling on the 1st floor, Xianfei inquired, "Sister, how did you end up trapped in the formation? Did not Gugu provide you with the cloud shuttle?" Xianye replied, "At the Lantern Festival, I was captivated by a beautiful lantern and chased after it. Then I spotted some exquisite lilacs and became entranced. I lost my way, thinking I was merely lost. When my brother-in-law came looking for me, I had not used the cloud shuttle." Xianfei was stunned, realizing her sister had been ensnared by the formation without awareness. This further solidified her resolve to keep her sister by her side for eternity. "Gugu is so formidable. I could accept 1 or 2 additional women, especially since I am now with child and unable to attend to him. Sister, what do you think of brother-in-law?" Xianfei intended to use her sister as a means to gauge Ge Xiao's thoughts. Xianye responded, "Brother-in-law possesses remarkable abilities, never using his strength to oppress the weak. He is gentle and considerate, much like a sunny older brother." Simultaneously, she contemplated his prowess in other aspects, wondering if others could withstand him. Hearing her sister praise Ge Xiao so highly, Xian Fei, familiar with her sister's sentiments, sensed there was no issue here. It seemed she had an opportunity to probe Ge Xiao's thoughts. Ge Xiao, I have found a lead on the millennia-old tiger bone you requested. Shi Jingxiang whispered to Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "Oh, do you know where it is?" Shi Jingxiang continued, "Ge Xiao, have you heard of the Iron Evil, the Demon Slayer Ge Xiao?" Ge Xiao echoed, "Iron Evil, the Demon Slayer Ge Xiao." Though he was unaware of who this figure was, despite possessing a profound lineage. Naturally, he was unfamiliar with the rising talents of the cultivation world. Noticing Ge Xiao's confusion, Shi Jingxiang explained, 300 years ago, a prodigy named Ge Xiao emerged from Langdang Mountain. At the age of 20, he stole sect secrets and became a rogue cultivator. Since then, he has wreaked havoc in the cultivation realm, inflicting suffering upon countless female cultivators. Some were violated, others sealed their own powers after being played with, and many had their souls extracted to create beautiful fans, tortured day and night. It was a fate worse than death. Hearing Shi Jingxiang's vehement condemnation of the Iron Evil, Ge Xiao inquired, "Friend Shi, how do you know so much about the Iron Evil? Do you harbor a grudge against him?" Shi Jingxiang candidly replied, "To be frank, my wife fell victim to his atrocities." Chapter 84, Bloodslave Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao consoled, "Friend Shi, my condolences. Do you know where the Iron Evil is now?" Shi Jingxiang collected his thoughts and responded, "I have received word that Ge Xiao has recently allied himself with the Feng family branch in Longye City. But he is not in Longye City, he is in Xiao Town. Friend Shi, if Ge Xiao is allied with the Feng family in Longye City, and we take action against him, will we not offend the Feng family?" Ge Xiao questioned. In the realm of Takiyaking, the Feng family wields formidable power, with the esteemed elder Feng being renowned throughout the world, instilling fear in those who might dare to challenge them. Shi Jingxiang chuckled, saying, "Rest assured, fellow Taoist Ge, he has merely allied himself with a branch family. As long as we do not infringe upon the interests of the Feng family, the loss of a few followers will go unnoticed." He mused to himself, "Fellow Taoist Ge, you are indeed a master of divine artifacts. Should they seek to impose punishment, presenting a couple of divine tools or semi-divine artifacts would suffice to resolve the matter. What is the realm of Ge Xiao? What cultivation technique does he practice? Does he have family?" Ge Xiao inquired. Upon hearing Ge Xiao's trio of questions, Shi Jingxiang inwardly scoffed, pondering whether he intended to annihilate an entire family. Yet, it was true that Ge Xiao harbored such intentions. Ge Xiao's realm is slightly inferior to mine, but he possesses a technique for creating shadow clones. When it comes to fleeing, I find myself at a loss. Shi Jingxiang replied with a helpless expression. Ge Xiao contemplated. Flee. If I were to imprison him within the eternal prison, how would he escape? However, he realized that activating the eternal prison required a substantial expenditure of true essence. And the more the captive struggled, the greater the consumption would be. Moreover, he had the corpse-nurturing pavilion, though the energy drain was currently significant. With this thought, Ge Xiao discreetly placed 200 million spiritual stones into the core space of the pavilion to aid its recovery. Fellow Taoists sure need not worry. As long as you can keep Ge Xiao immobile for a moment, I have a means to bind him, Ge Xiao assured. Hearing this, Shi Jingxiang was overjoyed. Realizing he had not misjudged Ge Xiao, as a master of divine artifacts, it was only natural he would possess such tools. He complimented, "In that case, I shall trouble you, fellow Taoist." Ge Xiao humbly replied, "There is no need for such formalities. We are merely fulfilling our respective needs." With that, the two exchanged smiles, agreeing to set off for Xiao Town in 3 days before returning to their individual pursuits. As Ge Xiao opened the door, he was greeted by the eager gazes of the Xian sisters. Xian Fei's eyes sparkled with anticipation, while Xian Ye's held a mixture of affection and apprehension. Ge Xiao promptly closed the door, channeling his mana into the room's talisman. After completing this, he turned to Xian Fei and said, "My dear, I may be away for a few days. I have found a lead on the fabled tiger bone." He then glanced at Xian Ye, who always supported his words. Before long, Ge Xiao boarded Shi Jingxiang's flying vessel, which measured 2 zhang long and 3 qi high, with a simplistic yet swift interior. An exceptional mid-grade spiritual artifact for travel. Fellow Taoist Ge, at this speed, we shall arrive at Xiao Town in 10 days, Shi Jingxiang remarked. Ge Xiao nodded in acknowledgement and inquired, "What is it about Xiao Town that attracts Ge Xiao?" Xiao Town is home to an extraordinarily frigid pond, where a rare species of succulent and sweet lobster thrives. Ge Xiao is particularly fond of it, and in order to indulge in these delicacies without arousing suspicion, he has sought refuge with the Feng family of Takiyaking, Shi Jingxiang explained. Given that Ge Xiao has slain so many female cultivators, does he not fear retaliation? How can he brazenly appear in public? Ge Xiao questioned, perplexed. Shi Jingxiang responded, Ge Xiao typically preys on loose cultivators in the wilderness. Despite his misdeeds over the years, most of those he has offended lack the strength to pursue him. His alliance with the Feng family is largely motivated by fear of trouble from the Wandering Mountains Hahuan sect. Soon, Ge Xiao and Shi Jingxiang arrived at Xiakou town. Instead of heading directly there, they approached a small pond, approximately 100 miles in circumference, emanating coldness. Shi Jingxiang retrieved 2 low-grade spiritual fishing rods and 2 low-grade cold iron buckets from his storage ring, smiling at Ge Xiao. Let us catch some lobsters to savor. Ge Xiao was well aware of Shi Jingxiang's intentions. As long as he possessed a sufficient number of lobsters, he had no fear of Ge Xiao's approach. Taking the fishing rod, iron bucket, and a piece of jade slip, Ge Xiao quickly immersed himself in understanding their use. By executing a series of hand gestures and infusing his energy, the fishing rod elongated rapidly, its tip extending to form a slender line of magical energy. Have you dealt with Ge Xiao before? Are you not concerned he might recognize you? Ge Xiao inquired. Shi Jingxiang slapped his forehead and exclaimed, You've reminded me. He then retrieved a pill from his pocket and swallowed it. Almost instantly, Shi Jingxiang transformed into a burly man with a scarred face and a bushy beard. Grinning at Ge Xiao. Now, he recognized me. For some reason, Ge Xiao felt a twinge of distrust. It seemed that such an obvious flaw had escaped Shi Jingxiang's consideration. Could this old rascal be attempting to deceive himself? Ge Xiao managed an awkward smile and remarked, The transformation is quite remarkable. You appear to be an entirely different person. Concurrently, Ge Xiao contacted Xiao Jiu within the Golden Pagoda to remain vigilant against Shi Jingxiang. Shi Jingxiang plotted to deceive the young man into using his magical energy to fish for lobsters, planning to launch a surprise attack once the young man was drained of his energy. Even if he possessed a divine artifact, he would be rendered unable to utilize it, and all the treasures on the young man's person would then belong to him. As for the Millennium Tiger Bone, he had it in his possession, but it was reserved for his own cultivation of the Heavenly Tiger transformation. He would never allow that young man to benefit from it. Ge Xiao was no novice in the world of cultivation. Discreetly, he retrieved a recording stone from his storage ring. Evidently, over the years, he had vanquished numerous cultivators and acquired various treasures. Before long, Ge Xiao successfully caught a lobster measuring a full yard in length, its body pristine white, with its formidable pincers firmly clinging to the line. Placing the lobster into the cold iron bucket, it flailed vigorously but could not escape. This invigorated Ge Xiao, prompting him to cast his line back into the water. After half an incense stick's time, Ge Xiao felt the rod tremble once more and swiftly executed the hand gestures, reeling in another large lobster from the surface. At that moment, Ge Xiao noticed that Shi Jingxiang had remained entirely still and chuckled. Sure, my friend, it seems fortune is not on your side. You have yet to catch anything after all this time. Ha ha ha. Go. Your magical energy is so pure that the rod transforms food. And the lobsters here seem to be fond of it, Shi Jingxiang replied without a hint of embarrassment. As time passed quietly, Shi Jingxiang, noticing that Ge Xiao's magical energy was nearing depletion, suddenly cast a golden rope that ensnared Ge Xiao firmly. Observing Ge Xiao's inability to move, Shi Jingxiang laughed and said, You are quite impressive. Even at the foundation establishment stage, you possess such profound magical energy. Sure, what do you mean by this? Ge Xiao asked. Shi Jingxiang replied with a chuckle. You need not be so modest. I am indeed the Ge Xiao you seek. He continued. How about becoming my dedicated artifact refiner from now on? Ge Xiao chose to disregard this and asked, If you are not sure, then where is sure? Ge Xiao scoffed. That fool. I have already killed him. Dead. Ge Xiao echoed, then added, If I refuse, will I meet the same fate? I had intended to kill you. But considering your status as a golden elder of the treasure pavilion, doing so would complicate matters, as many are aware you accompanied me. Thus, I plan to make you my blood slave. Ge Xiao declared harshly, producing a blood-red contract. Ge Xiao recognized this item. It was a creation of the blood demon sect. A special contract forged by extracting the blood of a living person and merging it with a unique venomous insect. It is an exceedingly malevolent entity, and its success rate is remarkably low. Generally, it requires thousands of individuals to forge even a single piece. As the ghostly figure, Ge Xiao, approached with the predatory gaze of a hunter, Ge Xiao immediately called for Xiao Jiu. Without any forewarning, Ge Xiao suddenly lost all 5 senses, standing vacantly before Ge Xiao. Upon noticing the blood contract in Ge Xiao's hand, Ge Xiao altered his thoughts. He conveyed his intentions to Xiao Jiu, and with the blood dripping. Ge Xiao officially became a blood slave. Do not untie the ropes binding me, Ge Xiao commanded, eyeing the gritting teeth of Ge Xiao. Should the blood slave exhibit even the slightest dissatisfaction towards their master, they would endure the torment of 1,000 curses gnawing at their heart. This suffering would not be confined to the physical realm, but would also ensnare the soul. Ge Xiao, deterred from resistance, promptly complied and released Ge Xiao from his bindings. Now, hand over your storage ring, Ge Xiao commanded once more. Ge Xiao produced his storage ring, and Ge Xiao accepted it, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He immediately discovered a massive piece of 10,000-year-old tiger bone, along with a technique known as the heavenly tiger transformation. This technique could enhance one's defense and strength fourfold. It was vital to catch adversaries off guard during close combat by transforming unexpectedly when they had grown familiar with one's power. Ge Xiao began to diligently study the heavenly tiger transformation. After a fortnight, a golden tiger manifested beside the cold pool in Xiao town. With a thunderous roar, the ground trembled, and raising its mighty paw, it shattered trees, creating a long, clear path. Another month passed, and Ge Xiao, shimmering with golden light and drenched in sweat, exhaled deeply and rose. Not only had he cultivated the third layer of the indestructible golden body and mastered the heavenly tiger transformation, he had also acquired a blood slave at the divine transformation realm, truly a bountiful harvest. Ge Xiao approached the blood slave, Ge Xiao, and peered into his bucket, which contained over 100 lobsters. He added his own catch to the mix and commanded Ge Xiao, "We shall return to Baibao Valley." "Yes, Taoist Ge Xiao replied, transforming into a steaming box shape to pay his respects before producing a small boat and performing a hand gesture. The boat expanded in the wind, and Ge Xiao leapt aboard, followed closely by Ge Xiao. As time progressed, the power of the blood contract would grow stronger. Ge Xiao harbored no concerns regarding Ge Xiao's potential betrayal. He sat cross-legged to commence his cultivation of spells. Ge Xiao, from now on, you must not only refrain from harming those around me, but also protect them, understood? Ge Xiao reminded as they sailed. Yes, Taoist Ge Xiao affirmed. Very well. Return to your role as the steaming box, Ge Xiao instructed. At your command, Taoist Ge Xiao responded. Taoist, sure. You may attend to your own matters. I will contact you through the communication token if anything arises, Ge Xiao directed. I shall take my leave to attend to my affairs, Ge Xiao replied, filled with excitement. Ge Xiao entered his chamber, where a graceful figure, Xian Fei, leapt into his embrace. Chapter 85. Weeping Cherry, she exclaimed. Alas, what troubles you? Ge Xiao inquired, stroking Xian Fei's hair. Upon hearing this, Xian Fei clung tighter, saying, Ge Xiao, you were gone for so long without a word. I ventured out to procure valuable items for you, Ge Xiao declared, retrieving a piece of 10,000-year-old tiger bone the size of a fist, and adding mysteriously, I also discovered a delectable dish in Xiamen town. Fetch you, I shall prepare it now. Ge Xiao took out the prepared spiritual liquid and various ingredients. The first step involved thoroughly cleansing the lobsters and removing their waste. Next, he marinated the lobsters in spiritual wine. For the third step, he retrieved an iron cauldron and added extracted cheese oil along with various spices, exhaling a tricolor flame from his mouth. Just as Ge Xiao began to saute the mixture, the door creaked open, revealing two graceful figures. Brother-in-law, what are you up to? Xian Jiu inquired curiously, noticing the unfamiliar apparatus he was using. I am preparing cheese lobster for you. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly, Ge Xiao replied, glancing at the two sisters, Xian Fei and Xian Jiu. As Ge Xiao stirred the ingredients, an enticing aroma soon wafted from the cauldron. Xian Fei watched eagerly from the table, while tears of joy streamed down Xian Jiu's face as she inhaled the delightful scent. Before long, she dashed toward Ge Xiao's workshop, observing the 60 or so crimson lobsters, each over a yard long, being sautéed alongside precious spiritual ingredients. Xian Jiu was once again astonished by her brother-in-law's extravagance, her anticipation for the dish growing. Meanwhile, the little creatures in the golden tower buzzed with excitement, continuously conveying their desire for food to Ge Xiao. With a reassuring smile, he said, Do not fret. I have prepared ample ingredients for all of you. Since arriving in the abyss of the night, he had been perpetually busy, rarely indulging in culinary endeavors. It's ready, Ge Xiao announced, lifting 3 plates filled with lobster and accompaniments from the cauldron, invoking a spell to transport the iron cauldron into the golden tower. As the cauldron entered, the little creatures rushed forward, eagerly inserting their mandibles into the lobsters to absorb the flavors, their faces alight with satisfaction. Witnessing their fervor brought Ge Xiao a sense of fulfillment. He approached Xian Fei, carrying a plate in each hand, while Xian Ye cheerfully followed, holding a platter with 7 lobsters. At her request, Ge Xiao added another lobster to her plate. "Brother-in-law, this is absolutely delicious," Xian Ye exclaimed. Ge Xiao turned to her, watching as she peeled the lobster with her hands, chuckling. "No one is competing with you. There are utensils available, so please refrain from using your hands directly. It's simply too fragrant. I can hardly resist," Xian Ye replied. "Indeed, it is exquisite," Xian Fei praised. "Sister, I feel a breakthrough coming on," Xian Ye exclaimed after finishing a lobster, sensing a surge of magical energy within her. "Dear sister, you must temper your power. You cannot break through immediately. At least 3 instances of suppression are required," Xian Fei advised. The family's technique of angel transformation necessitated suppression at the foundation establishment stage, as it would impact whether one would become a 2-winged or 4-winged angel in the future. Upon hearing this, Xian Ye promptly sat cross-legged in her chair, initiating the foundational training of the angel transformation technique. "Sister, how many times have you suppressed?" Xian Ye inquired, puzzled that her sister, who had awakened her spiritual roots first and had been alongside their brother-in-law for so long, was still at the same level as her. "I have only managed to suppress twice," Xian Fei responded with a smile. "Each suppression corresponds to the first level of heaven. It solely depends on talent, as not everyone can suppress multiple times." Xian Ye's face revealed envy, for 2 suppressions meant an 80% probability of becoming a 2-winged angel. Ge Xiao listened quietly. His curiosity piqued about the angel transformation. He inquired, "Feier, what kind of technique is the angel transformation?" "Ah, the angel transformation is a mystical art inscribed in our bloodlines," Xian Ye replied. "The more wings an angel possesses, the stronger they become. Our family has once produced a 4-winged angel, who had few rivals in this realm of Lonya." Excitedly, Xian Ye continued, and at that moment, Xian Fei felt a surge within her body, signaling a breakthrough. She promptly seated herself cross-legged to begin practicing the angel transformation. Observing this, Ge Xiao asked Xian Ye, "What would happen if Feier were to suppress it 3 times?" "Sister, if she can manage to suppress it 3 times, a dual-winged angel is almost assured, and even a 4-winged angel is not beyond the realm of possibility," Xian Ye responded with enthusiasm. She then inquired, "Brother-in-law, where did you acquire this lobster? I sense it holds significant potential to alter the constitution of our Xian clan." "I caught these lobsters from the cold pool in Shrimpgate town. They hold little value for me, so you may have my share," Ge Xiao replied. "Brother-in-law," Xian Ye said, gazing at him with gratitude. With thoughts of the 40 lobsters still remaining in her cold barrel, Ge Xiao contemplated crafting a cold pool to rear them. He took out a communication token and sent a message to Ge Xiao, instructing him to prepare the heavenly cold gold and frost snowstone. On that day, Ge Xiao and the 2 sisters, Xian Fei and Xian Ye, boarded the floating sea platform, embarking on their journey back to the illusionary tower. "Xiao Gu, is that the Iron Sword sect ahead?" Xian Fei asked uncertainly as she gazed at the imposing mountain gate in the distance. Ge Xiao extended his senses and noticed a striking girl with delicate features at the 9th level of Qi refinement, skillfully manipulating a massive red flame against a burly man wielding a giant sword at the peak of the Golden Core stage in a duel, where it was evident the man was deliberately holding back. Ge Xiao confirmed, "This is indeed the Iron Sword sect. It appears they have made considerable progress over the years. Let us explore the Iron Sword sect and perhaps pay a visit to Man-Man," he suggested with a smile. A disciple arrived at the arena, reporting, "Sect Master, a top-tier spiritual artifact building has appeared at the foot of the mountain." Chui Chongqing frowned. In this abandoned mountain, a hidden realm, how could such a spiritual artifact manifest? Could it be people from the 4 cities? "Father, it's Master who has come. He mentioned he was merely passing by to check on me and requested no formalities." "Lest he be displeased," Chui Man said, retrieving a communication token to read the message with delight. "Oh, the esteemed elder has arrived. Let us hurry to welcome him." Chui Chongqing replied joyfully. "Master," Chui Man called out. Ge Xiao, accompanied by the 2 sisters, flew to her side and affectionately ruffled her hair, saying, "You've grown so tall and more enchanting than ever." Hearing the compliment made Chui Man even happier, while Chui Chongqing also bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the esteemed elder. I have matters to request of you." He continued, "In the valley I oversee, the Valley of the Mouse King, a red mist has recently emerged, and any who enter cannot escape. We have been unable to uncover the source of this phenomenon." "Oh, what seems to be the issue?" "Please, do share," Ge Xiao asked, intrigued. Chui Chongqing elaborated. a red mist has appeared near the Valley of the Mouse King, capable of obstructing spiritual awareness and exhibiting strong corrosive properties, even overpowering magical barriers in a short time. Several of our disciples have ventured inside, and those who managed to escape reported seeing a large tree adorned with blooming pink flowers. I wish to request the esteemed elder to investigate. The crimson mist severed the connection to one's consciousness and bore a corrosive nature, enveloping a grand tree adorned with pink blossoms. As Ge Xiao delved into his memories, he recalled that Xiao had once acquired an ancient yellowed scroll, which detailed the existence of a formidable artifact known as the Ghost Infant Shield. Once the necessary components, Weeping Cherry, Ghost Crying Gold, and Heavenly Killing Gold, were assembled, it would allow one to transcend the limitations imposed on their innate treasures. The reason Xiao had not yet forged it lay in his inability to locate the Weeping Cherry. Ge Xiao addressed the two sisters, Xian Fei and Xian Ye. I shall take a look. You two wait for me here. We might linger for a while. Indeed, go ahead, Xiao Ge. Xian Fei replied. I am utterly suffocated in this floating building. I could use some fresh air, Xian Ye complained. With excitement bubbling within him, Ge Xiao invoked a hand seal, conjuring a spirit artifact shaped like a jujube seed. Both pointed at the ends and thick in the middle. An aura of golden light enveloped him, and he vanished in an instant. To facilitate its use, Ge Xiao had meticulously inscribed a unique pattern allowing him to substitute spirit stones for the immense mana expenditure. Such swiftness! Xian Ye exclaimed, astonished. I have used the cloud-piercing shuttle as well, but never with such efficiency. It appears this is the place, Ge Xiao declared as he materialized before a dense expanse of crimson mist. He unleashed a swarm of black blood ants into the fog, only to hear a hissing sound. Their exoskeletons began to corrode. Realizing the inadequacy of the foundation-level black blood ants, he promptly recalled them. Infusing his vital essence into the eternal abyss, a golden cube enveloped him as he cautiously stepped into the crimson fog. Ge Xiao distinctly felt a shift. The mist thickened, drawing more of his vital essence. His heart quickened, and he hastened his pace. Observing the branches swaying in the wind, laden with pink blossoms, he felt a surge of excitement. The weeping cherry was indeed present, reminiscent of the ancient scroll. Suddenly, the swaying tree manifested an elderly visage, frantically exclaiming, "Food! Food!" The branches elongated wildly, lunging towards Ge Xiao. Instead of retreating, Ge Xiao approached the weeping cherry. With a series of cracking sounds, the branches lashed against the barrier. Without hesitation, he unleashed the heavenly tiger transformation, seizing the branches with a firm grip. 108 banners shot forth, and 9 golden dragons surged towards the weeping cherry. Fear flashed across the ancient face of the tree. The power was sufficient to obliterate it. As the weeping cherry attempted to flee, Ge Xiao employed the techniques of the corpse cultivation pavilion to immobilize it. After a prolonged absence from using his seals, he managed to bind the weeping cherry and subsequently stored it within his pouch. The crimson mist dissipated rapidly, revealing Ge Xiao standing in a spacious area. Shortly thereafter, he escorted Xian Fei and Xian Ye away from the Iron Sword sect, returning to the illusory cave. Surveying the overgrown weeds surrounding him, he furrowed his brow. It seemed he would need to recruit some servants to manage his abode. Alternatively, he contemplated crafting a residence for himself, and the more he pondered, the more he favored the notion of personally forging a dwelling. After delivering Xian Fei and Xian Ye back to the Flying Bird Valley, Ge Xiao began to refine the unused artifacts into materials for constructing a satisfactory residence. A month later, the treasures acquired from Bone Burial City had all been transformed into a collection of pure essence, meticulously categorized by Ge Xiao. Chapter 86, The Wedding After 3 Months. A half-divine palace, measuring 3 inches, materialized in Ge Xiao's hands. As he manipulated the incantation, the palace expanded until it reached 300 feet, at which point he ceased channeling his mana. Gazing at the palace before him, Ge Xiao fell into deep contemplation. The beloved concubine Xian has been together with me for several years now, yet it seems I have yet to bestow upon her an official title, which may resemble the behavior of a scoundrel. At this moment, concubine Xian approached Ge Xiao with her sister in tow, exclaiming, "Brother Xiao, this palace is truly magnificent. What brings you here?" Ge Xiao replied with delight, "After visiting our clan's elder and my little friends in the Bird Valley, my sister and I decided to build a house near the Phantom Cave." Xian Ye interjected, "You have come at the perfect time, my dear. There is something I wish to discuss with you," Ge Xiao said, gazing at concubine Xian, whose slight belly was gently rounded. "What is it?" she inquired. "My beloved, I cherish you deeply, and I promise to protect you for a lifetime. Let us wed," Ge Xiao declared, his eyes fixed on hers with unwavering resolve. Upon hearing these words, concubine Xian was momentarily stunned, her eyes brimming with tears, for she had long awaited this affirmation. With tears glistening, she nodded and threw herself into Ge Xiao's embrace. He held her tightly, offering her comfort. Meanwhile, Xian looked on with envy, wishing that Ge Xiao were embracing her instead. Thus, concubine Xian and Xian settled into Ge Xiao's newly established abode. Since Ge Xiao had not been in the Spirit Pearl continent for long and had yet to make many friends, he chose not to invite others. Yet he recognized the importance of decorum. In the days that followed, Ge Xiao diligently began crafting treasured artifacts, utilizing excess materials to produce additional treasures for sale to Ge Xiao. 2 months later, Ge Xiao surveyed his handiwork with satisfaction, as his table was adorned with jade bracelets, hairpins, and a stunning white wedding gown of semi-divine quality. Today, the Bird Valley buzzed with excitement. The Xian clan members donned their new garments, setting aside their agricultural tasks to showcase their specialties such as smoked dog and pig meat, along with various grains. "Sister, allow me to style your hair today," Xian exclaimed joyfully. "Yeah, hairstyling is quite intricate. One must seek a person of complete fortune," concubine Xian replied. "Oh," Xian responded, her enthusiasm waning. "My dear child, I have arrived," called a venerable voice. It was Granny Honghua. "Sister, quickly let her in," concubine Xian said as she sat before the mirror in her white wedding gown. Granny Honghua, a woman blessed with both sons and daughters, and known for her harmonious and joyful family, was recognized by the Xian clan as a person of great fortune. "Granny, welcome," Xian said, hurrying to open the door. As the wooden door swung open, a sprightly elderly woman with white hair and a face full of wrinkles appeared. "Granny Honghua, let me guide you," Xian smiled. "Thank you," Granny Honghua replied, following her slowly. Upon reaching concubine Xian, Granny Honghua smiled and praised, "My dear Xian, you are truly beautiful. I have styled many a head of hair, yet none surpass your elegance. Only you among our clan is worthy of such a distinguished predecessor." Concubine Xian replied with a smile, "Granny, you flatter me. It is my fortune to marry brother Xiao." Granny Honghua then took a wooden comb and began to carefully style concubine Xian's hair, reciting as she worked, first stroke to the end. On the second stroke, she chanted, second stroke, hair aligns with the brows. After the third stroke, she proclaimed, third stroke, children and grandchildren abound. Finally, she arranged concubine Xian's hair into a lofty hairstyle adorned with a jade hairpin, creating an ethereal appearance. The preparations were not confined to the Bird Valley. For this grand wedding, Ge Xiao had specially crafted 4 golden bearers for the bridal palanquin and amassed hundreds of iron chests filled with treasures, spirit stones, and elixirs, among other riches. As time passed, Ge Xiao summoned tens of thousands of black-blooded ants clad in resplendent red armor, some carrying iron boxes, while others energetically struck drums. He conjured the sea-floating tower and entered, making his way towards the Bird Valley. This procession, accompanied by thousands of Foundation Establishment Realm Guardians, represented a significant force within this desolate mountain range. At that moment, the secluded Mang Yu received the news of Xian Fei's marriage and specifically ventured out from Wanmang Ridge to await Ge Xiao's arrival along the way. Initially believing her own strength had sufficiently grown to claim dominance in this region, she was rendered speechless upon witnessing the throngs of Foundation Establishment cultivators and several golden core beast guardians. "Xiao Yu, do you not recognize me anymore?" Ge Xiao exclaimed with a smile as he emerged from the sea-floating tower, gazing at Mang Yu. "Senior," she replied, excitement evident in her voice as she looked at Ge Xiao. He retracted the sea-floating tower, allowing it to settle atop Mang Yu's head. In a bid to enhance visibility, Ge Xiao decided to ride upon the serpent. "Xiao Yu, let us proceed. Assist me in fetching the bride," he instructed. Thus, Ge Xiao stood atop Mang Yu, flanked by the tens of thousands of black-blooded ants clanging away, creating an awe-inspiring and lively atmosphere. The Bird Valley was graced with its most vibrant moment in history. At the valley's entrance, numerous members of the Xian clan gathered to witness a magnificent red dragon formation appearing before them, the bridal procession exuding an intimidating aura. With such a force, that girl truly is fortunate. This grandeur clearly demonstrates the esteem in which the senior holds her, exclaimed the onlookers, filled with envy. With the senior's presence, who would dare to bully our Xian clan in this forsaken mountain? "Sister, the brother-in-law has arrived." Xian mischievously teased her anxious sister. Upon hearing her sister's playful jab, Xian Fei's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. At this moment, the voice of a clan member announcing the gifts echoed, 10,000 supreme-grade magical artifacts. My heavens, supreme-grade artifacts! A slender member of the Xian clan exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. After the clan's decline, not even medium-grade artifacts were possessed by anyone other than the clan leader. Previously, it was Ge Xiao who gifted the Xian clan artifacts, significantly enhancing their overall combat prowess, allowing them to establish themselves in this ruthless realm of cultivation. Now, with the offering of supreme-grade artifacts, the subsequent gifts were beyond imagination. Indeed, another voice proclaimed, 3,000 low-grade spirit artifacts. Incredible, spirit artifacts, 3,000 of them. An elderly man with white hair exclaimed, his heart racing with exhilaration. 1,000 medium-grade spirit artifacts. At this announcement, a burly man with a mustache trembled with emotion. Upon seeing the list of 800 supreme spirit artifacts, he was left speechless. Even at the clan's peak, such a quantity was unimaginable. Treasures of this caliber were exceedingly rare within the Spirit Pearl continent, achievable only by someone with extraordinary talent in artifact refinement like Ge Xiao. 800 supreme spirit artifacts. Xian Go took the gift list, struggling to contain his excitement. My heavens, these are supreme spirit artifacts, treasures only possessed by peak god transformation experts. His cousin beside him gasped, glancing at the list, unable to fathom what lay ahead. To his astonishment, it continued with a half artifact, one half artifact. This announcement ignited an uproar. Not even at the clan's zenith had they possessed a half artifact. Had the ancestor wielded such power during that great battle, he might not have fallen and could have even turned the tide against the enemy. Lastly, during the wedding ceremony's concluding segment, as they welcomed the bride, Ge Xiao executed a hand seal, and from the dragon ring, a piece of crimson cloth soared into the air. As the crimson cloth unfurled, it swiftly elongated and expanded, bridging the space between the red palanquin and the cave of the beloved Xian Fei. The incantation manifested, revealing blooming flowers on either side of the red fabric. Wrapped in golden light, Ge Xiao soared towards Xian Fei's cave, where he beheld both Xian Fei and Xian Yu eagerly awaiting at the entrance. My dear, I have come to escort you, Ge Xiao declared with heartfelt intensity. At that moment, Xian Fei's eyes shimmered with a rosy hue, her features exquisitely painted. Her radiant smile framed by a high bun, resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens. Ge Xiao, suppressing the fluttering of his heart, stepped forward, grasping Xian Fei's hand, as white as jade, and remarked, My dear, you are truly enchanting today. Beside them, Xian Yu stifled a laugh and teased, Brother-in-law, was my sister not beautiful before? In light of his sister-in-law's playful jest, Ge Xiao responded with a smile, My dear, you have always been lovely, but today you surpass even your usual splendor. Hearing such praise from her beloved, Xian Fei's cheeks flushed a deeper crimson, her countenance blooming with shyness. Ge Xiao took hold of her other hand and performed the incantation, causing the flowers to burst forth, releasing a multitude of colorful orbs that soared into the sky. Upon exploding, they illuminated the heavens with declarations of love, such as I cherish you and I shall protect you for all my days. Enchanted by the romantic display, Xian Fei's eyes glistened even brighter, while Xian Yu harbored dreams of a similarly romantic union with Ge Xiao. Amidst the blessings of the Xian clan, Xian Fei gracefully stepped onto the crimson carpet leading into the flower-laden palanquin. After placing Xian Fei within, Ge Xiao's incantation transformed the palanquin into a carriage, from which 9 golden dragons emerged, soaring from his ring. Immediately, 9 chains extended from the carriage, connecting to the dragons. These 9 golden dragons were semi-divine beings. And Xian Go exhibited surprise, sensing their aura akin to that of the semi-divine artifact, the sea-floating tower, he had just obtained. How enviable that Sister Fei has received such affection from her esteemed predecessor. How I wish that were me. A young maiden of the Xian clan mused, gazing at the majestic procession of the 9 dragons. 3 years had elapsed since Ge Xiao's marriage to Xian Fei, and as he prepared to depart, he reminded Xian Yu, This time, I will be gone for an extended period. Please take good care of your sister in my absence. Yes, I will look after her well. You need not worry, Xian Yu assured him. My dear, take care of yourself and the baby. Ge Xiao instructed Xian Fei tenderly. Xiao Ge, regardless of whether we can acquire the nirvana fruit, you must return safely, Xian Fei urged. Brother-in-law, you must return safely. Do not forget our promise. Xian Yu called out as Ge Xiao was about to leave. He nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further words, performing the incantation to summon the cloud-through shuttle, which suspended before him and transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. In the tavern of Wugo Town, The antique seats were filled with patrons indulging in food and drink. A man clad in white sat by the window on the second floor, listening intently to the conversations of the guests while dining. A voice, sharp and delicate, inquired, "Have you heard? The beautiful daughter of Widow Wang has gone missing." "Missing? What a pity! Such a lovely girl," a rougher voice lamented. The gruff voice then leaned in and asked, "Do you know who did it?" The delicate voice replied in hushed tones, "I heard it was the newly appointed guest from Mayor Zhao's household, who has an infatuation with maidens." He added, "But this is merely hearsay, with no evidence to support it." Chapter 87. Collecting the ghost. Crying gold. Ge Xiao set down his chopsticks, letting out a satisfied burp and stretching lazily, when he heard the familiar rough voice call out, "Waiter, the bill." A sharp voice remarked, "Brother Liu, how could I possibly let you pay for the guest I invited?" A gruff voice responded solemnly, "Brother Zhao, you still need to save money for your sister's treatment. If you consider me a brother, refrain from arguing. Moreover, I recently received a sum." After days of relentless travel, which had drained his energy, Ge Xiao intended to rest for the night at the inn. A young lad, hunched and marked with pockmarks, approached with a smile. "Esteemed guest, how may I assist you?" Ge Xiao replied, "I wish to stay the night. Are these spirit stones sufficient?" Despite the discomfort brought by the lad's rather unfortunate appearance, Ge Xiao managed to produce 30 low-grade spirit stones. The one-eyed lad, still bowing, assured him that's more than enough. However, it's best not to venture outside at night. The town can be quite perilous. Intrigued, Ge Xiao inquired, "Oh, what sort of strange occurrences happen here at night?" The lad leaned closer, whispering, "Recently, every night the town is filled with eerie cries. Those who wander outside never return the next day." Ge Xiao scoffed internally, dismissing it as mere superstition likely rooted in human mischief. As the chilling cries echoed through the night, Ge Xiao furrowed his brow while attempting to meditate. He had planned to complete his cultivation before resting, but the unsettling sounds rendered sleep impossible. Deciding to investigate the source of the disturbance, he swiftly vanished from his bed. With a flicker of golden light, he appeared atop a building, clutching a semi-artifact invisibility orb, observing a mysterious figure cloaked in black, the source of the haunting cries. Meanwhile, on the town street, a beautiful girl with willow-like brows, Jiang Yu, was searching for an alchemist while carrying her ailing younger sister. A girl of 3 or 4 years with twin ponytails. The cloaked figure smiled, his magical energy swirling as he materialized behind the little girl. Sensing a presence, the ponytailed girl turned, her eyes wide with alarm as she nudged her sister's shoulder. Jiang Yu also turned, panic gripping her as she sensed the figure's formidable aura. Recalling the recent rumors swirling in the streets, Jiang Yu's face paled with fear as she summoned her magical energy to escape, but an overwhelming force rendered her immobile. The man in the cloak, displaying disdain, approached Jiang Yu with slow, deliberate steps, inspecting her with evident satisfaction. He licked his parched lips and produced a black bag from his robe, from which he drew forth 2 girls, causing them to vanish in an instant. Eager to conclude his hunt, the cloaked man soared toward the mayor's residence, his magic propelling him through the air. Ge Xiao smiled and shook his head, having witnessed Jiang Yu's fleeting smile upon seeing the cloaked figure. His curiosity piqued. He decided to stealthily pursue. Upon reaching the grandest estate in the town, the Jiang residence, Ge Xiao marveled at its imposing architecture adorned with dragons and phoenixes. Momentarily distracted, he realized he had lost sight of his target. Using divine sense to search would reveal his presence, but just then, a rotund man dressed in opulent garments caught his eye. The plump man, with a piece of white jade hanging from his waist and a purple vine in hand, waddled toward a neglected courtyard overgrown with weeds. The rotund figure approached the left stone lion at the entrance of the small courtyard and forcefully twisted its head. To his astonishment, a stone mountain within the courtyard gradually shifted aside. Ge Xiao was momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that some magical artifact was necessary to unlock the spatial formation. The portly man, adorned with a white jade pendant emanating a faint glow, strode confidently towards the cave entrance. As he stepped inside the stone mountain, it began to close immediately. Observing this, Ge Xiao opted not to follow. Who knew what secrets the cave might conceal? In a certain guest room of the mayor's residence, a lantern floated, casting a bright light. A cloaked man tossed aside his cape, revealing a man with thick brows and large eyes, whose crooked smile displayed a mouthful of disheveled yellow teeth. He reached for a small black pouch at his chest, shaking it, causing 2 young girls, one large and one small, to tumble to the ground. The man with yellow teeth seized the beautiful girl, Jiang Yu, with willow-like eyebrows and cascading hair, gazing at her cherry-red lips and towering figure. Unable to restrain himself as he leaned in to take a bite, Meanwhile, the smaller girl swiftly pierced a green spike into his thigh. The spike rapidly transformed into a white hue, and the man's complexion shifted to a ghastly green as he screamed, kicking the double-braided girl, Lu Hui, away. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu summoned all her magical power and delivered a powerful strike to the man's chest. With a resounding thud, both a small figure and a burly man were propelled out of the room. Lu Hui wiped the blood from her lips, revealing a faint smile, as her small form quickly expanded into a voluptuous beauty, rivaling Jiang Yu in allure. The double-braided beauty, Lu Hui, brandished two short swords, lunging at the man with yellow teeth. He cackled, and a dark red stone-like object levitated, merging with his body. His sunken chest began to swell, and his complexion turned a deep crimson. The man twisted his neck, producing a metallic clanging sound, then raised his arms, allowing Jiang Yu and Lu Hui to continue their assault. Hidden in the shadows, Ge Xiao observed the man's transformations, his heart no longer tranquil. This was the infamous Ghost Cry Gold. The Ghost Cry Gold thrived on virgin blood and excelled in soul manipulation, also serving as a primary material for the Ghost Infant Shield. Such fortuitous circumstances were truly remarkable. It appeared that his destined artifact was destined to manifest sooner than anticipated. Sensing a presence, the yellow-toothed man turned his head towards Ge Xiao, unleashing a sonic wave attack. Realizing he could no longer remain hidden, Ge Xiao summoned the corpse-nurturing pavilion to block the attack, while teasing the yellow-toothed man. How unreasonable you are. I merely came to admire the moon, and yet you choose to strike. If you do not provide me with an explanation, this matter shall remain unresolved. Beside him, Jiang Yu and Lu Hui stood in stunned silence, momentarily forgetting their assault. As disciples of the wandering mountain Hawan sect, they had come to eliminate the yellow-toothed man as part of a sect mission, which, according to their rules, could not be repeated once accepted. Who, they wondered, was this seemingly ordinary young man in white, exuding an extraordinary aura? The yellow-toothed man, sensing the threat posed by Ge Xiao, disregarded the two attacking girls and charged towards him. Ge Xiao, feeling increasingly vexed, realized that he had merely intended to observe the commotion and had now become the primary target. What had begun as a plan to let the two girls exhaust their energy now compelled him to act prematurely. In the mortuary, a crimson vine quivered and released a sonic wave, scattering the air. Ge Xiao dared not confront the ghastly lament of the golden spirit, resorting instead to the power of his artifact, despite the considerable energy it consumed with each invocation. Seizing the moment while the yellow-toothed man was momentarily dazed, the red vine swiftly ensnared him. Ge Xiao executed a series of incantations, extracting the golden spirit from the man's body, and struck it with a sealing mark. The golden spirit writhed in a frenzy, and Ge Xiao immediately intensified his soul energy, beads of sweat rolling down his brow. As the daughters of the Elder embarked on their first journey beyond the sect, they watched the duel unfolding below with a mixture of trepidation and uncertainty. They were unsure of Ge Xiao's intentions. Should he subdue the crimson stone before them, they would certainly stand no chance. Yet, if they intervened now, it would irrevocably offend Ge Xiao. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ge Xiao grasped the golden spirit in his hand, savoring it for a moment before storing it within his ring. He addressed the two women below. I mean no offense, ladies, my actions were born of necessity. Please, carry on. Having had the golden spirit forcibly removed, the yellow-toothed man regained his senses, his heart gripped by terror as he gazed at his sunken chest. Severely injured, his magical power largely sealed, he found himself bound by the crimson vine. Thank you, senior, he uttered. Jiang Yu and Lu Hui exchanged glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Yet they bowed in gratitude. Without the crimson stone, they had no hope of victory. Chanting an incantation, Ge Xiao directed his energy into the invisibility orb and vanished from sight. Reacting swiftly, the yellow-toothed man transformed into a streak of light and fled, while Lu Hui and Jiang Yu remained unperturbed. The nails embedded in the man were laced with potent poison and bore tracking marks. They needed only to follow closely. Through sheer endurance, they would eventually prevail. After the span of an incense stick, Jiang Yu and Lu Hui transformed into streaks of light, pursuing the yellow-toothed man. Ge Xiao observed their departure without a word, instead focusing on the desolate courtyard, awaiting the arrival of the rotund figure. Approximately an hour later, the plump man emerged, his belly protruding as he beamed with delight, humming a merry tune as he made his way to the resting chamber. Ge Xiao noted the bloodstains on the man's shoes, lost in thought, and stealthily followed him until he fell asleep. Quietly, Ge Xiao pilfered the jade pendant from him and vanished into the desolate courtyard, making his way towards the cave entrance. Upon entering the cave, he was met with a vast expanse, featuring a small house at its center. Flanked by iron columns that imprisoned criminals, this space was larger than any grand shopping mall in the original world. Inside the small house, various instruments of torture glistened with fresh blood. To the left, 13 or 14 young maidens were confined, while to the right, many young girls aged 8 or 9 were held captive. At that moment, 3 little girls with twin ponytails were weeping, and the floor was strewn with the lifeless bodies of several children. Fueled by a raging inferno of anger, Ge Xiao deduced, given the recent presence of the rotund man, that he harbored a vile penchant for pedophilia. Resolute in his decision, Ge Xiao vowed to shatter the man's legs thrice and reduce him to ashes, revealing himself. The little girls instinctively did not cry out for help. Instead, they huddled together, trembling in fear. Approaching the iron gate, Ge Xiao summoned his crimson blade and, with a swift stroke, severed the chains binding the door. Chapter 88 Xiao Ge Xiao Jiu shattered the iron chains binding the cage doors on both sides. Strangely, none of the girls on the left emerged. Many remained huddled in the corners, their gazes vacant. However, several children on the right stepped forward. Ge Xiao Jiu seized the hand of a slightly older child and inquired, "What is the matter? Why do you not escape when you have the chance?" With tears streaming down her face, the little girl looked toward the girls on the left and replied, "They have all been humiliated by a man with yellowed teeth, losing their purity, and endure various tortures daily." She then turned to the dazed girl on the right and continued, "They have been violated by the beastly Mayor Xiao. Remaining here is far better than facing the disdain of the townsfolk outside." Ge Xiao Jiu utilized his exquisite little house to gather the girls who had emerged, casting his gaze toward those concealed in the shadows. He understood that in this world, purity was held in high regard. Yet the thought of so many lives fading before him was unbearable. How foolish. You endure this dark existence while that Mayor Xiao and the yellow-toothed man frolic freely outside. Is this the outcome you desire? Ge Xiao Jiu's voice rang out sharply. Noticing the girls wavering, Ge Xiao Jiu seized the moment, saying, "I can help you find a place to begin anew. If you seek vengeance, I can also provide you with resources for cultivation. Now, make your choice, stay or go." Having laid bare his intentions, he felt powerless if they remained unmoved. "Senior, promise me I can kill him myself to avenge my suffering." A hoarse yet resolute voice emerged. "I will slay that beast," a sharp feminine voice echoed. One after another, figures began to emerge from the cells, and soon over 30 girls stepped forth from the darkness. "Very well, I shall assist you. But first, put on these clothes," Ge Xiao Jiu assured them loudly, producing over 30 white garments that floated before the girls through his magical influence. Watching them don the clothing, he then gathered them into his exquisite little house. Upon exiting the cave, Ge Xiao Jiu summoned his powers, ascending into the air and unleashing a palm strike that shattered numerous structures. Boom! The plump man sleeping on the bed suddenly opened his eyes, filled with terror upon witnessing the destruction around him. Upon recognizing Ge Xiao Jiu hovering above, he hastily knelt and trembled. "Senior, I am guilty. Please forgive me." Ge Xiao Jiu paid him no heed, instead lifting the girls in white attire into the air and declaring, "You are indeed guilty, but I will not take your life. I require your assurance of their safety. Should I return to Wugo Town and find them missing, your existence will no longer be necessary." After issuing his threat, Ge Xiao Jiu set the girls down and departed toward Longye City via the cloud-piercing shuttle. Longye City possessed large teleportation arrays leading to other regions, allowing for significant time savings as he aimed to reach the eastern crown city of the Burning Sky Demon Domain in anticipation of the Yunhai Secret Realm's opening. Ahead lay Tonggu Town. Ge Xiao Jiu gazed at the quaint, ancient town in the distance, reflecting on the fatigue that had settled upon him after days of travel, and resolved to rest there for the night. However, upon his arrival at Tonggu Town, a formidable consciousness detected the trace of the cloud-piercing shuttle. It appeared that a remarkable individual had arrived in Tonggu Town. A voice, as sweet as a lark, murmured softly, "Zhao, esteemed senior. All the blacksmiths in the town have gathered here." A slender maid, having received permission to enter, reported this. No one knows that 30 years ago, a divine craftsman, who had witnessed the bloodshed of the cultivation world, chose to seclude himself in Tonggu Town. Zhao is a wandering cultivator who, years ago, ventured into ancient tombs and acquired a method for forging an ancient treasure. After years of investigation, she discovered that Tonggu Town harbors a divine craftsman and thus came here in search of him to forge a divine artifact. However, the divine craftsman is devoted to a tranquil life, and despite her extensive inquiries, Zhao was unable to locate him. Today, she has summoned all the blacksmiths in the town, intending to interrogate them to unveil the hidden craftsman. She is acutely aware that a lifetime devoted to forging would never allow one to let their skills fade into obscurity. Indeed, the divine craftsman has spent his life in search of disciples. I have gathered you all today for a particular matter. A screen gradually materialized, revealing a stunning beauty clad in revealing attire, her bright smile and graceful figure captivating the audience. A chorus of gulping sounds filled the air as a burly man, with rugged features and muscular build, suppressed his agitation and flatteringly inquired, "What can I do to serve you, esteemed senior?" A melodious laughter, akin to the sound of silver bells, escaped the beauty's lips. The sight of her cherry-like mouth prompted another round of gulping among the blacksmiths. "Friends, do you happen to know of a certain enchanting blacksmith?" Xiao Jiu inquired, casting a flirtatious glance. The blacksmiths shook their heads in ignorance, but one small, slender man, observing Xiao Jiu's expression, also followed suit. This diminutive figure was Guan Kai, the only apprentice of the divine craftsman, who had been cherished by him and had inherited all his skills before his master's life force was exhausted. Xiao Jiu smirked mischievously, a pink flower materializing behind her as she coldly remarked, "How could I possibly trust a man like you? I shall investigate for myself." Though the small man was not particularly interested in Xiao Jiu, the appearance of the red flower rendered him senseless, standing there with a foolish grin. The souls of the blacksmiths were gradually drawn out, fragments of memories unfurling like a film. Xiao Jiu reveled in their recollections while offering her assessments. Suddenly, the previously smiling Xiao Jiu's face darkened with fury as she exclaimed, "You truly deserve to die." It turned out that she had discovered the burly man had heinously murdered her niece years prior, even mutilating her body for his amusement. As the souls were extracted, the faces of the blacksmiths slowly drained of color, their smiles fading into death. With the pink flower vanishing, Xiao Jiu's displeasure deepened, her brow furrowing as she learned that the divine craftsman had died 4 years ago, rendering her years of inquiry a mere farce. Abruptly, she recalled the figure of Ge Xiao, whom she had encountered while traveling on the cloud shuttle, possessing half a divine artifact. He must be acquainted with a craftsman of divine caliber, or perhaps a prodigious force's saint or disciple. Either way, it would be a fortuitous connection. In the dead of night, a butterfly slipped into Ge Xiao's forehead, disregarding the guest rooms of the Four Seas in Tonggu town. Soon, a stunning beauty, clad in revealing attire and possessing a brilliant smile, appeared in his dreams. Ge Xiao, startled yet unable to awaken, found himself in an unfamiliar predicament and nervously inquired, "Who are you? How did you come to appear in my dream?" "My name is Xiao Jiu, and I have come to propose a meeting with you, dear brother, at the residence of the Zhang family in Pijian tomorrow." Xiao Jiu had teased with a smile. Ge Xiao, whose heart was already filled with thoughts of the Xinfei sisters, calmly declined, stating, "I am not acquainted with you, Xiao Dao, and I see no necessity for us to meet. Why must you be so heartless, little brother?" "I merely wish to get to know you," Xiao Jiu pouted, then turned her face to coldly smirk. "If you do not come to see me, I shall have to kill you." Ge Xiao could sense that this woman was not jesting. The palpable aura of murderous intent she exuded was unmistakable. Though he had taken many lives since arriving in this realm, none bore the lethal energy that this woman did in his dreams. Most importantly, she could silently infiltrate his dreams, indicating her formidable strength and peculiar methods. With these thoughts in mind, Ge Xiao resignedly replied, "Since you are so insistent, I shall oblige. However, you have yet to tell me your name." Xiao Jiu playfully responded, "Such an enigmatic woman, I dare not reveal my true name to her, for who knows what strange sorcery she might employ. I am Zhang Xihai. Might I inquire what business you have with me, so I might be prepared?" Ge Xiao asked. "Fear not, dear brother. I possess a treasure that requires your assistance in its refinement," Xiao Jiu said, and with that, she began to fade away. Ge Xiao opened his eyes, now drenched in sweat. In a secluded courtyard of the Tonggu town's iron smithy, a bald man named Guanxi, with a beard as white as snow, suddenly opened his eyes. From his storage ring, he retrieved a shattered ancient teal soul lamp. Pointing at the lamp, a small soul began to materialize, demonstrating the final moments of its master. "It's you, Xiao Jiu of the Hawan sect," Guanxi said through gritted teeth, his eyes gleaming with a murderous glint. Years ago, Xiao Jiu had reached the initial stages of the Dharma realm, and she had undoubtedly grown stronger since, leaving him 2 levels behind her. Guanxi summoned a low-grade divine artifact, the Thunder Calamity Tree. With its aid, he believed he might stand a chance. The Thunder Calamity Tree swayed gently, summoning roars of thunder above Tonggu town. Guanxi, wielding the glowing tree, appeared above Xiao Jiu as she was in seclusion, shouting furiously, "Xiao Jiu, you vile wench, come out." His voice boomed like thunder, shaking the very foundations of the ancient town. Ge Xiao covered his ears. Although the sound waves were not directed at him, the residual force was too much for someone at his foundational level to bear. Had it not been for his cultivation of the indestructible golden body, that one reverberation could have been fatal. Now, Ge Xiao had no thoughts of resting. Channeling his techniques, he utilized the cloud-piercing shuttle to escape, fortunately managing to flee 1,000 miles away, as his pursuer had not targeted him directly. Guanxi, noticing the swift cloud-piercing shuttle, recognized it as a semi-divine artifact, but he had more pressing matters at hand. Xiao Jiu, now bewildered, found herself interrupted during her cultivation. With a sweep of her divine sense, she quickly identified her visitor as Guanxi, the divine artifact master she had been searching for. Chapter 89, Life and Death Battle. It seems no ancient being is simple, Xiao Jiu mused. Dao friend Guan, such fiery rage can easily ignite self-destruction. With a crash, the rooftop shattered, and Xiao Jiu soared into the air to confront Guanxi, her voice icy and resolute. Enough of the trivialities. Today I seek justice for my ancestors. Show me your true abilities. As Guanxi manipulated the incantation, the electric currents of the thunder calamity tree surged, and a massive iron hammer materialized behind him, causing the very structures of the ancient town to collapse under immense pressure. Guan Daoyu, your ancestors are not deceased. Behold. Xiao Jiu gently waved the pink flower floating behind her, and a diminutive figure materialized in the arena. Guan Kai. Guanxi exclaimed in disbelief, his anger palpable. A slight smile graced Xiao Jiu's lips as a petal from the pink flower vanished into the ether. Guanxi's eyes widened. Years of experience had sharpened his instincts, warning him of imminent peril. Just then, a soft blue glow emanated from the ring on his finger, and a petal appeared, striking the shimmering surface. With a crack, the blue shield fractured. Before Guanxi could react, an explosion erupted from the spatial ring, severing his finger and igniting his fury. He unleashed the incantation of the thunder calamity tree, enveloping both himself and Xiao Jiu in a protective barrier of lightning. The pink flower swayed gently, enveloping Xiao Jiu in a thick mist. Guan Daoyu, you must understand that beneath the law, all are but ants. Above the law, each minor realm represents a new heaven. I surpass you by 2 minor realms. Even with a divine artifact, you cannot defeat me, Xiao Jiu scoffed. Guanxi retorted with defiance. Then let us see. The lightning on the thunder calamity tree intensified, transforming into a black dragon that lunged toward Xiao Jiu. The pink flower trembled, and 36 petals morphed into delicate pink blades, forming a grand formation that ensnared the black dragon. With a cold snort, Guanxi summoned the massive iron hammer, which rapidly grew in size as it charged toward Xiao Jiu. Upon impact, the pink flower and the hammer collided, sending the latter flying. Guanxi grasped the hammer once more, determination etched across his face, as he vanished from sight in a whirl of energy. Xiao Jiu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, remained vigilant. She understood that engaging a master without full strength was tantamount to self-destruction. Infusing the pink flower with her essence, it spun rapidly, sending forth pollen like iron pellets in all directions. Clinking sounds echoed as Xiao Jiu seized the pink flower and directed it toward a specific point. With a forceful strike, Guanxi was pushed back, swiftly adjusting his stance. The iron hammer transformed into countless fragments, assembling into a grand formation to encircle Xiao Jiu. You vile woman, prepare to experience the devastation of the refining furnace formation, Guanxi sneered. Xiao Jiu was taken aback. She had underestimated this seemingly reckless opponent, finding herself in a precarious situation. Yet, that was not the worst of it. The thunder calamity tree merged with the refining formation, surging with destructive energy. Xiao Jiu sensed the threat to her life and, with a sigh, summoned a decree from the realm of a powerful law enforcer. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, and the refining furnace formation emitted a piercing shriek. Guanxi, realizing the value of Xiao Jiu's artifact, made a swift decision to execute a bloodline secret technique while activating the teleportation array, transforming into a mist of blood. At that moment, a beam of pink light surged toward Guanxi, striking him gravely in the final instant. The refining furnace formation erupted, disintegrating into dust, while the divine artifact, the thunder calamity tree, was thrust away. In a flash, the 36 petals returned to the pink flower, and Xiao Jiu grasped the thunder calamity tree firmly, murmuring, exchanging a decree for a divine artifact is not a loss. A torrent of divine thoughts surged into the thunder tribulation tree, disregarding the feeble resistance of a small tree, directly erasing the soul mark of Guanxi and leaving behind its own exclusive imprint. Although Xiao Jiu did not successfully forge an ancient treasure, she still garnered considerable rewards as her figure flickered and vanished from the spot. A tremendous backlash erupted. Guanxi, already gravely injured, coughed up blood and plummeted from the void due to the retaliatory force of the loss. In a state of shock, Ge Xiao arrived near the spring suburb town, when suddenly a black hole appeared in the sky, from which a familiar figure fell. Ge Xiao instantly recognized this man as the one he had encountered during the duel in ancient Tong Town. Upon sensing a lingering breath, Ge Xiao's thoughts stirred, and he produced a small 9-turn golden pill. He pried open the man's mouth and deposited the elixir within, securing the ring from his finger, saying, "This is my last 9-turn golden pill. If it proves ineffective, then you shall leave your fate to the heavens. Consider this ring as my reward. Your silence is an agreement." With a deft gesture, he summoned a surge of magical energy to lift the man, and with a thought, the great barbarian bull appeared before him, upon which he tossed the man onto its back. Riding the great yellow beast, Ge Xiao entered Spring Suburb Town. Upon reaching the Spring Suburb Inn, a young attendant promptly approached, inquiring, "What would you like, sir?" "2 superior rooms, and prepare a sumptuous feast. Any leftovers will earn you a generous tip," Ge Xiao declared, producing a mid-grade spirit stone with flair. "Certainly. This way, please," the attendant responded eagerly, leading the way with a smile as he carried Guanxi. After settling Guanxi in the adjacent room, Ge Xiao began to indulge in the delectable offerings within the modest square chamber. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the little creatures emerged from the golden pagoda. Drawn by the aroma of the meal, Ge Xiao could sense their powers had notably increased. At that moment, he felt a ripple in the fabric of space, compelling him to utilize the cloud-piercing shuttle once more to escape. Just after Ge Xiao fled, a stunningly beautiful woman with radiant teeth and a graceful figure appeared in Spring Suburb Town. This was Xiao Jiu. Inhaling deeply, she murmured, "What a familiar scent." Xiao Jiu stealthily entered Guanxi's room, her face reflecting regret as she lamented, "We could have been friends, yet you wasted a decree of mine over a mere insignificant ant. That was a precious life-preserving artifact, so you must perish." With a flick of her finger, a pink gas entered Guanxi's body, igniting his form in flames, causing him great agony, yet rendering him immobile. "Strange, where is the storage ring? Did it fall into the void?" Xiao Jiu pondered, her frustration evident. Startled, Ge Xiao disregarded his magical energy expenditure and rushed to Wandering Mountain, gazing at the vast mountainous expanse and reflecting. The spiritual energy here far surpasses that of the abandoned mountains. Upon realizing that Guanxi's storage ring's sole imprint had vanished, he concluded that he must find a safer location. Soaring into the air, Ge Xiao arrived at a secluded hillside where he summoned the illusionary blade to begin excavating a cave dwelling. Observing the rudimentary cave dwelling spanning 30 yards, Ge Xiao felt satisfied, considering it a temporary abode. With a focused thought, he invoked the 9-dragon subduing demon formation, setting down 108 formation flags. As he scanned the surroundings, Ge Xiao was taken aback and exclaimed in admiration, "Truly the mark of a master." The mere size of the storage ring was beyond his comparison. Within it lay countless precious artifacts, medicinal herbs, and spirit stones. But what thrilled Ge Xiao the most was the discovery of 30 prime spirit stones and the coveted Thunder Tribulation demon gold he had long yearned for. Ge Xiao was exceedingly delighted to have secured his destined magical artifact. As he held the Thunder demon gold, he could feel its ferocious electric energy pulsating through his fingers. The sky was a vast expanse of blue, with the roars of beasts echoing through the mountains. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, and a menacing aura enveloped the atmosphere. With a swift gesture, Ge Xiao executed his spell, causing the 9-dragon suppression formation flags to whirl wildly, betraying his underlying tension. This ghost infant shield was crafted from his own lifeblood, and its destruction would inflict grave harm upon him. In a cave on Wandering Mountain, Xiao Jiu gazed contemplatively at the sky, pondering, "This does not resemble a cultivator's tribulation. I must investigate." Thunder rumbled ominously as a massive yellow thunder dragon, the size of a bowl, roared and charged towards the ghost infant shield, intent on obliterating it. Ge Xiao manipulated the spell, creating an opening in the 9-dragon suppression formation, from which 9 golden dragons flew forth to confront the yellow thunder dragon. The yellow thunder dragon, lacking in wisdom, blindly entered the formation, prompting Ge Xiao to seal the exit and direct the golden dragons into battle. With a thunderous impact, the electric force struck down, sending the golden dragons sprawling and dimming their brilliance. Ge Xiao let out a fierce roar, and the golden dragons, emboldened, began to absorb the formation's power, intertwining to form a colossal dragon of 100 feet. Ge Xiao's spiritual energy guided the spirit stones from his ring to various points within the formation, replenishing its energy. The golden dragon surged forth to clash with the yellow thunder dragon, their forms entwined in fierce combat. Ge Xiao employed a strategy of mutual injury, exchanging blows with the dragon in a relentless struggle. Gradually, the energy of the yellow thunder dragon was depleted, while the golden dragon, bolstered by the formation, grew ever more valiant. With a mighty roar, the golden dragon's claw shattered the entangled yellow thunder dragon before Ge Xiao could catch his breath. For thunder dragons roared and dove downwards. Casting a glance at the ghost infant shield, he discerned a miniature version of himself becoming increasingly vivid. Alas, it seems I must endure this wave of attack, he thought, as he performed hand seals to summon the corpse cultivation pavilion, dividing all but the finest spirit stones between the pavilion and the artifact space. Facing the 4 yellow thunder dragons, Ge Xiao did not dare to be complacent. He seated himself, fingers dancing through the spell, as 3 red vine tendrils emerged from the corpse cultivation pavilion, preparing for battle. The 4 yellow thunder dragons descended, intertwining to form a new green dragon, its momentum swelling. Sensing the impending threat, Ge Xiao hastily transformed the pavilion into a red grapevine, further manipulating the spell to deconstruct the colossal dragon into 9 golden dragons positioned strategically. Ge Xiao commanded the red grapevines to lash out at the approaching green thunder dragon, which, enraged, raised its claws and lunged at the vines. Seizing the opportunity, the red grapevines struck fiercely, sapping the green thunder dragon's energy. With a swift motion, the green thunder dragon clawed at a portion of the red grapevine. But Ge Xiao's spell caused the vines to ensnare the dragon, while the 9 golden dragons absorbed more spirit stones. With a resounding crack, the red grape vines lashed out again, inciting the green thunder dragon's wrath as it bit down on the vines. Ge Xiao could distinctly sense the energy of the red grape vines beginning to wane. In response, he once more directed the 9 golden dragons to infuse energy into the vines. With a sudden surge of strength, the red grapevine pulled back sharply, eliciting a pained roar from the green thunder dragon. Seizing the moment, Ge Xiao thrust one of the red vines into the dragon's body, causing it to thrash violently in a desperate struggle. Ge Xiao bit down, releasing a piece of exquisite spirit stone, replenishing his energy just enough for the red vine to barely suppress the green thunder dragon. As the color of the green thunder dragon faded, with a resounding crack, the contest concluded with Ge Xiao emerging victorious. At that moment, the spirit of the ghost infant shield had coalesced and flew towards Ge Xiao, initiating a rapid fusion of souls. The ghost infant shield manifested in his hand, and in that instant, he felt as if it were an extension of his own body. Thunder rumbled as the 3rd wave of tribulation began to brew, and with a roar, 2 green dragons, 3 times more powerful than before, emerged. Ge Xiao quickly cast 2 spirit stones, striving to restore his mana. Just as the green thunder dragon was about to shred him with its claw, Ge Xiao slowly opened his eyes, transforming the ghost infant shield into a small weeping cherry tree. The tree extended its branches to ensnare the 2 green thunder dragons, and with a shake of its limbs, absorbed them entirely. It was astonishing that what had required all his effort to defeat could be so effortlessly absorbed. Realizing the commotion he had caused, Ge Xiao knew he must leave swiftly. He extended his consciousness, surveying the surroundings within a 200-mile radius with clarity. This level of perception was only attainable by those in the God transformation realm, a benefit bestowed by his innate artifact, which pleased him greatly. 500 miles away, atop a large tree, a provocatively dressed and stunning woman named Xiao Jiu leaned against the trunk, feigning sleep. Suddenly, a smile crossed her face as she murmured, "The young man possesses quite a talent. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure." With a flicker, she vanished from sight. Ge Xiao stowed away the 9 dragons suppression array and the corpse-raising pavilion, playing with the ghost infant shield for a moment before storing it in his dantian. "Little brother, you have yet to fulfill your promise to me," Xiao Jiu's melodious voice echoed. Startled by the sound, Ge Xiao felt a shiver run down his spine. He wished only to distance himself from her. With a wry smile, he replied, "Senior Xiao, what a coincidence. My forging skills are still lacking. I was merely seeking my master to craft a treasure for you. Your recent commotion must have disturbed your beauty sleep." Xiao Jiu covered her mouth with a laugh. Ge Xiao, chuckling awkwardly, bowed, saying, "I apologize for disturbing Senior Xiao's rest." Less laughter. "I personally witnessed you forge a divine artifact." Xiao Jiu waved her sleeve dismissively. "Senior, I." Ge Xiao stammered awkwardly. Xiao Jiu's demeanor shifted as she retorted, "Daring to deceive me, I shall grant you 1 month to recover." If you cannot forge a divine artifact for me by then, your existence will be deemed unnecessary. She then regarded Ge Xiao, saying, little brother, I shall take you to my home shortly. Inwardly, Ge Xiao thought, this flirtatious woman intends to confine me, but recognizing that circumstances favored her, he had no choice. With a forced smile, he said, Senior Xiao, it is indeed an honor to be invited. I am willing to assist. At this, a smile finally graced Xiao Jiu's face. As she pointed a finger, invoking a force that lifted the compliant Ge Xiao. Is this your cave, senior? Ge Xiao stared in astonishment at the primitive cavern before him, unable to fathom that such a captivatingly beautiful woman resided in such a place. What are you pondering? How could I possibly live in such a place? This is where you shall reside. Xiao Jiu, with a look of disdain, took out a communication talisman and, after a moment of surprise, remarked, Old Zhang. How did you know I was here? Before her stood Zhang Shi, a lecherous old man with white hair and a wrinkled face, who, upon Xiao Jiu's consent, entered the cave dwelling with a grin and began to survey the surroundings. Xiao girl, where have you been all these years? And who are these young ones? Old Zhang, spare me the inquiries. Speak plainly, what brings you here? Xiao Jiu, seemingly unimpressed by Zhang Shi, did not offer him a warm reception. Both Zhang and Xiao were from the same sect, Hawan sect, and had become acquainted while on a sect mission. Unfazed by her cold demeanor, Zhang Shi produced a striking red flower from his storage ring and presented it to Xiao Jiu with a smile. Tada, do you like it? He waved the flower to waft its fragrance toward her. Ge Xiao observed this scene, his thoughts drifting. Was there a story unfolding between the young, beautiful woman and the old man? The captivating Xiao seemed to engage in such frivolities, which he found hard to fathom. Old Zhang, I'm only meeting you out of our shared sect ties. Don't overstep your bounds. If there's nothing of importance, please take your leave. Xiao Jiu, visibly irritated, issued an eviction notice. She was aware of Zhang Shi's intentions toward her, but she also knew of his ruthless nature, having a penchant for cruelly slaughtering mortals. While she had taken lives herself, mortals were her bottom line, and she would never sink to his level. However, Zhang Shi had somehow found a handsome man to curry favor with the sect's most powerful member, Hua Bujiao, forcing him to hide outside the sect. Xiao girl, how could you be so heartless? Don't come to me for help later, Zhang Shi sneered, calculating the time. He realized it was nearly time for his plan to unfold. The flower he had presented was no ordinary bloom, but the infamous Hahuan flower, which, if one were to be poisoned without a man to counteract it, would lead to their demise. Few were aware of it. He had stumbled upon its description in ancient texts of the Hahuan sect. Initially intending to use it to manipulate the sect leader, he decided to test its effectiveness on Xiao Jiu first. Just as Xiao Jiu prepared to retaliate, she found herself unable to channel her powers, her body ablaze with heat. Shaking her head, she glared at Zhang Shi. You dare to poison me? Ge Xiao, who had been regarded as inconsequential, assessed the one-eyed, white-haired old man before him, pondering that he bore no grudge against him and might survive this encounter. Glancing at the flushed, weakened Xiao Jiu, he felt a pang of empathy. He could not bear to abandon such a stunning beauty. Ha! Zhang Shi laughed heartily. This is the Hahuan flower, once a sacred relic of our sect. Its fragrance cannot be termed as poison. However, if a man does not perish for you, even a powerful figure in the Dongshu realm will meet their end. He then turned to Ge Xiao, a wicked expression crossing his face. If this lad dies, I shall be the only man left in this cave. With that, he burst into laughter. As Zhang Shi approached, exuding a powerful aura and licking his lips, Ge Xiao feigned fear, stammering, Senior, spare me. Please spare me. While inching backward, Zhang Shi, emboldened by Ge Xiao's demeanor, cackled. Fear not, it will be over quickly. How quick is quick? Ge Xiao wondered, seizing the opportunity presented by Zhang Shi's arrogance. A branch from the earth shot up and ensnared him. Ha ha ha, you old rascal, you are indeed bold. Ge Xiao observed the terrified expression on Zhang Shi's face. Who on earth are you? How could someone merely at the Foundation establishment stage possess a divine weapon? Zhang Shi exclaimed in disbelief. Because I am a god-level artifact craftsman, Ge Xiao replied with a smile. In an instant, long tendrils emerged from the branches, swiftly draining Zhang Shi of his essence. Ge Xiao felt a slight increase in the energy of the ghost infant shield and was quite satisfied with Zhang Shi's fate. He summoned the storage ring and the Hehuan flower, suspending them in midair before securely storing the ring and planting the Hehuan flower in the golden tower. As Ge Xiao immersed himself in the golden tower, Xiao Jiu, who had been slumped on the ground, suddenly embraced him, incessantly teasing him. Sensing the unusual situation, Ge Xiao quickly withdrew from the golden tower. He beheld Xiao Jiu, who was endlessly licking herself, accompanied by a formidable weapon that struck against her. Such was the power of the Hehuan flower, Ge Xiao mused. Reflecting on Zhang Xi's words, Ge Xiao gazed at Xiao Jiu, admiring her captivating beauty and voluptuous figure. He could not bear the thought of her demise. With a sigh, he lifted Xiao Jiu onto the bed. And after a flurry of activity, he hastily donned his clothes and quietly departed while she lay in a stupor. With a flick of his finger, a mighty bull appeared before him. "Da Huang, just head south," Ge Xiao instructed as he mounted the bull, stroking its head. The successful crafting of his divine weapon and the release of the pressures he had endured brought him great joy, and he hummed a tune comfortably atop the great bull. As the tranquil sky darkened with ominous clouds, Xiao Jiu gradually regained consciousness, feeling a tearing sensation in her lower body. She glanced at the exquisite spiritual artifact on the bed, stained with blood. A figure clad in white began to flash through her mind, leaving her, a near 1,000-year-old virgin, in a state of shock. Unable to accept the reality, she curled up on the bed in tears. "Master, there's trouble ahead," the mighty bull alerted Ge Xiao. At that moment, Ge Xiao was feigning sleep atop the bull, but upon hearing Da Huang's warning, he swiftly scanned the area with his spiritual sense and noticed 6 men at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement pursuing a woman at the 2nd stage. Remembering the woman who had been cultivating in the exquisite little house, he saw this as an opportunity to test her progress. Having imparted her the techniques he had honed over the years, Ge Xiao released the 6 women at the 3rd stage of Qi refinement, saying, "Ahead are 3 individuals at your level. They shall be your opponents. Go forth." "Understood," the 6 women replied in unison. Upon receiving their orders, they dashed ahead. To ensure fairness, Ge Xiao remotely controlled the ghost infant shield to confiscate the weapons and storage bags of the 6 men in the distance. Throughout the ensuing 12-person battle, his side maintained the upper hand. It appeared that the women had dedicated themselves diligently to their training. Ge Xiao leaned against a concealed spot, watching the battle unfold with a sense of admiration. With a crash, the last male cultivator collided with a distant tree and fell to the ground, incapacitated. "Red, it's done," called out a slightly shorter, adorably plump girl with a beauty mark beneath her eye, her gaze fixed on the tall, cold-featured beauty with her hair styled in an elegant high bun. It was evident that after all these days, the girls had come to highly regard the tall beauty. Chapter 91. The Yellow Needle Save Me. A faint female voice reached Ge Xiao's ears. "Is that you calling for help?" he asked, eyeing the woman before him with caution. "It is I," the woman affirmed. "Who are you, and how did you end up here?" Ge Xiao inquired. "I am Jiang Feifei from the Endless Demon Domain's Songfeng sect. I inadvertently stumbled upon the tomb of a powerful being at the pinnacle of the Dharma realm, only to be struck by one of its treasures," the woman introduced. "How can I save you?" Ge Xiao inquired. "This treasure's spirit possesses an insatiable thirst for power. If you present a spirit stone, it should lure it out," she elucidated. "If I produce a spirit stone, the yellow needle won't entangle me, will it?" Ge Xiao asked the woman. She replied, "I cannot say for certain. At that time, my magical energy was severely depleted in the tomb, and I utilized the spirit stone to restore my strength. Somehow, I caught the attention of the treasure's spirit, and my abilities have been sealed, with my Dantian's laws being siphoned daily." As Ge Xiao pondered his predicament, the spirit of the corpse-nurturing coffin began to awaken under the nourishing influence of the supreme spirit stone. "Master," a tender voice echoed. Ge Xiao realized that the little porcelain doll spirit within the golden tower had awakened. He summoned the nurturing coffin, and the spirit floated before him. "Do you not yet have a name?" Ge Xiao queried the little porcelain doll spirit. "Master has not named me yet," the spirit replied, pouting adorably. Indeed, the nurturing coffin had endured a tribulation without awakening, only recovering recently under the spirit stone's nourishment. After a moment of contemplation, Ge Xiao declared, "From now on, you shall be called Ge Xiao." "Oh, I have a name now," Ge Xiao exclaimed, flitting about joyfully. At that moment, a small boy appeared, his eyes sparkling with red hearts as he gazed at the delighted Ge Xiao. He approached her gravely and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Xiao. It is a pleasure to meet you." Startled, Ge Xiao immediately hid behind Ge Xiao. Observing this unexpected newcomer, Ge Xiao had a rough idea of what was happening and cautiously addressed the yellow needle spirit. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao, recognizing Ge Xiao as Xiao's master, replied courteously, "Greetings, I am the spirit of the yellow line needle." After casting a furtive glance at Ge Xiao, he added, "May I accompany you in the future?" Ge Xiao felt a mixture of surprise and intrigue at Xiao's words and tentatively asked, "Are you serious? To be with Xiao?" Xiao promptly affirmed, "Of course, you are now my master." Ge Xiao sensed that this creature harbored ulterior motives, yet he realized that with Xiao, He would no longer need to fear encounters with those in the early stages of the Dharma realm. Simultaneously, he recognized he could not control Yuan Xiaoyuan for the time being. Should the spirit turn against him, he would be powerless. As Ge Xiao wrestled with his thoughts, Jiang Feifei, who was ensnared by the yellow line needle, observed this scene and felt a glimmer of hope. She implored, "Friend, if you rescue me, I shall bestow upon you my long-distance teleportation array." The promise of a teleportation array piqued Ge Xiao's interest, for even the esteemed Duanmu Xiao of the Four Realms had no knowledge of its crafting methods. "Xiaoshi, what do you think of that young lad?" Ge Xiao asked the little Ge Xiaoshi behind him. Peeking shyly at Yuan Xiaoyuan, Ge Xiaoshi lowered her head. Observing this, Ge Xiao realized it was a mutual affection blossoming between them. He believed that with his charm, he could win Yuan Xiaoyuan's loyalty. Thus, he stated, "Little Yuan, if you choose to follow, you must acknowledge me as your master. Think carefully." Yuan Xiaoyuan spoke earnestly. "Rest assured, master, I shall heed your words." As she withdrew the yellow thread needle, it emitted a faint glow, swiftly flying towards the corpse-rearing pavilion. Ge Xiao observed Yuan Xiaoyuan's fervent pursuit of Ge Xiaoshi and began to reminisce about the Xinfei sisters. After giving Yuan Xiaoyuan a few instructions, Ge Xiao stored the corpse-rearing pavilion and the yellow thread needle within the golden pagoda. Upon losing control of the needle, Jiang Feifei opened her eyes and turned to Ge Xiao, contemplating whether to offer him the teleportation array disc. Ge Xiao, watching the woman rise, remarked with a smile, "You wouldn't dare to break your word." Jiang Feifei replied, "If I were to go back on my word, you would still have acquired the yellow thread needle, a mid-grade divine artifact that rivals a practitioner at the early stage of the Dharma aspect." At this moment, Ge Xiao felt a tinge of displeasure. After all, he had resolved a significant dilemma for this beauty. The thought of her reneging on their agreement irked him, and he cautioned, "Do not forget. That treasure is bound to me." Jiang Feifei managed a wry smile, saying, "How could that be?" She then produced an ancient, circular disc from her ring and said, "This is for you," before transforming into a streak of light and departing. Ge Xiao, watching her hasten away, found himself rather perplexed. As he left the small river, he paid no heed to the two children, a boy and a girl, who were seated cross-legged within the golden pagoda, diligently practicing the golden sea of limitless. The great bull, following Ge Xiao's instructions, was making its way towards the Hahuan sect. Ahead lay the Hahuan sect. Would they halt? A melodious voice called from afar. Ge Xiao lazily opened his eyes to behold several hundred stern-faced female cultivators, each wielding precious artifacts, with his gaze ultimately resting upon a middle-aged woman in palace attire. Standing majestically at the forefront, a late-stage nascent soul practitioner. "I have traveled thousands of miles to request the use of your esteemed sect's teleportation array," Ge Xiao stated respectfully. The Hahuan sect was no minor power, and Ge Xiao knew he had to exercise caution. "Our sect's teleportation array is not available for just anyone to borrow. Are you aware of the conditions required for its use?" inquired the middle-aged woman. Ge Xiao had learned from Ge Xiao that only core disciples, elders of the Hahuan sect, or elite disciples could utilize it during moments of dire need. "I possess a modicum of talent in artifact crafting and seek a certain task within your esteemed sect," Ge Xiao responded. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman began to scrutinize the young man riding the demon bull, and after a moment, couldn't help but chuckle. "Young man, you aren't jesting with me, are you? Historically, all artifact crafters are of the fire spirit root. If I am not mistaken, you must possess the golden spirit root." Ge Xiao offered no further explanation and released a sphere of tricolored flame. The middle-aged woman's expression shifted dramatically as she sensed the terrifying power of the flame, and she looked at Ge Xiao with newfound respect. After a moment of shock, the middle-aged woman whispered to her nearby disciple, "Xiaoyi, you will oversee matters here for the time being. I shall take Taoist friend Gu to the artifact crafting hall to process some formalities." The young cultivator on her left bowed respectfully, saying, "Yes, sect leader." Ge Xiao, standing at a distance, did not catch the middle-aged woman's words. He retracted the unusual fire and, looking at her, inquired, "Taoist friend, does this suffice as proof?" The middle-aged woman detached herself from the group, gliding towards Ge Xiao, and upon nearing, landed gracefully, stating, "Taoist friend Ge, you are too humble. I am Li Sisi, and I shall now escort you to the artifact crafting hall. However, every individual who wishes to enter the refining hall must undergo an assessment. I hope fellow Taoist Ge understands." Ge Xiao, aware that the other party might harbor certain apprehensions, readily acquiesced, stating, "How could one blame Miss Li? I am but a humble practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. You may simply call me Ge Xiao." Having witnessed the formidable power of Ge Xiao's extraordinary fire, Li Sisi dared not address him by name. Fellow Taoist Ge, please follow me, she instructed, gracefully taking flight with her feet barely touching the ground, leading the way, while Ge Xiao piloted the great bull closely behind. Miss Li, how did you come to join the Huan sect? Ge Xiao inquired with genuine curiosity. Although Li Sisi was not conventionally beautiful, she exuded a warmth and kindness that encouraged Ge Xiao to engage further in conversation. Seemingly unreserved towards Ge Xiao, Li Sisi smiled and replied, Fellow Taoist Ge, I have grown up within the Huan sect since childhood. As they enjoyed their lively exchange, a towering figure with deep-set eyes, resembling an iron tower, suddenly barreled towards Ge Xiao like a tempest. Li Sisi gasped, intending to pull Ge Xiao out of harm's way, but it was too late. With a resounding crash, Ge Xiao felt as though he had been struck by a train, yet he touched his chest, feeling broken ribs, and managed a faint smile. Seeing that he was not in mortal danger, Li Sisi glared at the towering man, Wang Dali, and demanded, Wang Dali, what are you doing? Li Sisi had immobilized Wang Dali with her magic. This Wang Dali was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm. And had it not been for Li Sisi's sheltered upbringing in the Huan sect, it was unlikely she would have suffered injury from someone of his cultivation level. Of course, one could also consider that she may have deliberately provoked Wang Dali to test her own strength, Ge Xiao speculated. With his skin turning golden, Ge Xiao coldly inquired of Li Sisi, may I kill him? At that moment, his entire being radiated murderous intent, akin to a reawakened deity of death. His eyes glimmering with a faint crimson hue. Li Sisi, initially astonished by Ge Xiao's remarkable resilience, understood the need to calm him. Otherwise, Wang Dali's life would be in grave peril. Fellow Taoist Ge, Dali did not act with malice. He merely reacted out of concern for me, she explained. Wang Dali, with his neck stiffened, emitted a growl. Observing him, akin to a wild beast, Ge Xiao suppressed his murderous thoughts and coolly addressed Li Sisi. I require a reasonable explanation. Li Sisi clarified, Dali is my partner. During a sect mission, his spirit was injured. Since then, he has attacked any man who approaches me. Whenever I go out on duty, I always leave him at home. Ge Xiao was not a petty person. He deemed it beneath him to quarrel with a madman. Chapter 92. The turmoil of the Huan sect. Ge Xiao replied nonchalantly, I can overlook this incident. But you must remain vigilant regarding whether you have offended anyone within the Huan sect. Li Sisi, seemingly unconcerned, remarked, I have always treated others kindly within the Huan sect. How could I possibly have enemies? Li Sisi led Ge Xiao to an unremarkable cave. Is this the refining hall? Ge Xiao asked in confusion. Li Sisi smiled faintly. Fellow Taoist Ge, please enter. As Ge Xiao stepped into the cave, he was met with a dizzying sensation, suddenly finding himself in a sweltering locale, surrounded by fiery eyes and bubbling magma. Oh, is that not Director Li? At that moment, a woman adorned with heavy makeup swayed her waist to block Li Sisi's path. Move aside, you vile creature, Li Sisi scolded without hesitation. Surprisingly, Long Xiaosan did not take offense. Instead, she glanced at Ge Xiao. Noting that he bore no signs of injury, she mused to herself, it seems this person possesses cultivation above the mid-stage of the nascent soul. Yet his aura clearly indicates he is in the early stages of foundation establishment. And who might you be? Long Xiaosan inquired as she approached Ge Xiao, caressing his face. Just then, a tiny pink insect swiftly slipped into her clothing. Enough of your antics. Haven't you already caused enough trouble for the men around you? Li Sisi scolded, swatting away Long Xiaosan's hand. With a giggle, Long Xiaosan remarked, my dear boy, you are quite robust, before swaying away. Ge Xiao found himself inexplicably irritated by this interruption and immediately expanded his divine sense to scan the area, failing to detect the slowly descending pink insect. As Li Sisi gazed at Long Xiaosan's departing figure, she suddenly recalled that Dali had once mentioned a certain dragon girl who had harbored feelings for him. Fellow Taoist Ge, there are numerous lethal formations ahead. You must stay close to me, Li Sisi cautioned. Upon hearing this, Ge Xiao began to observe closely, soon realizing the presence of concealed formation bases. Truly, the Harmony sect was a grand sect, and the intricacy of their formations left Ge Xiao in admiration. Following Li Sisi, Ge Xiao traversed a treacherous domain filled with fire pits, passed through a stone wall, and entered a long corridor. After several turns, they arrived at an area populated with stone houses. Fellow Taoist Ge, this is where our sect's artisans typically refine their tools. Next, I shall take you to the certification area, where someone will attend to you, Li Sisi explained. Upon arriving before a tall stone building adorned with high-grade spiritual artifacts, Ge Xiao inquired, what is the current standard of our sect's artifact refinement? How do the abilities of contemporary craftsmen compare? Having been away from the Harmony sect for many years, Ge Xiao was aware that some things might have changed. Most of our sect's refiners have reached the 3rd or 4th tier, and there are certainly many who are 2nd or 3rd tier artifact masters, Li Sisi replied, her face beaming with pride. What is the highest level achievable? What tier must one attain to utilize the teleportation array? Ge Xiao pressed further. Our sect's refiners are on the verge of becoming artifact gods. Fellow Taoist Ge, you must at least be a 4th tier artifact master to qualify, Li Sisi stated. In a corner, Long Xiaosan produced a communication token and sent a message, a smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she mused that the man she had set her sights on was not beyond her reach. Just then, a lecherous-looking man wielding a folding fan let out a loud laugh as he left the meditation mat and made his way towards the artifact hall. Elder Yi, I have just brought fellow Taoist Ge here for the artifact master certification, Li Sisi introduced as the man approached. Fellow Taoist Ge, this is one of the certification elders of the artifact hall, Yi Bu-san. Initially, Ge Xiao felt uncomfortable under the scrutinizing gaze of Elder Yi, who was clearly sizing him up. Greetings, Elder Yi, I am Ge Xiao. I wish to certify as a 4th tier artifact master, Ge Xiao politely stated, looking at Yi Bu-san. The mention of 4th tier artifact master caused Yi Bu-san's mind to race, as he had never anticipated that Long Xiaosan's target would be such a formidable individual. Fellow Taoist Ge, please follow me, Yi Bu-san said, redirecting his attention and choosing not to lead Ge Xiao into Long Xiaosan's designated room. In the shadows, Long Xiaosan observed his impending prey prepare to depart, a cold smirk gracing his lips as he continuously performed his incantations. At Yi Bu-san's waist, a small black dot flickered, a remnant from their previous encounter. In an instant, Yi Bu-san's consciousness was seized, and a subtle smile crept across his face when Ge Xiao was momentarily distracted. My friend Ge, this stone chamber for refining artifacts is not only spacious, but also exceedingly tranquil. You may commence your crafting here. After a month, someone will undoubtedly arrive to assess the artifact's quality. As he spoke, Yi Bu-san ignited a pink oil lamp. Turning to Ge Xiao, he remarked, I must attend to my other duties. Upon exiting the stone chamber, Yi Bu-san shuddered, momentarily bewildered as to why he found himself standing there. It was evident that a portion of his memories had been erased by Long Xiaosan. Slowly, Long Xiaosan approached Ge Xiao's stone chamber, musing to himself, the time is ripe. My dear brother must be feeling quite uncomfortable now. Inside the stone chamber, Ge Xiao was meditating, attempting to regain his composure. A small pink worm, lured by the aroma of the oil lamp, exuded a liquid that seeped into his skin, igniting a fierce heat within him. Despite his discomfort, he resolutely continued to form hand seals, scattering the 9 dragons suppressing demons' formation flags around the chamber. Having not returned to the sect in quite some time, he sensed not only fresh blood, but also a familiar aura. Xiao Jiu stood by the spirit vessel, murmuring to herself, Elder, what troubles you? Over time, He Hong had become familiar with Xiao Jiu, and noticing her unusual demeanor, he inquired. Xiao Jiu offered a slight smile. I shall take you to the artifact hall to select some suitable magical instruments. As a formidable practitioner in the law phase realm, she possessed the privilege to bring others into the sect without the need for registration. Finally, the girl has returned after all these years. A towering figure materialized before Xiao Jiu and her companions, his expression one of displeasure. This figure was Xiao Jiu's elder brother, Xiao Mu, a peak practitioner in the early stages of the law phase and one of the top 10 elders of the Hahuan sect, renowned for his fierce protectiveness of his sister. Sensing that Xiao Jiu was no longer a maiden, Xiao Mu furrowed his brow and exclaimed, Who is the scoundrel that has taken your primordial essence? Elder brother, what are you saying? Xiao Jiu, momentarily dropping her alluring facade, displayed a rare blush of youthful embarrassment. Xiao Mu, observing his sister's reaction, felt a surge of anger and resolved to teach a harsh lesson to the one who had dared to encroach upon his sister's essence. Concealing a fragment of Ge Xiao's aura within a bell tucked in his sleeve, Xiao Mu infused it with spiritual energy, causing the bell to tremble violently. He gazed towards the artifact hall, already forming conclusions in his mind. I was merely jesting, brother. Realizing his blunder, Xiao Mu quickly attempted to mend his words. Xiao Jiu shot him a glance, not inclined to elaborate. She was not naive. After all, her brother was a formidable practitioner and hailing from the Hahuan sect. Such matters could hardly evade his notice. That jest was hardly amusing. Please refrain from such humor in the future, Xiao Jiu replied, her tone tinged with annoyance. Long Xiaosan cast a formation to muffle sounds and conceal his presence before eagerly pushing open the door. There, he beheld Ge Xiao, his upper body drenched in crimson, emanating waves of scorching heat, half reclining against the stone wall, appearing exceedingly distressed. The sudden absence of Ge Xiao's presence in the Qi Hall caused Xiao Jiu to furrow her brow slightly. she addressed Zhao Mu and the women of the Bai building, instructing, "Please wait here for me. I shall return shortly." With that, she transformed into a beam of light and vanished aboard the flying vessel. The women of the Bai building stood momentarily perplexed at the direction in which Zhao Caihe had disappeared. Zhao Mu, however, appeared contemplative, realizing that his younger sister was concerned about her beloved's safety. Zhao Caihe stood before the stone chamber, reflecting on the dissipating aura. Approaching a copper plate at the stone door, she executed a spell, and a disguised voice resonated from within the chamber. "Master, it is He Hong with urgent news. Please deactivate the formation." Inside the chamber, Long Xiaosan gazed at Ge Xiao, her heart racing, and swiftly shed her garments. "This man is so robust. Absorbing his essence would surely enhance my cultivation," she thought. Just then, a woman's voice interrupted her thoughts, causing her previously joyous and powdered face to contort, revealing peculiar dark spots. In a state of confusion, Ge Xiao's vision cleared slightly as he caught sight of Long Xiaosan. Just as Xiao Jiu was about to take action, a flurry of pink petals shattered the formation, gently adhering to Long Xiaosan and instantly vanquishing her in a wisp of white smoke. In a flash, Zhao Caihe appeared before Ge Xiao. Inside the Golden Tower, the spirit Yuan Xiaoyuan sensed a flicker of pressure from the law manifestations and was about to intervene when a petite figure blocked his path, exclaiming, "Wait, Brother Yuan. This young lady is to be our matriarch, and as you can see, there is not a trace of malice in her eyes." Outside the tower, Zhao Caihe unleashed her magical power, immobilizing Ge Xiao. A slightly larger pink insect consumed the smaller one on Ge Xiao's abdomen, then bit down hard. A piercing pain shot through Ge Xiao's mind, contorting his face as veins bulged, and he swiftly lost consciousness. Zhao Caihe, channeling the power of the laws at her fingertips, cradled Ge Xiao in her arms. Gazing at him, she inadvertently recalled the night they shared. Filled with passion and the intensity of forging divine artifacts, a gentle blush creeping onto her face. "Sister," Zhao Caihe was startled, causing her to drop Ge Xiao to the ground. In a flash, Zhao Mu appeared beside her, bending down with a puzzled expression. "Sister, what are you doing?" Chapter 93. The crisis of the Xian clan as twilight descended and a gentle breeze stirred the air in Bird Valley. The clan leader faced a growing sense of dread. Recently, dozens of clan members had mysteriously vanished, igniting widespread panic. "Should we inform our cousins and have them return to investigate?" Xian, adorned with jade earrings and large silver hoops, anxiously inquired of the clan leader, Xian Go. With a grave demeanor, Xian Go replied, "If Feier is pregnant, her frequent comings and goings could disturb the fetus. We must enhance our patrols and have Xian Wu and Xian Chong discreetly investigate this matter." Xian Chong, a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator and the strongest in the Xian clan, while Xian Wu, though slightly less powerful, possessed a sharp intellect and was adept at navigating social situations. Given that the situation remained unclear, it would be inappropriate to trouble their cousins further. Xian reluctantly agreed, stating, "Then it seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. I shall seek out my cousins now." With that, she turned and exited Xian Go's cave dwelling. Xian formed a lotus gesture with her fingers, conjuring a small sparrow with magical energy, contemplating for a moment before whispering a few instructions to the tiny bird. With a decisive command, she pointed into the void, and the sparrow took flight in response. Under the veil of night, Xian Wu remarked to Xian Chong that it seemed their sister Xian had summoned them for a matter of great importance, possibly linked to the recent mysterious disappearances among their kin. "We shall ascertain the truth upon our meeting," Xian Chong replied, gesturing toward Xian's silhouette ahead. As she sensed their approach, Xian turned from the stone pavilion by the babbling brook and greeted them. "Brother Wu, Brother Chong, thank you for coming at this late hour. I have called you here to discreetly investigate the troubling matter of our missing clansmen." Upon hearing this, Xian Chong exchanged a knowing glance with Xian Wu, who, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "Sister Xian, do you possess any clues regarding their whereabouts?" Shaking her head, Xian expressed her deep concern. "At present, I have no leads. Only the unsettling knowledge that these disappearances occur predominantly under the cloak of night and are becoming increasingly frequent." After pondering for a while, Xian Wu assured her, "Rest assured. This matter will be entrusted to us brothers. We shall uncover the truth behind the disappearances of our people. Brother, you should swiftly gather more memory stones and place them around the valley, while I will rally some brothers to conduct covert investigations." "Thank you, dear brothers. I shall take my leave now," Xian responded, bowing respectfully before spreading her wings and soaring away. "Let us commence our mission as well," Xian Wu declared. Indeed. Xian Chong responded affirmatively. Beyond 100 miles from Bird Valley, in a concealed location shrouded in black mist, a blood pool bubbled ominously. Surrounding the pool were iron stakes, each bound with individuals bearing black wings. With a series of heavy footsteps, a crimson skeleton approached, dragging along 5 unconscious winged beings toward the blood pool. As the skeleton threw its foot down, the stakes emitted a dark light, binding the 5 figures tightly in place. The crimson skeleton leapt into the blood pool, emanating a red glow as the blood surged violently, sending 6 columns of blood shooting upwards. As the crimson skeleton inhaled deeply, the blood cascaded over its form. After a prolonged moment, it opened its eyes, observing that the blood's hue had lightened. With a flick of its wrist, it commanded the iron stakes to sprout numerous fine iron thorns, forcefully penetrating the bodies of the winged beings. The creatures writhed in agony, their faces contorted and veins bulging as they struggled against the stakes. The iron thorns writhed within them, proliferating until their bodies were completely ensnared, drawing forth their blood to merge into the pool. With a satisfying tilt of its head, the crimson skeleton mused, "The blood of fallen angels is indeed extraordinary. Even their descendants yield significant power to someone at my level of cultivation. No wonder the corpse demon sect sought to eradicate the Xian clan." Suddenly, a dark red bell at its waist began to ring incessantly. "Old dog Ding, I merely exuded a hint of my aura, and you came rushing. Were it not for my inability to confront you, I would have ended you." The skeleton growled menacingly. Since it had been discovered, there was no need for further concealment. With a swift motion, the blood figure unsheathed its bony claw, slicing through the iron stake, which shrank rapidly and vanished into its storage ring, while a formation plate hovered in the air before disappearing from sight. With a thunderous roar, countless black trees splintered apart as a towering figure descended from the sky. Coldly addressing the blood-red skeleton, "Ge Xiao, there is no escape for you. The vengeance for my slain wife shall not be overlooked." Above the valley of flying birds, the space rippled, and a blood-red skeleton materialized. With these fresh offerings, the breakthrough to the realm of law manifestation was imminent. "Ding Laogo, await your reckoning." With that, Ge Xiao extended his bony claw, producing a jade vial that soared into the air, expanding in size as it released an eerie glow that enveloped the valley. The 2 brothers, Xian Wu and Xian Chong, who were patrolling the valley, immediately sensed something amiss, and before the spectral light could fully solidify, they fled the valley. The vial, adorned with 4 toads, unleashed a powerful suction, causing a tempest to erupt within the valley, uprooting boulders and vegetation, and drawing both humans and livestock toward the vial. "Die!" Ge Xiao uttered through gritted teeth, and 2 beams of black light pierced the hearts of Xian Wu and Xian Chong. Thud! The brothers fell lifelessly to the ground, unable to even utter a cry. Noting their demise, Ge Xiao paid them no further heed, instead extending his divine sense to scour the valley until the last soul was captured within the vial. Sensing a fluctuation in space, he sneered, "Ding Laogo, your spirits are truly unyielding." With a swift incantation, he activated a teleportation disc to hastily escape the valley of flying birds. As the space distorted, a formidable figure emerged, scanning the surroundings with fury. "Cursed be it. I am too late again. Oh, there is even a survivor." In a flash, a milky white pill flew from Ding Ying's storage ring into Xian Wu's mouth. An overwhelming vitality surged through him, and Xian Wu, clutching his head and surveying his surroundings, quickly knelt and prostrated himself, saying, "I am Xian Wu, Jr. Grateful for your life-saving grace, esteemed elder." "Rise," Ding Ying replied. "Do you know why Ge Xiao targets your clan?" After glancing at Xian Chong and noticing he was in the later stage of foundation establishment, Ding Ying asked casually. As a cultivator at the peak of the transformation god stage, he showed no pretense of courtesy toward a low-tier cultivator. Xian Wu pondered. "The Ge Xiao spoken of by the elder must be the villain responsible for abducting my kin. It seems our recent disappearances are indeed connected to this rogue." In response to the esteemed elder, "Our clan's treasured artifacts and medicines have not vanished. It is merely that many clan members have gone missing of late," Xian Wu respectfully replied. "Ah," Ding Ying said, extending his hand to levitate Xian Chong's corpse for a careful examination. "So this is it. The bloodline of the fallen angel is indeed potent." After concluding his observation, he vanished from sight, pursuing the trail left by Ge Xiao. In the abandoned mountains of the drowning night demon realm, a sinister aura permeated, hinting at a barrier of formations that concealed the area. Amidst a spatial disturbance, a blood-colored skeleton emerged from a swirling vortex. disdainfully waving its bony claw to open a breach in the formation. Ding Laogo, this place is hidden and protected by a barrier that obscures its presence. Let us see how you find it, Humph. The blood-colored skeleton stepped into the mountain range, using its bony claw to position iron stakes according to the formation's patterns. A faint red glow emanated from the center of the formation, forming a small pool. With a smirk, the skeleton conjured a jade vial, releasing the captured members of the Xian clan, who were immediately ensnared by iron spikes protruding from the stakes. In the Wandering Mountain, Zhao Kai of the Hehuan sex artifact refining hall turned her head, her face flushed as she stammered, "Elder brother, no need for explanations. I understand completely." Zhao Mu revealed a meaningful smile, embodying a rugged charm. "Elder brother," Zhao Caihe exclaimed, adopting a demure demeanor. On the ground, Ge Xiao, still nursing his bruised backside, gazed in astonishment at the ruthless female demon who displayed such a countenance. "Sister, who is this?" Zhao Mu queried, his expression one of confusion. "Oh, brother, this is Ge Xiao, who once rescued me," Zhao Caihe explained, facilitating the introduction between Ge Xiao and Zhao Mu. A subtle glow flickered in Zhao Mu's eyes. He could hardly fathom why his sister had taken an interest in this individual, whose cultivation was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind regarding his sister's loss of her primaline, and his expression darkened with a hint of resentment. "He is not particularly impressive, and his cultivation level is so low. Young man, it would be best for you to limit your interactions with my sister in the future." Upon hearing this, Zhao Caihe's mood soured immediately, and she interjected, "Brother, what are you saying? There is nothing between Ge Xiao and me. And he isn't as inadequate as you claim. He is, after all, a divine weapon master. Humph, if he is so remarkable, why do you feel the need to defend him? I'm merely looking out for his welfare. The old demon of the Chu sect has emerged from seclusion. You know that he has always had a liking for you, and after this retreat, his strength will undoubtedly surge. Previously, he could only match us. But now he will surely pose a threat," Zhao Mu countered. As Zhao Mu continued speaking, he suddenly realized, "Wait, did you say he is a divine weapon master? If that is the case, we need not fear the Chu sect's old demon." Chapter 94. The White Garb Tower. Observing the girls joyously embracing each other after vanquishing their foes, Ge Xiao furrowed his brow. At that moment, a seemingly lifeless male cultivator expelled a poisoned needle aimed at the plump young girl. "Enkai. Enkai, be careful." A vigilant companion instinctively pulled Enkai behind her just as the needle was about to strike, but a branch emerged, intercepting the lethal blow. Ge Xiao, with a wave of his hand, concluded the skirmish. 6 branches erupted from the ground, draining the life force of the assailant. With a brilliant flash, Ge Xiao appeared before the 6 shaken girls, admonishing them, "You have been exceedingly careless. In the world of cultivation, one must act decisively and efficiently. Had I not intervened, you would have lost a companion." "Master, we were wrong," the 6 girls responded, bowing in acknowledgement. "I intend to establish the White Garb Tower from now on. You shall refer to me as the Tower Master," Ge Xiao declared. He needed to venture into the Cloud Sea secret realm to procure the Nirvana fruit and could not accommodate the 30-odd girls residing within the Linglong Tower. The 6 girls bowed once more. "Yes, Tower Master." Pleased with their intelligence, Ge Xiao summoned the other girls from the Linglong small house. "Greetings, Master." They all bowed in unison. Ge Xiao turned to the aloof beauty and smiled. "What is your name?" Replying to the Tower Master, "My name is He Hong." The cool beauty replied, bowing gracefully, "You are the first group to join the White Garb Tower, with each of you assigned a role. The tower will appoint 2 vice masters, while the rest may become elders. He Hong, you shall serve as the vice master. The arrangement of personnel will be your responsibility henceforth," Ge Xiao stated, directing his words to He Hong. He then addressed the remaining beauties. "I understand that some of you may harbor dissent. I will provide you with an opportunity to demonstrate your abilities. Each of you will possess a sphere to record your achievements, and the number of foes defeated will determine the elders and the other vice master. The top 10 elders will have the privilege to challenge the vice master. I must remind you that this is not a life and death struggle. I do not wish for any fatalities. I merely require the retrieval of the numbered orbs." Indeed, the 35 young women responded in unison, their voices revealing an undeniable joy. For none desire to spend their lives confined within the confines of a delicate abode. Ge Xiao promptly unleashed his tricolor otherworldly flames and commenced the crafting of 34 small orbs and a small box. After a brief period, he placed the numbered orbs into the box. Setting the box upon the ground, Ge Xiao addressed the girls. "Each of you shall draw 1 orb from within. Let the drawing commence." As the 34 girls selected their orbs, Ge Xiao executed a spell, causing the orbs to emit a radiant glow, with their respective numbers materializing above each head. Ge Xiao's mental gaze swept across the forest, declaring, "This forest shall serve as your arena. Every half hour, I shall randomly designate a new area, which will progressively diminish in size, within the duration of a single incense stick. Those who venture outside the designated area shall be at a disadvantage. Let the contest begin." No one wished to engage in an early confrontation, thereby becoming a mere pawn for another. With his words echoing in the air, they hastily dispersed in search of cover. The plump young woman, Kai, discovered a particularly enchanting and concealed spot, where she began to inscribe intricate patterns upon the ground using her magical techniques. "This is a formation," Ge Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. With a smile, Kai completed her drawings, and with a gentle touch of her finger, the formation radiated a soft light before vanishing from sight. "Fighting is too troublesome. The formation is far more intriguing," Kai said cheerfully. Having completed her preparations, she reclined within the center of the grand formation, nestled against a large tree, and promptly fell asleep. Intrigued by Kai's statement, Ge Xiao retrieved the jade slips he had previously given to them and began to peruse their contents. To his surprise, he discovered it was a level 1 slumbering formation. What an ingenious strategy, Ge Xiao mused to himself. He activated the eternal prison, enveloping the forest within a barrier that began to constrict, thus shattering the tranquility and making conflict inevitable. Soon, one of the girls stumbled upon the slumbering Kai and perceived this as an opportunity to stealthily seize the orb while conserving her strength. Cautiously, the girl approached Kai, but the closer she drew, the heavier her eyelids became with drowsiness. Once she reached a distance of 10 zhang, she could no longer resist the overwhelming fatigue and succumbed to slumber. As more and more girls fell into unconsciousness, the likelihood of detection increased, leading to all 34 participants succumbing to sleep. Kai stretched lazily, glancing at her slumbering companions with a sly smile. After gathering all the orbs, she trotted over to He Hong and exclaimed, "Sister He, I have returned with all the orbs." He Hong produced a jade slip and handed it to Kai, saying, "Kaier, please distribute the orbs according to this list." Kai nodded, immersing herself in the jade slip's contents before proceeding to allocate the small orbs as per He Hong's instructions. Although the developments did not unfold as Ge Xiao had envisioned, this once again affirmed He Hong's competence as a capable manager. From now on, the White Garment Tower shall be entrusted to your stewardship. With that, Ge Xiao unleashed his tricolor flames once more, retrieving crafting materials to forge a new structure that combined both offense and defense. 3 days later, the semi-divine White Garment Tower was successfully crafted. Ge Xiao presented a fist-sized core and 381 tokens to He Hong, stating, "From this point forward, the White Garment Tower shall be in your hands. This is the core control of the tower. You shall refine it. The tokens can be utilized without the tower's passive aggression. The management of the members will be at your discretion." Continuing, Ge Xiao produced 4 rings, representing elixirs, martial arts techniques, magical artifacts, and various materials. He said to He Hong, "Take these items. Cherish them to enhance your strength for the sake of vengeance." "Master, are you about to depart?" He Hong inquired, gazing at Ge Xiao. "Indeed, I must journey to a distant place. May fate allow us to meet again," Ge Xiao replied. And without waiting for He Hong's response, he summoned his magical energy and utilized the cloud-piercing shuttle and invisibility sphere to head towards the Hahuan sect. Just as Ge Xiao departed, a sensual beauty clad in red arrived at the forest where he had been. The scent vanished, leaving no trace to follow. Zhao Caihe furrowed her elegantly shaped brows. Noticing the lingering essence of that young man, she turned her gaze towards the 30 or so maidens within the forest. "Do you recognize a cultivator named Zhang Xihai?" Zhao Caihe appeared before He Hong and the other women, inquiring. He Hong, recognizing the sudden appearance of Zhao Caihe, understood the futility of resistance. After exchanging looks with her sisters, all sensing the bewilderment, she replied truthfully, "I'm afraid we do not know him, senior." "How could that be? I distinctly sense the man's aura," Zhao Caihe murmured to herself. Suddenly, a possibility struck her, and she probed. "Who was the person you parted ways with just now?" He Hong, catching Zhao Caihe's subtle shift, responded, "That was our master." "What is your master's name?" Zhao Caihe pressed further. "Senior, He Hong seems a bit troubled," she observed. Zhao Caihe pointed a finger into the air, causing an image of Ge Xiao to materialize. Gritting her teeth as she stated, "He owes me something. Is this your master?" "Senior, we are unaware of our master's whereabouts," He Hong replied, observing Zhao Caihe's expression, which bore no malice. Although He Hong did not directly answer Zhao Cai's inquiry, she still provided an implicit response. Only then did Zhao Cai notice that the 3-foot-tall white-cloaked pavilion before her was, in fact, a semi-divine artifact of both offense and defense. Seizing it forcefully, she queried, "Is this what your master left for you?" The audacity of taking one's virtue without leaving any compensation was astounding. It only seemed just for her to accept this pavilion as her due. Zhao Cai quickly discerned that this white pavilion lacked a core. And looking down at He Hong and the others, she stated flatly, "From now on, I shall be your master. Relinquish the control core to me." "Senior, we can only have one master," He Hong declared, beads of sweat forming on her brow, her eyes resolute, while the others shared similar expressions of determination. Prepared to face death, Zhao Cai, having emerged from the Hawan sect and having endured countless ruthless killings and plots, for the first time sensed a unique sentiment from these cultivators. Reassessing the ants before her, she smiled, "I am a friend of your master. Come with me." "Senior, we are willing to follow you," He Hong replied. With a powerful and capable senior offering protection, safety was assured, and should the senior be in a good mood, even the slightest guidance would yield immeasurable benefits. As the gentle stream flowed, Ge Xiao summoned De Huang back into the Golden Tower. He had previously explored this stream and found it teeming with ordinary creatures. Stripping off his garments, he leaped into the cool, clear waters, relishing the rare moment of relaxation. Suddenly craving fish, Ge Xiao plunged into the depths of the river, where small pebbles and numerous little fish swam about. As Ge Xiao felt the suffocating grip of the water, yearning to employ the water-breathing technique, the ghostly infant shield within his dantian instinctively emanated a faint pinkish-black barrier, enveloping him entirely. With this shield in place, Ge Xiao found that he could breathe without the need for spells. Remarkably, not only did it not drain his energy, but it also replenished it. Curiosity piqued, he ambled along the riverbed, filled with joy. However, after taking just a few steps, he encountered a woman lying on the riverbed. Startled, Ge Xiao instinctively recoiled, yet her unparalleled beauty and enchanting figure rooted him to the spot. Compelled by his nature, he cautiously approached her, captivated by her delicate brows, almond-shaped eyes, and pert little nose. His gaze fixated on her cherry-red lips, and he swallowed hard, just as an acute sense of foreboding washed over him. Instantly, he withdrew his hand, breaking into a cold sweat, a wave of apprehension coursing through him. He had scanned the area with his spiritual awareness and found no formidable presence. Could it be that those who lurked in the river were slain for spying on this exquisite woman? Ge Xiao pondered. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a tiny yellow needle embedded in the woman's head. His heart raced with astonishment upon recognizing it as a mid-grade artifact. In Chapter 95, titled The Flawed Artifact Diagram, Zhao Cai remarked, "The thunderous storms we experienced recently were a result of his artifact forging." She continued, "I witnessed it with my own eyes." After listening attentively, Ge Xiao began to grasp that Zhao Cai had a suitor back at the Hawan sect, a figure of considerable strength, likely at the Dharma form realm. "What brings you to the Hawan sect?" Zhao Cai inquired, reflecting on her recent act of saving him, coupled with their shared history. Ge Xiao decided to be forthright. "I intend to travel to the East Crown City of the Burning Heaven Demon Domain to await the opening of the Yunhai secret realm." "So you seek to utilize the interdomain teleportation array," Zhao Cai deduced with a moment of contemplation. "Indeed. I plan to forge a supreme spirit artifact to attain the status of a guest elder in the Hawan sect's artifact forging hall," Ge Xiao responded candidly. "Help me forge a growth-type life treasure, will you?" "Coincidentally, I also need to attend to some matters in the East Crown City of the Burning Heaven Demon Domain. And I can accompany you," Zhao Cai said nonchalantly. Her casual remark reminded Ge Xiao of their first meeting, where she had exuded an alluring charm, and he had feigned agreement to assist her in forging an artifact. Yet now, he perceived an added layer of youthful shyness in her demeanor, stirring an unexpected flutter in his heart. "Do you still not possess a life treasure?" Ge Xiao queried, his mind filled with incredulity. He recalled that most cultivators sought rare treasures to forge their life artifacts during the Golden Core stage, significantly enhancing their combat prowess. "I have been diligently cultivating and rarely left the sect. The last time I did was to forge an artifact as my life treasure," Zhao Cai elucidated. "Given my current capabilities, I can only forge low-grade artifacts. By the way, what kind of artifact do you wish to create?" "I would like to be prepared," Zhao Cai asked, her gaze fixed on Ge Xiao. "Not long ago, I entered a mysterious ancient tomb and obtained the forging method for a primordial treasure known as the Soul Fragment Spike. Here is the forging diagram. Take a look and see if it is within your capacity to forge." Zhao Cai produced an ancient, yellowed piece of animal skin parchment from her ring. Ge Xiao extended his hand to take the blueprint, but as their fingers inadvertently brushed against each other, Xiao Jiu quickly withdrew her small hand, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Stealing a glance at Xiao Jiu, Ge Xiao felt a surge of joy at her delicate appearance. The structure of this secret treasure is so intricate that I cannot guarantee a successful refinement on the first attempt. So you will need to prepare at least 5 sets of materials, he suggested after examining the blueprint. Xiao Jiu smiled and handed him a ring filled with materials, saying, "That's wonderful. I have prepared a full 10 sets of the soul shard materials. The calamity of a divine artifact is too grand. I do not wish to reveal my identity as a divine craftsman just yet. Is there a concealed location, Miss Xiao?" Ge Xiao inquired as he accepted the materials. After a brief exchange of glances with Xiao Jiu responded, "I inadvertently discovered a fragmented world. You can refine the divine artifact here, and I assure you no one will notice." With that, she pointed her finger, and a portal of space appeared before them. Ge Xiao gazed at the swirling opening that had materialized out of thin air and asked, "Is this the entrance to the small world?" "Yes, let us enter together," Xiao Jiu exclaimed, leaping into the spatial door. Without hesitation, Ge Xiao followed her, and before the dizziness could subside, a gentle voice echoed in his ears. "Once you successfully refine the treasure, you may select any object from this world at your leisure." "Very well, I shall not be modest when that time comes," Ge Xiao replied with a faint smile. "I will take you to the cave abode." "Do not resist," Xiao Jiu said, enveloping Ge Xiao in her magical energy as her figure flickered. After a wave of spatial fluctuations, Ge Xiao found himself beside a vast green lake adorned with white roses and an imposing palace, exclaiming, "It's absolutely beautiful." He fell into contemplation, astonished that the charming Xiao Jiu had planted roses, symbols of purity, elegance, and nobility. Noticing Ge Xiao lost in thought, Xiao Jiu waved her small hand. "Ge Xiao, what is the matter? What are you thinking about?" "Oh, it's nothing. I am about to begin refining the artifact, so please do not interrupt me during the process," Ge Xiao responded, shaking his head to regain focus. Surrounded by a golden light, he landed on the ground, and with a flicker of his mind, 5 top-grade spirit stones flew into position. His spiritual energy guided the formation of a complex array, and a cauldron began to take shape. A plume of 3-colored flame emerged from his mouth and floated to the center of the formation, while numerous refining materials flew out of the ring in an orderly manner. As the essence of the materials was extracted, Ge Xiao altered the spell, and the form of the artifact gradually emerged, beads of sweat beginning to form on his forehead. "This flame can actually pose a threat to me. Is this fellow pretending to be weak? His fluid technique is not something a mere foundational cultivator could manage. What a mysterious man," Xiao Jiu mused to herself. As time passed, Ge Xiao felt increasingly strained. His Dantian's energy had been entirely consumed. The spell altered, drawing spiritual power from the formation into his body to replenish his depleted energy. Seeing the blue little cone taking shape, Ge Xiao no longer hesitated and focused intently on inscribing the runes. The unusual flame moved according to his spiritual power, cautiously flowing along a special path towards the blue cone. "Miss Xiao, I now require your soul and essence," Ge Xiao projected his voice using his magical energy. With a flick of her fingertip, Xiao Jiu had directed 2 small orbs of blue and red towards the blue cone. Under Ge Xiao's magical guidance, the soul and essence merged with the soul shard cone, and the next step was to awaken its spirit. The technique of Ge Xiao caused the surrounding air currents to surge violently, and the soul-shattering cone emanated a brilliant blue light, while dark clouds loomed overhead. Ge Xiao furrowed his brow, enveloped in golden radiance, and began to communicate telepathically with Xiao Jiu. "Quickly, open the portal to the miniature world. The artifact is about to explode." Xiao Jiu's expression changed dramatically as she pointed into the void, opening a portal. Beside them, Xiao, who had been quietly observing Ge Xiao's artifact refinement, inquired with confusion, "Sister, what are you doing?" "I am not sure," Xiao Jiu replied. "But Ge Xiao said the artifact is going to explode." Ge Xiao's expression remained tense until the artifact exited the miniature world, at which point a faint smile emerged as he explained, "There was an error in the refinement method, and the artifact has failed." To prevent the miniature world from being exposed, Xiao Jiu hastily closed the portal. Deep within the depths of the Harmony sect, a loud explosion scattered debris. An old man with white hair and a single eye, known as Chu Min of the Harmony sect, shook his body, shedding dust. He opened his murky eyes filled with murderous intent, and around him stood countless skeletal figures clad in women's attire, indicating he was not to be trifled with. "Ha! I have successfully broken through. Xiao Jr. sister, This time you have no choice but to comply, exclaimed the old demon of the Harmony sect, Chu. As he rose to his feet, his joy evident as more dust fell from him. At that moment, a small black dot swiftly approached from the sky, revealing itself to be the failed blue cone of Ge Xiao's artifact. What a treasure! Chu's eyes glimmered with crimson light as he recognized the item as an artifact. He reached out, grasping the blue cone in his hand. The cone reacted violently, and Chu's heart swelled with elation. The more fiercely the artifact resisted, the higher its intelligence. He gripped it even tighter. With a thunderous explosion, the blue cone ultimately detonated, shattering Chu's arm and causing him to spew forth blood mixed with his internal organs. Anger marred his features as he declared, "Who dares to scheme against me? I shall hunt you down, no matter who you are." He retrieved a jade token from his robe, reciting incantations as it emitted a radiant glow. Soon, the entire Harmony sect became bustling with activity as the sect leader issued an order. Intruders have invaded. Quickly, open the doors for inspection. Teams of law enforcement disciples and elders began to knock on various residences. Within the miniature world, Ge Xiao waved his hand, collecting 5 top-tier spirit stones into his ring. He turned to Xiao and stated, "Miss Xiao, I need some time to study the refinement of the soul-shattering cone." With that, Ge Xiao settled into a meditative posture within the divine sea, beginning the evolution of the soul-shattering cone, a process that lasted for over 10 days. Upon opening his eyes, a smile graced his face. Xiao, witnessing this, joyfully asked, "Ge Xiao, have you found the source of the problem?" Ge Xiao nodded confidently. "Indeed. The blueprint was missing a formation pattern due to its age, but I have now completed it. As a craftsman, one must constantly seek progress and growth." After some contemplation, Ge Xiao resolved to challenge his limits. Taking a deep breath, he altered the ground formation with a change of technique, commanding 15 top-tier spirit stones to move towards designated positions. "Formation, arise," Ge Xiao called out, and 3 formation cauldrons levitated into the air. Countless refining materials surged forth, beginning to dissolve their essence as they were enveloped by the mystical energy of the soul, guiding them towards a conical formation. Ge Xiao, with his eyes tightly shut, executed a series of hand seals, dividing the power of the extraordinary fire into 3 streams to intricately inscribe the patterns of the artifacts. The Xiao siblings, observing nearby, were utterly astounded. Had it not been for their centuries of cultivated composure, they might have exclaimed in awe, disturbing Ge Xiao's focus. "Brother, it seems Ge Xiao is crafting 3 divine artifacts. Surely one will be yours," Xiao remarked, glancing at her astonished brother, Xiao Mu. "Indeed. Young brother Ge's future is boundless. I am quite pleased. Little sister, you must seize this opportunity," Xiao Mu replied with a hearty laugh. As Ge Xiao turned his gaze towards them, Xiao, understanding his intent, directed her essence and soul towards the favored artifact. "Brother Xiao, I wish to gift you one of these," Ge Xiao declared, looking at Xiao Mu. Xiao Mu, casting a meaningful glance at Xiao, flicked his fingers, sending his essence towards the artifact on the left. Once Ge Xiao had allocated the 3 artifacts, he split his soul into 3, commencing the intricate inscription of divine patterns. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, a month had elapsed. Ge Xiao, eyes closed and drenched in sweat, was evidently at a critical juncture. As he inscribed the final stroke, the 3 artifacts emanated a brilliant blue light, while dark clouds swirled ominously overhead. "Quickly, take the artifacts and move to a safer distance. Otherwise, the power of the heavenly tribulation will be exponentially amplified," Ge Xiao urged. Without further ado, the 2 siblings complied, swiftly retreating in opposite directions. Despite having crafted artifacts numerous times, Ge Xiao remained vigilant, swiftly casting 108 formation flags towards the designated location. As the formation shifted, he pointed towards the coffin for nurturing corpses, which then stood before him. Having completed these preparations, Ge Xiao sat cross-legged, beginning to restore his magical energy in anticipation of the impending tribulation. With a thunderous roar, a lightning dragon burst through the clouds, its claws poised to strike as it charged towards Ge Xiao. Ge Xiao, adeptly altering his hand seals, tapped his fingers to activate the 9 dragons capturing demons formation, creating an opening. 2 branches surged forth from behind him, rushing towards the lightning dragon like wolves pouncing on a sheep. One branch ensnared the dragon tightly, while the other plunged into its head, commencing the devouring of its energy. At that moment, the ghostly infant shield within Ge Xiao's dantian flickered with arcs of electricity, hinting at its burgeoning power. Sensing the shield's insatiable thirst for the lightning energy, Ge Xiao cautiously maneuvered one branch towards the tempestuous clouds. Resolute in his decision, He prepared to abandon the branch should circumstances dictate. But fortune smiled upon him as the storm clouds transformed into nourishment for the ghostly infant shield under the influence of the tribulation's demonic gold. Gazing at the small, pitch-black shield in his palm, Ge Xiao mused, with this innate artifact, I may now attempt to forge mid-grade artifacts. Moments later, two figures emerged, Xiao Jiu and Zhao Mu. Thank you, Brother Gu. With this soul-shattering cone, my strength will undoubtedly surge. Even should that old devil Chu make a breakthrough, I shall not fear him. Come, let me treat you to a drink this time. Sister, please open the passage, Zhao Mu said, clapping Ge Xiao on the shoulder. In response, Xiao Jiu pointed her finger, creating a swirling portal in the void, through which the three of them flew. Who dares to intrude upon our harmony sect? A booming voice demanded. Ren Jiang, have you lost your senses? Can you not even recognize our presence? Zhao Mu retorted. Ha ha ha, old Zhao, you still possess such a fiery temper. A one-eyed, white-haired elder emerged from the void, revealing himself to be the formidable Old Demon Chu. Old Demon Chu, have you experienced a breakthrough in your cultivation? Zhao Mu and Xiao Jiu inquired, their gazes fixed on the fluctuating aura of Chu Min. In a flash, Chu Min stood before Xiao Jiu, a smile of deep wrinkles adorning his face as he remarked, Junior Sister Zhao, amidst the vastness of the Tao, do you not feel lonely on your path of cultivation? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiu snorted coldly, stamping her foot and unleashing a powerful force that sent Old Demon Chu staggering back 100 paces. What are you doing? Old Demon Chu, I advise you to behave yourself, Zhao Mu stated, approaching Chu Min and pressing a hand on his shoulder with a frosty demeanor. Chu Min waved away the hand resting on his shoulder, his gaze icy as he replied indifferently. What? Are you threatening me? Ha ha ha, how could that be? We are but fellow disciples, brothers. Fellow disciples, you say? I now wish to become your brother-in-law. What do you think? Chu Min fixed his gaze sharply on Zhao Mu, pressing for an answer. Old Demon Chu, what do you mean by that? Have you even considered whether you are worthy of my sister, given your ghastly appearance? Zhao Mu retorted coldly. Since that is the case, I shall have no choice but to kill you. Chu Min's expression shifted dramatically as a black skull rose ominously from behind him, emitting a chilling snort. Zhao Mu, perceiving Chu Min's hostility, swiftly moved through space to stand beside Xiao Jiu, preparing to face Chu Min from a distance. Seeing the situation turn dire, Ge Xiao immediately utilized the cloud-piercing shuttle, casting a spell to retreat 100 miles, muttering to himself, this distance should not affect me, right? Xiao Jiu, observing this, softly scolded, that heartless wretch, fleeing so quickly. What did you say? Chu Min's eyes narrowed, his voice turning frigid. As he spoke, the black skull behind him grew immensely in size. Do you think that just because you have advanced in cultivation, you can toy with my sister and me at will? Allow me to demonstrate my capabilities. Zhao Mu ceased hiding his strength and unleashed the soul-shattering spike in retaliation. With a spurt of blood and a fierce glint in his eyes, Chu Min cursed. Damn it, it's you who has been plotting against me. Recognizing the unfavorable turn of events and his own grievous injuries, Chu Min resolved to flee. Humph. After working together for so many years, you still wish to escape in front of me? How amusing. Zhao Mu discerned Chu Min's intentions and, casting a spell, directed a small mirror to stabilize the void around them. As the situation grew more precarious, Chu Min threatened, Zhao Mu, Xiao Jiu, do you truly not remember our camaraderie as fellow disciples? Yet you wish to kill us, and now you speak of brotherhood? How shameless. Xiao Jiu scoffed in response. Chu Min declared, you think you can control me like this? Do you truly believe I have no trump cards? Suddenly, the black skull behind him extended countless tendrils, forcefully infiltrating the various chambers of the Hahuan sect. Whether in deep meditation or training, numerous Hahuan sect cultivators were abruptly awakened by the invasive black tendrils. Chaos ensued, with sounds of battle, screams, and some powerful cultivators transforming into streaks of light, fleeing toward the outside of the sect. Old Demon Chu, you have gone mad, resorting to dark powers to harm fellow disciples in order to enhance your strength. Today, we shall cleanse the sect. Zhao Mu rebuked. Simultaneously, he transmitted a message to Xiao Jiu, saying, Sister, do not hold back any longer. Deal with this old scoundrel swiftly. I wish to share a drink with my future brother-in-law. What are you saying? Xiao Jiu cried out in a commanding voice, and the soul fragmentation spike shimmered. Alas! Old Demon Chu clutched his head, writhing in agony. If this continued, he feared he would be unable to escape, and it seemed he would have to pay a heavy price. Suddenly, Old Demon Chu chanted his incantation fervently, transforming into 360 crimson particles that vanished into the earth. It was indeed the blood demon clone technique of the outer realms. What should we do now? Zhao Mu inquired anxiously. If old demon Chu were to flee at this moment, he would undoubtedly return with a vengeance. Zhao Caihe, realizing the gravity of the situation, attempted to communicate with Ge Xiao telepathically. Ge Xiao, old demon Chu has transformed into 360 particles and disappeared into the ground. Do you have a countermeasure? In the next instant, a pale yellow square appeared, centered around the Hahuan sect, extending for 100 miles. Ge Xiao silently recited his incantation, and the pale yellow square rapidly shrank until it reached a distance of 100 zhong, at which point he exhaled 3 colored flames, igniting all the blood particles within the barrier. Brother Zhao Mu, are all the blood particles accounted for? Ge Xiao asked. Oh no, there are only 359. We are missing one, Zhao Mu replied. Brother Zhao Mu, Sister Zhao, you must hurry and pursue. Ge Xiao absent-mindedly touched the ring in his hand. Realizing he had gained another manifestation of the Dharma realm, it seemed fortune was smiling upon him once more. 300 miles away, in a small stream, a fish with sharp fangs was gasping, while a crab, seemingly aggrieved, was making a ruckus. Amidst the cacophony, a voice could be faintly discerned. Zhao Mu, Zhao Caihe, you wait for me. I shall return to exact vengeance upon you. Oh, and how do you intend to exact your vengeance upon us? A voice of skepticism inquired, causing the fish to pause, its eyes wide with terror. Zhao Caihe, considering my fondness for you over the years, please spare me this once. The fish rasped. Zhao Caihe chuckled. Very well, I can spare you, but my brother is another matter. With a swift gesture, Zhao Mu ensnared the fish with his magical power, taunting. It is not my sister who seeks to slay you, but you've even misidentified your would-be savior, and thus, you deserve your fate. Upon finishing his words, he clenched his palm, and the fish was instantly reduced to powder, its soul extinguished. In a desolate mountain area, where the atmosphere was thick with malevolence, the sounds of cries and curses echoed incessantly. A blood-red skeleton sat cross-legged in a blood pool, engrossed in meditation. This bloodline power is indeed formidable. I am but a step away from bloodline evolution. Within the Phantom Cave, there are 2 pure-blooded, exquisite fallen angel descendants. Capturing them would be delightful, the blood-red skeleton exclaimed, trembling with excitement. In the palace of the Phantom Cave, sister, shall we watch Dream of the Red Chamber again today? Xi and Ye lounged on the sofa, her mouth full of milk from the demon cow raised in the backyard. Let us watch the 3 Kingdoms drama instead. We finished Dream of the Red Chamber yesterday. Xi and Fei replied, her slightly rounded belly evident as she leisurely emerged from the master bedroom. Once seated on the sofa, Xi and Fei called out, Xiao Shi, bring forth the prepared spirit fruits. Before long, several plates of spirit fruits floated towards the sofa, carried by a lifelike maid. Yeah, after we watch some television. Shall we take a stroll? Xi and Fei asked, nibbling on the freshly washed spirit fruit. Sounds good. I wonder where my brother-in-law is at this moment. Xi and Yi amused, her eyes revealing a deep longing. Not long ago, I could still receive messages from Xiao, but now he must be thousands of miles away. Zinfi gazed at the images of Ge Xiao stored within the phoenix ring, gently caressing the jade pendant of long-distance communication in her hand. Chapter 97, Zinfi. Xin Yue encounters danger. All right, let us turn off the television and take a leisurely stroll in the sunlight, Zinfi declared after finishing her breakfast. Sister, how about we join the hustle and bustle of the market today? Xin Yue suggested. That sounds splendid. We have yet to test the swift sailing vessel crafted by Xiao. Today is the perfect opportunity, Zinfi responded, her ring shimmering as she held a small boat, merely a few inches long. Xiaoxi, tidy up the house. Yeah, let us be on our way, Zinfi instructed. Xin Yue quickly downed her milk and stood up, linking her arm with Zinfi's. Let us go. Upon exiting the palace, Zinfi tossed the swift sailing vessel into the wind, which expanded into a grand, 1-story vessel of 100 feet in length. 1, 2, 3 aboard. Zinfi called out just as her 3 bloodthirsty mantises took flight and landed on the swift vessel. Yeah, you head to the rest area while I input the designated route, Zinfi announced, striding toward the control room. With a deft flick of her finger, she sent several high-quality spirit stones into a designated slot, and as she performed her incantation, a path materialized on the screen, illuminating a dark star with a snap of her fingers. The swift vessel immediately enveloped itself in a protective barrier and surged forward with the speed of a rocket. Zinfi, filled with curiosity, pondered what would happen if all 4 remaining stars were illuminated. With a series of intricate gestures, she activated the remaining dark stars, and the vessel transformed into a streak of light, soaring at an incredible speed, akin to that of a nascent deity. vanishing in an instant. At that moment, a pair of strikingly beautiful twin sisters entered the bustling market of Chugan. Xinyue crouched down, playfully teasing a rabbit-like creature confined within an iron cage with a spirit fruit, exclaiming, "Sister, this little rabbit is so adorable. If only you read more books. You would know this is not a rabbit, but a member of the Lagomorpha order, specifically a hare-rabbit family," Zinfi corrected, her gaze fixed on a charming little cat ensnared by iron chains. "Excuse me, how much for this little cat?" Zinfi inquired, pointing at a snow-white cat, adorned with black stripes. "This is a subspecies of the white tiger lineage. Such feline beasts do not come cheap. Madam, if you are truly interested, I can offer you a fair price of 5 medium-grade spirit stones," the rotund vendor replied, sporting a pained expression. Zinfi found his exaggerated display rather amusing. And given her ample supply of spirit stones, she flicked 5 medium-grade spirit stones onto the stall and calmly stated, "Release that little cat." Turning to the cat, she added, "I see a yearning for freedom in your eyes. Follow me, and I shall grant you your freedom once we exit Chugan Market." Meow. The white cat blinked its large, expressive eyes at Zinfi, brimming with gratitude. "Hurry and remove the chains," Zinfi urged. The vendor, having accepted the spirit stones, retrieved a metal sphere and, with a flick of his finger, the iron chain around the cat's neck retracted automatically. Those two young ladies have a protector within the Baibao Pavilion and hold considerable status. Any attempt to act against them must be executed with utmost stealth. The blood-colored skeleton chuckled sinisterly to itself. "Seek the heavens, summon the blood soul." The blood-colored skeleton cast a spell, and a crimson needle surged through the air toward a specific destination. "Here is the perfect spot." Outside the market of Tsuchian, a blood-colored skeleton revealed a sinister smile. And soon after, it transformed into a white-haired old man with a cane. "Grandpa Xinghua, what brings you here?" From a distance, Xianyia joyfully waved her hand and called out beside Xian Fei. A small white cat, its fur standing on end, tightly clung to Xian Fei's calf. Xian Fei gazed at the unusually agitated white cat, puzzled. It had not displayed such behavior earlier when encountering the market vendors. The stark reaction upon meeting Grandpa Xinghua indicated that a probe was warranted. "Oh, I found myself with some free time, so I came to procure supplies for my kin." The faux Grandpa Xinghua replied cheerfully. "Why did you come alone, Grandpa Xinghua? Where is Sister Xianer?" Xian Fei inquired as she descended to join the faux Grandpa Xinghua. Supported by Xianyea, Xianer had matters to attend to at Faniegu and couldn't come. "What are you all planning to do?" The faux Grandpa Xinghua responded with a benevolent expression. Upon hearing this, Xian Fei was taken aback. Grandpa Xinghua was usually very fond of Xianer, always bringing her along for market visits, making it likely that this grandfather was an imposter. "Some time ago, I gifted a hairpin to Xianer. Does she still cherish it?" Xian Fei cautiously asked, observing the faux Grandpa Xinghua. "That girl treasures it immensely. She wears it every day," the faux Grandpa Xinghua contemplated before answering. "Grandpa Xinghua, please take this box," Xian Fei said, presenting a white rectangular box to the faux Grandpa Xinghua. "Sister, isn't this the box given to you by brother-in-law?" Xianyea interjected, noticing the box. Before she could finish her sentence, Xian Fei quickly covered her mouth to silence her. As a cultivator with nearly a millennium of experience, the blood-colored skeleton immediately recognized this as a weapon intended for combat. With a swift motion, it produced a bell-shaped artifact, channeling its power into it. The sound of chimes echoed, and a mysterious force immobilized all cultivators within a 10-mile radius. The faux Grandpa Xinghua then summoned a jade vial, which floated before him, its 4 toads gaping wide. The vial trembled and emitted a ghostly light that enveloped both sisters, Xian Fei and Xianyea. As the moon ascended, Ge Xiao, seated with Zhao Mu at Hahuan sect, felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Cultivators at a certain level develop connections with the heavenly path. "What is troubling your heart, Brother Ge?" Zhao Mu inquired. The faces of Xian Fei and Xianyea suddenly surfaced in Ge Xiao's mind, and he suppressed his agitation, saying, "Brother Zhao Mu, does this sect possess a teleportation array leading to the abandoned mountain?" Zhao Mu considered. "It seems Brother Ge has encountered significant trouble with acquaintances at the abandoned mountain. Fortunately, there is a small to medium-sized teleportation array near Tianyi Square. I can take you there." "Where are you two heading?" Zhao Caihe, who was meditating in her room, sensed the hurried movements of Zhao Mu and Ge Xiao and was utterly perplexed. "Does Brother Ge truly not wish for me to accompany you?" Zhao Mu asked. "No need. Brother Zhao Mu, I am merely feeling unsettled. This return is solely to check on my family," Ge Xiao reassured him. "Very well. Make sure to visit often when you have the time. The teleportation array is just ahead," Let us hasten, for it will activate in 5 minutes. Xiao Mu flicked his fingers, sending dozens of spirit stones into the array slot, then pointed to the ground where brilliant light erupted, turning to Ge Xiao as he spoke. Brother Xiao Mu, I reside in the abandoned mountain illusion cave. You may come to find me when time permits. Ge Xiao stood upon the smooth ground, calling out to Xiao Mu. A ripple in the space ensued as Ge Xiao emerged from the void, surrounded by a desolate expanse overgrown with weeds. He drew forth a white semi-divine artifact, the Seeking 1,000 Miles mirror, and silently chanted a spell, pointing at the mirror which revealed all things in the vicinity. Currently, he was over 70 miles north of Tianyi Square. Without hesitation, Ge Xiao employed the cloud-piercing shuttle to hasten his journey. An hour later, he stood before the illusion cave, his brow furrowed in concern. He had not sensed the presence of Fei and Ye here. This led him to deduce that they had not resided in this place for several days. Ge Xiao focused his spell, pointing towards the palace, and vivid images unfolded in his mind. It appeared they had gone to the Tsuchian market. I must head there immediately to investigate. With another ripple in the space, Ge Xiao materialized near the market, taking out the Seeking 1,000 Miles mirror, feeling an inexplicable fear welling up within him. Suddenly, he recalled that Ye had always enjoyed the cuisine at the Zijing Inn. Perhaps he could try his luck there. In a flash, Ge Xiao arrived at the Zijing Inn, where a seductive woman, wielding a folding fan and reprimanding a blundering servant, shouted, "Zhan Senyang, I have a matter to inquire of you. Gu Xinbei, are you seeking news of Miss Xian Fei and Miss Ye?" Zhan Senyang paused her admonishment, gazing at Ge Xiao at the entrance. "Do you know my purpose?" Ge Xiao furrowed his brow, looking at Zhan Senyang with confusion. "A few days ago, Miss Xian Fei ordered a meal here with Miss Ye, but they have yet to arrive. I later learned that the last person they met was the clan leader of the Xian family," Zhan Senyang explained. In a certain formation deep within the corpse shadow mountain, a blood-colored skeleton's jaw quivered as it looked at Xian Fei and Xian Ye, bound to iron stakes. With a sinister smile, it remarked, "How delightful. One is a premium pregnant woman, and the other a pure young matron. Both are quite appealing." Xian Ye, with a face of resistance, retorted, "Do not come near. If you harm us, you shall not end well. My brother-in-law is a golden guest at the treasure pavilion. Though the golden guest of the treasure pavilion may sound intimidating, it does not frighten me." The blood-colored claw gently caressed Xian Ye's cheek, coldly stating. As its words faded, the blood-colored skeleton turned its gaze to Xian Fei, grinning wickedly. "If choosing is unnecessary, then I shall not choose. The scent of pregnancy is truly nostalgic. No, do not touch my sister. I will serve you." Xian Ye pleaded, tears streaming down her face. The blood-colored skeleton suddenly turned its attention to Xian Ye, its form twisting into a lascivious imitation of Ge Xiao, leering, "Would this be more to your liking?" Chapter 98. The sorrow of heaven and the silence of earth I cannot delay. Xian Fei and Xian Ye are undoubtedly in peril. Ge Xiao immediately sensed the gravity of the situation, his heart racing with urgency. "I must devise a plan," he urged himself to remain composed. "How can I swiftly locate them? If I could refine a specialized artifact based on the principles of the Seeking 1,000 Miles mirror to record and transmit information, it would significantly enhance my search efficiency. Fortunately, I had a surplus of materials left from crafting the Seeking 1,000 Miles mirror." Ge Xiao resolved to quickly return to the illusion cave using the cloud-piercing shuttle. At this moment, there was no need for him to forge an artifact of exceptional quality. In a fleeting moment, countless small beads were meticulously crafted within the illusion cave, accumulating into a towering heap. With a mere flick of his finger, Ge Xiao commanded 100,000 tiny orbs to spiral around him before they transformed into transparent projectiles, shooting forth in all directions. Bound to an iron stake on Ein Mountain, Xian Ye, witnessing the blood-red skeleton of Ge Xiao drawing nearer, helplessly shut her eyes. Beside her, Xian Fei cried out in agony, "Beast, keep your distance from my sister. I implore you, spare her. Come at me instead. If you dare to lay a finger on her, I shall end your life. I swear." The more she pleaded, the more exhilarated the false Ge Xiao became, laughing maniacally. He leaned closer to Xian Ye's fair and delicate visage, casting a sinister grin towards the suffering Xian Fei. Coldly, he remarked, "Do not fret. I shall grant your desires." Whispering into Xian Ye's ear, he added, "I take great pleasure in forcing women against their will. Your resistance only fuels my satisfaction." He then sank his teeth into her neck, tearing away a chunk of flesh, tilting his head back in ecstasy as he inhaled deeply, moaning in delight. "Ah, yes. This is the taste of blood. Observing the pain etched on Xianye's face, he wickedly grasped her chest, taunting her. Do not hold back. Let your voice be heard. Go on, scream. With each pull, Xianye seemed to wither further, while Xianfei's cries nearby acted as a catalyst for his twisted desires. In a mere moment, the once vibrant and cheerful Xianye was reduced to a lifeless skeleton. Meanwhile, Ge Xiao had commenced the crafting of a small orb he named Heavenly Eye. With a few already nearing the vicinity of Corpsine Mountain, gazing into the impenetrable 50-mile radius of the mountain, Ge Xiao was certain that this was no natural formation and felt compelled to investigate what lay within. Resolutely, he commanded one of the small orbs to self-destruct. The explosion, comparable to a full-force strike from a nascent soul cultivator, shattered the array with just one orb. The familiar scent of decay wafted towards him. It was Feyre. Panic surged through him. Feyre was in danger. Ge Xiao's gaze sharpened as he urged the small orb closer to the blood-red skeleton. Warning, monster, keep your distance from Feyre. If you dare harm her, I will ensure not a single bone remains of you. The false Ge Xiao returned to his true form, smirking at the orb. You possess some skill, but as a descendant of the outer blood ancestor, I fear you not. Once my bloodline awakens and I inherit the blood ancestor's legacy, I shall ascend to the realm of Dharma forms, and in this world, I shall be among the elite cultivators. Ignoring Ge Xiao's threats, the blood-red skeleton thrust a hand into Xianfei's abdomen, crushing the unborn child into a mist of blood. The bone claw, glowing with a crimson light, greedily absorbed her life force. Xianfei writhed in agony, emitting a heart-wrenching scream, her torment only intensifying Ge Xiao's ire towards the skeleton. Stop. Please, cease this at once. Ge Xiao implored, hastily retrieving the cloud piercer and racing towards Corpsine Mountain. As he burst forth from the void, tears brimming in his eyes, he beheld the sight of Xianfei, now transformed into a mere skeleton. At that moment, the blood-colored skeleton was licking its blood-stained claws and turned to glare at Ge Xiao with a menacing grin. Ha, you have arrived. Your wife is truly exquisite. I shall make you perish. I shall make you perish, die. Ge Xiao's eyes bulged with fury, veins bulging, as he radiated golden light, gripping his blood-red long knife and charging at the blood-colored skeleton. A mere Foundation establishment cultivator dares to strike at me? How foolish. Allow me to send you down to meet them. With a careless swipe of its claw, the blood-colored skeleton unleashed 5 streaks of blood light towards Ge Xiao, then resumed licking its claws. In a fit of rage, Ge Xiao employed the moon-severing blade technique, capable of slaying even late-stage nascent soul cultivators. Yet, the blood-colored skeleton, misled by Ge Xiao's initial stage of Foundation establishment, could only muster an attack akin to that of a mere early-stage golden core. Before the 5 streaks of blood light could reach him, they were dispersed by the unleashed blade aura, and with a resounding crash, the blood-colored skeleton was sent flying. Observing the distinct gash upon its body, the blood-colored skeleton felt a profound humiliation, its hollow eyes glowing with crimson fury, its aura rapidly escalating to the early stage of the Dharma aspect. You dare to injure me? Soon, I shall shatter your bones one by one, extracting your soul to torment it within a painting for eternity. As it spoke, the blood-colored skeleton shook its bony claws, and 10 exquisite bone paintings slowly unfurled, revealing 10 captivating women whose presence radiated an aura rivaling that of late-stage transformation cultivators. Some were alluringly enchanting, others possessed an elegant grace, while a variety of others, including demure beauties, were among them. After a brief skirmish, Ge Xiao became acutely aware of the disparity between himself and the blood-colored skeleton. Alone, he was incapable of contending with it, and thus, he formed a hand seal, summoning 108 flags to encircle the blood-colored skeleton in a formation. 2 bright lights flickered as the corpse-raising pavilion and the yellow line needle manifested before him. Xiao Shi, entangle these women before you. Yuangu, let us join forces against that blood-colored skeleton. Ge Xiao communicated to the spirits of the corpse-raising pavilion and the yellow line needle. The blood-colored skeleton narrowed its gaze, recognizing that this young man possessed 2 divine artifacts, each with its own spirit, capable of unleashing formidable combat prowess. The situation was decidedly unfavorable for it. Unwilling to suffer losses, the blood-colored skeleton brandished a soul-stabilizing bell from its waist, ringing it with a resounding chime. An unparalleled force of spiritual energy surged forth, leaving Ge Xiao momentarily dazed as if he were flung away. The yellow line needle and the blood-colored skeleton became locked in a stalemate. A tremor ran through the small cone in his sea of consciousness, and Ge Xiao felt a sharp pain that restored his awareness. He gazed at the bones upon the iron stake, his mind wandering to the marketplace he once strolled through with Fei Air. The day spent together in the water curtain cave and the lantern festival they experienced. He recalled the mischievous Yu, her concealed affection, and the promises he had made. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Ge Xiao. The blood-red long knife in his hand seemed to resonate with its master's will, emitting a tremendous pull as Ge Xiao felt his life force draining away. Vitality from a radius of 100 miles seemed to be summoned, flowing towards the long knife in his grasp. The blood-colored blade grew increasingly saturated, as if it sought to extinguish all life in the world. At that moment, Ge Xiao's hair turned white, his eyes blood-red, as he raised the long knife and shouted unconsciously, "Heaven's woe and the silence of the universe." Instantly, a wave of murderous intent surged forth, altering the very essence of the world. "Curse you! How dare you stab me in the back?" The spirit of the yellow line needle, engaged in restraining the blood-colored skeleton, sensed the impending threat as it returned to the artifact, cursing vehemently. "Master, what has transpired?" The distinction between friend and foe has become blurred. The corpse-raising establishment, filled with helplessness, retreated to the essence of the divine artifact. With a thunderous sound, a single strike, just one slice, shattered the surroundings within 100 miles, the glint of the blade cutting through the air, as even the mid-grade divine artifact, the yellow needle, was reduced to mere fragments, falling to the ground. In that moment, Ge Xiao expended all his vitality, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. A shattered soul-settling bell exuded a surge of black gas that surged into Ge Xiao's body. The soul-piercing spirit within the sea of consciousness seemed to sense the invasion, vibrating vigorously and shooting towards the black gas. Unperturbed, the black gas advanced towards the unconscious Ge Xiao, rendering his formidable abilities, even at the nascent soul stage, utterly futile. As the black gas silently merged with the slumbering Ge Xiao's soul, the soul-piercing spirit reached his soul's front, hesitating briefly before descending a wisp of ethereal light. Ge Xiao's soul began to shatter bit by bit until it transformed into a pile of dust. Moments later, under the influence of the ethereal light, the dust began to swirl and coalesce. A month later, an elderly man with graying hair, yet a spirited presence arrived at the Zijing Inn in the Chugan market. "Elder Jiang, what brings you here?" asked Zhan Sanyang, fanning herself with a smile. Elder Jiang respectfully returned the greeting, saying, "Miss, the family's secret realm will open in a year. The master has specifically sent me to escort you." "Oh, that old man remembers me. He was the one who exiled me to this place. I have no intention of returning." Upon hearing the word master, Zhan Sanyang's temper flared like a cat's fur standing on end. Elder Jiang, seemingly anticipating such a reaction, remained unperturbed and patiently advised. "The master still holds great affection for you, and sending you here was meant to protect you." "Protect me by sending me to this place? Why did he not send my brothers instead?" Zhan Sanyang retorted, her anger intensifying. Upon hearing her words, a trace of sorrow flickered in Elder Jiang's eyes as he struggled to contain his emotions. In those tumultuous times, even the master's most beloved second young master could not be safeguarded and fell. Now, among the direct descendants of the family, you alone remain. The master's health is not well. The Zhan family needs you to take charge. Elder Jiang was prepared to depart immediately, but Zhan Sinyang had lost her previous vivacity, tears staining her cheeks as she choked out, "I want to go home." Two beams of light surged from the Zijing and towards the direction of Shifang town. "Miss, ahead lies a path riddled with blade energy. Should we not take a detour?" Elder Jiang inquired of Zhan Sanyang. "No, if we bypass this area, it will add several hundred miles to our journey. I wish to see grandfather soon." "Elder Jiang, I entrust you with this semi-artifact for the time being." Zhan Sanyang's gaze remained resolute as she withdrew a golden bell, a semi-artifact, from her sleeve. With a touch upon Elder Jiang's forehead, she handed him the golden bell. "Miss, let us proceed," Elder Jiang said as he silently recited incantations, channeling his power into the bell, which enveloped the two in a golden luminescence. The closer they approached the center, the more formidable the blade light became. "With my cultivation, it is becoming increasingly difficult to sustain this. Miss, should we retreat?" Elder Jiang asked. Zhan Sanyang, noticing a familiar figure ahead, exclaimed, "Elder Jiang, it seems there is someone up ahead. Let us go and investigate." With that, she activated the incantation, directing her power into the golden bell. As the two approached, they beheld a white-clad man with graying hair, holding a blood-red blade, collapsed amidst the tall grass. Utilizing her magical prowess, Zhan Sanyang levitated him, her face etched with astonishment as she exclaimed, "It is he." Observing closely, Elder Jiang discerned that this formidable cultivator, known for annihilating countless beings, was indeed the very man before them, and he inquired with curiosity, "Miss, do you recognize this venerable elder? He is a friend of mine. His wife has always appreciated the cuisine from my inn, and over time, we became familiar." Zhan Sanyang explained as she cradled Ge Xiao and produced a white pill, feeding it to him. "Elder, the situation of this venerable one is dire. He has severely exhausted his life force, indicative of having endured a cataclysmic battle." Elder Jiang noted gravely. Zhan Sanyang commanded, "Let us take the elder away first. Elder miss, we are nearing Shifeng town. If anyone were to see you carrying a man, it would tarnish your reputation. Allow me to assist," Elder Jiang suggested to Zhan Sanyang. She gently placed Ge Xiao into Elder Jiang's hands, saying politely, "Then I must trouble you, Elder Jiang." The Zhan residence loomed majestically, resembling a lion poised to pounce, adorned with lanterns and decorations, while thousands of cultivators stood in orderly ranks before its entrance. "My lord, it may take some time for the young lady to arrive, given your frail health. Why are you out so early?" An elderly steward, stooped in stature, inquired with concern. The elder with one arm, Zhan Yang, leaned on a cane, his face beaming with joy as he remarked, "It has been ages since I last saw San Yang. I am truly delighted. I wonder how that girl has been." In a flash, a graceful figure rushed into the embrace of the one-armed elder, her eyes glistening with tears as she cried, "Grandfather, what happened to your arm?" Gently, Zhan Yang caressed San Yang's head with his remaining right hand, saying, "Do not dwell on that, my dear. Today is a joyous occasion, and I have prepared your favorite dishes, almond Buddha's hand, 2-colored bean cake, and purple fragrant dried fruit." "Who is that?" The keen-eyed Zhan Yang quickly noticed the white-haired, white-clad Ge Xiao. "Grandfather, this is a friend of mine whom I encountered on my way home," Zhan Sanyang replied, casting a discreet glance at Ge Xiao and downplaying her emotions. Zhan Yang gazed at Ge Xiao for a moment, his eyes clouded with confusion as he observed. "He is gravely injured, his vitality nearly extinguished, sustained only by his formidable physique and the fire in his dantian. Curiously, despite being merely a foundation-stage cultivator, he possesses an unusually vast energy reservoir. Strangely, upon seeing him, I felt an inexplicable sense of fear." Upon hearing this, Zhan Sanyang urgently pleaded, "Grandfather, please save him. He is an important friend to me." With a fatherly smile, Zhan Yang replied, "My dear, it seems you have taken a liking to him. There may yet be a way to save him. It is said that our ancestors once rescued an injured phoenix, which, upon departing, left behind a strand of nirvana fire in the secret phoenix forest. If you can find it, he may have a glimmer of hope." "But, grandfather, that is merely a legend. No one from the Zhan family has ever found it in all these years of entering the secret realms." Zhan Sanyang expressed her frustration. Zhan Yang sighed. "Ah, it all depends on fate. After all, he has already lost his vitality, and without completing nirvana, he is destined to perish. Now, let us proceed inside." In the cool pavilion of the Zhan residence, Zhan Sanyang gazed at the stone table, laden with exquisite delicacies, and fell into a reverie. "In the past, I often played here with my brother, and it was my father who built this towering pavilion for our respite." Regaining her composure, Zhan Sanyang turned to Zhan Yang and asked, "Grandfather, have those who harmed my father and brothers received their just deserts?" A flicker of sorrow passed through Zhan Yang's eyes as he replied, "Rest assured, they have all faced their due retribution, although external threats have been resolved. You must remain vigilant regarding that branch member, Zhan Hua. He has attained the late stage of the half-step nascent soul and has mastered a ruthless technique known as heart-pushing palm. Be cautious if you encounter him in the secret realm. Now, let us dine and set aside such thoughts." "Grandfather, isn't it true that only our direct family can enter the secret realm each year?" Zhan Sanyang inquired, taking a bite of the almond-flavored dish. Zhan Yang sighed deeply indeed. "Our Zhan family has seen a decline in talent. This year we have only released 2 of the 5 slots. By the way, my dear, how do you intend to allocate the remaining 3 slots?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhan Sanyang glanced in the direction of Gu Xian's resting place and replied, "Grandfather, I plan to take him along, so I can only bring one more person. Is there anyone in the family who possesses exceptional speed among the core guests?" "That one," Zhan Yang responded, slightly taken aback, then furrowed his brow. "Our family's talent has dwindled, and I am the only one capable of contending with Zhan Hua. However, I have already reached the transformation stage and cannot enter." Zhan Sanyang responded with a wry smile, "If that is the case, let Elder Jiang accompany me. I still trust his abilities. My dear, I have a 4th-grade elixir, the vitality pill. After dinner, you should give it to your friend," Zhan Yang said, extracting a blood-red pill that exuded a fragrant aroma from his storage ring and presenting it before Zhan Sanyang. She accepted the pill and placed it in her storage ring. nodding in gratitude. Thank you, grandfather, but this vitality pill is also of great benefit to you. Zhan Yang shook his head lightly, smiling. I have already used it. Its effectiveness will significantly diminish upon a second use. All right, enough of these trivial matters. This fragrant dish was specially prepared by a chef I sought from another town. Let us see if it meets your satisfaction. Zhan Yang seemed eager to divert the conversation away from the secret realm. Zhan Sanyang gently wiped away her tears and remarked, it is quite delicious. However, it falls short compared to what mother used to make. I will send that chef away shortly. Zhan Yang replied nonchalantly. After dinner, Zhan Sanyang opened the door to a quaint courtyard, adorned with an air of antiquity and fragrant blossoms, and sighed. All these years have passed, yet nothing has changed. Except for the people here, alas. After a moment of reflection, Zhan Sanyang gracefully approached the bed where Ge Xiao was recuperating and murmured, even in his current state, you remain as radiant as ever. I hope this pill can awaken you. With that, Zhan Sanyang placed the pill into Ge Xiao's mouth. A faint red glow emanated from his body, and strands of his once white hair began to darken. Zhan Sanyang gently stroked his softening hair and said, high-grade elixirs are indeed rare. It seems I must venture into the secret realm and test my luck. In the side chamber of the Zhan residence, lavishly adorned and glimmering with jewels, an elderly man, Zhan Wei, who was in the mid-stage of the nascent soul, sat in the grand hall sipping spirit tea. His countenance somewhat grim. Father, it is I, Zhan Hua. Open the door. A robust and rugged middle-aged man, bearing an air of defiance, pounded on the door, calling out. With a mere wave of his hand, the door swung open, revealing Zhan Hua striding forward to inquire, Father, what brings me here at such an hour? What brings you here? That old wretch from the family has brought back Zhan Sanyang today, Zhan Wei replied, his expression darkening. In contrast to Zhan Wei's displeasure, Zhan Hua's face lit up with uncontainable joy upon hearing of Zhan Sanyang's return. Sanyang is back. This is wonderful. Humph. Zhan Wei scoffed at his son's apparent lack of ambition, taking a deep breath to steady himself before coldly admonishing, I warn you, it is one thing to play around, but you must not develop feelings for Zhan Sanyang. Do not forget how her family met their end. After being doused with cold water, Zhan Hua composed himself with a sigh, muttering to himself, well, I know what to do in this secret realm. Inwardly, he thought, killing is an option, but before that, I must enjoy my time with her and fulfill my long-held desires. As a father, Zhan Wei could easily discern his son's thoughts. Casting a glance at the restless Zhan Hua, Zhan Wei warned, as long as you know what to do, this matter must be handled properly. Once you seize the entire Zhan residence, you can have any woman you desire. He continued, this time, Lan Yu will accompany you. Go prepare and ensure everything is foolproof. Understood, father, Zhan Hua replied, bowing respectfully before departing. Once Zhan Hua left, Zhan Wei retrieved a communication token to summon, Lan Yu, come to my residence. Moments later, a stunning young woman clad in armor with a single ponytail approached, offering a respectful salute. Father, what do you require of me? Zhan Wei discreetly assessed Zhan Lan Yu. A glimmer of interest in his eyes. Regaining his composure, he adopted an authoritative demeanor and declared, this time, I need you to supervise Zhan Hua. If he hesitates to eliminate Zhan Sanyang, use this flawed half-artifact, the planetary charm, to assist him. As Zhan Lan Yu prepared to take her leave, she bowed, yes. Father, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Zhan Wei revealed a sinister smile, whispering an incantation, causing the planetary charm in Zhan Lan Yu's hand to emit a black mist that silently permeated her soul. Lan Yu, you appear weary. It is time for you to rest, Zhan Wei gently suggested. Zhan Lan Yu, placing her hand to her forehead, swayed briefly before collapsing to the ground. Zhan Wei bent down to lift her, channeling his energy to cast a barrier around the room before laying the unconscious beauty upon the wooden table, tearing away her garments. After a tumultuous encounter, Zhan Wei, breathless, leaned close to Zhan Lan Yu's ear and whispered, I initially intended to take you in as my daughter-in-law, but I have since changed my mind. With a lewd grin, he chanted a spell and playfully slapped her rear, murmuring, quite perky, before departing with a cackling laugh. On the wooden table, the unconscious Zhan Lan Yu stirred, a soft moan escaping her lips as she regained consciousness, feeling a sharp pain below. Through the transformation of the planetary charm, vivid images of her encounters with Zhan Hua flooded her mind, igniting a fiery passion within her. Struggling to her feet, she hastily gathered her clothes, enduring the pain as she returned to her residence, muttering curses, damn that Zhan Hua, I will surely kill you. Approximately 10 days later, an unusual spatial fluctuation occurred in the ancestral grounds of the Zhan family, revealing a small portal in the void. A silver-armored captain addressed his ironclad subordinate, instructing him to promptly inform the clan leader that the secret realm had been opened. The ironclad warrior nodded and saluted, saying, "Yes, I take my leave." Clap, clap, clap. The secret realm has been activated. Zhang Yang knocked on the door to remind them. Zhang Sanyang finished her meditation, completing her incantation, and with a flick of her finger, a small, ancient stone house, no larger than her pinky, emanated a white light, enveloping the unconscious Ge Xiao. Rising, Zhang Sanyang stored the stone house away, opened the creaking door, and called out, "Grandfather, Elder Jiang, I'm coming." Zhang Yang glanced at the stone house in her possession and asked, "Have you truly thought this through?" "Well, there aren't any suitable candidates anyway," Zhang Sanyang replied with a nod, looking at Zhang Yang with a calm demeanor. "These 3 stone beads will ensure your stay in the secret realm for 100 days. Each of you must wear one. Remember, do not lose them, otherwise you will be immediately expelled from the realm," Zhang Yang explained, holding the 3 beads in his palm. Upon finishing his words, he tossed the beads. 2 flew towards Zhang Sanyang, while the remaining 1 soared to Elder Jiang. "All right, let us depart," Zhang Yang declared. With that, the group transformed into 3 streaks of light and headed towards their ancestral grounds. Clan leader. The members of the clan saluted Zhang Yang in unison as he arrived. "Now that everyone is here, I shall speak briefly. The secret realm is fraught with peril, and I do not wish for our elite to fall needlessly. As kin, we must support one another. Should I discover anyone harming their own kind, I will show no mercy once we exit this realm," Zhang Yang stated with a grave expression. After a moment, he composed himself and smiled. "Of course, besides dangers, there are also many benefits within the secret realm. It harbors not only the legacies of ancient cultivators, but also numerous rare treasures. However, the most precious of all is the strand of nirvana fire left by the Crimson Fire Phoenix. Time is of the essence. Let us set forth," Zhang Yang concluded. And with that, Zhang Sanyang and Zhang Hua's groups flew into the secret realm one after the other. Upon entering, Zhang Sanyang began to caution Elder Jiang. The secret realm conceals prohibitive formations and numerous late-stage 4th-tier ferocious beasts. Given our cultivation levels, we must exercise utmost caution here. Elder Jiang, upon hearing this, pointed a finger, and in an instant, Zhang Sanyang was sent flying. Observing her cough up blood, he swiftly approached, bending down with a hearty laugh. "Miss, the dangers within the secret realm extend beyond mere beasts." Zhang Sanyang coughed twice and quietly inquired why. "The Zhang family has treated you well." Elder Jiang tightened his grip around her neck, coldly stating, "Well, do you recall the Jiang family, one of the 3 prominent families in Shifang town from 30 years ago? The Jiang family? Were they not exterminated?" Zhang Sanyang asked, furrowing her brow. Elder Jiang appeared agitated, his grip on her neck tightening as he bellowed. "Do you know that every midnight, the horrific deaths of over 100 members of my family haunt my dreams?" Zhang Sanyang struggled in midair, gasping for breath. "Ah, look at you in such a state," Elder Jiang exclaimed, exhilarated, as he conjured a gray thread that he twisted to bind her securely. "Once I kill you, the Zhang family will perish. How would you like to die, miss?" "If you kill me here, my grandfather will never let you go." Zhang Sanyang, now devoid of options, resorted to threatening him with her family's influence. Elder Jiang, with a frenzied demeanor, exclaimed, "How can you kill me? It was not I who committed the act, but rather Zhan Huagan." Suddenly, a sword imbued with ethereal energy materialized in his grasp. With eyes gleaming with malevolence, Elder Jiang swung the blade downward, unleashing a torrent of overlapping sword shadows, each imbued with formidable power. Alarmed by the imminent danger to her father, Zhan Xinyang cursed the oppressive constraints of fate. Within the golden tower, the small creatures buzzed about like ants on a hot skillet. Under the overwhelming pressure of the formidable beast, countless black blood ants surged forth from the tower, attempting to intercept the deadly strike. Zhan Xinyang, having fallen to the ground, gazed in disbelief at the swarm of black blood ants emerging from her chest. With a series of resounding thuds, the ants were obliterated beneath the blade, proving to be no match whatsoever. Inside Ge Xiao, the red blade, perhaps in a show of loyalty or provoked by the sword's aura, or perhaps inspired by the scent of blood, responded to Ge Xiao, channeling life force and unleashing a tempest of slicing energy. The sudden turn of events left Elder Jiang unable to evade. A golden bell materialized around him. With a thunderous crash, the blade met the golden bell, shattering it instantly, while Elder Jiang, engulfed in terror, was torn to pieces by the onslaught of sword energy. Blood pooling around him, the remnants of severed threads and scattered flesh bore witness to the grim reality. Zhan Sanyang rose, retrieving a stone house from around her neck. Examining it closely, after a moment of contemplation, she activated a spell, directing her finger at the stone house, causing a luminous glow to envelop Ge Xiao, who lay suspended in unconsciousness. Zhan Sanyang, fixated on the comatose Ge Xiao, murmured, "You truly are a remarkable elder. Even in slumber, you exude such strength." As the spell transformed once more, Ge Xiao was returned to the stone house. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, accompanied by thundering sounds. Alarmed, Zhan Sanyang realized the scent of blood had attracted nearby beasts. Furrowing her brow in agitation, she quickly channeled her energy to utilize a teleportation device to escape the area. Once the light of teleportation faded, Zhan Sanyang sought refuge atop a secluded hill, swiftly conjuring a small cave with her spirit tool. After setting a concealed array at the entrance, she finally exhaled in relief, producing a bed-like artifact and placing Ge Xiao upon it. Sitting beside him, she gazed at his unremarkable visage, her thoughts drifting back to the deadly strike witnessed earlier that day. Tenderly caressing Ge Xiao's cheek, she whispered, "Do you know? From the moment I saw you at the Zijing Inn, I sensed your uniqueness. Though you do not possess striking looks, I cannot forget you, your ethereal presence, and your unwavering care for your wife." Perhaps it was the tumult of the day or the comfort found in Ge Xiao's presence. But as she spoke, Zhan Sanyang succumbed to sleep, resting upon him. On the following morning, Zhan Sanyang stretched lazily, inadvertently noticing a faint flush upon Ge Xiao's face. After tidying the cave, she waved her hand to dispel the array outside and sped toward the tiger-crocodile swamp. Observing the foul, smoke-emitting marshland stretching for 300 miles, she felt the menacing aura within and hesitated. Echoing in her mind were her grandfather's prior warnings. "My dear girl, a century ago, those with innate abilities in our clan, using special spirit tools, discovered a solitary island rising 100 feet above the tiger-crocodile swamp. On a solitary island, there existed a vast forest of maple trees, where the echoes of phoenix calls once resonated. However, as time slipped away, the opportunity to act vanished, and one was promptly transported elsewhere. This is the jade slip of the secret realm map. Keep it safe, as it may assist you in your quest for the Nirvana fire." Meanwhile, Zhan Hua led Zhan Lanyue to an orchard. "Zhan Hua, what brings me to this place?" "To pick fruits," Zhan Lanyue remarked with evident reluctance. Ever since their relationship had deepened, she had not once graced him with a pleasant demeanor. Observing her tone, Zhan Hua felt a surge of unexplainable anger. Yet, remembering their shared upbringing, he restrained his temper and explained, "This orchard of myriad demons houses a fourth-tier monkey king, renowned for his exquisite brewing skills that not only yield delightful wine, but also possess the ability to enhance one's physique. Such a treasure is nearly impossible to obtain in the outside world, and it is one of the purposes of my visit." Upon hearing this, Zhan Lanyue's consciousness swept through the area, and she frowned. "You must be mistaken. There are 3 fourth-tier beasts within, and that Yuan king has reached the late 4th tier." Deep within the forest, a colossal yellow monkey sensed the probing of her consciousness and let out a thunderous roar that echoed for miles. Instantly, the entire forest erupted in chaos, with the sounds of chattering monkeys filling the air. Zhan Hua, noticing the sudden stir in the orchard, swiftly warned, "This is bad. We've been discovered. We must flee." He then produced an escape artifact and hastily led Zhan Lanyue away. After finding a safe hiding spot, Zhan Hua admonished her, "You should not have used your consciousness. That Monkey King's strength is not far from mine, and with nearly 10,000 demon monkeys at his command, if we are ensnared, we shall surely perish here." Zhan Lanyue gazed at him with her large, watery eyes, appearing quite aggrieved. "I had no idea that the orchard possessed such terrifying strength." Zhan Hua furrowed his brow, still unaccustomed to her demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "This secret realm is not solely governed by one faction capable of contending with this horde of monkeys. The nearby tiger-crocodile marsh holds a formidable influence as well." "You mean to incite a conflict between the 2 factions and profit from their discord?" Zhan Lanyue grasped his intent. A smirk graced Zhan Hua's lips, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Clever. I happen to possess a nearly 1,000-year-old bewitching grass, which is now perfectly suited for our needs." With that, he pointed, and a small plant, about a foot tall with 3 vibrant red fruits, took root, its rich aroma wafting through the air. The once tranquil surface of the tiger-crocodile marsh began to bubble like boiling water. The demon monkeys, their eyes turning crimson from the alluring scent of the bewitching grass, erupted into a frenzy. Ancient ferocious beasts emerged, rushing towards the 1,000-year-old plant. From the shadows, Zhan Hua observed the imminent clash between the two factions of demon beasts. Excitement barely contained in his eyes. Now is the perfect moment, Lan Yue. Let us procure the wine, Zhan Hua stated calmly. Zhan Sanyang, initially perplexed about how to traverse the treacherous marsh, instantly recognized an opportunity as she watched the ancient crocodiles surge forth from the water. She promptly channeled her magic, her form gradually becoming ethereal. An hour later, witnessing the marsh's newfound stillness, Zhan Sanyang executed her spell and soared towards the maple forest. What is that? She wondered, captivated by a red glow emanating from the tiger-crocodile marsh. Altering her spell, she enveloped herself in a magical barrier and dove towards the alluring light. In the depths of the marsh, a pair of enigmatic eyes slowly opened, gazing at the warrior, Zhan Sanyang. A gaping maw, 30 feet wide, revealed a set of large yellowed teeth, cackling ominously. How dare the greedy humans disturb my nirvana fire? They are courting death. It has been far too long since I savored the essence of humanity. How nostalgic. As Zhan Sanyang approached the crimson glow, an alarm flared within her, prompting her to swiftly shift her incantation and conjure a golden cauldron for protection. From the shadows of the swamp, an ancient tiger crocodile surged forth, its tail sweeping through the air. With a resounding crash, the creature was forced back by several dozen feet. Astonished to possess such divine might that even I cannot contend with. Yet those maple demon trees are not to be trifled with. It hastily retreated into the darkness. As Zhan Sanyang drew nearer, she discerned the extraordinary nature of the maple grove. The trees were astonishingly levitating above the water's surface. Just as she approached, a dark root shot out towards her. With a thunderous impact, the golden cauldron dimmed significantly. Zhan Sanyang's expression shifted dramatically. The mere root wielded such power. And the maple grove, which appeared to have dozens of trees, was formidable indeed. In her moment of despair, countless pink tendrils erupted from the stone dwelling at her chest, ensnaring the entire maple grove. Under the suppression of Ge Xiao's ghostly shield, the mighty maple trees were rendered powerless, their life essence drained. In response, Ge Xiao's body within the stone dwelling, akin to a withered tree awakening in spring, saw his white hair gradually shift to black. The unfolding events felt like a surreal dream. Zhan Sanyang stood in stunned disbelief at the sight of the once dominant roots now withering and crumbling. A mix of joy and astonishment filled her heart as she seized the opportunity to conjure a beam of light, hastening towards the nirvana fire. The closer she approached, the more agitated Ge Xiao's three-colored abnormal fire became, especially as its master lay in unconsciousness, unable to restrain it any longer as it surged forth towards the nirvana fire. Clang, clang. The nirvana fire seemed to resent the intrusion of the three-colored fire, transforming into a crimson phoenix that flapped its wings and screeched vehemently at the aberrant flames. However, the three-colored fire remained remarkably calm, manifesting as three chains that attacked the crimson phoenix from three directions, with one chain vanishing midway. Clang, clang. The phoenix's claws swatted away two of the approaching chains, inciting a fierce battle once more. Just as the crimson phoenix focused on the two visible chains, the concealed chain seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind, ensnaring the phoenix securely. Witnessing the phoenix's struggle against the remaining chains, the other chains rushed to assist, firmly restraining the fiery bird. Clang, clang. The blood-red phoenix fought desperately, its struggles becoming feeble as it occasionally flapped its wings. After a quarter of an hour, a four-colored fire returned to Ge Xiao's dantian. As the abnormal fire entered, the life force rapidly spread, rejuvenating Ge Xiao's previously withered skin to a plump vitality. Cough, cough, cough. Ge Xiao abruptly opened his eyes in the stone dwelling, a wave of suffocation washing over him, prompting a series of uncontrollable coughs. Fleeting images of being ambushed by his fellow disciples from the blood demon sect and suffering grievous injuries flashed through his mind, interspersed with memories of moments shared with his companions in the black hole and snippets of cultivating the blood demon art in a dim cavern. The memories of the blood-colored skeleton scholar and the prodigy of artifact crafting intertwined within his consciousness. No, no, do not. The horrifying images of Xian Ye and Xian Fei being brutally slaughtered flashed through Ge Xiao's mind as he reached out, desperate to intervene, yet powerless. Overwhelmed by despair, he fainted. The sudden outcry startled Zhan Sanyang, who felt a thought arise. The elder has awakened. Without hesitation, she pointed towards the stone chamber, where a radiant glow flickered, revealing Ge Xiao, drenched in sweat and trembling, curled upon the magical bed. Zhan Sanyang sat beside the bed, gently shaking Ge Xiao's arm and urgently calling out, "Elder, elder, what has happened to you?" Meanwhile, Jean Hua and Jean Lanue stealthily traversed the orchard. Jean Lanue conveyed through thought, Jean Hua, do you think that large cave ahead is the hidden wine cellar of King Yuan? Jean Hua shook his head and replied mentally, to acquire King Yuan's wine. I have brought the Tianshuan white ferret. With that, a white ferret appeared in Jean Hua's hand, eagerly peering into an inconspicuous cave. A gleam of joy crossed Jean Hua's face as he communicated with Jean Lanue. I know where the wine is located. Follow me. Jean Lanue nodded and trailed closely behind. After a careful observation, Jean Hua instructed Jean Lanue, Lanue, you wait outside for my signal while I enter the cave to fetch the wine. Once successful, we shall split the spoils evenly. What do you think? Upon hearing Jean Hua's proposal for a 50-50 split, Jean Lanue cast a furtive glance at him, feeling a warm sensation in her heart as she replied, all right, be careful. Jean Hua produced a spiritual artifact, murmuring incantations as his figure gradually faded, bending low as he entered the cave. King Yuan is indeed cunning to hide the monkey wine in such a place, Jean Hua mused to himself. After traversing nearly 5 miles, he was greeted by a glimmering expanse, around 300 feet in size, where a small pool was entirely filled with monkey wine, enough to fill about 100 jars. Elated, Jean Hua took out a small white porcelain bottle and, reciting a spell, watched as the bottle flew from his hand, drawing the monkey wine into it with a mysterious force. In a corner of the cave, a fist-sized yellow-haired monkey stirred, its little ears twitching as it opened its bleary eyes. Realizing someone was stealing from right under its nose, the little monkey instantly became enraged, baring its teeth and leaping towards Jean Hua with a punch. At that moment, Jean Hua, engrossed in collecting the monkey wine, sensed a powerful force approaching and quickly activated his spell, channeling energy into his sword, which transformed into a shield to block the attack from King Yuan. With a resounding crash, the sword shattered, and Jean Hua was hurled from the ground. The little yellow-haired monkey, now emerging from the cave, transformed into a colossal monkey king. With a swift motion, the monkey king reached out, poised to crush Jean Hua into pulp. Seeing this, Jean Lanue swiftly drew her whip from her waist, lashing it to pull Jean Hua out of harm's way, narrowly avoiding the monkey king's lethal strike. The monkey king, missing its target, erupted in rage, emitting a series of frantic screeches. Meanwhile, the monkey demons, embroiled in a struggle with the tiger demons over the enticing demon grass, began to stir. The leading monkeys, breaking free from their opponents, exchanged glances before emitting a unique call, prompting the rest of the monkey demons to retreat in an orderly manner towards the forest of 10,000 demons. This is bad, Lanue. We must leave quickly. The monkey horde is returning, Jean Hua communicated, coughing blood. Jean Lanue frowned, her expression grave as she replied, Jean Hua, given the monkey king's demeanor, it seems unlikely that we will escape today. Do not concern yourself. I shall find a way to delay the monkey king. Momentarily, do not resist. I will ensure your escape, Jean Hua communicated silently. He then produced a black pouch, performing a series of incantations, summoning over 30 young infant-eating eagles. Upon witnessing this, Jean Hua's magical energy enveloped Jean Lanue, propelling them at full speed away from the fruit forest of 10,000 demons. Indeed, the monkey king, upon spotting these eagles, was consumed by fiery hatred and was drawn toward them. Thud, 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 the monkey king leapt, effortlessly shattering the eagles with a barrage of strikes, reducing them to crimson mist that dispersed across the heavens and earth. When the monkey king regained his senses and sought revenge against Jean Hua, he discovered that the latter had vanished, leaving him in a comical state of frustration, scratching his head in disbelief. As the brilliance faded, the severely injured Jean Hua could no longer sustain himself and fell into unconsciousness. Observing this, Jean Lanue hurriedly approached, supporting him while urgently inquiring, Jean Hua, what has happened? Please wake up. Wake up. Receiving no response, Jean Lanue infused her magical energy to probe his condition, her expression growing grave. In her palm appeared a white elixir, exuding a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs. Without hesitation, she administered it to Jean Hua and then sought a secluded cave to lay him down. After ensuring his comfort, she positioned herself at the cave's entrance, setting up a protective formation, her heart finally finding solace. In the tiger and crocodile swamp, Zhan Xinnyang cradled Ge Xiao in her arms, gently caressing his forehead as she reassured him, do not be afraid. It is all over now. It is all behind us. In the shadows, an ancient tiger crocodile with small, darting eyes had been trapped in this hidden realm for millennia, bound by its rules and unable to advance in cultivation. The man in a coma appeared to possess only foundational cultivation, yet his abilities were evidently extraordinary. Perhaps he could assist me in escaping this world. Little girl, would you entertain a proposition? The water rippled as 100-foot-long tiger crocodile emerged from the darkness. Zhan Senyang regarded the creature with caution, stating, "It is you. With your might, what could you possibly need my assistance for?" The ancient tiger crocodile replied, "I seek to leave this place. In exchange, I shall ensure your safety within this secret realm." Collaborating with this creature would be akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Without a means to maintain balance, Zhan Senyang could not consent. She firmly declined. "As you have seen, I do not require your aid." The ancient tiger crocodile responded with a low, rumbling voice, both a reminder and a threat. "Ah, do not be so hasty in your refusal. I hold a certain standing within this secret realm. My support would greatly facilitate your endeavors here, would it not?" Considering the elder's current state and the fact that her objectives within this secret realm had already been realized, she noted that she could remain for approximately 2 more months. During this time, the assistance of the tiger crocodile might yield additional benefits. Moreover, with the elder backing her, she need not worry excessively. Contemplating this, Zhan Senyang hesitated before responding, "I am uncertain if I can indeed help you escape. Do not fret about the details, simply agree, and I shall do my utmost to assist you. I only hope that when the time comes, you might speak favorably of me before the elder." Reflecting on the elder's formidable prowess, the ancient tiger crocodile's eyes narrowed further. If she were to refuse now, it might incite suspicion from the tiger crocodile, leading to unnecessary complications. "Very well, I accept your terms," Zhan Senyang declared. The ancient tiger crocodile, sensing her compliance, responded with a hint of eagerness. "My name is Hu Yan. How shall I address you? Might I request that you place the elder upon my back?" With such an attitude from Hu Yan, Zhan Senyang could not help but comprehend that her current treatment stemmed from her seniority. She nodded, embracing Ge Xiao and channeling her magical energy to soar gracefully above Hu Yan, addressing him in a commanding tone. "You may call me Zhan Senyang, and from now on, I shall refer to you as Little Tiger." By establishing a sibling relationship with this young lady, she could indirectly foster a connection with her esteemed predecessors. Contemplating this, Hu Yan donned a wide grin and exclaimed, "Little Tiger, how delightful. Henceforth, I shall call you Sanjia." Sanjia. Zhan Senyang's lips twitched slightly. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigned supreme. And as a mere junior in the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, it was a curious sight to be addressed as sister by a seasoned practitioner of the perfected late-stage nascent soul realm. This indicated that Hu Yan possessed a remarkable potential for sycophancy. Gazing into the distance, Zhan Senyang unconsciously recalled the advice imparted by Zhan Yang. "Little girl, if you find the time, do make a trip to Qisha Ridge. Within Qisha Ridge lies an ancient inheritance stone tablet, which bears countless esoteric techniques. The majority of our family's legacy originates from this tablet." "Little Tiger, are you familiar with Qisha Ridge?" Zhan Senyang inquired. A rugged voice responded, "Sanjia, I have not heard of any Qisha Ridge." Chapter 103. Clan Battle. Zhan Senyang pointed her finger and transmitted a portion of the map provided by her grandfather, detailing the route to Qisha Ridge into Hu Yan's mind. "There you go, the route map has been sent to you. Let us embark." After her words, she took a moment to cultivate her powers. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hu Yan said, "Sanjia, perhaps you might wait for my descendants to return so I can brief them on the matters at hand, lest it causes unnecessary conflicts among our kind." "Very well. We shall depart once you have settled your clan's affairs, but do not delay too long," Zhan Senyang instructed, then devoted herself to her cultivation. Splashing sounds echoed as the tiger clan plunged into the water, with 3 leading figures exuding a markedly stronger aura than when they had left. "Big brother, we have returned." The powerful resonance of their voices reached Hu Yan's ears before their arrival. Zhan Senyang furrowed her brow, clearly displeased. "Hu Ji, you rascal. Do not make such a racket and frighten our esteemed guest." Hu Yan scolded in a deep voice. One of the younger tigers, his eyes as large as copper bells and with bloodied fangs, chuckled and replied, "Big brother, you know very well that my voice is naturally loud. We had quite a fruitful encounter competing with that band of monkeys for treasures, and I am in high spirits." Just as he finished speaking, Hu Ji produced a sprig of bewitching herb bearing a single fruit. "Big brother, look at this fine treasure." He grinned. Hu Yan, eyeing the fruit, couldn't help but salivate. And with a swift inhale, he consumed both the herb and the fruit, his body radiating a rich crimson glow. After a moment of wonder, Hu Yan praised, "What a splendid find." Hu Ji glanced around and finally fixed his gaze on Zhan Senyang, asking, "Big brother, is she the esteemed guest you mentioned?" Hu Yan's expression turned serious as he replied, "You must not be disrespectful. She is now your elder sister. From this point forward, her commands will be my commands." "An elder sister?" Hu Ji exclaimed incredulously. How can a mid-stage female cultivator of the nascent soul realm bear the title of elder sister to a fourth-tier late-stage beast? Is not the realm of cultivation dictated by strength? Indeed, you are correct, little brother, Hu Yin remarked, discerning Hu Ji's thoughts. The cultivation world honors strength, yet it does not solely revere rank. Under such guidance, Hu Ji immediately comprehended the situation, his demeanor transforming into one of utmost respect. Sister, you may call me Xiao Ji, he said humbly. Hu Yin smiled brightly and replied, Xiao Ji, for the time being, I will be assisting third sister. What are your plans? What plans could I possibly have? Naturally, I shall accompany my elder brother, Hu Ji responded. Hu Yin expressed his concern. I worry that our departure could severely diminish the tribe's high-end combat strength, making us vulnerable to other clans. Hu Ji pondered for a moment. Then with a glint of determination in his eyes, declared, Brother, there is no need for concern. There are not many clans capable of thriving in this marshland. Should we leave, the only potential threat to our tribe would be the Xi clan, and as long as... A cold smile appeared on Hu Yan's face as he interjected, then the Xi clan must not be allowed to remain. He continued with a light-hearted tone. For the sake of our tribe's peaceful proliferation, third sister may need to delay your journey for a few days. The Dragon clan has always cherished treasures, and the Xi clan is one of its branches. Even with a diluted bloodline, such habits are ingrained. Recalling the upcoming battle, San Yang spoke, Little Hu, I shall accompany you this time. Once matters are settled, we will depart for the Qi Shi Ridge, as my time in this secret realm is limited. Out of respect for his elder, Hu Yin deliberately lowered his voice. Third sister, if you wish to go, it is certainly no issue. The river gurgled. Its waters clear and pristine. Elder, has the leader of the Water Leech clan arrived? Inquired a sizable green three-eyed serpent, flicking its tongue. A slightly smaller three-eyed serpent. Shihong hissed, Brother, that group of bloodsuckers from the Water Leech clan is not to be underestimated. Shi Lin, flicking its tongue with a slightly hoarse voice, replied, I am well aware. If the Water Leech clan takes the lead, our losses could be significant. Ha ha ha, the old schemer has come. A large, dark serpent, about 50 feet long, swam toward the Serpent clan's stronghold. You only arrived so late, Water Star. I see age is catching up with you, Shi Lin remarked sarcastically. Water Star retorted, the old schemer has summoned me merely for diversion. I shall take my leave. Shi Lin, filled with curiosity, responded, I know your clan has increased in numbers over the years, and your supply of blood food is insufficient. I have called you here for this very matter. Water Star scoffed, the old schemer, you are not so benevolent. What ulterior motives do you harbor? A fleeting glimmer of malice crossed Shi Lin's eyes as he feigned profundity. The Hui Marsh is the path I have found for you. Water Star, dissatisfied, countered, you must be jesting. Hu Yin and Hu Ji are both formidable warriors in the late fourth tier. If we engage head-on, neither of our clans would fare well. Shi Lin cautioned, old fool. You have truly aged. Have you forgotten my clan's ancestral blood sacrifice formation? He then coaxed, should we instigate a clan war, there would undoubtedly be significant casualties. This would not only alleviate your clan's blood food issue, but also provide enough living beings for the formation. It is a win-win scenario, wouldn't you agree, old fool? Water Star snorted, Humph, you remain as treacherous as ever. Should you attempt to deceive me once more, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Snake Lin, with a cold and displeased expression, remarked, Old One, was the benefit you received last time a mere illusion? During our previous struggle for territory, the Sea Snake clan had collaborated with the Leech tribe. However, at that time, the blood sacrifice formation was weakened, with few beings to harness its true might, necessitating the Leech tribe's departure. This time, our clan has significantly strengthened its power and prepared adequately. Conquering the Leech tribe is but a formality. Contemplating the Leech tribe's peculiar nature, a smirk crept upon Snake Lin's lips, which he struggled to suppress. As per our usual arrangement, I desire the territory. And you seek the personnel? What say you? Snake Lin stated indifferently. With a hint of joy, Water Star responded, let us cooperate harmoniously. Snake Lin commanded, Shahong, take our kin to set up the blood sacrifice formation 100 miles east of Sea Snake Lake. Shahong replied respectfully, yes, elder brother, I shall prepare at once. With a hissing sound, Shahong swiftly departed with 300 clan members. Suddenly, a tremor echoed through the realm as the weaker clans hastily vacated to seek refuge. With a splash, numerous tiger beasts plunged into Sea Snake Lake. Sensing the encroaching foreign forces from 100 miles away, Snake Lin issued a low, ominous warning. Who dares to intrude upon the territory of the Sea Snake clan? Unyielding, Tiger Season retorted, Little Mudfish, your grandfather has arrived. Snake Lin rebuked, Tiger Clan? Do not overstep your bounds. Do you truly think the Sea Snake Clan is but mere clay? Internally cursing, he realized that his plans to scheme against the Tiger Clan were now thwarted, caught completely off guard. Immediately, Snake Lin relayed a message to Waterstar, old fellow. Delay them while I commence the arrangement of the blood sacrifice formation. With that, Snake Lin transformed into a mass of water and discreetly vanished. Tiger Season bellowed, young ones. Advance. The sound of primal physical clashes resonated through Sea Snake Lake. Watching the younger generation engage in fierce combat below, Tiger Season, unable to contain himself, turned to Tiger Yin and declared, Brother, I shall tear that mudfish apart. I am going in. With a swift strike, Tiger Season repelled the observing elder snake from the Sea Snake Clan. The single-eyed elder, enraged, unleashed a barrage of venomous needles towards Tiger Season. A smile crept onto Tiger Season's lips as he brought his forepaws together, shattering the poisonous projectiles with immense demonic power. The crocodile-headed creature twisted its body, its skin hardening into a formidable shell, and lunged swiftly at the elder snake. Faced with Tiger Season's full-on assault, the elder's expression turned pale with fear, as he radiated a brilliant light, leaving behind an empty shell that transformed into a mass of water to escape the fray. The shell, unable to withstand the force, crumbled into dust as Tiger Season shook his crocodile head in disdain. Many from the Tiger Clan, caught off guard, found their bodies ensnared by a dark entity, eliciting cries of pain. From the heights, Tiger Yan's eyes narrowed upon witnessing the Leech tribe, those blood-sucking pests, daring to interfere in their battle. Suppressing his fury, Tiger Yan consoled, Third sister, I implore you to shift your position. The situation is unfavorable for our clan, and I must join the fray. Upon hearing this, War Three Mothers channeled her energy, withdrawing from the combat to observe from a distance. Tiger Yan's body emanated a radiant glow, rapidly lowering the lake's temperature. Many weaker members of the Leech tribe swiftly lost their fighting capabilities, crushed into powder by the enraged Tiger Clan. After a day and night of relentless combat, the Tiger Ogre tribe evidently demonstrated exceptional prowess, achieving an overwhelming victory. Suddenly, the blood upon the battlefield was drawn in vast quantities, and the waters of the nearby lake seemed to ignite, bubbling incessantly. Chapter 104. The Three Blades of God. Slaying the burly brute reveled in the fight. Allow me to introduce our tribe's blood sacrifice array. The more lives we offer, the greater the power we wield. In its current state, even an expert at the early stage of transformation would find it difficult to escape this formation, murmured the serpent forest, shrouded in foreboding. At the same time, the long-dormant crimson blade absorbed a tremendous amount of life force, drawing Ge Xiao into a blood-red illusion. Within this surreal realm appeared a grotesque figure wielding a blood-red longsword. The first style of the Three Blades of God. Slaying, momentary radiance. The figure reversed his grip on the sword, channeling his own life force violently into the crimson blade. In a half-crouched position, he shrank to a mere inch and, in an instant, slashed from 100 miles away, unleashing a blade aura that surged forth like a blossoming firework. The second style, severing the long sky, suspended in the void. The figure gripped the sword with both hands as the longsword voraciously absorbed the surrounding life force. With a single stroke, the blade aura extended for 10,000 miles, severing even the flow of time itself. The third style, mourning the heavens and the silence of the world. The figure, imbued with overwhelming murderous intent, sought to annihilate everything. The longsword ravenously absorbed all surrounding life force, and with a single strike, the heavens darkened, the rules shattered, and living beings were reduced to dust, the world falling into an eternal silence with no hope of resurrection. As Ge Xiao found himself ensnared in this illusion, the scene outside was equally riveting. The serpent forest channeled his mystical energy, repeatedly pressing upon the formation that materialized before him. Armored figures with blood-red serpent heads emerged from thin air. The Tiger Ogre tribe was caught off guard by the sudden appearance of these armored serpent-headed beings, and those of lesser strength were swiftly slain. Their cries of despair stifled before they could escape. The more formidable members of the Tiger Ogre tribe faced gruesome fates. Some had their entrails ripped from their bodies by the serpent-headed beings, while others met their end with their heads severed, blood gushing forth. The scene a testament to the brutal carnage. The abrupt turn of events left brothers Huyin and Huji in a state of utter confusion. Huyin managed to repel one of the armored serpent-headed beings, swiftly positioning himself before Zhan Sanyang, whispering urgently, Sister, these serpent-headed beings are at least mid-stage nascent soul. With over 30 at late-stage nascent soul, our kin are suffering heavy casualties and can barely hold on. We must summon the elder to intervene, or we shall all perish here. Zhan Sanyang gently shook Ge Xiao, calling out, Elder, awaken! Elder, awaken! Seeing no sign of response from Ge Xiao, she shook her head at Huyen. Witnessing their kin fall one by one, Huyen exclaimed anxiously, Sister, we are trapped within this grand formation. With our current abilities, escape is impossible. If this continues, we will all meet our doom. We must hasten to awaken the elder. As the battle progressed, the strength of the armored serpent-headed beings intensified, while the numbers of the tiger ogre tribe dwindled, rendering them unable to resist. Among the 5 pinnacle late-stage armored serpent-headed beings, their blood-red eyes fixated on Ge Xiao and his companions, brandishing their crimson claws as they lunged forward. Huyen could sense the overwhelming power of the serpent-headed beings, while he might manage to contend with 1 or 2. Facing 5 was an insurmountable despair. Confronted by 5 formidable pinnacle-tier serpent-headed beings, Huyen's form swiftly condensed into a mighty tiger clad in crimson-scaled armor, ready to retaliate. In an instant, the skies resonated with thunderous roars as he deftly maneuvered through the air. Before long, with a resounding crash, Huyen was ejected from the fray, battered and bruised. The 5 serpent-headed beings, tilting their heads in amusement, reveled in the sight of their prey on the brink of death, emitting sounds of delight. Before Huyen could gather his wits, they launched another fierce assault. Observing the dire situation, Zhan Xinyang soared forward, channeling her powers to conjure a golden cauldron, which enveloped Huyen in a protective embrace. The golden cauldron shattered into fragments, and Zhan Xinyang coughed up a mouthful of blood. Faced with the onslaught of the 5 serpent-headed beings, despair filled her heart as she cast a lingering glance at Ge Xiao and then closed her eyes. The serpent-headed beings, oblivious to the concept of compassion, unleashed their sharp claws with deadly intent. Just as it seemed Zhan Xinyang was destined to perish beneath their lethal strikes. A figure from the illusion, having executed the divine slashing 3 blades, vanished without a trace. A tome of the divine slashing technique materialized within the illusion, and with a tremendous upheaval, the illusion dissipated, engraving the technique deep within Ge Xiao's soul. The sharp pang in his spirit jolted Ge Xiao awake, and he beheld the 5 serpent-headed beings poised to strike Zhan Xinyang. Without hesitation, he summoned the eternal prison to shield her, simultaneously conjuring a blood-colored longsword. With eyes half closed, his body arched like a bow as he invoked the first stance of the divine slashing technique, the moment of blossoming. His eyes flew open, revealing a murderous intent. In the blink of an eye, all life within the sacrificial array, save for Zhan Xinyang, was annihilated. Zhan Xinyang felt a gentle breeze brush past, accompanied by a heavy scent of blood filling her nostrils. As she opened her eyes, the world appeared drenched in crimson. Ge Xiao, with his eyes tightly shut, summoned his innate artifact, the ghost infant shield, which extended its branches like a whale drinking in life force. After half an hour, the lake returned to its former clarity. Floating in the air, Ge Xiao raised the blood-colored longsword and executed the second stance of the divine slashing technique, the severing of the long sky, with a single stroke. The blood sacrifice array collapsed with a deafening roar, and the blade's energy surged for miles. Zhan Xinyang exclaimed with joy, Senior, you have awakened. You have saved me once more. Ge Xiao sheathed the long sword within himself. The sorrow of losing his wife and child lingered, undiminished by the joy of mastering the divine, slashing 3 blades. He suppressed his grief, striving to maintain a neutral expression as he spoke. Miss Zhan, you are too courteous. How fares your injury? I am grateful for your care during these past days. We need not remain so formal. You may call me Ge Xiao or simply Xiao. Zhan Xinyang, filled with gratitude, replied, Thank you, Senior Ge Xiao, for your concern. I am unharmed. With that, she ingested a healing elixir, sitting cross-legged to recuperate her wounds. Ge Xiao nodded, positioning the blood-colored longsword before him, settling down as he gazed into the distance, retrieving a piece of information from the memories of the blood scholar. It was rumored that within the primordial great world existed a celestial treasure capable of reversing fate, a marvel that not only defied the heavens and altered destiny, but also wielded powers beyond mortal comprehension. This treasure was composed of 5 legendary artifacts: the black and white life and death mirror, the longevity tower, the immortal trapping pearl, the time cup, and the soul-capturing blade. However, millennia prior, the treasure had shattered, leaving no trace of these artifacts. Ge Xiao vowed silently, no matter the cost, I shall seek out that treasure capable of reversing fate, even if it means traversing the vastness of 3,000 worlds. At this moment, Ge Xiao's gaze was resolutely steadfast, concealing the sorrow in his heart. The upheaval within the serpent clan had inevitably attracted the covetous eyes of nearby forces. With his soul comparable to that of a transcendent being, Ge Xiao was naturally aware of these lurking powers. Grasping his blood-red dagger, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes, and with a cold snort, an overwhelming blade aura surged forth, as if to annihilate all living beings. In the vast demon fruit forest, a yellow-furred monkey cautiously poked its head out, its eyes glimmering with terror, trembling as it retreated into its lair, too frightened to show itself. In a desolate sandy expanse, a winged creature resembling a worm also recoiled in fear, suppressing its presence and remaining motionless. After instilling fear in the lesser beings, Ge Xiao reigned in his aura, closing himself off once more to assess his own state. The four-colored strange flames within him continuously provided vitality while refining his flesh at every moment, and his innate artifact was inching closer to the mid-grade tier. After a brief interlude, Zhan Sanyang rose and bowed to Ge Xiao, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Ge Xiao, for your protection." Ge Xiao replied nonchalantly, "I am not fond of excessive formality. You need not be so reserved in my presence." Noticing Zhan Sanyang seemingly searching for something, Ge Xiao chose not to elaborate and took flight to a concealed spot, casually executing a strike with the moon-cutting blade technique. With a resounding boom, the protective array vanished, and the treasure's brilliance emerged. Ge Xiao directed his gaze toward the revealed cave, saying, "Miss Zhan, is this what you seek?" Zhan Sanyang exclaimed with delight. "How did you know I was searching for the Serpent Clan's treasures?" Ge Xiao responded, "I noticed you surveying your surroundings. I surmised you were in search of something. Let us proceed." With that, a dozen small black blood ants, no larger than puppies, surged ahead under Ge Xiao's command. Zhan Sanyang quietly followed behind Ge Xiao, showing no surprise at the recent events, as she observed the cave's interior. As she gazed at the adorned passage filled with spirit stones and stellar stones, she murmured, "Indeed, the Dragon Clan's offshoot has adorned its cave passage so lavishly." To Ge Xiao, who possessed extraordinary spirit stones, such trinkets were of little consequence. However, as they reached the deepest part of the cave, a flicker of emotion stirred within the usually tranquil Ge Xiao. In an inconspicuous corner lay a time stone, no larger than a pinky finger. Pointing to an oval, earthy yellow stone, he said, "Miss Zhan, aside from that stone, everything else in this cave can be yours." After speaking, Ge Xiao directly absorbed the time stone into the eternal prison. He thought to himself, "The power is indeed formidable. Such a small stone consumes an enormous amount of my true essence." Reluctantly, Ge Xiao placed the time stone upon his brow, furrowing his brows. Once he had selected his desired treasures, Zhan Sanyang finally noticed Ge Xiao's troubled expression directed at a stone and laughed softly. "Is there something that perplexes you, Senior?" Despite his strong aversion to the blood scholar, the fusion of their souls and memories made recalling certain matters unavoidable. Calming his emotions, Ge Xiao searched his mind for the blood scholar's life experiences and insights for a solution. A transparent golden stone crystallized in his thoughts, the chaotic ghost gold. A peculiar metal from beyond the realms, possessed the ability to merge with the essence of all things. Ge Xiao felt a surge of joy at the existence of such an extraordinary object, realizing that the blood scholar had come across it centuries ago. However, the blood scholar, lacking knowledge of forging, had merely cast it aside in a corner of his storage ring, allowing it to gather dust. Chapter 105. The Enigmatic Stone Ridge. Upon hearing this, Ge Xiao turned to face Zhan Sanyang, his expression somewhat awkward. "Miss Zhan, you jest. I am not a deity. However, I do require your assistance with a matter. I need to refine my life-bound treasure and hope you can provide protection during the process." Zhan Sanyang smiled in response. "There is no need for formalities, Senior Ge." With that, she intended to step outside the cave. Ge Xiao turned to her once more, saying, "Your talents and treasures are truly remarkable, Miss Zhan." She glanced back and nodded. "Senior Ge, I have already received ample benefits this time." Observing her demeanor, Ge Xiao did not press further and waved his hand, storing the treasures of the cave into his ring. Seating himself on the ground, Ge Xiao began to restore his vitality. Once settled, he started to inventory the materials he required. Items such as chaos ghost gold, spatial stones, rift gold, and demon binding stones were laid out in an orderly fashion. 10 exquisite spirit stones flew out from Ge Xiao's storage ring, and with a flick of his finger, a formation cauldron materialized in the air. He exhaled, releasing a four-colored flame that descended into the heart of the formation. As he chanted the incantation, the necessary materials began to levitate into the cauldron in an orderly fashion. From within Ge Xiao's body, a blackish-pink shield emerged and settled at the center of the formation cauldron. The addition of chaos, ghost gold, and various precious materials led to a highly successful fusion, including the time stone. Amidst this convergence of opportunities, the ghost infant shield, which was already on the verge of becoming a mid-grade divine artifact, suddenly transformed. With a resounding crack, the energy of the ghost infant shield reached the level of a mid-grade divine artifact. The upgraded ghost infant shield could not only manipulate space, but also exert control over time with ease, its power rivaling that of high-grade divine artifacts. It could be said that now, even in the face of a late-stage Dharma manifestation, the ghost infant shield could evade capture. As the heavens darkened and thunder roared, a thunder dragon howled within this secret realm, transforming into the cataclysmic thunder of the 4-9 tribulation. Outside the cave, Zhan Sanyang felt a surge of anxiety, yet dared not disturb Ge Xiao, promptly taking flight 100 miles away. Gazing at the ominous sky, Zhan Sanyang murmured, "What on earth is Senior Ge doing amidst such a terrifying tribulation?" Suddenly, a massive yellow monkey head appeared behind her, whispering, "What are you looking at, my dear?" Startled, Zhan Sanyang instinctively summoned a protective shield and retreated, distancing herself from the giant monkey. "Do you think you can escape?" The giant monkey teased, ensnaring her within its grasp. Looking down at Zhan Sanyang, the giant monkey buzzed, "Do not worry, I shall not consume you just yet. I still require you to exchange for treasures." Meanwhile, the ghost infant shield within Ge Xiao seemed to be provoked by the thunder dragon, transforming into a cherry blossom tree that burst forth from the cave and soared into the stormy clouds. The branches of the cherry blossom tree swayed gracefully, and as the thunder dragon peeked out, it vanished without a trace. In less than the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the sky returned to tranquility. As if the tribulation had never occurred, Ge Xiao summoned the ghost infant shield back into his body and exited the cave, only to discover that Zhan Sanyang was nowhere to be found. Closing his eyes, he extended his consciousness, only to encounter a barrier of divine thought as he approached the 10,000 demons fruit forest. Humph! He increased the intensity of his mental assault. Thud! The giant monkey within the forest staggered, momentarily dazed and dropping to one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Zhan Sanyang broke free from her confinement and propelled herself towards Ge Xiao's retreating cave with all her might. With a surge of determination, the giant monkey extended its sharp claws and swiped at Zhan Sanyang. Sensing the impending danger, Ge Xiao immediately invoked the eternal prison, enveloping Zhan Sanyang in a layer of yellow protective shield. Simultaneously, 2 branches of pink cherry blossoms manifested. One, crackling with arcs of electricity, lashed out with the ferocity of thunder towards the giant monkey's palm, while the other coiled back to pull back the warrior maiden, Zhan Sanyang. The giant monkey, covering its struck palm, glared with fury at Ge Xiao, who stood 100 miles away. Shortly thereafter, nearly 10,000 ferocious monkey demons from the forest of 10,000 demons sprang forth with sticks in hand, brimming with reckless bravado. Unfazed by their audacity, Ge Xiao, already filled with resentment, showed no mercy as he unleashed countless branches from within himself, wildly striking the bloodthirsty monkeys. The sound of slaps echoed as the yellow monkeys were sent flying, resembling dumplings falling from the sky. In no time, the forest was filled with wails, as countless monkey demons writhed in agony on the ground, their skin torn and bleeding. Witnessing this spectacle, the Monkey King was filled with terror, kneeling in desperation and pleading, "Senior, please spare me." Ge Xiao, with an impassive gaze directed at the Monkey King while holding Zhan Sanyang aloft, coldly remarked, "It is her you should be apologizing to, not me." Upon hearing this, the Monkey King immediately prostrated himself before Zhan Sanyang, tears streaming down his face, imploring, "Miss, I beg you, spare my life." Zhan Sanyang, astonished by the sight of the suffering monkeys, only regained her composure when Ge Xiao produced a white pill. Blushing with modesty, she pleaded, "Though I wish to end its life, my family's influence is limited, and I would prefer to tame it as a guardian beast for our clan." With a glimmer of murderous intent in his eyes, Ge Xiao addressed the Monkey King calmly, "You have heard her request. Now tell me your decision." As a millennium-old demon king, the Monkey King's wisdom was not to be underestimated. Ge Xiao's unmasked killing intent unmistakably conveyed that refusal would lead to his demise. Acknowledging this, the Monkey King gritted his teeth and resolved to bow once more before Zhan Sanyang, declaring, "Monkey-san pays homage to my master." Ge Xiao then silently performed a spell, extending his left hand to extract a drop of Zhan Sanyang's blood, inscribing the master-servant contract. He then addressed the Monkey King with calm authority, "Since you have acknowledged your master, you must now surrender your soul." In the memory of the Blood Scholar, there existed numerous methods to control individuals, and the soul-binding blood contract was among the most severe. Violation of this contract would undoubtedly invite retribution from the forces of rule. And unless one transcended the realm of law, escape from its grasp would be impossible. The Monkey King contemplated that by relinquishing his soul, he could wait for the powerful man to depart and then eliminate the girl to reclaim his soul. A smirk involuntarily crept upon his lips, and two beams of blue light burst forth from his head. Observing this, Ge Xiao swiftly gestured, channeling the soul into the soul-binding blood contract. Warning. I advise you not to entertain any treacherous thoughts. This contract is no trivial matter. Upon completing the incantation, a red light descended upon the Monkey King's brow. Ge Xiao calmly explained to Zhan Sanyang, "This is the soul-binding blood contract. It shall become your blood servant. Should it fail to reach the realm of law, it will remain bound to you for eternity, incapable of disobeying your commands." The Monkey King, covered in crimson markings, rolled on the ground, crushing the surrounding flora. Zhan Sanyang, puzzled, inquired, "Senior Ge Xiao, what is happening to it?" Ge Xiao cast a cold glance at the Monkey King and said indifferently, "It is punished by the power of the rules because it harbors animosity towards you." Upon mentioning the power of the rules, Zhan Sanyang awkwardly interjected, "This secret realm only permits beings below the transformation stage, and living entities cannot be taken out of the realm." Hearing this, Ge Xiao swept his divine sense over the golden tower, noticing the little ones were safe, and he sighed in relief, saying, "Fear not, I have a solution." After a moment of hesitation, Zhan Sanyang inquired, "Senior Ge Xiao, your time in the secret realm is limited. Could you accompany me to the strange stone ridge?" Ge Xiao nodded, gesturing towards the giant monkey, little monkey, to the strange stone ridge. He then summoned the ghost infant shield, appearing before the Monkey King, and admonished, "Why can't you understand what I am saying?" The Monkey King, filled with trepidation, curled up on the ground and trembled. "Senior, please do not be angry. I will take you to the strange stone ridge at once." Ge Xiao leapt onto the Monkey King's shoulder and turned to Zhan Sanyang, saying, "Miss Zhan." He then indicated for her to join him on the Monkey King's shoulder. Once Zhan Sanyang was settled, Ge Xiao spoke to the Monkey King, "Let us depart." Reflecting on the moments shared with Xian Fei and Xian Ye, a profound sorrow etched across Ge Xiao's face. He thought to himself that Zhan Sanyang had aided him greatly, and after assisting her, he must visit the Corpsine Mountain. Ge Xiao believed in the principle of cause and effect. Despite his innate reluctance to merge with the blood scholar's soul, he had learned of the existence of the reversal of fate from the scholar's memories, indicating that he could indeed resurrect Fei and the others. Noticing Ge Xiao's emotional turmoil, Zhan Sanyang cautiously asked, "Senior Ge Xiao, are you thinking of Sister Xian Fei?" Ge Xiao's mind flooded with memories of Xian Fei and Xian Ye. His voice tinged with emotion, "It is all my fault. I should never have left them alone in the Phantom Cave, putting them in danger." Taking a deep breath, Ge Xiao regained his composure and resolutely declared, "I will certainly save them." Zhan Sanyang nodded encouragingly, "Yes, I believe you can." After 2 days of travel, Ge Xiao and his companions arrived at a place where bizarre stones jutted out in peculiar formations. The Monkey King had reverted to a mere 3 inches in height, trailing behind Ge Xiao, his eyes revealing a sense of wariness. In contrast, Ge Xiao maintained a calm demeanor, observing, "I never expected such a spectacle to exist here. Not only are the stones oddly shaped, but their material is also quite unique." Zhan Sanyang cautioned, "Senior Ge Xiao, the strange stone ridge is not as tranquil as it appears. It is home to the violent and bloodthirsty stone clan. They typically conserve energy by sleeping." She then retrieved a bottle of milky liquid from her storage ring, stating, "Apply this, and you will be able to evade the stone clan's perception." Ge Xiao applied the substance and remarked, "It smells quite pleasant." He then tossed the bottle to the Monkey King. "Little monkey, hurry and apply this." Once the 3 of them had finished applying the liquid, Ge Xiao inquired, "Miss Zhan, you seem thoroughly prepared. What is it about this place that captivates you so?" Zhan Sanyang replied with longing, "There is a legacy monument here, inscribed with countless precious secret techniques. If I could learn even 1 or 2, it would be immensely beneficial." Meanwhile, Zhan Hua, feeling better, stretched languorously. Observing this, Zhan Lanhua quickly approached and asked, "Zhan Hua, what are your plans next? Our time in the secret realm is limited. You are aware that this secret realm has always been under the control of the main family, and the information we possess was acquired by my father at great expense from an elder. Next, we shall utilize this time to thoroughly investigate the secret realm and chart it." After a brief contemplation, Zhan Hua remarked. At that moment, Zhan Lanhua, momentarily lost in thought, cast a glance at Zhan Hua, her eyes concealing a lethal intent, before smiling and saying, "I will follow your lead." Zhanhua, oblivious to the underlying tension, took out a jade slip and inscribed the tiger's maw swamp and the myriad beast fruit forest within it. After a moment of deliberation, Zhanhua determined their course and declared, "Let us proceed and explore other areas." With that, the two of them ascended and flew southward. Time passed, and Zhan Lanyu pointed towards a place ahead where grotesque rocks stood erect, inquiring, "What is that place? It seems to isolate even the soul." Zhanhua scrutinized the scene, furrowing his brow as he replied, "I am uncertain. Let us venture inside and proceed with caution." With a command, Zhanhua descended from their flight and cautiously advanced inward. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ge Xiao and his companions stood within a barrier formation. Zhan Sanyang, puzzled, asked, "Senior Ge Xiao, what is the purpose of this?" Ge Xiao did not answer directly but countered with a question, "Miss Zhan, how much do you know about the Wonderstone Ridge?" Zhan Sanyang frowned and responded, "I only know of a relatively safe passage through the legacy stone tablet. Beyond that, I am unaware." Ge Xiao was not surprised by Zhan Sanyang's response. He retrieved a white half-artifact circular mirror from his storage ring and stated, "This stone ridge is rather peculiar. Let us explore it first before entering." With a series of intricate hand gestures, Ge Xiao unleashed numerous transparent orbs that rapidly spread across the entire Wonderstone Ridge. As he cast a spell, the mirror displayed a dynamic representation of the entire Wonderstone Ridge. Zhan Sanyang, intrigued, leaned closer to the mirror and observed two figures stealthily advancing. Exclaiming in astonishment, "They have also entered the Wonderstone Ridge." Ge Xiao casually inquired, "Do you know them? Should we meet up?" Zhanhua had always coveted the position of the main family, and if he were to perish within the Wonderstone Ridge, it would not be amiss. "No, I am not familiar with them. We should proceed to the Legacy Stone Tablet," Zhan Sanyang replied. Ge Xiao, naturally inclined to a cold demeanor and influenced by the blood scholar, was not inclined to delay his journey for two strangers, responding, "Very well. I do not know the way to the Legacy Stone Tablet. You shall lead." He then tossed the mirror to Zhan Sanyang. Zhan Sanyang, momentarily taken aback by the mirror in her hands, realized its significance. It was a half-artifact, not a mere common item. Few existed even within the entire Long Night Demon domain, and those that did were predominantly held by powerful factions. With the aid of the mirror, the two swiftly evaded the Stone Clan and arrived before the Legacy Stone Tablet. Ge Xiao gazed at a rectangular green stone with a missing corner, questioning, "Is this the Legacy Stone Tablet you mentioned? It looks rather peculiar." Zhan Sanyang produced a hand-drawn stone fragment for comparison and confirmed, "This is indeed the place." She then placed her arm upon the chipped corner of the stone tablet, infusing it with her spiritual energy. The already green stone tablet became even more vibrant, and simultaneously, green thorns emerged from its surface, piercing Zhan Sanyang's skin. Ge Xiao, upon witnessing this, felt a tightening in his heart, and pink branches sprouted from his body, exuding a threatening aura. Zhan Sanyang reassured him, "Senior Ge Xiao, there is no need for concern. According to the records, this is quite normal." Ge Xiao retracted the branches and waved his hand to cast a magical formation. Ascending to a high altitude where he sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed as he emanated spiritual energy to protect Zhan Sanyang. "Zhanhua, do you sense something amiss in our surroundings?" Zhan Lanyu observed that the stone had shifted slightly and alerted Zhanhua. Zhanhua's expression turned grave. "Indeed, there is something off. We must tread carefully." Subsequently, he covertly employed the heart-provoking palm technique, preparing to defend against any disturbances around them. Zhan Lanyu summoned her armor and brandished her sword, closely trailing behind Zhanhua. As the duo delved deeper, it felt as though countless eyes had opened in the shadows. Suddenly, a cacophony of falling stones roused the ferocious, bloodthirsty Stone Clan, their crimson eyes gleaming with excitement as they began to assess their surroundings before charging at Zhanhua and Zhan Lanyu like leopards. Faced with hundreds of imposing, 30 zhang tall unknown giants, Zhanhua extended his spiritual sense, his countenance tense as he realized he could not discern the realms of these colossal entities. Quietly, he transmitted a message. "A wise man does not court immediate disaster. Zhan Lanyu, we must retreat." Zhanhua, though appearing rough, was inherently cautious, a trait essential for his standing within the clan. However, it was too late. The seemingly cumbersome bloodthirsty Stone Clan exhibited astonishing speed. With no means to escape, Zhanhua declared, "We must brace ourselves for a fight." Zhan Lanyu noted that since the awakening of these giants, a spatial ceiling formation had automatically formed around them. With a thunderous crash, a small, triangular-headed gray Stone Clan member hurled a compatriot aside, bellowing, "Get out of my way." Following this, a wild charge ensued. A fist aimed at Zhanhua and Zhan Lanyu. Unwilling to be outdone, Jianhua summoned his power, unleashing the heart-provoking palm in response. The two forces collided, resulting in a stalemate where both sides retreated 30 zhang. Concealing his palm behind him, Jianhua conveyed to Zhang Lanyu, "Do you possess any means of escape? These creatures are formidable. If we linger, we shall not evade." Zhang Lanyu, noticing Jianhua's trembling hand hidden behind him, understood the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, she retrieved a yellow lightning orb from her ring, infused it with her spiritual energy, and hurled it forth. With a crack, the lightning orb erupted, arcs of electricity surging forth, annihilating the bloodthirsty stone clan that crossed its path. Exchanging glances, Jianhua and Zhang Lanyu activated their escape light and sped through the breach. Ge Xiao, who had maintained a calm demeanor, furrowed his brow in surprise upon realizing that Jianhua and Zhang Lanyu were fleeing toward him. Casting a glance at Zhang Sanyang, who was engrossed in comprehending a secret technique, he thought to himself that it was time to employ the god-slaying three blades. Without further delay, Ge Xiao activated his technique, unleashing a swarm of black blood ants from the golden tower, numbering at least 500,000. The relentless black blood ants, upon receiving their command, launched a frenzied assault on any nearby beings. Jianhua and Zhang Lanyu, confronted with the sudden emergence of the black blood ant swarm, felt an unexpected surge of relief, skillfully navigating their escape while avoiding the mass. Indeed, the appearance of the black blood ants diverted the attention of the majority of the Stone Clan. Feeling the pressure alleviate, Jianhua glanced back, cursing under his breath. "Damn that triangular fiend, it won't leave me be." Faced with the overwhelming might of the ferocious, bloodthirsty Stone Clan, the black blood ants exhibited no fear, resorting to suicidal attacks. The sounds of impact echoed as the Stone Clan members crushed the ants into clouds of crimson mist. In the face of such a harrowing scene, Ge Xiao's heart remained unperturbed as countless pink branches rose behind him, enveloping a 5-mile radius around the battle maiden, Zhang Sanyang. Ge Xiao contemplated whether he could employ the first stance of the Divine Slayer technique, the moment of blooming, to eradicate these stone creatures. Simultaneously, he cast a glance at Jianhua and Zhang Lanyu, who were fleeing. He resolved to spare them for the sake of their kinship with Zhang Sanyang. Retrieving the remnants of the black-blooded ants, Ge Xiao slightly closed his eyes, his body bending like a bow as he activated the first technique of the Divine Slayer's three blades, the moment of blooming. In an instant, all the fearsome stone creatures near Jianhua were annihilated. "Ah, yet another blood debt," Ge Xiao sighed, sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent and the flash of blades. Both Jianhua and Zhang Lanyu, as well as the triangular gray stone creatures pursuing them, were drenched in cold sweat. Startled, Jianhua and Zhang Lanyu hastened their escape from the Qishe Ridge. Upon turning back, the triangular gray stone creatures beheld their once living kin now reduced to countless shattered stones. Enraged, they charged at Ge Xiao, raising their colossal fists to strike. Ge Xiao furrowed his brow, and with a flick of his branches, the triangular gray stone creatures were reduced to mere rubble before they could utter a word. "How intriguing. This place even harbors spirit beasts," Ge Xiao remarked with a smile, observing a glossy black creature resembling a small dog leaping from the ground to gobble up the inner core dropped by the triangular gray stone creatures. The spirit beast blinked its large white eyes and sniffed around, seemingly preparing to flee upon finding no further food. Ge Xiao promptly retrieved a dozen inner cores from his storage ring and tossed them one by one. The spirit beast accelerated, leaping to devour one of the inner cores. Its white eyes lit up as it continued to consume the remaining inner cores before collapsing onto the ground in a deep slumber. Watching this carefree creature, Ge Xiao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that subduing this little being was not as difficult as he had imagined. Without further ado, Ge Xiao drew forth his blood to perform the soul-binding blood contract technique, capturing a fragment of the spirit beast's soul while it slept soundly. Ignoring the recently subdued spirit beast, he began to review his memories regarding the spirit beast, discovering that it was a unique creature that consumed inner cores of demon beasts to generate spirit stones. Chapter 107. The Burial Secret Realm concluded. Ge Xiao then executed a hand gesture to draw the spirit beast into the golden tower, stowing away the crimson long knife within his body before resuming his meditative practice. After numerous explorations, Ge Xiao felt a pang of disappointment, as he had not anticipated that the Qishe Ridge would yield nothing but worthless stones. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and swiftly traversed the gaps between the stones using the ghost infant shield. This expanse of stones was predominantly of blue-white hue, yet hidden among them was a blood-red oval stone. He reached out to grasp the crimson stone, examining it closely, and was astonished by the richness of its life force. The strength of the Divine Slayer's 3 blades depended on life force. Now, with this stone in hand, he felt fearless in the realm of law. And he even possessed the courage to venture into the initial domain of the law. Ge Xiao carefully stored the blood-red stone and returned to the stone tablet of inheritance, continuing to guard Zhan Senyang. For many years, since acquiring the black jade spider, he had not attended to this matter. As a thought flickered, a small spider, entirely obsidian and emanating a jade-like luster, materialized before Ge Xiao. He gently caressed the black jade spider, contemplating that it was time to concoct the soul-binding silk. However, the spider's innate silk remained insufficiently potent to forge an artifact of divine caliber. It seemed he would need to devise a method to procure blood jade demon gold. Time slipped away swiftly, and the white stone beads began to shimmer differently, awakening Zhan Senyang, who was engrossed in deciphering the secret arts. Ge Xiao soared to her side and inquired, "Has the time in the secret realm come to an end?" She nodded, albeit with a hint of regret, replying, "Indeed. But it is unfortunate that I have not fully comprehended the secret technique." Ge Xiao gazed at the stone tablet and acknowledged, "There is, in fact, no alternative. This inheritance tablet serves as the foundation of the entire secret realm formation. Only by attaining the law domain realm can one traverse the void at will. Otherwise, should one become lost within the void and encounter a void storm, even those at the pinnacle of the law avatar would be torn to shreds." As everyone prepared to exit, an unforeseen incident occurred within the secret realm. After 100 days of bloodshed, the ground was awash in crimson. Yet the onlookers failed to notice that the blood was gradually fading. The blood seeping into the ground began to converge at a single point. Where a ghastly pail had opened its mouth wide to consume the blood, flesh slowly sprouting atop it. As the flesh infused, a bizarre elder with wispy white hair emerged, his gaping maw revealing a row of uneven yellow teeth. "Ha ha ha. I, the blood-tooth ancestor, have finally been resurrected. After a full 3,000 years. I have gathered enough essence blood. To celebrate my rebirth, you shall all remain here for me." The blood-tooth ancestor's yellowed teeth wobbled grotesquely. Suddenly, a fissure opened in his forehead, and a crimson light shot into the heavens, causing the boundary tablet to tremble and ascend towards the blood-tooth ancestor's hiding place. This sudden phenomenon alerted the inhabitants of the secret realm. Ge Xiao dispatched his blood-red long knife, enveloping himself in a rays of protection. The head of the blood-tooth ancestor levitated upon the boundary tablet, and in an instant, the entire secret realm was shrouded in a sanguine hue, with blood-black rain beginning to fall from the sky. This strange, dark crimson rain possessed an uncanny magic. Any cultivator or beast within the secret realm that came into contact with it exhibited signs of euphoric intoxication, only to be followed by agony as their bodies swelled and sprouted hardened fur, ultimately launching indiscriminate attacks on any nearby living beings. Chaos erupted throughout the secret realm. Ge Xiao's brow furrowed tightly, anxiety gnawing at him. The myriad anomalies indicated that events were spiraling into uncontrollable territory. Frenzied beasts assaulted the protective arrays recklessly. And witnessing the dwindling spirit stones in his storage pouch, Ge Xiao resolved not to remain idle. He brandished the blood demon blade and soared into the sky. He needed to break through the barrier while he still possessed the strength to do so, to carve out a sliver of hope for himself. With spirit energy surging and blood essence flooding in, the blood-red long knife grew searingly hot. The 8 trigrams disc whirled rapidly, releasing strands of black and white. Ge Xiao swung the blade, unleashing a beam of light that ascended, with the black and white strands incessantly slicing through the barrier. Cultivators still retaining some semblance of rationality in the secret realm observed Ge Xiao's frenzied actions with expressions of struggle. None wished to expend their utmost effort to breach the barrier, merely to serve as a means for another's gain. Unbeknownst to them, the resurrection of the Bloodfang ancestor was but recent. His strength required the accumulation of blood energy, and the longer the delay, the more formidable he would become. Indeed, the masses lacked the audacity of Ge Xiao, who, with his indomitable spirit, dared to confront the monstrous beasts. However, these aberrant creatures were not so easily vanquished. Their impenetrable hides rendered blades and swords nearly ineffective, and without divine attacks, even breaching their defenses proved impossible. As the slaughter ensued, the Bloodfang ancestor's neck began to regenerate, and the boundary became increasingly solidified. Initially, Ge Xiao had a slim chance of breaching the barrier with all his might, yet as the Bloodfang ancestor's power surged, such hopes vanished entirely. The force of his blade collided with the boundary, sending Ge Xiao reeling backward, blood spilling from his mouth. The commotion drew the attention of the Bloodfang ancestor and other formidable beings. With a furrowed brow, he vanished from sight. The vegetation around Ge Xiao stirred unnaturally, causing cold sweat to bead upon his back. A powerful presence was approaching, and the intent was anything but benevolent. Under Ge Xiao's control, strands of black and white energy melded into the ground, partially concealed among the nearby foliage and stones. "Ha ha ha, what a remarkable lad! Such strength and abundant blood energy!" exclaimed an elder with yellowed teeth and white hair, materializing before him. Startled by the sudden appearance of the Bloodfang ancestor, Ge Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Child, what expression is that? Do you disdain the ancestor?" The Bloodfang ancestor retorted, clearly incensed by Ge Xiao's reaction. Despite his fragmented body and diminished spirit, reaching such heights upon his emergence was a testament to his unparalleled skill. He was resolute in his intention to drain the blood of this young man before him. With a dark aura emanating from his being, the Bloodfang ancestor, having traversed the celestial realm for many years, had witnessed countless treacherous individuals. Upon his arrival, he quickly discerned Ge Xiao's meager tricks and resolved to concentrate his strength on eliminating him from the outset. Confronted with the ferocity of this elder, Ge Xiao inwardly cursed the lack of martial decorum. An elder should surely show restraint towards the younger generation. Yet before they could even exchange pleasantries, the attack was unleashed. In stark contrast to the verbose villains penned by inept authors, strands of crimson descended from above with blinding speed, leaving Ge Xiao no opportunity for resistance as he was pierced through, his essence obliterated.